The day of Rebirth. A globally popular gaming helmet worth 88,000 is delivered to my home. I was supposed to sell the helmet to pay for my mother's hospital bills, but I not only didn't sell it, I put on the helmet and started playing the game. I even recharged all the money I had into the game. Everyone scolded me for being crazy, but only I knew. In my previous life, I sold the helmet. I paid for my mother's hospital fees, but she ultimately passed away due to lack of money for surgery. It wasn't until I entered the game later that I learned that not only were the currencies in the game linked to real money, but becoming a merchant profession could also earn a lot of money, enough for my mother's surgery. But my mother wouldn't wait for this lifetime. To avoid further regrets, my primary task was to enter the game and conquer that vixen. I then put on the helmet to create a character named Shang Tianxia Ding. Congratulations, player Shang Tianxia has been created successfully. Welcome to the game, and may you achieve great success in this world. Moments later, the noise gradually rose as I arrived at the novice village, which was at the center of the village, bustling with people in this simple settlement. A chicken the size of a half-human was squawking, followed by a group of novice players. In the distance, a rabbit appeared and was quickly beaten to death by a crowd, living a brilliant yet fleeting life of less than 2 seconds. At this point, a panel popped up with a novice guidance task: kill 5 chickens and find the guard Wang Kaiyuan to complete the task. Watching the novice players busily completing their tasks, I decisively chose to abandon the task. Are you sure you want to give up the task? Once you abandon the novice guidance task, you will not be able to accept it again. After confirming, I relied on my memories from my previous life and turned to walk to the deepest part of the village, where I found a tavern. Inside, a few players were staring intently at the tavern's proprietress. I focused my gaze and thought, I found you. I saw her lazily leaning against a wooden post, gently rocking while holding a pipe. The vixen's tail swirled in the smoke. As she exhaled smoke, I smiled knowingly and walked towards the vixen proprietress. Several novice players nearby quickly said, "Brother, don't go over there, she won't pay you any attention. Look at her lewd appearance. Are you really thinking of getting involved with an NPC? You're overthinking it." I tried to touch her just now and almost got kicked offline by the system. Amidst all the mocking gazes, I approached the proprietress and said, "Hello." The proprietress looked me up and down, exhaling smoke. With her red lips, she lightly said, "Young man, a newcomer to the Divine Spirit continent. I see you have a shifty look and a lewd appearance. You're suited to be a merchant. Do you want to become a cunning merchant?" At this moment, the game panel announced, "Congratulations! You have triggered the unique hidden profession swindler. After transitioning to a swindler, you cannot learn any combat skills, cannot use normal attacks, and can only hire bodyguards for protection. Passive skill, tax exemption, unique active skill, summon bodyguards." I smirked, thinking to myself that luckily I knew from my previous life that the conditions for the hidden profession swindler were both harsh and simple. Only those who have just entered the game, have not killed a single monster, and have no tasks can be punished by the tavern proprietress in the novice village. The only way is to enter the game and abandon the task. The swindler profession may seem costly, but it is very important to me. After confirming, the taskbar disappeared, and I gained 1,000 gold coins and a pair of advanced speed boosting shoes in my inventory. Truly a hidden profession. In this game, the currency exchange rate to real money is 111, meaning 1,000 gold coins is equivalent to 100 yuan. At this moment, the proprietress smiled sweetly and said, "Brave young man, protecting yourself is the most important. I have 3 bodyguards for you to choose from." 3 cards appeared before me, 2 white and 1 green. There are a total of 8 grades for cards. From lowest to highest, they are white, green, blue, purple, yellow, red, gold, and rainbow. So, I didn't like the grades of these 3 cards before me. I wanted to draw a blue one, so I spent 10 gold coins to reshuffle. This time, 3 white quality cards appeared. Without hesitation, I spent another 10 gold coins to reshuffle. This time, the first card drawn was white, and the second card was green. Surprisingly, the third card was a purple card. The proprietress exclaimed, "Little brother, you are truly lucky." I nodded. "Thank you, proprietress." Little did I know she swayed her fox tail and lazily leaned on my shoulder. Her red lips gently kissed my cheek as she whispered softly, "May the god of cunning bless you." The other players in the tavern were dumbfounded. How did he do that? Please, no. Is he using a pretty boy tactic? Damn, I'm stunned. Why did I receive a system warning? They looked at me with astonishment, anger, envy, and curiosity as I casually walked past them. I resolutely walked out of the tavern. The first step was smoother than I imagined. I looked at the bustling novice village, my mind constantly recalling game content. Next, I needed to race against time. Clenching my fist, I thought about the rabbit fur and chicken feathers at this moment. No one should have discovered it yet. I then arrived at the entrance of the novice village, where the area outside was crowded with players continuously entering the game. I sat cross-legged in the crowd as the system started my stall. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, I naturally began to set up my stall. A golden sign began to hover above my head, radiating dazzling light, with the words "Purchasing rabbit fur and chicken feathers" written on it. Hey, how can he set up a stall in the monster area? Why is his sign golden? Wow, that's so cool. What does he want with these useless items? He must be an idiot. The general store buys them for 1 gold coin, and he's buying them for 2. Quick, there's an idiot buying rabbit fur and chicken feathers here. Players rushed back to the village's general store to sell, and they weren't selling as much as I was. Naturally, there were many sellers. In just a short while, business boomed. I had just spent 500 gold coins on bodyguard cards and 20 gold coins to reshuffle, with the remaining 480 gold coins all exchanged for rabbit fur and chicken feathers. Seeing that I was running low on gold coins, I gritted my teeth and recharged all 800 of my living expenses into the game, leaving only 40 yuan for later takeout. At this moment, a player questioned, "What are you buying these for? These 2 items say they have no effect. Truly, foolish people have too much money." I scratched my head and grinned, saying, "I think they might be useful, so I'll collect some." "To be honest, it's impossible. Let's just guess slowly," someone said. "Who knows? If there's a bargain, it's a fool not to take it." Once sold, the advantage of being able to set up a stall in the wild became apparent. Almost everyone rushed to sell, and in just half an hour, I bought everything up. At this moment, I snapped my fingers to pack up. I could have bought them for 1 gold coin each, but that would slow down the acquisition rate. Time is of the essence. Soon players will recognize the value of rabbit fur and chicken feathers, and I need to reach my destination before that happens. When I arrived at my destination, I saw a crowd angrily surrounding the NPC. This is the main quest location for players, the Skeleton Cave, where the NPC at the entrance blocks everyone with his golden armor and silver spear. He politely said, "I'm sorry, I can't let you in without a talisman. Please show me rabbit fur and chicken feathers, and I will craft a talisman for you." Only I felt overjoyed. In gaming, making money relies on seizing the opportunity, and since the game just started, no one knows yet. But I knew that now everyone would soon realize, and the rabbit fur and chicken feathers in the novice village must be in high demand, with merchants buying them in bulk. I rushed here. Once those merchants arrive, the prices for rabbit fur and chicken feathers will drop. Calculating the time, I have at least an hour to sell. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, I set up my stall and cheerfully announced, "Selling rabbit fur and chicken feathers for 50 gold coins each, limited supply, come get them." My shout immediately stirred up the crowd. A few male players exclaimed, "What? That's so expensive. I just sold them for 2 gold coins in the novice village. 50 gold coins is like $5, and buying 1 rabbit fur and 1 chicken feather costs 100 gold coins, $10. Why aren't you just stealing them?" I laughed and said, "I can get them faster than stealing." A girl mocked, "Wow," he shamelessly admitted it. I estimated that players in the novice village have a couple hundred gold coins on them. If they immediately head back, it would take at least 2 hours round trip. Everyone here is among the strongest from the novice village. No one wants to drop from the top tier. Although 100 gold coins is expensive, it's worth it. At that moment, someone shouted, "Ha, you broke losers, I'll take it." I felt a surge of joy. That was exactly what I was waiting for. As long as the first person spoke up to buy, I wouldn't have to worry about selling out. Sure enough, system notifications for sales kept ringing, and in less than an hour, everything was sold out. At that moment, I looked into my inventory and saw 210,000 gold coins. I had made a profit of 20,000. However, I didn't let it go to my head because my goal was to earn 500,000 in a week. My mother was still waiting for surgery, and I was still far from that. Airplane. I immediately activated the stall mode at the cave entrance, with a bright golden sign that stood out. I offered prices 3 times higher than the shops. I was buying useless bones and jewelry, and for miscellaneous items, I would inspect and pay. Shops sell a bone for 15 gold coins, but I was buying them for 55. This led many players to mistakenly think that by selling just 2 bones to me, they could recoup the money they spent on rabbit fur and chicken feathers, exactly 100 gold coins. This time, the players seemed to keep their wits about them, keeping 1 bone for themselves and selling the rest to me. As long as they were willing to sell, I gladly accepted. In an instant, a little girl handed me a blue book and cautiously asked, "Boss, will you buy this?" I saw the book she handed over was titled Bone Break. My pupils widened as I recognized the Bone Break skill, which increases weapon attack power by 10% and is a passive skill. This passive skill seemed ordinary, but I knew it had an upgraded version that would become increasingly valuable in the later stages of the game. even becoming rare. It was once auctioned for 1 million gold coins, a full 100,000. I was shocked to find it here in the novice village's skeleton cave, but I maintained my composure and asked, "It's just an ordinary skill. How much are you planning to sell it for?" The girl helplessly replied, "I don't know either. I can't learn the skill in this book, and it only adds 10%. That's too little, it feels useless." I thought to myself, so she doesn't understand? That's good. After some haggling, I finally bought the bone break book for 100 gold coins. The girl happily praised me, saying I was really nice. Her ID was near Nana, and she even asked for my ID. In front of her, I felt too shy to refuse, so I agreed. I respectfully replied, "It is my honor to serve someone as beautiful as you." After bidding farewell to the young lady, I opened my friend list and asked, "Do you want to delete near Nana?" I successfully blacklisted and deleted her from my friends list. I didn't want to be bothered by a woman. It's a major taboo while making money. After finishing everything, I got up and left the skeleton cave, continuing deeper into the jungle. Just as I was leaving, I noticed 4 figures quietly following me. I realized they wanted to see what use the useless bones had. It seemed impossible to dine alone, so I simply called out to the 4, "Brothers, since you're here, let's go together." The 4 awkwardly replied, "We were just passing by, going the same way as you." Yes, same path. Hearing this, I saw through their pretense but didn't point it out. I smiled and said, "Since everyone's level isn't high, it's a good time to form a party and hunt some monsters on the way for leveling up." One person agreed, and I shared the same sentiment. With 5 of us in a party, I wouldn't have to worry about the wild monsters along the way. On the way, the 4 occasionally asked me what the bones were used for. Naturally, I wouldn't reveal that. I mysteriously smiled and said, "You'll find out when we get there. However, I have one request. Let's price everything at 500 each. 500 each, brother? Isn't that a bit harsh? Will they actually buy it? It only takes about an hour to get to the skeleton cave. Is 500 too much?" They were shocked to hear that number. I laughed and said, 500 is indeed expensive, but there are plenty of buyers. Don't worry. One person sincerely remarked, "Brother, you're really ruthless." Being praised for being cutthroat by your peers is quite the achievement. Before long, everyone finally arrived at the destination. This was the place for class advancement, where 10 useless bones were required for the transfer quest. Only after completing the quest could they proceed to the mainland. A crowd of players was gathered at the station, all of whom had just come from the skeleton cave. Upon seeing us, someone shouted, "Look, that merchant is coming." "Great, brother, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a long time." "Yes, brother, you're finally here. Quickly return the bones to us." I smiled gently and said, "Of course, I'll set up my stall right away." I exchanged glances with the 4 merchants who had just arrived and, in unison, set up our stalls at the entrance of the safe zone. Suddenly, when the golden stall name appeared, everyone was astonished. A few youths were dissatisfied, saying, "I just sold it to you for 50. How does that make me feel like a fool paying you 500? This is too much. Let's head back to the skeleton cave." Among the 4 merchants in the group, one nervously said to me, "Brother, it seems like we've messed up." I smirked and said, "Don't worry, there will be buyers." Sure enough, after a few people left, more chose to buy from my shop. Ding! Congratulations, you sold 10 useless items for 5,000 gold coins. The system chimed repeatedly. The notification indicated that the other 4 had also opened their businesses. The 4 merchants looked at their shops in disbelief and said, "This can actually sell?" A buyer responded, "It takes over an hour to go to the skeleton cave and back. Plus, you need to fight skeletons there." In this situation, it's likely that players will have trouble even getting to the skeletons. Exactly, everyone here consists of the top players. Their levels and quests surpass the others, and they don't want to lose their advantage. Before long, the useless bones were sold out, and my gold soared from 200,000 to 850,000. I made a profit of 85,000 in just one afternoon. Not bad, not bad. I should keep it up. Then I went to a less crowded area of the station and took out a purple beast summoning card, saying, "Summon forth, spirit of the spirit zombie." The summon was successful. A dark whirlwind effect appeared before me, the ground cracked open, and a broken coffin slowly rose from the ground with a loud thud. The coffin lid fell. A zombie dressed in a burial robe with long nails jumped out of the coffin and stood in front of me. "It's time to level up," I muttered to myself. To complete the main quest for my class advancement, I have to grind monsters here. I summoned 100 zombies to attack those low attack, high defense monsters, which were suitable for leveling. Then I sat cross-legged on the ground, started my stall, and began buying miscellaneous books and equipment that restored health and increased movement speed. An unusual scene unfolded on the main road. I was set up in the middle selling items, while zombies were fighting monsters beside me. Passers-by couldn't help but be curious. How can he set up a stall in the wild? Someone exclaimed, "Damn it, it's him again. I just saw him collecting items earlier." Another person complained, "A professional merchant, huh?" Someone recognized me, my visibility was too high. The system entered stall mode, and I silently thought, entering stall mode allows you to remove your helmet. Your game character won't log out while running a stall, it's an idle function. I set the 100 zombies to patrol and fight monsters. Only after that did I take off my helmet. It was already dark outside. I picked up my phone and ordered a bowl of pig trotter's rice for 15 yuan. I had just graduated from college and hadn't found a job yet. My younger brother was still in college, and all the family savings went to my mother's medical treatment. Looking at our shabby rental apartment, I silently vowed that I would earn 500,000. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. I walked over to open it, thinking to myself how fast the delivery must be these days. Standing outside was a serene girl who looked to be about my age. "Where's the delivery?" I assessed her. She was also sizing me up, wrinkling her nose in disdain, and said, "You must be Jiang Chang. My mom says you owe 3 months' rent, a total of 6,000 yuan. When did the landlord start chasing for rent? Since it's close to the hospital for taking care of my mother, the rent here is indeed expensive." I awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, I'll pay in a few days." The girl frowned and impatiently said, "You don't work all day and think you can trick me? Today, either pay the rent or get lost." She angrily walked into the room and saw my gaming helmet. "Oh, a gaming helmet. You can't pay rent, yet you can afford to play games?" This was a gift from a friend. I tried to brush it off. Unexpectedly, she said, "This game is fun, right? I haven't had a chance to play," and I blurted out. Suddenly, she said, "Okay, I'll give you 1 day. Once you level up, take me to grind levels, and I can give you a few days grace." I was taken aback. "What? If you don't agree, then move out. I'm not renting this place anymore," she said triumphantly. I never expected to be threatened by a girl. In the game, power leveling for someone can cover a good portion of rent, let alone giving a few days grace. However, I didn't want to take her for leveling, especially since she was the landlord. As she was grumbling, she directly said, "Alright, it's a deal. Once you log into the game, add me as a friend. My name is Guiyu, and my game ID is Near Nana." I was stunned. "Near Nana, remember that?" She replied proudly. "What a nice name." I gazed at her wide-eyed. "Of course, I'll remember to add you. Just remember, I only give you 1 day. Don't forget." With that, she left. I never expected to run into my landlord in the game. I really wondered if she'd still be this happy once she knew the truth. I sighed helplessly, thinking I needed to make money quickly and get out. Just then, the delivery arrived, and I hurried to finish my pig trotter's rice. I put on my helmet again, entered the game, and exited stall mode. I could now control my character. I opened my eyes once more and resolutely returned to the game, checking my level and inventory. The summoned zombies were impressive. In just half an hour, I had leveled up to 8 and acquired several pairs of speed-increasing shoes. That was a decent haul. More and more players surrounded me, most around level 10, working on their class advancement tasks, and there were fewer monsters. I didn't move from my spot. Instead, I sat down and started shouting, buying speed-increasing shoes and health-restoring accessories. "I'll take as many as you have, at prices you'll be satisfied with." My stall sign shone brightly on the main road, and in just 3 hours, I filled my entire inventory. As a merchant, my inventory was double the size of regular players, with 200 slots. I collected 200 items, averaging 200 gold coins each, totaling 40,000 gold. I successfully reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 10 and automatically accepted the class advancement quest. Finally, a quest. I thought merchants had no class advancement quests. I opened the quest page. Merchant class advancement quest. Provide supplies to each NPC for the class advancement, 10 of each, including medium health potions, medium blue potions. So, the merchant class advancement is this simple. I had just collected quite a few blue potions, making it easy to complete the quest. Just as I was about to teleport to the main map, the system notification chimed. Congratulations to player Swiftwind / the first in Novice Village 233 to enter the main map, earning a set of class equipment. Congratulations to player Eternal Night King, the second from Novice Village 233 to enter the main map. Reward, a set of class equipment. Congratulations to player Big Watermelon, the third from Novice Village 233 to enter the main map, also earning a set of class equipment. I remembered that the first 10 players to enter the main map would receive rewards. Although it's only half, having the recognition across the server is significant. Over 100 players entered the main map, successfully activating the leaderboard feature. The leaderboard will include power rankings, equipment rankings, mount rankings, pet rankings, guild rankings, dungeon rankings, villain rankings, and level rankings, 8 categories in total. Each will be settled weekly, and players listed will earn reputation points. All games revolve around fame and wealth. The leaderboard is a stage for that. As the system announcement rang out, all players quickly opened the leaderboard. Suddenly, another voice echoed in my mind, ding! Congratulations to player Merchant of the World for ranking 13th on the equipment leaderboard. First place on the pet leaderboard. Would you like to hide your name? I was taken aback and quickly opened the device to see the accessory of the skeleton general. It was blue tier, level 10, with equipment attributes for health restoration and 20 attack power. I was quite surprised by this equipment, but its health restoration attribute is indeed rare, so it's no wonder it made the list. I was even more delighted to see that the first place on the pet leaderboard was held by the summon zombie. This was something only merchants had, and I didn't expect it to take the top spot. Truly, I was blessed. I felt a surge of happiness and immediately chose to display my name. I didn't need to hide my identity. As a merchant, having a famous name would only attract more business. I knew this game would continue to thrive, and more players would flood in. There would also be city rankings in the future. Therefore, positioning myself in the top 100 on the leaderboard was crucial. Without hesitation, I chose not to hide. As soon as I finished speaking, the system voice chimed again. Congratulations to player Merchant of the World. Ranked first on the pet leaderboard, Merchant of the World. Upon hearing this news, players hurriedly opened the pet leaderboard. Except for the guild, villain, and mount leaderboards, the other categories were nearly full, with one prominent name on the pet leaderboard. It caught my eye. The Merchant of the World felt a sense of pride. I felt this step was the right one. With this recognition on the leaderboard, I was confident about making a grand achievement in the game in the future. Next, I just needed to complete the dungeon quest, which involved defeating the tree monsters in the cave, to access the main map. Although the task was marked as extremely difficult, I didn't think much of it and boldly started a recruitment thread on the forum. I'm looking for 5 wealthy players for a class advancement dungeon. I'm an experienced player, and it will cost 1,000 gold each for a single run. Even though the class advancement dungeon was challenging, there were already many posts about it on the forum. However, no one dared to claim they were experienced. Everyone around me looked surprised. Am I going crazy? I'm even trying to make money off the class advancement dungeon. Merchant of the World, I remember him. He's the top player on the pet leaderboard. Before long, someone recognized my identity. It seemed being first on the pet leaderboard had some value. At that moment, I kept posting on the forum, anyone looking to form a party, please send me a screenshot of your weapon. If the weapon level is too low, don't bother coming. In an instant, someone sent me a weapon screenshot. It was a level 10 purple iron sword with a rapid attack power of 100. Its normal attack had a chance to poison opponents, causing them to lose 2 health points per second. Excitedly, I asked, is this weapon for sale? The other person replied, aren't you looking to form a party for the dungeon? I slapped my forehead, almost forgetting. My bad, it's a professional habit, and immediately sent a party invite. The first Jiangnan swordsman requests to join your party. Do you accept? I agreed, and upon seeing Jiangnan swordsman's character, I was stunned. A young boy, only 20 years old. He looked at me with confusion. Do you know me? How could I not recognize him? In the last life, Jiangnan swordsman ranked 5th on the power leaderboard before switching to a blue sky sword cultivator. He was nearly unbeatable in one-on-one fights and founded a guild that ranked among the top 3 in the game. Jiangnan swordsman immediately sent a trade request and gave me 1,000 gold coins. I casually asked, you really are a wealthy player. Aren't you afraid I might kick you out? Jiangnan swordsman replied with a smile, I trust you. It's clear you're a merchant. There's no need to ruin your reputation over 100 coins. We have opportunities to collaborate in the future. I laughed and said, I definitely won't do that. I like your straightforwardness. Let's have a pleasant collaboration. I continued to gather people. It wasn't easy to find players willing to pay for the dungeon. Finally, I managed to recruit the last team member, named Young Master Wushuang. After Young Master Wushuang joined the party, he asked everyone, are you all novices? Are you sure this isn't a scam? If you're scamming me, how will you explain it later? Hearing this, I sternly replied to Young Master Wushuang, if you don't believe me, you can leave the party right now. Time is tight. Pay first before the dungeon. I have to be responsible for the other bosses. After hearing this, the others promptly sent me trade requests with payments, while Young Master Wushuang continued to berate me in private chat, leading me to blacklist him directly. There's no shortage of wealthy players. They value speed and efficiency, and don't need a troublemaker to disrupt their progress. I was selling a service, and I quickly gathered the team. Before entering the dungeon, I made sure everyone was prepared. Alright, everyone, listen to my commands while we go through the dungeon. I guarantee we'll finish it in one go. They responded positively to the captain's orders. I led the team toward the cave. The next moment, we entered the cave, which was pitch black. Roots pierced through the soil, and the sound of dripping water echoed in front of us, with human head-sized worms wandering around. The cave worms were level 10 and untrainable. At this moment, someone asked, "Captain, what should we do? Should we just charge in?" I smiled and replied, "I'll ensure you all get your money's worth. Summon forth, Century Zombie." As the 5 of us looked on hungrily, the Century Zombie emerged from the coffin. I thought it looked really cool and incredibly realistic. "Can I touch it?" I replied with a blank expression, "Just follow closely and don't stray too far." With that, I dashed into the depths of the cave. The Century Zombie moved ahead to attract the monsters, but I didn't let it attack. The zombie wore triple-speed shoes, which made it faster than regular monsters, so the monsters couldn't catch up while the zombie ran alongside us. Before long, dozens of worm monsters followed us. "Captain, we haven't classed up and don't have any area skills. Let the pet take the hits and clear the aggro." "Good idea. Just follow me, no need to attack, we can chat for a while." At this moment, Nan Swordsman chimed in, "Captain, is your pet for sale? I'll offer 1 million cash." One person exclaimed, "What? A wealthy player? Are you kidding? What's the use of a former pet for 1 million cash? Are you crazy?" I was nearly thrown off my rhythm by the shock. Others didn't believe it, but I knew Nan Swordsman could afford it. Unfortunately, the Century Zombie wasn't a pet and couldn't be traded. I felt like crying but couldn't. If I could sell it, I would have done it long ago. I told Nan Swordsman, "I do have some good stuff on me, let's talk more about it when we get out." Nan Swordsman agreed. "Alright, I'll add you as a friend, do you accept?" After a moment, I accepted. While directing the zombie to pull the monsters, I led them deeper into the cave's maze, attracting a huge group of monsters. Just then, someone noticed something was off and asked, "Captain, are we going the wrong way? The map shows the boss is that way." "Yes, you led us into a dead end. If we get wiped, we want our money back." 2 others questioned. I ignored them and kept running. Finally, I spotted a large puddle not far away. My eyes lit up. I shouted, "Everyone jump into the water." Despite the doubts, no one hesitated, and everyone jumped into the puddle. I was the last to jump in, swiftly retracting my attack. All the aggro from the 100 zombies fell onto me. Hundreds of monsters lingered around the puddle but wouldn't enter the water. "They're afraid of water." "How did you know, Captain?" "Players have a limited breathing time in the water, just before it runs out." The dungeon monsters finally dispersed and returned to their original spots. We all climbed back ashore. At this moment, the team members praised, "Wow, you're really skilled, Captain. With so many monsters, it should take at least an hour or 2 to fight through." I smiled and said, "No worries. Over there is the boss cave. We'll pass by 12 monsters from here." We leaned over. Soon, Nan Swordsman asked with curiosity, "Merchant brother, how do you know this dungeon so well?" I casually replied, "I just came through here." "Wow, you're amazing. Spending 100 coins for 2 hours feels like a steal." "It seems easy, but that's just an illusion. These monsters are much stronger than the level 10 ones outside. If we're not careful, we could get wiped out in an instant." Thankfully, everyone has decent gear. We'll clear the monsters along the cave's edge and finally reach the boss's lair. The boss was a rooted tree, a tree demon boss, level 10 and untrainable. It had hollow eyes and numerous spines that resembled tentacles. The most challenging part of this dungeon was the group of smaller monsters that could easily wipe us out. The boss itself wasn't too difficult. We could whittle it down slowly. I instructed everyone to stop attacking when their health reached half, drop aggro, and drink health potions. Additionally, when the boss dies, it will shriek, and everyone should jump the moment it screams. They all nodded in agreement. Under my command, we began to rotate. The tree demon took turns tanking. Every time a player's health reached half, I reminded them to back off and drink potions. At the same time, I controlled the Century Zombie to attack. Unfortunately, the Century Zombie's poison effect was ineffective against the tree demon, otherwise, it would have been too overpowered. -78, -65, -72, damage dealt to the boss. The boss's health steadily decreased until it was almost depleted. The massive body of the tree demon collapsed with a loud thud. Everyone was immersed in the joy of completing the dungeon. I suddenly shouted, "Watch out, jump." Sure enough, at the moment the tree demon died, it let out a tragic scream. A barrage of spikes shot up from the ground, but they appeared and vanished quickly. As the tree demon died, the system chimed. "Congratulations! You have killed the tree demon and completed the class advancement quest." Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. If we hadn't jumped, we would have been wiped out. After the tree demon died, it left behind a pile of shiny loot. Wow, there are even items. What a lucky find. Hundreds of gold coins, and crucially, a piece of yellow tier equipment. Spirit of the Tree Demon. It was a yellow tier accessory, level 10, with spell attack power of 110 and an equipment score of 746. What a great item, a yellow piece with a score of 746. Jiangnan Swordsman suggested I show this equipment to the captain. Without him, we wouldn't have completed it so quickly. Someone rebutted, the captain is indeed impressive, but we paid for it. This equipment ranks 5th on the leaderboard. Only the top 10 have yellow tier items, and the Spirit of the Tree Demon with a score of 746 is very valuable. Besides Jiangnan Swordsman, no one agreed to give it to me. Not wanting to waste time, I directly suggested splitting the earnings. The captain agreed that money is the most practical. So, who wants this item? I can't afford it. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke up. Jiangnan Swordsman took the lead, saying, I'll take it for 100,000 gold coins. Does everyone agree? It was clear that 100,000 was more than enough, and it was indeed high. The equipment only had a high score, while other attributes were average. Alright, 100,000 it is. Jiangnan Swordsman bought the Spirit of the Tree Demon for 100,000 gold coins. The team members laughed happily. Haha, that dungeon was a breeze. We earned 2,000 coins. Great job, Captain. Let's collaborate again next time. Alright, we're leaving, they said, successfully classed up. The few of them left the team happily. Once they departed, only Jiangnan Swordsman and I remained in the cave, and he initiated a trade with me. I was puzzled when he directly traded the Spirit of the Tree Demon to me. What are you doing? I squinted at him. Aren't you afraid I'll just keep the item? He confidently replied, this equipment is useless to me. I plan to sell it. More importantly, I want to create a guild in the future, and I sincerely invite you to join. You have leadership skills, act decisively, and have a unique understanding of the game. I promise you will hold a high position in the guild. I recalled hearing about the high-ranking members of Jiangnan Guild in my previous life, earning hundreds of thousands a year, a truly attractive position. However, I shook my head and refused. I'm just a merchant. I plan to do business in the future and don't want to get caught up in guild disputes. I was also ready to return the Spirit of the Tree Demon to Jiangnan Swordsman. He insisted on not trading and pushed me to sell it instead, suggesting we split the profits. I smiled and accepted. I will definitely pay you. Although I'm a merchant, I'm not a scammer. He laughed heartily as he left, saying, see you on the main map. Just a second before leaving, he turned around and curiously asked, by the way, why do you always let your pet attack while you don't fight? I laughed and replied, it's not worth my effort yet. He sighed in exasperation. Wow, that was a perfect show-off. Then we exited the party and were teleported out of the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, more and more players gathered. Many who had failed were reforming their teams and were even more cautious about checking weapon stats. Most were stuck trying to complete their class advancement. However, with my understanding of the dungeon, I led a large group, making up for the time I lost earlier while running my stall. I arrived at a class advancement NPC merchant and successfully advanced to the Great Merchant class, happily discovering the system not only granted me a level 3 store in the main city, but also awarded me the skill to revive summoned beasts. The attributes of the Millennium Zombie were also enhanced, boasting 2,000 health, making it a formidable tank in the game. After successfully advancing my class, I immediately used the teleportation array to head to the main city, stepping directly into the teleportation portal. A radiant light enveloped me, and in the next moment, my body vanished from the novice empty map. Congratulations! You have arrived in the game. The main map has detected your unique hidden class as Merchant of the World, automatically accepting the main quest. Main quest, the Path of the Merchant. Humans have their ways, ghosts have theirs, and merchants have their path. Merchants do not participate in worldly conflicts but can influence them, creating their own guilds while remaining neutral. Quest objective, head to Willow Leaf Town to gather information about guild tokens. Quest reward, guild token. Right after advancing my class, I'm being asked to create a guild? Such a main quest exists. How is this game designed? Am I expected to create a guild all by myself? I couldn't help but laugh helplessly. As the light faded, I found myself in the middle of a huge city square, surrounded by a circle of teleportation arrays and a 3-story fountain. Many people were seated on the square, while others hurriedly walked by, completing quests and grinding monsters. Beyond the square were magnificent buildings, most styled in ancient Chinese architecture, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was the main city of Ningxing, and in the game, everything was allocated according to real-world geography, including the novice village and the main city. Those who could teleport here were almost all from Ningxing. Ningdu was indeed the main city for Ningxing players. The game developers really know how to create excitement. In the future, there will not only be territorial disputes and guild wars but also battles in hell. After reaching level 10, players can engage in PvP outside the city without any restrictions. Upon death, players will drop their items, and their gear will downgrade by one level. This will escalate conflicts among players, breaking the established order in the novice village. I didn't dwell on it, as it had nothing to do with me. I opened the system interface and began searching for the store that offered class advancement rewards. While others changed jobs to improve attributes and increase skills, I changed jobs and got a shop. Not bad. While rushing to my store, I checked the leaderboard, and I'm still in first place on the pet ranking. The shop is located on the largest commercial street outside the square. This street is not only the place for job transfer and skill learning, but also has an auction house and warehouse, making it the most prosperous commercial section in the whole Ningdu. I didn't expect that the store gifted by the system would be right in the middle of this street. I was overjoyed that I might not be the only hidden profession. Looking at the large shop, I feel very pleased, but unfortunately this shop cannot be sold, otherwise, my mother's surgery fee would be covered. The store gave a free NPC, a girl, who smiled and bowed when she saw me walk into the store, saying, "Hello, boss." The store interface popped up directly, asking me to name my store Great Merchant Dynasty, and that name will be the signboard from now on. Congratulations on successfully naming the Shang Dynasty. On the plaque of the main gate, the 4 characters of the Shang Dynasty slowly formed. The shop interface is not complicated. Level 1 shops pay 15 in taxes, selling space is 1,000. The shop owner, Shang Tianzi, really offers high buyback prices. Many items are sold with thin profit margins, and this is when the benefits of unscrupulous merchants become evident, as I don't need to pay taxes. So I immediately started organizing the packages, placing the medicines in the display case, with the marked prices exactly the same as the pharmacy. Each piece of equipment is priced: shoes with speed +1 for 3,000 gold, speed +2 for 6,000 gold, speed +3 for 9,000 gold, life recovery +1 equipment for 3,000 gold, life recovery +2 for 6,000 gold, life recovery +3 for 9,000 gold coins. All 190 pieces of equipment were thrown up at once. The bag was instantly emptied, leaving only a book and the spirit of the tree monster. Seeing the Broken Bone secret manual, I slapped my forehead and thought, how could I forget? This book was supposed to be sold to the Jiangnan swordsman after defeating the tree demon. It's not easy to meet such a big player. I need to act quickly, open the friend list, and contact Jiangnan swordsman again. Do you want this thing, the Broken Bone skill book attributes? Send it to the Jiangnan swordsman. He only replied with one word, want. Then I sent a message saying 1 million in the call interface. The other party really exploded. Wow, brother, why don't you go and grab it? I smiled and replied to him, hee, I'm grabbing it right now. The Jiangnan swordsman was silent for a while and said, I believe you. Do you think he is worth 1 million gold coins? If you say he is worth it, then I'll buy it. I told him directly that it is not worth it, around 500,000 to 700,000. The swordsman from Jiangnan was speechless after hearing this. You, this unscrupulous businessman, are not too bad. Sometimes you can be a bit more tactful to make the deceived feel better. I thought about it and sent another message. However, with this thing, you can get Shattered Bone 2 and 3. At that time, you will definitely stand out on the power ranking list. The quantity of Shattered Bone 1 is very small. It's a rare item. The Jiangnan swordsman paused again this time and ultimately replied with one word, want. I couldn't help but widen my eyes, really wanting him to confirm, the square fountain sword. Indeed, there are benefits to befriending wealthy people. I rushed to the fountain location with the Broken Bones skill book, excited, but didn't see him, so I couldn't help but ask where he was. He answered, is it good to recharge? The boss temporarily added money. It took a full 5 minutes or so. The swordsman from Jiangnan came to me with a few teammates, and he greeted me with a big smile, saying, Brother Shang, you've waited a long time. Similarly, I understand that waiting for things related to making money is just part of the process. The swordsman from Jiangnan laughed and said, Brother Shang, a person of temperament, let me introduce you. This is what I mean by the Merchant of Heaven, a super merchant in this game, and also a person of personality. These are the brothers who play with me, and the members of the Jiangnan swordsman team are curiously looking at me. One of them muttered, there's nothing special about it. Another person responded that there is no business without deceit. Jiangnan, you should still be careful. These people are all friends in the reality of Jiangnan, and in the future, they will all be famous models in the game. Although their fame is not as great as mine now, their future is limitless. The swordsman from Jiangnan is afraid of embarrassment, so he immediately changes the subject. Let's make a deal. and we still need to go level up. Jiangnan swordsman requests a trade. Do you agree? The trading interface is open, and I will put the bone-crushing skill book into the trading slot. The other party's trading bar has added a bell. I held back my excited heart, and my trembling hands began to count tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and millions. Really 1 million. The sword dance paused in place. The Jiangnan swordsman was a bit anxious. What happened to my brother? Nothing. I was wondering if it was sold too cheaply. I was joking. He was speechless but quickly agreed to the deal. After the 1 million gold coins arrived, I looked at the 1.8 million gold coins in the package, unable to calm down for a long time. Our family was already not wealthy, and my mother's illness made things even worse. This 180,000 gold coins came just in time. The swordsman from Jiangnan patted my shoulder and said, "Brother, I hope you can reconsider my last suggestion. Once you've thought it over, I'll take my leave, as I need to focus on leveling up." I joked that I didn't expect the wealthy to work so hard. How can you expect others to survive? He is helpless because the competition in this game is too intense and he probably has to stay up all night. A brother beside him complained that just after they left, the place for upgrading was probably taken by someone. The swordsman of Jiangnan casually waved his hand, and let it be, just consider it as buying medicine. I suddenly said, it's troublesome to go back and forth to buy medicine, right? The team configuration of the Jiangnan swordsman is quite good, and he himself is a swordsman. There are soldiers in the team pulling monsters, one is healing, and 2 Taoists are gathering monsters. An assassin is responsible for cleaning the battlefield and returning to the city to purchase supplies. The efficiency of dealing with groups of monsters is definitely high, but the consumption is also large. He sighed, yes, the blue mana is always empty. Smiling, I said I have medicine, not a lot, just a few hundred bottles, but there are items that increase movement speed and health recovery, and mana recovery. Currently, the monster attacks are low in the early stage, warriors wear movement speed equipment, monsters can't catch up, and with life recovery equipment, it will definitely greatly increase the efficiency of the group and monsters. The swordsman from Jiangnan suddenly realizes that you actually know quite a bit. No wonder I saw you collecting these equipment in the novice village. Let's go check out your shop. A few people walked into my shop, and the shop NPC smiled and said welcome. They looked at the goods. A level 3 equipment costs 3,000 gold coins. Everyone is looking at me. Isn't it too expensive? 3,000 gold coins for a level 3 equipment. I can buy level 10 equipment for 100 gold coins. Looking at their expressions, it's obvious they have opinions about the price. The Jiangnan swordsman is quite generous and decides to buy a few pairs of shoes for movement speed and accessories for health recovery, changing everyone's jewelry. He patted my shoulder and said, "Brother, let's try the effect first. If it's good, we'll buy a bit more." I laughed, it's good. If it works, help me promote it. The store is online 24 hours, bulk orders have the same quality, and larger quantities can be cheaper. Okay, let's go try it out. The Jiangnan swordsman left with his teammates. Welcome to visit next time. I smiled and watched the Jiangnan swordsman leave, thinking about what to do next. The next most expensive thing should be the guild token, but the guild token should be unattainable. This thing can only be understood by the wild fortresses in the big map. The guild token in my quest is bound and cannot be sold. So after pondering for a while, the most valuable thing should be the territory. When the game was first developed in the last life, I didn't join right away and could only rely on the memories of the territory in my mind. If we can buy a quickly improving territory, then a few days later, when there are more gangs, we can make a big profit. Suddenly, I had a flash of inspiration. That's right, the main quest. The location of the main quest, Liuye Town, is the best territory near Ningdu. Say it and do it. Immediately put on the gear, bought a full set of defensive equipment. After maxing out movement speed and health recovery, I left the city gate of Ningdu with peace of mind. After leaving the city, I saw that the wilderness was full of people. I wanted to hunt a few, but it's simply impossible to level up by fighting monsters. Looking at the big map, apart from Ningdu, it is pitch black. I know that I need to find my own way to Willow Leaf Town by asking NPCs, but I don't have any trouble in this regard. I don't know how many times I've gone back and forth between Willow Leaf Town and Ningdu. Ningdu is actually very close to Luyezhen. It takes about half an hour to get there, but without a mount, I can only walk. I set my direction and headed towards Luyezhen, gradually moving away from the city gate. Arriving on the mountain path, there are still quite a few players here. Just a few steps up the mountain, 2 people blocked my way and arrogantly said that the area ahead had already been claimed by their diamond hand, and that I should go level up elsewhere. Both of them are assassins, and they are the first to sign up. My heart trembled. The reputation of the diamond hand in my previous life was not good. It was the kind that was rotten to the core. They are indeed the Mingcheng Luxury Car Circle, an organization established by a group of rich second-generation individuals. notorious for their tyranny and bad reputation. What's even more exaggerated is that among them, there are quite a few experts, with half of the top 20 in the gang rankings being their people. I didn't expect that they already existed as soon as the game started. The mountain here is called Men's Mountain, and there are 2 outdoor bosses inside. The Diamond Hand must have been sent by the gang to get the gang order. Maybe they haven't formed a gang yet, so the 2 assassins are being so restrained. If they followed the approach from the last life, they would have piked me a long time ago. I took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, I am a businessman, just passing by. I promise not to rob the monsters." A frustrated assassin replied, "Where does all this nonsense come from? Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost?" Another one immediately followed with a threat, "Hee, if you don't leave, I'll kill you and send you back to the main city." I immediately thought about going around Lanra Mountain to Liuya town, which would take at least 3 or 4 hours, but I can't wait. Hurry up and greet with a smile, saying, "Call me the Merchant Emperor. If you are not at ease, you can follow me." A killer teased, "Oh, still a celebrity, huh? Merchant's son's complete game, the only player with a pet?" They exchanged a glance, looking quite interested. "It's not impossible for you to go over. Give me your pet, and I'll escort you over," another assassin said mockingly. "Once you give us your pet, you will be considered one of us." Take a deep breath, brace yourself, knowing that it's impossible to go up. Summon the great hand. Suddenly a gust of cold wind rises from the ground. The originally shabby wooden coffin has turned into a mahogany coffin, with red paint flowing and freezing like blood, and the creaking sound echoes, creating an indescribable eeriness. After I changed jobs, a 100-year-old zombie has evolved into a 1,000-year-old zombie. The way of appearing has not changed, but the special effects have significantly improved. With a clang, the body bag fell heavily to the ground. The 2 assassins were scared and quickly stepped back. They saw sharp palms reaching out from the coffin. The face of the 1,000-year-old zombie is pale, but even more creepy. They nervously ask you, "What do you want to do? Do you want to die?" I coldly stared at them with sharp eyes. "I'll say it one last time, let me pass, or I'll kill you." A 1,000-year-old zombie soared into the air, launching an attack on the 2. Its speed was astonishing. The 2 assassins clearly did not expect Lin Chen to initiate a PK against them first. "Ding, you have been attacked by Shang Tianzi. You can now retaliate without increasing your sin value." The system's voice rang out. A red number -245 floated above the assassin's head. What the hell? What kind of attack power is that? The assassin was taken aback. Although he had changed classes, he was in the profession with the least health. He had barely over 600 health points at this point. The 1,000-year-old zombie's normal attack took away half of his health in one hit. "Hold on, I'll kill him myself," the other assassin shouted urgently. "Hold on? You come and hold it then." Both of them had just joined the group Kill Kill Dance Dance, and their equipment and skills were lacking. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing guard. Faced with the 1,000-year-old zombie, their only option was to flee. But the 1,000-year-old zombie inherited Lin Chen's movement speed, closely following them. After scratching a couple of times, it killed that assassin, leaving behind a pile of rags that turned into light and vanished. "Ding, you have killed a player, your sin value increases by 10 points. The system's voice echoed again. The other assassin rushed in front of Lin Chen. "You brat, die." He raised his dagger and lunged at Lin Chen. The dagger emitted a dark red glow. It was the assassin's core skill, Blood Stab. -59. A number floated above Lin Chen's head. The assassin was momentarily stunned. Why is it so low? The assassin was the strongest single-target PK class in the entire world. Lin Chen was fully equipped with defensive gear, wearing MT and heavy armor of a fist fighter. Naturally, he was not afraid of the assassin. The assassin used his skill, worried that Lin Chen would take the opportunity to attack him. He slipped away from Lin Chen's range, but what he didn't expect was that Lin Chen not only didn't attack him, instead, he dashed towards the 1,000-year-old zombie. This guy ran incredibly fast, even faster than the assassin. The assassin was still in a daze when the 1,000-year-old zombie was already in front of him. Another 3 normal attacks took the assassin down. Lin Chen's sin value reached 20 points. If it hit 50 points, he would turn red, and upon death, he would drop everything in his bag. Not to mention wild monsters, even NPCs would kill him on sight. "This grudge is settled," Lin Chen muttered as he collected the loot. The equipment on these 2 assassins was all trash, and they didn't drop anything good. After collecting the spoils, Lin Chen looked towards Lanrua Mountain, puzzled. Why is no one helping? Are they fighting a boss? Logically, both should have called for support, yet there wasn't a single person in sight. It was highly likely that the other side was busy fighting a boss and couldn't spare the time. Lin Chen squinted his eyes, a wicked smile appearing. Since I've already offended them, I might as well go all the way. With that, he headed towards the top of Lanrua Mountain. Along the way, there were no wild monsters being killed. After crossing a small patch of forest, he finally encountered the large group of Kill Kill Dance Dance at the mountain's peak. Just as Lin Chen had thought, they were indeed fighting a boss. Lanrua Mountain Siren, Wild Boss, cannot be tamed, level 20. The Lanrua Mountain Siren was not a very difficult boss. The group of Kill Kill Dance Dance had already whittled down 3/4 of its health. It was about to be killed. No wonder their people weren't coming to help. Lin Chen watched from a distance, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. I'll give you a big surprise. Bring your grandma over. Lanrua Mountain had 2 bosses. Lin Chen remembered that the Lanrua Siren was a single target attacker, easy to whittle down. The other boss was called the Lanrua Treant, humorously referred to as Grandma by players. It had area attacks, and at their current level, it would probably be hard to kill. But what if the 2 bosses converged? If I want to do it, I will. Lin Chen followed his memory to find the Lanrua Treant. The Lanrua Treant was a massive boss. Its main body was some kind of tree, with a human upper half growing from the trunk, half male and half female, quite disgusting. Xing Guang's little monster beside it leveled up to level 11. Lin Chen controlled the 1,000-year-old zombie to approach the Lanrua tree demon. He gave it a big nose bag. The Lanrua tree demon let out an angry roar. Roots stretched out from the ground, whipping at the 1,000-year-old zombie. A loud smack sounded. -158 appeared above the 1,000-year-old zombie's head. The 1,000-year-old zombie's profession was that of a fistmaster, the tankiest profession in the world. At level 11, its health reached 2,000 points. Losing -158 health was completely acceptable. Roots also appeared beneath Lin Chen's feet, hitting him once, and a -257 health number popped up above his head. The attack range is even larger than I imagined, about 25 meters or so. The perverse nature of the fighter was evident. As long as it was within his line of sight, Lin Chen could command the 1,000-year-old zombie. Unlike ordinary pets, which would return to their side if they exceeded a certain range. With this characteristic, Lin Chen climbed a large tree and directed the 1,000-year-old zombie to lead the Lanrua tree demon towards the Lanrua female demon. At the lakeside, the Lanrua female demon's health had dropped to about 1/5. The first-rate villain had already seen the dawn of victory and shouted with all his might, "Brothers, it's about to die. The first kill of the Lanrua female demon is ours. If we complete the first kill, each brother will be rewarded with 2,000 gold coins." The first-rate villain was the leader of the Kill and Dance group, the most ostentatious rich second generation in Ning City, ranked 32nd among assassins. "Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. Let's follow the boss to drink and feast. Kill and dance, long live." The first kill had the highest drop rate and would be announced regionally. The reward of 2,000 gold coins was something the first-rate villain could afford. Just as everyone was cheering, a lookout rushed over in a panic. "B boss, not good. We're doomed. You're the one who's doomed. Can't you see I'm about to get the first kill? Are you bringing me bad luck?" The first-rate villain kicked the lookout to the ground, cursing his bad luck. "No, boss, Grandma is coming. Your grandma. Kid, do you not want the reward anymore? Get out of the way, don't block my command." Just as the first-rate villain finished scolding the lookout, a loud noise erupted. A gigantic tree monster pushed through the jungle and appeared before everyone. The first-rate villain's eyes widened in shock. "What the hell? Which bastard brought Grandma here?" "Boss, look, there's a zombie in front of Grandma." "What the hell is that?" The first-rate villain's expression turned serious. When they arrived at Lanrua Mountain, they had checked the surroundings, and Grandma's strength was too strong. At this stage, even a tank couldn't withstand it. "Everyone, pull back. Quickly pull the female ghost away. Don't let Grandma get aggro." He was also a skilled player, able to remain calm in such a situation and directing his subordinates to change formation. Lin Chen, squatting on a nearby tree, couldn't help but sigh at this scene. No one who made it onto the leaderboard in the last life was a simple character. "However, if I do this, how will you handle it, my lord? Recall the fighter." As soon as the words fell, the zombie disappeared from its spot. Grandma lost her attack target and instantly turned her gaze towards the members of Kill and Dance. Roar! A furious roar erupted. Grandma launched a ground spike attack. Players within a 25-meter radius all became her attack targets. In an instant, rows of health numbers popped up above the members of Kill and Dance. The first-rate villain's face changed dramatically. "Damn it! You all, quickly pull him away, or we'll be wiped out." Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Chen had pulled very close, only about 20 meters away from the female ghost. The tanks holding off the female demon were all within Grandma's attack range. Coupled with the female demon's own powerful single-target attacks, in an instant, a large number fell, leaving a ground full of corpses. The top-notch villain trembled with rage at the sight before him. He knew it was over, all his efforts had been in vain. The female demon returned to the surface of the lake and began to wander aimlessly. Who? Which bastard? Which son of a bitch? I want to kill him. The top-notch villain stomped his feet in anger. Boss, it must be that zombie that suddenly disappeared just now. Zombie? How could there be a zombie here? Such matters were usually easy to investigate. Before long, the two assassins responsible for guarding the mountain resurrected and ran over. The top-notch villain unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at them. I told you to guard the mountain, where the hell did you go? Damn it! Boss, it was that guy called Shang Tianzi, he killed us and went up the mountain. Yeah, his zombie is too powerful, I couldn't withstand 3 hits. The two assassins looked aggrieved. They were merely fringe members who killed and danced. How could they possibly compete with the top-ranked player on the pet leaderboard? The top-notch villain squinted his eyes. Shang Tianzi? Are you sure? Boss, Shang Tianzi's pet is indeed a 1,000-year-old zombie. It's him. Lin Chen killed the two of them, and then Grandma came. It wasn't Lin Chen who had the ghost. You bastard, how dare you offend me? I will make you pay. Everyone, find him for me. I want to kill him back to the novice village. The top-notch villain gritted his teeth. So much effort had been wasted. They had gathered all their elite members to kill the female ghost of Manhwa Mountain. In the end, after wasting so much time, they had been completely wiped out. As time passed, more players arrived at Manhwa Mountain. Killing and dancing had no chance left to kill the boss. At this moment, Lin Chen had traversed the entire Manhwa Mountain. Damn it, wasted half an hour. From halfway up the mountain, he could already see a small town appearing on the horizon. He estimated he would arrive in about half an hour. There weren't many players here, so he was likely to encounter wild monsters. Come out, 1,000-year-old zombie. Summoning henchman successful. From the dark ground, a coffin slowly rose, and with a loud bang, the coffin lid crashed to the ground. Lin Chen said unhappily, "Why is it always so loud? Can't you be a little quieter?" Indeed, that sound had echoed throughout the entire jungle, attracting the attention of a few people. Wow, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's Shang Tianzi. Huh, good to see you again, Brother Shang. Two burly figures emerged from the nearby jungle. I love eating pig trotters, I love pig intestines. It was the two brothers. Oh, what a coincidence, how come you guys are here too? We've been here for a while, we just saw you helping Grandma cross the road. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You saw that? Of course, your actions were truly gratifying, brother. Yeah, that killing and dancing is so disgusting, they kicked us out. Don't worry, brother, we will keep what you did a secret. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of killing and dancing. Rather, it was unnecessary. As a businessman, being versatile was the most important thing. Who knows, he might have to do business with killing and dancing in the future. By the way, I remember your levels weren't that high, right? How did you end up here? Lin Chen looked at the two in confusion. Their levels were just at 10. This place wasn't suitable for them to level up. I love eating pig trotters. Hee hee, brother, I was just about to tell you about this. I love pig intestines. Ever since we parted ways in the novice village, your money-making methods have really impressed me. We also want to become businessmen. So we learned your methods, step by step. First buying quest items at high prices, then we couldn't sell them. Yeah, exactly the same. Even the prices are the same. Why can't we sell them? We lost a total of 5,000 yuan. Lin Chen, these two, are they the legendary talents? They eat pig trotters and intestines, but they just don't like pig brains. So we both changed our thinking. Making medicine and equipment should be very profitable. We searched, and we really found a way. Then we both changed our professions to blacksmith and doctor. To be precise, it's a forger and an alchemist. Lin Chen widened his eyes at the two, forger and alchemist? Damn, blacksmith and doctor, these two professions are quite sought after. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, forger and alchemist are hidden professions, although not exactly hidden, they can only be changed at level 10, and if missed, it's gone. In the early game, these two professions weren't much. After all, equipment and potions are sold in the city. But in the later stages, city equipment only sells up to level 50. The equipment forged by forgers almost all have special attributes. They are very popular and are the most important part of arms trading. Alchemists are no less impressive. The red and blue potions they concoct restore significantly more health than ordinary ones. Terrifyingly, they can create various attribute-enhancing pills, and even invincibility potions. Both are among the most popular professions later on. The two looked foolish, not noticing Lin Chen's shock. They continued talking to themselves. After we changed our professions, the tasks changed, asking us to gather herbs and mine, but we were chased away by players who killed and danced. Yeah, after they changed professions, they gained many attack skills and became much stronger. We only have herb gathering and mining, and our normal attacks struggle against monsters of the same level. Sigh, we are really unlucky, this game is not fun at all, I even wanna quit. But this helmet is so expensive, it's already bound, I can't sell it, quitting would be such a waste. The two sighed, their faces full of bitterness. Truly, they are unaware of the blessings they have. Hee hee, brother merchant, can we follow you in business? We want to earn some money. Yeah, brother merchant is so capable, he can definitely help us. After so much build-up, the two finally revealed their intentions. Lin Chen looked at them, silent for a long time, making the two brothers anxious. In fact, Lin Chen was planning his future path. It seems very profitable now, but once it stabilizes, it won't be so lucrative. Even after the surgery, his mother would need a lot of money for treatment. If he wanted to make money in the game, there was only one way, arms trading, and these two people in front of him would be the future arms manufacturers. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's gaze became firm. Brothers, I can take you with me. Really? That's great. I will establish a guild soon, don't worry, this guild will only recruit merchants in the future. If you are willing to join, come with me. You will be responsible for making medicine and forging, and I will provide you with raw materials and handle sales. We will make money together, how about that? The two brothers, who love pig trotters, exchanged glances, filled with joy. Sounds awesome. Ha, we will be merchants too. Brother merchant, what should we do now? These two are such characters. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Of course, each of you should focus on your own tasks. You go gather herbs and mine to level up your skills, while I think of ways to build the guild. The higher their skill levels, the better things they can create. Thank you for your hard work, brother merchant. Brother merchant, you are so kind, we won't let you down. How did these two strong men become so sentimental? They looked so moved, almost crying. After bidding farewell to the two brothers, Lin Chen secretly thought he had underestimated the situation. Besides the territory, the future demand for herbs and iron ore would also increase. Many people also practice secondary professions, fighting monsters while mining. Now, everyone is busy leveling up, and these things aren't very expensive. With this in mind, Lin Chen opened the shop page. In the acquisition section, he added several commonly used herbs and ores. The herbs included poria, sunflower, isatis root, mugwort, white peony, and so on. Each herb was acquired at a price of 2 gold coins. The ores included iron ore, copper ore, aluminum ore, willow wood ore, iron sand ore, etc. Each ore was acquired at a price of 5 gold coins. Other ores and herbs had not appeared yet, and they also did not have the required gathering level. After finishing all this, Lin Chen arrived at Willow Leaf Town. Stop! Ahead is Willow Leaf Town. To enter the town, you must pay a toll of 1 gold coin. The NPC at the entrance directly blocked Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't waste any words and paid the toll immediately. This is the benefit of having a territory. Once the guild is established, they will set up territories. Territories have taxes, tolls, and even a commission on the money from the potions and equipment sold by NPCs. It's a continuous source of gold. I wonder if 100,000 gold coins can buy Willow Leaf Town. If I can buy it, I'll be rich. Lin Chen didn't look for the main quest NPC but headed straight for the mayor's mansion. Upon arriving at the mayor's mansion, Lin Chen was stopped again. This is a private area. Players are not allowed inside. Ding! You are not a member of this territory and cannot enter this building. Lin Chen didn't waste any words. Call your mayor out. I want to buy this town. Right now, Willow Leaf Town was in a state of no ownership. However, that didn't mean it had no owner. The mayor was the owner. The mayor hurriedly walked out of the courtyard. The mayor was an old NPC. You want to buy the whole town? Yes, name your price. Lin Chen's time was precious, and he didn't want to waste any. The old man didn't beat around the bush, since it was all programmed. He directly quoted, 1 million gold coins can buy the mayor's position of Willow Leaf Town for 1 year. Then, there was an exclamation mark beside him. Clicking on it revealed a price chart regarding the prices of different levels of territories. Level 1 territory, 100,000 gold coins per year. Level 2 territory, 500,000 gold coins per year. Level 3 territory, 1 million gold coins per year. Small city, 2 million gold coins per year. Large city, 5 million gold coins per year. Main city, 10 million gold coins per year. Willow Leaf Town was currently a level 3 territory near Ningdu, the highest level territory. To become a small city, development of Willow Leaf Town was needed. After seeing the prices, Lin Chen exclaimed, "Goodness, that's really expensive." According to real-world proportions, there are countless cities in this world. Each city has dozens of territories. Selling territories specifically, the game company is probably the largest real estate developer in the world. And it's all rent. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. I'll rent it. Do you wish to spend 1 million gold coins to rent Willow Leaf Town? Yes. Ding, congratulations player, Shang Tianzi has rented Willow Leaf Town and become the mayor of Willow Leaf Town. Time, 365 days. The transaction was completed. Lin Chen became the owner of Willow Leaf Town. After struggling for so long, he had earned 8 million gold coins. Now, only 800,000 remained. I wonder if anyone has obtained the token. Although Lin Chen felt pained, there was no turning back now. He opened the forum to check. Most of the posts on the forum were about acquiring guild tokens, but he didn't see anyone offering a token. Looks like it's still too early. Just as Lin Chen was about to close the forum, he suddenly saw a post. Shang Tianzi, you're dead meat. Lin Chen frowned and clicked into the post. Don't think we don't know. If you offend us, you'll be dead for sure. I will make you pay the price, killing and dancing. I will kill the merchant emperor and let you know the strength of those who offend us. From today on, I will kill and dance whenever I see the merchant emperor, until you retreat from the game. I, the first-rate villain, declare it. This post was aimed at Lin Chen. It seems they have discovered my identity. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. This killing and dancing was truly arrogant. However, since it had already been done, Lin Chen would not regret it. It was already 3 in the morning. Wearing the game helmet, there was no need to sleep, but playing the game continuously was a bit tiring. Lin Chen also did not plan to sleep. These were the crucial 7 days, and time was pressing. He opened the task list, and there was only one main quest. Main quest, The Way of the Rogue Merchant. Quest content, go to Willow Leaf Town and inquire about the gang token. Quest reward, gang token, bound. Quest reward, experience points, 100,000. Lin Chen was in Willow Leaf Town, and the quest updated automatically. Quest content, find Willow Leaf Town, Little Leaf Alley, No. 25, Willow Leaf Chamber of Commerce, and look for the president. Little Leaf Alley, isn't that the street next door? The mayor's residence and the Chamber of Commerce were located in the most prosperous area of the town, not far apart. Lin Chen did not walk far before he found the president of the Chamber of Commerce. When he saw the president, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Wait, old man, aren't you the mayor? How did you become the president of the Chamber of Commerce? Indeed, the president of the Chamber of Commerce before him was the former mayor. The old mayor stroked his beard and smiled. Young mayor, NPC manpower is limited. It's reasonable for me to hold multiple positions. After all, this game is really short on money. Lin Chen, is this an official complaint from the other world? Young mayor, aren't you a rogue merchant too? Hee, you're looking for me for the main quest, right? I have to say, the NPCs here have a high degree of freedom. Sometimes, Lin Chen even suspected that these important NPCs were actually GMs from the game wearing helmets and acting. Yes, please tell me about the gang token. I have a gang token right here. The old man struggled and took out a gang token. Lin Chen's eyes widened. What the hell? There's such a trick. Instinctively, yes, he swore it was instinct. He reached out to snatch it, grabbing the gang token in one go. Hey! Young mayor, you're a rogue merchant, not a bandit. Who would have thought that this old man, looking frail, had a grip like iron? He looked at Lin Chen with a teasing expression. If you really try to snatch it, the system will kill you instantly. Lin Chen slapped his own hand. So, how do you give it to me? It's very simple. I have 2 choices for you. Ding, quest updated. The old mayor's 2 choices. Choice 1, buy for 1 million gold coins. Choice 2, help the old mayor find his long-lost son. Damn, 1 million? Aren't you robbing me? This is faster than robbery. We're both rogue merchants. The old mayor's expression was exactly like Lin Chen's when he sold things. A big rogue merchant. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He didn't have 1 million gold coins right now. Moreover, he didn't intend to establish a gang, let alone spend 100,000 to create one. Although the gang tokens outside were already priced at 10 million gold coins. However, this token was bound and could not be traded. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose option 2. Ding, quest updated. Quest content, help the old mayor find his long-lost son. Quest hint, 10 years ago, the old mayor's son said he wanted to go out and explore, and he hasn't returned in 10 years. The old mayor only found out that his son is now in Ningdu. He is probably working at the auction house. Is this a joke? Are you going to make me go back to Ningdu again? Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. The old town mayor said, that 1 million gold coins. Damn it, I'm sure you're the GM, this is too damn shady. Lin Chen grumbled as he walked towards the post station, just venting a bit. There was no need to walk back to Ningdu. Liuye Town had a post station that went directly to Ningdu, and renting a carriage only took about 10 minutes. After paying 100 gold coins for the fare, Lin Chen comfortably sat in the carriage, bumping along towards Ningdu. On the way, Lin Chen continued to think. He still had 800,000 gold coins. He could buy a few pieces of level 1 land. The rest of the money needed to be saved for business. After pondering for a long time, Lin Chen made up his mind to create a guild and recruit more blacksmiths and alchemists. Selling arms will be the big money in the future. If I'm going to do it, I want to be the biggest arms dealer. He opened the forum and posted a message. The great merchant dynasty is recruiting blacksmiths, alchemists, craftsmen, tailors, and various hidden profession characters. Generous treatment, providing materials needed for skill training. The guild will handle the sale of finished products, 55% profit share. The number one pet on the leaderboard. The owner of the first shop in Ningdu. Lin Chen's reputation among merchants was very high. As soon as the post was sent out, many people contacted Lin Chen. Old Blue, hello, merchant son, I want to join you. I am a craftsman, just changed jobs, level 1. White-robed monk, hello, I am a talisman master, I want to join your guild. Please add me as a friend. Bloody Disco, I originally wanted to be an assassin, but ended up as a craftsman. I make accessories really well. Not long after, Lin Chen's friend list started buzzing. Many people came to seek to join Lin Chen's guild. There were also quite a few trolls coming to curse Lin Chen, and of course, there were those who liked to kill and dance. Boss, that merchant's son is recruiting. You go to the merchant's son's guild, lurk by his side, let him raise your forging skills, then come back. With such a good deal, even helping people buy materials, isn't that just foolish? Lin Chen's way of recruiting naturally attracted many spies. They all added Lin Chen as a friend. In his previous life, the world was another reality. There were plenty of spies, traitors, and betrayals. Lin Chen was well aware, but if he wanted to develop, this was unavoidable. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, they all added him as a friend. He uniformly replied, "The guild hasn't been created yet. Once I create the guild, I will notify you." After saying that, he directly closed the friend list and ignored them. Spies? Traitors? They were all just our workers. Is capital afraid of you milking it? It fears you not coming. Before posting, Lin Chen had already thought through a complete process. Whoever loses, he wouldn't lose out. It's just that in the early stages, when their skill levels were low, these arms wouldn't be worth much. He still needed to find a way to make some quick money. Just as he was pondering, the post station in the east of Ningdu city arrived. Although it was late at night, there were even more people in Ningdu than before. Swordsmen leading teams for tasks. The group has a Taoist, recruiting a fixed teammate, buying goo worms, fist fighter weapons, large quantities of red and blue potions. The street where Lin Chen's shop was located was crowded. The open space next to the auctioneer was filled with vendors. Lin Chen's shop was also packed. Unable to resist, he opened the shop interface. What the hell? So much? Lin Chen was stunned. In the money column, there were actually 500,000 gold coins. Half of the equipment had been sold. In one night, 100 items were sold. If Lin Chen hadn't bought a lot of herbs and ores, it would have been even more. Damn it, selling arms really makes money. Lin Chen happily took out 400,000 from inside. The gold coins in his bag reached 1.2 million again. He left 100,000 behind to continue buying herbs and ores. Since he wanted to be an arms dealer, these things would be essential in the future. Lin Chen added quite a few other materials, such as leather and fur dropped by monsters, etc. There wasn't much profit in this, it was a straightforward purchase. After finishing everything, Lin Chen headed towards the auction house. The auction house and the auctioneer are two different concepts. The auctioneer is like a public auction that anyone can use. The auction house is a building. In the future, auctions will be held every 2 weeks, specifically for high-level items, like guild tokens. As he walked, he pondered. He was almost at the auction house when suddenly, the helmet's notification sound rang out. Beep beep beep. Someone is knocking on the helmet. Beep beep beep. Someone is knocking on the helmet. Who is it? Lin Chen logged out of the game, took off the helmet, and sunlight poured into the room. He squinted at the window. It was dawn. Unknowingly, it had become morning. Time spent playing games really flies by. He didn't even realize how it had passed. Lin Chen, enough is enough. How long have you been playing? Lin Wen glared at Lin Chen angrily. He had been gone for a whole day. From the room, it was clear that Lin Chen hadn't left at all. Crazy, Lin Chen, you are really crazy. Although Lin Wen was scolding Lin Chen, he started tidying up the messy table, placing the breakfast he bought, soy milk and fried dough sticks, on the table. Lin Chen said nothing, silently opened the bag, and began to eat the fried dough sticks. Tonight it's your turn to take care of mom, don't forget. Did you sell your game helmet? Yeah, for 80,000, all transferred to mom's account. But you know it can only last a week. Speaking of a week, Lin Wen looked at Lin Chen with a worried expression. His gaze was like that of an elder looking at an immature younger sibling, filled with concern. Lin Chen was the older brother, he was the younger one. I'm busy, just find a caregiver. Lin Wen stood up abruptly, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? Lin Chen, tell me the truth, are you addicted? Lin Shen didn't want to say anything. After all, a man shouldn't speak to anyone before fulfilling his promises. He wanted to take out all the money in a week to help Mom with her surgery. But seeing the incredulity in Lin Wen's eyes, even glistening with tears, Lin Shen sighed, I'm not playing games. I earned a bit of money. Earn money? By leveling up? Selling potions and equipment? How much can you make? 30. 30? Ha, Lin Shen, you're quite humorous now. You could drive me crazy. 100,000. 100,000? Don't you just want to play games? What? 100,000? Lin Wen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Shen. Lin Shen stuffed his mouth with fried dough sticks and said, if I convert all the money, it could be 300,000. 300,000? In a day and night? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Wen stared at Lin Shen, worry etched on his face. Lin Shen, what have you done? Don't do anything foolish. Sorry to our ancestors. Pa, what nonsense. Kid, you curse a bit when you're excited. It's all in the past. Is your brother that kind of person? Earning 300,000 in a day. How did you do it? You're not just saying that to play games, are you? Lin Wen still looked unconvinced. Lin Shen shook his head. Anyway, you don't need to worry. For these 7 days, you work hard and take care of Mom, or find a caregiver. Once I earn enough money, I'll directly get Mom the surgery. Did you really earn 300,000? Lin Wen asked again. Lin Shen had almost finished eating and impatiently said, Get lost, get lost. Don't you have class today? Hurry up and go. With that, he pushed Lin Wen out of the rental room. Just as he sent his brother away, wiped his mouth, and was about to log back into the game, there was another knock at the door. Lin Shen impatiently opened the door, cursing under his breath. What's up? I didn't want to talk to you in the first place, and now that I am, you won't believe me. Damn it. I'll take out 100,000 for you to see. Let you know your brother is always your brother. As Lin Shen grumbled and opened the door, he found a beautiful woman standing behind it. It was the landlord's daughter, Li Yu, with the gaming ID Hearts flower. Yes, this was the big troublemaker. Seeing her, Lin Shen recalled the conversation from last night. He slapped his forehead. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I have money now, I'll pay you right away. Little did he know, Li Yu was joyfully pulling Lin Shen along. No, Lin Shen, let me ask you, was that person just now your friend? Lin Shen looked at Lin Wen's departing figure. Oh, you mean that kid? Li Yu's gaze was also on Lin Wen. Moreover, her eyes were practically sparkling with admiration and affection. From Lin Shen's position, he couldn't see Li Yu's expression and casually said, He's not my friend. Oh, not really. Li Yu sounded a bit disappointed. He's my brother. Ha, my real brother. Ah, Lin Shen nodded with a smile. He really is my biological brother. Don't worry, I won't bring any shady people to the rental house. I'll transfer the money to your mom right now. Last night, a few thousand was still a problem, but today, a few thousand was no longer an issue. Lin Shen wasn't a deadbeat. It was impossible for him to be Li Yu's practice partner. Since he had money now, he might as well pay. Just as he turned around, Li Yu suddenly grabbed Lin Shen's hand. Brother? Ha? Brother? Yes, big brother, you don't need to pay rent. No rent? Hey, I really don't have time to help you level up. My own level is still very low, and I don't need you to level me up. Li Yu looked at Lin Shen with her beautiful big eyes, full of hope. Lin Shen frowned slightly, suddenly widening his eyes. Whoa, beautiful lady, what do you think I am? You have a good eye, come on in. Li Yu was overjoyed, bouncing into the room. She didn't mind that Lin Shen was dirty and directly sat on the worn-out sofa. Lin Shen looked Li Yu up and down. Her skin was fair and rosy, flawless, a perfect score. Her features were charming and playful, with big eyes and a high nose, excellent. Her figure was tall and slim, with curves in all the right places, perfect. It was just her brain that seemed a bit lacking, but flaws didn't overshadow her beauty. While Lin Shen was assessing Li Yu, she excitedly said, Brother, you're Lin Wen's brother, can you introduce him to me? If I can get Lin Wen to have dinner with me, I won't need to pay your rent. Lin Shen had just taken off his jacket. He quickly put it back on. Ahem, you know Lin Wen? Ah, he's a celebrity at our school, always first in grades, great at basketball, handsome, and has a good temper. She rambled on and on. Li Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Damn, I didn't realize this kid was so charming. Aha, you don't know, so many girls want to pursue him, but he has turned them all down. He's the most mysterious male god. I didn't expect you two to be brothers, real brothers. What's with that puzzled expression? Lin Shen couldn't help but grit his teeth, scratch his beard, and fix his hair. We look exactly the same, okay? I beg you, big brother. Although, you know, being a sucker can be hereditary. Lin Shen still didn't hesitate to sell out Lin Wen. A few $1,000, as long as I get the contact information sorted out, why not? After giving Li Yu Lin Wen's WeChat, she happily left. Lin Chen let out a long sigh. She's good looking, but not too bright. A wife like that is perfect. Brother, you're in luck. While sighing, he tidied up breakfast. He had planned to wait until his mother's surgery was over before bringing his brother Lin Wen into the game. However, looking at it now, Lin Wen is quite impressive at school. Top of every class, with a bright future ahead. It's better to let him walk his own path. What Lin Chen needs to do is make money and help him eliminate any worries. With that thought, Lin Chen locked the door, put on his helmet, and continued the game. Welcome to the world. A flash of light. Lin Chen appeared outside the auction house. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, continuing the quest. Just as he approached the auction house, he was stopped by the guard at the entrance. Sorry, warrior, the auction house is not open yet. You cannot enter. Lin Chen was about to say something when he saw the guard's name and was instantly dumbfounded. Auction house guard, son of the old town mayor. Yes, this guy's name was actually son of the old town mayor. What the hell, is it really that simple? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that luck is finally on my side? He had just been confused by Li Yu. Lin Wen learned that Lin Chen made 300,000, and Lin Chen learned that Lin Wen was outstanding, plus a beautiful girl was coming to him. Now, encountering a quest NPC while doing a task, what else could it be but luck? Lin Chen laid his cards on the table. I'm not here to enter the auction house. I came to find you, or rather, your father sent me to find you. The mayor's son scoffed. Humph, nonsense, I have no father. Please leave quickly. What? Your father, the town mayor, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Please leave. The mayor's son directly kicked Lin Chen out of the auction house. Lin Chen was full of confusion. Wait, isn't the quest supposed to update? Your dad is so rich. Why not go back and be a rich second generation? Why are you here as a security guard? But the mayor's son ignored Lin Chen again. This scene was witnessed by countless people. One person, seeing Lin Chen, had his eyes light up. He opened his friend list, and the first one was the notorious villain. Boss, I found the merchant emperor. He's at the auction house. Notorious villain, good, keep an eye on him. Report his movements at any time. There are brothers leveling up at all 4 city gates. We'll kill him as soon as he comes out. Yes, boss. Lin Chen, unaware, tried a few more times. Each time, the mayor's son chased him away. What's going on? Damn it, where did it go wrong? Hee, young man, you can't do it like this. An old man watching the door chuckled as he approached Lin Chen. The other party was also an NPC. Since he took the initiative to approach, he must have a story. Old man, do you know what's going on? That guy, I watched him grow up, so I naturally know. It's just that my drinking habit has come up, and I can't quite remember. Ding, quest updated, find the mayor's son. The doorman's request. The mayor's son's reaction has you puzzled. The doorman seems to know something. Bring the doorman a jug of Kinji Wexuan wine. Unexpectedly, the quest target was not the mayor's son, but this doorman. And the requirement was so high, Kinji Wexuan wine. Lin Chen remembered that Kinji Wexuan was a tavern outside the East City, a roadside wine shop. The wine there was very good. It had no attributes but many people bought it. Lin Chen headed straight towards the East City gate. A person was stealthily following Lin Chen from behind. Boss, he's out of the city. The merchant emperor has left the East City gate. Good. The notorious villain was overjoyed. I'm right in the East City, damn it. This time, I must take revenge. Lin Chen had no idea that he had already become someone else's target. Along the way, he watched people leveling up, enjoying the happiness that leveling brought. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel envious. Merchants indeed made money, but the fun of playing the game couldn't compare to theirs. Once he earned his mother's surgery fees and stabilized the arms business, he would level up properly. He would also push for other leaderboards. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, he didn't know when, a group of people surrounded him, trapping Lin Chen in the middle. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. What are you doing? Merchant Emperor, I've been looking for you all night, and you finally dared to leave the city? The top-tier villain pushed aside his subordinates, glaring at Lin Chen with a fierce expression. Seeing the ID of the top-tier villain, Lin Chen's face changed dramatically. The Kill Dance gang was notorious for causing trouble. Their intentions were obvious as they surrounded him. However, he still asked, "What do you want from me? I'm not a woman." Humph, don't play dumb with me. You think I don't know? If it weren't for you, I would have killed the Lan Rua Demonis long ago, and the guild token would have been mine. Now, the Lan Rua Demonis was just floating on that lake, and no one dared to attack her. In the wild, the biggest fear was someone stealing the kill. More and more players were changing classes, and there were also more players leveling up on Lan Rua Mountain. The numbers from Kill Dance weren't enough to secure the area. Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. I have a quest to do." The top-tier villain grinned wickedly. "Humph, you think you can leave? I won't kill you, but I'll surround you for 3 days and nights, so you know the consequences of offending us. Kill kill dance dance. The boss is right, we have the numbers. Hee hee, anyway, our brothers are right here leveling up. We can share the experience in a party, so we won't lose out. The members of Kill Kill Dance Dance mocked Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew that pretending to be crazy wouldn't work anymore. There was no way to return to the city now. Qingyue Pavilion was only about 500 meters away. If he remembered correctly, Qingyue Pavilion was also a safe zone. He had to find a way to reach Qingyue Pavilion. Determined, Lin Chen looked at the members of Kill Kill Dance Dance. There were a few hunters and assassins surrounding him. Killing them should be easy. If he could take them down, with his speed and defense, he should be able to withstand the attacks and make it to Qingyue Pavilion. Alright, the theory holds. Lin Chen didn't hesitate. Come out, 1,000-year zombie. As soon as he finished speaking, a black teleportation array appeared on the ground. A coffin slowly rose from the earth. With a loud bang, the coffin lid fell. The 1,000-year zombie appeared before everyone's eyes. He's going to attack. Kill him. The top-tier villain immediately issued the command and was the first to strike. A dagger, shrouded in black smoke, stabbed directly into Lin Chen. 2 numbers appeared above Lin Chen's head. -150, -15. Ding! You have been attacked by a top-tier villain and are now poisoned. As expected of a top-tier villain, a player on the assassin leaderboard, Lin Chen's health dropped by 1/8. Seeing the attacks from others coming down, Lin Chen quickly swallowed a health potion and pointed at a hunter, shouting, "Zombie, kill him!" The 1,000-year zombie roared and charged at the hunter. In no time, Lin Chen's health was nearly depleted. If he got surrounded again, he would undoubtedly die. At the same time, the 1,000-year zombie killed that hunter, creating an opening for Lin Chen. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen dashed out of the encirclement, running while swallowing potions. Kill him, don't let him escape. Damn, this kid is so fast. Boss, he's out of attack range. Chase him. Ranged attacks, take him down. As Lin Chen ran, he controlled the 1,000-year zombie to attack, positioning it to block the biggest threat, the top-tier villain. The other melee classes couldn't catch up to Lin Chen. The Taoist's talismans and the hunter's arrows kept raining down on Lin Chen. His health was dropping rapidly, and it looked like he was about to die. If he died this time, he wouldn't be able to complete the quest, and getting out of the city would be impossible. Kill Kill Dance Dance would definitely block him. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Recall the minion. Summon the minion. While running, he suddenly recalled the 1,000-year zombie and instantly summoned it again. The coffin blocked all remote attacks from the Taoist talismans and hunter's arrows behind Lin Chen. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen kept popping pills until his health reached a safe line. At this moment, his speed played its maximum role. He couldn't be caught in close combat, and while they tried to hit him from afar, his cooldown for summoning helpers was up, so he used the same trick again, recalling and summoning his helpers. Utilizing the mechanism of having his helpers block remote attacks, Lin Chen sprinted 500 meters for his life, eventually reaching Qingyue Pavilion. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, are you all useless? You let him get away like this? Boss, this is a safe zone, what should we do? What to do? Call people, surround this place for me. I won't let this go without killing him. Soon, the people from the Kill Kill dance began to gather again. A notorious villain walked up to Lin Chen and said harshly, "Shang Tianzi, do you think you're safe here? Humph, there are no teleportation arrays, no way stations. Let's see where you can run." While popping pills, Lin Chen laughed, "You really have it tough. I'm home now, you can guard it if you want." He waved at the notorious villain and walked into Qingyue Pavilion. At this moment, there were quite a few people in Qingyue Pavilion, all curiously watching Lin Chen and the Kill Kill dance. They all took screenshots and posted them on the forum. Brothers, the #1 pet ranking Shang Tianzi is fighting with Kill Kill dance. So awesome, Kill Kill dance with dozens of people couldn't take down Shang Tianzi. Live from Qingyue Pavilion in the eastern suburbs of Ningdu for you. These players, who love to stir up trouble, were eager to see the two famous sides clash. The official forum had activities, and good posts had rewards. This was also a way to indirectly increase the game's popularity. Lin Chen entered Qingyue Pavilion and found the NPC selling wine. He bought a jug of the unique wine from Qingyue Pavilion. Wine, Clear Wind Bright Moon. Description: a wine with a faint fragrance and an incredibly sweet aftertaste, only sold at Qingyue Pavilion outside Ningdu City. Price: 500 gold coins. Attributes: none. This wine, costing $50, tasted better than the hundreds or thousands in reality. It was simply a blessing for alcoholics. Drinking it felt good, yet it had no harm to the body. This was also one of the reasons why the game Tianxia was being heavily promoted worldwide in the future. After buying the wine, it was time to return to the city. However, at this moment, outside Qingyue Pavilion, dozens of players from Kill Kill Dance surrounded Lin Chen, all eyes focused on him. They wore disdainful smiles, clearly waiting to see Lin Chen's embarrassment. Lin Chen squinted his eyes. Damn it, do you really think merchants are easy to bully? He decided to fight his way out. Many people were watching this scene. Kill Kill Dance was even more arrogant. The notorious villain laughed heartily. You offended Kill Kill Dance, and you think you can get away with it? Dream on. Did you see this? This is the consequence of offending us. What Shang Tianzi? Don't even think about mixing in the game from now on. This was also a great time to promote Kill Kill Dance. But just then, a sudden gasp arose. Lin Chen directly summoned a 1,000-year-old zombie in front of everyone. It was the first time so many people had seen Lin Chen summon a pet. Everyone turned on their recording mode. Everyone, look, Kill Kill Dance has cornered Shang Tianzi. Shang Tianzi, the first person in Tianxia to have a pet. Wow, his pet looks so cool. In the dark energy array, the coffin lid slowly descended. With a loud bang, it felt like it struck everyone's hearts. The 1,000-year-old zombie jumped out of the coffin. Looking at the terrifying zombie, the notorious villain sneered, "A pet? What, do you dare to fight us all alone?" Lin Chen pointed at the notorious villain, "Kill." With that one word, the 1,000-year-old zombie charged at the notorious villain like a madman. It burst out of the safe zone and slapped the notorious villain. Slap. -225. The notorious villain stared blankly at the Millennium Zombie. What the hell, there's such a move, such high attack. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Chen stood safely within the safe zone. Sending a pet out to scratch someone directly outside the safe zone? Pets could be used like this? The notorious villain quickly reacted. Kill it, take down that zombie. He was an assassin, and although his equipment was good, he only had 1,000 health points. He couldn't withstand a few scratches from the zombie. The players from the Kill Kill Dance group rushed in. They hacked away at the Millennium Zombie. But the Millennium Zombie was a brawler, with high defense. It withstood all their attacks and continued to assault the notorious villain. The notorious villain sensed something was off. The Millennium Zombie was stronger than he had imagined. His health was down to half, while the Millennium Zombie still had half its health left. If it weren't for the healer boosting his health, he would have been dead long ago. Just then, the Millennium Zombie's claws suddenly emitted a green light. It was the Millennium Zombie's passive skill, Zombie's Claw. Attacks have a chance to poison the target, dealing 2% health loss per second, level 2. The health loss wasn't much, but the key was that after being poisoned, he couldn't regain health. In contrast, the Millennium Zombie, due to its passive skill, with its level 2 zombie body, could regain health every second. At this rate, the Millennium Zombie could take him down before it died. If he were killed by the Millennium Zombie in front of so many people, he would lose all face in front of Kill Kill Dance. The notorious villain dared not withstand the Millennium Zombie any longer and turned to flee. Kill him, quick, help me hold on. At that moment, he was already in a dire situation. But just then, whether by some twist of fate or not, he tripped and fell to the ground. In panic, he shouted, "Damn it, healer, heal me, brawler, hold him." With a couple of slaps, it looked like the notorious villain was about to die. The Millennium Zombie finally turned into light and disappeared under the blade of Kill Kill Dance. Yes, the Millennium Zombie was killed. The notorious villain's face was utterly lost. This guy lay on the ground, still shaken. Damn, so strong. Brothers, did you see that? The 39th ranked assassin was actually forced into this state. Too awesome. Brothers, this has shocked my 19 years of life. Pets can be used like this, and they're so strong. The world should just be renamed Pet World. They were all in shock. Little did they know, Lin Chen was the only hidden class, and all his strength was in his minions. The notorious villain looked at the astonished and mocking players around him, as if they were all laughing at him. Angrily getting up, he glared at Lin Chen. Is this it? Haha, is this it? I'm doing just fine. Come out if you dare. Pet? I'll kill your pet to level 0. The game's published strategy had already hinted at this. Pets, like characters, also had their own levels. When they leveled up, they would take 10% of the character's experience. It was also very difficult to level up, and upon death, they had to resurrect at a dedicated NPC. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Chen's minions were fundamentally different from pets. Lin Chen looked at the furious notorious villain, the corners of his mouth curling up. Oh really? Then I want to see how many times you can kill. Revive the minion, summon the minion. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark formation reappeared. A coffin appeared before everyone again. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, the coffin and the zombie reappeared. The fully healed Millennium Zombie charged out of the safe zone again, targeting the notorious villain. Damn! How is this possible? How can it be revived? Fully healed? Damn it! Boss, run, it's coming for you again. The Millennium Zombie burst out of the safe zone, its 10 sharp claws lunging at the notorious villain. The notorious villain hurriedly fled, not wanting to be hit at all. There was no choice, the zombie's health was full, but his health was still only half. The poison in his body was still there, gnawing at his blood, and the medic kept adding blood, barely managing to stabilize him. If it happened again, he would be dead for sure. A top-tier villain was fleeing, chased by a 1,000-year-old zombie, followed by a group of people from the Kill and Dance gang. This comical scene made everyone burst into laughter. Is this Kill and Dance? What a domineering name. What a pathetic leader. Is this leader an idiot? With him like this, he dares to encircle the Merchant Emperor. The top-tier villain was furious. Keep an eye on the Merchant Emperor from a distance, and kill the zombie up close. To prevent Lin Chen from escaping, more than a dozen ranged players from Kill and Dance focused on him. Instead, it gave the 1,000-year-old zombie an opportunity. This left the top-tier villain in a dire situation. Although he ultimately met his end in the northwest, he didn't dare to get too close to the safe zone. From a distance, he shouted angrily, "Twice now, ha, you bastard. Let's see how many times this broken zombie can die. This guy is all soft, just tough in the mouth. Yeah, he's been beaten like this and still won't leave. What encirclement of the Merchant Emperor. It's simply a joke." The top-tier villain's face twitched with anger. What do you know? Pets are only strong in the early stages. In the later stages, they're nothing. In this world, it's not about who can fight, but who has the bigger influence. Merchant Emperor, you're dead today. I tell you, even Jesus can't save you. Lin Chen scoffed. Kill me? I can hold off your entire Kill and Dance gang by myself. I see you're the fool who can't do the math. No matter what you say, I'm going to confront you today. The top-tier villain was now in a more difficult position than Lin Chen. With so many people watching, including several streamers, the forum was probably already buzzing. Kill and Dance had long announced their intention to kill Lin Chen. If they couldn't kill him, their reputation would be ruined. Lin Chen summoned the 1,000-year-old zombie again. The members of Kill and Dance couldn't help but feel tense, especially the top-tier villain, who crouched down, ready to flee at any moment. But Lin Chen, under everyone's gaze, boldly sat on a bench. He shouted, "Waiter, bring me some wine." Coming right up. The waiter, an NPC, shrugged off the cloth on his shoulder and wiped the dust off Lin Chen's table. "Please enjoy." I must say, the atmosphere was thick with a sense of the martial world. A pot of wine cost $50. I wonder what it tastes like. Amidst everyone's strange looks, Lin Chen leisurely sipped his wine. "Boss, if he doesn't come out, we're in trouble." "Yeah, boss, we can't just keep waiting. Everyone else is leveling up like crazy. We're losing out. If he doesn't come out, or if he logs off in a bit, what do we do?" The top-tier villain's face grew increasingly grim. He knew what his subordinates were saying, but with so many people watching, he couldn't afford to lose face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Stay put, each of you will get $100 for an hour." "Boss, if you say that, I can hold out until the game shuts down." "Sure, don't say what's on your mind out loud." The one suffering the most was the top-tier villain. Letting Lin Chen escape into Qingyue Pavilion meant they had already failed. For the sake of face, he had to hold on, even if it meant death. Lin Chen was not in a hurry. While drinking, he opened the shop interface. The shop was operational, allowing him to view and manage purchases, cancel acquisitions, and place items for sale. To his surprise, the equipment in the shop was sold out. The money in the shop had increased by about 300,000. It should have been 400,000. But 100,000 gold coins had all been used to acquire herbs and ores. He had purchased around 10,000 ores and a bit more than 20,000 herbs. These herbs and ores were enough for 10 people to level up their crafting skills. But for Lin Chen, it was far from enough. In the early stages, herbs and ores were easy to collect and cheap, so he decided to gather more. Lin Chen didn't take any of the money inside. He used it all to acquire herbs and ores. Once everything was done, Lin Chen casually said, "A 1,000-year-old zombie, step out of the safe zone." The 1,000-year-old zombie hopped out of the safe zone. This movement stirred countless hearts. The first-rate villain, nearly dozing off, suddenly saw that terrifying figure and quickly shouted, "It's out. Attack it. Don't let it attack me." Saying this, he ordered his subordinates to attack the 1,000-year-old zombie. "Ding! Your 1,000-year-old zombie is being attacked by player Wind and Chaos." As the system's voice emerged, Lin Chen directly commanded, "Kill that Goo Master." The 1,000-year-old zombie then pounced on the Goo Master. The Goo Master was the second most fragile class after assassins, and he didn't have the equipment of a first-rate villain. With all the attacks directed at him, the 1,000-year-old zombie killed the Goo Master. Although he died in the end, it was of no loss to him. The Goo Master, however, would lose a level. Lin Chen sneered, "I'm waiting for my white name. What are you waiting for?" The first-rate villain glared at Lin Chen with resentment. Earlier, Lin Chen had attacked first, turning his name gray. so killing him wouldn't increase the hatred value. Now that the time was up, they attacked Lin Chen first. Lin Chen was in a position to counterattack, and his sin value wouldn't increase. It was a game, a blatant game. They had no way to deal with it, utterly embarrassed. The first-rate villain's face shifted from black to green, and then he shouted, "Bug. This is a blatant bug. You actually exploited a bug. You all witnessed it, he's exploiting a bug. I will definitely report you, just wait." Everyone could tell he was already considering retreating. "Just wait, merchant son, I will make sure you get your account banned." This guy seemed to have gone mad, saying anything that came to mind. The game world was run by a super-intelligent brain. No one could participate in its operation. A bug was impossible. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. He sipped his drink and occasionally sent the 1,000-year-old zombie out to kill someone. But the other side was anxious. The first-rate villain directly sent a friend request. Lin Chen was quite curious and clicked to accept. "First-rate villain, let's reconcile. Give me some face." Lin Chen glanced at the first-rate villain with a half-smile. The first-rate villain cleared his throat awkwardly and turned his head away. "First-rate villain, don't look at me. I'm out here to make a name for myself, and you're making me lose face." Lin Chen instantly became interested. "Merchant son, what kind of reconciliation are we talking about?" "First-rate villain, I'll scold you, you don't say a word, and then I'll leave. We'll meet again in the future, still friends." "Merchant son, hee. Technically, I'm a merchant, and harmony is valuable. You might be my client in the future, but as a merchant, I'm also a shrewd businessman. I won't let you take advantage of me." "First-rate villain, then what do you want?" "Merchant son, money can make the world go round. I'm just greedy. I have two choices for you now. First, I apologize, and you leave. Price, 1 million gold coins. Second, I go out and let you kill me. Price, 10 million gold coins. Seeing the words in front of him, the first-rate villain's eyes lit up. He thought to himself that Merchant Son was quite clever, but upon seeing the price, he directly cursed. "Damn you, shrewd businessman." "Merchant Son, boss, while an apology is nice, killing me would be even more satisfying. After all, I, Merchant Son, am a celebrity in the game, the first to own a pet. Being killed by you for 10 million gold coins is quite a bargain." "A bargain? That was 1 million in cash. An apology for 100,000 in cash? Not to mention anything else. The first-rate villain could easily spend 100,000 to block Lin Chen for half a year. At 200 a day, how many people would be willing to block Lin Chen here? First-rate villain, don't go too far. Shang Tianzi, 100,000 yuan to buy the reputation of your entire guild is quite a bargain. I might as well tell you, the guild's reputation won't be so easy to buy in the future. You could even use 1 million. If this guy really agrees, Lin Chen could immediately gather enough for his mother's medical expenses. Unfortunately, the first-rate villain clearly had no such thoughts. Gritting his teeth, "What a load of crap. Shang Tianzi, so there's nothing to discuss? Is this your negotiating attitude? Heh, if we can't reach an agreement, then let's continue." He was more anxious than Lin Chen. Private messages made this even clearer. Lin Chen summoned the 1,000-year-old zombie again. Upon seeing the zombie, the first-rate villain's scalp went numb. Everyone thought Lin Chen was about to pull off another miraculous move. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, someone is coming." So many people. Wow, their equipment is really good. A large group of people was approaching not far away. It looked like around 40 to 50 people, more than the ones who were just killing and dancing. They surrounded them in reverse. The leader was none other than the Jiangnan swordsman. "Ha, I heard someone is trying to mess with my brother Shang Tianzi." "Oh, it's Shang Tianzi's people. So Shang Tianzi has backing too." The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Even without a gang, gathering 40 to 50 people at once was already quite impressive. The first-rate villain's face changed dramatically. Lin Chen, however, shook his head helplessly. The Jiangnan swordsman really knows how to play. The Jiangnan swordsman seemed not to hear his mockery and came in front of Lin Chen with a hearty smile. "Whoever dares to trouble my brother Shang is opposing us from Jiangnan Hall, no matter who it is." His sword pointed at the first-rate villain. The ones killing and dancing were not as many as Jiangnan Hall. Upon closer inspection, their levels were not as high as Jiangnan Hall's, and even their equipment was inferior. The first-rate villain had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Gritting his teeth, killing and dancing, let's go. It seemed they had softened. In reality, it was a way for them to back down. If they were made to lose face by Lin Chen alone, it would be utterly humiliating. But now, the other side had come with double their numbers. Backing down was not shameful. Lin Chen watched them leave inside. "If you don't come back, the price is negotiable. 500,000 gold coins is also fine." The first-rate villain dared not linger any longer. He led his group and disappeared. Jiangnan swordsman, "Brother, I heard you were surrounded for an hour. Why didn't you message me?" Lin Chen rolled his eyes at him. "Thanks, Brother, I have 100 ways to get out. If worst comes to worst, he could just log off. Now it's good. You rode my coattails for some traffic. I think you should pay up. You really are a shrewd businessman. Thank you. Alright, the matter is settled. I'm taking my brothers to level up. If there's any trouble, be sure to find me. This guy didn't come specifically for this. He was just leading a team to level up and happened to pass by, giving a favor. Lin Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. Business is something you rich people do. Next time you buy something, I'll give you an 11% discount. Watching the Jiangnan Hall people leave, Lin Chen also headed towards Ningdu City with the wine from Qingyue Pavilion. Sir, here's the wine you wanted. Can you tell me now? Back at the auction house, Lin Chen handed the wine jug to the old man at the door. The old man took the jug and started drinking heartily. Ha! Good wine. Since you're so sincere, I'll tell you. The girl your young man likes was chased away by the town mayor and died on Lanrua Mountain. If you want to reconcile the father and son, you need to find the girl's soul. Congratulations, you have completed the task updated. Find the town mayor's son. Task content, kill the Lanrua demoness and obtain the girl's soul. Damn! Lin Chen really wanted to flip the table. For the sake of 100,000 experience points and the guild creation token, he had been wandering around for most of the day. Now he was actually being asked to kill the Lanrua succubus. What a cycle of fate! Who can escape the heavens? The task seemed to be nearing its end. Yet he encountered the biggest challenge. The Lanrua succubus was a level 20 outdoor boss, and he couldn't possibly defeat it alone. Forget it. Let's go take a look first. Lin Chen headed towards Lanrua Mountain. If it was impossible, he would temporarily give up, wait until level 20, and then challenge the succubus after his second job advancement. At most, it would just delay the creation of the guild. It wouldn't affect him much. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen summoned a 1,000-year-old zombie and made his way to Lanrua Mountain, killing monsters along the way. There were many players on Lanrua Mountain. Most players had now reached levels 12 and 13. Lin Chen skillfully climbed to the top of Lanrua Mountain. What he saw surprised him. There were actually people killing the Lanrua succubus. About 30 players were surrounding the succubus. Lin Chen's expression turned strange. It's you guys. He didn't expect to run into old acquaintances farming the Lanrua succubus. This group was none other than the killers and dancers. The leader, the infamous rogue, showed no sign of the urgency he had earlier when he fled. Instead, he was commanding the group with great flair. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Just when he was worried about how to kill the Lanrua succubus, someone had come to him. You, help me with the task. Then, he saw Lin Chen walking over. The moment the infamous rogue saw the zombie, he tensed up. Damn it! Why is he here again? They had just left Qingyue Pavilion, and with so many people, they thought about farming the succubus one more time. Fortunately, the Lanrua succubus was unchallenged. With more players on Lanrua Mountain, they couldn't monopolize the area. They could only take the risk to farm a bit. They never expected that after only taking down a third of its health, the calamity Lin Chen would show up again. Lin Chen smiled and raised his hand in greeting. Oh, isn't this brother Epine? The infamous rogue gritted his teeth and said, Who is your brother? What's wrong? Not going to kill me? Lin Chen walked over with his hands in his pockets, a smile that was neither here nor there. Kill you? Don't be ridiculous. You're too hard to kill. Without a dozen people, I can't take you down. But now, the experts from killers and dancers were busy killing the succubus. The infamous rogue's smile was more painful than crying. Shang Tianzi, didn't we say it? Past grievances are settled, we won't consider each other enemies in the future. Why would I kill you? Lin Chen's smile turned strange. The infamous rogue actually softened. Although it was a bit awkward, these words were meant for his subordinates to hear. Lin Chen quietly sent a message. Infamous rogue, if you want me not to cause trouble, it's possible. The infamous rogue's face darkened. He knew Lin Chen was a schemer, but he still gritted his teeth and replied, Say it, how much? 2 million gold coins. Are you kidding? The infamous rogue, calling you a schemer is a compliment. Thank you. Impossible. How much can you get for killing this boss? I might as well not kill it. Lin Chen shrugged. Don't think it's too expensive. There are so many bosses in the surrounding area, and only these 2 bosses here haven't been killed. Up until now, no guild tokens have dropped. This boss has a high probability of dropping a guild token. The infamous rogue gritted his teeth. It can't be 100% drop. Fine, if you don't want to pay, it's simple. I want to join the group and help you kill the Lanrua succubus. Ha, no need. How about this? You pay me 100,000 gold coins to hire me, and I'll help you kill the succubus, but I want the last hit. The infamous rogue wasn't a fool. He sensed something was off. Do you have a task? That's right, I have a task. So, will you agree or not? Lin Chen was straightforward and admitted it. His eyes seemed to say, I have a task, so what's it going to be? Do you agree or not? The top-tier villain fell silent for a moment, gritting his teeth and said, 50,000 gold coins, I'll help you with the task, and everything we get will belong to me. 5,000 coins isn't out of the question. However, Lin Chen is a cunning merchant. No way, 100,000, I'll count to 3. Alright, 100,000 it is. Pay me first, then I'll do the work. In a daze, he handed over 100,000 gold coins to Lin Chen. Lin Chen grinned. Money from the rich is so easy to earn. The top-tier villain felt like he had been tricked but couldn't pinpoint where the problem lay. Don't worry, I'm a merchant, not a scammer. There's a fundamental difference. Let me join the team. With the money already given, what else could he do? The top-tier villain pulled Lin Chen into the group. In the world of team play, a group can have a maximum of 6 people, and before forming a guild, they can't gather more. The top-tier villain brought Lin Chen into the strongest group, which belonged to the Lan Rua succubus. Although the other members were puzzled, it was the guild leader who brought him in, so they didn't say much. At that moment, the Lan Rua succubus still had about half of her health left. 1,000-year zombie, go and take her down, Lin Chen commanded. His male ghost chased after the female ghost to catch her. 1,000-year zombie triggered passive skill, Zombie's Claw. Lin Chen controlled the zombie from a distance, dealing 300 to 400 damage with each hit. Meanwhile, ordinary players could only deal about 100 damage to the Lan Rua succubus. The key was that he could summon infinitely, not afraid of dying, and could control from afar. Hunters could tame some wild monsters for their use, but they could only tame ordinary wild monsters, which couldn't compare to the 1,000-year zombie. The top-tier villain watched, envious. Your zombie is amazing. Is it for sale? I'll offer 1 million gold coins. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. I wouldn't sell it even for 10 million. When out and about, one's identity is self-given, so it wasn't just casual talk. The top-tier villain gave a thumbs up. It really is impressive. Indeed. Lin Chen's main body had no attack capability. The 1,000-year zombie was all he had. All the equipment attributes were on the 1,000-year zombie, so how could it not be strong? 30 people were killing a level 20 boss. After about 10 minutes of fighting, the succubus's health was nearly depleted. Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. He quickly said, get your healer ready to dispel the poison, or else the whole team will be wiped out. Ha! Lin Chen almost forgot. Although the Lan Rua succubus was easy to fight, she had a skill that activated when her health dropped to 1/10. It would poison everyone around her. This poison was incredibly potent. Just healing wouldn't suffice, it could only be dispelled. What do you mean, huh? Hurry up! Oh. The top-tier villain quickly messaged everyone. This was also due to not having a guild. If they had one, a single shout would suffice. Just after sending the message, the Lan Rua succubus's health reached 1/10. Suddenly, she stopped. She let out a tragic scream, and a visible layer of green light spread outwards. Wherever the green light passed, all players were enveloped in a green glow. -400, -400, -400. All were -400 green numbers. The attack power of this poison was undeniably strong. Lin Chen's defensive gear and health gear only gave him 1,500 health points. Players who were just killing and dancing had average equipment. Their health was also average, mostly around 1,000 points. They couldn't withstand it for 3 seconds before being poisoned to death. Taking medicine was useless. The first to fall were those with low defenses. After 3 seconds, half of the 30 people lay down. Lin Chen's face turned grim. Are your followers idiots? Didn't you give any orders? Damn it, dispel the poison. Healer, dispel the poison for the fighter. The top-tier villain shouted urgently. He still had a bit of sense. In the end, he only saved 5 meat shields. The healer was far away, healing them, so they avoided a total wipe. But after the Fist Master switched to defense mode, their attack power was limited, making it a long wait to kill the Banshee. At this moment, Lin Chen's 1,000-year-old zombie also died from poison. Revive the minions, summon the minions. 1,000-year-old zombie, take her down. Both the male and female ghosts were ruthless. They struck without mercy. One grab, and there was no sound. Seeing the bravery of the 1,000-year-old zombie, the first-rate rogue's eyes lit up. Go for it, go for it, go for it. Your sister, where are your guild members? They, at least need 10 minutes. It would take at least 10 minutes to get from the resurrection point to here. Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Tell them to hurry up. Didn't you buy speed-boosting shoes? Next time, let them go to the Great Merchant Dynasty to buy shoes. Looking so stingy, how can you run a guild? With that money, don't you know to upgrade your gear? Idiot. Yes. Hey, wait a minute, I spent money. Just a moment ago, the two were still enemies. Now, Lin Chen was scolding him like a grandson. The first-rate rogue could only swallow his anger. Alright, next time for sure. Pa, who said there would be a next time? Lin Chen grumbled. Originally, with 1/10 of the health, it would take about 2 minutes to kill. But now, with just a few fist masters and the 1,000-year-old zombie, it took a full 10 minutes. The Lan Rua Banshee finally lay on the ground with a mournful cry. Congratulations, you have killed the Lan Rua Banshee, experience plus 20,000. You have obtained the quest item, the girl's soul. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Chen's bag added a soul item. Experience increased by 1/5. A boss is a boss, the experience gained is high. Because only he and the healer were left alive in Lin Chen's team, they received 20,000 experience. She's dead, quick, look, the equipment doesn't belong to me, it belongs to their team. As expected, the loot belonged to Lin Chen's team. Lin Chen quickly ran to the spot where the Banshee had died. Seeing Lin Chen's speed surpassing his own, the first-rate rogue cursed inwardly, damn it, I should have bought speed shoes. He was afraid Lin Chen would monopolize all the loot and hurriedly ran. There was a pile of loot, stacked like a mountain. Lin Chen hurriedly scanned around and found no guild token. Slightly disappointed. There was only a pile of equipment, and no yellow gear. The best was a piece of purple clothing and 2 purple weapons. At this stage, it should be worth a few thousand. Watching the first-rate rogue rush over, Lin Chen teased, I told you, I'm a shrewd merchant, not a scammer. Are you still afraid I'll run off with your stuff? The first-rate rogue felt a bit awkward and stubbornly said, I just wanted to see if there was a guild token. Reputation is given by everyone. I do business with principles, that's how it is, I'm leaving. Lin Chen elegantly disbanded the group. Turning around with the 1,000-year-old zombie, he left. The first-rate rogue looked at Lin Chen's back and gritted his teeth, saying, all grudges are settled, next time I will definitely buy something from your shop. Lin Chen waved his hand. He wasn't wrong, in business, reputation is the most important. Lin Chen wasn't here to conquer the world. Whether a person is good or bad, evil or kind, had nothing to do with him. Harmony brings wealth, who knows when he might do business with him. Although the boss was defeated, the total value of all the items dropped was still less than what the first-rate rogue had paid Lin Chen. It was precisely because of Lin Chen's accumulated reputation at this moment that it opened the market door for his future arms business. All grudges are settled. Welcome next time. After leaving Lan Rua Mountain, Lin Chen hurried back to the city. After running for more than 10 minutes, he returned to the auction house and found the mayor's son. Lin Chen directly submitted the quest item to the mayor's son, the girl's soul. The old mayor's son received the girl's soul and immediately burst into tears. Lin Chen was shown a CG animation that depicted a tragic love story between the son of a wealthy mayor and a girl. The CG, the music, it was both moving and heart-wrenching. Lin Chen immediately clicked, skip. He had no interest in such things. Thank you, merchant's son, I have decided to help you. Auction house guard, the old mayor's son has entered follow mode. Lin Chen let out a long sigh. The task was finally about to be completed. Exhausting. Lin Chen took the old mayor's son onto the carriage. Fortunately, the coordinates to Willow Leaf Town were already activated. It was just a matter of money. The carriage would arrive in 10 minutes. This was the most important thing for Lin Chen. With the old mayor's son, he needed to find the old mayor, the big merchant. There were no more hiccups along the way. The old and the young were treated to another CG animation. Lin Chen clicked skip again. Only then did the old mayor wipe away his tears and come before him. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, we father and son would never reconcile. This is a token for you to create a gang. Ding, task completed. Help the old mayor find his son. Task reward, gang creation token. Task reward, 100,000 experience points. Task updated. Automatically accepted task, merchant's gang. Task content, you have obtained the gang token, please create a gang. Task reward, 50,000 experience points. Task reward, merchant's leggings. As soon as the system finished speaking, a glow of upgrade enveloped Lin Chen. His level rose from 11 to 12. He hadn't changed his equipment much, but Lin Chen's attributes didn't change significantly. Player, merchant's son. Level, 12. Experience points needed for next level, 120,000. Health, 1450. Mana, 810. Attack, 0. Defense, 369. Movement speed, 19. Skills, summon henchman, revive henchman. After level 10, he could wear level 10 equipment, greatly increasing Lin Chen's defense. Such attributes were higher than those of an ordinary fist fighter. After checking his attributes, Lin Chen opened his bag. What caught his eye was 21 million gold coins, and that long-desired gang creation token. Gang creation token, bound. Used to find the NPC for gang creation. To create a gang. Lin Chen sighed in regret, it's bound, what a pity. If it weren't bound, I would have struck it rich. On the forum, the unbound gang creation tokens were already priced at 2 million cash, right? Or was it 3 million? In any case, they were valuable but hard to find. The first reason was that the boss was difficult to defeat. The second was the dismal drop rate. The official drop rate had been announced. For wild bosses, there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of obtaining one. That meant one would only have a chance to get one after defeating 10,000 bosses. Now, all players had just transitioned on the first day and couldn't defeat that many monsters. Lin Chen took a deep breath. It seems that this immense wealth is about to fall into my hands. The first gang in the entire network will be mine. Without wasting any more time, who knew if someone would beat him to it? He boarded the carriage at the post station. It took 10 minutes to return to Ningdu City. The NPC for gang creation was located on the busiest commercial street. It wasn't far from the auction house. There were many people setting up stalls around the NPC. Lin Chen wanted to be high profile, boldly approaching the NPC. I want to create a gang. The people setting up stalls looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions. Brother, you need a gang creation token to create a gang. Ha, you're the 325th person to come to create a gang. Idiot, why not go level up instead? Hey, he seems to be merchant's son. So what if he's merchant's son? Merchants are even less likely to create a gang. The stall owners mocked Lin Chen. No one believed he actually had a token. After all, those who set up stalls spend most of their time browsing forums. Now, the guild creation tokens on the forum have skyrocketed in price. Who would use a whole house to create a guild? Just as everyone was mocking, the NPC for guild creation said formulaically, to create a guild, you need 1 guild creation token and 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins? At this point, Lin Chen didn't care anymore. He took out the guild creation token and traded it along with 10,000 gold coins to the NPC. Congratulations, you meet the conditions to create a guild. Please name your guild. A dialogue box appeared in front of Lin Chen. Please enter the guild name. Great Merchant Dynasty. Since the shop already had this name, he decided to go all the way, aiming for a name that would be renowned throughout the world. Hey, did you see that? He just gave the NPC something. It can't be a guild creation token, right? You must be mistaken. Everyone has the chance to create a guild, but only the Merchant Emperor can't. He wouldn't sell it. At that moment, the system voice echoed throughout the entire server. Congratulations player, Merchant Emperor, successfully created the guild, Great Merchant Dynasty, Ningdu City. Great Merchant Dynasty does not participate in any guild disputes, absolutely neutral, only recruits merchants and life profession players. Interested players, please private message. Congratulations player, Merchant Emperor, first to create a guild. Receives system reward, 3-level guild residence, permanent. Congratulations player, Merchant Emperor, first to create a guild. Experience points plus 100,000. The light of leveling up shone around Lin Chen. His level rose from 12 to 13. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Chen. How is this possible? Wow, he really created it? Big brother, I want to join. Everyone went crazy. It turned out the clown was actually himself. The system voice resounded throughout the game, replaying 3 times. All players heard it. The world exploded at that moment. Countless big shots looked grim. They had stayed up all night and spent money, desperately trying to get guild tokens. And now, they were outpaced by a merchant. How could they not be furious? Absolutely neutral? Damn, stealing my first guild. I'll kill you. Merchant Emperor. This guy is getting too much attention. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. If you don't have strength, being the first guild is unfortunate. On the leaderboard, the first place in the guild ranking was the Great Merchant Dynasty. The first place in the pet ranking was the Merchant Emperor. One person occupied the top of 2 lists. What a glorious sight. Besides the game, the forum was also in an uproar. Ningdu City area, the first guild in the entire game has appeared. The first guild in the entire game has emerged. The Merchant Emperor has won big. About the Merchant Emperor, a hidden big shots backstory. Various posts about Lin Chen were pushed to the forefront of the forum. The first post was one Lin Chen had published not long ago. Great Merchant Dynasty is recruiting blacksmiths, alchemists, craftsmen, tailors, and various hidden profession players. Generous treatment, providing materials needed for skill training. The guild is responsible for buying and selling finished products, with a 55% profit share. The number of comments below had already exceeded 100,000 and was still increasing. However, Lin Chen didn't have time to look at these. He opened the guild interface. Guild, Great Merchant Dynasty. Guild level, level 1. Guild residence, Moonshadow Town, level 3, permanent. Guild leader, Merchant Emperor. Deputy leader, none, limit 2. Guild officials, none, limit 8. Guild members, none, limit 200. Lin Chen was stunned. Wow, is the first guild this awesome? Although it was only a level 3 territory, it was permanent. The experience points were actually the worst reward. I hope the second guild created doesn't have a residence reward, otherwise, my stored territories will be a loss. Lin Shen didn't know if it was a case of bad luck. He had just been thinking about it when suddenly the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations player, unrivaled in the world, successfully created the gang, Unrivaled Alliance, Haidu City. Unrivaled in the world, Unrivaled Alliance is recruiting high-end players, hidden professions, top 1,000 players on the level and equipment rankings. Private message to join. Congratulations player, unrivaled in the world, second gang created. Received system reward, granted a level 2 gang residence, permanent. Congratulations player, unrivaled in the world, second gang created. Experience points plus 50,000. It had only been a short while, just 5 minutes apart. Lin Shen looked at the announcement and let out a long sigh. At least it's not within the range of Ningdu City. As long as it wasn't within the range of Ningdu City, it wouldn't affect his territory. Since I've chosen this path, I will walk it to the end. Lin Shen planned to start recruiting players with crafting professions. He intended to test each one. With 200 crafting profession players helping him with arms manufacturing, it should satisfy the early-stage arms trading. Once the gang's level increased, he could recruit more crafting profession players. I want the top crafting professionals in the entire game to be in my gang. Lin Shen secretly made up his mind. If he was going to do it, he had to do it the best. With this thought, Lin Shen was filled with fighting spirit. He closed the gang interface and was about to return to his shop to take a look. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. 800 players surrounded him. Yes, 800, densely packed with people, so crowded that Lin Shen couldn't get out. Merchant Emperor, I'm your fan, let me join. Merchant Emperor, I'm a merchant, add me. I learned forging, add me. Alchemy level 2, please add. The players surrounding him all wanted to join the gang. Lin Shen felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He hated situations like this the most. Who should he accept? With such a mix of people, it was foreseeable that half of them were probably spies from other gangs. Lin Shen wasn't a fool, he knew what other gangs were thinking. Once the post was sent out, would he be training talent for others? Impossible. But the crowd was so dense that he couldn't get through. The station was also inaccessible. Lin Shen, feeling helpless, logged off directly. You are about to leave the Tianxia game. Please move to a safe place before logging off. Log off. Lin Shen's vision went dark. Log off successful. You can now remove the helmet. After taking off the helmet, Lin Shen let out a long breath. The rental room was pitch black. Unknowingly, it was already evening. His stomach growled. Lin Shen didn't turn on the light. Instead, he put on his coat and left the rental room, using the dim light from the street lamps. After playing the game for 2 consecutive days, Lin Shen was not tired at all. Instead, he felt invigorated. This was the benefit of the gaming helmet, otherwise, it wouldn't be so expensive. Of course, there was also the joy of making money that excited him. Summer was coming to an end, and the nights were a bit chilly. Lin Shen withdrew a few thousand yuan from the nearest bank, then found a barbecue restaurant and indulged in a feast of grilled meat, washing it down with a bottle of beer. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, he went to a nearby fruit shop, bought some fruit, and wobbled his way toward the hospital. He originally felt nothing, but the closer he got to the hospital, the more nervous he became. The farewell from his previous life had been painful. In my last life, I had no money. In this life, I must not have regrets. Lin Shen didn't know what the outcome would be. When he stood at the hospital entrance, looking through the glass door, he saw the haggard face on the bed. Lin Shen felt his heart drop. He stood at the door in a daze. It had been 5 years, a full 5 years since they last met. Inside the ward, Lin Wen was feeding their mother porridge. Why haven't I seen your brother these past few days? Lin's mother's weak voice sounded. A few days ago, he didn't sleep for several days taking care of me. Is he okay? Oh, he's fine. That kid Lin Shen, with his big build, what could possibly happen to him? Cough, cough. You and your brother need to take care of each other. In the future, he will be your only family. You must support each other, united in purpose. Mom, what are you talking about? Hearing their conversation, Lin Shen took a deep breath. Just as he was about to open the door and go in, at that moment, a doctor in a long robe walked over. Oh, Lin Shen, I haven't seen you for several days. Dr. Lu. The person was indeed Lin's mother's attending physician, a middle-aged doctor named Lu Mo. You're just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. Your mother's condition can't wait any longer. I've checked, and there's a matching surgery available next Wednesday. Do you want to proceed? Lumo's expression was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Perhaps he had seen too many life and death separations to care about such matters anymore. Lin Shen nodded firmly. Yes, I should mention that the success rate of this surgery is not high. Think it over. If you decide to go ahead, it's best to transfer the money to the account in the next day or two. 500,000. We'll do it, Dr. Lu. I will prepare the money. Alright, then. I'll get back to my work. After saying this, Lu Mo left without even entering the ward. Lin Chen watched Lu Mo walk away. His gaze gradually became resolute. This would be the biggest gamble of his life. 500,000. Betting on his mother's life. He had bet. Lin Chen took a deep breath, put on a smile, and walked into the ward. What Lin Chen didn't know was that after Lu Mo left, he disdainfully said, "Poor fool, what money does he have? Better prepare for discharge." Just then, his phone rang. Lu Mo saw the number and immediately put on a flattering smile. "Hello, Mr. Li." Yes, of course, how could we not have it? "Since you, Mr. Li, have spoken, our entire hospital is at your service." "Alright, we'll be waiting for you. Don't worry, it will definitely be fine." The demeanor of that little man was completely different from just moments ago. After staying in the ward for about an hour, once Lin's mother fell asleep, Lin Chen and Lin Wen were on their way back. "You've worked hard these past few days. Don't hold back on the money. Get a caregiver." "Oh, it's fine. I'm strong and healthy. I can handle it. Don't waste that little money." Lin Chen shot Lin Wen a glare. "Am I really short on a few $1,000? We're short on hundreds of thousands, alright? Have you gone stupid from studying? Do I still need you, a student, to step up for me? Alright, I got it. By the way, has that girl contacted you? I blocked her." "What? TSK, you have such a strong will, impervious to persuasion." "Enough said, let's head back." Lin Chen didn't say much more, handed Lin Wen the few thousand he had withdrawn from the bank, and then ambled home. About 2 hours passed. There shouldn't be anyone crowding around now, right? With a nervous heart, Lin Chen put on his helmet. The dark helmet slowly lit up. "Welcome to the world of Tianxia. Preparing to enter the game." Every time he entered the game, there was a different welcome message accompanied by exhilarating music, which was a nice touch. The scene before Lin Chen gradually focused. It was exactly where he had logged off. There were still quite a few people setting up stalls around. However, fortunately, the crowd had dispersed. Lin Chen took off running without any hesitation. "It's Shang Tianzi, he's online. Quick, chase him." Unfortunately, they were a bit slow to react. Those setting up stalls and browsing didn't have time to pursue and had already vanished into the crowd. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. The gang's creation site was a small house. If they blocked the entrance, they couldn't get out. Without terrain issues, they really couldn't stop him in general areas. Although there were still people nearby wanting to join the gang, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with them. He first went to the shop, took out the ores and herbs he had purchased. Store transactions can be adjusted in the store section. However, items still need to be picked up here. Subsequently, a lot of items were added to the acquisition section, such as equipment, disposable items, and medicines. These items are hard currency. Although the profit from buying high and selling low is thin, the reputation of the great merchant dynasty is significant. In a high-volume situation, one can earn tens of thousands of gold coins in a day. Once everything was set, Lin Chen headed straight towards the post station. While walking, he contacted the two brothers. "I love pig intestines. Merchant's son, where are you? Are you free? I love pig intestines. I'm free, way too free. Brother merchant, no, big brother merchant. We've been waiting for you to find us." The message was a voice note, and one could hear the excitement in his voice. These two are talents, hidden professions in their daily lives. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly sent a gang invitation to both of them. "Player, I love pig intestines, join the gang." "Player, I love eating pig trotters, join the gang." Suddenly, there were 2 more people in the gang, but it felt like there were 200 more. "I love pig intestines. Wow, I joined. I'm now the second person to join in the entire Ningdu city. The first is Big Brother Merchant. I love eating pig trotters. Get lost, I'm the second one, you're the third." "What? Want to fight? Real life PK. Let me think it over." Lin Chen, it was clear that the two were genuinely enjoying the game. They were better than him. "Merchant's son, I'm on my way to the gang's base. You guys come over later, and I'll give you the materials." "Does our gang even have a base? Are you stupid? Didn't the system announcement say so?" "Boss, we'll be there soon." 2 lively characters. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile and began to look at the posts he had made. He started adding some reliable comments below the posts, one by one adding them as friends. Now that Lin Chen was the banker, he could naturally set the game rules. The conditions for joining the Great Merchant Dynasty were very simple. Merchants joining the Great Merchant Dynasty had to pay a 5% transaction fee to the gang. These rules had already been established. Lin Chen could adjust them in the gang options. Moreover, no cheating was allowed. anyone caught cheating would be immediately kicked out of the gang. The conditions for merchants were a bit harsh, but the benefits of the living profession were quite good. By joining the Great Merchant Dynasty, Lin Chen provided all the materials needed for upgrades: ores, wood, leather, and herbs, supplying them for upgrading their living professions. However, the items they produced would be sold by the merchants in the gang, giving them a 10% profit. This formed a closed loop. It would take about 10 minutes to reach Moonshadow Town. On the carriage, Lin Chen kept pondering how to improve the operation rules of the gang. The strength and longevity of a gang depend heavily on its rules. After modifying the rules a few times, he wrote them in the gang's bulletin board and added a few more. What if someone masters their living profession and leaves? What if a merchant runs away? What if a merchant damages the gang's reputation? These what-ifs were not just hypothetical, they were very likely to happen. Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of something. His eyes lit up. Right, a security deposit. I'm a shrewd merchant, but I won't allow my subordinates to be shrewd merchants. Excitedly, he wrote on the bulletin board. Merchants joining the gang can use the gang's reputation to do business and set up stalls, paying a 5% transaction fee, and also need to pay a security deposit of 50,000 gold coins. Security deposit must stay in the gang for 1 year without any bad reputation, fraud, etc. to be refunded. If there is, it will be confiscated. Living professions wouldn't be charged. It wasn't that he didn't want to charge, but most living professions didn't have much money. They relied on this to make money. Lin Chen also needed to make money from them. If he really charged, not many would be willing to pay. After all, the Great Merchant Dynasty's merchant reputation was useful to them but not to him. After thinking for a long time, I finally decided on 50,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins is too little and lacks deterrent power. Although 50,000 gold coins is not a small amount, if a businessman can't come up with this much, they might as well not be in the business. The most important thing is that if I can recruit 100 merchants, I will immediately receive 5 million gold coins, which is 500,000 in cash. If I want to do it, I will do it. With each additional merchant, I stated my conditions in advance. Several merchants, upon hearing the conditions, directly cursed me as a profiteer. However, most merchants are still sensible. The reputation of the merchant emperor is at stake. The banner of the Great Merchant Dynasty is at stake. 5,000 coins is just right, acceptable. Although a 5% transaction fee is high, it can still be reluctantly accepted. In no time, I had gathered dozens of merchants. More merchants wanted to join. I also recruited dozens of people in the life professions. I don't know how many spies are among them. This kind of thing takes time to reveal people's hearts. However, with the rules I set, I will never lose. Making equipment requires vitality. The items produced by life professions are selling well now. I said it's 10% of the profit, from which costs must be deducted. So, I can't possibly lose money. At most, after training talents, they might run away, but I would have made my money. While busy, I pondered if there was anything to add. Unknowingly, after more than 10 minutes, I arrived at Moonshadow Town. I didn't even look around. Squatting in the post station, I continued to recruit people. Finally, I had recruited 100 merchants and 97 life profession members, and I was quite satisfied. I posted a message on the forum. The Great Merchant Dynasty is full. Thank you all for your support. We will notify you when there are positions available next time. After posting, I opened the guild chat interface. Merchant Emperor, everyone gather at the guild base. I will wait for you for 1 hour. If you don't show up, you will be kicked out of the guild. The first guild formation is quite confident. If they don't come, they will be directly kicked. An hour is more than enough time. I left the post station. Looking at the vast Moonshadow Town, I felt quite satisfied. Although the location of Moonshadow Town cannot be compared to Willow Leaf Town, the town is larger than Willow Leaf Town. The key point is that it's free forever. Willow Leaf Town was rented at a high price. Moonshadow Town is empty now, with not many people around. After all, it's quite far, and most of the wild monsters around are level 20 or 30. It's normal for no one to level up. There aren't many NPCs in the small town, but they are quite complete. There are auction houses, various equipment NPCs, profession NPCs, life profession NPCs, warehouse NPCs, potion NPCs, everything one could need. These NPCs will be the main source of income for the town in the future. As long as there are purchases, the town will generate tax revenue. A lively town like Willow Leaf Town will definitely recoup its costs. A permanent level 3 town is a huge profit. I wandered to the side of the warehouse. There was a mailbox barrel there. I nervously clicked to open the mailbox barrel. Inside lay 100 emails. They were from the 100 merchants in the guild. 500,000. I was a bit excited and clicked to extract the items. The sound of dingling coins rang out. The gold coins in my bag went from 1,210,000 gold coins to 6,210,000 gold coins. Looking at the gold coins in my bag, it would be a lie to say I wasn't excited. It had only been 2 days. Only 2 days had passed since I mentioned 7 days, and I had already made 620,000. Although this 500,000 deposit is not my money and needs to be returned after a year, with my current capabilities, the wealth I have will be a drizzle after a year. That's enough. If I hadn't gathered everyone from the guild here, I would have really wanted to log out of the game and withdraw this money to donate to the hospital. I took a deep breath. Anyway, it's already enough. The next steps will be much easier. The stone in my heart was finally set down. Not long after. I love eating pig trotters, and I love the arrival of pig intestines. The members of the gang also gradually arrived at Moonshadow Town. The originally desolate Moonshadow Town became lively. Lin Chen found a high platform for performing. He gathered everyone together. With a light cough, everyone looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you for your trust. You didn't hesitate to send me the deposit. Boss, you're being polite. Yeah, I trust the boss's name. The boss's name is now a brand. It's just 5,000 bucks. We can earn it back. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Good, I've already told you the rules. I hope these deposits will be returned to you in a year, rather than kicking you out of the guild. Today, I will reiterate the rules. In the future, consumables, potions, and charms must have a unified price. We cannot harm each other. Yes, boss. Of course, boss. Also, there is no need to pay a deposit for life professions. They are our treasures, the source of our future wealth. I believe you all understand. Lin Chen gathered them for these life professionals. In short, we support them, and when they level up, they will support us in return, helping each other. All merchants can purchase materials for life professions, allowing them to create equipment and potions. I'll go first. I have 100,000 herbs, 50,000 leathers, and 50,000 ores. All life professionals come to me to collect them, use them to practice their professions, and sell the crafted items to me. The money earned has already been posted in the guild announcement. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the 200 gang members couldn't help but gasp. 100,000? Damn, boss, you are amazing. No wonder you're the #1 merchant in the game. I admire you. I knew I joined the right gang. Lin Chen smiled and raised his hand, of course, and most importantly, if anyone is bullied, do not seek revenge on your own. Tell us, we merchants will unite and take down the enemy. Boss is mighty. Alright, everyone, one last thing to mention, Moonshadow Town is our gang's base. Everyone must complete a gang task once a day. The gang level must be raised to recruit more people, so we can huddle together for warmth. Now, let's get busy. Life professionals, come to me to collect materials. Having covered almost everything, this gang meeting came to an end. Lin Chen worked for a long time before handing out all the materials to the life professionals. Almost everyone could receive 2,000 materials, enough for them to level up several times. Lin Chen paid special attention to my love for pig trotters and my love for pig intestines, giving each of them 10,000 materials. Watching the people in the guild busily completing gang tasks, Lin Chen felt greatly relieved. This gang doesn't need to be powerful, yet it can be incredibly strong. These merchants and life professionals had low levels and equipment. However, their future influence would be extraordinary. It's time to pay the money. Just as Lin Chen arrived at the inn and hadn't gotten into the carriage yet, at that moment, the friend list suddenly started jumping. It was a message from Jiangnan Swordsman. Without opening it, Lin Chen roughly knew what had happened. But when he did open it, he was still surprised. Player, Jiangnan Swordsman has sent you a red envelope. Collect the red envelope. Congratulations, you have received a 100,000 gold red envelope. Red envelope message, damn, you beast. When will you have the guild token? Didn't we agree to sell it to me? Lin Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Is this what it feels like to have a rich friend? He raised his hand and sent a 10,000 gold red envelope. They had only known each other for a few days. The gold in the package reached 6.31 million. Jiangnan Swordsman also sent a few congratulatory messages. Lin Chen was not polite. Merchant's son, thank you. Jiangnan Swordsman, hey, what are you thanking me for? You just stole my thunder. What's the matter? Acting like you have a token or something. Listen. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations player, Jiangnan Swordsman, successfully created the guild, Jiangnan Hall, Ningdu City. Jiangnan Hall recruits high-end players, hidden professions, top 1,000 players on the level and equipment rankings. Private chat to join. Congratulations player, Jiangnan Swordsman, the third to create a guild. Received system reward, 1-level guild residence, permanent, granted. Congratulations player, Jiangnan Hall, the third to create a guild. Experience points plus 20,000. Lin Chen was taken aback. Ajin, are you serious? Get lost. In the future, give me a discount when you buy things. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Damn, you're busy. I'll find you next time. Lin Chen knew that there were too many things to handle right after creating the guild, so he didn't disturb Jiangnan swordsman. Building good relations with these big shots would greatly help his future business. After all, they were big clients. He thought that once things settled down, he would prepare a gift for Jiangnan swordsman. The other party had sent a 10,000 red envelope, so he couldn't be stingy. It wouldn't be polite to come empty-handed. However, the most important thing right now was still the 500,000 for his mother's surgery. He closed the friend chat window. He withdrew 3 million gold coins, which was equivalent to 530,000 cash. There was still 1.01 million gold coins in his bag. He had to admit that the world was very powerful. The 3 million gold coins were withdrawn and directly credited to his account in less than 3 seconds. After finishing everything, Lin Chen logged off directly. What he didn't know was that the forum was in an uproar at that moment. In one day, 3 guilds were established, 2 of which were from Ningdu City. On the forum, the people of Ningdu City were beaming with pride. Business World, Great Merchant Dynasty, Jiangnan Swordsman, Jiangnan Hall, Invincible in the World, Invincible Alliance. 3 people, 6 names, became famous in the world that day. Many people play games just to make a name for themselves, right? Yet Lin Chen resolutely took off his helmet. Outside, it was still night. He checked the time. It was 3 a.m. Lin Chen placed the helmet down, took a shower, and crawled into bed, falling into a deep sleep. For 3 days, his nerves had been taut. Now that he had money, his anxious heart finally relaxed. He could finally sleep soundly. He slept until the next day at 11 in the morning. Lin Chen stretched lazily. Refreshed, he got dressed and went out. He grabbed a quick bite on the roadside. Excited, he headed to the hospital. Dr. Lu Mo was in the office, head down, seemingly writing something. Lin Chen knocked on the door. Lu Mo looked up briefly and continued writing, saying, "Oh, it's Lin Chen, what's the matter?" "Dr. Lu, I'm here to pay." Lu Mo jolted, looking at Lin Chen in shock. "What did you say?" "My mom's surgery fee, I'm here to pay today," Lin Chen said confidently, pushing his bank card towards Lu Mo. Pay. You really got the money?" "Yeah." Lu Mo's expression became somewhat unnatural. Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Dr. Lu, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" No problem. How could there be a problem? Just pay the money into your mom's account." He said that, but looking at his face, Lin Chen felt something was off, so he asked again, "Dr. Lu, you said she couldn't hold on for long. Can we do it earlier?" "Ridiculous. How could we do it earlier? This has all been arranged by the hospital." "Alright, then can it be done next Wednesday?" "Lin Chen, don't worry, I said it can be done. It will definitely be done, okay? I have to get busy." "Okay, I won't disturb you." Lin Chen walked out of Lu Mo's office. He took out his phone from his pocket. The recording interface was prominently displayed. 5 minutes had passed, and it was clear that the earlier conversation had already been recorded. Lin Chen was no longer the naive young man he once was. 5 years of life experience had taught him to be cautious in everything he did, especially when it came to his mother's matters. Even though Lu Mo was the top expert in this field in Ning City, Lin Chen remained vigilant. He went to the payment counter and transferred 500,000 yuan into his mother's account. After receiving the payment receipt, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. "The gamble has begun, my chips are in place," he murmured before returning to the hospital room. His mother had just eaten and was now asleep. Lin Wen was playing on his phone nearby. Lin Chen shot him a glare and pulled him out of the room. "Didn't I tell you to find a caregiver? What's the hold up?" "It's nothing." Lin Chen handed Lin Wen his bank card. "I've paid 500,000 for the surgery, here's 30,000 for you to find a caregiver, and the rest is your living expenses. Your task is to study hard." "Got it, but what did you just say?" Lin Wen stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen in shock. "Remember, this family has me. This family has me." Just 5 words, but they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Lin Wen looked at Lin Chen, unable to calm down for a long time. Really? The surgery is next Wednesday. The hospital will call to notify you. After you find a caregiver, come back when you have time." All set. Lin Wen seemed not to hear Lin Chen's words, repeatedly muttering, "All set." "Yes, what are you thinking? Go pay. I'll take care of mom." Lin Wen left in a daze, unsure if he was happy or not, clutching the card. Lin Chen pushed open the hospital room door, feeling a bit scared and timid as he walked to his mother's bedside. Her face was both familiar and strange. Sitting there, he looked at his mother's pale, bloodless face, lost in thought. Once, she had been a stunning beauty, and he had watched her transform from a vibrant young woman into this. His mother was asleep, her brows tightly furrowed, indicating her pain. He gently stroked her rough palm. She had raised both Lin Chen and Lin Wen, giving so much of herself. Forget about 500,000. No matter how much this gamble cost, Lin Chen was all in. She had to survive. Feng, you're here. At that moment, Lin mother woke up, her kind gaze resting on Lin Chen. Lin Chen forced a smile. Mom, child, you've been working hard these past few days, right? Mom wanted to discuss something with you. What's hard about it, Mom? Just tell me what you need. Mom wants to be discharged. Lin mother looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Mom doesn't want treatment anymore, okay? Everyone knew what she was worried about. Lin Chen replied unhappily, Mom, what are you thinking? Do you know what I've been doing these past few days? I won the lottery, 10 million. Ha! Lin mother had intended to persuade him, but this left her completely stunned. Hee, you didn't know, did you? The day I left the hospital, I bought a lottery ticket on a whim, and guess what? I hit the jackpot. I just went to claim it these past 2 days. Lin Chen excitedly danced around, trying to make it sound real. Otherwise, if he explained it was from a game, his mom wouldn't understand, so he decided to exaggerate the numbers. Upon hearing 10 million, Lin mother stared blankly at Lin Chen. I didn't think it was untreatable. It should be salvageable. Ha, Mom, you're still so humorous. It's fine, you'll get better. His mother had always been a cheerful and humorous person. If it weren't for this illness, she would be like other people her age, binge-watching shows, shopping, buying clothes, or even playing games with him. That home, filled with laughter, had almost forgotten the long-lost joy. Lin Chen stayed in the hospital room for the entire afternoon, and as dinner time approached, he finally left the room. On the way back to the rental apartment, Lin Chen casually had some dinner and bought a lot of daily necessities, instant noodles, and snacks. He finally returned to his rented room. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed and put on his helmet. Please log into the game. Log in. Starting iris scan. After identity verification, Lin Chen entered the game. The screen before him slowly lit up until he appeared in Moonshadow Town. Boss, you're here. Hello, boss. As soon as he logged in, the members of the Great Merchant Dynasty greeted Lin Chen one after another. Lin Chen naturally smiled back. Boss, I've already put my equipment in the guild warehouse. The guild warehouse is almost full. Boss, you should take care of it. The guild warehouse is quite large, almost full. Lin Chen opened the warehouse and was stunned. The entire screen was densely packed with equipment and potions. He muttered, Is my arms deal about to begin? The warehouse was filled with a dazzling array of equipment and potions. Although the equipment varied in level and price, all the potions were crafted ones that couldn't be bought in stores, with excellent healing effects and low cooldown times. Some potions even had temporary boosts to attack and speed, making them essential for killing, looting, and PK battles. According to the agreement with his guild members, he provided the materials, and he was responsible for selling them, earning a 10% profit as a life profession player. This was already quite considerable, and of course, as his life skills level increased in the future, the percentage would also rise accordingly. Mutual benefit was the way to long-term success. The medicinal materials could stack up to 100, taking up little space, but there was too much equipment. Lin Chen took them out one by one and put them into his backpack. 200 was still too few. The warehouse could hold 1,000 items, and it was already full. I've cleared out 200 empty slots in the guild warehouse. You can continue using it. Everyone remember to label the equipment and potions you submitted. Got it, boss. After giving his instructions, Lin Chen boarded a carriage and headed towards Ningdu City. The shop was worried about not having anything to sell, but now it was good. He could sell for quite a while. Although the equipment was all quite ordinary, the material costs doubled, and selling for 20 or 30 bucks was no problem. Some equipment, with good attributes like health recovery, mana recovery, and speed boosts, could easily sell for hundreds or even thousands. The high-end arms market was important, but the low-end market was equally crucial. Once their life skills improved, they wouldn't have to worry about business. Just as Lin Chen was envisioning the future business landscape, a message popped up from his friend list. It was from the Jiangnan swordsman. Jiangnan swordsman, bro, how much low-level equipment do you have? Don't need anything too good. Merchant King, I have some. How much do you want? Jiangnan swordsman, whatever you have, I'll take it. Merchant King, wait for me at the guild warehouse NPC in Ningdu City. Jiangnan swordsman, on my way. Lin Chen didn't ask why. When he arrived at the guild warehouse, Jiangnan swordsman and a few others from his guild were already waiting. Without any small talk, he initiated a trade with Jiangnan swordsman. As he watched piece after piece of equipment being placed in the trade window, Jiangnan swordsman quickly said, "Bro, we haven't discussed the price yet." Lin Chen grinned, "Grand opening promotion, the first order is free, you've hit the jackpot." After completing the trade from his backpack, he directly took out 200 pieces of equipment from the warehouse and, to Jiangnan swordsman's astonishment, handed him over 500 pieces of equipment. "Wow, that's enough, that's enough." Jiangnan swordsman gasped, "You actually have that many? How much? Didn't I say it's free? Congratulations on successfully establishing your guild. This is a gift," Lin Chen said with a smile. The 500 pieces of equipment varied in price. Individually they could sell for an average of $25 each, but wholesale, Lin Chen's psychological price was around 20. Jiangnan swordsman stared blankly at Lin Chen. "Has the merchant turned soft?" "Nothing has changed. Just make sure to visit our great merchant dynasty's shop more often." The Jiangnan swordsman fell silent for a moment. "Yes, definitely. Thank you, brother." In his eyes, Lin Chen had suffered a loss. He knew the prices of the equipment from his previous shopping spree at the auction house, otherwise, he wouldn't have come to check on Lin Chen's business. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lin Chen suddenly revealed a cunning expression. "Oh right, your guild is challenging someone, right? Besides equipment, I also have potions here, 100 gold coins each. Do you want any?" The pleasantries were over, now it was business. The Jiangnan swordsman's eyes lit up. "You have potions?" "Of course I have potions, all special ones, talismans. Whatever can be made, I have it." The potions in the shop were traditional red and blue potions for continuous and one-time health recovery. The production profession for potions was completely different, known as special potions, such as those that increase health recovery for 10 minutes, boost defense for 10 minutes, increase attack, and so on. These elixirs could be stacked with skill equipment. The talismans were even more exaggerated. Early-stage talismans were equivalent to a skill. For example, the lightning talisman could unleash a lightning spell once used. Enchantment talismans could increase weapon damage, and so forth. Although the effects of the lower-level ones weren't significant, they generally sold for 120 to 150 gold coins each at the auction house. Lin Chen sold them for 100 gold coins each, and the Jiangnan swordsman gladly accepted. "Really? How many do you have? I want them all." "Are you sure?" Lin Chen looked at the Jiangnan swordsman with a strange expression. The Jiangnan swordsman replied, "Yes, I want them all. Brother, since you're giving me a discount, I should reciprocate." Tisk tsk, the boss is generous. "Boss, this way please, let's do a warehouse transaction." Little did he know, this was the wholesale price Lin Chen had already set. To monopolize, the price had to be lower than others. At 100 gold coins, Lin Chen could earn about 15 to 20 gold coins. It seemed small, right? But when Lin Chen opened the trading window and placed the potions, the Jiangnan swordsman blurted out, "So many?" Not just many, there were 10,000 health recovery potions with +5 recovery. There were 5,000 small strength potions that increased attack by 5% for half an hour and iron armor potions that increased defense by 5%. Altogether, there were over 20,000 various potions. "Don't rush. There's more." Lin Chen smiled innocently and began to place the talismans. The Jiangnan swordsman looked at the talismans, each labeled with thousands, hundreds of them, and couldn't help but swallow. There weren't many talismans, but there were about 10,000 in total. After placing them all, Lin Chen cheerfully said, "Boss, the total is 3,010,200 gold coins. We're old friends, so I'll round it down to 3,010,000. That rounding down was just 200 gold coins. Even though this was a game, Lin Chen saw the Jiangnan swordsman's muscles tremble a few times. "What's wrong, boss? Are you feeling unwell?" The Jiangnan swordsman awkwardly said, I'll recharge my account first." The big shot turned and began to recharge. A few minutes later, Lin Chen looked at the package, which now contained 3,010,000. He clapped his hands, beaming with joy. "Boss, you bought so many good things, why aren't you smiling? Is it because you were born not to smile?" The Jiangnan swordsman gritted his teeth. "From now on, I want all the high-quality ones. I was waiting for you to say that. Brother, I'll set a table at Wanyue Tower, waiting for your triumphant return." "All right." The Jiangnan swordsman turned to the executives of Jiangnan Hall beside him and said, "Distribute these potions, there'll be enough for them. Tell everyone not to skimp on the potions." "Understood, boss." "Got it, boss." Several executives hurriedly left. Buying low-level equipment and potions, it was clear what Jiangnan Hall intended to do. During the time Lin Chen was offline, several gangs emerged in Ningdu City, one of which was called the Happy Sect. They clashed with Jiangnan Hall over a boss, resulting in mutual losses. A battle was scheduled for half an hour later in the southern part of the city. Both gangs were among the first established, and whoever won this fight would become the top fighting gang in Ningdu City, which Jiangnan swordsman valued greatly, willing to spare no expense. At this moment, the city tower was filled with people, eagerly overlooking the plains south of the city, waiting for the great battle to begin. Lin Chen stood among the crowd on the tower, watching as both sides gathered their experts on the southern plains, clearly divided. The Happy Sect, which he had heard of in his previous life as a minor guild, surprisingly appeared so early. It seemed they would decline later on. TSK, the Happy Sect is quite formidable. Indeed, so far, apart from the great merchant dynasty, within Ningdu City, only Jiangnan Hall and the Happy Sect are impressive. Most of the experts from both gangs are on the leaderboard. I wonder which gang is stronger. The world had long announced that gangs could establish their sects in the later stages, becoming increasingly important as time went on, otherwise, Jiangnan swordsmen wouldn't value it so highly. The people on the city wall were divided into two factions, one favoring Jiangnan Hall and the other favoring the Happy Sect. However, there was no doubt that whoever won would have an easier time recruiting members in the future. Some experts who hadn't formed their own gangs were also watching the battle, eager to see how gang PKs were conducted. As everyone eagerly awaited, over 300 people gathered densely on the plains. Each gang brought over 170 members. Jiangnan swordsmen and Happy Buddhas stood before their respective followers. Jiangnan swordsman, you're quite arrogant, killing our people. Happy Buddha, one should be low-key. I, Jiangnan Hall, am fighting the boss, and you dare to steal? That's breaking the rules. Happy Buddha scoffed. Humph, rules? You set them? Whoever's fist is bigger makes the rules. Jiangnan swordsman retorted, good, I like it. Since we've torn the facade, there's no need for further talk. From now on, wherever Jiangnan Hall goes, the Happy Sect should steer clear, otherwise, we'll kill you on sight. Haha, who wins is still uncertain. Brothers, let's take them down. Damn it, trash Happy Sect, I'll wipe you out. You scoundrels, go die. The audience didn't have to wait long before the fight broke out, with thunderous roars and cries of battle echoing throughout the southern city. Men, the most intolerable thing in gaming is this, even the onlookers felt their scalps tingle with excitement. They're going at it. The formations of both sides were similar, with frontline fighters, warriors, and swordsmen, followed closely by assassins. The backline consisted of Taoists, healers, poison masters, and hunters. As both sides drew closer, about to enter attack range, the spectators grew tense. But at that moment, the front line of Jiangnan Hall pulled out talismans. Crack, bang. A sky full of lightning, fireballs, and ice spears were hurled at the opponents as if they were free. The Happy Sect members were momentarily stunned. The front line, fighters, and ranged attackers. Before the fight even began, they were already suffering from various bleeding, burning, and paralysis effects. It wasn't over yet. After the first row of fighters used their skills, they switched to a defensive mode, greatly increasing their defense. The backline players also entered attack range, and Jiangnan Hall's members began frantically throwing talismans. Before they even clashed, the frontline players of the Happy Sect had lost half their health. Happy Buddha was dumbfounded and quickly shouted, heal, take medicine. But due to the burning state, healing was halved, and they couldn't raise the front line's health in time. Kill! Before they could react, Jiangnan Hall's members charged forward, and spells rained down on them as if they were free. In the gaps between casting spells, they occasionally pulled out talismans to interrupt the enemy's casting. As soon as they made contact, the front line of the Happy Sect was on the verge of collapse. The spectators on the city tower were left dumbfounded. My God, are these talismans? Are they throwing talismans around like paper? Who taught them to play this game? So rich. Is this a fight? It's burning money. How can they even fight like this? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Without needing to see the ongoing battle, he already knew Jiangnan Hall was bound to win. The talismans were so expensive for a reason. Sure enough, after a wave of talismans bombarded the front line, they couldn't withstand the attacks and were taken down one after another. Without the protection of the front line, the fragile back line was even more vulnerable. This was just the first wave of impact, and the people from the Happy Sect were completely crushed. Seeing the situation turn dire, some players began to flee. They didn't want to lose a level for nothing. Happy Buddha shouted anxiously from the back, don't run. What are you running for? Hold your ground and fight back. Don't you have talismans? Isn't it funny? The gang had just been established, and their leader wasn't putting in any money. How could anyone be loyal to the gang? His impotent roar had no effect. Before long, the people from the Happy Sect were either fleeing or dying. The onlookers on the city wall couldn't help but click their tongues. It's only been a few minutes. Is the gap really that big? The people from Jiangnan Hall are so professional. Professional? This is just having money. They probably threw out 1,000 talismans. Didn't you see the buffs on them? They're all special potions. In a fight, it's all about money. They weren't wrong. No one expected that the first large-scale armed conflict in Ningdu City would end in such a manner. Happy Buddha was hacked to death by a flurry of blades. Cheers erupted from Jiangnan Hall. The Jiangnan swordsman raised his long sword and excitedly declared, "Jiangnan Hall is invincible." He hadn't expected it to be so easy. Talismans were indeed effective in group PKs, and he had only spent less than 200,000 gold on what cost 3 million gold. He had bought too many. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was interrupted by the excited voices around him. Invincible, invincible. Jiangnan Hall is invincible. On the city wall, the dense crowd of independent players all focused their attention on the Jiangnan swordsman. He slowly pointed his sword towards the city gate, addressing the players from the Happy Sect who were fleeing back to the safe zone. "Listen up, people from the Happy Sect. From today on, if you see anyone from Jiangnan Hall, get out of the way, or else, you'll be killed on sight." "Ha, trash. I thought you were tough. Next time you see me, run far away." Happy Sect? Useless, a bunch of cowards. The people from the Happy Sect couldn't utter a word, lowering their heads and turning to leave. A few even quit the guild on the spot. The Jiangnan swordsman was quite satisfied, scanning the crowd on the city wall. With so many people watching and many recording the live stream, he certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he shouted again to the people on the city wall, "Jiangnan Hall is recruiting players from the leaderboard. As long as you join, you're brothers. If you want to join, message me privately." This advertisement would spread among all players through the video and live stream, more effective than any system announcement or advertisement. Lin Chen leaned back with his hands behind him, a smile on his lips, ready to turn and leave. But just then, the Jiangnan swordsman suddenly said, "For our victory in this battle, I also want to thank someone, Merchant's son. The talismans and potions we used were all sold to me by him. They were very useful and cheap. Everyone, please support the business of the great merchant dynasty." Lin Chen's expression tightened, and he stopped in his tracks, nearly cursing out loud. This little brat can't take a loss in business at all. It seemed like the other party was promoting him, but wasn't it also pulling him into their camp? Whispers began to rise around them. So it's Merchant's son, no wonder. No wonder the people from Jiangnan Hall seem to have money to spare. Turns out the two gangs are one family. Tisk TSK, the great merchant dynasty makes money to support Jiangnan Hall. Isn't Jiangnan Hall invincible now? Merchant's son is actually someone else's lackey. Indeed, their thoughts were led astray. This is completely inconsistent with Lin Chen's business principles. Some rumors, as they spread, become distorted. Lin Chen coughed lightly and said, "Thank you all for your compliments." In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Chen. He slowly walked to the front of the city wall and stood on top of it, a smile on his face. "I would like to congratulate Jiangnan Hall here. The Jiangnan swordsman was not wrong. All their supplies were sold to them by me. We have plenty of such supplies in the great merchant dynasty, enough to satisfy one-on-one duels, group PKs, guild wars, boss battles, and dungeon fights in various environments. Of course, if the people from the Happy Sect want to buy, I welcome them as well. The prices are all wholesale, cheaper than the market, and the more you buy, the better the deal. Everyone is welcome to visit. Please recognize that the Great Merchant Dynasty Guild, street stalls, and shops all have sales. If you want to advertise, then do it thoroughly, reciting the advertisement in front of the streamer's camera." Lin Chen clasped his hands and smiled at everyone. "I won't take up public resources, and I wish everyone a pleasant gaming experience." After saying that, he stepped down from the city wall. It seemed like just a few words, but it also highlighted the Great Merchant Dynasty. In short, we are in the business, and anyone can buy. The Jiangnan swordsman shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's still not that easy. Brothers, let's go, it's on me. Eat and drink as you please at Wanyue Tower. Oh, long live the boss. Long live Jiangnan Hall." This highly anticipated battle ended just like that, which was also within Lin Chen's expectations. In the previous life, guild wars were all about burning money, burning equipment, burning elixirs, and burning charms. This battle merely made people aware of the importance of supplies in advance. Jiangnan Hall bought 3 million gold coins worth of goods from him, enough to support them through a dozen battles of various sizes. As their levels increased and they had better potions, those potions would become less valuable. "I also have to thank Jiangnan Hall for helping me digest so many potions." Lin Chen mumbled to himself as he walked out of the North City gate towards the town. Besides supplies, the more important aspect is the gang territories. There are a total of 20 territories outside Ningdu City. Among them, there are only 2 level 3 territories, Luiyue Town and Yueying Town, both in Lin Chen's hands. Yueying Town is a permanently gifted territory from the system, named by Lin Chen as Merchant Town, and cannot be traded or sold. The level 2 territory, Jiangnan Town, is in the hands of Jiangnan Hall, while the Happy Sect has rented a level 1 territory. This means there are still 16 vacant territories available. Lin Chen did not undertake the main quest. he wanted to seize every moment to buy up these territories. With his mother's medical expenses covered, he could spend money boldly and confidently. After half a day's time, Lin Chen bought 11 level 1 territories for 1 million gold coins and 5 level 2 territories for 5 million gold coins, totaling 6 million gold coins. He had acquired all the territories around Ningdu City, and he still had 510,000 gold coins in his bag. Phew, the price of land should be very high in the next few days. After completing all this, Lin Chen took another look in the shop, where a lot of materials had been purchased. He took them out one by one and placed them in the guild warehouse. In the guild warehouse, 1/5 of the slots were designated for materials. He set permissions so that only he could retrieve the equipment and potions placed in the guild warehouse by the members. However, everyone had permission to take materials, but the quantity was limited to 200 per day. The system would automatically record who took materials and who put them in. This did not require Lin Chen's concern. After finishing all this, Lin Chen shouted in the guild channel, "Merchant son, brothers in business, starting today, our business should be very good. I have organized a price list. In the future, all items from our great merchant dynasty will follow this price, unifying it. Only by mastering the pricing power can we make big money. I'll raise and lower prices on my own, kick people out of the guild, ruin everyone's livelihoods, and make sure he can't survive in the game. The boss is right. Boss, business is too good. Once I put it out there, it's gone. The brothers in the life profession need to step it up too. I made a few hundred today, it feels great. I'll earn back the helmet money soon. Shang Tianzi, of course, don't let your level drop. Although we don't have requirements for levels, the higher your level, the more things you can do. Got it, boss. I'll finish selling here and then go do quests." With a flourishing spirit, Lin Chen believed that as the guild level increased and the number of members grew, he could form a monopoly where everyone could make money. That would be the time to make big profits. After closing the guild channel and handling business matters, it was time to do quests. He opened the leaderboard. The highest level was already 17. Lin Chen was only level 13. All businesses needed level support. His mind was filled with business ideas. Once the guild reached level 2, he could recruit more people, and then hire a few experts to help with dungeons. That was also a business. If he was going to do it, he wanted to monopolize all the businesses in the world. Dreaming of a future dynasty blueprint, he clicked on the quest bar. Level 13 Merchant Quest, The Horse Bandits of Iron Horse Stronghold. Quest Summary, everything is ready, you already have your own merchant association, but trouble has arisen. In the mountains south of Ningdu City, a group of horse bandits is entrenched, frequently robbing and causing losses to your business. Go to Iron Horse Stronghold and teach them a lesson. Quest content, kill 10 roadblock horse bandits, 10 fierce horse bandits, and 10 wandering horse bandits. Quest reward, experience 30,000, gold, 120 gold. The battle in the south of the city came to a close. A few players were leveling up in 2s and 3s. Not far ahead was the Qingyue Pavilion Tavern. Beyond Qingyue Pavilion was an endless dense forest. There were many monsters inside, all level 10 to 15, suitable for leveling and doing quests now. Lin Chen's quest monsters were also in this dense forest. Most of the people on the road recognized Lin Chen and greeted him. "Boss merchant, you're doing quests yourself. Shang Tianzi, add me as a friend." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Although these people had low spending power, they would at least be casual customers in the future, so being enthusiastic was not a bad thing. Two people approached him warmly. "Boss merchant, are you leveling up too? Let's go together. What monsters are you going to fight?" "Horse bandits." "Great, let's go together." Ding, player, Ming Wang, invites you to join the team. Such a familiar name. Lin Chen casually clicked to join the team, and there were just the three of them in the party. Shang Tianzi, level 13 Ming Wang, level 14 Tian Wang, level 14. Seeing the names Tian Wang and Ming Wang, Lin Chen suddenly realized, it's them. Memories from his previous life flashed in his mind. If he remembered correctly, these two were college students, each a gaming genius. Neither of them had joined a guild. Instead, they had formed a small neutral guild, live streaming every day, teaching, and exploring dungeons. They were recognized as the most talented players within the scope of Ningdu City. They hadn't spent a dime but had ranked high on various leaderboards solely based on their skills. Together, they were the top-tier streamers. He didn't expect to run into them here. Just before leaving the city, the blueprint in his mind seemed to include these two. Tian Wan's smile was slightly youthful. Shang Tianzi, finally met a real person. Ming Wan, yeah, Shang Tianzi, you're really amazing. We've studied you, your understanding of the game impresses me. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, just lucky. If it weren't for his memories, in terms of game understanding, he couldn't hold a candle to the two of them. Talent is so important. Lin Chen, I've seen your videos. The King of Hell widened his eyes. Huh? You know us? We just started making tutorial videos not long ago, and you actually know. Our video views are only 10 people. So you are one of them. Our idol watched us. That's amazing. I almost wanted to give up. Looking at the excitement on their faces, Lin Chen comforted, everything is difficult at the beginning. It will get easier with more fans. The King of Heaven was full of excitement, but the King of Hell showed a hesitant expression. Boss Shang, we are not merchants, nor are we professional players. Can we join the Great Merchant Dynasty? Lin Chen was still thinking about how to get them on his ship to set up a business for leveling and dungeon runs. He didn't expect the other party to bring it up first. Lin Chen didn't answer immediately but frowned subtly. Well, it's not impossible. When there's a spot, I'll find you right away. Saying this, he sent a friend request. Upon hearing this, the two were overjoyed and quickly accepted the friend request. Really? That's great. Yeah, we don't want to get involved in gang disputes, and we definitely won't PK, you can rest assured. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, his mind already racing. Talents like these could become a money tree in the future. He had to seize the opportunity and cultivate them into pillars of support. While chatting, they continued on their way. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a dense forest, where the mountain path was filled with bandits wielding knives. Here we are, this is my task. Defeat these 3 types of monsters. Lin Chen shared his task in the team channel. Oh, Boss Shang, your task is quite unique. No problem, with the 3 of us, it will definitely be quick. Then let's get started, come out. Summoning henchmen successful. Suddenly, a black vortex swirled on the ground, and a coffin slowly rose to the surface. With a clang, the coffin lid fell. A 1,000-year-old zombie slowly opened its crimson eyes and jumped out of the coffin. Wow, is this the #1 pet on the leaderboard, the 1,000-year-old zombie? What a cool way to make an entrance. Boss Shang, we actually studied this before. You said, if we tie a rope to the coffin, can the 1,000-year-old zombie still come out next time? Lin Chen was speechless. What were these two thinking? Ahem, we haven't tried it. Let's kill the monsters first. Alright, the process of killing monsters went exceptionally smoothly. Lin Chen watched from the side. The King of Heaven and the King of Hell coordinated perfectly, one being a swordsman and the other a knife wielder, managing to pull each other without taking damage while farming monsters. The timing of their attacks, the cooldown of their skills, and the standoff with the wild monsters were all calculated with incredible precision. The speed of farming monsters was so fast that it rivaled the 1,000-year-old zombie. What talent! They took down 30 wild monsters in less than 20 minutes. Task completed reward, 30,000 experience 120 gold experience increased by 30,000 directly, and with another 60,000 experience, he could level up to 14. Task updated, because you killed the horse bandits of Iron Horse Village, you have angered the leader of Iron Horse Village, who has decided to intercept your merchant convoy from now on. You have no choice but to wipe out Iron Horse Village. Task requirements, enter Iron Horse Village, kill horse bandits x100, leaders x5, and the chief Iron Horse x1. Task rewards, 100,000 experience 1000 gold. This is great. There's a follow-up storyline. Brothers, I'm going to Iron Horse Village, are you coming? Of course we're going, but Boss Shang, Iron Horse Village is a 6-person dungeon. With just the 3 of us, we can't handle it. Lin Chen smiled and said, that's true. We at least need a healer for some margin of error. Do you have any friends to come? If not, I can call someone. Although the Great Merchant Dynasty was all about business and didn't like PK, they were fine with calling a few people for a dungeon run. Lin Chen was the King of Heaven and the King of Hell output, the healer, buy high and sell low, the Taoist. Yang was Eagle, the hunter, making money. There was no way around it. The people of the Great Merchant Dynasty had a few perplexing names, which was quite reasonable. Gathering 5 talents, they cleared monsters all the way to the entrance of Iron Horse Village. Iron Horse Village was located deep within the dense forest. The village was tall and deep, and the entrance was a teleportation array that could directly enter the Iron Horse Village instance. The Iron Horse Village instance was very popular in its early stages. The entrance to the instance was bustling with activity, with over 20 players, some setting up stalls, and a group looking for teams. Iron Horse instance, need a healer, looking for a sister with a nice voice. I've led the Iron Horse instance before, 1,000 gold per person, pay first to join. Taking the boss through the instance, 6,000 gold, everything belongs to the boss, all tasks guaranteed. Selling potions, essential detox potions for the instance, 200 gold each. Where there are people, there is a world of martial arts. Where there is a world of martial arts, there are transactions. Casual players could easily earn a few hundred in a day, but this small change was beneath Lin Chen, let alone the members of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Oh, it's the merchant's son, a celebrity. Merchant's son, I have a few pieces of equipment here, do you want them? Teasing voices rang out as a few players handed over some white gear. These pieces of equipment probably wouldn't sell for even 20 gold, the kind that would take up space in a bag. Lin Chen attracted attention, some admired him, some envied him, and some were jealous. A few people wanted to humiliate Lin Chen with some trash gear. What's wrong? Not accepting? The merchant's son isn't that great. 50,000 gold deposit. Pfft, just a scammer, still trying to do business, how ridiculous, probably just a loser in real life. Ha, how about you sell me your pet? I'll give you 10,000 gold, enough for you to spend for years. Making money, buy high and sell low, showing a fierce expression. The guild leader was humiliated, could they not endure it? Just as they were about to speak, a few stall owners couldn't hold back. What's wrong with the merchant's son? Do keyboard warriors know the meaning of respect? Broken gear, keep it for your coffin. I earn enough in a day for you to spend a lifetime. The stall owners helping Lin Chen had a simple purpose. They definitely wanted to join the great merchant dynasty. Oh, the merchant's son not only knows how to scam but also raises dogs remotely. Exactly, 50,000 gold, 100 people is 5 million gold. Isn't this just a scam? The great merchant dynasty is a den of scammers. Everyone, don't buy their stuff in the future. You're the dog, you're the scammer. Talking about you, idiot, bite me. Damn it, brothers, can't stand these keyboard warriors. Let's take them down. Outside Iron Horse Village was not a safe zone, and it looked like the two groups were about to fight. Hey, didn't the great merchant dynasty say they were permanently neutral? What? Now they want to kill us? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, no different from anyone else. They kept mentioning the great merchant dynasty. Lin Chen's expression was cold. The situation had escalated too suddenly. Those who didn't know would think it was a sudden incident, but he sensed something was off. There were two people standing nearby, motionless, in a good position, and they weren't talking to anyone around, clearly not there to watch the commotion. There were small markers above their heads, indicating they were recording or live streaming. Want to mess with me? Lin Chen didn't know who he had offended, but this method was too clumsy. Wasn't it just an attempt to smear the great merchant dynasty? In the team chat, making money, boss, what should we do? The other side seems prepared. Buy high and sell low, probably competitors. Yang was eagle, in the range of Ningdu City, where do we have competitors? The three of them could all see it. Merchant's son, they think we, as business people, are easy to bully. I know that doing business is not that simple. A business empire must have the ability to suppress everything. Having a sword and being able to use it are two different things. He then looked at the King of Heaven and the King of Hell. Merchant's son, do you two believe me? King of Heaven, boss merchant, what do you mean? Of course, we believe you. Merchant's son, do you want to fight? King of Hell, we want to fight. Boss, what do you want to do? We'll help you. Lin Chen pointed at the four players who were causing trouble. Kill them. Do we have a chance in a 2v4? King of Heaven, shall we give it a try? King of Hell, try what? It's a piece of cake. It's just killing 4 people, right? The two exchanged glances and walked towards the troublemakers. Lin Chen grinned and said, brothers, stop the noise. We're about to fight, quick, grab the camera. Isn't it just using magic to defeat magic? Let's join in and make the onlookers confused. The troublemaking quartet couldn't help but mock. Merchant's son, out of words? Sent your lackeys? Lin Chen wasn't angry and laughed. These two are the elite players of my great merchant dynasty, bodyguards of the merchant team. Aren't you looking for trouble? Go kill them. You two aren't from the great merchant dynasty. What are you doing here? 2 against 4? Who do you look down on? Come on, I'll let you take the first move. Otherwise, you'll say we bullied you. King of Hell and King of Heaven exchanged glances and suddenly charged at each other's hunters. After years of tacit understanding, even in a game, a single look could convey their intentions. First, kill the ranged attackers, then deal with the melee fighters. Lin Chen started recording, constantly changing positions while commenting, King of Hell, King of Heaven, elite players of the great merchant dynasty, demonstrating what it means to fight more with less at the same level. Watch closely and learn well. Here it comes. First is the King of Hell's swordsman skill, the sword draw, while the King of Heaven's swordsman strikes simultaneously. What skill is he using? Oh, it's also a high damage skill of the swordsman, the horse slash. The King of Hell and the King of Heaven lunged forward, instantly reaching the hunter. With 2 swift skills, the hunter lost 2/3 of his health. Hunters are inherently fragile classes. How could they withstand the close-range attacks of the 2 highest damage classes? Brothers, stop watching. I can't hold on. Damn, are they really going to attack? Get moving. As they were about to strike, the King of Hell and the King of Heaven remained unfazed, continuing to focus fire on the hunter. The hunter was also frustrated, wanting to run after being cornered. He fell to the ground dead in no time. Damn it, let's get them. At the same time, the enemy's weapons struck down. Parry -18, parry -19, but the health loss was minimal. clearly a result of the King of Hell and the King of Heaven's joint parry. Lin Chen quickly zoomed in with the camera. Look closely, this is how parrying performs in actual combat. You must remain calm in battle. Here it comes, the combination skill of the two elite players. They hard countered the last warrior's attack. Both focused their targets on the opposing assassin. After killing the ranged fragile class, it was time for the melee fragile class. With a clear target, they charged forward without hesitation. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two worked together seamlessly, killing the assassin at minimal cost. Damn, can the game be played like this? Am I playing the same game as them? No way. Can a sword increase the attack power of a sword when it strikes? The dazzling maneuvers left everyone present in shock. The assassin and hunter fell one after another, and the upcoming 2v2 had no suspense. The opponents were directly toyed with and killed in seconds. The King of Hell and the King of Heaven didn't even lose half their health. With a stylish sheathing of their swords, they approached Lin Chen. Boss, it's done. Wow, so cool. Hey, brother, how did you do that just now? How did you dodge their attacks and make them miss? I can't do that. Yeah, teach us. You guys are amazing. It was the first time the King of Heaven and the King of Hell had been praised by so many people. You should know that their teaching videos hardly have any views, only a few people watch them, and most just skip after the beginning. Now, facing the praise of over 20 people, they felt a bit at a loss, not knowing what to say, and one even turned red. Lin Chen raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Without the disruptive four-man group, he still had a bit of face, and the crowd quieted down. He then smiled and said, everyone, as I mentioned, they are the bodyguards of our Great Shang Dynasty. In the future, the Great Shang Dynasty will offer services such as power leveling, dungeon runs, teaching, and live streaming. Please look forward to it. Really? Boss Shang, can I join? Boss Shang, how much does it cost? Haha, that's not convenient to disclose. As for the deposit mentioned by those four earlier, I believe everyone understands it's just to ensure everyone's safety. The Great Shang Dynasty is fair to all. The two responsible for secretly filming the livestream turned pale. Lin Chen was right, they intended to expose the scandals of the Great Shang Dynasty and tarnish his reputation. Unexpectedly, they ended up helping the Great Shang Dynasty with a wave of advertising. Lin Chen turned to the two and smiled, make sure to film me looking handsome. Sorry everyone, I need to go through a dungeon. Remember to visit the Great Shang Dynasty more often. After saying that, he led Ming Wang and Tian Wang towards the dungeon teleportation array, disappearing at the entrance of Iron Horse Village. The two responsible for the secret filming hurriedly turned off the cameras and contacted their superiors. I saw it, useless, no need to explain, you can't even handle this little thing. Humph, this kid backing down is one thing, but now it seems we can only deal with him. We better find a way to get his real-life contact information. Behind them, there was not just one person. Lin Chen had been reborn. He was well aware of the future prospects of the world. The current world was just the tip of the iceberg. The playability of the game could eliminate all other games, including martial arts, cultivation, and national wars. Virtual reality would also help many people in medicine, allowing the elderly to regain youth and roam the world again. The future world would sweep across the globe. The wealth it brought was immeasurable. The cake was huge, big enough to drive countless people crazy. Not only Lin Chen knew this, many others had realized it too. Lin Chen was now the biggest businessman in Ningdu City, naturally encroaching on many people's interests. It was only reasonable for these people to deal with Lin Chen. Upon entering the Iron Horse Village dungeon, Lin Chen was distracted. He had considered this possibility. The other side would definitely take action next. He couldn't expose his identity, and even if he did, he must have the ability to protect himself. The Great Shang Dynasty needed to become even stronger and firmly control several money-making trees. Tian Wang and Ming Wang were both good prospects. Although his mother's surgery fees were covered, the subsequent costs, future living expenses, and his brother's education all rested on his shoulders, the money couldn't stop. Most importantly, he must not expose his true identity before becoming strong. Boss, what's the plan next? Yeah, it's too chaotic here. Boss, what is your mission? Just as he was pondering, a teammate's voice came from beside him. Lin Chen finally reacted. This dungeon is very simple, we just push through. Got it, boss. Then I'll be responsible for pulling the monsters. The dungeon in Iron Horse Village wasn't complicated, there were hundreds of dungeon monsters wandering around, and the boss was located in the deepest part of the main village. This dungeon had also been thoroughly researched in his past life, with simple methods to clear it. The tank was responsible for drawing all the minions away, running with them around Iron Horse Village, while the other 5 focused fire on the boss. This method required high technical skills from the tank. However, Lin Chen had a mission to kill all the monsters in Iron Horse Village, so he could only kill them one by one. The attributes of the 1,000-year zombie were extremely high. It posed no danger as a tank. One by one, the dungeon monsters fell, and after about 40 minutes, all the dungeon monsters were cleared. Only the last boss remains, Iron Horse. The 1,000-year-old zombie took the lead, enduring for 10 minutes before finally wearing down the boss. Congratulations, you have completed the task. Safety of the Merchant Path, reward, 100,000 experience, gold, 1,000. Congratulations, you leveled up. Lin Chen's level jumped directly to level 14. Making money, this dungeon isn't that great, it's really simple, and they still charge 1,000 gold, how ridiculous. Yang was eagle, yeah, it just takes a lot of time. Heavenly King, that's because our equipment is quite poor. If it were better, we should be able to finish in an hour. Underworld King, boss, I'm curious, why do you only let your pets attack and not do anything yourself? Yeah, your equipment is really good. Your attack must be high, right? This question again. Lin Chen's thoughts were already elsewhere, and he casually replied, it's a secret, I have something else to do, let's disperse for now. Okay, boss, see you later. Boss, 886. After bidding them farewell, Lin Chen exited the team and was directly teleported outside the dungeon. He opened the chat bar. There was a player named Emperor Star. Emperor Star, merchant's son, let's talk business. A big business opportunity had come. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, in his previous life, Emperor Star was a big shot known alongside the Jiangnan swordsman, referred to as the twin heroes of Ningdu City. Emperor Star's guild was called City of Emperors. He was the head of the Emperor family, with a group of players called Emperors under him. He was also the biggest competitor of Jiangnan swordsmen in the future. Lin Chen took a deep breath and replied, Merchant's son, what does the Emperor want to buy? Emperor Star, territory. Although Lin Chen had already anticipated this, he couldn't help but feel excited upon seeing the word territory. This was a big deal. Emperor Star, I've scoured all the territories within Ningdu City, and all these towns are in your hands. Merchant's son, that's right, I have levels 1 to 3, which level do you want? Emperor Star, I'll wait for you in Ningdu City, let's discuss in person. A wealthy person. Merchant's son, okay. Customer requests must be met, and there were no way stations nearby. Lin Chen sprinted for a good 10 minutes. Emperor Star was already waiting at the entrance of the Great Merchant Dynasty's shop. The other party was a Fistmaster, level 18, ranked 4th on the level leaderboard, and 3rd on the equipment score leaderboard. He was also a big shot, ranked above Jiangnan swordsman. There were 2 others with him, Onion Emperor and River Emperor. These 2 were also experts on the leaderboard. Sorry to keep the big shot waiting. I didn't expect you to personally visit, it really brightens up my little shop. Lin Chen smiled broadly, looking at Emperor Star as if he were a human ATM. Emperor Star looked quite helpless, you're really impressive. I ran a lap, and all the territories were bought by you. If I don't buy from you, what can we small guilds do? This is called exclusivity. Lin Chen maintained his smile, you still consider yourself a small guild? Those real small guilds can just establish their territories on their own. These leveled territories are reserved for you big shots. Flattery is the best way to go. When big shots play games, spending tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, they need to be treated differently from ordinary people. Emperor Star's expression softened considerably, of course. So, what level of territory does the big shot want? I'll first see what the prices are like. Lin Chen naturally hoped the other party would buy a level 3 territory. Level 2 and level 1 were easier to sell, but level 3 had a high price and was harder to sell, so he hoped to offload it as soon as possible. Pretending to ponder, he said, territories are in high demand right now. A few guilds have emerged in Ningdu City wanting to buy. I think with your status, it should definitely be a level 3 territory. After all, the price for a level 3 territory isn't that expensive. Then how much for a level 3 territory? I've already said it's not expensive. 3 million gold coins. What? 3 million? The Starry Emperor's voice broke, his eyes wide as he stared at Lin Chen. Are you kidding me? Don't think I don't know the price. You rented it for 1 million gold coins for a year. At most, that's just a transfer fee. And you're pocketing 2 million gold coins? Exactly, making so much money, don't you feel guilty? The Onion Emperor and the River Emperor couldn't help but chime in. Guilt? What does it mean to do business? It's all about profit, a buy and a sell, both parties agree. Business isn't about how many people are involved. Lin Chen still wore a smile, there's nothing I can do. I don't know if the big boss has heard the term rare goods are valuable. The Starry Emperor gritted his teeth. Scammer. Too many people have called me a scammer. I like it. The territory is not hard to sell. Boss, why don't we just build our own territory? Yeah, it's too expensive. 3 million gold coins. That's more than enough for us to upgrade to a level 3 territory. Lin Chen continued to smile. No problem. I also think what the Onion Emperor said makes sense. Business isn't about kindness, it's about value. Why not see if there's anything you like in my shop? The Starry Emperor's eyes flickered. If we create our own territory from level 0, we still have to do daily tasks to reach level 3. It would take at least over a year. A level 3 territory can start making money right away. There's at least a 2 million gold coin price difference in between. Lin Chen couldn't help but clap. The Starry Emperor really knows how to calculate. I haven't made much off you. Not much? The profit is in the price difference. Lin Chen's pricing wasn't arbitrary, it was just right. The Onion Emperor scoffed. Do you even believe what you're saying? The River Emperor added, yeah, 1 million gold coins, and you sell it for 3 million. Lin Chen ignored them, their opinions didn't matter at all, and instead looked at the Starry Emperor, waiting for his response. The Starry Emperor was silent for a moment before saying solemnly, okay. Lin Chen's lips curled up, his brow relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. The boss is generous, but I have one condition. Sigh, don't talk about the price, that's already the lowest. Lin Chen's face was full of difficulty, looking just like a shopkeeper when buying clothes, as if to say, if you haggle more, I'll be at a loss. The Starry Emperor shook his head, the price is 3 million. But I hope that when you order military supplies in the future, you can give me a discount. Thinking it was something serious, Lin Chen readily agreed, no problem. Good, let's trade now. They hit it off, one was willing to sell, and the other was willing to buy, that's business. The few of them took a carriage from the post station, and in 10 minutes, they arrived at Willow Leaf Town. After completing the handover at the old mayor's office, they successfully earned 3 million gold coins, which is 300,000 yuan. What the Starry Emperor didn't know was that the 1-year usage right for Willow Leaf Town was obtained by Lin Chen through tasks, with a profit of 100%. The gold coins in the package returned to 351 million. Lin Chen looked at the gold coins with delight. He still had so much land, the future was promising. The next day, Lin Chen spent his time doing tasks and leveled up to level 15, only a few thousand experience points away from level 16. Killing this boss in front of him should allow him to level up. At the same time, there were only 24 hours left until his mother's surgery. Lin Chen thought about going to the hospital after defeating this boss. The boss was a small personal dungeon, a flower thief, an assassin-type boss. Lin Chen had ground it down to half health with the 1,000-year zombie. Killing it was no problem. Zombie brother, give it your all. The 1,000-year zombie smiled at Lin Chen while attacking the boss. Just as the boss's health was dwindling, the helmet began to vibrate. Incoming call, Lin Wen. Lin Chen answered the phone. What's wrong, Lin Wen? On the other end, Lin Wen's anxious voice came through. Brother, hurry to the hospital, mom's in trouble, quick, woo woo woo. What happened? What's going on? Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly pressed for more information, but all he could hear was Lin Wen shouting and the sounds of a struggle. Before long, the call was disconnected. Damn it, exit the game. Beep, you are in combat mode and cannot exit the game. Please disengage from combat first. Get the hell out of here, force exit. Beep, initiating forced exit, exit failed. You have been interrupted from forced exit. Lin Chen was extremely anxious, the cold voice from the helmet only added to his urgency. Damn! Warning, warning, using one-click return to body may cause harm to your body. He couldn't care less. Lin Chen violently activated the one-click return to body function. His hands frantically tried to remove the helmet. To prevent the helmet from falling off during gameplay, it would automatically lock, making it difficult to forcibly remove. With Lin Chen's efforts, it pressed tightly against his ears and face. The screen in front of him crackled and occasionally flashed garbled text. Warning, 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 warning. A fatal error has occurred. Please stop your actions. All Lin Chen wanted was to exit the game as quickly as possible. He couldn't care about anything else. Get it off me. Crackle, crackle, warning, warning. The helmet began to spark, electricity coursing through Lin Chen's body. He felt a tingling sensation, his body instantly stiffened, and he lost consciousness. He forgot that this was the first-generation helmet, which was slightly different from the second generation, particularly in the one-click exit and emergency mode. He didn't know how long it had been. Lin Chen slowly woke up. Ugh. His head throbbed painfully, and he staggered to his feet, shaking his head until the scene before him gradually became clear. The helmet lay on the side, half burned, clearly broken. Lin Chen had no time to feel sorry. Enduring the headache, he grabbed his phone and rushed outside. It was nighttime. The early autumn night was still quite cold, and as soon as he stepped outside, the wind blew, waking him up a bit more. He sprinted towards the hospital. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious. With a worried expression, he dialed Lin Wen's number, but it was constantly busy on the other end. Damn it! Lin Chen gritted his teeth and sprinted madly. The hospital was about 1,000 meters away. He didn't realize he had reached the hospital in just 2 minutes. This wasn't a straight line, it was through winding alleys, and when he arrived at the hospital, he didn't even notice that his breathing was calm and he showed no signs of fatigue. Lin Chen couldn't care less. He anxiously arrived at the ward area. Before he even reached his mother's room, he heard intense arguing, with many nurses and family members gathered at the door. Are you guys bullying people? This was Lin Wen's voice, audible from a distance, his roar tinged with tears. Young man, don't be impulsive, we have no choice, the hospital is adjusting, changes can happen at any time. Dr. Lumo's voice remained calm, you should understand our difficulties. Shut up, do you expect me to understand your hospital's issues at the cost of my mother's life? Get the hell out of here. This young man is really impulsive. Yeah, even the attending physician is talking to him like that, can't he calm down? The onlookers continued to make sarcastic comments. Get lost, all of you, what does it have to do with you? If it were your loved one's life on the line, would you be willing? Lin Wen angrily pointed at the crowd and shouted, how can you be so ungrateful? Kid, what are you saying? Watch it or I'll beat you up. Lin Chen's face was as dark as water as he squeezed into the crowd. Don't push. Who are you? Are you crazy? Get lost. When they turned their heads, they saw Lin Chen's fierce expression, and for a moment, they didn't dare to speak, parting to the sides. Lin Chen walked into the hospital room. He saw his mother lying on the bed with an oxygen mask, seemingly unconscious. Lin Wen's eyes were red, with obvious tear streaks. 2 security guards and the attending doctor, Luo Mo, stood nearby, and on the floor lay a broken phone. Brother, you finally came. Whoa, they are bullying us too much. Lin Wen clutched at him like a lifeline, tears streaming uncontrollably. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, what exactly happened? Luo Mo, however, wore a smile. Lin Chen, it's good that you're here, your brother is too impulsive. Impulsive? Brother, they want to discharge mom and won't treat her anymore. Luo Mo replied, hey, don't talk nonsense. Our hospital never said we wouldn't treat her, we are just powerless. Lin Chen's body shook. How is that possible? Didn't we match successfully? Isn't the surgery tomorrow? Luo Mo quickly said, hey, you Lin family brothers, do you speak so irresponsibly? When did I say the match was successful? When did I say the surgery was tomorrow? Yes, as family members, we can understand the urgency about the illness, but you can't just talk nonsense. Isn't that right, everyone? Exactly, it's normal for people to live and die. It's not surprising if there's no hope. You 2 young people, what are you making a fuss about? This is a hospital. Don't others need to rest? Dr. Luo Mo is very kind. He is already helping you, and you young people have no conscience, just talking nonsense. The hospital has been very polite. If it were up to me, I would have the security throw them out. The family members of the patients at the door began to stir. You're talking nonsense. Everything was agreed upon. We've paid our money. You said it could be done, and now you say it can't? My mom can't wait. Lin Wen retorted angrily. The gist of the matter was that Lin's mother's surgery was scheduled for tomorrow, and the hospital had previously said the match was successful, but now they were backing out. Lin's mother was on the verge of collapse, and Luo Mo started to shift the blame, claiming he never agreed. Luo Mo smiled, raising his hand, everyone, stop talking. It's normal for young people to be impulsive, our hospital is always accommodating. Let them calm down, and it will be fine. After so many days, why didn't you say you couldn't do it? Why drag it out? Lin's mother's condition was already not optimistic. Now it was even more precarious. Lin Chen's fists were clenched tightly. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, Luo Mo, aren't you afraid of retribution? Hey, Shaolin, I've said it all for the good of your family. Why doesn't this kid listen? Luo Mo turned his back to the crowd, facing Lin Chen, appearing earnest, but his eyes revealed mockery, as if to say, I'm just being unreasonable. What can you do about it? Lin Chen didn't know why he suddenly changed his mind, but he was not unprepared. Without further ado, he took out his phone and opened the recording function. Inside was a clear voice message. Is the money here? Lin Chen, don't worry, the match was successful. I said it can be done, and the surgery is next Wednesday, just relax. Wait for the surgery. You'll need to sign the consent form before the surgery, that's the hospital's rule. Come find me on Tuesday. The voice drifted from the phone, and the onlookers at the door instantly fell silent. They all looked at Luo Mo. I can't believe it, he really agreed. This is explosive, the hospital agreed and is now fooling people? Wait, if Luo Mo agreed and it's a major surgery, why isn't it happening? Cut it out. What else could it be? There must be some dirty dealings, who knows? The onlookers were like keyboard warriors online, saying whatever the wind blew. They had just said Luo Mo was a good doctor, and now all their arrows were pointed at him. Lu Mo's face changed dramatically as he frantically pointed at Lin Chen's phone. Defamation. The recording must be synthesized. Quick, grab his phone. Two security guards, quick on their feet, lunged for Lin Chen's phone. But to Lin Chen, their movements seemed painfully slow. He swiftly grabbed their wrists and with a gentle pull, the two burly security guards crashed to the ground like broken sacks, clutching their stomachs in agony. You dare to lay a hand on me. Lin Chen's sharp gaze locked onto Lu Mo. Can my mother's surgery be done? Let's go to the office and talk, okay? Right here, I just want to ask you one thing. Will it be done? Can she be saved? Lin Chen's eyes bore into Lu Mo. If it weren't for his mother being unable to endure the turmoil, he would have transferred her long ago. Now, with the situation as it was, he could only proceed here. Lu Mo gritted his teeth. I need to consult the hospital. Give me some time. Time? Ha! My mother doesn't have time. I just want one answer. The surgery will be done on time, and I want the best doctor. This isn't solely up to you. Even with evidence in hand, the other party remained so obstinate. Lin Chen no longer held back, his voice low and firm. Lu Mo, I, Lin Chen, don't consider myself a filial son, but if anyone wants to harm my mother, I will make them pay with their life. If my mother can't be saved, you will accompany her to the grave. I mean what I say. Lu Mo looked into Lin Chen's eyes and sensed that he was not lying. A man's fury could spill blood. All right, don't panic. I'll find the director right away. Lu Mo understood the severity of Lin's mother's condition. The hospital's procedures were cumbersome, and if something really went wrong, he couldn't risk his own life betting on Lin Chen's filial piety. Damn it, I only received 100,000 yuan. Why should I handle everything? I'm not doing it. He hurried to the director's office. Director Chen Guodong was an old man with a full head of black hair, meticulously styled every day, and the faint aroma of tea wafted from the teaware in his office. Seeing Lu Mo rush in, panting, Chen Guodong smiled. Xiao Lu, what's got you so anxious? Come, have some tea. Director, what time is it? That guy named Lin has come knocking. Guy named Lin? Yes, the one whose match was successful but was later intercepted by the Shangguan family. Chen Guodong suddenly understood. Oh, him? Didn't we investigate his background? Just a small fry. If he dares to cause trouble in our hospital, we can just have the security throw him out. The Shangguan family was the largest family in Ningdu City. Their patriarch and Lin's mother suffered from the same illness. Coincidentally, there was only one successful match in all of Ningdu City. The Shangguan family directly offered 10 million to the hospital, which led to the current situation. Both their lives were in the hospital's hands. One offered 10 million and the favor of a powerful family, while the other was a poor person struggling to gather 500,000 for surgery. The choice was already clear. Director, he has a recording. You told me to say it. If he leaks the recording, we're all finished. Chen Guodong paused, his gaze turning icy as he looked at Lu Mo. Lu Mo, are you useless? This isn't the first time you've done something like this. How could you leave evidence? Director, what do we do now? Lowly people can't stir up much trouble. There's nothing that money can't settle. Bring them to me. Yes, director. Chen Guodong was clearly not new to handling such matters. He skillfully pulled a check from his drawer, writing out 1 million. After a moment's thought, he pulled out another check, writing the same amount. He pondered for a moment, then dialed a number, switching to a flattering tone. Hello, yes, it's me. Please ask Mr. Shangguan to come to my office. After a moment, a young man in a suit with a slick hairstyle entered the office first, followed by 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses. Chen Guodong quickly got up to greet him. Ah, young Master Ningu, you came in person. The young man before him was no ordinary person. He was Shangguan Tiange, the third-generation eldest son of the Shangguan family. Chen Guodong had completely lost his authoritative demeanor as the director and was eager to curry favor. Shangguan Tiange merely nodded and sat on the sofa, with 2 bodyguards standing obediently behind him. Director Chen, what brings you to us? Is there a problem with my grandfather's condition? No, the surgery is still scheduled for tomorrow, but there is a small issue. What small issue? Before Chen Guodong could respond, there was a knock at the door. Lu Mo entered the office with Lin Chen. Lin Chen scanned the office, his gaze landing on Shangguan Tiange, and he frowned slightly. He recognized Shangguan Tiange. In his previous life, the largest and most profitable live streaming, trading, and power leveling platform was run by Shangguan Tiange. He had a gang in the game called Tiangong, composed entirely of businessmen. In his previous life, Lin Chen had been part of that gang and was quite familiar with Shangguan Tiange. Because of this, Lin Chen had specifically looked into the Shangguan family, the foremost family in Ningdu City, with industries spanning various sectors. Their patriarch, Shangguan Tiange's grandfather, passed away in the 4th year of the future, just like Lin Chen's mother. Lin Chen remembered it vividly. Seeing Shangguan Tiange here, he instantly understood why the hospital was acting this way. Chen Guodong sat on the sofa with a friendly expression. This must be young brother Lin Chen. Since you're here, I'll get straight to the point. I'm very sorry about your mother's situation. It was a mistake on our hospital's part. It was a temporary worker. Don't worry, we will fire him. As for your mother's condition, our hospital is willing to compensate. Saying this, he pushed a check forward. Take a look. This is our hospital's compensation. A gesture of our sincerity. If you agree, just sign here. It was a check for 1 million and a waiver. Lin Chen didn't say a word as the other party casually decided his mother's fate. What do you think? Our hospital is already very sincere. Just sign. Chen Guodong had called the Shangguan family over to perform well in front of them. If Lin Chen disagreed, he would offer another million. 2 million was enough to turn relatives against each other in this era, let alone for a terminally ill mother. Chen Guodong seemed to have a grasp on human nature as he handed over a high-end pen, wearing a benevolent smile. Shangguan Tiange's expression was also cold. He had seen too many such situations and instantly guessed the course of events. With money, one could do as they pleased. Power and wealth overshadowed everything, more than enough to crush the young man before him. Lin Chen numbly took the pen. Just as everyone thought he would sign, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Put! Blood suddenly splattered. The pen was precisely plunged into Chen Guodong's palm. Ah! Chen Guodong screamed in terror, clutching his wrist. Ah, my hand. You brat, you dare. The office instantly descended into chaos. Shangguan Tiange's 2 bodyguards watched Lin Chen warily, their hands reaching into their jackets. Lin Chen's cold gaze swept over the two before finally resting on the pained and contorted face of Chen Guodong. I said, if my mother has a problem, you all will accompany her. You're insane. Lu Mo, call for help. Calling for help sounds good. Call the police. Call the police? Shangguan Tiange clearly did not want this matter to escalate. Raising his hand to stop Lu Mo, he said calmly, kid, name your price. Truly Shangguan, you can't change this matter. I can offer you 5 million, add that to the 1 million, and just take the money and leave. The matter of harming Director Chen will be settled like this, otherwise, you could end up in prison for several years. He intended to use this as a threat. However, he did not expect Lin Chen to be completely unfazed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I like doing business, but my mother is never a business. Let's not discuss anything else. I just want my mother's surgery to go smoothly. I'm not interested in your schemes. Think carefully about your position. How dare you speak to me like that? Shangguan Tiange snorted coldly, and the 2 bodyguards behind him pulled out guns from their jackets. The dark muzzles were aimed at Lin Chen. Don't doubt it, in Ningdu City, it's quite simple for the Shangguan family to make someone disappear. Shangguan Tiange's indifferent expression was as if he were speaking to an ant. Crushing Lin Chen meant nothing to him. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen suddenly burst into laughter, and after a fit of laughter, he suddenly shouted angrily, I've died once, am I afraid of you? Come on, if you have the guts, shoot. Veins bulged on his neck, and his fingers cracked as he clenched them, clearly furious to the extreme. A terrifying aura swirled around Lin Chen. Waves of wind appeared out of nowhere in the office, the air thickened, and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Shangguan Tiange, who had just been high and mighty, now looked at Lin Chen in terror. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, because they saw a black hole slowly appearing behind Lin Chen. From the black hole, a coffin could be vaguely seen rising. What is this? What have you done? How did he do that? It was only then that Lin Chen reacted, turning his head in confusion, just in time to see half of a coffin protruding from the black hole. It was an old coffin, and upon closer inspection, it was carved with special patterns that formed strange designs. Such familiar patterns, such a familiar coffin. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, this coffin should be the one that the 1,000-year-old zombie emerges from in the game? In other words, inside the coffin was the 1,000-year-old zombie. Not to mention the others, even Lin Chen himself was dumbfounded. A 1,000-year-old zombie? How is that possible? Why is this happening to me? In shock, he recalled that something had been off since he took off the helmet and fainted. Fast speed, great stamina. In the hospital room, he had even subdued a burly security guard with one hand. Now he could summon the coffin of a 1,000-year-old zombie? I have gained the abilities from the game? The coffin continued to slowly emerge from the black hole, as if something was preventing it from fully appearing. Lin Chen's face was filled with anticipation as he tried to summon the feeling of calling forth the 1,000-year-old zombie from the game. Come out, brother corpse, come out. Under his focus, the coffin's emergence quickened. Yes, it really works. Just as the coffin was about to fully appear, A sudden knock on the door interrupted Lin Chen. The unexpected noise caused the coffin to instantly retract, disappearing completely before their eyes. Cough, cough. The door opened to reveal an old man, his head full of black hair, showing that he usually took good care of himself, but his face was pale, clearly indicating health issues. He leaned on a cane, looking quite weak. This old man was Shangwan Wuji, the patriarch of the Shangwan family, the highest-ranking elder, whose surgery coincided with Lin's mother's. Grandpa, why are you here? Quickly, leave, get out of here, there are ghosts. Shangwan Tiange was filled with fear and urgency. What Lin Chen had just displayed was too terrifying, a fear that could not be expressed in words. Lin Chen's eyes glinted with menace. Is it you, old man, who wants to harm my mother? Humph. Just as Lin Chen was about to explode again, a loud slap echoed. Shangwan Tiange covered his face, looking at his grandfather Shangwan Wuji in disbelief. Grandpa, what are you doing? You ungrateful wretch, cough cough cough. How dare you do such things behind my back? If it weren't for the situation blowing up, I would still be kept in the dark. Then, under Lin Chen's astonished gaze, Shangwan Wuji sullenly bowed to Lin Chen. I'm sorry, young man, it's my grandson's fault. I apologize on his behalf. Grandpa, humph, how have I taught you? When poor, one should focus on self-cultivation. When successful, one should help the world. It seems you've completely forgotten. Cough cough cough. After scolding Shangwan Tiange, Shangwan Wuji turned to Lin Chen with a kind expression. Young man, don't worry, I won't compete with your mother for it. You can rest assured, and as compensation, I'll cover your family's surgery costs. Grandpa, that's the last one. I can hold on for a few more years, but his mother cannot. I, Shangwan Wuji, have lived my life with integrity. Even if I die, I won't trample on others' lives to survive. The old man angrily struck the ground with his cane. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air. After hearing the old man's words, his anger subsided significantly. However, he still coldly replied, I don't need it. I'll pay for the surgery myself. I just want the operation to go smoothly. Shangwan Wuji nodded. All right, I won't force you. Director Chen, enduring the intense pain in his hands, fearfully walked around Lin Chen and approached Shangwan Wuji. Old Master Shangwan, what can I do for you? I want you to invite the best experts to the hospital to treat this child's mother. There must be no slackness. Can you do that? I can do it. I'll notify them to prepare for the surgery right away. Good, this matter is settled. Once Shangwan Wuji spoke, no one dared to disagree. This old man, as long as he was alive, was the most authoritative figure in Ningdu City. His word was law. Also, I don't want anyone else to know about today's events. Do you understand? The consequences of leaking this information are something you cannot bear. Suddenly, he added. Clearly, he was referring not to anything else but the matter of the coffin. It seemed Shangwan Wuji had indeed seen that scene when he entered. Then, with a kind expression, he said to Lin Chen, Young man, you can rest assured, I, Shangwan Wuji, swear that what happened today will not be leaked. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, thank you. After saying that, he directly left the director's office. The matter concerning his mother was resolved so satisfactorily, which was a great fortune. He wanted to quickly inform Lin Wen so that he wouldn't have to worry. Moreover, what concerned him more was the summoning of the coffin. He didn't trust anyone and needed to clarify the truth of the matter as soon as possible. If he could truly summon a 1,000-year-old zombie, he would have the ability to protect himself. Thinking this, he returned to the ward. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly found a note in his hand. Lin Chen was astonished. What's this? Wasn't it the 1 million check that Chen Guodong had slipped into his hand? Unexpected wealth. Lin Chen had no intention of returning the 1 million to Chen Guodong and calmly put it in his pocket. Bro, how did it go? Lin Wen, with tears still not dried, looked at Lin Chen with a face full of hope. Lin Chen smiled and patted his head. Why are you crying? It's all resolved. It's all resolved? Yes, don't you believe me? Mom's surgery will be conducted on time tomorrow, and we've invited the best experts. That's great. After calming Lin Wen's emotions, he stayed with his mother for a few more hours. Lin Chen didn't plan to leave. He wanted to wait until his mother successfully completed the surgery. The gaming helmet at home was clearly unusable, but fortunately, the game had been open for a while now, and the gaming helmet was available for sale on the official website. Lin Chen bought 2 at once. Suddenly having an extra million, he spent it without any burden, which also made him feel much more financially comfortable. At night, Lin Chen strolled out of the ward alone and came to the hospital's backyard. At night, there were hardly any people here, and there wasn't even a streetlight in the corner, making it quite dim. Lin Chen waited cautiously for another 5 minutes, and after confirming that no one was around, he eagerly began his experiment. Come out, corpse brother. Come out, millennium zombie. Like a charlatan, he chanted a few phrases, paired with the signature moves from the game, but there was no response in front or behind him. Something's off, is it malfunctioning? Lin Chen couldn't help but throw a punch. Boom! The sound of breaking air rang out. His strength was still there, and it was strong. To verify his power, he specifically found a tree about the thickness of his wrist. Sneaking up to it, he gently twisted it, and with a crack, the tree snapped in two. Lin Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, I really mutated? Could it be that the helmet knocked me out? Is everything just an illusion? But that doesn't make sense. The tactile sensation was real. Let me try again. Lin Chen continued to experiment for over half an hour. Not only did the coffin not appear, but even the black vortex did not show up again. Sitting on a bench, he recalled everything that had happened today. The only difference was his anger. But now that the outcome was satisfactory, where could Lin Chen find anger? Sigh, forget it. I'll talk about it later. In the end, he gave up on the experiment. Lin Chen's stomach growled, and he planned to leave the hospital to buy some late-night snacks. With his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the shop across the street. But just then, a sudden screech of brakes pierced the air as a small car ran a red light and sped right in front of him. Damn! There was no time for him to react. The car was already crashing towards him. Instinctively, Lin Chen raised his arm to protect his face. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The car came to a stop. Yet, Lin Chen felt no pain at all. Staring blankly at the front of the car, he realized that a small black vortex had appeared at his waist. A pair of hands reached out from the vortex, seemingly holding the car in place. The front of the car crumpled, smoke billowing from the engine, but those hands remained unmoved. Lin Chen was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Zombie hands!" After confirming his safety, the hands returned to the vortex and disappeared as if they had never been there. Stop! Get out of the car! Hit and run while drunk driving! How dare you hit someone? Are you okay, young man? Several traffic police officers inquired with concern. Lin Chen numbly shook his head. No, I'm fine. Are you really okay? Shouldn't you go to the hospital for a checkup? No need. I'm really fine, thank you. Lin Chen left in a hurry under their strange gazes. At that moment, his heart was in turmoil. The Millennium Zombie truly existed, and in his time of danger, it passively appeared to shield him from harm. He never expected such a gain. Lin Chen felt even more excited. As long as the Millennium Zombie was real, given time, he would definitely be able to summon it. That would be so cool. Wednesday. Sure enough, Shangguan Wuji's words were effective. The best specialists came to the hospital to perform surgery on his mother, and when the doctor walked out of the operating room, tired but announcing that the surgery was successful, Lin Chen was overwhelmed with joy, unable to hold back the tears that filled his eyes. He had won this gamble. Woo, I thought I was going to lose my mom. Damn, what are you saying? Damn, look at my mouth, may I live a long life, The two brothers cried tears of joy. Who can understand the bond of relying on each other? Who can know the repression they felt during this time? All was released at this moment. 3 days later, his mother was recovering well. With the help of an aunt in Linwan, Lin Chen dragged his exhausted body back to the rental apartment. There were 2 boxes left at the door, untouched. Inside were the game helmets from the world. Lin Chen hung his head, opened the door, and went to sleep. He hadn't slept for 3 days and didn't even want to play games now. He slept soundly until evening before waking up, casually ate something, and fiddled with the half-burned helmet for a while. Could it really be your fault? After tinkering for a bit, he found he couldn't figure it out. Lin Chen didn't throw it away. Instead, he put it in a new box and stuffed it under the bed. Only then did he put on the game helmet and enter the game. Identity scan, iris scan a new device, followed by a set of binding processes. A flash of light passed before Lin Chen's eyes, and he returned to the familiar place, Built City. Why am I level 16? He was astonished to find that his level had increased by 1, and the tasks in his taskbar were completed. Remembering what happened before the incident, it seemed he was fighting a boss. Did his character remain while he forcibly exited the game, and the boss was taken down by the 1,000-year zombie? That would be great. Besides the level, Lin Chen's chat bar was already flooded. Boss, you're finally online. Boss, the warehouse is full. Boss, many people are looking for you to do business. We've taken on some of it, but some orders are too big and can only be handled by you. Phew, it's good that the boss is back. Boss, our guild is already level 2. We can recruit 200 more people. The guild chat bar exploded even more. Shang Tianzi, sorry, brothers, I've had some family matters these past few days. Sorry for the delay. He was now the backbone of the entire guild, still holding a deposit of 500,000. Some were still afraid he would run away, but seeing him online put them at ease. It's good that you're here, no worries, boss. I told you. How could the boss run away? We were overthinking it. While typing, he walked over to the guild warehouse NPC. Unsurprisingly, when he opened the warehouse package, it was filled to the brim. There were many low-level potions, and now with the level increase, the price of low-level potions had dropped significantly, from over 100 gold to around 50 gold. In the 3 days he hadn't logged in, Lin Chen had at least lost tens of thousands of gold. But it was all worth it. There were fewer pieces of equipment, which was what Lin Chen wanted. Equipment couldn't stack and took up too much space, so he let them stay in their own warehouse for now. Looks like I have some work to do. Lin Chen opened the friend list, and a row of friend requests appeared. Buy territory. ++++, come on, give me some territory. Big shot ++++ big shot. Are you there? Are you selling territory? Where are you? Lin Chen slapped his forehead. I forgot about this. In the few days he hadn't logged in, over 20 new guilds had appeared on the leaderboard, bringing the total to an astonishing 34 guilds. Many of these people were asking him to buy territory. While adding these people as friends, Lin Chen scrolled through the leaderboard and walked towards the shop. Guild rankings first. Great Merchant Dynasty, Level 2, Level 3 Base, 2nd, Jungnan Hall, Level 2, Level 3 Base, 3rd, City of Emperors, Level 2, Level 3 Base, 4th, Xingyun Sect, Level 1, Level 0 Base, 5th, White Robe Sword Sect, Level 1, Level 0 Base, 6th, Heavenly Palace, Level 1, No Base, 7th, Kill and Dance, Level 1, No Base, 8th, Joyful Sect, Level 1, No Base, 9th, Gentleman's Alliance, Level 1, No Base, 10th, Sheep Village, Level 1, No Base. The biggest influence on the guild rankings is the guild level and base. The base provides task bonuses for leveling up the guild. In fact, this leaderboard is quite inflated. He still had 16 guild bases, 5 level 2 and 11 level 1. Whoever could buy a level 2 base would be able to rank 4th. The guilds on the list clearly had more advantages. In Lin Chen's friend requests, almost all the leaders of the guilds had added him as a friend. One by one, they agreed. Without any further ado, I directly sent over the price list. Level 2 base, 1. 5 million transfer fee. Level 1 base, 300,000 transfer fee, no bargaining. I sent about 20 messages. I arrived at the shop. I moved everything from the gang's warehouse into the shop for sale. The gold in the shop reached 800,000, and the materials I purchased were also full. So I took them out and put them back into the gang's warehouse to continue collecting materials. After finishing everything, I finally had time to reply to messages. The high prices for the bases made half of the people hesitate. However, Lin Chen was in a monopolistic position. If you didn't buy his base, you would have to slowly upgrade from a level 0 base. So, half of the bosses still agreed to Lin Chen's prices. In the following time, Lin Chen was busy running around. He took the leaders of various gangs to their desired bases to hand over the guild bases. You really are a shrewd businessman. Boss, I'll take care of your business in the future. I'll give you a 10% discount. So expensive, why don't you just rob it? Boss, you're really funny. Is there any difference between me and robbing now? You actually shamelessly admitted it. An hour later, Lin Chen's face was beaming with excitement. All the bases in his hands had been sold. That's right, they were all sold out. This instantly relieved him a lot. The gold in his package also reached a terrifying 31 million gold. This was all earned by Lin Chen based on his memories from his previous life. And this money couldn't be touched. It would be the capital for him to leverage the entire arms market in the future. With money comes motivation. He listed consumables and equipment. He sold out all the land. Lin Chen was even more motivated. Next, it was time to expand the guild. After the Great Merchant Dynasty reached level 2, the guild's member limit increased from 200 to 400. On the forum, soon, a message was posted. Great Merchant Dynasty is recruiting. Only recruiting absolutely neutral life profession players, 50, merchant players, 50, and high-level players, 100. Requirements: Level 2 life profession, merchants need to pay a 50,000 gold deposit, refundable after 1 year. Breaking the rules will not be refunded. Merchants will be charged a 5% transaction fee. System transaction fee automatically cancelled. High-level players are responsible for carrying and playing along, must have high skills, good temper, and cannot PK. The moment the message was sent, Lin Chen's friend list exploded again. Looking at all the red dots, 99 plus. Big boss plus me, a humble little merchant. Merchant Emperor, want to meet? I have a great figure. Merchant Emperor, add me, I have love to discuss with you. Big boss, I'm a small streamer, super skilled, applying to join the high-level player group. There were all kinds of oddballs. Some were online dating, some were asking for hookups, and some were genuinely wanting to join the guild. Lin Chen helplessly held his forehead. I really can't manage this alone. Besides recruiting people, there were many trivial matters in the guild. A lot of money hadn't been collected or distributed. I had to give life profession players a 10% profit share, and there was also the 5% transaction fee for merchants. The big chunk was the 5% transaction fee for merchants. The guild system automatically deducted the transaction fees for guild members. A statement would be issued once a week, and the time was approaching. Lin Chen was very curious about how much it would be. 4 days offline. There were too many things to do, I simply couldn't keep up. It seems it's time to promote a few trusted executives. Even if I wasn't around in the future, the guild could still operate, because a large number of new players were pouring in. The guild chat group was very lively. Tian Wang, hello everyone, little brother Tian Wang, please take care of me in the future. Ming Wang, my name is Ming Wang, from now on, we are all brothers. Nang Dai, hello everyone, I am Nang Dai. Boss, can you take care of the one upstairs? This kid is taking advantage of us. Ha, too funny, there's even one called Nang Yang here. TM is a pair, the clown is actually Ni. It's really a place where you can't find two types of people in bed. I don't know about other things, but the gang chat of the Great Merchant Dynasty is always the liveliest. Many people set up stalls just to chat. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then gathered the brothers I love eating pig trotters and I love pig intestines, along with Yang was eagle, making money, high buy low sell, and pulled 7 people into a chat group. He named this group, Great Merchant Dynasty Management Group. Merchant son, the gang is on the right track now, let me assign some tasks. Yang was eagle, what, have I been chosen by the boss? High buy low sell, huh, the boss really has an eye for talent. Heavenly King, just join the gang, please guide me, everyone. I love pig intestines, we're all brothers here, no need to be polite. Seeing them getting along so well, Lin Chen was also very happy. Merchant son, intestines, trotters, you will be responsible for managing life professions, making money, eagle, and trading, you will manage the merchants. Heavenly King, Underworld King, you will manage the high players. Heavenly King, huh? Am I a senior manager just for joining? Boss, can I handle it? Merchant son, what you mainly need to do is recruit people, tee them, and most importantly, see if they follow the gang rules. Anyone who doesn't follow the rules will be teed. Yes, boss. No problem, boss. Don't worry, boss, if I don't do well, just tee me. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and then raised the permissions of a few people. Congratulations player, I love pig intestines, becoming the head of the treasure hall. Congratulations player, I love eating pig trotters, becoming the deputy head of the treasure hall. Congratulations player, Heavenly King, becoming the head of the battle hall. Congratulations player, Underworld King, becoming the deputy head of the battle hall. Congratulations player, Making Money, becoming the head of the 1,000 Gold Hall. Congratulations player, Yang was Eagle, becoming the deputy head of the 1,000 Gold Hall. Congratulations player, High Buy Low Sell, becoming the deputy head of the 1,000 Gold Hall. Congratulations to all the bosses, wow, so envious. Yeah, I want to be one too, not just the head, even being a fragrant master would be great. Merchant son, everyone, the hall masters are here to serve you, there are no privileges, please supervise each other. Next, the hall masters will form groups, and the fragrant masters should also find their respective hall masters. Soon, the gang began to form groups. This also made management easier, and with the help of the 7 hall masters, Lin Chen felt much more relaxed. In no time, they were divided into 3 halls, the treasure hall for life professions, the 1,000 gold hall for merchants, and the battle hall for high players. The gang was becoming more organized. After finishing everything, he finally let out a long breath. Finally done. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. The handling fee you set has been credited. Lin Chen quickly opened the gang warehouse and, seeing the money, gasped in surprise. So much? 1,750,000 gold coins. In 1 week, 1,750,000? Lin Chen had thought it would be a lot, but never expected it to be that much. However, roughly calculating, with 100 merchants and a 5% transaction volume over 7 days, it wasn't profit. This meant that each merchant had an average daily transaction volume of around 50,000 gold coins, which was quite reasonable. Lin Chen calculated it was reasonable, but seeing this amount still made him unable to contain his excitement. With no costs involved, he didn't expect the most profitable part to be the handling fees. The world of companies was too lucrative. Lin Chen's guild was a hidden profession guild, and all members cancelled the system's handling fees, instead paying fees to the guild. As the levels of life professions increased in the future, item prices would be higher, leading to even more handling fees. Lin Chen did not regret recruiting so many life professions. Without them, he wouldn't be able to achieve a monopoly in the future. Taking out this 1,750,000, Lin Chen's total wealth reached 16,060,000 gold coins. In an instant, he felt a full sense of accomplishment. After Lin Chen finished dealing with everything, he felt refreshed and took on the upgrade task from the big merchant. He had to go to a place called the Demon Suppression Tower to kill 100 monsters. It was purely an upgrade task. Lin Chen set off alone, leisurely exiting the city gate and heading north towards the Demon Suppression Tower. He didn't notice that as he left the city gate, someone reported his whereabouts. "Boss, the Merchant Emperor is online." After he logged in, he sold a few plots of land and seems to have made quite a bit of money. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep a low profile. Thank you for your trust, boss." Lin Chen was unaware that he had already been targeted. Even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. Once outside the city gate, his mind became active again. "Come out, 1,000-year-old zombie." In the dark vortex, an ancient coffin slowly appeared. With a clang, the coffin lid fell off. The terrifying body of the 1,000-year-old zombie appeared before Lin Chen. He circled around the zombie, stroking his chin, and said with confusion, "Is it you? Can you go into reality? Do you understand my words? Were you kidnapped by the system? If so, blink." At the city gate, everyone looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions. They knew he had a pet, and it was the top pet on the leaderboard. But why was he showing off? He was even talking to his pet. The 1,000-year-old zombie remained silent. Lin Chen felt foolish and bitterly smiled. Aren't they the same thing? Forget it, let's just level up. He hadn't logged in for a few days, and the first place was already level 22 and had changed classes to a hunter. Hunters were the easiest class to level up among all professions. He needed to reach level 20 and change classes as soon as possible. He wondered what benefits the big merchant would get from changing classes. The higher the level, the more benefits there would be. While he was on his way to the Demon Suppression Tower, suddenly his friend list jumped. Lin Chen instinctively thought someone was inviting him to join a guild. He casually clicked to check and was left in shock. "Player, Heavenly Emperor has added you as a friend. Do you accept?" Heavenly Emperor? What an arrogant name. Isn't that the gaming name of Shangguan Tianga? Heavenly Emperor. The guild he created is called Heavenly Palace. It's just not well known yet. Why is he looking for me? Lin Chen puzzledly accepted the friend request. "Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor has become your friend." "Merchant Emperor, what do you want from me?" "Heavenly Emperor, let's talk business." "Oh, what business? Name your price, transfer the guild to me." So that's what it's about. Lin Chen sneered. "Not selling. 5 million, not in gold, but in cash." "Fool, kid, think it over. 5 million is not a small amount. You're just starting out, and you won't be able to manage it alone. Selling it to me is the best choice." In Shangguan Tianga's view, this was like starting a company. Lin Chen was currently the best company on the market. Acquiring a company would benefit both parties. Besides, your guild's reputation isn't good. Lin Chen suddenly said, "A few days ago, it was you who tried to smear me, right?" Shangguan Tianga fell silent. Without thinking, Lin Chen confirmed it. A few days ago, at the entrance of Iron Horse Village, he was causing trouble, trying to smear him to buy low. However, Shangguan Tianga forgot that this was a game, not reality, and a guild was not a company. "Merchant Emperor, is this your sincerity in the acquisition? What a joke. Heavenly Emperor, 8 million, how about that? Boring. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You still owe me 2,000 in wages, but you don't have to pay it back." Lin Chen directly closed the friend chat and blacklisted him. Reflecting on it, he had to admit that Shangguan Tianga had a high sensitivity to business. He knew that the world would become a huge hit, and there would be endless business opportunities in the future, so he was already thinking of getting involved at this time. No wonder in the last life, the entire arms trade in the game was monopolized by Shangguan Tianga. This allowed the Shangguan family to soar, transforming from the #1 family in Ningdu City to one of the top families in the entire country. Lin Chen's expression grew serious, and the pressure increased significantly. The Shangguan family would be his greatest competitor. Looks like I need to speed up. At least the enemy had already come to the forefront. Lin Chen headed towards the Demon Suppression Tower. Demon Suppression Tower. The emerald green tower stood in the dark jungle. It was 7 stories high. The atmosphere outside the Demon Suppression Tower was eerie. The outer area was filled with level 15 wandering ghosts. The first floor had monsters ranging from level 16 to 17, all the way to the top floor, which had level 25 monsters. There were many players leveling up. The wandering ghosts outside were quickly killed as soon as they respawned by those waiting. Lin Chen's task was to kill 100 monsters in the Demon Suppression Tower. There was nothing worth killing outside. He went straight into the tower's interior. The first floor was also quite large. Each monster had its own respawn point: spawning, Lotus Demonis, Drowned Ghost, Starved Ghost, Ghost Leader, and other monsters. Most players were between levels 16 and 20. Each respawn point had several players waiting for monsters to spawn. It was uncertain if he could even get one, let alone 100. Lin Chen felt overwhelmed. 100? When will I finish this? At the entrance, there were people everywhere. The safe zone at the entrance had many vendors, including people from the Great Merchant Dynasty, selling potions and equipment. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, walked towards the entrance of the second floor. There were more people than monsters, and he easily reached the second floor. The wild monsters levels had also reached 17 to 18. There were fewer people, but he still had to wait at a point to kill. Lin Chen killed 3 monsters along the way and arrived at the entrance to the third floor. The third floor had monsters at levels 18 to 19, and indeed, there were even fewer people. The strength of the monsters was just right. Lin Chen found a comfortable spot between 3 respawn points and let the 1,000-year-old zombie continuously kill monsters. He then set up his stall with peace of mind. A strong person never cares about the environment. The golden stall name above his head was an advertisement wherever he went. The 1,000-year-old zombie's attack power was still impressive. Although it was a tank-like brawler class, its attack power could rival that of a swordsman. Basically, one monster would die after 10 hits, and the second monster would respawn simultaneously. This way of fighting was quick and didn't consume potions. In just over 10 minutes, he had killed 27 monsters, totaling 30. He believed he could complete the task in another hour. During this time, some people came to check out Lin Chen's shop, and he sold potions worth several thousand gold coins. But just then, someone in the guild suddenly shouted, "Boss, we've been killed." Damn, too arrogant. Boss, this is what the person who killed us said. Then they sent a screenshot, which showed what the opposing player had said. Weary killing your Great Merchant Dynasty people. If you don't want to be killed, quit the guild. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. What's going on? We were leveling up in the Demon Suppression Tower when a group suddenly came and killed us. Us too, it's too much. Yeah, I was just killed too. As this chat message came out, several others chimed in, saying they had encountered the same situation. Shang Tianzi, who are they? The ones killing us are from Qingyun sect. I was killed on Tianmu Mountain. The one speaking just now is from Tiangong. They are in the Demon Suppression Tower. Although the people from the Great Merchant Dynasty were all production classes and merchants, they also needed to level up. Lin Chen frowned slightly. The first person he thought of was Shangguan Tianga. Is this a punishment? Bastard. Shang Tianzi, are they still there? I'm in the Demon Suppression Tower. They should still be there, on the 3rd floor. Boss, should we call people to deal with them? Shang Tianzi, in business, harmony is paramount. I'll go up and communicate with them. If they were to deal with it, it had to be him who did it. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. He packed up his stall and, accompanied by the 1,000-year-old zombie, headed towards the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. On the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, several players from the Heavenly Palace and the Qingyun sect were leveling up, chatting and laughing as they did so. The people from the Great Merchant Dynasty really think there's something. Just wait and see. That's hilarious. Just a little guild run by a stall owner. We'll kill them on sight from now on. The boss said, for every Great Merchant Dynasty player we kill, we get 500 gold coins. I just killed 2. Feels great. While they were boasting, one player noticed the light shining at the entrance of the 3rd floor. Hey, it's someone from the Great Merchant Dynasty. No, it's the merchant's son. Damn, this is great. The boss said, killing the merchant's son gives a reward of 10,000 gold coins. That's $1,000. The eyes of the few players lit up as they quickly surrounded Lin Chen. Oh, isn't this the famous merchant's son? Just killed a small fry, and now the big one shows up. Huh? Are you the Calabash brothers saving Grandpa? Wrong, you should say, are all the Great Merchant Dynasty people just delivery boys? So good at delivering. Lin Chen's expression darkened. There were exactly 6 of them, 3 from the Heavenly Palace and 3 from the Qingyun sect. A typical leveling configuration. Healers, warriors, Taoists, swordsmen, fist fighters, hunters. Though they spoke mockingly, they were closing in on him, blocking the entrance to the 3rd floor. Clearly, they intended to kill him. It looked like a PK was about to happen. Other guilds and solo players nearby curiously gathered around. They had been leveling here and had just witnessed the players from the Qingyun sect and Heavenly Palace killing members of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Onlookers, I thought the Great Merchant Dynasty would bring a lot of people for revenge, but it's just the guild leader alone. Heh, the Great Merchant Dynasty is just a small stall guild. What first guild? Their strength is pathetic. I agree, they probably can't call for help. the safe zone is full of their stall owners. The guild leader came alone to seek revenge. He's probably going to get killed. The onlookers' comments were quite enjoyable for the players from the Heavenly Palace and Qingyun sect. They teased and interacted with those around them. You guys see it too, the Great Merchant Dynasty is just a bunch of losers. Remember to join our Qingyun sect when you join a guild. Let's kill the merchant's son today and make a name for ourselves. In their eyes, Lin Chen was like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape. Humiliating him was also a command from the boss of the Heavenly Palace. It was perfect with so many people watching. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the 6 individuals. He remained silent, observing and calculating his strategy. His eyes landed on the warrior. Among the 6, only the warrior had a red name. Attacking him wouldn't change Lin Chen's name color. Just as they were chatting away, Lin Chen finally spoke. 1,000-year-old zombie, kill him. He was pointing at the warrior. The 1,000-year-old zombie leaped into action, appearing in front of the warrior. The warrior was a tank, quite tough, wearing armor, a soldier of the army. But when the 1,000-year-old zombie's claw struck him, and the number, -459, appeared above his head, the warrior was shocked. His health dropped by a third. Wow, such high attack power. Damn, he dared to strike? Kill him, brothers. Healer, heal him. The battle was about to erupt. The healer wasted no time, healing the warrior for 300 health points. But then, the 1,000-year-old zombie completely abandoned the warrior and attacked the healer instead. Not good. His target is the healer. Forget it, just kill him. From the very beginning, Lin Chen's target was the healer. Letting the healer heal the warrior would turn his name gray, and killing him wouldn't turn Lin Chen's name red. The Millennium Zombie pounded on the healer. Critical hit, -1,042. During the onslaught, a critical hit was dealt, nearly taking the healer out in one blow. The healer was horrified, healing herself while running around the team. Kill him, hurry. I can't hold on much longer. The onlookers were dumbfounded by the scene. What the hell, is it this violent? Everyone's level was around 16. The brawler was the tankiest. Normally, a brawler at this level would have about 2,000 health. The healer and assassin were the most fragile classes. The healer in front of them clearly had poor equipment, with only 1,300 health, running away like a dog. Lin Chen scoffed. Heh, didn't you start recording? Is this what you recorded? Shang Tianzi, don't get cocky, you're dead for sure. Without your pet, what are you? The other 5 in the team immediately attacked Lin Chen. The Taoist's yellow talisman, the hunter's arrows, and the swordsman's sword all struck at Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't dodge. He swallowed a potion and braced himself against all the attacks. -129, -110, -140. When their attacks landed on Lin Chen, they only dealt a little over 100 damage each. Looking at Lin Chen's health, 2,529 points. After one round of attacks, they had only taken away a quarter of Lin Chen's health, which was 600 points. What class is he? Is he a brawler? Lin Chen calmly consumed 2 potions, one for continuous healing and one for rapid healing. In an instant, his health was back to full. He had no offensive gear, only defensive gear, and it was quite good, making him a strong presence among tanks. On the other side, the enemy healer couldn't withstand the Millennium Zombie's relentless pursuit. After holding on for a while, she ultimately fell to the Millennium Zombie's ruthless attack. No one expected that right after the fight started, both the Heavenly Palace and the Qingyun sect had lost members. The onlookers gasped in shock. No way, Shang Tianzi didn't even use his main body, just his pet, and he took one out? A master, this is a true master. He's holding back against these few people. What a masterly demeanor. Misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. They probably didn't know that Lin Chen wasn't holding back. It was just that very few knew he couldn't attack. Lin Chen had quite the demeanor, with blades at his side, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression cold, hunter. As soon as he said the word hunter, the Millennium Zombie began to chase the hunter. Swordsman. Next was the swordsman. Watching the 6 from the Heavenly Palace and Qingyun sect fall one by one, Lin Chen's health remained robust. The onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes wide. Elegant, truly elegant. Playing the same game, how is he so outstanding? Damn, isn't this just speaking the law into existence? So impressive. Who said Shang Tianzi was just a stall vendor? Strong, ridiculously strong. In the end, only one brawler remained, who had lost the will to fight and fled. Goodness, it had only been about 3 minutes. 6 against 1, 1 ran away, and 5 were dead. The onlookers exchanged glances in disbelief. Did you guys record that? Oh my god, that was so cool, I recorded it. Before long, multiple posts appeared on the forum. You see, posting in Tianxia, getting featured, and having many replies would earn gold coins. The onlookers, filled with excitement, posted one after another. Bloodbath on the 3rd floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. Shang Tianzi 1 vs 6. Shang Tianzi, 6 people? No need for me to act. I would like to call Shang Tianzi the most elegant master. Discussion. In this game, how many can force Shang Tianzi to act? Shang Tianzi has always hidden his strength, only using pets. Why is that? Is it to show off? Is it a moral decline? Everyone is welcome to leave comments. Well then, the people from the Heavenly Palace and Qingyun sect not only didn't embarrass the great Shang dynasty. Once again, Lin Chen's fame was elevated to a new level. Everyone was speculating about what profession Lin Chen actually had, and how terrifying his true form could be. Even Lin Chen himself hadn't anticipated this. This would become a topic that would trouble players of the world for a long time. Boss, amazing. Wow, you killed 6. Leader, truly elegant. Boss, what exactly is your profession? Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't answer them. Although he just wanted to make money, the world was akin to a martial arts era, a time of cultivation. In such an era, to protect one's wealth, one needed corresponding strength. Since the other party had misunderstood, let them continue to misunderstand. Merchant's son, you all focus on leveling up. If anyone gets harassed, just shout in the group. After saying that, Lin Chen glanced at the forum for a moment. The most discussed topics among the onlookers were his true form and his pet. There was also the drama between the great merchant dynasty, the Heavenly Palace, and the Qingyun sect. Lin Chen felt a heaviness in his heart. He knew that the other side wouldn't let it go so easily. The retaliation might be even fiercer. If things went poorly, many people from the great merchant dynasty would withdraw from the guild. I can't just sit and wait. But the other side had 2 guilds, backed by the substantial funds of the Shangguan family. There was no good solution at the moment. He can only take it one step at a time. Lin Chen didn't leave. He set up a stall on the 3rd floor, letting the 1,000-year-old zombie kill monsters. After what had just happened, the onlookers transformed into reporters, constantly striking up conversations with Lin Chen. Merchant's son, what exactly is your profession? Do you have great equipment? What's the reason for hiding your strength? Handsome, can we be friends? I'm super pale. Boss, can you make this equipment cheaper? I want to join the guild. What do you think of my qualifications? Lin Chen chatted with them with a smile. Guests were always welcome. Soon, he finished killing 100 monsters, and his experience points rose to about 40%. He packed up and walked towards the exit. He waved to the onlookers. Brothers, mission accomplished, I'm leaving. Okay, merchant boss, goodbye. Originally, he should have turned in the mission. But at that moment, a strange roar suddenly echoed throughout the demon suppression tower. What was that? It seems like a boss. A boss has appeared? Hurry, find the boss. In such a large place as the demon suppression tower, there was a boss on every floor, but the conditions for boss respawns were strict. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks and joined the search for the boss. After that sound, there was no further movement. Everyone was looking. They searched the 3rd floor thoroughly but found nothing. Lin Chen looked towards the entrance to the 4th floor and resolutely walked in. There were fewer players on the 4th floor. The wild monsters here were around level 20. Killing them was quite laborious, and few players reached this level. Only a few scattered groups were hunting monsters. Wild monsters were everywhere. In the far corner, there were all wild monsters, and a giant female demon stepping on a lotus flower was wandering among them. Lotus flower demon leader, boss, indeed, it was a boss. Several groups on the 4th floor were clearing the surrounding wild monsters, and their target was clearly the lotus flower demon leader inside. Steal it! Without any hesitation, Lin Chen made the decision to find a way to claim this boss. Hey, merchant brother, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Not far away was a group, and the leader was none other than the Jiangnan swordsman. The Jiangnan swordsman was wearing a cloak, and his sword had become more ornate. After a few days, he had reached level 20, completing his 2nd class change from swordsman to sword master. You also came to fight the boss? What a coincidence, huh? Join our group. The Jiangnan swordsman was still as generous as ever, directly sending a party invitation. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. It seemed that wanting to monopolize it was no longer possible. He readily agreed to the team request. Joining the team, the lineup of the Jiangnan swordsman was quite luxurious. A boxer, a doctor, a Taoist, a swordsman, and a hunter. All were officials of the Jiangnan Hall, the Hall Master, the Incense Master, all at level 20. Their equipment was astonishing. This was the strength of the 1st Combat Guild, Jiangnan Hall. Jiangnan swordsman, bro, why haven't you logged in for several days? I've been looking for you. Shang Tianzi, oh, had some real-life matters. What does the boss need from me? Nothing much, just some business matters. Brothers, I'm switching to auction mode. Captain, Jiangnan swordsman, changing the team's loot mode to auction mode. Note, in auction mode, loot will automatically enter the team auction. Do you agree? Agree. Lin Chen knew very well that he was the only outsider in the team. If they looted normally or randomly, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Jiangnan Swordsman avoided such awkwardness by proactively suggesting auction mode, which made Lin Chen admire him. Such a person could indeed achieve great things in the future. Entering the team, they all headed towards the boss while clearing monsters. Jiangnan Swordsman glanced at Lin Chen. Bro, I heard that the people from the Heavenly Palace in Qingyun sector targeting you? Do you need help? Lin Chen smiled. You catch on pretty quickly. It's nothing serious, just a small hassle. That's not a small hassle. The other side is not easy to deal with. Jiangnan Swordsman clearly knew the true identity of Shangguan Gu. I don't like to stir up trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, and his expression became serious. In his previous life, he indeed had no qualifications to challenge Shangguan Gu, but this life was different. They had both died once. Who was there to fear? If there's anything you need help with, just say it directly, don't be polite. At worst, you can give me a discount on the goods you sell me later. Of course. While clearing monsters, they chatted. Before long, their group, with the best equipment and strongest attacks, was the first to clear the wild monsters in that direction. The team's hunter, named Finghua Shijuho, shouted, Boss, we've entered the attack range. Go for it. Alright. Finghua Shijuho wasted no time and directly attacked the boss with a normal attack. Because the hunter's attack speed was fast, the Bao's normal attack speed was also the quickest. The arrow flew in a graceful arc, landing on the chest of the Lotus Demon Leader. That shot was so provocative. It directly angered the Lotus Demon Leader, who let out a sharp roar towards Lin Chen and the others. In an instant, all the wild monsters turned to look at them. The next moment, they charged at them. Jiangnan Swordsman frowned. Not good, this boss can command these wild monsters. Lin Chen pointed to the side and said, against the wall, clear them slowly. Okay, everyone against the wall, boxer in front. Seeing the boss charging towards Lin Chen and the other teams on the fourth floor had grim expressions. Damn it, they actually got ahead of us. What should we do? The other side is from Jiangnan Hall and the Great Merchant Dynasty. Let them fight? Who gets such a good deal? Steal. They clearly hadn't seen the video on the forum of Lin Chen single-handedly taking on a group, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts. On the fourth floor, besides Lin Chen's group, there were 3 other groups. 2 of these groups were solo players without a guild, and 1 group was from a guild called the White Robe Sword Sect. They all converged towards Lin Chen's group. As the small monsters were gradually cleared, the Lotus Demon Leader was getting closer to Lin Chen and the others. Boss, those 3 groups don't seem friendly. I see. What should we do? What can we do? Let's take them down. Jiangnan Swordsman appeared calm, but if trouble arose, he wouldn't be afraid. It's just that, Brother Shang, I'm dragging you into this. How about you leave first? Wait until we deal with them, then you can come back up? Lin Chen smiled and said, Jiangnan, you look down on me. Although my great Shang dynasty is neutral and doesn't interfere, if trouble really comes, we won't be afraid and definitely won't abandon our friends. Aren't they just a few small fry? We're playing in the Jianghu. Well said, we're playing in the Jianghu. That's right, the world is the Jianghu, and in this Jianghu, we seek to settle grievances and favors swiftly. Isn't it just PK? Who's afraid of whom? Lin Chen's words instantly brought them closer together. Before this, aside from Jiangnan Swordsman, who had a good relationship with Lin Chen, the others in Jiangnan Hall had a poor impression of him. They thought he was a greedy merchant, treating their leader, Jiangnan Swordsman, like a fool. Now it seemed that Lin Chen wasn't just a simple swindler. As they spoke, they finally cleared the nearby small monsters. The Lotus Demon Leader screamed and launched an attack on the Fire Monkey. The aggro was on the Fire Monkey. The fighter, named Yellow Lighter, let out a furious roar. A visible wave of energy spread out around him, instantly attracting the aggro of the Lotus Demon Leader. Standing on a floating lotus, the Lotus Demon Leader was over 3 meters tall, looking down with sharp claws that slashed towards Yellow Lighter like a sickle. Yellow Lighter instantly switched to a defensive stance, raising his fists in front of him. Puff! -718, poisoned, -200. Seeing the damage, Yellow Lighter shouted, I'm poisoned. Damn it, this boss hits hard. Quick, cleanse the poison. His equipment was good. Usually, a regular boss could only deal about 500 damage. The Taoist beside him quickly cast a detoxification spell to help Yellow Lighter. The healer also hurried to restore health. Don't attack yet. You 3 hold the aggro first, and we 3 will output. Wait a moment before joining in. Jiangnan Swordsman scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. The biggest threat now wasn't the boss. As long as they could withstand the boss, they could basically defeat it. The key was the other 3 groups nearby. They had also cleared their small monsters and were now not far from Lin Chen and the others. Watching their eager gazes, they hesitated, waiting for something. Jiangnan swordsman shouted directly, "If you have the guts, come over. What are you hesitating for? Want to steal the boss but afraid of our retaliation? Useless trash?" Lin Chen had no concerns and directly sent the Millennium Zombie to attack the Lotus Demon leader. At the same time, he was also watching the movements of the three surrounding teams. After Jiangnan swordsman provoked them, he found the other side unresponsive and couldn't help but curse inwardly, "These guys aren't falling for it. Brother Shang, don't hold back later." His gaze was sincere but filled with curiosity. In his heart, he had always been curious about Lin Chen's profession and his attacks. He had been waiting without making a move. What was the reason? Lin Chen helplessly said, "They're not worth my effort yet." Originally, Jiangnan swordsman's words hadn't been taken seriously by the three surrounding groups, but upon hearing Lin Chen's words, they exploded in anger. "You really can act, huh? Yeah, don't think you're impressive just because you killed a group from Tiangong earlier. Tiangong is just a second-rate small gang, a few low-level players. Look at how proud you are." Clearly, they had seen the video of Lin Chen single-handedly taking on a group on the third floor. Jiangnan swordsman asked, "Huh? What are they saying? Brother Shang, did you PK earlier? Did I miss something?" Those posts were still at the top of the forum, but some people didn't like to watch, and Jiangnan swordsman was one of them. He was busy enough with things in the game, and he usually checked on his phone after logging out. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. "Stop asking, they're coming." Sure enough, as the boss's health was slowly depleted, the small monsters around kept respawning, and the three groups finally reached an agreement just moments ago. "Let's do it. It's agreed. Team 3 will split the boss loot." Alright, the tank charges the Jiangnan swordsman, and the fire pig, his attack is high, but his health is low. The biggest problem now is Merchant Tianzi. He's not simple. "Don't worry, take out the others first, then kill him last. I don't believe Team 3 can't handle him." After their discussion, they gradually surrounded the area. 3 teams, 3 fighters, almost simultaneously charged at the fire pig. Charge fist strong attack. This is the fighter's skill to draw aggro. It can be activated from 10 meters away, locking onto the target and forcing them to attack. Here they come, block. 1,000-year zombie, charge out, take out the healer first. Draw sword slash. Almost simultaneously, everyone reacted. Various skills were unleashed. Team 1 attacked Team 3. The pressure on Jiangnan Hall was immediately maxed out. The first few to strike turned gray. Lin Chen aimed at the gray names, targeting them directly. The battle had just begun when the fire pig couldn't withstand the enemy's attack and was taken down. Hunters are ultimately too fragile. At the same time, Lin Chen coordinated with the Jiangnan swordsman and the Taoist to kill one of the enemy's healers. Not good, can't hold on. Damn, these guys have decent gear. Not even level 2 yet. There's still a chance. Our reinforcements are on the way. Yellow lighter, pull the boss over. Before long, the Taoist in their team was killed again. Their levels were similar, and their gear wasn't too different. In the end, the people of Jiangnan Hall couldn't hold on, and under the command of the Jiangnan swordsman, they retreated to a corner, using the boss to block their position. This way, they only had to endure the enemy's ranged attacks and could survive a little longer. Outside, only Lin Chen's 1,000-year zombie was still holding on. "What Jiangnan Hall, just this. Damn, Merchant Tianzi's pet is still chasing me. Help, Merchant Tianzi, weren't you just so arrogant? Come out." Although Lin Chen's 1,000-year zombie was quite powerful, this time there were 18 opponents, and even it couldn't hold on, soon being killed as well. Lin Chen's expression turned serious. "Revive the fighter." If the opponent freed up their hands and wiped out the healer in their team, it would be a real problem. Reviving the fighter was one of his few skills, with a 10-minute cooldown. If he got killed again this time, it would be truly troublesome. 1,000-year zombie, run around the 4th floor, pull all the wild monsters over. Lin Chen didn't let the 1,000-year zombie attack the enemy. Instead, he started bouncing around the 4th floor, continuously pulling monsters. All of them were drawn to the corner where they were. Damn, what is he trying to do? Is he trying to take us all down with him? With wild monsters all around, Lin Chen directly recalled the 1,000-year zombie. This series of chaotic maneuvers finally gave the team a chance to breathe. Without a target to aggro, the wild monsters began attacking the other 3 teams. Damn, Merchant Tianzi is too despicable. Can't win, so you play dirty, huh? Help me, all the aggro from the wild monsters is on me. The enemy's healer was going crazy. There were too many wild monsters, and they couldn't keep up, starting to clear them out. Gradually, the wild monsters were almost cleared. The enemy shouted arrogantly, "You're all dead, playing dirty. This time let's see what you can do. I'm done here. Focus fire, attack their healer. Take out the healer first, and they're finished." There really was no way out. The enemy's numbers were just too overwhelming. As the ranged skills were prepared one by one, the healer in their team nervously kept healing himself, but they couldn't withstand the sheer number of opponents. Dozens of skills hit the healer in succession, taking him down. Without a healer, it's over. Forget about the enemy's attacks. Even the boss's attacks, they couldn't withstand. Yellow lighter, boss, I can't hold on anymore. Just as the words left his mouth, he was instantly taken down by the boss. From then on, their team was left with only Lin Chen and the Jiangnan swordsman. Lin Chen felt helpless and quickly instructed the 1,000-year-old zombie to withstand the boss's attacks. The Jiangnan swordsman shouted angrily, "Are we done for? How ridiculous! You two groups, and you, the white-clad sword sect, my Jiangnan Hall won't let this go so easily. Ha ha, do you think we're afraid of you? The wild monsters refresh in 5 minutes. If we kill you, we'll be famous." Exactly, the leaders of the first and second factions in Ningdu City. If we kill you today, we can make a name for ourselves. Ha, if you put it that way, killing you is way more beneficial than killing the boss. The three groups laughed wickedly. They had deliberately left Lin Chen and the Jiangnan swordsman alive for this purpose. They all activated their screen recording functions. Before killing the two, they wanted to humiliate them first. There was nothing Lin Chen could do. He really was about to be killed. The Jiangnan swordsman helplessly said to Lin Chen, "Brother Shang, I'm really sorry, this time I got you into trouble." Lin Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the world of Jianghu, how can one avoid blades? It's just death once. I've never died before. Don't worry, I've remembered all their names. I will make sure they can't survive in Ningdu City. Make us unable to survive? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? Brothers, have you all recorded it? Alright, kill them. But just as the three groups were about to rush in to eliminate Lin Chen and the Jiangnan swordsman, a loud shout suddenly rang out. Dare to touch our leader? You must be tired of living. What kind of lowly creatures dare to touch the leader of our great Shang dynasty? Is it that easy to kill someone from the great Shang dynasty? The internet is truly amazing. A flash of light appeared, and players kept emerging from the fourth-floor entrance. In no time, there were over 50 people, all from the great Shang dynasty. Leading them were the Heavenly King and the Underworld King. Boss, I'm here. We're here, boss. Seeing the opposing lineup, the three groups were instantly dumbfounded. Didn't they say the Great Shang Dynasty had no real power? Wait, isn't the Great Shang Dynasty supposed to be absolutely neutral? Lin Chen smirked. Our absolute neutrality doesn't mean we're weak. The Great Shang Dynasty has a sword, but it doesn't slay ants. However, today, we'll use you to set an example. Kill them. With a single command, the members of the Great Shang Dynasty charged forward, hacking the three groups to death. Witnessing this scene, the Jiangnan swordsman looked conflicted. Sigh, Brother Shang, your guild is impressive. It's such a pity you don't come to my guild. I'll raise your salary. How about that? The response speed of Jiangnan Hall was no match for that of the Great Shang Dynasty. Moreover, every one of the 50 or so people present was highly skilled. The Jiangnan swordsman felt quite envious. Little did he know, the Great Shang Dynasty had already gathered due to the incident of their members being killed. With the addition of these 50 people, they quickly slaughtered the boss before them. The lotus flower demon let out a mournful cry, withering away. It left behind a pile of equipment and items. Oh, what's this? There's actually red equipment. And a piece of yellow equipment. What is this? Lotus flower demon's grievance slot, bracelet grade, yellow level requirement, level 20 class requirement. Healer spell attack plus 200 health recovery skill level plus 1 mana recovery plus 8 equipment rating, 89 10 points. This yellow equipment actually has all skills plus 1, that's insane. The red equipment is even more outrageous. Lotus flower demon's gift weapon grade, red level requirement, level 20 class requirement. Healer, Taoist spell attack plus 710 spell attack plus 120 spell attack plus 120 spell attack plus 120 equipment rating, 4. Seeing this attribute, everyone was dumbfounded. 3 lines of plus spell attack attributes. This piece of equipment, according to the rating, could directly take the first place on the equipment leaderboard. The current top-rated equipment only had a score of 31,000, falling short by 10,000 points. We seem to have hit the number 1 weapon in the entire server. The Jiangnan swordsman couldn't help but exclaim, with these 2 pieces of equipment, we could completely create the number 1 healer in the whole server. Lin Chen also nodded in agreement. Yeah, this must be worth a lot of money. Even though early game equipment isn't worth much, these 2 combined should sell for several million gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Chen said, Brother Jiangnan, let's split it. The Jiangnan swordsman looked at Lin Chen in shock. You're a shrewd merchant. I can't take this equipment. If it weren't for your great merchant dynasty, I might have died. Ha, I admit I'm a shrewd merchant, but without you, I might have died too. I can't accept it. Stop talking nonsense. I said we split it, and if necessary, I'll just take a little more from you later. The Jiangnan swordsman. You really didn't have to say that. Lin Chen chuckled. I said it, I'm a shrewd merchant, not a fraud. These 2 pieces of equipment are to be split between us. It's settled. With that domineering decision, the Jiangnan swordsman didn't say much more. Lin Chen sorted through the remaining loot. Besides a few special potions, there were quite a few gold coins. Next to the corpse lay a scroll quietly. Lin Chen curiously examined the scroll and was instantly stunned. Return City Scroll Manufacturing Scroll. Return City Scroll Manufacturing Scroll one-time consumable item. Can be learned by a level 4 talisman maker. Consumes energy to manufacture Return City Scrolls. No red or yellow equipment could compare to the importance of this item. Based on his memory, Return City Scrolls were the most long-lasting items, bar none. In the entire world, the means of transportation were relay stations, and later on, there would be mounts. There was no teleportation function like in other games. The Return City Scroll could be said to be the only teleportation function, allowing one to return to the nearest resurrection point. For example, the last time Lin Chen was ambushed and killed, if he had a Return City Scroll, he could have gone straight back to Ningdu City. According to his memories from the previous life, a Return City Scroll could sell for 1,000 gold coins in the early game, and later, when the price stabilized, it could still be worth 300 gold coins each. Moreover, everyone needed one, so the market was huge. Lin Chen felt his heart racing. This single scroll could allow the great merchant dynasty to dominate the early market share. When he looked at the Jiangnan swordsman, the latter shook his head repeatedly. 2 pieces of equipment are enough, you can take the rest. If you take more, I'll feel embarrassed. Lin Chen directly stuffed the scroll into his pocket. I never said I wanted to split that. The Jiangnan swordsman. Well, I've been up all night. My body feels a bit uncomfortable, so I'm logging off. With that, he logged off directly from the ground, not fearing being surrounded by monsters when he logged back in. After packing up all the loot, Lin Chen scanned the members of the great merchant dynasty. Thank you, brothers, for your help. Once we sell these 2 pieces of equipment, we'll split the profits. Boss, you're too polite, we were just leveling up nearby. Yeah, we just came over when we saw a brother getting killed. Boss, just call us if you need anything in the future. Although they claimed to be absolutely neutral, the online world was never short of righteous brothers. Lin Chen smiled and said, money still needs to be split. Although we are neutral, we are not to be trifled with. What the boss said is right. Boss, let's level up together. I won't. I finished my task, and I'm going to turn it in. If there's anything, just call the guild. Goodbye, boss. Leaving the demon suppression tower, Lin Chen returned to Ningdu City with the equipment and scroll. He glanced at the auction house. There were hardly any golden equipment in the auction house, let alone red equipment. As for the return scroll in hand, Lin Chen hesitated for a long time. Selling it was out of the question. It could only be used by players in the guild. However, this scroll was very valuable, and once used, it would be gone more precious than red equipment. The choice of user had to be made carefully. After much thought, he spoke in the guild leader group. Merchant Emperor, guild leader, Changzi, Judy, in your crafting professions, who has reached level 4 in talisman making. I love pig intestines, hall master, boss, there's only one, a brother named Goigue. I love eating pig trotters, vice hall master, what's up, boss. Level 4 crafting required players to be level 20. Considered elite among the elite, and it also required talisman making. The entire guild thought there wasn't a single person capable. Unexpectedly, there was indeed one. Merchant Emperor, guild leader, get in touch with him. He then sent a friend request directly to Guegue. Ding, player, Guegue has accepted your friend request. You can now communicate. Guegue, boss. Wow, I see a living one. Lin Chen? From that one sentence, he could tell this guy was not serious. Lin Chen specifically checked Guegue's profile. Player, Guegue, level, 21, profession, hunter, to outsiders, the profile seems simple. He was also a skilled player, level 21, and a crafting profession at level 4. Merchant Emperor, brother, I have something to discuss with you. Guegue, what the heck, boss, you're killing me here. Just tell me what you need me to do. I'm willing. Merchant Emperor, so, would you be willing to sign a contract with me, a heavenly contract? Guegue, huh? What's that about? Lin Chen had thought this through when returning to Ningdu City. He was now the one in the spotlight. The Heavenly Palace would not let him go, nor would they spare the great merchant dynasty. If they couldn't come at him hard, they would definitely try soft tactics. Lin Chen could foresee that the Heavenly Palace would come to poach the crafting professions of the great merchant dynasty. Of course, he had a countermeasure in mind. That was the heavenly contract. It seemed the world anticipated such events and had released an official contract. Signing this contract in the game was equivalent to signing a legal document. However, most people were generally reluctant to sign such contracts. They were unequal. Who would sign? Lin Chen did not hide it and said directly, Gue brother, I have a level 4 return scroll crafting scroll, and I want you to use it, but the prerequisite is that you sign a contract with me. Mainly because this return scroll is too precious, it's for your protection as well as mine. How about it? After a while, Gue replied, of course. Merchant Emperor, great, then it's settled. I'll find you later. Gue, boss, I'll be waiting for you. Once the decision was made, he opened the official website and found the template for the heavenly contract. This time, Lin Chen drafted 5 contracts. The official organization had limited the number of contracts to prevent misuse for fraudulent activities. Only the guild leader had the quota for 10 contracts. Lin Chen planned to give one to Gue. The contract specified the profit-sharing ratio between the two. Materials and sales would be handled by Lin Chen, while Gue would receive 5% of the net profit, along with various items for free. Except for force majeure reasons, no arbitrary withdrawal from the game. Gue could not leave the guild and could only trade with Merchant Emperor. If he violated this, he would have to compensate for all the free items and materials. At the same time, all gifted items, materials, and skills would be deleted. Such a contract was indeed quite harsh. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't occur. Signing it was equivalent to working for Lin Chen. When Lin Chen sent it to Gue, he added a note. Merchant Emperor, brother, take a good look. If you don't want to sign, that's fine too. Gue quickly replied, boss, I understand. You're trying to cultivate me. It's normal since we've never met. I'll sign it. Ding, congratulations player, Merchant Emperor and player, Ghost, contract signed successfully, the contract is now in effect. Note, the contract is based on the guild. If the guild disbands, the contract will automatically become invalid. The content of the contract is subject to review and has legal effect. Both parties should consciously abide by it. Lin Chen let out a long breath. Thank you for your trust. Ghost, no need to be polite, boss. This contract indeed favored Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't waste time and directly sent the return city scroll via email. The item has been sent. Alright, boss, wait for me to set up the guild warehouse. Okay. After finishing up with Ghost, Lin Chen handed out the other 4 different contracts to the remaining 4 people. I love pig intestines, I love eating pig trotters, King of Heaven, and King of the Underworld. The contracts for the pig intestines brothers were similar to Ghost's. The two had already planned to follow Lin Chen and signed the contract without hesitation. The contracts for the King of Heaven and King of the Underworld were different. They were similar to streamers. In the future, whether it was gifts or streaming revenue, they would split 55% with Lin Chen. Since there weren't many viewers anyway, they accepted gladly. Once everything was settled, Lin Chen finally felt at ease. This should be enough. There are still 5 contracts left to sign, so I'll keep them for now. These 5 people were irreplaceable, and Lin Chen planned to nurture them carefully. The others were not as important. After resolving the matters, Lin Chen submitted the quest and leveled up directly to level 18. Looks like I need to speed up. I'm falling too far behind. He took on another leveling quest. Lin Chen put all the equipment he had obtained into the shop. Yellow equipment, Lotus Demonis Grievance, priced at 800,000 gold coins. Red equipment, Lotus Demonis Gift, priced at 6 million gold coins. The shop's description was also updated. Ranked 12th, ranked 1st, equipment sold at low prices, no bargaining. He then posted the same message on the forum. 4. 1 million rated weapon, ranked 1st. Welcome everyone to the Merchant Dynasty shop to purchase equipment. With his current fame, as soon as the post was made, a large crowd of players gathered to watch. They looked at the 2 pieces of equipment in front of the shop. Wow, all skills plus 1? Such equipment exists? 800,000, a bit expensive. No way, this weapon is amazing, 3 full attack stats. So what if it's full attack? It's still early in the game, equipment is the least valuable now, and he's selling it for 6 million? Why not just rob him? Rob? Lin Chen chuckled. Wasn't he just robbing? The effect had already been achieved. The number 1 weapon in the entire server, as soon as equipped, would immediately take the first place. Moreover, there were plenty of onlookers and photographers, all of whom could help him promote. Regardless of whether he could sell it or not, he had already profited. Lin Chen swaggered out of Ningdu City, heading towards the next quest point. Meanwhile, someone immediately reported to the Heavenly Emperor. Boss, great equipment. This piece seems to have dropped from the Demon Suppression Tower. What should we do, boss? He's getting more and more arrogant. Our actions seem to have no effect. Shangguan Tianga was not far from the shop, watching the bustling scene with an extremely grim expression. Heavenly Emperor, since this guy doesn't know his place, don't blame me for being rude. Go to his guild and poach people. take all the life professions you can. Ah, boss, how do we poach? They're in the merchant dynasty, and the treatment is pretty good. Heavenly Emperor, I don't believe it. If they don't want money, I'll offer 3,000 base salary for level 2 production professions, and 5,000 base salary for level 3 production professions. Let's see if they come. Understood, boss. Also, set up a stall and tell them I'll double their deposit compensation, so they all come to the Heavenly Palace. Yes, boss. Lin Chen knew that Shangguan Tiange's actions would be swift. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. I had just arrived at the leveling spot and hadn't even fought a few monsters when bad news came from the guild. Boss, I'm sorry, but I want to quit the guild. Can you refund my money? Boss, me too. I'm quitting the game. It's not that I want to quit. I really have things to deal with in real life. Can I leave? Asterisk ding, player, Ku Zhong's Willow has left the guild. Asterisk ding, player, Wu Yugongzi has left the guild. Asterisk a group of over 10 players wanted to leave the guild. There were even a few merchant players who shamelessly asked him for their deposit back. Gaomai Diamai, come on, it's just Tiangong pulling you in, right? They pulled me in too. Tian Wang, what are you quitting for? It's just 5,000 bucks. Shang Tianzi, the great merchant dynasty has always been a free guild. You can come and go as you please. I don't mind, but as for the deposit, I said it before, you have to stay for a year, or I can't help you. Ming Wang, seriously, don't you know what kind of people you are? Playing both sides is disgusting. Damn it, Shang Tianzi, you're too disgusting. Exactly, we haven't violated any rules. Lin Chen didn't waste time arguing with them. He directly kicked out those who were clamoring to leave the guild. In less than half an hour, about 30 people had quit. Boss, our boss said to let you know to be sensible and sell the guild. Boss, the price our boss offered is very generous. Someone else directly posted such words in the chat. Lin Chen kicked them out as well. For a long time, no one spoke. The atmosphere was clearly not good, and morale was low. Tiangong had sent messages to almost everyone. Some were still watching. They were genuinely tempted. Lin Chen, however, didn't care. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Better do it now. Those just now were playing both sides. I won't refund the deposit. Now I say this, if anyone still wants to leave, I can refund 10,000 gold as a deposit, though it's not much, but it's real. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. 3, 2, 1. Strangely, so many people wanted to leave the guild just now. Now, no one was quitting. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Very good. I really have to thank the boss of Tiangong. Ha ha ha. Everyone felt that the boss's mouth was as hard to suppress as an AK. I think I understand. Wow, boss, you're making a killing. Wait, there's no need to be that happy. Lin Chen indeed made a profit, and Shang Tiangu even used his money to help him get rid of disloyal guild members for free. Shang Tianzi, everyone, I firmly believe that there's no free lunch in the sky. I also said that we gather here to be our own bosses. Thanks to Tiangong for helping us select talent. Let those people go. For a mere 2,000 or 3,000, those who left were players who couldn't make money in the guild. The ones who truly made money, like the stall owners, could earn at least 5,000 plus, with some even making over 10,000. They were smart. They knew they could earn so much just because they had the words Great Merchant Dynasty above their heads while setting up stalls. Shang Tianzi, cadres, count how many people have left. Those who want to leave, please make room for the newcomers. Our Great Merchant Dynasty is not lacking in people. Okay, boss. As long as the key few didn't leave, it was actually a good thing for the Great Merchant Dynasty. In the end, only 46 people left the entire guild. The stall owners left 20, and the life profession players left 26. After all, life profession players didn't have a deposit. Just as they were counting and collecting the numbers, someone shouted again. Boss, there's another problem. Shang Tianzi, don't panic, what's the matter? A lot of Tiangong stall owners have come to the city. They are specifically setting up stalls next to us, but their prices are slightly lower than ours. Yeah, my potions sell for 20 gold, and he's selling for 19 gold. Shang Tianzi, is the impact significant? The impact isn't that significant. After all, we have many old customers. We won't just switch shops for 1 gold coin. Shang Tianzi, then let's keep things as they are. Report any situation to me at any time. Yes, boss. Outside, the winds were stirring, but Lin Chen was calmly leveling up at the training point. He wore a smile on his face. Shang Tiangu, I originally thought you were impressive, but is this all you've got? A business war? Then let's fight. In his previous life, Shang Tiangu was a big shot he could never reach, but Lin Chen carried the memories of 5 years of gaming from his past life. His experience in setting up stalls was the entire history of the game's development. Predecessors had helped him avoid countless pitfalls, including those set by Shang Tiangu. And now, Shangguan Tiangu is just a wealthy second-generation heir trying to defeat Lin Chen in the game using real-world tactics? How could that be possible? Recruiting people? Price wars? Did he think this was reality? Just as Lin Chen had anticipated, it wasn't long before someone in the guild shouted, "Boss, they've lowered their prices again. The special potion for level 1 has dropped from 50 gold coins to 45 gold coins. Yeah, what should we do, boss? Our business is starting to dwindle. Should we lower our prices?" "Shang Tianzi, what are you panicking for? Take it slow. How long has it been? There's no way we're lowering prices. Wait until I finish my tasks." "Alright, boss, come take a look at their shop names. They're ridiculous." Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry at all. He spent over 2 hours completing 2 more tasks. His level rose to 19. Only then did he leisurely return to the city. At this moment, the square in the city center was indeed bustling. There were significantly more stalls than usual. Besides the shops with the big sign of the Great Merchant Dynasty, many shops from the Heavenly Palace had appeared. However, they didn't shine as brightly as the Great Merchant Dynasty's golden sign. Stalls from the Great Merchant Dynasty all had golden signs like Lin Chen's, which other stall owners couldn't surpass. The names of the Heavenly Palace stalls were also very straightforward. Cheaper than the Great Merchant next door. Heavenly Palace products are guaranteed to be high quality, cheaper than next door. Everything is cheaper than next door. Lin Chen strolled through the crowd, checking out each stall. Whether it was consumables, materials, or equipment, everything was cheaper than the neighboring stalls. "Shang Tianzi, how's business now?" "Business is average, about half of what it usually is. It's okay, we can still sell, but many bosses have messaged, wanting us to lower our prices too." "Boss, I can't hold on much longer. It's been an hour, and I haven't sold anything. Damn it, there are 5 people surrounding me at the stall next door." One of the guild members had a crowd around his stall. He hadn't made a single sale, and this situation was common. The Heavenly Palace was coming to encircle them, and other envious guilds were also meddling. "Boss, should we lower our prices too? With the golden sign, we can definitely win." "Yeah, boss, lower them." The stall owners in the guild all urged Lin Chen to lower prices. Lin Chen simply said, "No lowering prices. If you can't sell, go level up. Anyone who lowers prices will be kicked out of the guild." For a moment, the guild fell silent. Meanwhile, Shangguan Tiangu also received feedback. "Boss, our business is great, but the Great Merchant Dynasty's people are still selling." The Heavenly Emperor sneered, "Selling? Today, I'll make the Great Merchant Dynasty collapse, and they won't sell a single item. Then we'll lower prices." "Ha, lower them again? We're about to reach cost price. We won't make anything." "Yeah, boss, won't we be losing money like this?" Setting up stalls also incurs costs. These people were hired by Shangguan Tiangu, especially those from the Great Merchant Dynasty, who had even helped pay their deposits. "The Heavenly Emperor, what do you know? This is called market share. Once we gain market share, the entire game's business will be ours." "Alright, understood, boss." Heavenly Emperor, everyone, go post on the forum, and those who are setting up stalls, shout out too. "Today, I will let the Merchant Emperor know who the real boss is." "Yes, boss." Before long, posts on the forum began to fall like snowflakes. Heavenly Palace grand opening, taking over the Great Merchant Dynasty. For shopping, trust the Heavenly Palace store. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. The Heavenly Palace's store targets the Great Merchant Dynasty. Besides the forum, all the stalls in the city were shouting the same thing. Medicine, equipment, materials, choose the Heavenly Palace, better value than the Great Merchant. This was an all-out commercial war. 2 factions were engaged in a business battle, and the other factions were enjoying the show. Discussions about the commercial war between the Great Merchant Dynasty and the Heavenly Palace filled the forum and the city. "I heard the Heavenly Palace has a big financial group behind it. No wonder things are so cheap. I've bought quite a bit." "Yeah, really cheap. Compared to this, the Great Merchant Dynasty is just a scam. From now on, I'll buy from the Heavenly Palace." Who knows if there are any hired commenters inside? I have to say, this strategy by Shangguan Tiangu is impressive. The stalls at the Heavenly Palace were thriving, while the Great Merchant Dynasty's stores were struggling. "Boss, what are we going to do? I can't sell anything." "Yeah, everyone has gone to the side. If we don't lower the prices, today's sales will only be 200 gold coins." The Great Merchant Dynasty was on the verge of collapse. The Heavenly Palace was gaining momentum, and at this rate, their reputation would soon surpass that of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Lin Chen did not respond to his subordinates but instead wandered around the shops again. Suddenly, he shouted in the gang, "Everyone, stop setting up stalls." "Ha, boss, are we lowering prices? Great, let these little brats know that we are the kings of the stalls." "Yeah, I've been waiting for this." "Boss, what price do you want?" "Merchant Emperor, don't set up stalls, buy everything from the Heavenly Palace stall next to you. Are you sure? Merchant Emperor, buy, everyone buy. High buy low sell, the boss said to buy, no more nonsense. Everyone in Qianjintang, buy from the Heavenly Palace. Making money, don't you trust the boss's judgment? Buy. Yanghua's sculpture, I'm losing my mind. Although they were skeptical, many still followed the orders. Lin Chen was also busy, starting to buy a large quantity of goods from the Heavenly Palace stores. Materials, medicines, talismans, equipment, these military supplies were fast-moving consumables. Lin Chen was completely unrestrained. In no time, he spent 5 million, clearing out everything in the entire area. Meanwhile, others in the gang and the Great Merchant Dynasty spent nearly 20 million gold coins, clearing out all the stalls. Other players who wanted to buy were left dumbfounded. This news quickly reached Shangwan Tianga's ears. Heavenly Emperor, how is it? Our business is great, right? Boss, the business is too good. No one is buying from the Great Merchant Dynasty anymore. They've all given up on setting up stalls. Heavenly Emperor, go dig people from the Great Merchant Dynasty. I believe their stall owners will definitely come to our guild. No, boss, our stuff is sold out too. Heavenly Emperor, sold out? What are you afraid of? Keep going. Everything is sold out, and the ones buying our stuff are all from the Great Merchant Dynasty. Shangwan Tianga's smile instantly froze, and he said in shock, what did you say? Who bought it? All of it was bought by the Great Merchant Dynasty. Our stuff has been cleared out by them. Heavenly Emperor, tell someone to make more. Go collect raw materials. Raw materials. We just sold them to the Great Merchant Dynasty. Heavenly Emperor, boss, why aren't you speaking? Boss, should we go buy raw materials from the Great Merchant Dynasty? Heavenly Emperor, get lost. Shangwan Tianga sat down in despair. That's not right. Why is it different from what I imagined? In reality, price wars are always effective, so why doesn't it work in the game? Other players are just watching the show. In just half a day, everything at the Heavenly Palace's stall was sold out. Tisk TSK, the Heavenly Palace has really struck it rich this time. Yeah, selling so much, low profit but high sales, it's quite profitable. From now on, the Great Merchant Dynasty can't monopolize anymore. It's really satisfying. These players, seeing the situation at the stalls in the city, all thought the Heavenly Palace had won. Lin Chen stood among them, unable to suppress a cold laugh in his heart. What do these onlookers know? The reason the Great Merchant Dynasty could form a monopoly wasn't because they were unscrupulous, but because their products were originally low profit but high sales. The real outcome was about to be revealed. Merchant's son, stall, same prices, we won't lower our prices. Yes, boss. With a clatter, a whole group of over 100 players set up stalls simultaneously, displaying their golden signs. Great Merchant Dynasty, no cheating. Fair-priced products, low profit but high sales. Buy high, sell low, welcome to purchase. The names were all impressive. They could even apply for graduate school. The onlookers initially thought the Great Merchant Dynasty had finally lowered their prices and clicked to check. But to their surprise, not a single cent was reduced. So ridiculous, they won't lower prices, just wait for them to go bankrupt. If it stays in their hands, they're doomed. They wanted to turn around and buy products from the Heavenly Palace. But what left them equally speechless was that the Heavenly Palace's products were all gone, sold out. What's going on, Heavenly Palace? Where are your potions? I came to buy potions, and you ask me if I have potions to sell you? Are you out of your mind? Heavenly Palace, can you even do this? No products, what business are you running? Everyone hurry to the forum and check. There's a post, it cracked me up. I saw it too, it's about the business war between the Heavenly Palace and the Great Merchant Dynasty, posted by Jiangnan Swordsman. I think it makes a lot of sense. At this, all the onlookers rushed to the forum. On the forum, Jiangnan Swordsman's post topped the list, answering their doubts. The title of the post, "The game is not reality, the model of ride-hailing apps and grocery apps cannot be replicated. Please enter the thread to see my analysis." This business war started without warning. I am friends with Merchant's son and know some insider information. In fact, this business war began early this morning. The Heavenly Palace was crazily poaching people from the Great Merchant Dynasty. Very impressive, very aggressive. Capital enters the world of Jianghu with money. Is this really a good thing? Do you really think capital is so kind? They love to exploit the familiar, this is common knowledge. The Heavenly Palace first lowered prices, squeezed the market, then sold their items at cost price. Familiar tactics, right? I believe many players know this. As a result, Merchant's son and the Great Merchant Dynasty bought all the items from the Heavenly Palace. Now the Heavenly Palace has nothing left to sell. Upon reading this, many players understood what was going on. No wonder the Heavenly Palace's stalls were all closed. At this point, someone must say the Great Merchant Dynasty is a bunch of unscrupulous merchants. Indeed, they are unscrupulous merchants, but they are part of the Jianghu. They want to monopolize by low profit but high sales. Next, let's look at the cost sheet. Jiangnan Swordsman also listed countless examples. Including handling fees, the Heavenly Palace was indeed selling at a loss, while the Great Merchant Dynasty's products had profits all between 15 to 20%, minus the 5% handling fee. The profit was only about 10% to 15%. His post was well-reasoned and clear. To sum it up in one sentence, the Heavenly Palace wanted to take down the Great Merchant Dynasty, but ended up losing themselves in the process. Shangguan Tiange wanted to play by the rules of reality, but it just didn't work out. Jiangnan Swordsman helped the Great Merchant Dynasty run a free recruitment advertisement. After an analysis, any businessman could see that following a principled gang like the Great Merchant Dynasty would lead to a promising future. It was right here. Although the two gangs had secretly allied, the system did not recognize this alliance, and their members often caused chaos, fighting among themselves. The Heavenly Palace's group of useless people would be better off not showing up. After realizing this, Shangguan Tiange immediately changed his strategy. Heavenly Emperor, everyone, return. The people from the White Robe Sword sect should also go back. The leader of the White Robe Sword sect, the White Robe Sword Immortal, looked confused. Boss, aren't we fighting? Humph, can you even fight? They're like hedgehogs. You all retreat to your secondary camp, and we'll attack you from the Heavenly Palace. Ha, why? Oh, I get it. The boss wants us to farm points? The boss is truly the boss, amazing. Right, if the brick isn't going to be a turtle, then let them be. Lin Chen also heard this during the livestream and couldn't help but frown. Looks like you're not completely foolish. Brick boss, whether I can get rich depends on you. On screen, the Heavenly Palace and the White Robe Sword sect quickly retreated, turning to head towards the secondary camp of the White Robe Sword sect. Heavenly Emperor, brothers, don't defend, take off your gear, and send points to the White Robe Sword sect. Dead brothers, come out immediately and keep sending. The Heavenly Palace shamelessly farmed points right in front of everyone. However, it must be said that this method was very effective. After just one wave, the White Robe Sword sect's points increased by over 200. With half an hour left, it was enough for the White Robe Sword sect to turn the tide. Watching the White Robe Sword sect's points break through 2,500 in just a few minutes, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Shameless. He was also worried. A brick could kill you, and he had never lost before. That was from his past life's memory. Since he realized that his memories and reality had diverged, he no longer fully trusted his memories. The outcome was indeed uncertain. Countless people in the bullet comments were also cursing. Isn't this too shameless? It's reasonable, but a bit shameless. But to the victor go the spoils, right? There are still over 20 minutes left. I remember the Heavenly Emperor bet 20 million gold on the White Robe Sword sect. It should be for that 20 million. Wow, it's already 2,700 points, and the brick hasn't reacted yet? As the points continued to rise, Lin Chen clenched his fists. His fate depended on the next 20 minutes. Time passed slowly. The White Robe Sword sect's score was already approaching that of the Brick Gang. Lin Chen grew increasingly anxious. Finally, at 3,000 points, the Brick Gang reacted. They had been farming points well, but suddenly, the Brick Gang members charged out from behind. Farming points? Let them farm points. Let's kill them. Charge. The people from the Heavenly Palace were dumbfounded. They had taken off their gear and were lining up to kill, and now they were just being slaughtered by the Brick Gang. The Heavenly Palace was caught in the middle, becoming tools for slaughter. Points were increasing on both sides. Shangguan Tiange still looked bewildered. What's going on? Boss, they've reacted. They're ambushing us from behind. Boss, they're attacking our arrow tower. Heavenly Emperor, huh? What do we do now? Players in the live stream couldn't hold back anymore. Haha, what do we do now? This guy is hilarious. A gang leader actually asking what to do? That just slipped out. Can he even do it? I feel like I'm better than him. Being a commander isn't something just anyone can do, at least in the early stages of the world. Commanders are rare talents, sensitive to rules, with prestige, and others are willing to listen to them, very few indeed. The Brick Gang is the strongest. Lin Chen dared to bet against Shangguan Tiange precisely because of the Brick Gang, and now it seemed he had bet right. Under the flustered command of Shangguan Tiange, the two factions fell into chaos. Yet, Ban Zhuang remained calm and collected. With composure, he issued orders. Group 3, launch a surprise attack on the Tiangong's second outpost. Remember, if you see them coming, retreat. Group 5, block the first outpost and eliminate any resurrected from Tiangong. Your task is to prevent them from coming out. The rest, take your positions and kill. Remember, do not enter the attack range of the arrow tower. One command after another was given. As the gang leader, he could even accurately call out each person's name, standing at the highest point, strategizing. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. So impressive. I feel like I'm playing Red Alert. Yeah, every little soldier is utilized to the fullest, it's insane. He must have time traveled back, right? Is he this professional in the first match? Watching him command is such a pleasure. A stark contrast to the other side. Only Lin Chen knew that this was just the beginning. In a battle of 10,000 sects, in a national war, he was the overall commander, and that was when he truly shone. Right now, his command was still somewhat inexperienced. Under his meticulous direction, Ban Zhuangpa CNI began to turn the tide. The score widened again. Until the end of the 20 minutes, the time reached 10 o'clock, and the score finally settled. Ban Zhuangpa CNI 3508 by Yi Jianzong 3416 Tiangong 890. Congratulations, Ban Zhuangpa CNI wins and gains ownership of the northern city for a week. With the system's announcement, this highly anticipated gang competition finally concluded. The ultimate victors were East City, City of the Emperor, South City, Jiangnan Hall, West City, Great Merchant Dynasty, North City, Ban Zhuangpa CNI. Finally, the dust settled. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, shouting to everyone in the safe zone, "The match is over. Everyone come to me to exchange your tickets." He then posted another message. Great Merchant Dynasty betting exchange deadline, 24 hours. Please, all bosses, exchange with your tickets. In the following hours, everyone crowded into the Great Merchant Dynasty's shop. The shop's popularity surged again, with vendors surrounding it, seizing the opportunity to sell their goods. Lin Chen stood in the shop, facing the enthusiastic players, shouting, "Everyone, don't rush, line up slowly, manual ticket checking. It might be a bit slow, please bear with us. Shang Tianzi, you won so much, yet still call me boss, I'm dying of laughter. Yeah, I bet 100 gold coins," and he took the tickets with both hands, treating the brothers well. His character is beyond reproach. Funny, if I could earn that much, I could do the same. No matter what, I won 50,000 gold coins. In this world, no one can gain everyone's approval, especially those who lost money. Lin Chen didn't care about that. After all, he indeed won big. He had been busy all night. With a betting amount of 60 million, he lost 27.4 million. In the end, he netted over 32 million gold coins. Of these more than 30 million gold coins, 20 million belonged to Shangwan Tianga. Lin Chen happily looked at the 52 million gold coins in his package, exclaiming, "What a good person, Shangwan Tianga, you are truly a good person." Riding the wave of excitement, Lin Chen spoke to each person exchanging tickets. The Great Merchant Dynasty will hold an auction in Ningdu City in a week. These people all became ambassadors, spontaneously promoting the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction. The discussion remained fervent. Various posts were all about the Great Merchant Dynasty's big win and the auction a week later. The promotion was overwhelming. Seizing the momentum, Lin Chen posted several more messages. The first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty, location, Ningdu City, Wanchur Restaurant, number of participants, 3,000. The Great Merchant Dynasty is collecting auction items. All players are welcome to submit equipment, items, skill books, etc. to the Great Merchant Dynasty auction. The total price requirement, over 100,000 gold coins. The Great Merchant Dynasty will charge a 10% handling fee, fair and transparent. Note, tickets will be sold in various stalls of the Great Merchant Dynasty one day later. Unified price, 1,000 gold coins, and those auctioning items will receive a ticket for free. As soon as this post was released, countless people left comments. Seriously? An auction held by the players themselves? Can't I just go to the system auction house? It's still a 10% handling fee. Exactly, damn it, they're even selling tickets? Limited spots? What's wrong with them? Indeed, don't buy it. With 3,000 tickets, I'm afraid I won't get one. 1,000 gold coins, that's not too bad, just to watch the excitement. Lin Chen clearly played the hunger marketing game well. With a week left until the auction, the number of discussions reached hundreds of thousands. Some were happy, while others were worried. The more successful the Great Merchant Dynasty became, the more irritable Shangwan Tianga grew. Damn it, bastard, son of a bitch. Fuck. Ningqing, Tianga Group. A group created by Shangwan Tianga under the Shangwan Group. The sound of things being thrown could be heard continuously in his office. Bastard, how could we lose? Why did we lose? What garbage rules? The assistant stood straight beside him. The game rules are everything. If you don't understand the rules, what's the point of cursing them here? The rules are fair. However, he clearly didn't dare to speak. After venting his anger, Shangwan Tianga sat on the sofa, his chest heaving. The assistant finally spoke softly, "Boss, the Great Merchant Dynasty has made a fortune, and they've announced that they will hold an auction in a week." An auction? Why hold an auction when there's an auction house? Is he an idiot? Right, he is an idiot. Shangwan Tianga glared at him in anger. Are you mocking me? No, boss, I think what you said makes sense. Why do you have to say that? With a couple of slaps, after hitting him, Shangwan Tianga calmed down. An auction? An auction. He wants to take the high-end route. Ambitious. If he knew that Lin Chen's development route for the Great Merchant Dynasty was following the path of the Heavenly Palace from his previous life, he wouldn't know what to think. Damn it, who exactly is the merchant's son? To have such courage, he must not be an ordinary person. Find out his identity for me. The assistant felt helpless. Boss, how can we investigate this? I don't care what method you use, find out within a week, or get the hell out. Yes, boss. The assistant left the office helplessly. Shangwan Tianga gritted his teeth. Merchant's son, the Great Merchant Dynasty is mine. The Great Merchant Dynasty gang chat group was also buzzing all night. The next day, Merchant's son, I have decided to hold an auction event in a week. Brothers with good items can bring them to auction. At the same time, I have made 3,000 tickets. Each stall brother can collect 15 tickets, priced at 950 gold coins. Boss, can you give me a few more tickets? Yeah, boss. Can I have 30 tickets? The stall owners left by the Great Merchant Dynasty are not fools. They quickly saw the business opportunity here. Tickets are sold for 1,000 gold coins, with a purchase price of 950, giving Lin Chen the tax, 50 gold coins, which is essentially not making a profit. But this is a chance for free publicity. Lin Chen could have sold them in his own shop, but he gave them to the stall owners just to give them some exposure. The tickets could drive the sales of other products in the stalls, and everyone was eager to get the tickets. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Don't rush, brothers. This is an opportunity for every brother. I can't favor some over others. Every auction is for the reputation of our Great Merchant Dynasty, and every brother will benefit. The boss is right, don't fight. We need to let the people of Ningdu City know that when buying things, they should recognize the Great Merchant Dynasty." Exactly, once this idea takes root, who would worry about selling things? Boss, I want to sell something. This is what I acquired not long ago. Boss, I have something here too. After the tickets were distributed, some gang members handed over all the valuable items they had to Lin Chen. Lin Chen checked them over. There were more than a dozen items with a total value exceeding 100,000 gold coins. However, the individual values weren't very high. Merchant's son, brothers from the treasure hall, don't forget to manufacture weapons. This is our foundation. Also, don't forget to level up. That noon, tickets for the Great Merchant Dynasty began to be sold at various stalls. After half a day of promotion and hunger marketing, over 2,100 tickets were instantly snatched up by seasoned stall owners. What the hell? Didn't you guys say you weren't buying? They were gone in seconds. Speechless, damn it, I didn't get a single one. Are the ticket grabbers insane? Probably scalpers. The streamers must have grabbed them. Damn, I believed your nonsense and thought no one would buy. Merchant's son is truly a genius. 3,000 tickets disappeared in an instant. In just a few seconds, he made a profit of 3 million gold coins? Yeah, this is why the rich keep getting richer. They forgot that Lin Chen also started from scratch. With over 800 tickets still in hand, he wasn't in a hurry to sell them. He was waiting for the right person. Sure enough, someone soon came knocking. Jiangnan swordsman, brother, I heard you're holding an auction. I want to sell some equipment, is that okay? Merchant's son, welcome, of course. For equipment, the minimum price must be over 100,000 gold coins. The rules can't change. Starry Emperor, brother Merchant's son, are there still tickets for the auction? Merchant's son, yes, of course, but I will give you a free ticket if you have items to auction. If you want to buy, the price is 1,000 gold coins. The rules can't change. These people couldn't be missed. They were all wealthy big shots. To sell the auction items, their participation was essential. Fairness and justice were just words for ordinary people. Could one really expect them to buy things? In just 2 short hours, over 100 items had been collected, including those brought by the gang members, totaling 138 items. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. After all, there were still 6 days left, so he took his time. As the first day's customers dwindled, Lin Chen arranged everything and set off on his leveling journey again. Official Merchant Main Quest. The man imprisoned in the dungeon seems to have some grievances. Please go check it out. Finally, he could undertake the main quest for a hidden profession. Following the system's guidance, Lin Chen found the entrance to the dungeon in the corner of the west side of the city. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped by an NPC. This is the dungeon. No idlers are allowed inside. Quest update. You have been stopped by the guard. You have 2 choices. Choice 1, bribe the guard. Choice 2, find the Lord of Ningdu City to request a token. Note, the 2 choices will lead to 2 completely different storylines. Please choose wisely. Damn it. You don't even say what the storylines are, making me choose blindly. Lin Chen casually selected the first option. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. 500 gold coins automatically deducted. As the system's voice fell, the guard suddenly had a money pouch in his hand. The guard weighed the pouch and smiled, saying, "You're quite savvy. Don't take too long, you only have 10 minutes. Merchant's son, thank you, sir." Sure enough, he no longer obstructed him. Lin Chen smoothly entered the dungeon. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, making one feel nauseous. Even he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Does it have to be so realistic? Looking around, the dungeon was slightly dimmer than expected. It was larger than he had imagined. Faint cries of agony could still be heard. Lin Chen determined his direction and walked toward the deepest part of the dungeon, keeping an eye on the prisoner NPCs along the way. Thieves, flower pickers, murderers, this place was filled with the most vicious criminals. These NPCs had no interaction interface, so they definitely weren't the ones Lin Chen was looking for. Halfway through, Lin Chen suddenly stopped, his face showing surprise as he looked at the person in the cell. Is it him? How did he end up here? Indeed, in the corner of the cell sat a player. Upon closer inspection, he was wearing swordsman gear. Above his head was the name, Jian Bufan. Players had their own dungeons. For instance, if someone killed too many people, got wanted, or harassed NPCs, they would be thrown into a player dungeon. The conditions here were better. The Ningdu City Jail was for serious offenders, those facing execution. Those who could be locked up here were all NPCs. The appearance of a player here could only mean one thing, a hidden quest. Jian Bufan. This name was quite ordinary in the game. However, Lin Chen knew that the person before him was extraordinary. In his previous life, he was a top-tier expert, ranking in the top 3 of the power list, the villain list, and the level list simultaneously. Among these 3 lists, even the Jiangnan swordsman only made it onto the power list, and they weren't as high as Jian Bufan. Most importantly, Jian Bufan was a free player, with no guild and no spending. He was the idol of all free players, the highest-ranking expert. Someone had even studied him, and Lin Chen had read that post, which left a deep impression on him. The reason he was so strong was that he was also a hidden class in the game. Perhaps he was currently undertaking the hidden class transfer quest at level 20. Lin Chen never expected to see him here. Perhaps sensing someone looking at him, Jian Bufan slowly raised his head and, upon seeing the name Shang Tianzi, clearly paused for a moment. He then nodded slightly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and nodded back. "Your sword looks cool." Jian Bufan glanced at the sword beside him. "It's average." What a cold person. He had heard that he was a reclusive individual, rarely speaking, and had even fewer friends in the game. Upon seeing him, Lin Chen immediately thought of bringing him under his wing. He continued to strike up a conversation. Doing a quest? Yeah. Unfortunately, this guy was too tight-lipped. His own quest time was continuously decreasing. Lin Chen didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he stood up to leave. "See you in the martial world. Let's add each other as friends." Jian Bufan suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen turned around in surprise. "Sure." Before long, a system message chimed in. "Ding, player, Jian Bufan has added you as a friend. Do you accept?" "Yes." "Alright, thank you," Jian Bufan said sincerely. Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "It's nothing." Perhaps in this life, he had become a legend in Ningdu City, and those who were once unattainable had become equals or even looked up to him. Jian Bufan, who had not yet made a name for himself at level 20, could add him as a friend. In reality, he could boast about it. Perhaps he had other motives, who knew? Lin Chen left Jian Bufan's cell. He finally arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. In the cell in front of him was a prisoner with his upper body bare. His hands and feet were bound by thick iron chains, and his shoulder blade was pierced by an iron hook, a gruesome sight. His name was Young Master Ningdu, Li Run. Above his head was an interaction symbol, which should indicate that he was the one with grievances mentioned in the quest. Lin Chen chose to interact directly, waking the prisoner. "Young Master Ningdu, Young Master Ningdu?" The iron chains trembled with a sound. Li Ren slowly raised his head, and the moment his colorless eyes met Lin Chen's, a glimmer of hope appeared. "You came here. You knew I would come? Is there anything I can help you with?" "I was wronged, father. Black Wind Mountain. Save him." As soon as he finished speaking, his head drooped again. Nearby, a message displayed, "Target deceased. Lin Chen. Ding, mission updated. Go to Black Wind Mountain and rescue the son of Ningdu, Li Ren's father. Note, this mission is difficult. Players may team up to proceed." Damn it, another ridiculous plot has appeared. At least provide some background. Save what? Why save? What was he wronged for? Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. But just then, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. "He is the son of the previous city lord. The city lord was dismissed due to a corruption case, but city lord Li Li has vanished, and Li Ren became the scapegoat." The speaker was none other than Jian Bufan. He hadn't expected to learn the backstory from someone else. Lin Chen looked at him oddly. How did you get out? Did you complete your mission? Jian Bufan shook his head. I was never locked up. He pointed to the prison cell, where the iron chains were just hanging and not locked. I had to wait for the mission here, and there was nowhere to sit, so I just went in to sit. Lin Chen was speechless. Yes, how could someone in prison possibly carry a sword? But damn, your operation is a bit slick. I didn't expect the person I had to wait for was you. Ha! Lin Chen widened his eyes at Jian Bufan. What do you mean? Right, I also need to save his father, but he doesn't trust me, only trusts you, so the mission has me waiting here. Are you kidding me? What if I don't come? The prison is only open for 2 hours a day. I've already waited for 2 days. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He had seen some ridiculous things in games, but never something this absurd. Sitting here for 2 days, 4 hours total? Is your mission the same as mine? Let's do the mission together. Sure. Player, Jian Bufan invites you to team up. Do you agree? Agree. The two entered a team. Shang Tianzi, level 20, Jian Bufan, level 20. Jian Bufan, Black Wind Mountain. Maybe it's a dungeon. Should we call someone? Shang Tianzi, no need, it should be enough. In this game, traveling before getting a mount is too troublesome. It would probably take half an hour to walk from Ningdu City to Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain is in Black Wind Town, requiring a carriage from the post station to get there. The two sat in the carriage, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward until Jian Bufan spoke first. By the way, what's your profession? Lin Chen didn't mind and smiled. Just consider me a fist master. I'm a wandering swordsman. Oh, is wandering swordsman a hidden profession? How is it different from a swordsman? Do you have to wander every day? Not sure. One day I accidentally started wandering. This kind of person is quite common in reality. When you're not familiar with them, they're shy, but once you get to know them, they become quite eccentric. Lin Chen checked the mission again. By the way, do you have a location guide for your mission? You don't have one either? That's bad. Black Wind Mountain is very large. It seems hard to find. Hard to find? Hee, that's not necessarily true. I have acquaintances. Before long, they arrived at Black Wind Town. Black Wind Town is the base of a gang, killing and dancing. Level 1, very cheap. When Lin Chen appeared, they instantly became tense. It's Shang Tianzi. No, what is Shang Tianzi doing here? Boss, your arch-nemesis has come. First-rate villain, damn arch-nemesis. Shoot, don't say anything reckless. If he hears us, we'll be in trouble. At this moment, Lin Chen was no longer the Lin Chen of the past. The notorious villain was arrogant and domineering, and he had suffered quite a bit at Lin Chen's hands. The acquaintance Lin Chen mentioned was precisely this big shot. The notorious villain had just logged in today and planned to leave after completing a gang task. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen arrived at that moment. The notorious villain greeted him with an awkward smile. Isn't this the great merchant Tianzi? What brings you to my gang for a visit? They were not familiar enough for such casual banter. Lin Chen also smiled without warmth and got straight to the point. Is there anything special on the mountain, like a stronghold or something? The notorious villain pondered for a moment. Heifeng Mountain is full of bandits and wild monsters. There are many strongholds, at least a dozen. I can give you a rough direction. Lin Chen did not trust this guy. If the direction was wrong, they would end up searching for a long time without finding anything. You take us there. I still have to go back to Ningdu City to do tasks. I don't have time. You don't have a ticket for my gang's auction, do you? The notorious villain's eyes lit up. You have one? Of course. I'll give you 2 tickets. Just take me there. 2 tickets were only 2,000 gold coins, but now the auction tickets outside had been scalped to 2,500 each, and they were hard to come by. Promoted by scalpers, being able to attend the auction was a symbol of status. The notorious villain, being the leader of a gang, didn't lack this little money, but it was mainly about not being able to buy it. It was embarrassing. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll take you. The tickets. I'll give them to you once we find the place." Thus, Lin Chen tricked the notorious villain, and the three formed a small team, heading towards Heifeng Mountain. Heifeng Mountain was a large leveling area. This also led to good business in Heifeng Town, which was a base that Lin Chen had sold to the notorious villain, and for that, the notorious villain was quite grateful to Lin Chen. Along the way, he expressed his gratitude numerous times. He promised to support the auction and said he would buy things from Lin Chen's shop in the future. Anyway, Lin Chen had become famous now, surrounded by good people, all trying to curry favor with him. Strongholds, dungeons, task points, suspicious places? If we rule everything out, there are probably only 2 strongholds left, and those 2 should be inaccessible to people. They should be tasks. Luckily, the notorious villain was easy to find. He was very familiar with Heifeng Mountain. Before long, he led Lin Chen and Jian Bufan to the first stronghold. Heifeng Stronghold. The stronghold was located in a hidden valley. If he hadn't led them, it would have been hard to find. The 3 observed from a distance. At the entrance of the stronghold, two fierce-looking NPCs were patrolling back and forth. Hathing Stronghold Guard Elite Monster Level 20 unexpectedly, even the guards were elite monsters. The notorious villain said, "Someone from my gang has been here before, these two count as mini-bosses. Killing them won't open the door, we still can't get into the stronghold. This should be the place you mentioned. Let's go take a look. Hee, I've brought you to the place, you can go down, I won't go, give me the tickets." "No way. At least wait until I finish my task, right?" The notorious villain said, "I knew you were going to trick me, you see me as free labor, don't you?" Lin Chen replied earnestly, "We're all buddies, how can you say that? What if this stronghold isn't what I want?" The notorious villain gritted his teeth, "Fine, for the sake of that buddy remark, I'll help. So easy to trick, too easy, no need to think hard." Lin Chen clapped his hands in the air, "Come out, poison zombie." The air twisted, and a dark green shadow surrounded them in the darkness. The old, broken coffin slowly appeared. Bang! The poison zombie emerged from the coffin. Jian Bufan looked at the poison zombie in astonishment. Is this the #1 pet in all of Ningdu City? Has it evolved again? The notorious villain trembled at the sight of the zombie. He had been beaten by it countless times before, and now it was even stronger. Was there any justice? "I'll be the main tank, you two deal damage. Poison zombie, go." Under Lin Chen's control, the highly toxic zombie jumped in front of the two NPCs. Who goes there? Dare to invade Black Wind's stronghold? Seeking death. Successfully attracting the hatred of the two NPCs, one claw came down. A green symbol appeared above the guard's head, indicating they had entered a poisoned state. After being poisoned, the hatred stabilized. "You and my pet are attacking the same guard, so you won't draw aggro." Alright. The first-rate rogue and Jian Bufan attacked simultaneously. Jian Bufan was a first transformation hidden class, a wandering swordsman, while the first-rate rogue was a second transformation shadow assassin. Both attacked the same monster, and their damage output was surprisingly similar. After all, assassins are high-burst killing classes, so it's normal they can't compare to a jack-of-all-trades swordsman. The first-rate rogue's skills were also average. He just used whatever skill was available without any combo. After 5 minutes of effort from the three, the guard finally fell, and they began to attack the second guard. Fortunately, the attack wasn't high, and the zombie's undead body could withstand it perfectly. The first-rate rogue complained, "Brother Shang Tianzi, why aren't you attacking? Your attack power shouldn't be low, right?" Jian Bufan also looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen was considered a top player in Ningdu City now, yet no one had seen him make a move. Lin Chen smiled and said, "My zombie's output surpasses both of yours, so there's no need for me to intervene. If you can bluff, then bluff. Who can outsmart you?" Maintaining an appropriate sense of mystery ensures a steady stream of popularity. The zombie indeed had high output, and the two said nothing more. After defeating the guard, the stronghold's door slowly opened, revealing the mysterious Black Wind stronghold. The first-rate rogue looked surprised. It really opened. "You guys have a mission? What else? You think I'm lying to you? Ticket. We'll talk about it after we finish." "That's too much. We're all buddies." "Alright." The first-rate rogue gritted his teeth, wondering how he ended up on this pirate ship. When he first entered the game, he aspired to be a villain without mercy, but now that dream was dead. Lin Chen and Jian Bufan had already walked into the stronghold. Black Wind stronghold was much larger than Iron Horse stronghold, with well-trained bandits patrolling, looking nothing like typical bandits. At the center of the stronghold, on a high platform, a middle-aged man was tied up. The man had been beaten badly, exposed to the sun. The name above his head was Li, Lin Chen's mission target. Before they even started, the first-rate rogue hesitated. "What? Are we three going to take on this dungeon? Are you sure? They're all elite monsters. Why don't you find someone else? What are you afraid of? Just go around." "Well, this dungeon requires us to rescue that person. It didn't say we had to clear all the bosses." "Hey, you make a good point, but the monsters inside are strong. Let's avoid fighting them if we can." Lin Chen was observing the distribution of monsters in the dungeon, thinking about how to proceed. He didn't notice that at that moment, Jian Bufan's eyes flickered, lost in thought. "Jian Bufan, what are you dazed for? Let's get started." Oh. As before, my zombie will be the main tank, responsible for drawing aggro. Whatever it attacks, you guys attack too. Clear? Got it. Just wait a moment, we called a few more people. The first-rate rogue knew he couldn't escape Lin Chen's grasp. He simply called 3 other ranged attack experts from the guild for help. Lin Chen didn't mind, at least it would speed things up. The 3 added classes were a second transformation Taoist, a healer, and a crossbow hunter. All were ranged classes. The Taoist was a second job for priests, and after level 20, they had a heavy injury talisman. This was a godly skill, allowing the target to take plus 15% more damage at level 1. becoming more outrageous as the level increased. Coupled with the crossbow hunter's poison arrows and the toxic zombie's zombie claws, the speed of killing monsters increased significantly. Shang Tianzi, walk around the side. Doctor, give my zombie a status. Be careful, don't aggro the monsters. If we pull more than 3, we're in danger. Pin Gui, listen to brother Shang Tianzi. This quest dungeon is stronger than expected. Even with a 6-person team, clearing monsters is slow, moving slowly around the edge of the stronghold. Fortunately, these monsters don't have summoning abilities. After spending 2 hours, they finally reached the center of the stronghold. Phew, we finally made it. This is disgusting. Why don't these monsters give experience or drop anything? What a waste of time. Yeah, boss, you should at least give us some medicine money. Damn it, if you want to buy medicine money, don't embarrass me. Shang Tianzi, I've already given your boss 3 auction house tickets, you can ask him for them. What the hell? Boss, you didn't say anything. Boss, you want to keep it all for yourself, how despicable. Pin Igua's face turned ugly, stammering, I was just waiting to get it before giving it to you. Enough talk, let's kill the monsters. There's only one left. That's right. The only thing standing in their way was the last wild monster, the boss guarding in front of Li Li. Black Wind Stronghold Guard Chief, boss, level 25, go. The venomous zombie was the first to attack. The moment it aggroed, the Taoist's heavy injury talisman and the crossbow hunter's poison arrows followed closely behind. This boss had significantly more health and attack than the other elite monsters. The venomous zombie was struggling a bit, but fortunately, there was a doctor, so health wasn't an issue. Watching them beat up the boss, Lin Chen didn't intend to be idle and came to Li Li's side. Lord Li, I'm here to save you. Li Li slowly raised his head, his lips cracked and dry from the sun, looking half dead. His lips parted slightly, and he rasped, save me. Lin Chen's interaction message appeared, unchain. Ding, congratulations on saving Li Li, fulfilling Li Ren's last wish. Quest updated. Take Li Li away from Black Wind Stronghold and find out where the evidence of embezzlement is hidden from him. After saving Li Li, without Lin Chen needing to say anything, there was an option to speak. I'm a friend of Li Ren, sent here to save you. Great. Li Li smiled gratefully, then fainted. It was quite simple to get him out, but what concerned Lin Chen was that Li Li actually had a health bar, and it was only 100 points. Something was off. Just then, a sudden sound of slicing through the air rang out. A sword, at an extremely tricky angle, stabbed towards Li Li. At that moment, there was a sudden ambush. Lin Chen, however, showed no signs of panic. I knew it. Without thinking, he directly stood in front of Li Li. He took the hit for Li Li. Minus 398. Blood numbers appeared above Lin Chen's head. The one who struck was none other than Jian Bufan, who had been in the party all along. Brother Bufan, I knew you had something up your sleeve. You want to kill him? How did you know? Jian Bufan's face was filled with shock. The sword that had just ambushed was aimed from behind Lin Chen, and logically, it should have hit. Lin Chen held Li Li and ran. You can't kill me. Disband the party. Zombie, block him. The other side shamelessly activated the full damage mode. Lin Chen was not polite either. How did you figure it out? I'm a merchant. Can't I read people? You're an introverted person, suddenly so enthusiastic towards me. There must be something going on. Do we know each other? How do you know? Lin Chen kept his guard up. Carrying Li Li, he ran as fast as he could, not answering Jian Bufan's questions. Stop! Jian Bufan was blocked by the venomous zombie. The venomous zombie didn't attack him but jumped into the pile of monsters, aggroing a group of elite monsters, alarming the entire Black Wind Stronghold. Good heavens, a dense swarm of wild monsters surrounded the few of them. Merchant's son, you've tricked me again. Damn it, I'm doomed. Boss, I'm lying down first. Curses echoed through Black Wind Village. Without the poisonous zombie to carry them, they couldn't even withstand the boss, let alone the many wild monsters that had been summoned. The people inside were undoubtedly doomed. Recall the fighters. Lin Chen had no idea what was happening inside. Retreating was thrilling. In Black Wind Town, a resurrected notorious villain was cursing. My ticket. Hey, are you a friend of the merchant's son? Tell him to give me my ticket. Jian Bufan ignored the notorious villain. He was contacting Lin Chen. Jian Bufan, don't run, my mission is to kill him. Merchant's son, I know, and then? Jian Bufan pondered for a moment. After saving him, let me complete the mission and then kill. Merchant's son, if you had said that from the start, I would have definitely agreed. But now, forget it. Everyone has their own personality. Jian Bufan didn't think he was wrong. He didn't want to be friends with the merchant's son or negotiate with him. Such people would cause others to suffer, and he would suffer too. However, this mission was too important to him. After hesitating for a moment, he sent a message. It won't harm you, I can pay. Merchant's son, you should have said so earlier. I'm a businessman. How much? Jian Bufan, 1,000, no, 2,000 gold coins. Merchant son, get lost. Jian Bufan, I have no money. I only have 3,000 gold coins on me, all the money I've saved since playing this game. Although the world was thriving, not everyone could make money. Most ordinary players had about 3,000 gold coins by now, which was already a lot. Many players would invest their money in equipment and elixirs. Just when Jian Bufan thought Lin Chen would reject him, Lin Chen sent another message. Merchant son, it's not impossible. You can forego the money and sign this contract. Ding, Merchant son has sent an email. Check your inbox. Jian Bufan opened the email and frowned at the contract's content. Become a member of the Great Merchant Dynasty and start live streaming. Daily streaming requirement, 4 hours, with streaming income split 55% to Merchant son. A contract of servitude. The penalty for breaching the contract was hefty, 10 million gold coins, and this number would increase as Jian Bufan's worth rose. If it were before, Jian Bufan would have definitely refused, but now he hesitated. Merchant son, don't just look at the breach penalty. If you don't plan to breach, these terms are just waste paper. You should consider the benefits I'm offering you. You're from Ningdu City. I believe you understand my influence. The contract indeed outlined obligations for both parties. Lin Chen wasn't a miser. He would also provide corresponding conditions. With the influence of the merchant son and the brand power of the Great Merchant Dynasty, I will fully support you in raising your profile, providing all necessary assistance in the process. It was equivalent to both of them working together to make Jian Bufan famous, with the earnings split 55%. Thinking of it this way, Jian Bufan wouldn't be at a loss. After all, he was currently unknown, and his rise would also be due to Lin Chen's efforts. The key issue was that if he couldn't kill Li Li, he wouldn't be able to complete his job change mission. Ding, time remaining to kill Li Li, 1 hour. If the mission isn't completed, you won't be able to change jobs to bounty swordsman, thus losing the qualification for a hidden profession and reverting to a normal profession. The system timely added pressure. Jian Bufan gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll sign. Soon after, Lin Chen received a message. Congratulations on signing a contract with Jian Bufan. The contract is now effective. The Great Merchant Dynasty exists as long as the contract exists and has legal effect. Both parties must adhere to the contract terms. Lin Chen smiled broadly upon seeing the system prompt and quickly sent a guild invitation. Fortunately, there are still 2 slots available in the gang, which have been kept open. Some people have stopped playing, while others have joined, but there are always 2 slots reserved. Gang leader, Shang Tianzi invites player Jian Bufan to join the gang. Jian Bufan enters the battle hall. Congratulations on becoming the incense master. Oh, just entering and already the incense master? This is a big shot. It was the boss who invited him. Definitely a big shot. Welcome, brother Jian Bufan. The gang is always lively. However, Jian Bufan remained silent. He was inherently an introverted person. He privately messaged Lin Chen. Is it good now? I've signed the contract. Kill Li Li for me. There's only an hour left. If I can't kill him, I'll fail the job. Shang Tianzi, of course, we're all brothers. Let's form a team. What left Jian Bufan speechless was that Lin Chen was hiding not far from Black Wind Town, just a few steps away. Li Li was lying on the nearby open ground, barely alive. Lin Chen shifted his position and smiled, saying, "You can kill him now." Jian Bufan squinted slightly. "You're not protecting him anymore?" Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. "Are you really that foolish? I've completed my task. Why would I protect him? He's of no use now." During that time, he had already obtained evidence of embezzlement, and the subsequent tasks had nothing to do with Li Li. Now, Jian Bufan was essentially Lin Chen's private property. Helping Jian Bufan increase his strength was also helping himself. Jian Bufan took a deep breath, raised his sword, and ended Li Li's life. He estimated that his task was also completed. Lin Chen smiled and said, "In the future, be more straightforward. One shouldn't be too shameless." Jian Bufan rolled his eyes. "If you're not shameless, how can you earn so much money? Who knows what your task is after saving him? I'm asking you, is there still a chance to kill him?" True. Lin Chen was in a good mood. What's the next task? Go back and report? Can I help you? Jian Bufan directly shared the task with the team. Congratulations on killing Li Li. Please report back to the Lord of Ningdu City. Task reward, second transcendence. Lin Chen looked at it, surprised. Wow. What a coincidence. He then shared his own task with the team. Congratulations on obtaining evidence of Li Li's embezzlement. Please report the evidence to the Lord of Ningdu City. Task reward, 200,000 experience points gold. For 90 your task has so much experience? My task experience has always been high. Freak. You'll be even freakier in the future. Remember to stream live. Lin Chen and Jian Bufan returned to their previous state, chatting all the way to Black Wind Town. Just as they arrived in the town, they were surrounded by a notorious thug. The thug, looking fierce, said, "Shang Tianzi, you've gone too far, do you take me for a fool?" Lin Chen was not shy, putting his arm around the thug's shoulder and laughing. "Don't be angry, 3 tickets, not a single one less, here you go." "You, what do you mean by that? I'm a businessman, not a con artist. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to complete the task, thanks a lot." "You bastard, remember to give it to me in advance next time." The thug cursed as he stepped aside. All settled. Rich second generation, after all, need to save face. They were all brothers. Thus, Lin Chen and Jin Bufan successfully returned to the Lord of Ningdu City to report their tasks. However, when he walked into the Lord's mansion, he noticed something was off. The Lord was not drinking tea or playing chess lazily. Instead, he was standing there seriously, waiting for the players to come up and speak. Lin Chen suspiciously asked, "Lord Ning, are you troubled by something? Is the company not paying salaries?" Lord Ning said with a serious face, "This young man, please conduct yourself properly. This is the Lord's mansion. Don't mess around, we're all on the same side." Lin Chen also sensed his difference, and his smile slowly faded. "Have you turned back into an NPC? That shouldn't be the case, it's broad daylight. Could it be that the plan to replace NPCs with employees didn't pass? The last time I changed jobs, Lord Ning mentioned that there would be an announcement at the evening party. But now there is no announcement, which means it's not certain. It seems things have returned to their original trajectory." Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. "My presence has altered the course of reality in the game, but it hasn't changed the overall direction of the game, which is very beneficial for me. As long as the game officials don't make changes, he still has many memories to utilize." With this thought, he felt relieved. "I'm here to hand in a quest." "Oh, what's this? Evidence of Lord Li's embezzlement?" Lord Ning's eyes widened, looking genuinely surprised, further confirming that he was indeed an NPC. "Quest completed, reward, experience 200,000, gold, 490. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen's level shot up to 21. But the matter wasn't over yet. Lord Ning's expression darkened as he said, "I didn't expect that the evidence of Lord Li's embezzlement would also involve the Luoha sect. It seems this matter cannot be left as is. Young Master Shang, could you please make a trip to the Luoha sect?" Quest updated, go to sect, Luoha sect, investigate the embezzlement case. The outer gate steward Luo Chang might know something. Lin Chen looked at the quest in surprise. Sect? Isn't that content only available at level 30? Level 30 is a watershed in the game. After level 30, players can undergo a third job change, purchase mounts, acquire pets, join sects, and buy shops. According to his memories from the previous life, levels below 30 are considered the novice period, and only after level 30 does the game content gradually unfold. Lin Chen didn't expect to have access to the sect at level 21. It was as if other players hadn't even reached other cities, and he already owned 2 shops in another city. Speaking of shops, Lin Chen opened the shop management interface and organized things. Both shops were doing well, having collected quite a few materials, and the returned city scrolls had sold out. He planned to restock and sell again. Just from the money made on the returned city scrolls, he could break even, which was good. As Lin Chen finished organizing, Jin Bufan had just completed his quest and undergone his second job change. "All done? Now you're a bounty swordsman? What's the difference from an ordinary swordsman?" Lin Chen asked curiously. In his previous life, as a casual player who didn't spend money, he was so impressive because of his profession. Jin Bufan looked disappointed as he scratched his head. "It's not that amazing. It feels no different from an ordinary swordsman." Hee, don't be discouraged, after all, it's a hidden profession. You'll be stronger later. "I hope so." The two parted ways at the Lord's mansion. Lin Chen returned to his shop, organized the transactions, and placed the acquired materials into the guild warehouse. After finishing everything, he planned to continue with the quest and head to the sect. But just then, the game's notification sound rang out. Ding! Knocking sound detected. Lin Chen exited the game in confusion. "Who is it?" "Brother Lin, it's me." It was her again. Lin Chen said helplessly, "Miss, you're so valuable. Can you not run around next time? This place is remote, and if you get caught again, you might not be so lucky." The door opened. It was Li Yu. The injuries on Li Yu were still visible, and she had a small cat-shaped band-aid on her face, which looked quite cute, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She smiled and said, "Brother, don't. It's no use if you get me involved. I'm not a human trafficker." "No, didn't you want the keys to the house last time? I brought you the keys." The little girl actually took it to heart and specifically brought the keys over. Lin Chen instinctively reached out to take the keys, but at that moment, another hand suddenly stretched out, blocking their contact. Lin Chen hadn't noticed that there was someone else behind the door. Turning his head, he could see the person's full figure. He was a man in his 30s, with short, neat hair and a serious expression, clearly the type who rarely smiled. He wore a simple t-shirt. Before Lin Chen could say anything, Liu spoke up, displeased. Zhu Zhang, what are you doing? Miss, you can't interact with strangers. You're so funny. Is he a stranger? He's my brother. Go away. Liu impatiently pushed Zhu Zhang aside, stepped into the room, and slammed the door shut. Lin Chen had remained silent throughout. Liu awkwardly said, Big brother, I'm sorry, he's a bodyguard my dad arranged for me. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. It's okay, your dad really should get you a bodyguard. Humph, my dad abandoned me and my mom when I was little, leaving behind some cold, empty houses and properties as compensation. Now he comes to curry favor with me. I won't forgive him. Cold and empty. What a cold and empty feeling. I had only seen phrases like cold and empty online, but this was the first time I experienced it in reality. With so many properties in Liu's phone, it really felt cold. I've got the keys, thank you. I'll transfer the money to you later. Lin Chen just watched Liu. Any normal person would know it was time to leave. No need for the money, let me help you move. As Liu said this, she directly started tidying up Lin Chen's pile of ugly clothes. No, big sister, I don't want to move yet. Lin Chen looked exasperated. His mother hadn't even been discharged from the hospital, and he still needed to stay here for a while. Girls should be a bit more reserved. That's my underwear. It hasn't been washed in 7 days. No, don't touch my toilet paper. My USB drive. Liu truly didn't treat herself as an outsider, curiously holding the USB drive. What do these USB drives mean? Asia? Europe? America? Wow, bro, are you still doing international business? You've got everything. Lin Chen, demon, don't touch that. It's study materials. Phew, the little brother was sweating profusely. Too fierce. But seeing the beads of sweat on her small face, he couldn't bear to chase her away. He quickly dialed Lin Wen's number. Hello, Lin Wen, your little girlfriend is here with me. Can you come pick her up quickly? Which one? Liu? Are you in class? Nonsense. Are you lying to me? Bad signal? Disconnected. What a beast. Lin Chen felt helpless. To avoid Liu rummaging through his things, he thought to change the subject and his gaze landed on the gaming helmet. He quickly said, by the way, Liu, what level are you now? Ha, are you talking about World of Legends? Sure enough, mentioning the game piqued her interest. Liu had originally wanted to get closer to Lin Chen, and with him bringing it up, she was naturally delighted. I'm really good, already level 21. Wow, you're the same level as me? Impressive. Hee hee, of course. Let me tell you, level 30 has a lot of great content. Really? Yeah, level 30 is a watershed moment, costumes, mounts, sex, shops, it's going to be so much fun. Liu's little face lit up with excitement, but she showed no sign of wanting to leave. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and decided to unleash his trump card. Lin Wen is also in the game. Ha! She stood up in surprise, hurried back to play the game. Okay. Dealing with her, Lin Wen was effective. One sentence sent her off. Liu, excited, was about to leave, and Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He sent her off and closed the door, shaking his head helplessly as he tossed the keys onto the table. Just as he was about to log into the game and continue his tasks, suddenly a sound rang out. Ever since that day the helmet exploded, Lin Chen's physical condition had been improving day by day, including his hearing. The sound just now came from not far downstairs. Although it was very faint, he could still clearly hear the footsteps and voices through the door. Miss Li, come with us. Don't force us to take action. Immediately after, there was a startled cry from Liu. Lin Chen let out a helpless sigh. Seriously? Does it have to be this dramatic? Damn, twice in a row, and both times in danger? Should he intervene? Last time, when Liu fainted, he could act without restraint. This time, it seemed she hadn't fainted yet. Lin Chen went to the window and looked downstairs. This time was completely different from the last. Last time it was just a bunch of thugs. This time, 4 cars had come directly, surrounding Liu and Zhu Zhang. More than a dozen people got out of the cars, all wearing masks. Lin Chen was shocked. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, they don't look like kidnappers? Although this place was quite remote, it was a weekday afternoon, and there were still a fair number of people around. Some had already taken out their phones to take pictures from a distance. Yet these more than a dozen thugs showed no fear, even leaving the onlookers alone, as if it were intentional. Zhu Zhang protected Liu, his expression serious. Who are you? You don't need to know who we are. Here's your chance, leave this place. Humph, so loyal, then don't blame us, go. With a command, 13 thugs charged forward. Cries of alarm erupted. Zhu Zhang showed no fear, facing 13 alone. His strength was impressive, like a special forces soldier from a movie, struggling but holding his ground, making the thugs scream. His strength was indeed formidable. He could handle a dozen people without issue. worthy of a professional bodyguard. Lin Chen helplessly looked at Liu. Silly girl, why aren't you running upstairs? All you know is to hide. Looking around, he casually picked up a takeout box from last night's meal from the table and threw it at Liu's head. It landed perfectly on her head. Liu gasped and instinctively looked at Lin Chen. Come up, what are you waiting for? This girl, although a bit love-struck and somewhat foolish, was undeniably loyal. She didn't want to drag Lin Chen into this, otherwise, she would have run upstairs long ago. But Xu Zhang was a normal person, he would get tired and could be injured. As time passed, he was barely able to hold them off, let alone protect Liu during the fight. Miss, hurry upstairs, quickly, Xu Zhang urged anxiously. Liu gritted her teeth and nodded. Okay, be careful. Stop him, don't let them go upstairs. Get down here. Xu Zhang roared, fiercely attacking the thugs, blocking the entrance to the stairs like a living demon. He had the stance of a single man holding back 1,000. Liu successfully made it to the staircase. Damn it, get out of the way. The thug leader cursed angrily and squeezed in. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun from his pocket, the dark barrel aimed at Xu Zhang. Damn, do you think you're Dianwei? A few thousand a month, what are you playing at with your life? Xu Zhang, a retired special forces soldier, didn't dare to move upon seeing the gun. The onlookers who had originally gathered to watch no longer had the courage to stay, they screamed and fled, scattering in no time. The thug leader, from more than 2 meters away, aimed the gun at Xu Zhang. He shouted, "You two, tie him up. The rest go upstairs and capture them, regardless of life or death." Hearing the words, regardless of life or death, Xu Zhang's pupils contracted. You're not kidnappers? Typical kidnappers were in it for the money, they wouldn't disregard life and death. What do you care about us? Chatting. Bang! After tying up Xu Zhang, they knocked him unconscious with the gun, but their target had never been Xu Zhang. After knocking him out, they couldn't be bothered with him and all rushed upstairs. The people renting this remote small building were all office workers, and at this time, they were all at work, leaving almost no one around. Boss, they went into that room. Humph, no brains, going upstairs is just looking for death, the leader of the thugs sneered. The entire small building had only one exit, guarded by 2 men, while the other 12 headed straight to Lin Chen's door. Open the door. Fortunately, this was a security door, not so easy to break open. Miss Li, you don't need to hide, you can't escape. Come out yourself, to avoid suffering. Boss, there's no sound. Are you sure she's inside? Boss, use the gun. I see them do it like this in TV dramas. Are you King stupid? You can't just use a gun randomly. If it goes off, things will get serious. Boss, when you showed the gun just now, so many people saw it, things have already gotten serious. Still dare to talk back? Break it down. The sound of banging echoed. They broke down the door, but the room was already empty. A piece of cloth was tied on the balcony, clearly indicating someone had escaped that way. Damn it, damn it. The leader of the thugs quickly leaned over the balcony to look, but of course, there were no traces. Boss, the person has run away. I can't see anything. Hurry up and go find her. Just then, one of the subordinates suddenly shouted anxiously. Boss, not good. Ergo called and said the police are on their way. They had clearly made thorough arrangements, with several accomplices guarding the corners. Boss, let's retreat. Damn, let's go. With no other options, the thugs hurried downstairs. Even Xu Zhang couldn't be bothered, and they sped away in the car. The sound of the vehicle's brakes echoed, gradually fading with the sound of the engine. The wardrobe creaked open, and Lin Chen and Liu stepped out. Phew, luckily these thugs are idiots. Liu patted her chest, still shaken. That really scared me. Thank you, brother Lin. Lin Chen shook his head in disbelief. You really are something. How can you get caught just by coming out once? I think you should just stay indoors from now on. Liu looked troubled. I don't know either. I've only experienced this twice in my life. I don't know why it happens every time. Who knows? Just then, Liu suddenly noticed a photo on the ground. It was her photo. Curiously, she picked it up. My photo? Did those thugs drop it? Oh, there's writing on the back. On the back of the photo was written Liu's information, even the time she left home. It was too detailed, uncomfortably so. Liu was not the type to scream in a crisis. She grew up in a single-parent family, mature and smart. It seemed she thought of something. Lin Chen asked in confusion, what's wrong? Nothing, brother Lin, thank you again. I'll be leaving now. I'll go down with you. Xu Zhang woke up, and after helping him untie, the two expressed their gratitude again before driving away. Lin Chen watched them leave, helplessly saying, the wealthy really are troublesome. Without Liu saying anything, Lin Chen could also guess something from the photo. What kind of coincidence was this? Every time she came to him, she got caught? Since last time, it wasn't done by acquaintances, so who was it? Liu mentioned that when her father divorced her mother, he wasn't a tycoon, just someone with a bit of money. To verify his thoughts, Lin Chen opened his computer to search. Information about the richest man in Ningdu City was easily found. The first headline jumped into view. Ningdu City's richest man, president of the Li Group, critically ill. Doctors have issued a critical condition notice. Seeing this news, Lin Chen was even more certain of his thoughts. Someone didn't want Li Yu to live because she had inheritance rights. I hope you're okay. Lin Chen shook his head. At least he had a good impression of Li Yu and didn't want anything to happen to the young girl. After all, she was Lin Wen's prospective partner. It seems I can't stay here. She doesn't need to come here anymore. After Lin Chen sent a message to Li Yu, he casually tidied up and decided to keep vigil at the hospital tonight. If the other party returned unexpectedly while he was playing games, it would be a disaster. Anyway, there wasn't much to take from the small room, so he packed his suitcase and dragged it along. As the sky began to darken, Lin Chen arrived at a small restaurant where he often ate, located less than 100 meters from the hospital. It was a pig trotter rice place, cheap and delicious, and he was quite familiar with the owner, who often added extra tofu and meat for him. Shaolin, are you going on a trip? Yeah, Wang Gu. I remember your mother is in this hospital, right? It wasn't mealtime yet, so the owner made Lin Chen a bowl of pig trotter rice and sat down next to him to chat. Yeah, she hasn't been discharged yet. Suddenly, Wang Gu leaned in and said, Did you know something happened at this hospital? Ha? What happened? There's a nurse here named Lin Wan. You know her, right? Lin Chen nodded. He did know her. Lin Wan was a good nurse, probably in her 30s, who often worked night shifts to take care of his mother, and they shared the same surname. So Lin Chen remembered her clearly and often called her sister Lin. What happened to her? I can't really say, but let me show you a video. Then he mysteriously handed over his phone, which had a 3-minute video. The video showed the emergency room, where many patients were being brought in. That day, I was delivering food to the infusion hall and happened to pass by the emergency room. I heard there was a major car accident, so I recorded a bit, but I didn't expect to capture this scene. The footage was chaotic, but Wang Ji's hand was steady, and a woman appeared in the center of the frame. It was Lin Wan. It seemed there weren't enough staff, and Lin Wan, as a nurse, was helping out. She was pushing a little girl who was seriously injured, while other doctors were overwhelmed with work. In the video, Lin Wan seemed to be attempting CPR, pressing on the little girl's chest. But the next scene made Lin Chen's eyes widen in shock. Suddenly, a faint green light appeared on Lin Wan's hand, and the injuries on the little girl visibly began to heal. No way? Lin Chen stared in disbelief. Wang Gu was also excited. Yes, I had the same expression at that moment. It was incredible. It wasn't just a matter of being miraculous, this was the rejuvenation skill from the game Tianxia. After reaching level 20 and transitioning to a healer, one could master this skill, which allowed for continuous healing. Lin Wan actually used it? How could Lin Chen not be astonished? He suddenly realized something. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had gained abilities from the game. Lin Chen quickly asked, Is Lin Wan still in the hospital? Wang Gu whispered, Lin Wan has resigned and disappeared. There's very little footage from the scene, it's all been suppressed. Just keep this to yourself and don't tell anyone. Keeping secrets must be tough. Wang Gu knew there might be something fishy going on, so he didn't dare to post it online and secretly confided in Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, Wang Gu, let's keep this under wraps and not show it to anyone. Right, I'm just a chatterbox. Then I'll be on my way. Come back next time. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen dragged his suitcase to the hospital entrance. His expression was serious. How could a skill from the game appear in reality? I thought it was just because my helmet exploded. Could she have experienced the same thing? Would there be more people gaining abilities from the game? In his previous life, over 5 years of gaming, he had never heard of anyone gaining abilities from the game. He thought he was special because he was reborn, and the helmet explosion was also unique. But it turned out, it wasn't. Could it be because of my arrival? Did it change everything? What exactly went wrong? How could playing a game grant powers from within? This information made Lin Chen both fearful and excited. No matter if it works or not, I have to give it a try. While pondering, he arrived at the hospital room. The surgery was successful, and after so many days of rest, his mother's complexion had improved. However, the doctor had mentioned that there would be rejection. Lin's mother could not live like an ordinary person. She would need to rely on medication for the rest of her life. This was also one of the reasons Lin Chen worked so hard to earn money. His mother was asleep. Because it was a single room, he carefully placed his suitcase down. He opened his phone and decided to get his mother a gaming headset as well. That's right. Since there was a possibility of bringing skills from the game into reality, regardless of whether everyone could do it or not, Lin Chen wanted to give it a try. If his mother could gain that, she could become strong like him, and with the skills from the world, perhaps she could return to being a normal person. After buying a gaming headset, he sent a message to Lin. Don't forget to play games, balance work and rest, I'm waiting for you in the game. Hey, bro, you weren't saying that a few days ago? You said studying is the most important. Funny, you're already a top student in the city, what's wrong with playing games? Good brother. He didn't rush to play the game but started searching on the sofa. The world changes in reality, skills, he searched a lot. But he couldn't find any reports about skills that could be used in reality. There were only two possibilities, either it was interfered with by mysterious forces, or there weren't many people who had obtained skills, all like him, choosing to hide themselves instead of showing off online. After a while, Lin's mother woke up. She seemed to be in good spirits. He fed her some food and chatted with her for over an hour. Mom, you need to get better soon. I've rented a big house, and when you're well, the three of us can live together. Lin's mother's eyes instantly turned red, she nodded, pulled down the blanket, and cried softly. Perhaps everyone thought Lin Chen was a filial son, the doctor thought so, the nurse thought so. He lived alone in a small, shabby place near the hospital, delivering takeout, delivering packages, doing hard labor, taking care of his younger brother, and looking after his mother. It was touching, and everyone hoped Lin's mother would get better soon. But only Lin's mother wished for her own release. She felt heartbroken. After another 10 minutes, hearing Lin's mother's steady snoring, Lin Chen informed the nurse and then sat on the sofa, put on the headset, and entered the game. Identity verification successful, player, merchant's son, welcome back to the game. A flash of light appeared before him. Lin Chen had already entered the game. Come out, poison zombie. As soon as he entered the game, the coffin lid couldn't hold, and the poison zombie walked out of the coffin. Its face was fierce and dull. However, its body had slight differences from a 1,000-year-old zombie. For example, its claws were green, while the 1,000-year-old zombies were red. After multiple experiments, Lin Chen finally verified his thoughts. He could now summon the claws of the poison zombie. So, once I gain power, my strength in the game will also enhance my strength in reality? Equipment, levels, it seems I can't miss any of them. In the past, Lin Chen would sell good equipment to make money and wear average ones himself. But now it seemed that good equipment should be worn by himself. Forget it, let's do the quest first, and then head to the sect. He no longer tangled with the reality game issue. Lin Chen boarded the carriage at the post station, heading towards the sect, Luoha sect. The sect was content that opened at level 30. After joining the sect, one could learn unique skills from each sect, become a disciple, and undertake a series of tasks to gain sect contributions and promote their sect status. Both could come and go freely, but once one exited the sect, their contributions would reset to 0. There was only one sect near Ningdu City, Luoha sect. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, the skills of Luoha sect increased attack power. It can be considered a standard skill. Most players in Ningdu City would choose the Luoha sect later on. However, Lin Chen didn't need to, attack power was useless to him. What sect should he join in the future? While he was pondering this, he finally arrived at Langya Town. Langya Town was a level 2 gang station. Gang, Bai Sword Sect Station. It was also where Lin Chen had once sold to them. This was the closest post station to the Luoha sect. After getting off at the post station, the passing players looked at him with strange expressions. He didn't linger and headed straight out of Langya Town towards the Luoha sect. After leaving the town and walking for about 5 minutes, he came to the mountain path, where various wild monsters filled the massive mountain range. However, because it was the location of a sect, there were no humanoid wild monsters, only beast-shaped ones. Many players were teaming up to level up along the sides of the mountain path. The wild monsters here were around level 22, and with the increase in player numbers at this stage, it became harder to compete for monsters. Lin Chen, accompanied by a venomous zombie, turned heads wherever he went. He encountered no trouble along the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the Luoha sect. The mountain gate was magnificent, guarded by 2 disciples of the Luoha sect. Not far away, players were fighting wild monsters. Hey, look, that's the merchant's son. What is he doing? Is he going to the sect? I don't know, the sect only opens at level 30, they won't let him in. Let's level up with him. We can make connections with the big shots. Wait, let's see if he gets kicked out before we go in. To everyone's shock, Lin Chen faced no trouble at all. The 2 guarding disciples let him pass directly. No way, he can get in? Is he already level 30? No, the number 1 on the leaderboard is only level 27. Did they open it early? Let's go check it out. But when they tried to enter the sect, the guarding disciples drew their swords against them. You bunch of bandits, do you know this is the Luoha sect? If you don't want to die, get lost. Why are they cursing at us? Why can he go in, but we can't? Get lost. Damn NPCs, looking down on people. A few players were helpless. Is the merchant's son cheating? Pfft, he must be colluding with the officials. He can enter the sect early. I refuse to accept this. I want to report him. Let's go, let's report him together. The outcome was predictable. The report failed. These players were furious and posted on the forum. The merchant's son is exploiting a game bug to get ahead of other players and should be banned. The merchant's son is colluding with the officials, affecting game balance. The world demands an explanation. Lin Chen's popularity was already high. With such topics as a gimmick, the click rate skyrocketed. Now, the entire Ningdu city knew that Lin Chen had entered the sect. Of course, this was all a later development, and Lin Chen was unaware. He had already entered the Luoha sect. He often came here in his previous life, and revisiting brought back many emotions. The bustling Luoha sect felt somewhat deserted at this moment without players. Lin Chen crossed thousands of steps and finally arrived at the mountain gate of the Luoha sect. It resembled a small town hidden among the mountains and forests. However, the architecture of the Luoha sect was even more magnificent than the city lord's mansion. In the square, many NPC disciples were practicing swordplay, with leaves falling in the wind, exuding an ancient charm that was captivating. Countless people were obsessed with the world, perhaps to make a name for themselves in the martial arts world, or perhaps for wealth and power. But Lin Chen always appreciated the scenery. The landscapes that should exist in the martial arts world were not visible in reality. Just then, an NPC approached him. Bowing to Lin Chen, he said, "Welcome, envoy of the city lord's mansion. I will take you to meet the outer sect steward, Luo Chang." Although he was an NPC, he had quite a martial arts vibe. Lin Chen also bowed. "Thank you. You're welcome." The NPC was clearly a task NPC, and the interaction was brief, advising Lin Chen to follow closely and not wander off, leading him towards a side hall. But as they walked, Lin Chen sensed something was off. The place was becoming increasingly remote, and it was not the way to the outer gates affairs hall. It felt more like heading into the jungle. "Excuse me, are we looking for the steward of Luo Chang? Don't panic, we will arrive soon." The NPC still wore a polite smile. It wasn't until they led Lin Chen out of the main hall and into the dense forest that the NPC revealed his true colors, the warm smile vanishing, replaced by a sinister and terrifying expression. "Kid, you're meddling too much." Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, 3 humanoid monsters appeared around them. Outer Gate Disciple of Lu Sec Level 25 Elite Monster Ding. Mission updated. You wanted to find Luo Chang, but you are being obstructed. Defeat the enemies before you, or it will be considered a mission failure. Lin Chen sneered. "I never thought the mission would be that simple." Hee, so what if you know? You can't go back now. 4 NPCs positioned themselves at 4 points, blocking all of Lin Chen's escape routes. "You don't need to block, because my mission is to kill 4 people. Poisonous zombie, go." The poisonous zombie bared its fangs and roared as it charged at one of the NPCs. Lin Chen quickly retreated, closely following the poisonous zombie. As long as they didn't attack first, Lin Chen still had a chance. The poisonous zombie drew the aggro of the 4 monsters. But these were level 25 elite monsters, their attack power significantly stronger than those from the Black Wind Stronghold. With all 4 attacking together, they instantly reduced the poisonous zombie's health by a quarter. This was terrifying. The zombie body couldn't recover that much health. This meant that if they attacked together 3 more times, the poisonous zombie would die. Lin Chen focused intently on controlling the poisonous zombie. Don't let them surround you, use speed to kite, apply poison, and maneuver. Although he was a seasoned player, Lin Chen had at least 5 years of experience. In those 5 years, he had mastered the basic operations. He maneuvered around the 4 NPCs, standing not far away while mentally controlling the poisonous zombie. The poisonous zombie broke free from the encirclement, hitting each of the 4 NPCs, causing them all to become poisoned. Then it began to kite, using the principle of aggro-kiting, attacking twice before moving to a new position. It just took some time, and being hit a couple of times wasn't a big deal. Under the poison effect, each NPC had minus 298 health appearing above their heads. The cooldown time for reviving minions was 10 minutes. As long as he didn't die in those 10 minutes, he could slowly wear them down. Under these circumstances, he should be able to kill them. But just as the leading monster's health dropped to 50%, a loud shout rang out. "What a thief, not bad at all, but unfortunately, you've got the wrong person. Form up." Look the diagram. The 4 monsters simultaneously emitted a red glow, gaining a buff. Look diagram, attack power plus 30%, movement speed plus 30%, attack speed plus 30%. This was bad. He had forgotten they were disciples of the Lu sect. It made sense that they would know Lu sect skills. While the increase in attack power wasn't a problem, the plus 30% movement speed was deadly for the poisonous zombie. The speed of the NPCs suddenly increased, allowing them to keep up with the poisonous zombie. This is not good. Lin Chen's expression darkened. The poisonous zombie's health was dropping rapidly, now only a third remained. The leading NPC still had 45% health. Lin Chen took a few steps back, All he could do now was have the poisonous zombie evade, deal damage, and apply poison, just like before. 1 minute later, the poisonous zombie roared in frustration, its body turning to dust, dead. The 4 NPCs lost their aggro target and turned to attack Lin Chen. Lin Chen was already prepared, turning to run, revive minion, summon minion. The 2 skills were quickly cast. The poisonous zombie appeared almost instantly. While running, Lin Chen pointed at the NPC with the least health. Attack him. The strategy changed once again. Lin Chen ran with 3 other NPCs, drawing the attention of the toxic zombie to 1. But his speed wasn't fast either. Just as the toxic zombie moved, damage notifications popped up above his head. Minus 567, minus 612, minus 589. Good grief, the 3 NPCs attacked simultaneously, instantly taking away half of Lin Chen's health. He hurriedly tossed 2 pills into his mouth. Lin Chen circled around the toxic zombie, starting to move like King Qin around a pillar. Damn it, are you bullying me because I'm unarmed? Zombie, hurry up. The pills couldn't hold out either. The opponent's speed was too fast, and once they caught up, it was a flurry of attacks. Lin Chen's health fluctuated wildly. Berserk attack. Lin Chen finally used his ultimate skill. Berserk attack, successfully used attack power plus 50%, movement speed, attack speed plus 50%, duration, 10 seconds. A miserable green light erupted from the toxic zombie, its added attack power more terrifying than the river diagram. The green claws attacked with astonishing speed. In just 5 seconds, it directly took down the leading NPC. Quick, help! After that, it became much easier. Lin Chen consumed the pills, tanking 2 monsters, then 1, and finally killed all 4 monsters. Phew, damn, I almost died. Lin Chen sat down heavily on the ground, swallowing 2 more pills, waiting for his health to recover. The toxic zombie dutifully stood behind him, regenerating health with its zombie body. He thought the mission was over just like that. But at that moment, a sudden scream rang out. What did you do? Oh my god, an assassin, there's an assassin. A disciple of the river sect pointed at Lin Chen in terror and shouted, No, I'm a merchant, not an assassin. Someone, help, there's a murder. The cries of the river sect disciple echoed throughout the sect. Lin Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? Ding! Because you killed a disciple of the river sect and were discovered, you have been placed on the wanted list by the river sect. Please take care of yourself and escape from the river sect. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Chen had 1,000 curses he couldn't express. A red symbol appeared above his head. It was the mark of being hunted. Toxic zombie, retreat. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen ran while cursing. Damn it, what kind of plot is this? Are you trying to kill me? Even the usually composed Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. As soon as he reached the square, a group of NPCs chased after him. All the NPCs passing by transformed into wild monsters and began hunting him down. It was terrifying, like a zombie siege. If Lin Chen got caught, he would be killed instantly, no suspense at all. Fortunately, Lin Chen's position was decent. He was led to a remote area, and there weren't many NPCs on the escape route down the mountain. Just then, a loud shout echoed throughout the mountain gate. Bold thief, how dare you come to my river sect to kill? Inner disciples, capture him. From the depths of the river sect, an old man stood proudly on the roof of the sect's main hall. Looking at his level, he was a level 100 boss. At his command, hundreds of level 50 inner disciples leaped up beside him. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Damn it! Run! Toxic zombie, take me down. With so many steps, Lin Chen didn't even know how to run down. It was too crazy. The level 50 inner disciples were all boss-level existences, while the level 20 outer disciples were elite monsters. Hundreds of them, countless, were chasing after Lin Chen. Damn it, that merchant must have taken a shortcut. Hey, don't say that. The forum says he might have accepted a hidden quest. I think so too. It's so unbalanced. Why can others take hidden quests while we can't? Exactly. I just saw a few players from Lin Chen's team at the entrance of the Luoha sect fighting monsters and complaining. They expressed their dissatisfaction with Lin Chen, saying that while they were in the same fandom, their fates were different. Hey, did you hear that sound? Yeah, it really sounds like a flood. No, I also hear shouting. Neither of those. I see countless NPCs charging towards us. Stop messing around, how could that be possible? I swear I saw it. Look. Everyone quickly turned to the entrance of the Luoha sect. There was Lin Chen leading the charge, followed by a dense swarm of red-named NPCs like zombies. What the hell? What's going on? Merchant's son? He's leading a group of NPCs? Is he going to attack the city? Why does it feel like we're not playing the same game? Red-named NPCs mean wild monsters to players, and they would actively attack. Lin Chen shouted while running. What are you all standing there for? Run! Oh. A few players unconsciously started to run. Wait, why are we running? I don't know. Aren't you afraid of getting killed? Merchant's son is actually pretty nice, he's letting us run. Nice my ass. This is what he brought out. Not knowing what was happening, they just ran along. In Langya town, the white-clothed sword immortal had a gloomy expression. Did you really see Merchant's son? Yeah, he just left from that direction. He should be heading to Luaha sect. Boss, what should we do? Should we go after him? The white-clothed sword immortal gritted his teeth and said, of course we should go after him. That bastard made us lose face at the demon suppression tower. Again in the gang competition, selling so much firepower to the enemy. If we don't kill him, I won't be able to swallow this anger. He didn't mention one more thing. Because of the gang competition, he had lost 50,000 in prize money to Shangwan Tienga. He was just a worker. 50,000, that was a whole 50,000. New grudges and old grievances all counted together. The white-clothed sword immortal quickly gathered his gang members. Everyone who's fine, return to the gang base. Those far away can use the return scroll. Boss, I just bought a return scroll from the Great Merchant Dynasty. Doesn't matter, as long as we kill him, I'll reimburse everything. Goodness, using the Great Merchant's sword to slay the Great Merchant's king. The light of the return scroll shone. Return scrolls, relay stations, carriages, and the gang members already at the base. In no time, the white-clothed sword sect had gathered over 100 people. Other players in Langya town looked at this scene with curiosity. Hey, brothers, are you gathering so many people to fight a boss? No, we're going to kill Merchant's son. No way, is that for real? Hearing that they were going to kill Merchant's son, the onlookers quickly increased. 100 people killing Merchant's son, that sounds fun. This time, Merchant's son is definitely dead. Getting footage of Merchant's son dying would be big news. After spending 20 minutes gathering, the white-clothed sword immortal looked at his subordinates, filled with ambition. In front of the onlookers, he loudly declared, brothers, our white-clothed sword sect is one of the strongest gangs in Ningdu City. Merchant's son doesn't give us face, do you agree? Disagree. Revenge for the grudge at the demon suppression tower. Revenge for selling arms to the enemy. Should we take it? Take it. The white-clothed sword immortal was even more satisfied, feeling proud. I also welcome all brothers to follow us and see how we slay the treacherous merchant. Merchant's son. Brothers, let's go. Follow me into the mountains. Just as the white-clothed sword sect's 100 members and about 30 onlookers set off from Langya town, they had just left the town when a member of the white-clothed sword sect rushed over in a panic. He was panting, his face full of terror. Boss, bad news. Merchant's son. Oh, did you find Merchant's son? Why yes. No, he's back. The white-clothed sword immortal's eyes lit up. He's back, good. I'll see where he runs this time. He dares to come back, it's simply looking for death. Brothers, let him enter PK mode at the first opportunity. No teleportation scrolls allowed, got it? Finally, he could kill the merchant's son, lift his spirits, and maybe even get back his 50,000 reward. Just as he was getting excited, the gang members looked mournful. No, he's not alone. Oh, what? Did a lot of people from the Great Merchant Dynasty come too? Ridiculous, this is our territory. How many can they bring? Are we afraid of them? Exactly, a bunch of stall vendors. They just used the rules of gang warfare to win against us. If it really comes to a fight, what are they? The white-clad sword sect also had many loyal members who looked down on the Great Merchant Dynasty. The gang members said helplessly, "Can you all let me finish? He's not alone, and he's not from the Great Merchant Dynasty. He brought people from the Luaha sect to kill us." What the hell? Did I hear that wrong? Idiot, did you lose your mind staying up all night? I'm not confused. I saw it with my own eyes. The merchant's son brought hundreds of disciples from the Luaha sect, with 25 level elites and over 150 level bosses. At first, there was some doubt, but when he mentioned over 150 level bosses, no one believed him. The white-clad sword immortal's official obsession surged, and he angrily shouted, "Absurd! You dare to disrupt my army's morale, get out of the gang." "No, boss, are you sick? I'm here to report, and you kick me out?" That gang member was directly kicked out in front of everyone, becoming a free player. And he was telling the truth, he had been leveling not far away and saw it with his own eyes. He ran back after dying, and this was the treatment he got? Naturally, he was furious and cursed the white-clad sword immortal. "Oomph, I see you are a spy for the Great Merchant Dynasty. Someone, kill him, and offer him as a sacrifice for my army." Good heavens, 100 people and he calls it an army. The people nearby immediately rushed in and hacked that player to death. White-clad sword immortal, you are an idiot. Amid the curses, he disappeared upon resurrection. Trash. Brothers, let's go. The white-clad sword immortal was full of spirit, not caring who you were, leading 100 gang members just as he was about to set off. But at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted. The jungle was in chaos, with chickens flying and dogs jumping. There were also loud shouts and curses. Merchant's son. You bastard. Silly Dachuan, what do you want to do? Run. Run fast. Merchant's son. Hearing these voices, everyone was stunned. When did the merchant's son's reputation become so bad? What happened? The white-clad sword immortal laughed wildly. Did you see that? Killing the merchant's son is the will of the people. No. Boss, look over there quickly. Everyone turned to look into the jungle. They vaguely saw countless people running wildly, dust rising behind them, as if something terrifying was chasing them. As they got closer, they finally saw that behind the dust was a group of NPCs with red names. They were densely packed, too many to count. At least a few hundred were there. Leading them was a 50-level boss. Disciples of the inner sect of the Luaha sect. At this moment, the white-clad sword immortal was dumbfounded, the gang members were dumbfounded, and the onlookers were also stunned. Wow, what that guy said was right. Boss, what's going on? The merchant's son really brought a group of bosses to kill us. We seem to have wronged the good guys. Quick, look, that's the merchant's son, record it. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Chen charged ahead, sprinting past the white-clad sword immortal. Gratefully, he said, thanks, boss. It's up to you now. With a whoosh, he passed by. Behind him, hundreds of red-named NPCs had already rushed to the front. What's going on? Did the merchant emperor really bring a group of NPCs in? I feel like he's being chased by a bunch of NPCs. Is there any difference? No difference at all, because this group of NPCs is all enemies to the players. While the players of the White Robe Sword sect were confused, the NPCs of the Luaha sect had already arrived before them. Dare to block my Luaha sect's path? Seeking death. White Robe Sword Immortal. What level is that, to take such a name? Yes, just hearing this, the White Robe Sword Immortal was instantly killed. Immediately after, all the players he had gathered were also killed without exception. A level 50 boss, even a normal attack couldn't withstand it. Monster Siege? It doesn't seem like it. The resurrection point in Langya town was bustling with activity. Countless people were resurrecting here. What the hell is this? Why did I lose a level? I lost a level too. Getting killed by NPCs makes you lose a level? I'm going crazy. Everyone realized that after being killed by NPCs, they actually lost a level. Merchant Emperor bastard, you actually made me drop to level 19. Damn it, this is too much. The players of the White Robe Sword sect couldn't help but curse, forgetting that their purpose in coming here was to kill the Merchant Emperor. They just ended up being killed by him instead. Merchant Emperor, IF asterisk 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 Q. FFFF. The White Robe Sword Immortal gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. I will not rest until I see the Merchant Emperor dead. Don't let me see him. Just then. Hey, little brothers, what are you chatting about? Run. Lin Chen ran past them. That concerned look, that worried expression, warmed the hearts of the White Robe Sword sect members. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The next moment, they began to curse loudly. Because those red-named NPCs were coming again. The familiar plot, the familiar formula, just moments ago outside the town, now at the resurrection point. The cursing White Robe Sword sect was killed once more. In just 3 minutes, they experienced the darkest moment of their lives. The comical scene was recorded by all the onlookers. The White Robe Sword sect hated Lin Chen even more. Lin Chen wasn't having an easy time either. His shoes and pants were all speed-enhancing, yet even so, he couldn't shake off the level 50 boss. Lin Chen, leading the disciples of the Luaha sect, traversed the entire Langya town, mercilessly tormenting the players of the White Robe Sword sect. But fortunately, the mission was completed when he escaped from Langya town. Ding! Congratulations on escaping the pursuit of the Luaha sect. Mission updated, the Luaha sect has listed you as a hostile target. Only the outer sect steward Luo Chang can help you. You learn through various inquiries that Luo Chang is in the outer sect's business hall. You need to infiltrate and tell him everything. Mission reward, 220,000 experience. The experience given by the mission was indeed substantial, but you can't play me like this. Do I have to run back to the Luaha sect again? Lin Chen looked at Langya town with a face full of distress. He had indeed escaped. After the people of the Luaha sect chased into Langya town, they began searching house by house for Lin Chen, wandering around in Langya town. Now, the people of the White Robe Sword sect had no home to return to. Resurrected only to be killed, resurrected only to be killed. Can we even play anymore? I died 3 times, boo-hoo, lost 3 levels, Merchant Emperor, IF asterisk 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 Q. What should we do? Do we still want to go in? All brothers, resurrect in Ningdu City. We were resurrected at the gang's base. A perfectly good gang base was taken over by NPCs due to Lin Chen's mission. The White Robe Sword Immortal was in tears. Moreover, this information spread throughout Ningdu City along with posts from those onlookers, especially with the videos showing Lin Chen going in and out, the white robe sword sect dying and reviving. So funny, why aren't you running? The white robe sword sect originally wanted to encircle the merchant emperor. Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Who edited this video? Genius. What I'm concerned about now is, can these monsters be fought? Level 25 elite monsters, they must drop some good stuff, right? Let's go. Let's take a look. Everyone in Ningdu City wanted a piece of the action. After all, it was a boss and elite monsters. Every faction was secretly gathering, heading towards Langya town. Shangguan Tianga slapped the white-clad sword immortal on the head. Are you kidding me? My faction got dropped 2 tiers by you in 10 minutes? Although the white-clad sword immortal was nominally the boss, he was just an employee. The real boss was Shangguan Tianga. The elite members of the faction had all dropped 2 levels. The faction's base had also been occupied by NPCs. Still hunting down the merchant emperor? You're embarrassing me. He's in business. Why are you hunting him? What's the point? Do you think this is reality? The losses didn't matter much. It was just too damn embarrassing. Fortunately, other players only laughed at the white-clad sword sect once. Their attention was all on the Luoha sect. Boss, did you really cause the trouble with the Luoha sect? They've all gone to Langya town. Where are you, boss? I want to go too. Is anyone forming a group? Langya town exploration team. 1 is equal to 5. The group chat of the Great Merchant Dynasty was also lively. Lin Chen smiled wryly. I caused trouble? I'm the scapegoat. I'm also a victim. Ming Wang, the hype around Langya town is high right now. All brothers from the battle hall, start live streaming, form groups. I'm already there. Lin Chen had different goals. You guys go ahead, just don't provoke the level 50 boss. I have a mission, so I won't join you. Okay, boss. Since they couldn't take a carriage directly to Langya town, which was filled with wild monsters, it was like a zombie siege. All players had to walk over from the ground. It would take at least 10 minutes. Along the way, there were many factions forming teams heading there. Lin Chen rested for a moment, then got up to bypass Langya town, trying to see if he could reach the Luoha sect. There were too many disciples from the Luoha sect. Inside Langya town, all were level 50 inner disciples, and on the only path from Langya town to the Luoha sect, there were all level 25 outer disciples. Oh no, how do I get up there? Lin Chen observed for half an hour and found no safe route. The level 25 Luoha sect disciples had turned into ordinary wild monsters, wandering constantly in the jungle and mountain paths. To return to the Luoha sect, he would have to fight his way through. Meanwhile, the number of players coming to kill Luoha sect disciples gradually increased. Damn, these elite monsters are really hard to fight. Yeah, each group has 2, and 2 almost wiped us out. Is there a group nearby fighting too? Let's cooperate. What? 5,000 experience? So much experience, I just got a piece of level 25 golden equipment. The merchant emperor did a great thing. After arriving here, he finally realized that these sect disciples gave a lot of experience and had a high equipment drop rate. Lin Chen still didn't know that he had just been infamous, and now suddenly things were looking up. Merchant emperor, which group has arrived? Is there still a spot? Add me. Tian Wang and Ming Wang were now well-known streamers. Their team had been full from the start. Lin Chen didn't want to kick out the other brothers. Fortunately, there were still teams that weren't full. Zhen Bufan, I still have 3 spots here. Alright, besides the old stall owner, everyone else had come here to level up. Zhen Bufan couldn't even fill his team? During this time in the guild, he hadn't said a word. The only person familiar with him in the faction was probably Lin Chen. He was still too shy and introverted, which wasn't good. Lin Chen decided to give him a little nudge. Shang Tianzi, form a team, pull me in, title a live stream Shang Tianzi, Team Zhen Bufan. Zhen Bufan, okay. Ding, player, Zhen Bufan invites you to join the team, do you agree? Agree. Lin Chen directly entered the team, making it a total of 4 people. They were Zhen Bufan, Shang Tianzi, the local ruffian, and Luo Luo. All were from the Great Shang Dynasty. Initially, they couldn't find anyone, but once they learned Lin Chen was in their group, 2 more people joined, namely the brothers I Love Eating Pig Trotters and I Love Pig Intestines, who arrived later. While waiting for the 2 to arrive, Lin Chen deliberately opened Zhen Bufan's livestream to watch for a while. This guy wasn't saying a word. He even fixed the camera angle, avoiding the lens. It started with 0 viewers, but soon there were over 10. I came to see Shang Tianzi, and you show me this? Can the streamer focus the camera on Shang Tianzi? Does the streamer know Shang Tianzi? Are you also from the Great Shang Dynasty? Clearly, everyone who arrived was there for the name of Shang Tianzi and the Great Shang Dynasty. Lin Chen frowned and said, you can't do this. Zhen Bufan sat beside him, fiddling with the grass, and said lightly, I'm not a streamer, of course, I can't do this. The agreement stated he had to stream for an average of 4 hours a day, but it didn't specify any performance requirements. Lin Chen sighed helplessly. He had high hopes for Jin Bufan's future, but if he couldn't get started now, there was no helping it. They would take it slow. At least he couldn't let him feel pressured. After all, he didn't have to pay him. Whenever you want to make money or get stronger, you'll figure it out yourself. Maybe. Jin Bufan was too introverted to change overnight. Streaming is actually quite enjoyable. If you don't want to do it for money, just make friends with the brothers in the stream, sincerely share your experiences, and create good content. You'll have your place in the world someday. I hope so. Originally, the live stream had little popularity, and now there were only about 20 people. People kept leaving because Shang Tianzi wasn't on camera. However, Lin Chen's few words were also broadcasted live. The stream instantly became lively. Exactly. What are you pretending for? For money, for fame, just do the streaming well. What a good boss. At least he doesn't make empty promises. What you earn is yours. Shang Tianzi is a good boss, otherwise, how could the Great Shang Dynasty be so successful? I want to join the Great Shang Dynasty as a streamer, but unfortunately, there are no spots left. In this era of universal live streaming, if you don't have a gimmick or built-in traffic, it's harder than climbing to the sky. It's like 1,000 troops crossing a narrow bridge. Lin Chen didn't want to put pressure on him and smiled, saying, "Take it slow. At least you've taken the first step. For streaming, you should use a first-person perspective or a third-person perspective, but avoid facing your own view." Jin Bufan nodded and switched the view to first-person perspective. At least this way he wouldn't have to appear on camera. Looking at the other two players in the team, Luo and the local ruffian, who were also streamers and power levelers from the battle hall, they had the same title and gimmick. In the live stream, the local ruffian had 456 viewers, and Luo had 1074. They occasionally pointed the camera at Lin Chen. The number of viewers kept increasing. Lin Chen didn't refuse. Only when everyone in the battle hall did well could he make money. The live stream under the Great Shang Dynasty required a 50% income share. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen had already grasped a large company. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, "I love eating pig trotters and I love pig intestines" finally arrived. "Boss, we're here." "Good. Now that everyone is here, let's get started." "Boss, what should we do?" Lin Chen scanned the surroundings. In the mountains and on the mountain paths, there were already many players killing level 25 elite monsters. However, the refresh rate of these elite monsters is also very fast. Lin Chen suddenly said, "Change the live stream gimmick. Say we're going to the Luoha sect to find out what's really happening inside." "Jin Bufan, what do you think? How do we get to the Luoha sect?" Jin Bufan replied, "To get to the Luoha sect, there's no way to go around. We can only fight our way through, clearing the way from that direction." "Alright, let's go that way." The gimmick for the live stream was changed. From initially featuring the merchant's son, it transformed into a joint expedition to the Luoha sect with the merchant's son, aiming to uncover the mysteries of what was happening there. With a gimmick, traffic, a goal, and anticipation, the live stream would have content. Sure enough, once the gimmick was changed, the number of viewers in the three-person live stream gradually increased. "Oh, I also want to know why this is happening. Isn't it said on the forum that all of this was done by the merchant's son?" "Yeah, he did it, so we need to see what he will do next. There might be a boss. Other guild members can't do anything, they just fight on the outskirts. It's boring. Fighting against the outer disciples of the Luoha sect is just leveling up. There's nothing to see. I can watch it, but I might as well level up myself." However, Lin Chen's gimmick was still effective. Some people leveled up while watching their live stream. Others also ran to the live stream of the King of Heaven and the King of Hell. After they became famous last time, their live stream had at least 5,000 viewers, usually over 10,000. They were already considered quite good streamers. "King, your boss is going to the Luoha sect, and you're still here teaching how to draw a sword? Hurry up and help. I really want to see what's going on." "Yeah, I'm going to the King of Hell's live stream to say it." They ran to the King of Hell's live stream to say it again. Seeing that the viewers in the live stream wanted to watch, the King of Heaven and the King of Hell naturally went along with it. "Alright, brothers, I'm going to help the boss, to the Luoha sect. Actually, I'm also very curious about how the boss is doing it. It seems everyone is curious, thanks to the great master roughing for the rocket." They brought two teams and slowly approached Lin Chen's team. The three teams merged and charged from the hillside towards the Luoha sect. The strength of the three groups was indeed very strong. Fighting around the edge, dealing with 4 level 25 outer disciples was no problem at all. "Boss, breaking into the Luoha sect is a good idea." "Yeah, the boss's mind is just sharper than ours. Of course, otherwise he wouldn't be the boss and we the little brothers. It's a simple idea, but it works wonders. Right. While fighting, flattery fell from the sky. Lin Chen felt a bit dizzy from the praise. If he said he was framed by an NPC, would that be very embarrassing? Ahem, often the simplest things are the easiest to overlook, right? Though you say that, boss, you can think of it, impressive. The people in the live stream were laughing. Live watching the workplace CPU boss. Is this KFC? This is flattery. I really want to flatter, but I have no chance. Now being a streamer for the Great Merchant Dynasty comes with traffic, starting at a minimum of 5,000 a month. Jian Bufan, don't drag me into your boasting. The atmosphere was good, fighting monsters was easy, and the number of viewers in the live stream was increasing. Just then, someone in Jian Bufan's live stream suddenly shouted, "Stop dawdling, the people from the Heavenly Palace are imitating you." Perhaps there were too many people in other live streams, and a few didn't notice. Only Jian Bufan's live stream had few viewers, and almost no one was talking, which he quickly caught on to. Jian Bufan directly said, "It seems the Heavenly Palace streamers are also learning from us." "Ha, where are they?" Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "Looks like we need to speed up." Going to the Luoha sect was originally his task. It wouldn't be useful for others to go up, but now it has come to concern the reputation of two gangs. Tian Wang and Ming Wang originally wanted to take it easy. Under Lin Chen's command, the two began to enter expert mode, and their monster fighting speed was no longer comparable to before. Before the wild monster attacks, there is a clear aftershock. Did you see that? We can catch it. Remember, using skills at this moment can interrupt its next attack. Right, and if there's remote support at this time, we can connect another attack. The wild monster will be stunned for about a second. Subsequently, with their cooperation, they indeed took down a wild monster in an instant. What? There's such a move? Why do I feel like I'm not playing the same game as him? Wow, it really works. No damage while farming, boss? That's amazing. With content, naturally, people would stay. In the live stream of Tian Wang and Ming Wang, more and more people were entering. Of course, their teammates, including Jian Bufan, also saw a surge in their live stream. Why watch those boring people when you can watch this? Lin Chen was operating in the mode he learned from the Heavenly Palace in his past life, and now the Heavenly Palace was learning the operational model of the Great Shang Dynasty. Shangguan Tianga, unable to compete with Lin Chen in street vending, recruited a large number of streamers. Half of the Heavenly Palace was made up of streamers. To surpass the Great Shang Dynasty in the live streaming field, the fact was that many people were watching live streams. The Tianxia players did not make up the majority. Instead, the largest number of viewers were those who couldn't afford gaming helmets and watched the streams on their phones. As time passed, the game's popularity increased, and so did the number of viewers. Shangguan Tianga was very satisfied with the current streamers. Very good, but it's only been a week, and we can break even. Yes, boss, everything beyond this is our profit. Our best livestream has already surpassed 10,000 viewers, and it's a female streamer. Shangguan Tianga surely looked down on such small money. What he wanted was fame. He wanted future profits. He was very satisfied with the current data, especially after the incident with the Luoha sect came to light. But at that moment, suddenly everyone's data began to decline slowly. Shangguan Tianga couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Why are there so many fewer people? Boss, this is a normal phenomenon. The platform's traffic recommendations vary. No, it's down by half? What's going on? The assistant quickly touched his forehead but forgot that they were in a game. Boss, there is indeed something unusual. The traffic recommendation mechanism of Tianxia is very fair, and the audience's viewing time. Retention will affect exposure. It's possible that other people's streams are drawing our viewers away. With so many people streaming, just like the Luoha sect incident, it was a small pond. The people paying attention to this matter were like the water in the pond. The total amount of water was limited, and who had more or less depended on the quality of the streams. The assistant quickly typed in the keyword Luoha sect. His face turned pale. Boss, the live stream of the Great Shang Dynasty has exploded. What? Shangguan Tianga quickly opened the live stream. Good heavens. The first place, Tian Wang, 100k plus, the second place, Ming Wang, 100k plus, the third and fourth places, all the way down, the top 10 were all live streams from the Great Shang Dynasty. Even Jian Bufan's live stream was recommended, with over 10,000 viewers. Although Jian Bufan didn't say much, gradually, people began to notice. Jian Bufan's position was the best for observing combos and teaching. He often followed along, mimicking. Initially, he seemed a bit clumsy, but in just over 10 minutes, he was able to match Tian Wang and Ming Wang. Wow, this is a genius. Follow him. I see he's working hard. Although he doesn't talk much, he will definitely achieve great things in the future. I love it. I actually find the silent streamers much more pleasing than those who are loud and boisterous. With more people, the target customers can be accurately locked in. Jin Buffon's fan base is growing rapidly. This is just the beginning, and the number of fans has already exceeded 2,000. Shangguan Tianga gritted his teeth. It's the great merchant dynasty again, and the merchant's son. Damn it, spread the word, let all the streamers in the Luaha sect go all out. Whoever can be the first to reach the Luaha sect, I will reward them with 10,000 yuan. Understood, boss. The assistant quickly sent this message to all the streamers in Tiangong. With a heavy reward, there will surely be brave men. The first to reach the Luaha sect not only gets traffic but also a 10,000 yuan bonus. Who among the streamers isn't in it for the money? One by one, they were pumped up like they had been injected with adrenaline, attacking frantically. The competition between Tiangong and the Great Merchant Dynasty officially began. The fastest player at the moment is called Coffee Cat. She is the best streamer in Tiangong, a female streamer. She broke through the encirclement among a group of Great Merchant Dynasty streamers. Her audience count has also reached over 50,000. Besides being beautiful, her skills are impressive. Wow, what a cool woman. I really like her. Looking at the coordinates, she is now in the team at the highest level of the Luaha sect. The people in her team have strong skills, but her skills are the best. Funny, she's just average. In terms of skills, it's still the king and the underworld brothers. Hee, no need to elevate one by putting another down. I just like Coffee Cat. Coffee Cat's team has already reached halfway up the mountain. From the live stream, one can even vaguely see the gate of the Luaha sect. The streamers from the Great Merchant Dynasty do have good skills, but they are swaying in front and just now starting to exert themselves. It's hard to keep up. Not necessarily, the Great Merchant Dynasty is about to catch up. The distance to the entrance of the Luaha sect is getting closer. The number of players is decreasing, while the number of outer disciples of the Luaha sect is increasing. Lin Shen has 3 teams, and their monster killing speed is very fast. However, the Tiangong side is not slow either. With a heavy reward, there are also 5 groups of streamers fighting monsters together, one on the left and one on the right, gradually converging towards the Luaha sect. The 2 teams finally met at the peak, now about 10 meters from the mountain gate of the Luaha sect, densely packed with outer disciples. You guys add blood to my zombie, and I'll poison all the outer disciples. Okay, boss. One team focuses fire on one wild monster to ensure the killing speed. Under unified command, the speed of clearing wild monsters is getting faster and faster. After comparing, it was found that the speed of clearing wild monsters between the 2 teams was not much different. Slowly, Coffee Cat and Lin Chen's team actually encountered each other at the sect gate. The entrance of the Luaha sect is the place where the most level 25 outer disciples spawn. There are dozens of level 25 wild monsters around. It can no longer be as easy as it was below. Casualties have already appeared on Coffee Cat's side. Although the Tiangong team has more members than the Great Merchant Dynasty, they are not united. They all want to be the first to reach the sect, which naturally creates a competitive relationship. They are not doing anything outrageous, only because they are live streaming. If it weren't for so many people watching, they would have attacked Coffee Cat without hesitation. In such a situation, they encountered a significant increase in wild monsters and fought separately. Immediately, one team was completely wiped out. The Great Merchant Dynasty, however, is different. Everyone form a circle, with the fist fighters, swordsmen, and hunters' pets protecting the perimeter. Others output in the middle, remember, focus fire, and absolutely must not lose members. Yes, boss. The king in the underworld quickly commanded. 3 groups of personnel formed a circle. Although there were more wild monsters, their forward speed slowed, but safety was not an issue at all. Seeing this scene, Coffee Cat couldn't help but shout at the other groups, "How long are you going to keep fighting? Can't you learn from the way they look over there? Can't you even copy the homework? Why should I help you get to the top?" Exactly, we're all competitors. Why should we help you? Just because you're a woman? Ridiculous. Coffee Cat gritted her teeth. Once we get up there, you can split the 10,000 yuan. I won't take a cent. How about that? The other 2 streamers exchanged glances. After a brief moment of thought, they nodded directly. Alright, in front of so many people, you can't go back on your word. I agree. After all, they couldn't be the first to go up. With benefits at stake, sending Coffee Cat up wasn't out of the question. They then mimicked Lin Shen and the others, forming a circle and slowly making their way toward the mountain gate. Their speed picked up again. It was clear that the 2 groups were now almost at the same pace. Viewers loved this kind of competitive relationship. I'm going, just a few more steps to go. But I still think Coffee Cat is amazing. She's a woman. What's wrong with being a woman? Are you kidding? We're all gamers here. Why divide by gender? It doesn't matter who gets to the top. Whoever makes it is awesome. Don't talk to me about women. Ha, the Deshang fans are getting anxious. Can't mess with the Deshang fans, they're too fierce. Stop talking nonsense, I'm betting Deshang will win. Who wants to bet with me? Do Coffee Cat's fans dare? If not, then shut up. The live chat was in an uproar. From Coffee Cat's stream, it spilled over to Jian Bufan's stream, and then to the streams of Tian Wang and Ming Wang. The viewers were relentless. However, their guesses were all wrong. At this point, the strength of both sides was not that different. They were both elite players. There was no gap in taking down wild monsters, and their speeds were nearly equal. Gradually, both sides almost simultaneously reached the entrance of the sect. Hurry into the sect. It seems there are no monsters inside the sect, rush in. If we get in, we win. The mountain path was filled with dense wild monsters. Strangely, looking inside from the mountain gate, the square was empty, devoid of monsters. As long as they took down the monsters in front of them, they could immediately reach Luoha sect. Both sides were putting all their effort into pushing forward. But just then, the frontline fighters almost simultaneously reached the last step. Simultaneously? They haven't entered the sect yet. It's not certain. Record it, quick. We need a slow motion replay. Wait, does this competition even have any meaning? It was meaningless at first, but now it's a showdown between the streamers of the Deshang dynasty and the Heavenly Palace. Just as everyone was eagerly watching, as both sides were about to cross the mountain gate and reach Luoha sect, suddenly, a cold snort echoed. You little rascals, dare to intrude into my Luoha sect? The voice was so loud that it made both sides shudder. Below the mountain gate, out of nowhere, a disciple of Luoha sect in a blue robe appeared. His name shone brightly in red above his head. Outer Sect Senior Disciple, Cheng San, Boss, Level 35, a Level 35 boss. So high. The two fighters hadn't reacted yet when their bodies were sent flying. Although the damage wasn't much, the control was overwhelming, and they crashed right into the pile of monsters. The healer quickly cast skills to protect them. What does this mean? It seems he won't come down. Wow, he's really guarding the mountain gate? Lin Chen and the others were shocked, and the other side hadn't expected it either. Hey, there really is something up there. There's a hidden boss, TSK. Can we even take on a boss of this level? I thought they were just messing around. Turns out they all came for the boss. You can also go for the boss. Can you handle it? With so many small monsters around, they might not be able to take them down. Cheng San crossed his arms, looking down at the steps with a disdainful gaze. It seemed to be telling everyone that if they wanted to enter the Luoha sect, they had to get past him first. At the moment the martial artist was sent flying, Lin Chen immediately issued an order. Zombie, go, hold that boss, everyone attack the boss. At this time, Coffee Cat also reacted. Steal the boss. The level 50 boss in Langya town was not something anyone could defeat. Even if they gathered all the players from Ningdu city now, they still couldn't take down a single boss. And the biggest boss in this farce should be the Outer Sect's eldest disciple right in front of them. Lin Chen cursed and shouted, "This is my mission, and someone stole it from me. Isn't that just embarrassing?" Roar! The poisonous zombie was still a step ahead, directly poisoning Cheng San. Among all the buffs, the priority of poisoning was the highest. For example, the boss's hate value and ownership value. Poisoning took the highest priority. Cheng San's hate value was instantly attracted by the poisonous zombie, and he chased after it. Coffee Cat's face changed dramatically. Oh no, we can't reach it. What to do? We can't get through. There are elite monsters in between. Clear them out. Clearing them out won't help. By the time we get through, their 18 people will have already taken a lot of health. Then what? If we don't steal the boss, did we do all this for nothing? Just as they fell silent, they suddenly saw someone in the livestream say, "Isn't this simple? Just go to the Luoha sect. Isn't that your goal? Yeah, no one is making you fight the boss. Maybe the Luoha sect is strong, and there are even stronger bosses." Did it dawn on them? What boss to fight? Can fighting a boss earn 10,000? With that thought, they hesitated no longer, cleared the small monsters in front of them, and Coffee Cat charged ahead to the Luoha sect's gate, finally standing in the plaza of the sect. The plaza was spacious, with no NPCs, overlooking the steps, countless NPCs, and countless players, quite a spectacle. Shangwan Tianga let out a long breath and said breezily, "We finally surpassed the great merchant dynasty. This Coffee Cat is quite good, give her a 10,000 bonus. How are the numbers?" Boss, but the numbers don't seem very good, we've lost a lot of people." "What? How is that possible?" Shangwan Tianga thought he had won. Coffee Cat's livestream should at least have doubled the viewers. He quickly opened the livestream. Wow, so spectacular? And then? That's it? Yeah, what's the point of coming here? Boring, utterly dull. Right, what's the point of coming here? It's better to fight the boss next door. Originally, they were faster than her. She only got here first because they were fighting the boss. They went next door, they're fighting the boss, brothers, let's go. Then, with a clatter, everyone went to the Great Merchant Dynasty's livestream. They wanted to see who would reach the plaza first, right? And the concept of being the first to the plaza was just a gimmick Lin Chen casually mentioned. The audience was so fickle, you never knew what their next interest would be. The Heavenly King's livestream was bustling. In the footage, the boss stood proudly with a sword, thrusting it out and directly reducing a martial artist's health by half. If it weren't for 3 doctors, they really wouldn't be able to keep up. What a strong boss. Yeah, one sword can deal 3,000 damage to a martial artist. Can't take it, it's too intense. Most players currently only had 20 plus levels, and the martial artist's health was only 50-100 to 60-100. A tank couldn't withstand 2 hits from the boss, it was indeed abnormal. The 3 doctors took turns healing without a moment's pause. Lin Chen said solemnly, if you can't take it, let my zombie take the hits, you must not be low on health, keep your health up. Yes, boss. Boss, your zombie is the main damage dealer, can it tank? Stop talking, it has to work even if it can't. Lin Chen was very clear about the current situation. This wasn't a one-on-one with the boss, there were also level 25 elite monsters around. These meat shields needed to block the elite monsters. Not far away, players from the Heavenly Palace were watching closely. If the opponents broke through, they would be in trouble if they PK'd them. He quickly had the fist fighter withdraw and let the zombie take the front. The zombie had high health and defense, so it could hold its ground. As time slowly passed, the boss's health was gradually decreasing, already down to about 80%. If things continued like this, the boss would definitely belong to Lin Chen. But what he feared most was coming true. The third group from Coffee Cat conferred and started heading towards them from the square, clearing the elite monsters in their path. Everyone knew their intentions. Lin Chen said solemnly, people from the Heavenly Palace, do you want to steal the boss? You better think it through. With so many people watching, if you do something as despicable as stealing the boss, the Heavenly Palace's reputation will be ruined. How will you explain that? Since he didn't want to PK with them, Lin Chen climbed to the moral high ground, playing the online game like a pro. Although viewers loved the excitement, they certainly wouldn't advise against it. In fact, they would stoke the flames. Yeah, it's all about fair competition. Stealing the boss is too much. What's wrong with that? It's just a game. I can play however I want. Stealing the boss is normal. In a narrow encounter, the brave win. Stop talking and just do it. Right, just do it. As Lin Chen had predicted, the viewers in the live stream were all fanning the flames. But that didn't matter. His words had only planted a seed in their minds. If the boss was stolen, it was because the other side lacked honor. If it wasn't stolen, it was because the other side was weak. The ownership of the boss was determined by victory or defeat, and in terms of reputation, the Great Merchant Dynasty stood at the high ground and wouldn't lose. Hearing this, the few from Coffee Cat were still hesitating. The boss, Shangwan Tianga, sent a message directly. Do it, a 10,000 bonus guaranteed, and an extra 10,000 if you steal the boss. With the boss's affirmation, the third group no longer hesitated, exchanging glances and nodding simultaneously. Ranged attack, target their healer. Kill the people from the Great Merchant Dynasty. With a command, the ranged classes from the 3 groups prepared for a ranged attack. Lin Chen's expression gradually darkened. Prepare for battle. I'll handle the boss alone, you deal with them. Remember, absolutely no area attacks. Yes, boss. Just as his words fell, the enemy's area attack had already arrived. At level 20, the Taoist didn't have ranged attacks, but the hunters did, and arrows rained down on the crowd, exploding instantly. Not only did it hit the people from the Great Merchant Dynasty, but it also struck the nearby wild monsters. The wild monsters' aggro was instantly drawn to the other side. The pressure on the Great Merchant Dynasty decreased instead of increasing. What the hell, are they idiots? Lin Chen was stunned. They actually used area attacks. Although our Great Merchant Dynasty is just doing business, we're not afraid of a fight. Brothers, charge! The wild monsters were drawn away, giving Lin Chen an opportunity. Poisonous zombie, pull the boss to the square. The path through the square had to pass by the third group from Coffee Cat. This was a very dangerous move. With the wild monsters drawn away, Lin Chen wasted no time heading towards the square. Bang! 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 The charms, arrows, and poison continuously erupted around him. Lin Chen braced himself against these skills, constantly consuming potions. Damn it, you asked for it, kill. Dare to attack our boss, take them down. Lin Chen absorbed almost all the ranged attacks. This also gave Tian Wang and Ming Wang an opportunity to quickly close in on the third group from Coffee Cat for close combat. The numbers on both sides were not too different. Carrying the wild monsters, Lin Chen also had to deal with the boss, which was overall unfavorable for them. Seeing that both sides had really started fighting, the people in the livestream were excited. So cool, PK among the mobs. What monsters? I just love PK. Is the legendary man, Shang Tianzi, finally going to make a move? Yeah, Shang Tianzi's strength has always been a mystery. There has never been a video of him attacking online. It's all just a show. I think he can't attack at all, or his attack is very low. Some people actually guessed it, but soon they were drowned out by fans. Impossible, Shang Tianzi is very strong. Right, I think he's hiding his strength. If we can see him make a move, it would be worth it. Looks like we don't need to. The few from Tiangong can't win at all. Indeed, the battle on the stairs, although stuck due to the interference of wild monsters, had already shown signs to the skilled players. There was no need to mention the King of Heaven and the King of Hell. Swordsmen and knife wielders were versatile professions that required high operational skills. Both of them were elite players contracted by Lin Chen. In terms of operation, they crushed their opponents. What surprised everyone was that Jian Bufan's sword was even more bizarre and tricky. Oh, I just realized, Jian Bufan seems to be a hidden profession. Yeah, I've never seen his moves before. What is this sword? It can even disable skills? Jian Bufan's skills were abnormal. Not only could he disable skills, but he could also disable healing. The opponent's fistfighter was caught off guard and was taken out in an instant. Coffee Cat widened her eyes. How is this possible? Didn't they say that the people from the Great Shang Dynasty are all weak? Yeah, such strong attacks, they can't withstand it at all. Healer, heal me. Can't heal. The players from the Great Shang Dynasty coordinated well, but the few players from Tiangong had just met today, each with their own plans, and none wanted to use their skills. With the gap in strength, it was normal for them to be wiped out like this. The people from Tiangong are too embarrassing. I could do it too. Yeah, I wanted to see Shang Tianzi make a move, but they don't even need him, they're already failing. I'm not watching anymore, it's too embarrassing. Let's go. We tried to rob but ended up being taken advantage of. I'm dying of laughter. I'm going to watch Shang Tianzi fight the boss. The fans in Coffee Cat's livestream quickly dwindled. Following such a streamer was embarrassing. They all flocked to the other side. Seeing this scene, Shang Guantian was gnashing his teeth in anger. The PK on the stairs still needed a lot of time. Lin Chen had long since left the range of wild monsters, alone with the zombies fighting the boss, watching the boss while also observing the PK on the stairs. With you guys, can you defeat my key cultivated streamer? Ridiculous. As the battle situation stabilized, Lin Chen said to his team, send out a healer, give me zombies plus health. Okay, boss, I can heal from this position. Thank you for your hard work. Coffee Cat and her group gritted their teeth. If we can't win, that's fine, but to fight the boss in front of us is too much. What to do? If this goes on, we'll all die. We can't let the Great Shang Dynasty benefit from this. Coffee Cat was also ruthless. She worked hard, relying on skill rather than looks, and just when her live stream was starting to improve, it ended up like this. Gritting her teeth, she said, right, we can't let them benefit. Since that's the case, let's go down together. Listen to Sister Cat. Pull the wild monsters up. Let's go down together. Okay. Immediately, they directly attacked the 25-level outer disciples. Under the group attack skills, a swarm of wild monsters surrounded them. Coffee Cat's group did not resist or attack the monsters, but ran towards the square while enduring the attacks. They actually want to lure all the wild monsters to Lin Chen and kill him. Wow, what a vicious woman. Yeah, I'm shocked. It's one thing to steal a boss, I don't mind that much, but to fail and then pull monsters to disrupt, that's just low. I thought she was really low class from the moment she started stealing monsters, and you just realized it now. Stealing a boss and pulling monsters to cause trouble are two different things. The world of martial arts is chaotic, yet it has its unspoken rules and ethics. Everyone has their own standards in their hearts. At least in this matter, Coffee Cat's actions were indeed unscrupulous. In Coffee Cat's livestream, only 5,000 fans were still watching. They all helplessly exited the stream. As the numbers dwindled, Coffee Cat's hatred for Lin Chen grew. Why do so many people watch whatever you do? I work so hard, and no one sees it. This can't go on, it can't. He worked even harder, using ranged attacks to attract over 100 level 25 elite monsters. They surged densely towards the square. Coffee Cat, are you crazy? Wait for me to get out. Damn it, I'm dead. The instigator, Coffee Cat's group of 3, was the first to suffer backlash. After they successfully ran to the square, they were killed by the monsters they had lured. They vanished in a flash of light. It was precisely their disappearance that caused these wild monsters to lose their target and shift their hatred onto the group of 3 from the Great Merchant Dynasty. Not good. They're coming for us. What do we do, boss? Both the King of Heaven and the King of Hell looked grim. Their skills were decent. However, just now on the steps, they could defend one direction by circling the edge. Now, in the square, monsters were coming from all sides. It was hard to defend, let alone fight the boss. They were both at a loss. Just then, Jian Bufan stepped forward and said, "We can't lure them over. Merchant's son, you pull the boss further away and solo it. We'll retreat to the edge and form a defense line." "Okay, this is the only way." "Yes, hurry, the fighter will lure the monsters." They acted immediately. This method wasn't great, but it was the only option they had now. The entire square was occupied by them, and no other players could come up for the time being. Next came two difficult questions. Could Lin Chen solo the boss? Could the group of 3 from the Great Merchant Dynasty help Lin Chen fend off all the wild monsters? Everyone in the livestream was watching with anticipation. The numbers kept climbing. The claws of the venomous zombie were already smoking. The boss's health was decreasing very slowly. Fortunately, there was a venomous attribute, although the boss had a hidden attribute that weakened the poison. However, the poison also had another hidden attribute. Once poisoned, the boss couldn't regenerate health automatically. In this situation, wearing down the boss was just a matter of time. I wonder what will drop from this event's boss. Yeah, the Great Merchant Dynasty is going to hold an auction in a few days. I wonder if what drops here will be auctioned. I don't know what will drop. Just watch. As long as we can hold off those small monsters, we should be able to finish it in 10 minutes. And indeed, that was the case. The boss's health continued to drop. On the other side, the small monsters were also being stabilized by the group of 3. Not good. I'm running out of potions. Boss, I'm out of mana. A healer shouted anxiously. In this situation, the cost of potions was terrifying. Lin Chen didn't have many potions left in his bag, so he took the opportunity to throw a few over. "This is all my potions, make them last." "Boss, how much health is left?" 30%, we can kill it soon." 30%? Doesn't that still take 10 minutes? "I'm afraid we can't hold out for 10 minutes. "Can't hold out? Then just fight." Lin Chen didn't know if he could win. As long as his skills were off cooldown, he would use them without holding back. The people in the livestream, however, couldn't bear to watch any longer. This merchant's son is so damn good at pretending, right? Yeah, at this point, he could just go up and hit a few times to take off some health. He's clearly doing it on purpose, knowing it's being streamed. Heh, now the merchant's son's attacks have become a hot topic. Whatever gear this boss drops can't compare to this trending discussion. Let him pretend, the boss can't be killed. Let's see what he has to say. Everyone thought Lin Chen was finally going to take action, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen held on, and let the poisonous zombie wear down boss Cheng San. As Cheng San fell, the people in the livestream were dumbfounded. Wow, he really took down the boss. Quick, Jian Bufan, go check what gear dropped. I just saw a yellow blow. It should at least be yellow gear, right? Yellow gear? Is it that trashy? Yellow equipment? Yellow equipment is still worth quite a bit. A level 30 boss only dropped 2 pieces of yellow equipment? Lin Chen looked at the yellow gear, his pupils slowly contracting in a surge of joy. Ha! Golden Legend. Golden Legend. The equipment system in the game generally uses color to determine quality. Yellow gear is mainstream. Even the worst players would buy 1 or 2 pieces of yellow gear. At least one of their weapons or clothes has to be yellow, otherwise, they can't even fight monsters of the same level. Yellow gear is recognized by players as quality equipment. Above that is red gear, known as rare quality, and red gear is very expensive. Moreover, red gear varies greatly in quality due to attribute differences. Now, the equipment leaderboard is filled with red gear. Above red gear is golden gear, referred to by players as legendary equipment. Since the game started, no one has ever seen a single piece. But, this boss actually dropped 2 pieces of golden legendary equipment at once? Perhaps hearing Lin Chen's excited shout, the live stream exploded. Golden legend? Did it really drop a golden legend? Impossible, absolutely impossible. 2 pieces of golden legend? Are we rich now? What's the big deal? Level 30 golden legendary gear is at most just beginner gear. I'm so jealous. I'm really jealous. Can beginner gear even be used until level 50? It must be worth a fortune, right? It's definitely valuable. Not long ago, a 2-piece set of red gear, the Lotus Demonis, sold for over 1 million. Lin Chen couldn't help but tremble with excitement. The essence of business is ultimately high-end. He quickly picked up all the loot. Once in his inventory, he began to check the attributes of the 2 pieces of gear. Luo 2-part, accessory grade, golden level requirement, level 30 class requirement, universal defense plus 1000 health recovery plus 30 health recovery plus 30 health recovery plus 30 equipment skill. Luoi's light, active release, health recovery doubles, defense doubles, lasts 20 seconds, skill cooldown, 10 minutes, equipment rating, 179,910 points. What insane attributes! Lin Chen was stunned. Health recovery plus 90? What does that mean? Level 10 gear with health recovery plus 3 could sell for $300 back then. Health recovery plus 90, defense plus 1000, it means he's invincible, recovering 90 health per second, and the equipment skill is even more outrageous. Lin Chen suddenly felt parched. If this piece of gear were given to a tank, perhaps it could withstand a level 50 inner disciple boss? Lin Chen swallowed hard and quickly checked the second piece of equipment. Luoha spear type, weapon grade, golden level requirement, level 30 class requirement, general attack power plus 2100 lifesteal plus 20% attack power plus 20% attack speed plus 20% equipped skill. Luoha spear technique, active release, attack power plus 50%, attack speed plus 50%, duration, 5 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour, equipment rating, 156,500 points. Incredible. Such outrageous attributes, and it also has an equipped skill, an attack power of 2,100, higher than the vast majority of players' total attack power right now. This weapon, just based on its attributes, could probably compare to level 50 golden equipment, or even level 60, right? Not to mention the equipped skill. The other loot is decent too, with a level 5 elixir, a bunch of materials, and consumables. Altogether, it could be worth over 10,000 gold coins. However, compared to these two pieces of equipment, it's nothing. Boss, how is it? What equipment did you get? Boss, let us see. Boss, let's head back to town first. We can barely hold on. Lin Chen then realized that they were still in danger. Looking at the densely packed Luoha sect outer disciples continuously respawning and attacking, he said in a deep voice, "You guys hold on for now, I'll return to town. If you can't hold on, just die and come back to me for reimbursement of the lost equipment." Okay, understood, boss. Tian Wang and the others instantly grasped the meaning. Lin Chen now had 2 pieces of golden legendary equipment in his bag. If he died and lost them, that would be a big problem. No task was more important than that. Without any hesitation, he crushed the return scroll. A flash of light, and he disappeared. Meanwhile, Tian Wang and the others no longer resisted, allowing the wild monsters to kill them. The viewers in the livestream didn't say anything negative. Instead, they excitedly commented, "Hurry, return to town and show us the equipment attributes? We are witnessing golden legends. Quickly go find Merchant Emperor." Under their eager gazes, the few of them resurrected in Ningdu City, and the figure of Merchant Emperor was not far away. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said to the livestream, "I indeed lost 2 pieces of golden equipment, and to satisfy your curiosity, I will share them with you now." Lin Chen had obtained golden legendary equipment. This news had already spread throughout the entire game. Many people flooded into the livestream, waiting for Lin Chen to reveal the items. Even the most useless sword, Uncommon, had over 60,000 viewers in the livestream. As for Tian Wang and Ming Wang, they had over 100,000 viewers combined, nearly reaching 500,000 from the back end. What a terrifying number. Lin Chen wanted to take this opportunity to showcase the equipment, letting more people see it and drawing more players' attention to the auction. Alright, I've sent the details to several streamers, you can take a look. I will auction this equipment at the auction in a few days. As soon as he finished speaking, several streamers simultaneously opened the equipment attributes, displaying them for everyone to see. When they revealed the equipment attributes, the entire livestream fell silent. Oh my god, is this too overpowered? Yeah, with these 2 pieces of equipment together, aren't they invincible? The number 1 player in the entire server is about to be born. What class is a general? It's the 3rd advancement of a warrior. I remember the Star Emperor is a warrior. Wow, how much will this weapon sell for? I need to buy a ticket for the auction. Who has one? Even if I can't get it, I still want to see the auction. Sure enough, after seeing the 2 pieces of equipment, countless people clamored to attend the auction. The auction's fame was once again amplified, not only becoming louder but also elevating its status. In the entire Ningdu city, only the great merchant dynasty could host an auction of this caliber. This was Lin Chen's goal. Having received the attribute map, I'm off to do my tasks. No need to mention anything other than the auction. After saying that, he left directly. Many people were itching with curiosity. Lin Chen wanted to leave a suspense, to spark discussions, and it would be best if the heat continued. It would be ideal if there were discussions on the forum. No further explanations were given. He carefully placed both pieces of equipment in his personal warehouse. Fa, Kai, you 2 stay put. I'll come find you in a couple of days. Satisfied, he closed his personal warehouse. Lin Chen walked towards the post station, intending to head back to Langya town. But just as he passed by the Lord's mansion, he suddenly saw someone walking out. Lin Chen widened his eyes. No way? The person was an NPC, dressed in ancient attire, exuding a certain charisma. That wasn't the key point. the key was the name above his head. Luoha Sect Outer Sect Steward Luo Chang. After all this time, his mission target was right in front of him. After all that time, the person was at the Lord's mansion? Wait, didn't I receive the mission from the Lord's mansion? Is the system messing with me? Luo Chang walked out of the Lord's mansion, a big exclamation mark hovering above his head. After taking a few steps, he turned around and walked back into the Lord's mansion. Then it repeated, going back and forth. A few players thought he was some mission NPC and approached him to chat. The result was predictable, he ignored them. Lin Chen didn't know that after he escaped, Luo Chang appeared at the Lord's mansion. Reluctantly, he walked up to Luo Chang to strike up a conversation. Sure enough, the mission came out. Luo Chang looked at Lin Chen in surprise. You actually have a bill? Good, thank you. Is there such a thing? The Outer Sect's top disciple, Chang San, is the mastermind? I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the sect. I need to rush back to the sect now. Lin Chen watched the dialogue unfold, a bit dumbfounded. It turned out that the Luoha sect, being the strongest sect in the area, had a lot of benefits. Their Outer Sect's top disciple, Chang San, was the big boss. Killing boss Chang San would allow him to turn in the mission here. Luo Chang sincerely expressed his gratitude. Merchant son, thanks to you this time. Please return to the sect with me. Sure. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the screen began to dim. System announcement. The matter is resolved, the misunderstanding is cleared, all disciples of the Luoha sect return to the sect, and the Luoha sect apologizes for the trouble caused. The system announcement echoed in everyone's hearts. All the bosses in Langya town vanished without a trace. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. The white-clad sword immortal stared at the gang's residence for a moment, then cursed loudly. What the hell? I want an apology from you? I want compensation. This time, everyone benefited from the riot. The experience points for the Luoha sect disciples were high, and the drop rates were also high. Many people leveled up. Only the white-clad sword sect suffered the most losses. Their entire gang averaged a drop of 3 levels. Even if they later killed Luoha sect disciples and leveled up by 1 level, they still lost 2 levels. It was inexplicable. They were foolishly killed by others. Merchant's son, you bastard. This is too frustrating. There's nowhere to seek justice. I will never coexist with the great Shang dynasty. No matter what they said, Lin Chen couldn't hear them. At this moment, he was in the main hall of the Luoha sect. Sitting on the throne was the sect leader of the Luoha sect, Luo He, a level 100 big boss. Luo Chang explained the entire situation clearly in front of everyone. Many elders nodded. Luo He praised, thanks to Merchant's son, we have saved over 100 million gold coins in losses. Lin Chen, who had been watching the plot like an observer, was dumbfounded upon hearing this, shouting, how much? Luo He replied, the Outer Sect is responsible for maintaining trade relations with Ningdu City, and indeed the profits are substantial. Letting our internal disciples handle it has left many loopholes. Yes, the sect master is wise. What the sect master says is correct. Luo He, so I think we should outsource the trade of Luo He sect. What do you all think? Yes, the sect master is wise. What the sect master says is correct. This candidate is very important. I think we need to be cautious. Yes, the sect master is wise. What the sect master says is correct. What is going on? As the sect master, Luo He is very advanced, but the few elders beside him, apart from flattering, really have pitifully few lines. Lin Chen still wanted to complain, but the next sentence left him dumbfounded again. Luo He looked at Lin Chen with satisfaction and said, Shang Tianzi is quite good. How about we entrust all the business trade of Luo He sect to you from today, and you can also become a named elder of our Luo He sect. What do you think? Luo He sect has decided to hire you as a named elder. Do you agree? Note, a named elder can be promoted to an honorary elder. Everyone was waiting for his answer. Lin Chen was still in a daze. What was there to hesitate about? Agree. Task completed. Congratulations, you have become a named elder of Luo He sect. The procurement matters of Luo He sect will be entrusted to you, and you can learn the strongest techniques of Luo He sect. Task reward, 400,000 experience. The system's voice rang out, and Lin Chen leveled up twice in a row. Such a big task. Leveling up twice is very reasonable. Originally, after defeating the sect disciples, he was about to reach level 22. Now, with the 400,000 experience added, his level reached 23 at 85%. He just needed to practice a bit more to reach level 24. Of course, the speed of leveling up was secondary. The most important thing was the business dealings of Luo He sect. This was what Lin Chen valued the most. On the system panel, an identity section appeared. Lin Chen's current identities were 3. One was an official businessman, another was the leader of the great merchant dynasty, and the last was a named elder of Luo He sect. The official businessman was due to his profession and couldn't be clicked on, the leader opened directly to the gang interface, while the named elder opened to the sect interface. I actually joined a sect? Oh, Elder Shang, are you not happy? Not happy? How could that be? Elder Luo Chang, I see you are quite handsome. Since Elder Shang is in agreement, that's great. From now on, the business of the sect will be entrusted to you. Lin Chen kept nodding. While opening the sect interface, he was also curious about what it meant to have the purchasing rights for gang affairs. When he saw his permissions, Lin Chen was stunned. Wow, so awesome. Luoyi sect can purchase all equipment and consumables at the auction house market average price without any handling fees. Purchasing each item will increase contribution points by 1. Reaching 1 million contribution points will promote you to honorary elder. There was only one permission. The importance of this permission made Lin Chen's scalp tingle. So, from now on, no matter how trashy the items are, I can sell them before they can't be sold? Average selling price? Lin Chen suddenly thought of a question. For example, if everyone is level 20 now, level 15 equipment can still sell for dozens of coins, but in the later stages, when no one wants them anymore, the average price stabilizes, and he can directly throw them to Luoyi sect. This means he no longer has to worry about stockpiling items that can't be sold. This was a huge benefit for Lin Chen. The great merchant dynasty would no longer fear stockpiling. This would be a unique feature. As the world becomes more prosperous, more gangs will emerge for business. As long as he has this one feature, Lin Chen can purchase all the unsold items from everyone in the gang, becoming the stall owner of the great merchant dynasty without any worries. Who could compete with him in the future? Everyone would bow down. Just as Lin Chen was excited, Luo Cheng's voice suddenly rang out, Elder Shang, congratulations. Let me take you to the technique hall. Lin Chen finally reacted. Yes, he could learn the skills of the Luoha sect. He quickly nodded. Then I'll trouble Elder Luo to lead the way. Elder Shang, you're too polite. From now on, we are family. Under his guidance, Lin Chen arrived at the skill hall of the Luoha sect. There was an NPC here, a place for joining the sect and learning. Lin Chen originally planned to learn from him. However, he saw Elder Luo shake his head. Elder, your skills are not here. Please follow me. I'm learning different skills? In his confusion, they arrived at the deepest part of the skill hall, the position of the hall master. This is the hall master of the skill hall, who teaches elder skills. Lin Chen didn't care who he was, he just looked impressive. He quickly interacted with the old man in front of him. Learn skills. A window popped up, showing 2 skills. Both were passive skills. Weapon mastery, passive, weapon mastery. Members of the Luoha sect must master the use of all weapons. After learning this skill, you can carry weapons from other professions. Luoha will, passive skill. Luoha will increases various attributes based on the weapon used. Specific attributes will be reminded when equipping the weapon. Ordinary players joining the sect only had 1 passive skill. Lin Chen surprisingly had 2. But when he saw the descriptions of these 2 skills, he couldn't help but frown. I can't attack. What's the use of this skill? However, he thought for a moment. In this world, aside from the Beastmaster sect, which had skills that increased pet attacks, all other sects added attributes to the body. For Lin Chen, the purchasing function of a registered elder was better than anything else. Forget it. Anyway, there are no conditions for learning. I'll learn. After learning these 2 skills, he was astonished to find that his weapon slot had appeared. What the? I can carry weapons now. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he quickly checked his attack power. A wave of ecstasy flashed across his face. The bug has been fixed. Attack power, 118. Although it wasn't very high, it was because Lin Chen wasn't wearing any weapons. His attack power came entirely from accessories, rings. Originally, he chose equipment mostly for health and defense. His attack was never high. But no matter how much attack power he had, it meant one thing. I can finally attack. Even if it was just a normal attack. The most regrettable part for Lin Chen in the game was that he couldn't act like a hero in the martial world, swiftly avenging grievances and drawing his sword. Now that regret was gone. Elder Luo, thank you, I'm leaving. Elder Shang, take care. Lin Chen hurriedly left the Luoha sect. He didn't even bother to rush. He extravagantly used a return scroll, and in a flash of light, he returned to the gang station of the Great Shang Dynasty. Boss, you're back. Boss, can I see your equipment again? Boss, I heard you went to the Luoha sect again. What's the story? Many people gathered around. They were clearly very interested in the matters of the Luoha sect. Although it had ended, this incident was still fermenting. Lin Chen shook his head. Let's not worry about that for now. Have all the brothers of Qianjin Hall start collecting the materials from the battle just now. What materials? Oh, you mean the broken sword and the bloodstained clothes of the Luoha sect disciples? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, everyone go collect. What's the purchase price? That was a question. Now many people knew about Lin Chen's keen sense. the things he collected would basically increase in price. So many people would wait. They would sell only after the prices went up, and since the Heavenly Palace was keeping an eye on him, whatever he collected, the other party would definitely collect too. It would be harder to gather. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. The Luaha sect disciples would drop 3 types of materials, and he already had them in his bag. They were a broken sword, bloodstained clothes, and a severed finger, with the prices for selling to the shop being broken sword, 30 gold, bloodstained clothes, 30 gold, severed finger, 10 gold. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly thought of a plan. Merchant Emperor, everyone, purchasing broken swords and bloodstained clothes, 35 gold, severed fingers, 40 gold, remember, purchase all 3 together. Although the crowd didn't understand, they firmly believed Lin Chen's words. This was how they had come this far. After giving his instructions, Lin Chen hurried to his shop. He had the shops in Ningdu City purchase these 3 items. Before long, all the street vendors in Ningdu City had set up to buy these 3 materials. Of course, the Heavenly Palace was aware of this. Boss, the great merchant dynasty has made a move. They are purchasing broken swords, bloodstained clothes, and severed fingers. Shangwan Tianga couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's business acumen. He said solemnly, "We will also buy these 3 items, each for 5 gold more than the others." Ha, 5 gold? That's too much, boss. What if this time the merchant emperor lowers the price and tricks us again? This event has killed many monsters, and the materials are still in the player's hands. There are quite a few. If their profit is low, we can actually purchase at the same price as them. Shangwan Tianga's fixed mindset was still there. However, after being reminded by his subordinates, he recalled the last time Lin Chen had tricked them. Well, you do have a point. But boss, I feel something is off this time. Oh, what do you mean? It's like this. The broken sword and clothes sell for 30 gold in the shop. They are buying for 35. The severed finger sells for 10 gold in the shop, and they are buying for 40 gold. What do you mean? A disciple of the Luaha sect only drops 1 severed finger, while the broken sword and clothes can drop several or even a dozen. So, the severed finger is the rarest and cheapest, yet the great merchant dynasty is buying it at the highest price. 40 gold. Shangwan Tianga seemed to suddenly understand. You mean we should only buy severed fingers because they are the least in number, allowing us to set a higher price? Exactly, boss. What do you think? Even if we get tricked, we won't lose much. Good, you did well. Then we will only buy severed fingers, each for 5 gold more than them, and have our guild members set up next to them. Yes, boss, I'll arrange it right away. Soon, the people from the Heavenly Palace reacted and set up stalls next to the great merchant dynasty's people. The price for severed fingers was 45 gold, cheaper than the great merchant dynasty. The stall name was even straightforward. Buying severed fingers from Luaha sect disciples, 5 gold more than next door. A peculiar scene reappeared in Ningdu City. The Heavenly Palace clashed with the great merchant dynasty again. Many independent players also followed suit and began purchasing. Their prices were all 5 gold more than the great merchant dynasty, and they were all buying severed fingers from disciples. As a result, the great merchant dynasty's shops couldn't acquire any severed fingers at all. They all complained to Lin Chen. Boss, it's bad. The bastards from the Heavenly Palace are setting up stalls right next to me. It's so damn disgusting. Yeah, I can't get a single severed finger, but I've collected a lot of the other 2 items. Boss, what should we do? Should we raise our purchase price too? Lin Chen remained calm. No need, just keep selling, collect as much as you can, and do not raise the price. Under his strict orders, no player in Qianjintang dared to disobey. The Luaha sect disciples had only been killed for a few hours. The number of severed fingers was already low. Although the great merchant dynasty was well known, selling items was not the same as buying. Ordinary players would definitely sell to the highest bidder. They collected many broken swords and clothes, but the number of severed fingers collected was only in single digits. Lin Chen reiterated that the price could not be changed. Just then, a sudden sound of clattering echoed. Ding, someone is knocking on the helmet. Would you like to exit the game or have us call for help? Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already 8 a.m. Exit the game. The screen went dark, and he exited the game directly. When he took off the helmet, it was already bright outside. The nurse looked at him helplessly. Are you here to keep your mother company or to play games? She got up at 6. His mother, lying in bed, said with a kind smile, It's fine, let him play. He's been very tired these past few days. Tired of what? Lin's mother was clearly making excuses for him. After the surgery, he had spent several days playing games in the rental apartment. Lin Chen awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry for interrupting your work. You children should be more considerate. The nurse shot him a disdainful glance before leaving the room. Lin Chen felt a bit confused. What was going on? This was a single patient room. He hadn't disturbed anyone or offended her. Was it really necessary? However, Lin Chen was no longer the Lin Chen of the past. He naturally wouldn't bother to argue with a nurse. He had reached a state where he could ignore such things. Mom, how are you feeling? Better every day. I feel like I can be discharged. No rush. The doctor said you need to be observed for at least 3 more days. If all goes well, we can discharge you then. How much does this cost per day? Mom, don't worry, money isn't a problem. The expenses here had already been taken care of by Shangguan Wuji. Lin Chen felt justified in using it. If it weren't for them, his mother wouldn't have had to suffer for a few extra hours. Got it, you should go eat. Otherwise, the cafeteria will run out of food. The aunt is getting water and will be back soon. Okay, I'll wait for her. After a while, the aunt returned to the ward with a thermos, smiling and greeting Lin Chen. Only then did Lin Chen feel at ease to go out for a meal. As he passed the nurse's station, he noticed several nurses pointing and whispering about him. Lin Chen deliberately slowed his pace. His ears perked up, wanting to hear what they were saying. With his current physical condition, he actually overheard quite a bit. I saw him playing that game too, not even caring about his mom, playing all night. Yeah, that game is really harmful. My master still hasn't returned any news. Sigh, I wonder how Lin Wan is doing now. I heard from others that her family is gone. Is it a case of family destruction? Who could be so heartless? Anyway, don't play that game. Lin Wan? Isn't she the nurse with medical skills? Lin Chen suddenly realized why the nurses were looking at him with such strange eyes. She's missing? Did she run away? Or was she captured? Even her friends didn't know. Could it be that she was taken by some mysterious organization, like one that studies superpowers? Lin Chen often read novels, and after reading so many, his mind had expanded. No matter how he thought about it, there were only a few possibilities. I still need to hide my abilities, otherwise, being captured for experimentation would be troublesome. When Lin Chen returned to the hospital again, Lin Wan had already arrived. He now had a gaming helmet, so he was also playing games while staying here. Excitedly discussing game content with Lin Chen, their mother watched the two brothers chat with a kind smile. After noon, Lin Chen left the hospital alone. Following the address given by Li Yuer, he arrived at an apartment building located in the city center. He used the key to unlock the door. Pushing the door open revealed a spacious living room. The furniture was neatly arranged, and judging by the cleanliness, it had likely just been cleaned. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, he could overlook the entire city center. Before this, Lin Chen had never dared to imagine living in such a prime location, in such a nice house. Even in his previous life, after earning some money, he had only bought a small 60-square-meter apartment in the suburbs. The furniture and facilities in the room were complete, the kind that you could move in with just your luggage. Lin Chen checked around and recorded all the daily necessities he needed to buy on his phone. He spent the entire afternoon purchasing all the daily necessities for the 3 of them. In 2 days, his mother would be discharged from the hospital. The community environment was quiet, and the large garden was perfect for recuperation. Lin Chen also felt he owed a favor to Li Yuer. He sent her a message to inform her. Thank you, I've already moved in. Ah, big brother, you moved in? Why didn't you ask me for help? You'd better not meddle. Just stay at home and be good. Alright, I'll come visit you in a few days. Lin Chen sent over 30,000 yuan. He had looked at the rent for a 140 square meter fully renovated apartment in the city center, which was about 10,000 yuan, and it might not even be as good as this one. However, Li Yuer refused and returned the money. Big brother Lin Chen, even if I'm not Lin Wen's classmate, you've saved me twice, so please accept it as my gratitude. Lin Chen wouldn't let money come between them. What a nice girl, too bad her family is so wealthy. Everything settled, it was already evening. He ate something casually. Lin Chen settled into the apartment. No longer lying on a coffin board in an old rental, he lay on a soft bed playing games, feeling comfortable. Identity verification successful. Welcome player, Merchant's son, re-entering the game. When the darkness faded and the scene reappeared, Lin Chen found himself in the gang's base. He hadn't logged in all day. As per routine, Lin Chen went to the gang warehouse to take out the finished firearms and put them up for sale in the shop, then checked the sales situation of the 3 shops. Material procurement was done skillfully in just about 10 minutes. Several people in the gang chat group had already tagged him. Boss, you finally came. Boss, we've collected a lot of materials. Can you tell us what these materials are for? Damn it! The broken fingers were all taken by the people from the Heavenly Palace. The gang members were indignant. How are we supposed to do business now? Yeah, the people from the Heavenly Palace are sticking to us like a plaster. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention and laughed. Such tactics are just annoying. They have no effect at all. Hi-bye, low sell. Can you tally how many we've collected in total? Hi-bye, low sell. We've already counted. This person was quite capable, knowing what Lin Chen wanted, and directly organized and sent it to him. How many each person had, the average amount, and even made a table. What a talent, Lin Chen sighed, then began to look over the table. The gang had received fewer than 50 broken fingers. However, they had received nearly 300,000 broken swords and torn clothes. On average, they had procured about 2,000 each. The activities of the Luoha sect disciples lasted only half a day. The quantity was limited. Almost all the materials in the area were in their hands. Lin Chen's shop had collected the most. He alone had gathered about 20,000, with around 20 broken fingers, spending a total of 800,000 gold coins, a small amount. The gang members were still puzzled. What are these materials even for? Lin Chen smiled. There aren't many items. If you want to sell them now, you can sell them to me at double the price. You can hold on to them too. They might not be useful right now. The stall owners of the great merchant dynasty were overjoyed. Is there such a good deal? They instantly regretted collecting so little. At 4 yuan each, on average, each person spent 8,000 yuan. Selling all 8,000 yuan to Lin Chen would net them 8,000 yuan profit. Just this one item could earn 8,000 a day at the stall. They were getting rich. Oh no, I bought too little. The money you actually get in business is the real money, boss. I'll sell it to you. Gang leader, trade. Many people chose to believe in Lin Chen's judgment. The boss actually bought it at double the price, which means this thing is worth more. I might as well hold on to it like the boss. Hi buy, low sell. If you have little capital, it's advisable to sell to the boss. If capital isn't a problem, then keep it, it will definitely be useful. Lin Chen agreed, saying, I believe this thing is definitely useful, and the price will surely be higher than what I acquired it for. As for how much higher, that depends on the market's feedback. I'm not sure. Of course, there are risks in business, and you might end up with nothing. So you all need to make your own decisions. Each had its own benefits and needs. Lin Chen's words were quite reasonable, but in the end, he still received 80,000 from the gang members, all of which were broken swords and torn clothes. He spent 6.4 million gold coins, which is no small amount. Adding the original 20,000 he acquired, it totaled exactly 100,000. Total expenditure, 7.2 million gold coins. There were still 50 million gold coins left in the package. After finishing the collection, everyone realized that Lin Chen seemed not to collect broken fingers. Boss, why don't you collect broken fingers? Yeah, aren't broken fingers the rarest? All the broken fingers have been collected by the Heavenly Palace. Shang Tianzi, it's just a gut feeling. Rarity doesn't mean it's useful. The people in the gang still didn't understand. Most still believed that rarity equated to usefulness, just like the people from the Heavenly Palace. Boss, we collected 50,000 broken fingers. The assistant of Shang Tianga from the Heavenly Palace, with the game ID name, Taibai Jinxing, said excitedly. Shang Tianga nodded indifferently. Very good. How many did the D collect? 50,000 broken fingers, each at 40 gold coins, totaling only 2 million gold coins. To Shang Tianga, that was just a drop in the bucket. What he cared about most was whether he could defeat the D. Taibai Jinxing was also very happy. They hardly collected any. Our 50,000 broken fingers already account for 80%, no, 90% of the total in the entire region, truly achieving a monopoly. Shang Tianga was very satisfied. You did a great job on this matter. If it can embarrass the D, 20% of the profit from these materials will be your bonus. But if you fail, you know what the consequences will be? Taibai Jinxing's smile instantly stiffened as he looked at the words in the chat box, cold and ruthless, cursing a few times. He certainly understood that the Heavenly Palace was fundamentally different from the D. The D recruited players to come in, allowing them to set up stalls to make money, akin to franchisees. Therefore, whether they made a profit or a loss was entirely their own responsibility. The boss of the Heavenly Palace was Shang Tianga. All the money used for acquisitions belonged to Shang Tianga, and the stall owners in the Heavenly Palace received a fixed salary every day. This led to the people in the Heavenly Palace being able to set up stalls whenever they wanted, and when they didn't want to, they often slacked off to level up. After all, if they couldn't collect, they couldn't sell. This was a pit that Shang Tianga had stepped into in his previous life, which Lin Chen had simply avoided. If losses were incurred again, Taibai Jinxing could very well be directly fired by Shang Tianga. For the entire night that followed, everyone was desperately leveling up, trying to reach level 30 quickly. Lin Chen also reached level 26 and was about to hit level 27. But just then, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations to player Dak Sigwa for reaching level 30, unlocking mount function, sect function, and shop function. Awarded mount, Juechen. One ride leaves the dust behind. Once again, Dak Sigwa was the first to reach level 30. Throughout the game so far, he had always been ahead of other players. Many gangs extended olive branches to this person, including Jiannan Hall and the Empire City. However, all were rejected by Dak Sigwa. Everyone quickly checked the level leaderboard, only to be astonished to find that Daxigwa already had a gang. Level leaderboard. First place, Big Watermelon, affiliated gang, 1 brick to kill you, level 30, sect, none. Second place, Emperor of Stars, affiliated gang, City of Emperors, level 29. Third place, Sword God of Misfortune, affiliated gang, Jiangnan Hall, level 29. Fourth place, Jiangnan Swordsman, affiliated gang, Jiangnan Hall, level 29. Fifth place, Gentleman's Integrity, affiliated gang, Gentleman's Alliance, level 29. Sixth place, Xingyun, affiliated gang, Xingyun Sword Sect, ***, level 29. Seventh place, Happy Sheep and Wolverine, affiliated gang, Sheep Village, level 29. Eighth place, King of Heaven, affiliated gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, level 28. Ninth place, King of the Underworld, affiliated gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, level 28. 10th place, Despair Emperor, affiliated gang, City of Emperors, level 28. Lin Shin didn't expect that the King of Heaven and the King of the Underworld would actually make the list. However, the top 7 were all above the entire region. By the time it reached the 1000th place, everyone was at level 28, making the competition fierce. He estimated he would be around the 10,000th place. I didn't expect Big Watermelon to join 1 brick to kill you. Lin Chen frowned. In his previous life, Big Watermelon had ultimately joined the Heavenly Palace and became a subordinate of Shangguan Tiangda. He just didn't know if he had withdrawn later or if the game's history had changed. If it was the latter, it would be troublesome. Well, let's take it one step at a time. My situation is good right now. It can only get better from here. Lin Chen was confident in himself. At that moment, a message suddenly came from within the 1 brick to kill you gang. Acquiring broken swords and bloodstained torn clothes from Luoha sect disciples. ***, large-scale acquisition. ***, this news immediately caused an uproar among the players in the game. What the hell? What's going on? I just sold everything, and now there's demand? Those familiar with the Great Merchant Dynasty should know, leave a line when doing business. I didn't sell. I don't believe it. The merchant's son can be that amazing. The Heavenly Palace has also acquired a lot. Don't mention it. The Heavenly Palace is acquiring severed fingers, which are not on the acquisition list. So what use do broken swords and bloodstained torn clothes have? This generation of netizens could ask about anything except for their girlfriends. Not long after, more news came from within the 1 brick to kill you gang. After reaching level 30, players could join a sect. Within the range of Ningdu City, there was only one sect, Luoha sect. Joining them was simple, just level 30. However, it started as a named disciple, then an outer disciple, and one needed to reach outer disciple status to learn sect skills. To advance in sect status, one had to contribute to the sect to earn contribution points. To become an outer disciple, 1,000 contribution points were required. Big Watermelon had already checked out the sect. The broken swords and bloodstained torn clothes were indeed listed among the contribution exchange items, and each could increase contribution points by 10. Daily sect tasks could provide 10 contribution points, meaning one would need to complete tasks for at least 100 days to reach outer disciple level. Ordinary equipment at level 30, regardless of attributes, could only increase contribution points by 1 when submitted to the sect. In other words, broken swords and bloodstained torn clothes could increase points by 10, equivalent to 10 pieces of ordinary level 30 equipment. At this point, everyone went crazy. What the hell? So this thing is that useful? Yeah, it's already risen to 400 gold coins. You think you can buy it for 400 gold coins? It's already 1,000 gold coins. Damn, it rose that fast? It's 1,500 gold coins now. Before long, someone bought it for 2,000 gold coins. There were plenty of bosses in this game. Why make them do tasks for 100 days? They might as well spend money. Now, even the worst level 30 equipment was around 800 gold coins. Although the higher the level, the cheaper the equipment becomes, waiting for level 30 equipment to drop in price is like waiting for the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Moreover, equipment above level 30 can be submitted to the sect, so it's destined not to drop too much in price. The price of broken swords and bloodstained clothes has skyrocketed to 3,000 gold coins. Yet, there are still people willing to pay more to buy them, because all the broken swords and torn clothes are in the hands of the Great Merchant Dynasty. The chat in the Great Merchant Dynasty has gone wild. Wow, I made the right choice, didn't expect it to be useful so soon. Yeah, I sold 1,000 to the boss, and I still have 1,579 left. I kept 500 for myself. Sigh, I sold out. Those who sold out sighed in disappointment. However, they are businesspeople and understand their choices. In any case, Lin Chen resold them for double the price, which has already made them profit, just not a lot. Most people chose to sell half to Lin Chen, keeping the other half for themselves. At this point, the great merchant dynasty has struck it rich. Lin Chen quickly spoke in the guild. Merchant Emperor, everyone remember, we are a whole. Don't rush to sell. Those who have goods, sell 10. Yes, just sell 10. Selling at 6,000 gold coins each, no bargaining. Let's also do a wave of hunger marketing. The boss is brilliant. Boss, you're really bad, too ruthless. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Don't forget, we have a monopoly. As long as it doesn't exceed 8,000 gold coins, someone will buy. Now most people haven't reached level 30. And those who want to buy are hoping to take advantage of the fact that no one is hoarding goods. Lin Chen would never allow the existence of such middlemen. He directly raised the price to 5,000 gold coins. The purchase price was 40 gold coins, and the selling price was 5,000 gold coins. The people of the great merchant dynasty went crazy with profit. Selling 10 would allow them to break even, and no one had any objections to Lin Chen's orders. When players saw the stall prices of the great merchant dynasty, they all switched to cursing mode. The people of the great merchant dynasty are really unscrupulous merchants. Selling something worth 3,000 gold coins for 5,000? They were unscrupulous merchants to begin with, didn't you know? Let's boycott them. Don't buy. Isn't the Heavenly Palace also buying? Wait for them to sell. Wait for the Heavenly Palace to sell? Shangguan Tiange was going crazy again. In reality, in the office, he directly slapped Tai Bai jinxing 3 times. Are you ing kidding me? What kind of garbage idea did you come up with? Tai Bai jinxing didn't dare to speak. This was the consequence of the incident. It was clearly Shangguan Tiange who agreed, but the blame was all shifted to him. 50,000 broken fingers? Not a single person wanted them. As a result, as soon as they went online, all the items from the great merchant dynasty were snatched up. Yuri all dogs, what happened to not buying? Damn, I was just a second too slow, and they're all gone. This is outrageous. Yuri cursing the great merchant dynasty. I choose to buy. At this rate, the price will go up. It will indeed go up, and it might even reach 6,000 gold coins. Because level 30 trash equipment will also increase in price. For this reason, there are still people willing to buy at 5,000 gold coins. Another hour passed. The great merchant dynasty released another 100, while Lin Chen's shop released 1,000. As a result, they were gone in less than 5 minutes. 2 hours later, the stall released 200 again, and Lin Chen's shop released 5,000. Once again, they were snatched up in 30 minutes. Is the great merchant dynasty about to run out? It should be soon. This event doesn't last long. There shouldn't be much left. Damn, the price is too high. I don't want it anymore. You can indeed choose not to buy. Once this wave passes, the price will drop. After all, the early stages of the sector for the big shots, and ordinary players really can't afford it. The competition among experts is all within a day or half a day. The wealthy people really don't mind spending a bit more to learn sect skills early, allowing them to level up faster and be fiercer when fighting bosses. But the prices are just too high. In the last life, even reaching level 100, some players couldn't afford it. Because of this, Lin Chen dared to charge so much. The level of the sect is quite extreme, becoming more and more outrageous as it progresses. For example, the Luoha sect's level 1 sect skill can increase attack power by 30%. With the same rich players and the same equipment, being 30% stronger is quite a concept. Lin Chen's strategy can't be said to be a complete success, but at least he was able to sell, and that was enough. The frequency of sales went from once every hour at the beginning to 2 hours, then 3 hours, with the volume increasing. 1,000 people, 2,000 people. Eventually, this method also became unsustainable. However, Lin Chen had already sold 40,000 units, earning 200 million gold coins. Even he couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Looking at the cold, hard 250 million gold coins in his bag, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Boss, sales are starting to slow down. It doesn't matter, we've already made a fortune. This is so thrilling, I've made over 100,000. I'm rich, I've made 500,000. Following the boss, I'm getting rich. Lin Chen took a deep breath. This is just the beginning. Brothers, don't get carried away. We've seized this opportunity, but the next one is uncertain. Without the night grass, the horse won't get fat. Without unexpected wealth, a person won't get rich. Lin Chen had been grinding in the game for over a month, relying on his memories from his past life. There was a time he almost went bankrupt, but he managed to save up 15 million gold coins. That's equivalent to 5 million in cash, which some big shots might consider insignificant. But this time, selling broken swords and tattered clothes truly allowed him to rise. 250 million was just the beginning. Even if the item prices plummeted back to 1,000 gold coins each, he still had 60,000 left, which could earn him 60 million gold coins. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. With this money, Lin Chen finally had the courage to confront the impending enemies. From now on, my shop will stop selling. You all hurry up and sell. After level 30, this stuff will at least drop by half. The boss is right, those who can buy have bought, and those who can't won't. Yeah, no matter what, we won't lose. At worst, we can use it ourselves. Right, use it ourselves. Having made money, who wouldn't be happy? The chat in the guild was very relaxed. After Lin Chen sold 40,000, he really stopped selling. The higher the price, the more irritable Shangguan Tiange became. After smashing things in the office, he listened to the financial report from his subordinate. Tai Bai Jinxing was fired, and his game account was deleted. He took over the name of Tai Bai Jinxing, as well as his position. Looking at the numbers on the materials in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead, boss. According to estimates, the other side has received about 300,000 materials. 300,000. Shangguan Tiange's eyes widened. Yes, 300,000 materials, based on the current total price, about 1.5 billion gold coins. Yes, the boss is brilliant. Shangguan Tiange could no longer hear what his subordinate was saying. Cost? 12 million gold coins, which is 2 million in cash, earning a whopping 150 million. In one day, a profit of 100 times, this is a business myth. For the first time, Shangguan Tiange felt he had underestimated the world. I thought my vision was already unique, but it seems I was still wrong. Boss, are you okay? Bang! Shangguan Tiange slammed the table and stood up abruptly. In a deep voice, he said, "Quick, call all the shareholders of the Shangguan Group, I want to hold a shareholders meeting." Boss, you want? I want to establish myself in the world. The Heavenly Palace was created solely by Shangguan Tiange. He initially wanted to run a good business of his own. To him, the world was just a small game. He had vision, but not much. However, after Lin Chen's operation, he finally recognized the potential of the world. Organize all the data into the computer. I want to use this data to persuade Grandpa and all the shareholders to forcefully enter the world. Yes, boss. Lin Chen's actions amazed countless people, even if he didn't earn that much. It also made outsiders aware of how lucrative the world was. Data calculated from all sides was presented before their bosses. Envy, jealousy, eagerness to try. A game? A mere game can earn this much? Let's see how much money we have left. Quick, gather everyone for a meeting. It's urgent. Small matters can have a meeting, but big matters don't. Send someone to buy a few hundred game helmets. The green-eyed monster spreads easily. Countless big shots, companies, and groups all jumped into the fray. This day was destined to be tumultuous, even to be recorded in the annals of the world. And it was from this day that the gears of fate ruthlessly crushed everyone. Lin Chen's memories from his previous life, aside from the game content, were mercilessly overturned. Countless conference rooms, on the tables of numerous big shots. Even those wealthy merchants who had never heard of the world had Lin Chen's data on their desks. 100 times the profit, return cycle of one day? With just these few words, who in business could resist? In an instant, countless people flooded into the game. Whether it was large groups making plans or small players wanting to earn money by crafting equipment, all sorts of people, with all sorts of motives, entered the game. Game helmets sold like hotcakes. The prices of beginner equipment in the game rose again. In the next 2 days, the materials of the great merchant dynasty's stall vendors were nearly sold out, each one making a fortune. This time thanks to the boss. Yeah, the boss stopped selling himself to help us sell. I'm crying. Boss, I will follow you for life, sharing honor and disgrace. No matter if poor or rich, boss, I will do whatever you say. The stall vendors became rich, and those making equipment were envious. Lin Chen shook his head in silence. He hadn't actually taken them off the shelves, he had just moved them to 2 other stores. Those were the stores in Hangdu City and Sudu City. Each store had 20,000 materials listed. In those 2 cities, there were also people reaching level 30, although the sects were different. The items could still contribute to their contribution points. Both stores did great business, and in 3 days, they were nearly sold out. Lin Chen still had 20,000 materials left. Tomorrow, his mother would be discharged from the hospital, and tonight was the day of the first auction of the great merchant dynasty. As afternoon approached, Lin Chen said, "Everyone, write the auction time on your stalls. The auction will proceed on time tonight." "Okay, boss." "Boss, can we go in?" "Merchant's son, entry is by ticket, system checked. But if any brothers are selling items, they can enter without a ticket." "Got it, boss." Lin Chen completed his tasks, reaching level 29. It was clear that reaching level 30 today was impossible. After returning to the city, he began to busy himself with the auction preparations, guild wars, opening bets, auctions, materials for disciples of the Luoha sect. Each of these matters pushed the great merchant dynasty to the top tier. The auction hadn't even started yet, and many people had already gathered at the Wanchur Tavern in Ningdu City, the largest tavern in Ningdu City. Although not the most luxurious, it could accommodate the most people, up to 3,000 at once. Renting it for one night cost 1,000,000 gold coins, which was not cheap. However, Lin Chen had already earned it back, plus an additional 1,000,000 gold coins from ticket sales. If it were in the past, he would have been very happy. Now, though, 1,000,000 gold coins are just a setup for later. As the host of the auction, Lin Chen was busy in the hotel. He checked the order of the auction items, meticulously reviewing every procedure. Finally, he met the host of this live broadcast backstage. Thunder Lowly, level 30, Great Merchant Dynasty, Battle Hall, a general under the King of Hell. The live stream room consistently ranks third in viewership, only behind the King of Hell. Beautiful and sweet-voiced, with high emotional intelligence, she speaks gently and politely, never uttering even a single curse word. Her skills are average, but her popularity is astonishing. Thunder Lowly pouted, bouncing up and down restlessly. Lin Chen said helplessly, "Don't be nervous, there's still half an hour. Take a break." "Boss, can I really do this? I'm afraid I'll mess it up." Thunder Lowly looked at Lin Chen with worried eyes. "If you mess it up, your salary will be deducted," Lin Chen replied, unfazed. Thunder Lowly grinned, "Okay, then I feel much more at ease. For one night, a base salary of 50,000 gold coins, plus a 0.5% commission on each item." Thunder Lowly kept encouraging herself. "I must sell everything. I must help the boss get a Land Rover, so I can buy a little donkey. Boss, you get a Land Rover, and I'll get a little donkey. Work hard, strive, the boss makes a fortune, and I make a little fortune." Goodness, she's really brainwashing herself. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and went to check on other things. Leaving her alone, she probably wouldn't be so nervous. There were still 10 minutes until the auction began. Everything was ready. Many people without tickets were loitering at the entrance of the restaurant, and it was unclear whether they were there for the live broadcast or just to join the excitement. One by one, big shots began to arrive. "Hey, is that the Star Emperor? They came with 6 people? So early? Early? Didn't you see the people from Jiangnan Hall next door? They've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Jiangnan Hall has always been on good terms with the Great Merchant Dynasty, so it's normal for them to arrive early." The Jiangnan swordsman also spotted the Star Emperor, and the two big shots nodded to each other from several dozen meters away. More and more big shots and casual players arrived. Just then, a commotion broke out. "Look, it's Big Watermelon. Big Watermelon, Brick. In the game, the strongest are revered. Although Jiangnan Hall and the City of Emperors are strong, they are merely at the big shot level. In everyone's eyes, Big Watermelon is the true strongest. His level far surpasses everyone else. 3 days have passed, and most experts have reached level 30, but Big Watermelon, at level 34, remains far ahead. This was also the first time Big Watermelon appeared in public. In an instant, a crowd surrounded him. "Big Watermelon, don't you level up? Aren't you afraid of being surpassed? Big Watermelon, why don't you join Jiangnan Hall or the City of Emperors? Why go with Brick?" These people surrounded him like reporters. Fortunately, in the city, characters cannot block each other. Big Watermelon ignored everyone and walked to the entrance of the Wanchur restaurant with Brick. The Jiangnan swordsman laughed heartily and extended his hand. "Ha, Big Watermelon, good to see you again." Big Watermelon, serious as ever, also extended his hand to shake. Brick, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Jiangnan boss, be gentle during the auction later." "No problem, that's only natural." The Star Emperor chimed in, "We can't let the Merchant Emperor, that shady businessman, earn too much, right?" The Jiangnan swordsman smiled lightly. Right, shady businessman. A big shady businessman, earning too much, makes people jealous." While they were chatting, the grand doors of the Wanchur restaurant slowly opened. The first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty officially began. Renting the restaurant was a bit expensive, but it was legitimate. From the entrance ticket check to the internal auction, there are system protections and enforcement in place, so Lin Chen doesn't need to worry about it. Making money is serious business, but we also provide the best service. Players slowly pass through the entrance system check and enter. It's finally starting. Wow, the Great Merchant Dynasty is doing pretty well. It's lively. Players entering the tavern can see the interior. To hold this auction, the tavern's layout has instantly transformed to suit the event. In the center, there is a stage for the auction. Special live streaming rooms have been prepared for several prominent streamers of the Great Merchant Dynasty, positioned perfectly in front of the stage. All the participants in the auction are seated on either side. This has made many players' faces turn purple with anger. Damn, the Great Merchant Dynasty is really greedy. I spent 10,000 gold coins on a scalper ticket just for the livestream, and this is the lousy position I get. Hee hee, the Merchant Emperor opened this auction to sell things, not to boost the traffic of you garbage streamers. Exactly, it's his own auction, he uses his own streamers, that's reasonable. Only those streamers are cursing. The ones who genuinely want to auction don't care at all. One by one, all players take their seats in the tavern. In just 20 minutes, almost everyone has arrived. The preparation time is 30 minutes, which means the auction will officially start in 30 minutes. The steps are all fixed. Lin Shen isn't in a hurry, sometimes making them wait isn't a bad thing. He also lets in 10 streamers from the Great Merchant Dynasty. They are the key streamers being cultivated by the dynasty. As the 30-minute mark approaches, they all start their live streams, pointing their cameras towards the stage. Suddenly, the stage lights up. Lin Shen's figure slowly appears at the center. In an instant, the 3,000 people at the auction fall silent. Standing at the center of the stage, Lin Shen smiles and bows to everyone. The Merchant Emperor welcomes all players participating in the Great Merchant Dynasty auction. Thank you for your trust in us, and even more for your presence. Ha, the merchant boss is being polite. Unknowingly, the Merchant Emperor has become the merchant boss. No one finds it inappropriate. The Great Merchant Dynasty has gained their unspoken recognition. Lin Shen maintains a professional fake smile. Thank you, the Great Merchant Dynasty wouldn't be where it is today without everyone's support. I know you don't want to hear this old man ramble on, so next, I will hand the auction over to the Great Merchant Dynasty streamer, Thunder Loli. I hope everyone won't bully her. After saying this, his figure slowly fades. When he reappears, he has transformed into the beautiful and charming Thunder Loli. Her sweet smile and exquisite outfit catch everyone's eyes. Wow, it's really Thunder Loli. Who is she? So pretty. You don't know Thunder Loli? Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. She's fierce when fighting monsters. I've been watching her streams lately, really curious about how strong she is in real life. Damn, you drooled on my clothes, you bastard. Thunder Loli is clearly a bit nervous. She can be carefree while streaming, but here, facing 3,000 people, it's overwhelming, making her clench her fists. She unconsciously bites her lip. This was supposed to be a subconscious action, but unexpectedly, it gets captured by the live stream and the tavern screens. Wow, she's so cute, I want her to beat me up. So this is what the Great Merchant Dynasty is doing? Here, take my money. That lip-biting action could become legendary. I want to take a bite, it must be so sweet, right? Whoa, she's so beautiful, her farts must smell terrible. The people in the live broadcast room went wild, and those in the auction hall were wide-eyed, brimming with excitement. How can one person be so beautiful, cute, and fierce all at once? Isn't this exactly my type? Come on, who doesn't like a bold and beautiful woman? The Merchant Emperor has made a brilliant move. Impressive. Lin Shen watched from backstage, not expecting such an effect. Especially in the live broadcast room, each of the 10 hosts was skyrocketing, and with the auction house's traffic, each stream had over 100,000 viewers. Moreover, much of the discussion revolved around Thunder Loli. Lin Shen sighed, in today's internet, you never know when something will go viral. It was so sudden. Thunder Loli took a deep breath amidst the cheers. Her chest rose and fell dramatically, revealing a sweet smile. The crowd stirred again. Thunder Loli said, "Thank you all so much. I am Thunder Loli, the host of the first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty, and also a member of the battle hall under the Great Merchant Dynasty." She bowed at a 90-degree angle to the crowd. These people were her benefactors. Bowing was Lin Shen's request, and he had just bowed himself. But unexpectedly, her position was directly facing the live broadcast room. The angle of her bow was just right, subtly elusive, mysterious yet captivating. The live broadcast room erupted again. It was the allure of a half-hidden beauty that was most enticing. Brothers, no need to say more, take my money, take it. Kill me to liven things up for everyone. Thunder Loli seemed to be doing it on purpose, or perhaps it was an accident. With a playful smile, she said, "Of course, my boss promised that I would get a share of every item sold, so I hope everyone can help me boost my performance. So straightforward, so likable. Am I rambling too much? Then let's get started." Rambling, sob, wife, whisper in my ear. I could watch for a whole day and night. Wife is about to start selling things. I have my money ready. What good is being ready? You don't even qualify to buy. Right, only those in the auction have the right to buy. Thunder Loli, fearing to delay the auction, quickly said, "My boss said that for the first auction, the first item must have a gimmick to catch people's attention." Ha ha, what a clever thing for the boss to say. This little girl is indeed adorable. The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Shen backstage was speechless and quickly said, "Don't say I said that." Oh, I'm sorry everyone, my boss doesn't let me say it was him. Asterisk slap. Asterisk Lin Chen facepalmed, utterly helpless. This girl was too nervous, but the effect was quite good. The entire auction hall was filled with laughter. You all, stop laughing, the auction is starting. Her timid tone only elicited more laughter. The first auction item, a level 30 mount, the claw yellow flying lightning. As Thunder Loli's voice fell, the large screen behind the auction stage instantly displayed the specific attributes and appearance of the claw yellow flying lightning, rotating 360 degrees. Mount, claw yellow flying lightning, movement speed plus 100%, can carry 2 riders. Upon seeing the claw yellow flying lightning, the auction hall fell silent. Shocked voices emerged, a level 30 mount, wow, and its yellow quality. Yeah, how did the Great Merchant Dynasty get this? I want this mount. The station only sells white and green quality ones. I didn't expect the first auction item from the Great Merchant Dynasty to be a royal bomb. The reaction from the crowd was very positive. Thunder Loli seized the moment and said, as you can see, there are currently no yellow quality mounts on the leaderboard. Buying this mount will definitely secure the top spot. Given the added value, the starting price for the Zhao Wang Feidian is 1 million gold coins, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000 gold coins. Everyone, the stage is yours. Let the auction begin. The first auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Lin Chen took it seriously, money was secondary, brand power was key. The first auction item was the opening act. It couldn't be too shabby. Most of the big shots had already reached level 30 and were still using mounts bought from the post station. Blue quality and above had to be obtained from wild monsters. As for gold, it went without saying, only bosses could drop them. The current quantity was scarce, just right for fetching a good price. 1 million? Come on, that's too expensive. I could buy a car for 100,000. Hee hee, a car for 100,000, they call me Little Lou. A mount for 100,000, they call me Senior Lou. Do the big shots care about that? The moment the auction started, someone placed a bid. I bid 1.05 million gold coins. Ding! The monk's seat lit up directly. It wasn't very bright, but it was enough to see who placed the bid. The name was Yanla Duo. Who is that? You don't know who he is? The leader of the 15th ranked gang. Oh, a gang leader's mount, it should be better. 1.05 million? Are you kidding? The mount ranked first in the mount leaderboard, even if it lasts a few days, it's worth more than this. I bid 1 million. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone outbid him. I bid 11 million. 14 million. Each time the gentle light on the seat would slowly dim. The light of the highest bidder would slowly brighten again, with the price hovering above their heads, not very dazzling, but very high-tech. At least it made the bidders feel prestigious. After all, with 3,000 people, without this method, no one would even know who was bidding. When you're out and about, isn't it all about face? The Zhao Wang Feidian was very handsome, with a full body of yellow fur, a robust body taller than an average horse by half a head, complemented by a custom saddle. In no time, the bidding price was raised to 1.5 million gold coins. Isn't that enough? It's already 1.5 million. Hee hee, you're thinking too much. Several big shots haven't even made a move. Oh, if you say that, it does seem like it. Several big shots haven't made a move. Just as the words fell, the Jiangnan swordsman raised his hand. I bid 2 million gold coins. Wow, as expected of the Jiangnan swordsman. He raised it by 500,000 gold coins right off the bat. Hee hee, 2 million, no big deal. I bid 1 million. Before the crowd could be surprised, the Jiangnan swordsman's price was directly outbid. Everyone quickly looked at the new bidder. Ning Tianzi? Great Ning Dynasty? Never seen him before. Another unfamiliar person, from an unfamiliar gang. Seems like a newly emerged gang. Yeah, a lot of people have joined the game recently. You don't know, right? The Great Merchant Dynasty made so much money from materials, attracting many real-world investors. Ning Tianzi, Great Ning Dynasty, clearly had intentions of imitating Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't care, as long as things sold, they were all customers. I bid 15 million, 2 million, 21 million, 3 million. The price kept rising. The big shots finally made their moves. The price gradually approached 5 million. Lin Chen could receive a 10% commission, which would be 250,000 gold coins. This deal was too profitable, borrowing someone else's chicken to lay your own eggs, and this was just the beginning. Ultimately, the price for the Zhao Huang Feidian settled at 87 million gold coins. It was bought by Ning Tianzi. The owner of the Zhao Huang Feidian was even more excited and laughed heartily. His psychological price was originally around 1 million gold coins, and it couldn't sell. But Lin Chen gave him such a big stage, selling it for 87 million gold coins. A commission of 280,000 gold coins. What a bargain! If it weren't for gathering these big shots, he really couldn't have sold it for such a high price. The Thunder Loli smiled happily, not hiding her ability to earn commission. Thank you, big bosses, for your support. For those who didn't get to bid, don't be discouraged. We have prepared 50 auction items for tonight. These are all carefully selected fine products. The second auction item is a return city scroll, 1,000 pieces, starting bid is 70,000 gold coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 5,000 gold coins. The second item was Lin Chen's own possession. 3 shops, each limited to 50 return city scrolls per day, selling for 1,000 gold coins each, very popular. For this auction, he specifically took out all his stock of 1,000 return city scrolls to set the stage. 1,000 pieces, which means 700 gold coins each, 300 gold coins cheaper than the shops of the great merchant dynasty. The big bosses won't care about this 300 gold coin price difference. Return city scrolls are strategic resources. They're usually hard to come by. Indeed, when surrounded by people, during gang wars, return city scrolls are essential. This auction item was clearly prepared for the big gangs. In the end, it was bought by the Jiangnan swordsman for 110,000 gold coins. The third item, red quality equipment, the fourth and fifth items. One by one, the auction items were sold. Ultimately, the auction prices were all around 200,000 gold coins. Occasionally, there would be auction items worth 1 million gold coins to warm up the atmosphere. The entire auction was held in a hurry. 50 items in one night, time was tight, and the task was heavy. 3 hours passed, and there were still 2 items left. However, no one left midway. Lin Chen was quite adept at reading people's hearts. He placed the golden legendary equipment for the last auction. He wanted everyone to stay put. Is it not time for the golden legend yet? Yes, there are only 2 items left. They should be those 2 auction items. Everyone thought the last 2 auction items were the 2 golden legendary items. In their expectant gazes, the Thunder Loli smiled, and after 3 hours, she gradually adapted. The second to last auction item, I believe you will all like. A level 30 skill book. Snowfall Sword Technique. Starting bid, 10 million gold coins. The attributes of the Snowfall Sword Technique appeared on the screen. Everyone looked at the skill book in astonishment. Wow, what a freakish skill. Snowfall Sword Technique Level 30 Skill Book Universal Description. After learning this skill, attacks will deal ice damage and reduce the opponent's attack speed and movement speed. Level 1, minus 20% attack movement speed, with an additional 15% ice damage. Freakish, it can only be described as freakish. 15% ice damage is already quite freakish. The most freakish part is the minus 20% attack movement speed. This attribute is already rare. When combined with all equipment, it adds up to so little, and yet it's reduced by 20%. And this is just level 1. Level 1, and it has such capability? What about at higher levels? Before the Thunder Loli could finish her introduction, the Jiangnan swordsman directly shouted, 15 million gold coins. The skill book is not a mount, it has practical use. Moreover, it is universal, meaning there are no level restrictions. The brick immediately stood up. Brother Jiangnan, what do you, a swordsman, want with this? I'll offer 16 million. Yeah, if this skill is used by a Taoist, the group Taoist spells can also apply slow effects. That would be too freakish. Big Watermelon is a Taoist. It seems Brick wants to buy it for him. Too freakish. This skill is simply a divine skill in group PvP. Yeah, it feels even more useful than golden legendary equipment. Skill books are inherently expensive. You must know, they joined the sect primarily for sect skills. Although skill books are not as expensive as sect skills, some skill books are even more useful. The big bosses of various gangs clearly understood this point. I'll offer 17 million. 17. 3 million. 18 million. Cut. You guys are really damn rich. It's just a skill book, selling a whole house? What a big loser. The great merchant dynasty is impressive for this reason. He brought all the big tycoons from the capital of Ning to be big losers here. Some people were also being sarcastic. Among them, a few were so envious they were grinding their teeth. Shangguan Tiange was one of them. Just today, he had called his seriously ill grandfather to hold a family shareholders meeting. The Shangguan Group is a family business, and the shareholders are mostly members of the Shangguan family. He presented Lin Chen's profits and costs, thinking everyone would agree. But unexpectedly, they rejected his proposal to enter the world, citing good luck, coincidence, and difficulty in replication. Intrigue within the family was common. They didn't even want the opportunity to make money, so he naturally cursed these short-sighted people. His uncles and elders were also very angry. During the meeting, one of them said in a deep voice, "If you can prove this isn't a coincidence, we will agree." That's right, sustainable development is what we pursue, not windfall profits. Our Shangguan family is not made up of gamblers. Short-sighted, I'll prove it to you right now. and so he came, recording the whole thing. He intended to bring the auction house's video back to the shareholders' meeting. Shangguan Tiange indeed had good insight. He knew the auction would be profitable, but he didn't expect it to be that profitable. Seeing Lin Chen about to get rich again made him grind his back teeth in hatred. Not far from him, there were several other bosses who had just entered the world. Companies like the Great Ning Dynasty and other wealthy individuals. Seeing everyone bidding tens of millions of gold for a skill book only strengthened their belief that they could make money in the game. In the midst of his thoughts, the price of the skill book had already been raised to 20 million gold. The Star Emperor said in a deep voice, "It seems everyone still has a lot of money. 20 million is about right. Once there are more skill books, the price will drop." Star Emperor, you speak so lightly. You think you can just take it for 20 million? I'll bid 21 million. Tisk tsk. Who doesn't know that the next guild competition is about to start? I won't let it go. 22 million. Yes, Lin Chen was indeed that shameless. The guild competition happened once a week. During this week, these guilds had tasted the sweetness of having territory, so they naturally wouldn't give it up easily. Lin Chen took this opportunity to hold an auction. Let these people give their money to him. There were many items in the auction, such as 100 pieces of level 30 equipment, 100,000 pills, all sold at high prices. Now this skill book, if combined with the arrow tower, would be a guaranteed kill. Regardless of its value, it couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of enemy players. Ban Zhuang took a deep breath. I'll bid 30 million. What the? You just added 8 million? What a rich person. When will I be able to be as rich as him? Damn, I'm jealous. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Ban Zhuang stood up and said, "All the bosses and guild leaders, this is my final bid. If anyone can outbid me, I will give up." He wasn't a fool. His gaze swept over countless people. He didn't know if there were any shills among them, so he declared in advance that he would give up if someone outbid him. They understood the tricks of the auction very well. He had participated in quite a few in reality. Shills kept raising the price. No one was a big loser. But this time, he misunderstood Lin Chen, looking at the screen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Oh, how did I forget to use a shill? This is a good idea. As a cunning businessman, how could he not have a shill? At least this auction didn't have one. The Jiangnan swordsman sneered, "Ban Zhuang, whether there are shills or not, everyone knows in their hearts, but you won't be able to take this skill book. 31 million. You said you would give up. Don't go back on your word." Ban Zhuang frowned as he looked at the Jiangnan swordsman, saying little more. After sitting down, he truly did not continue. One reason was fear of a setup, and the other was that he didn't have much cash on hand. 30 million gold coins was already the limit he could muster. If he were to backtrack and raise the bid, it would ruin his reputation. 31 million, is there anyone willing to go higher? The Thunder Girl's voice trembled as her beautiful gaze swept over everyone. With 30 million, she could earn a commission of 150,000, and combined with other earnings, it would be roughly equivalent to 2 months of her livestream income. How could she not be excited? 31 million was not the end. The leader of the Gentleman's Alliance, Junzi, suddenly joined the bidding, 32 million. The leader of the Qingyun sect followed suit, 33 million. Xingqiandadi and Jin Ganglang chimed in, 35 million. 36 million. Xingqiandadi frowned. Clearly 30 million was already very close to their psychological price point. Each increase was cautious, only 10,000 gold coins at a time. The Jiangnan swordsman shook his head. "Gentlemen, if you don't have the money, don't try to bid. I'll offer 31 million. Hiss, Jiangnan swordsman is impressive. Yeah, did you see Junzi's face turn pale? Rich, damn. Xingqiandadi also frowned, just as he was contemplating whether to buy. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I'll bid 35 million. With a whoosh, everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the voice. Ning Tianzi, was it this person again? Ning Tianzi of the Great Ning Dynasty? What is his identity? Who knows, maybe he's just another rich second generation from Ningdu City. Look at his level, he just entered the game, and he's spending so lavishly?" Ning Tianzi's expression was calm, as if 35 million gold coins were nothing to him. Moreover, he was enjoying this feeling. Lin Chen's wealth indeed attracted countless people to the world. Ning Tianzi was one of them, and he was much more open-minded than Shangguan Tianga. Earning for Shang Tianzi was no trouble for him. "All right, you're impressive, I'm out. TCH, 35 million for a book, are you stupid? I'm out too." Several gang leaders gritted their teeth in frustration and directly gave up. In the end, only the Jiangnan swordsman, Xingqiandadi, and Ning Tianzi remained. The auction continued. 36 million, 37 million. Until finally, Ning Tianzi offered a price of 40 million, and both the Jiangnan swordsman and Xingqiandadi shook their heads, not bidding further. The Thunder Girl took a few deep breaths to calm herself. Ning Tianzi bids 40 million, is there anyone willing to go higher? 40 million, first call. 40 million, second call. 40 million, third call, sold. The Thunder Girl finally released the breath she had been holding. The entire venue erupted in excitement as they looked at Ning Tianzi. Ning Tianzi slowly stood up. His in-game appearance was that of a boy around 20 years old, not particularly handsome, just an ordinary-looking person. But upon closer inspection, it suddenly seemed like something was discovered. Wow, his character model is surprisingly similar to Shang Tianzi. Yeah, the two look almost identical. Don't say it, you really can't say it. Ning Tianzi smiled. I believe everyone has noticed. Yes, my character model is based on Shang Tianzi. He is my idol, and his legend inspired me to join the game. In the future, I hope everyone will take care of the great Ning dynasty. I want to thank a few of the big shots for letting me win this bid. Thank you. Such emotional intelligence. Others clearly had run out of money or felt it wasn't worth it, yet he said they let him have it. Shangguan Tianga's expression darkened. Another competitor, and a formidable one at that. Winning the Feishuo sword wouldn't be of much use, it was likely just to boost the reputation of the great Ning dynasty, and he could sell it later to become famous, a good deal. Sure enough, other gang leaders understood this logic as well. When Ning Tianzi sat down, everyone began to add him as a friend, all of whom were resources, including the Jiangnan swordsman. Lin Chen watched Ning Tianzi on the screen from backstage, frowning slightly. The great Ning dynasty, Ning Tianzi, I've never heard of him. There was no such figure in the last life. Moreover, apart from Shangguan Tianga, there were hardly any powerful gangs in the entire Ningdu city that did significant business. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized that history had been altered. He just didn't know whether they would be friends or foes later on. In any case, fellow stall owners probably wouldn't become friends, right? Ning Tianzi bought the Feishuo sword, and the reactions from all sides were different. However, at this moment, the last item of the auction had already appeared. It was the well-known golden legend. A golden spear appeared on the screen. Everyone looked at its attributes and stirred with excitement. Such strong attack power. Yes, if the Feishuo sword is something that all major gangs are vying for, then this weapon should be what all experts want to possess. Exactly, this weapon should be able to take on two opponents of the same realm and level. I wonder how much these big shots will bid. The starting price for the Luaha spear was still 10 million gold coins. Countless people began to bid again. If the Feishuo sword was the hard power, then the Luaha spear was the face. Being at the top of the leaderboard was the gang's prestige. Although it seemed lively, the prices offered by each gang leader were not very high, unlike the explosive increase for the Feishuo sword, and the final price settled at 35 million. As the last Luaha spear was bought by the Jiangnan swordsman, this auction was about to conclude. Lin Chen's figure reappeared on the auction stage. He deeply bowed to all the patrons. With a smile, he said, I, Shang Tianzi, would like to thank you all for your support. All the auction items have been sold. The first auction of the Great Shang Dynasty has successfully come to a close, but please do not rush to leave. I have organized the backstage data. Organizing backstage data? Let's see how much we can earn. Can we really see such things? Shang Tianzi really doesn't treat us as outsiders. Do you really think he's that nice? Just wait and see what he says. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen smiled and said, everyone must be very curious why I am looking at the backstage data at this time. Because our Great Shang Dynasty will establish a membership card, permanent, non-droppable, non-tradable, and account-bound membership card, which I have applied for from the system. Players who spend 100,000 gold coins will receive a level 1 membership card, 500,000 gold coins for level 2, and 1 million gold coins for level 3. As Lin Chen described it, the screen behind him displayed the membership card tier system, from level 1 to level 10, requiring a total expenditure of 100 million gold coins in the Great Shang Dynasty. This was not a summary of the auction, it was clearly a membership card launch event. As he continued, many people in the auction looked grim. They knew what Lin Chen was planning. Each membership card had functions and benefits for each level. Whether participating in the auction or purchasing from the street vendors or shops in the Great Shang Dynasty, they could earn points. Points could be exchanged for discounts. The higher the membership card level, the greater the discount on points. This was something quite ordinary in reality, but bringing it here made it different. In the future, those holding these membership cards would all go to the Great Shang Dynasty to shop. It was equivalent to Lin Chen binding them all to himself. Shangguan Tianga's fingers cracked as he squeezed them tightly. Ning Tianzi was even more astonished, bitterly smiling. Impressive. The other bosses who entered the game to make money also had grim expressions. Lin Chen completely left them no way out. Shangwan Tianga snorted coldly, stood up, and left directly. One misstep leads to another. Even chasing after the steps of the great Shang dynasty is difficult. Who would still buy things from the heavenly palace in the future? If they wanted to settle in the world, the costs would be even higher. Lin Chen, on the other hand, smiled as he handed out membership cards to the players one by one. He even bowed again. Thank you all for your support once more, and I wish you a wonderful evening. With a clang, the spotlight went out, and the live broadcast room was completely closed. The first auction of the Great Shang Dynasty came to a successful conclusion. After the auction ended, Lin Chen tidied up for a moment. The backstage data accurately provided the costs and profits from this event. The money for renting the venue, the payment to the Thunder Girl, and the money for the auctioneers. The profit came from ticket sales and handling fees. Lin Chen alone earned 86 million gold coins, among which the auction return scrolls, broken swords, and bloodstained clothes were all his own. He sold 5,000 pieces of the broken swords and bloodstained clothes. Looking at the cold, hard 330 million gold coins in his package, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Money making money is truly terrifying. No wonder it's so easy for the rich to make money." Moreover, the most important aspect of this auction was still the membership card system. It wouldn't always earn that much, but as long as there was a membership card system, the Great Shang Dynasty would never lack for business. He glanced at the time. It was 11 p.m. Still early. There was time to level up. His mother would be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. Lin Chen planned to level up to level 30 tonight and, if he had time, complete the job change quest. With a huge sum of money, Lin Chen dragged his slightly tired body and joined the ranks of leveling up. He had a task that was half done, which had been put on hold due to the auction. Now he could continue it. Most players had reached level 30 and were in the leveling area. Many players were riding high horses passing by. Lin Chen spent over 2 hours and finally leveled up to level 30. Congratulations, your level has reached level 30, automatically accepting the job change quest. Official merchant blueprint, level 30 job change quest. Kill the bandit leader of Liang Lake. Liang quest description. Liang is a defector disciple of the Luoha sect, occupying the Liang Lake area, acting as a water bandit, robbing passing officials and merchants. Quest guidance. Liang is extremely cunning, but every time it rains, he goes to the tavern by Liang Lake to drink. That is his information station, where you can look for his traces. Quest reward, third job change level 30 job change. He didn't know what he could change to. In his previous life, he had heard of such a profession, which was quite perverse, but then there was no more news. He didn't know how far the job change could go or what the final outcome of the job change quest was. Lin Chen could only feel his way across the river. Liang Lake Bandit. Another instance quest? Lin Chen noticed the difference as soon as he saw the system's quest guidance. Liang Lake was a level 30 map. Although it was called a lake, standing on the shore, it looked like a sea, with mist swirling over the lake's surface, making it impossible to see the end. There were many wild monsters along the edge of the lake. The transformed fish monsters, bandits, and water thieves were all level 30 to 35 monsters. Soloing was a bit difficult. Many people were in teams doing the quest. Although it was already midnight, there were still many people leveling up, making it hard to find monsters. However, Lin Chen's quest did not overlap with theirs, so he didn't need to pay attention. Next to Liang Lake, there was a tavern. It was the only safe zone here, called Liang Tavern. For others, it might be a safe zone, but for Lin Chen, it was the point of his current quest. Many players were coming in and out of the Liang Tavern. This Liang Tavern is really a black shop. Yeah, a bottle of wine sells for 1,000 gold coins. But it's not too bad. This wine increases damage to the wild monsters near Liang Lake by 30%. Haha, this is just an official trick to take back our gold coins. The wine sold at the Liang Tavern could increase the damage dealt to wild monsters around Liang Lake. Players who came here to level up would almost always buy a bottle to boost their damage. A few players cursed as they walked out the door and saw Lin Chen approaching. They all widened their eyes. It's the Merchant Emperor. What is he doing here? I thought there was an auction. The auction ended a long time ago, didn't you see? This guy made a fortune. I watched the live stream too, such a damn profit. It's not that much profit. A few sellers posted thanking him. Looks like they made quite a bit too. Yeah, I heard that the Great Merchant Dynasty takes a 15% commission. Very reasonable. As they discussed, Lin Chen walked into the tavern. The tavern was slightly dim, clearly not a good place. A foul smell assaulted his nose, making it unbearable. There were very few players inside. Most players bought and left. Inside the tavern, most were NPCs. The tavern wasn't very large, with 6 tables and a fee counter. The tavern keeper didn't even lift his head, busy calculating on an abacus. Each NPC was engrossed in their own tasks. They probably didn't know each other. But Lin Chen was a player, he had a god's eye view, and he saw that many NPCs had names. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of foul air. What a mix of fish and dragons. Of the 6 tables, 4 were occupied, with 2 tables reserved for players. The 4 NPC tables belonged to 4 different factions. Outer disciples of the Luoyang sect, hidden identity Ning Zhe. Jianghu person, fierce tiger Lu Bunang. Water bandit, Eiline. Government, Captain Ing. These 4 seemed to be playing werewolf. They were all sneaky, and in reality, they would have been exposed long ago. It was such a strange atmosphere, combined with the foul smell in the room, that other players were unwilling to stay. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Not here? His target was Li Yang. Not here at all. Could it be in the back? Lin Chen walked straight towards the back. Before he could enter, he was stopped by a tavern attendant. The back is for internal use only, not open to customers. Please leave. The attendant was a fixed NPC, guarding the door to the back. He needed a quest to make him leave. Talking to him only yielded that one line. Damn it, what's going on? Lin Chen sat down beside him in frustration. Isn't the quest to bring me here? But just as he sat down, another attendant rushed over. Sir, our tavern only welcomes customers. You need to order a drink to sit here. That disdainful look. A shady tavern is just a shady tavern. The dialogue box only had 2 choices. First, buy a drink. Second, leave. Lin Chen took a deep breath, chose not to buy a drink, and instead chose to leave. After selecting to leave, his body was forcibly stood up by the system. Lin Chen looked around again. No one noticed him. He shook his head and walked out the door. He opened the quest system, carefully studying every word on the quest interface. Every time it rains? He hadn't noticed those words. Lin Chen suddenly realized, looks like I need a prerequisite to find Li Yang. He looked at the sky, it was deep night, and he couldn't tell when it would rain. Damn it, what if it doesn't rain for 10 days or half a month? Does that mean I can't complete my quest? The game couldn't be that mindless. Lin Chen anxiously surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly it seemed he saw something. Ha, is someone fishing? In the dark of night, it was normal for players to level up, but NPCs in the world had AI capabilities, except for some NPCs in buildings. Wild NPCs had their own schedules. Even at night, they were still fishing. The name is, The Mysterious Fisherman. Just by looking at the name, it's not ordinary, and it's not far from the tavern, so it should be useful, right? With a try-it-out attitude, Lin Chen approached him. Sure enough, as he got closer, a line of small text appeared under the fisherman's name. It was a task reminder. The fisherman fishes here every day. He should know the weather of Liang Lake. Found it. Lin Chen quickly said, hello. The fisherman glanced at Lin Chen. Shoo, you scared all my fish away. To hell with your fish. Lin Chen got straight to the point. Ahem, old man, do you know when it's going to rain? You young people really have no manners. I already said you scared my fish away, and you still want to talk to me. This NPC is truly rude. Aren't you here to provide us with information? Why are you acting so tough? Poof. Lin Chen had his ways to deal with such people. Venomous zombie, come out. In the darkness, a terrifying aura twisted time and space. Then, a coffin crashed to the ground. The venomous zombie slowly stepped out of the coffin. The fisherman seemed to ignore it. What can you do to me? His eyes were focused on the lake surface. Fishing, huh? I'll let you fish. Venomous zombie, release the poison. Under Lin Chen's control, the venomous zombie plunged its claws into the lake. The green slime from its nails quickly dissolved and spread in the water. In no time, the fish at the bottom of the lake floated up, belly up. The fisherman's eyes widened, and he suddenly cursed. You young man have no sense of martial ethics. Are you trying to ruin the world? Lin Chen looked at the fisherman with a strange expression. Wow, this NPC is quite intelligent, able to say such things. Now can you tell me when it's going to rain? Say it, and I'll leave. You first make him stop. You first say. As time passed, more and more dead fish appeared on the lake surface. The fisherman hurriedly said, Okay, I'll tell you. Liang Lake has special weather. It rains for 15 minutes every 4 hours. Every 4 hours? When's the next time? There's still 1 hour and 12 minutes until the next rain. Lin Chen nodded in realization. I see, I got it. You should have said it earlier. It's a pity these fish died for nothing. The old man looked as if his heart was hurting. Lin Chen smiled and walked away. There was still an hour left, neither long nor short. Returning to Ningdu City, a round trip would take half an hour, which wasn't necessary. Lin Chen simply found a nearby open space to start leveling up. The venomous zombie was still as fierce as ever. Defeating a monster was easy. However, watching others fight, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something. Could the skills weapon mastery and Luoha's will from the 2 elders give him attack power? He had been too busy lately to remember. Now that he thought about it, it was just the right time to try. Lin Chen looked around. Not far away, there were a few players leveling up. They often glanced at Lin Chen. After all, he was a celebrity. Lin Chen had already been mythologized on the forum. Besides the commercial legend of the great merchant dynasty, the most discussed topic about Lin Chen was that he had never made a move. This persona was something Lin Chen needed to establish, continuously increasing his discussion volume. He couldn't just act casually in front of others. Lin Chen began to search for a secluded leveling spot near Lian Lake. After about 10 minutes, he finally found a place without anyone around. "Zombie, don't act yet, watch how I kill it." Lin Chen picked up a random weapon from his bag, took a deep breath, and charged at a fish monster. Under his tense gaze, the attack landed on the fish monster's head. -1049, bleeding, -104. The moment the blood information floated up from the fish monster's head, Lin Chen was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. "Haha, I did it! I finally have attack capabilities." Mastery of weapons allowed him to wield any weapon at will, and the weapons he picked up through the Luo Heiji had different attributes. The swordsman's sword had a bleeding effect. Although the attack power was low, it could at least rival a level 20 swordsman, and that was in a situation with poor equipment. "Damn it, I'm finally not a powerless merchant anymore." He could finally fight like a normal person. Lin Chen tried several times. Due to the skill, he could wear all kinds of equipment: the swordsman's sword, the rogue's dagger, the boxer's gloves, and even the healer's gourd. When he used the hunter's bow, he could also draw and shoot arrows. The attributes would change with the weapon. The healer's gourd's normal attack surprisingly turned into a healing effect. Others had no idea what profession he was. Lin Chen was as excited as a child. "Wow, this is amazing, so awesome. The sect is incredible, haha." He kept experimenting and fighting monsters, leaving the poisonous zombie waiting nearby. Unknowingly, an hour passed. Light rain began to fall from the sky. The mist over the lake thickened. Lin Chen then realized, "Oh no, time's up." He got so absorbed that he forgot the most important thing. He quickly put away his weapon and ran wildly towards the tavern. Every time it rained, there was only 15 minutes. To avoid being seen, he circled around the lake for about 10 minutes. He didn't know if he would make it in time to complete the task. He rushed past with the poisonous zombie in tow. Many players glanced at him. Fortunately, no one caused trouble for Lin Chen, which was good news. The spirit wind successfully reached the tavern. Indeed, there had been changes inside the tavern. Those NPCs were still there. However, the NPC waiter blocking the entrance to the wine cellar had disappeared. Lin Chen was relieved to have arrived early. There was still time, and he hurried into the wine cellar. What he didn't expect was that behind the curtain was a huge underground passage. The moment Lin Chen entered, he was teleported into the dungeon. In the dim underground passage, the sound of dripping water echoed. He could vaguely see a fork in the road ahead, dividing into 3 passageways. 2 NPCs with knives were patrolling at the intersection, and their names were in red. This meant that as soon as Lin Chen got close, they would attack. At the same time, his task was updated. Arrive at the wine cellar. Go to the deepest part of the wine cellar and search for Li Yang's trace. Next to it was written, "Single-player dungeon," in 4 small characters. Fortunately, Lin Chen hadn't asked anyone from his guild for help, otherwise, they would have wasted their trip. As long as it's a dungeon, at least the system won't pull any tricks. "Poisonous zombie, go." With a command, the poisonous zombie launched an attack on the patrolling wild monsters first. Level 30 water bandits. They weren't too hard to fight. With the poisonous zombie's high attack power, it could basically be taken down in 5 normal attacks. Lin Chen thought this would be a very simple personal dungeon, but unexpectedly, as the water bandit died, it activated a skill, Summon Companions. In an instant, shouts echoed in the narrow tunnel. "Someone has invaded the tunnel. Kill the intruder." The sound of footsteps grew louder, clearly indicating that many people were coming. After clearing the wild monsters, Lin Chen faced 3 passageways, unsure which one led to Li Yang's location. He wasn't there to level up by fighting small monsters. He would avoid fighting them if possible. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Lin Chen quickly chose the left passage, which was quieter. "Poisonous zombie, follow me." He took the lead and ran down the left passage. The wild monsters behind him were relentless in their pursuit. More wild monsters appeared ahead. "Can't escape? Then let's fight." Since he was in a solo dungeon, Lin Chen saw no need to hide. He took out his highest damage knife and helped the poisonous zombie kill the monsters. Although his damage was only about 1/3 of the poisonous zombies, he could still kill a monster on his own, increasing the speed of monster farming. Damn, how come so many came in? Lin Chen looked at the swarm of monsters behind him, and for a moment, his head throbbed. This was probably the difficulty of this dungeon. The poisonous zombie was fighting monsters in front, and if the monsters from behind surged forward, Lin Chen was likely to be killed. If he died at this moment, he would have already spent 15 minutes. He would have to wait another 4 hours for the next dungeon to open, meaning he would have to wait until tomorrow to try again. Either die or slow down. Lin Chen chose the latter. Zombie, block the wild monsters behind, let me handle the ones in front. Roar! The poisonous zombie let out a roar and stood firm behind Lin Chen. There were few wild monsters in front. One by one, they were slowly cleared out. Although the speed of clearing the dungeon was slow, at least it was safe. In this way, they slowly advanced through the tunnel. After killing a dozen monsters, they finally arrived at a spacious wine cellar. The map name changed to Wine Cellar 1. The walls were lined with wooden planks holding wine jars. The strong smell of alcohol filled the room. The wild monsters blocking Lin Chen's path had disappeared, leaving only a burly man with a bare upper body. A 9-ring steel knife rested on his shoulder, and he looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile. Intruder, your doom is upon you. 9-ringed monster knife Dao Huan level 30 was a small boss. Lin Chen's face changed dramatically. What the hell, how can there be a small boss? How was he supposed to fight this? The zombie was still behind him, holding off a group of monsters, preventing them from entering Wine Cellar 1. If that group of wild monsters broke in, Lin Chen would undoubtedly die. The zombie blocked the exit, and the next entrance was behind Dao Huan, meaning he would have to fight this boss to get in. Lin Chen needed to face the boss one-on-one. Damn it! If it weren't for my attack power, I'd be dead. He couldn't help but curse. If he had known, he would have cleared the monsters all the way. Now, he found himself in this situation. There was no way out. He could only see if he could take down the boss. My defense should hold against the boss, it should be fine, let's do this. Lin Chen didn't hesitate much and charged at Dao Huan, slashing away. With a thud, the knife struck the small leader. Minus 989. About 1,000 damage. His attack power was really low. Lin Chen felt a bit regretful. He had weapons, good weapons, at least yellow grade ones. He just hadn't brought them with him. His bag only contained green and blue ordinary weapons. The knife in his hand was a level 30 green one, and its attack power was already insufficient. The only consolation was that this boss didn't have very high health. 200,000 health. For a level 30 boss, it was indeed not much. The knife's attack speed was once per second. This meant that if Lin Chen kept attacking, he could probably finish it in about 4 minutes. But just then, Dao Huan laughed maniacally, using a knife in front of me? Seeking death. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the 9-ringed knife whistled toward him. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The 9-ringed knife struck Lin Chen. His body bent down slightly. A minus 684 appeared above his head. Such high attack power. Lin Chen was shocked. His total health was just over 8,000. Similar to a fighter of the same level, his defensive gear was good, yet he could lose so much health. Damn, are you sure this is a solo dungeon? Lin Chen cursed as he slashed at the opponent again. Trading blood for blood, they exchanged blows. Lin Chen continuously took various pills out of his bag. Even so, the cooldown of the elixir couldn't withstand Dao Huan's blood exchange. And just then, Dao Huan suddenly shouted, enveloped in a layer of shield. Lin Chen's blade couldn't cut through. Without a second thought, he quickly retreated and began to pull away. While running, he waited for the elixir's cooldown and for Dao Huan's skill to pass. Damn it! This little boss's skill is too much. How am I supposed to fight in a solo dungeon? Lin Chen cursed, with Dao Huan hot on his heels. Why are you running? Kid, stand still. If you don't chase me, I won't run. This boss was quite intelligent. Lin Chen finally discovered his weakness. His movement speed was slow. High attack, high defense, low health, and slow movement speed. As long as there was a weakness, it would be manageable. Moreover, the space in this wine cellar was large enough. He could kite him like a dog, slowly whittling down his health. Although Lin Chen didn't have an attack method in this life, he had played for a long time in his previous life. His basic operations were not something players at this stage could compare to. Every time he got to half health, he would create distance. Health slowly drained. Until finally, Dao Huan, in despair, shouted angrily, I never expected that after a lifetime of using a blade, I would die by one. Bang! His body fell straight down. Kill Dao Huan, gain experience, 20,000. Not to mention, the experience was quite high. Lin Chen let out a long breath. After 20 minutes, he had finally worn down the boss. Just then, he caught sight of something yellow on the ground. Oh, looted? It was a weapon, a blade. The yellow gear dropped by the boss was generally better than that from quests and minor monsters. This yellow blade was no exception. 9-ring broadsword, quality, yellow, equip level, 30, equip class, blade master, attack power plus 1140, attack power plus 10%, attack speed dash 10%, defense plus 10%, not bad. The attack power of the Luaha spear was only around 2,100. Other attributes couldn't compare to the Luaha spear. However, at this stage, it was better than the equipment of many players. What a stroke of luck! Lin Chen happily picked up the 9-ring broadsword. His attack power instantly increased by about half. Poisonous zombie, let's go! With the new weapon, Lin Chen felt much more confident. He ran towards the cave behind Dao Huan. The poisonous zombie quickly followed, and the group of wild monsters he had blocked surged forward like a tide. Fortunately, the passage was very narrow, and those wild monsters couldn't break through the poisonous zombie's obstruction. Along the way, he encountered several waves of minor monsters. Lin Chen had learned his lesson and cleared them out wave by wave. In the intricate underground passages, there were quite a few wine cellars. Some had minor bosses, while others had several elite monsters. Lin Chen dealt with them one by one. It just took a bit longer, and after an hour and a half, the wave of monsters following the poisonous zombie was finally cleared out. Damn it, I can't pull any more monsters, it's too troublesome. Lin Chen decided to clear ahead. If he encountered a troublesome boss, it would really be a problem. But just as he had this thought, the scene before him suddenly opened up. Lin Chen found himself in an enormous cave. This cave was several times larger than the others, resembling something out of a TV drama. At the deepest part of the cave, there was a throne. Sitting on the throne was a person. Li Yang, level 31, boss. In front of him was a huge table, laden with all sorts of delicious food. A group of water bandits were clamoring and drinking at the table. These water bandits were all elite monsters. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. Which genius thought up this plot? How am I supposed to fight in a solo dungeon? There were about 20 elite monsters. The boss was just one Li Yang. Each one looked fierce and savage, enjoying their meat and drink with great pleasure. As Lin Chen observed them, their gazes simultaneously turned towards him. The once noisy cave fell silent in an instant. Not good, Lin Chen was alarmed. He was still contemplating how to tackle this dungeon. He hadn't expected this group of monsters to have aggro across the entire map with such a long aggro range. Bang, bang, bang. The clattering sounds erupted. This group of elite monsters directly picked up the blades from the table and roared as they charged towards Lin Chen. Even Li Yang, who was seated on the throne, stood up. Lin Chen quickly shouted, "Zombie, draw their attacks." He had originally planned to use aggro manipulation techniques to lure them one by one to kill, but the dungeon designer had anticipated his strategy. All the wild monsters were drawn in. The poisonous zombie leaped into the crowd at the command. The attack power of the elite monsters was stronger than he had imagined. The gleaming large blades fell on the poisonous zombie like raindrops. Even such a tanky poisonous zombie couldn't withstand the attacks from so many elite monsters, its health rapidly declining. In the blink of an eye, it was down to half health. Don't tank them head on, run, quickly. Seeing this, Lin Chen hurriedly controlled the poisonous zombie to run, circling the cave to kite the monsters. Boss Li Yang was massive, but his movement speed was slow. He was blocked by other elite monsters, with no place to deal damage. This was probably the only good news at the moment. Taking advantage of the poisonous zombie drawing all the monsters away, Lin Chen quickly thought of a countermeasure. I can only kill them one by one. While speaking, he put away the 9-ring broadsword. He took out a bow and arrow from his bag and shot an arrow at one of the elite monsters. The poisonous zombie had no attack to begin with. These elite monsters had very low aggro values. Upon being attacked, they abandoned the poisonous zombie and charged towards Lin Chen instead. Seeing that the other monsters were unaffected and continued to follow the poisonous zombie, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the bow and arrow and took out the 9-ring broadsword again, engaging in battle with the elite monsters. This was the simplest and most effective method Lin Chen could think of. That is, let the poisonous zombie kite all the monsters while he attracted them one by one to kill. However, this operation was mentally exhausting. He had to deal with the elite monsters in front of him while also controlling the poisonous zombie, ensuring it didn't bring the monsters close to him. There is always a way out. After all, it was a solo dungeon. The strength of the elite monsters wasn't very high, just a bit stronger than the small monsters outside. Their health was relatively low, only around 50,000. Lin Chen could take down an elite monster in about 30 strikes. He swung his sword like a numb woodcutter, killing one elite monster and using the same method to attract the aggro of the second elite monster. Slowly, after half an hour, only 7 elite monsters remained behind the poisonous zombie. Lin Chen's courage grew as well. Poison them all. At his command, the poisonous zombie stopped, its claws howling as it reached for the wild monsters, tanking these 7 elite monsters, each taking a normal attack. Before the boss arrived, all 7 elite monsters were poisoned. The screen was filled with little green icons. With the poisonous zombies' poison, the speed of defeating them increased even more. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally took down all the elite monsters. Only Li Yang remained. He let out a long breath. Ha, I can clear this, I'm truly a genius. Poisonous zombie, finish him off. The poisonous zombie no longer ran away, roaring as it withstood Li Yang's attacks, exchanging blows with the boss. Lin Chen was quite confident in soloing the boss, but he immediately noticed something was off. Li Yang's blade struck the poisonous zombie, and a -2000 damage notification popped up above its head. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Damn, does the attack have to be that high? It leaves no room for survival. The health of the highly toxic zombie is just over 10,000. A single strike took away almost 1/5 of its health. What zombie body could possibly recover from that? And it can't take medicine either. TCH, toxic zombie, let's run. And they ran. From the beginning of this dungeon, he and the zombie had been fleeing without stopping. While speaking, Lin Chen charged forward with his knife and struck at Li Yang's back. Li Yang's aggro was drawn. He turned around and retaliated with a strike at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had to admit, that strike was fierce and powerful, nearly making him lose his composure. The -5000 above his head made him dare not act recklessly again. 2 strikes to kill? Damn. Designer, did you eat instant noodles without the seasoning packet? He couldn't care about output anymore and quickly took off running. Fortunately, he was fast, and the second strike didn't hit him. The highly toxic zombie coordinated well, regaining aggro. He quickly stuffed 2 bottles of medicine into his mouth, his expression growing increasingly serious. Because the highly toxic zombie didn't have much health left, only half, it would be down after a few more hits. Li Yang's health wasn't much either, just 500,000. But now there was no space for output. What to do? What to do? The highly toxic zombie couldn't hold on and ran again, dragging Li Yang in circles around the cave. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, pondering a strategy. Damn, if only there was a healer right now. Ha, a healer? Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he thought of something. He quickly put the 9-ring broadsword back in his bag. This time, what came out wasn't a bow. Instead, it was the healer's gourd. What do I need a healer for? Am I not a healer myself? The moment he equipped the gourd, the system's voice rang out. Gained exclusive attack method based on weapon, healing technique. Weapon mastery allows for different effects based on different weapons. Lin Chen raised his hand, and a green halo enveloped the highly toxic zombie, restoring 1,500 health. This amount of healing was already comparable to an ordinary level 20 healer. Ah, it actually works. Zombie, get him. Although the healing wasn't much, that 1,500 health was enough for the highly toxic zombie to withstand a few more hits. If it really couldn't hold on, it could step back a few paces. As long as it could run with Li Yang for a bit longer, Lin Chen would be able to fully restore its health in no time. As long as it could hold on, output wouldn't be a problem, consuming a full hour of time. Finally, they managed to reduce Li Yang's health to about 10%. Killing him would be no problem. But just at around 10%, Li Yang finally spoke up, shouting loudly. Lin Chen initially thought he was about to unleash some skill and cautiously stepped back. I surrender. Thud, Li Yang knelt on the ground, raising his weapon high above his head. I can't fight anymore, I surrender. This move completely stunned Lin Chen, who was on high alert. What the hell? If Li Yang was just saying it, he might think it was a trick. But as he surrendered, his name actually changed to NPC. This meant he had become a quest character. The quest clearly required killing Li Yang. Now, suddenly surrendering caught Lin Chen off guard. He was not only not happy but gritted his teeth and said, alright, so that's how you want to play? You bastard. Lin Chen had worked hard for so long in the dungeon. Just as he was about to kill the boss, with only 10% health left, now it was all for nothing, and the boss's drops were gone too. Just a moment ago, the small boss dropped a piece of golden equipment, and the big boss had no reason to drop anything worse. You're screwing me over on equipment. Do you think I'm an easy target just because I'm a nice guy? As if answering Lin Chen's question, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Quest updated, quest content, Li Yang, the water bandit of Lian Lake, has surrendered, changing the quest objective to subdue Li Yang for your own use. Occupy the most important riverway, and collect protection fees. Quest reward, job change. Hearing the system's words, Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted. The system was being too excessive, but if it offered a lot, that would be a different matter. You understand reason. Given the situation, Lin Chen was going to play both sides. Li Yang was still kneeling on the ground. He could choose to interact and chat with him. I surrender, please spare my life, great hero. Ahem, that's not impossible. I will serve you, great hero, like a horse or an ox, and I will do whatever you ask of me in the future. Moreover, my Li Yang water bandits will belong to you, great hero, and the money will also be yours. This. Great hero, don't be polite, everything I have is yours, I only ask that you spare my life. He didn't give Lin Chen any chance to refute him at all. He rambled on and revealed all his secrets. Lin Chen opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The system's voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on subduing. Liang Water Bandit has become your subordinate, and every 7 days you will receive the money submitted by the Water Bandits. To save his life, Liang was even more proactive than Lin Chen. Great hero, please follow me back to Liang Water Village. I have something to present to you. Lin Chen naturally agreed. Liang led the way in front, and he followed behind. They went deeper into the cellar. Lin Chen didn't expect that this cellar was actually built under Liang Lake. From this cave, one could go straight to the center of Liang Lake. There, a water-based stronghold was built, Liang Water Village. Liang had 3 hideouts, which allowed him to commit crimes for so many years. Lin Chen followed Liang to Liang Water Village. There were quite a few NPCs in the water village, some of whom were even comparable to Liang in level. Big boss. With a clatter, that group of NPCs knelt down in a large number. Liang said, "Ahem, from today onwards, this young merchant, the son of heaven, is our Liang Water Village's boss, even greater than my big boss." Why? Why should we recognize this inexperienced kid as our boss? The water bandits below murmured among themselves. Liang shouted, "What do you understand? The boss is an official merchant from Ningdu City, Handu City, and Sudu City. More importantly, he is a named elder of the Luoha sect, who can protect us." Upon hearing Lin Chen's identity, the water bandits showed shocked expressions. For a moment, they whispered to each other. "I didn't expect this kid to have such a big background. Oh my, a named elder of the Luoha sect? Then we won't have to hide anymore? Yeah, the big boss has brought us a powerful backer. We will listen to the big boss in everything." Liang laughed heartily. "No need to listen to me, listen to the boss." Right, listen to the boss. The boss eats meat, and we drink soup." The outcome was already determined. Saying more would just be a formality. Lin Chen was accepted by the entire Liang Water Village. Liang personally took Lin Chen to familiarize himself with the operation of the entire water village. They had been at Liang Lake for so many years and already had their own set of operational models. Liang Lake was well connected, leading to several main waterways. These waterways would all pass through here. Late at night, there were still a few boats collecting protection fees. Boss, you will be our boss from now on. Our waterway is quite profitable. Each passing boat needs to pay a toll of 10 taels of silver. It may be a bit low, but there are many boats passing by. Just think about it, 100 boats a day, that would be 1,000 taels of silver. How about this, we give you 50%, another 15% to grease the officials, and 35% to share with the brothers. Lin Chen initially felt a bit hopeful when he saw boats collecting protection fees late at night and heard Liang say it was very profitable. However, upon hearing the numbers Liang provided, his smile instantly froze. He exclaimed in shock, "How much?" A day. 500 taels of silver. Liang shrank his head and looked at Lin Chen innocently. "Boss, this is already a lot." "A lot? Making such a big fuss? $50 a day?" "The 15% for greasing the officials is just like a handling fee." Perhaps the world wants every player to experience the feeling of being a hero in the martial arts world. The 1 gold coin in the player's mouths is equivalent to 1 or 2 silver coins in the mouths of NPCs. 1,000 taels of silver is already a lot of money in the martial arts world. 30,000 taels of silver a month. Lin Chen was speechless, looking at Liang. If he had killed him back then, the equipment that dropped could probably sell for tens of thousands, maybe even more. Liang thought Lin Chen was dissatisfied with this number and gritted his teeth, saying, "Boss, there's no way around it. I still have something to give you, please follow me." Saying this, he nodded and bowed, leading the way ahead. They walked deeper into the water village. This must be the warehouse of the water village, filled with many jars of wine and various treasures. Unfortunately, those treasures were mostly decorations, level 1 weapons that were just for show, of no use to players. Liang cautiously took out a box from the deepest part of the warehouse. He respectfully said, "Boss, this is a good thing. It might be useful to you." Lin Chen was still wondering what treasure it was and opened the box with curiosity. Official deed of the Ningdu City Government. Official deed of the Ningdu City Lord's Mansion Ningdu. What is this? Boss, this is the official deed of all properties in Ningdu City. You might need it. Ding, obtained quest item. Official deed quest updated. Congratulations, you have obtained the official deed quest content. Deliver the official deed back to the City Lord's Mansion. Quest reward. Job change. Finally got the quest item. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air. Alright, remember to submit it every 7 days. Yes, thank you, boss, thank you, boss. Liang nodded excitedly. Lin Chen didn't linger here any longer and directly used a return scroll to go back to the city. Now he was a big shot with assets worth hundreds of millions, so he didn't mind using a return scroll at all. A flash of light passed, and the long and tedious job change quest was finally coming to an end. Lin Chen hurried to the city lord's mansion. The city lord of Ning was still the same NPC. After submitting the deed, he gratefully said, "Merchant Guild leader, thanks to you, you've helped my government so much. I decided to hand over the shipping business of Ningdu City to you and exempt you from all shipping taxes." The system's voice echoed at the same time. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest reward. Third job change successful. A great merchant new skill obtained. Henchman clone new skill obtained. 8 steps to chase the cicada henchman clone. Active skill: the henchman can create a clone, which has 50% of the main body's attributes. Duration: 2 minutes CD, 10 minutes. 8 steps to chase the cicada. Passive skill increases player movement speed and evasion probability. Permanent plus 10% movement speed, plus 30%. Evasion chance: 1 henchman skill, 1 player skill. Both were released by Lin Chen. The skills were a bit lacking and not very strong. However, what truly caught Lin Chen's attention was that the poisonous zombie had evolved. Poisonous zombie evolved into a 10,000-year zombie. Attributes significantly increased. All skills plus 1, obtained new skill, Frenzied Claw. After the job change, both Lin Chen and the zombie's attributes were significantly enhanced. Name: Merchant Emperor. Level: 30. Third transfer: a great merchant. Health: 12,200. Mana: 2084. Attack: 2091. Defense: 508. Movement speed: 109. Minion: Eternal Zombie. Health: 21,900. Mana: 0. Attack: 7,880. Defense: 2,190. Movement speed: 109. Ravenous Claw. The Eternal Zombie attacks all enemies within a 5-meter radius with its claws. Damage value: 200%. Cooldown: 1 minute. The zombie finally has a group attack skill. Although this transfer task was long and tedious, the attribute boost made Lin Chen quite happy. Now, on the leaderboard, the 12th player is a martial artist from Jiangnan Hall. His health and defense are about the same as Lin Chen's. The Eternal Zombie should now be the strongest in the entire game. Phew, things are getting better. With the business of the Great Merchant Dynasty thriving, Lin Chen's attributes have also improved. Venomous Zombie. Oh no, Eternal Zombie, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a clinking sound echoed above Lin Chen's head. A coffin slowly flew out from the black vortex. The coffin looked very different from before. It used to be a shabby, dilapidated coffin, as if buried underground for many years. Now, the coffin had a red lacquer finish, intricately carved with strange and complex symbols. Even more exaggerated, countless iron chains were wrapped around the red coffin, with yellow talismans stuck to the chains. Bang! The iron chains wrapped around the coffin snapped. With a loud crash, the coffin lid slammed heavily onto the ground. Lin Chen finally saw the appearance of the Eternal Zombie. Its blue official robe had turned into a red one, and it wore a hat, looking even more luxurious than the previous venomous zombie. The sharp claws were free of the green slime. Most notably, the claws had changed from green to red, as if stained with blood. TSK, looking pretty cool. Roar! Oh, you can respawn now? Roar! In the past, when talking to the zombie, it would ignore him, but now it could actually roar. Lin Chen became interested. Can you understand my words? Roar! Do you understand? Nod? Roar! He initially thought they could interact and that it had some intelligence, but aside from roaring, it couldn't do anything else. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. Well, it's still progress. Maybe it will get stronger after leveling up in the future. Looking around, there was nothing else to do. Lin Chen stored the Eternal Zombie and logged off directly. It was already 4 a.m. The entire city was in a state of waking up at dawn. This time was quite awkward. Lin Chen walked out of his room and took the elevator to the top floor. The rooftop terrace overlooked half of the city center, and the location was indeed quite good. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The cold air filling his lungs made him feel much more awake. Come out, zombie! As soon as he finished speaking, the darkness twisted continuously, and from the black gas, a red claw slowly emerged. Although Lin Chen still couldn't summon the Eternal Zombie in reality, the moment he saw the claw, he knew his guess was correct. Excitedly, he said, "So it's true. Ha ha. What can be summoned in reality actually syncs with the game. That means, getting stronger in the game also makes me stronger in reality." Clenching his fists, he truly felt an endless power within his body, much stronger than yesterday. The color of the Eternal Zombie's claws confirmed this point for Lin Chen. Phew, I just wonder what level my punch can reach in reality. He glanced at the wall beside him and threw a punch. Lin Chen knew he was very strong now. Afraid of breaking the wall, he deliberately held back half of his strength. But even with only half his power, the moment his fist made contact with the wall, it produced a tremendous bang. The entire apartment building trembled slightly. Lin Chen stared blankly at the cracks in the wall. He cursed loudly. Who the hell designed this? Damn it, How can a load-bearing wall be built on the top floor balcony? The load-bearing wall supported the weight of the entire building, so logically, there shouldn't be any protruding parts on the top floor. But who was the genius behind this? Such a sturdy load-bearing wall, yet it was cracked by Lin Chen. Then a few chunks of stone and cement fell, exposing the rebar inside. Lin Chen took off running. The noise echoed throughout the apartment. Damn, there's an earthquake. Run, there's an earthquake. It was only around 4 or 5 o'clock, not even time to get up. As a result, a large crowd of people rushed out of the apartment, some without even having time to put on clothes, others just wrapped in blankets. Each one stood downstairs, still shaken and terrified. Damn, I was just sleeping, and that boom woke me up. What was that sound? It doesn't sound like an earthquake. Damn, I thought I was dreaming. But commotion lasted for quite a while. After an assessment by the property management, it was determined that the tremor was caused by the cracking of the load-bearing wall, and the reason for the crack was likely due to poor design. However, the property management also consulted professionals, as the load-bearing wall extended beyond the top floor's range. This area was damaged but had no impact on the structure of the building, and the rebar inside was undamaged. After repairs, there were no issues. Lin Chen awkwardly returned to his room. He took a shower and tidied up. It was already around 6 o'clock, and there was no need to log into the game. When he walked out of the apartment, a large crowd was still gathered, watching the commotion. Even some streamers and reporters had been stirred up. Lin Chen shrugged and walked towards a nearby street for breakfast. He didn't notice that 2 men in suits and sunglasses had emerged from the crowd, one tall and one short, differing by half a head. After showing their credentials, they entered the apartment building. They went straight to the problematic load-bearing wall. Looking at the wall, they quietly asked someone nearby, "Has anything here, including these fragments, been moved?" No, nothing has been moved. Oh, the fallen cement fragments were swept up. Got it. You all go down first, we need an hour. The property management staff were a bit confused. Who were these two, so important? However, the property manager nodded and quickly ushered people out. On the top floor balcony, only the 2 men in glasses remained. They took out a camera to photograph the cracks in the wall and the cement debris on the ground. The tall one was taking pictures. The short one was inspecting every corner. At a distance of 5 meters, he found some cement debris that hadn't been cleaned up yet. The short one said in a low voice, "This is clearly not natural damage, it's man-made." Could it be? Yeah, it should be an empowered individual. Are you saying this building has an empowered individual? Not necessarily, it could be someone from elsewhere, but it's highly likely. This apartment building has too many people. We shouldn't alert the snake in the grass. Let's report to the higher-ups first. Yeah, the 2 men in sunglasses hurriedly left. Lin Chen was unaware of all this. He casually ate some buns and took a taxi to the hospital. However, after the earlier experiment, he finally confirmed that his own power would increase with the enhancement of his game abilities. The highly toxic zombie, after evolving into a 10,000-year zombie, would also manifest in the real world. Lin Chen looked at his palm and murmured, "I just wonder if the equipment will have any effect." This would require further experimentation. For example, he needed to find an opportunity to strip off all his clothing and equipment for an experiment. Then he could return to the game, put on the equipment, and experiment again. Comparing the two would yield a conclusion. The road from Li Yuer's apartment to the hospital was quite long. It usually takes about 20 minutes. Plus, it's now during the morning rush hour. The taxi Lin Chen is in is stuck in traffic. Bored, he scrolls through the game's forum. Many posts discuss him and the Great Merchant Dynasty. Opinions vary, but there is a consensus among the crowd. Regardless of whether Lin Chen is a shady businessman, people still prefer to shop at the Great Merchant Dynasty. That's enough. Lin Chen knows he can't please everyone, he doesn't have that ability. Suddenly, a post catches his eye. Regarding the strange occurrences that happen suddenly, please contact me. The title of the post isn't very appealing. Clicking in, he sees it was posted by a player named Balabala. He left just one sentence. "Has anything unusual happened to you after logging out of the game? Please contact me as soon as possible." He also left a string of phone numbers. Leaving a phone number online is a dangerous act, but fortunately, this post hardly has any views, only a few dozen. There are no comments at all. Lin Chen suddenly remembers the nurse who disappeared at the hospital. Just as he was about to leave a comment, he stopped. "I'm being foolish, I can't talk to anyone about this no matter what." Shaking his head, just as he was about to exit the post, a comment suddenly popped up. "My hand suddenly caught fire today. I don't know if it's because of the game or if I'm hallucinating." The comment was from a player named Little Shrimp. Lin Chen was startled at first, then shook his head in disbelief. This person is really an idiot. They didn't even hide their name. He forgot that he almost left a comment himself. Sure enough, the original poster responded quickly. They left 2 words, private chat. After that, the post fell silent. It's unclear whether the two started a private chat or if Little Shrimp realized and stopped responding. However, Lin Chen kept an eye on it. Later, he planned to log into the game and find this Little Shrimp to ask a few questions indirectly. After being stuck in traffic for nearly 30 minutes, the taxi finally arrived at the hospital. It was still early. After his mother underwent all the necessary examinations, she was finally discharged with the attending physician's approval. However, after such a major surgery, it would greatly impact her future life. After being discharged, she needed to return to the hospital for checkups every week and carried a full bag of medication. With Lin Chen and Lin Wen supporting her on either side, they finally left the hospital. Lin Chen's mother, with a pale face, looked up at the sky against the sunlight. Tears shimmered in her eyes. She murmured, "It's been 3 months. Since entering the hospital 3 months ago, she hadn't come out again." Lin Chen's mother never expected she would see the light of day again. He patted her hand gently and said, "Let's go home." Hey, home, home. Mom, it's okay now, it will be okay in the future. Lin Chen's mother's tears didn't stop, her face filled with relief. Just then, a luxury car suddenly stopped in front of the 3 of them. An old man with a weathered face got out of the car. It was Shangwan Wuji. Lin Chen frowned slightly. "What are you doing here?" Under Lin Chen's mother's puzzled gaze, Shangwan Wuji leaned on his cane and lowered his head. "Seeing that you're fine, I can rest easy. On behalf of my grandson, I apologize to you. I hope you won't hold it against us." Shangwan Tianga is not a good person. However, the old man's demeanor made Lin Chen quite satisfied. From learning about the incident to now being discharged, the old man had handled things with dignity. Lin Chen didn't want to keep a sour face. "We owe each other nothing. I hope you recover soon." "Thank you, this is my business card. If you need anything, you can contact me. I'll have the driver take you home." Lin Chen took the business card, feeling cautious inside. One must always be wary of others. This old man was overly enthusiastic. It was unnecessary to make such a fuss about what happened last time. "No need, we can walk ourselves, and the old gentleman shouldn't take it to heart." Lin Chen pulled his mother and younger brother away. They didn't accept his kindness and took a taxi towards the city center. All the way, Lin Chen was very cautious, checking to see if anyone was following them. In the end, they returned to the apartment building without incident. By the time they got home, it was already noon. The commotion from the morning had subsided. If it had been before, Lin Chen would have worried that his mother's health couldn't handle it and wouldn't want her to play games. But now it was different. After all, she was just resting in bed. In the game, she could go wild without worrying about her health. It was also his mother's first time logging into the game, and she found it quite novel, choosing a cute name, Literary Style Baby. She happily started playing the game. Lin Chen was speechless. "Bro, what's going on? I still want to play the game." After settling his mother into play, Lin Chen pulled Lin Wen into the living room to chat. "After you played the game, did you feel any difference?" "Difference?" Lin Wen thought for a moment and instinctively nodded. Lin Chen quickly asked, "What difference?" "I found that my waist doesn't hurt, and my back isn't sore anymore." "Does that count? You're addicted, aren't you? Get lost." "Alright then, who wouldn't love a game like this?" Lin Chen didn't tell the two his ID, instructing Lin Wen to help their mom level up. After locking the door, he put on his helmet and entered the game. Identity verification successful. Welcome player, Merchant Emperor back to the game. The system's voice came from the helmet. The light faded. Lin Chen reappeared in the game. Today was another harvest time. A week had passed, and he had collected the stall fees. Due to the broken sword and bloodstained clothes, this time the fee reached an astonishing 5 million gold coins, plus the toll from the Liyang water bandits and the earnings from 3 shops. The total added up to 10 million gold coins. The earnings from the 3 shops were for 1 day's work, and after deducting costs, he could earn at least 1 million gold coins that day. Not bad. Lin Chen wasn't as excited as the first time. Everything was developing in a good direction. He stored materials in the gang warehouse, collected finished products, and put them on the shelves. After finishing a series of tasks, more than half an hour had passed. Phew, finally done. Lin Chen tidied up and headed towards the inn. He was already level 30 but hadn't bought a mount yet. Mounts were very expensive now, not the right time to buy, and they didn't significantly enhance attributes. Lin Chen hadn't thought about getting a fancy mount either. He just planned to buy a random green mount from the inn for a ride. He could get a better one later when prices dropped. But as he was on the way, he suddenly thought of something. He opened the friend list and added a friend. "You have sent a friend request to Little Shrimp. I wonder if they're still around. They wouldn't have been caught and sliced up, would they?" Lin Chen muttered a couple of times when the system's voice rang out again. "Little Shrimp's friend request has been accepted. Oh, still here." Lin Chen looked at the chat box, thinking about how to phrase his question so it wouldn't seem too abrupt. Before he could organize his thoughts, the other party had already messaged him. Little Shrimp, damn, boss, you actually added me? Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment. Boss? He quickly checked the other person's information. Little Shrimp Poison Master Level 29 Great Merchant Dynasty. He didn't expect Little Shrimp to actually be one of his subordinates. He opened the gang options and indeed found his name in the treasure hall. Boss, is there something you need from me? Lin Chen still didn't respond but instead asked I Love Pig Intestines, who was online, for information about Little Shrimp. After the two brothers signed a contract, I Love Pig Intestines had been quite diligent. Soon, the information from Little Shrimp was sent over. In the treasure hall, Little Shrimp was considered a minor presence. He practiced mining and forging, and his level was only 3, not even reaching level 4. Logically, at level 20, one could learn level 4 life skills, which showed he was not elite. Lin Chen organized a set of remarks based on his identity. It's nothing, I just want to ask, do you think the distribution is reasonable? It's reasonable. Boss, you provide everything and are responsible for sales. We only handle manufacturing. Getting 10% is already great. Little Shrimp sent a voice message, his tone very excited. Well, are there any difficulties in life? Tell the boss. You know, making money in the game, I'm afraid our brothers won't have money to spend in reality. This set of remarks seamlessly transitioned into reality. Moreover, it moved Little Shrimp to tears. Boss, you are really too good. Boo-hoo, I don't lack money, although I don't earn much, I can barely get by. Well, that's good. If there's anything, you can find me. I'll help if I can. My role is to let the brothers play the game without worries. But there is one problem. Here it comes. Lin Chen was so sincere. He directly left Little Shrimp confused. Those who can easily trust others on the forum are naive and unguarded. Little Shrimp, I've been very troubled lately. My hands often catch fire. And then? I'm afraid I might be sick, but I don't dare go to the hospital alone. Boss, can you accompany me? Lin Chen could tell he was probably not very old. He continued to ask, don't worry, everyone's constitution is different. It's normal. Have you told anyone about this? No, I live alone outside. Oh right, I just told someone on the forum. He's asking for the address, and I was about to tell him. Don't say it. Ha, why not? I was just about to say. I told you not to say it. How can you casually talk about such things with others? Look, I told you. Lin Chen realized he had no sense of vigilance at all. Going to the hospital and exposing himself were essentially the same thing. The nurse named Lin in the hospital had gone missing, and even her friends couldn't find her family. There were only two possibilities. One was that she discovered her abilities from the game and went off to enjoy herself elsewhere. With those skills, she could live quite well. The other possibility was that she had been captured. Even slice research was possible. Both possibilities meant she could never return to her previous peaceful life. As long as you have no discomfort, it's better not to say anything. But, boss, I'm really scared. Besides your hands catching fire, what else can you do? Nothing else. Then tell me, is it possible that it's a superpower? You might have awakened a superpower. Hands catching fire? Moreover, the other party's profession was a Taoist. Taoists indeed have skills related to fire, like the fire talisman. Taoists in the world are equivalent to mages in old games. However, there is one difference. To release skills, they must wear consumables, talismans. Little Shrimp was just catching fire, which might be because he didn't have a talisman. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Little Shrimp clearly paused for a moment. Suddenly, he excitedly sent a voice message. Boss, do you mean? Am I like a person from a superhero movie with superpowers? Maybe. Yes. As the old saying goes, the rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutations. This immense fortune has finally come to me. Congratulations. But speaking of which, the superpower is a bit useless. I can't control it, and it often flares up on its own, even catching fire when I'm wearing my underwear. What a talent! Then you can experiment and take control yourself, but don't tell anyone, okay? Got it, boss. Thank you for your encouragement. Lin Chen let out a long breath. After chatting, he roughly understood that the other party also had abilities in the game, just not fully mastered. Someone knew he had abilities but didn't know his real identity. This should be acceptable, as long as the other party wasn't too powerful. They shouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Chen didn't know how to continue the conversation, so he advised him to be careful and to come to him if he faced any difficulties. Then he got busy with his own matters. The inn was crowded, with people buying horses packed around the horsemen. Many players had reached level 30, which was the peak time. Lin Chen's arrival instantly caused a stir. Wow, isn't that Boss Shang? Boss Shang, you're here to buy a horse yourself. A big boss like you uses the same horses as us? Tisk tsk, I finally feel balanced. Whether they were casual players or big shots, Lin Chen treated everyone equally. He smiled and said, "It's all the same, all the same. Boss Shang is being polite. Just a profiteer. What kind of boss? A bunch of sycophants." There were both compliments and disdain. Lin Chen smiled back at these people. Clowns. Boss Shang is right. Clowns. The Great Merchant Dynasty, everything is clearly priced. I only buy from the Great Merchant Dynasty. What's wrong with that? I've already spent 100,000. I have a level 1 membership card. Where else would I buy if not from the Great Merchant Dynasty? Clown, just be jealous. If you have the ability, surpass Boss Shang. Some of them were merchants wanting to settle in the world. They saw Lin Chen's reputation and their expressions grew more serious. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with these people. If he paid attention to everyone, he'd drive himself crazy. He approached the horseman amidst the flattery of a few fans. "Hello, I'm here to buy a horse." The horseman smiled. "Hello, Boss Shang. I'm the horseman at the inn, you can choose your horse here." Then a box popped up in front of Lin Chen. There were only 2 options. Weak horse, quality, white, price, 3,000 gold, riding state movement speed plus 50%, sturdy horse, quality, green, price, 6,000 gold, riding state movement speed plus 60%, damn, that's expensive. Lin Chen couldn't help but curse the profiteers in his heart, and the resale price for these 2 horses was only half. "Boss Shang, if you want a horse, how about I give you one?" Just as Lin Chen was about to buy the sturdy horse, a voice suddenly rang out. "The worst horse costs 300 gold, and the better one 600 gold, players flattered Boss Shang for free." Is there really someone willing to give gifts on the spot? Everyone turned to look for the voice. It was actually a player, Ning Tianzi. So it's him. Who is he? You can tell by the name, he's the top mystery brother of Boss Shang. You guys don't know, at the auction, he bought a lot of things and directly became a level 8 member. Now in the entire Ningdu city, there are only 3 level 8 members. What does level 8 mean? Level 8 requires spending 40 million gold in the Great Merchant Dynasty. How much? Damn, spending that much money in the Great Merchant Dynasty only gets you to level 8? Is that the point? The point is that Lin Chen's membership system has already taken root in people's hearts, and there are discussions about membership rankings. Ning Tianzi is one of the 3 level 8 members and has gained some fame. How can Boss Shang ride a small mount from the inn? Why don't I give you one instead? Lin Chen looked at Ning Tianzi in confusion. Free? Of course. Wow, is there such a good thing? A big shot like Boss Shang shouldn't want it, right? A brand? Funny. Lin Chen grinned and said, right, who would refuse a free gift? I'm not an idiot. I want it. Exactly. The merchant emperor is so down to earth. Yeah, who wouldn't want something for free? What a show-off. If I were the merchant emperor, I'd want it too. Lin Chen's words were very relatable, and no one felt offended. Instead, it brought them closer together. To put it simply, he was a street vendor. There was no big brand to flaunt. Unexpectedly, the Ning Emperor was serious. He made the trade directly. When Lin Chen saw the mount on the table, he was stunned. He looked at the Ning Emperor in disbelief. Are you sure? The Ning Emperor nodded. Of course, I said it's a gift, and I've confirmed the trade. Lin Chen was silent for a moment before saying solemnly, this item is too valuable. I can't accept it. What mount is it? Yeah. Didn't you say you wouldn't refuse something for free? The Ning Emperor didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse outright and cancel the trade. Lin Chen shook his head and smiled. It's too valuable. I can't accept it without a reason. The crowd was even more curious about what could be so valuable that Lin Chen would feel uneasy about accepting it. Only Lin Chen and the Ning Emperor could see it. What they were trading was none other than the mount auctioned off at the auction house. The claw yellow flying lightning. Lin Chen clearly remembered that this mount sold for 2.87 million. And it was bought by the Ning Emperor. This mount was dropped by a group of players defeating a boss. At his auction house, it was sold 2.87 million, and Lin Chen earned 430,000 gold coins in fees. Now it was bought by the Ning Emperor and handed over to him? For free? With no conditions? This made Lin Chen feel wary. That was 2.8 million yuan. Just giving him that much money for no reason? If it were when he was broke, he might have accepted, but not now. What kind of mount is it? Boss Shang, tell us. Come on, you're just teasing our curiosity. And not saying anything. Amidst the crowd's lamentations, the Ning Emperor said seriously, I, the Ning Emperor, have brought the great Ning dynasty into the world to be able to root myself like you. Lin Chen nodded. I can see that. Your ambition is quite impressive. The cake of the world is very big, and the great Shang dynasty has also started. There are many competitors, and one less doesn't matter. But what does this have to do with the mount? The Ning Emperor suddenly said loudly, this claw yellow flying lightning is currently ranked first on the mount leaderboard, and everyone knows its value. It's already reached 3 million. What? You mean the one he just gave away was the claw yellow flying lightning? Wow, I remember it was bought at the Great Shang Dynasty's auction. Such a good item, and the merchant emperor doesn't want it? Haha, why would he? If someone suddenly gave you a lot of money on the street, would you dare to accept it? No purpose, no conditions? Who would give you that? When a pie falls from the sky, there are also traps on the ground. That's the logic. But Lin Chen already knew the Ning Emperor's intention. The Ning Emperor shouted loudly in front of everyone. The purpose was simple: to advertise. 3 million gold coins for a widely known advertisement. Very cost-effective. The Ning Emperor was always a person of great ambition. Then he looked at Lin Chen and said, "If you're not at ease accepting it, I can make a small request." Oh, Lin Chen looked at the Ning Emperor with displeasure. "You say this after the advertisement is done? What is it?" "Very simple. You accept me as your disciple." Lin Chen was stunned. "What? Be my disciple? It's a gift for my master." The Ning Emperor looked at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. The others around were astonished at this scene. Wow, what a skill! Not only did he get the advertisement, but he also continued to promote it. This wave of advertising was perfect. Even if Lin Chen refused now, the Ning Emperor would still be on fire. In a muddled situation, Lin Chen helped him promote for free. "Alright, I agree." Lin Chen agreed without any hesitation. "Ha, I agreed. A 3 million gold master apprenticeship fee, it's hard to refuse. And this isn't some mysterious money." Outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. Lin Chen made a move that retreated to advance, leaving Ning Tianzi stunned. His eyes gradually lit up. "Master, as expected of my master, master gives." He willingly traded his mount to Lin Chen. He clasped his fists and said, "From today on, you, Shang Tianzi, are my master. Please accept your disciple's bow." He truly bowed respectfully, leaving everyone in confusion. What does that mean? What do you mean, as expected of a master? What did they do? Ning Tianzi knew in his heart that if Lin Chen didn't accept him, it would indeed be his loss, but he also gained, at least creating a topic in advertising. The leader of the Great Ning Dynasty becoming a disciple of the Great Shang Dynasty, and after being rejected, rising up to pursue, could be considered a legendary tale in the martial world. Now it's good. Lin Chen accepted, which meant Ning Tianzi was a disciple of the Great Shang Dynasty. Everyone speculated that the Great Shang Dynasty would surely surpass the Great Ning Dynasty. Lin Chen could foresee this. The reputation of the Great Shang Dynasty was well known. Even the Great Ning Dynasty publicly bowed to them. Only in such a situation could both parties benefit. Plus, he got a mount worth 3 million gold coins for free. Lin Chen shrugged. "Get up. I'll accept the mount, no need to be so polite." Ning Tianzi smiled broadly. "Of course, we must be polite." Regardless of whether the apprenticeship was successful, he felt it was worth it. If he could successfully become a disciple, that would be even better. The Shang Tianzi was his idol. "Master, can we exchange contact information?" "Ding, player Ning Tianzi has added you as a friend. Do you agree?" "Agree." Lin Chen shook his head with a wry smile. He had a bad premonition. Ning Tianzi didn't seem to be joking, he was serious. Suddenly, he had an extra disciple for no reason. "Master, shall we leave here first?" Ning Tianzi looked at Lin Chen excitedly. "I invite you to a tavern for drinks and meat." The scene was chaotic, and Lin Chen agreed to leave with him. Sure enough, after they left, everyone began to discuss. The topics were all about the Great Shang Dynasty and the Great Ning Dynasty. "I've heard of the Great Ning Dynasty, but it seems I've never seen their stall." "Yeah, the Great Ning Dynasty has some reputation. What business do they do?" "Ha, you don't understand. Ning Tianzi is deliberately keeping a low profile, and when the time comes, he will be astonishing." Lin Chen looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Ning Tianzi and said, "Let's skip the drinks and meat. I need to go level up now." "You think you can just manipulate your master like that? You're still too young. Let me teach you a lesson." Ning Tianzi helplessly said, "Got it, master." Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ning Tianzi asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Chen ignored him because his system notification sounded. "Player, Balabala has added you as a friend. Do you agree?" If he remembered correctly, this person was the one who posted on the forum asking questions. Balabala, female, level 27, Gu Master. After looking at her basic information, Lin Chen hesitated, wondering whether to accept her friend request. After pondering for a moment, he still agreed. "Congratulations, Balabala has become your friend." The moment they became friends, the other party sent a message. "Balabala, hello, Shang Tianzi. Hello, I would like to join your gang, is that possible?" "Sorry, it's full." "Join a gang? How ridiculous." Lin Chen wouldn't think it was that coincidental. On the other side, just as he wanted to inquire about the little shrimp's real address, after being lectured by Lin Chen, he was blacklisted by the little shrimp. Now suddenly coming to join a gang, isn't it just for the little shrimp? Sure enough, she immediately replied, I want to find the little shrimp in your gang, can you introduce me? For a fee. A lot of money. Just finished dealing with Ning Tianzi. Suddenly, more trouble came knocking. Lin Chen looked at the messages in the chat bar, his expression gradually becoming serious. Ultimately, it had come to his door, and his response would be crucial. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message back. How much? He needed to establish his persona first. He couldn't refuse directly. After all, it was just asking for a referral. Otherwise, it wouldn't be hard for the other party to guess that he had some ulterior motive with the little shrimp. At the very least, he couldn't let this matter burn him. The other party quickly replied, 1 million gold coins. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. That's quite a sum. Ning Tianzi looked puzzled. Master, what are you talking about? Oh, nothing. I'm just discussing business. After casually brushing off Ning Tianzi, Lin Chen sent another message. This little amount? Do you look down on people? That's about right. Just helping with a referral. I don't know him in real life, but he's my brother, so I need more money. It's not like we're not shrewd merchants. Then let's establish the persona. The other party hesitated for a moment. 5 million gold coins. Get lost. Are you trying to send me off with a pittance? You waste my time, and I could have earned that. The other party fell silent for a long time. Then how much do you want? I don't talk to people without sincerity. 3 million gold coins. That's the maximum authority I can apply for. Lin Chen kept staring at the chat box. The moment that message was sent, it was quickly retracted, but he still saw it. Then another message came. 3 million gold coins, that's the most. Lin Chen didn't respond, lost in thought. Applying for the maximum authority, it seems the other party is really an organization. What exactly do they want to do? Is it good or bad? Is it related to Nurse Lin's disappearance from the hospital? Lin Chen didn't know any of these things. Although he was greedy for money, he couldn't truly sell out the little shrimp. Are you still there? Seeing Lin Chen not responding for a long time, the other party became a bit impatient. Sai, you don't need to say anything. I just asked the little shrimp. He doesn't want to join you guys. Sorry, can't earn your money. After saying that, he deleted the friend request. In this situation, Lin Chen didn't know how to respond. He simply chose to say less. Meanwhile, in a dim room in Kyoto City, a girl with twin tails struggled to take off her helmet. She cursed loudly, bastard, bastard. He actually deleted my friend, that bastard. It's driving me crazy. At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting next to her also took off his helmet. The middle-aged man had stylish gray hair, looking very fashionable, with a scruffy beard and a lazy expression. It's normal. People don't lack money now. You foolishly bumped into him. It's inevitable that he would be on guard. The man's voice was very magnetic. The twin-tailed girl continued to curse. Sigh, 3 million gold coins, that's 300,000 yuan, my annual salary. I know, I'll give you a raise. Hee, but do we still need to find that little shrimp? Of course we need to find him. The middle-aged man's expression became serious. More and more people are gaining power in the game. If we let them scatter in society without care, it will lead to big trouble. But why don't we just close the world? It's not that simple. We don't even know how many people have gained power. Once we close it, it will be even harder to trace, and the world isn't something we can just close whenever we want. You know the strength of the Tianxia group, right? The twin-tailed girl pouted helplessly. True, then we can only work hard. As long as we can control them, it might not be a bad thing, the middle-aged man said. But his words were merely those of his superiors. Looking at his expression, he was not so optimistic. The nurse from Ningdu City still hasn't been found. Since we can't find a breakthrough online, let's go to Ningdu City. The girl with twin ponytails gritted her teeth and said, Alright, I must find Shang Tianzi. That damn guy actually dared to play me. The two walked out of the room. They were in a hospital located in a secluded suburb. The entire hospital was heavily guarded, with several armed guards patrolling. The sign at the entrance read, 3rd Psychiatric Hospital of Kyoto City. Inside the hospital, another sign hung, Headquarters of Abnormal Human Research Center. The two arrived at the top floor of the hospital and took a helicopter to Ningdu City. In the game, although Lin Chen had deleted the friend who kept chatting, he still repeatedly scrolled through their chat history. After confirming that he hadn't exposed too much, he let out a sigh of relief. This level has been passed for now, but I don't know when it will come back. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Shaking his head, he pushed the matter aside. He knew he still couldn't get too involved. Master, where are you going? At that moment, Ning Tianzi ran up, looking at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Of course, I'm going to level up. Seeing Ning Tianzi's disappointed face, Lin Chen smiled and said, You just want to dig some news from me, right? Master, you've misunderstood me. I truly admire you. Of course, I'd be very happy if you could take me along. Lin Chen nodded and said, your tuition of 3 million gold coins and calling me master won't be for nothing. Oh, Lin Chen walked towards the door, saying, a week has passed, and the gang competition is about to start again. Ning Tianzi still looked confused, thinking Lin Chen was going to prepare for the gang competition. I wish master a victorious start. Lin Chen chuckled helplessly, if you want to make money in the game, you need to understand it better. The master leads you in, but the practice depends on the individual. He just didn't know how long this little fanboy could hold on. After leaving the tavern, Lin Chen did not leave Ningdu City. Instead, he took on several tasks in the city, teaching the local bullies a lesson, helping a little girl find her lost puppy, and assisting a neighbor's wife in catching her cheating husband. He did these trivial side quests. Although they didn't give much experience, they could increase the NPC's favorability. This seemed useless, but it actually had some value. At least for Lin Chen, it wasn't of much use. However, he wasn't focused on that. He still couldn't leave Ningdu City. While completing the fourth task, his friend list started to jump. It was Jiangnan Swordsman. Lin Chen chuckled, business, though late, has arrived. Tomorrow was the gang competition, and he was waiting for these big shots to buy arms in the city. Opening the chat box, Jiangnan Swordsman sent 3 exclamation marks. Lin Chen followed suit and sent a smiley face back. Hee hee, brother Shine, how about some arms? Jiangnan brother, you really can eat. I remember you bought the most, have you run out so soon? That looked like arms worth millions of gold coins. The great merchant dynasty spent about 100,000 gold coins to participate in a gang competition. Jiangnan Swordsman replied with a smile, isn't it because I used them all up when leveling up for the gang? What the hell? Can't you use regular potions when leveling up? You're really extravagant. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. The arms he sold were mostly special potions. Instinctively, he opened the leaderboard. The top few people on the leaderboard are all familiar faces, with not much change. However, beyond the 10th place, basically all are from the Jiangnan Hall, the Empire City, and the One Brick to Smash You 3 gangs. There are a few experts scattered among them. In short, the leaderboard has been dominated by these 3 gangs. The Jiangnan Swordsman helplessly said, you see, our competition is so fierce, we are all grinding day and night, of course. We are using more military supplies. Lin Chen was silent for a moment and said, I have quite a bit of military supplies here, but I can only sell you 5 million gold coins. Are they all level 30 military supplies? Don't joke, level 30 military supplies are so precious now, you have to bring goods. 70% are level 20, 30% are level 30. Who is as awesome as your gang? You better think it over. Right now in the whole region, only I have that many military supplies. Now all 3 of their gangs have players above level 30. The great merchant dynasty doesn't even have a quarter of that. The Jiangnan Swordsman gritted his teeth, alright, I'll help you deal with this batch of stock. Lin Chen smiled broadly, thank you, boss. Do you need to use points? Forget it, I'll keep my points. Of course, that's fine. Lin Chen was more than happy for others to keep their points. The 5 million military supplies were already a third of what Lin Feng had on hand. Selling so much to the Jiangnan Swordsman was already giving him face. Right now, military supplies couldn't become Lin Chen's main business. Keeping customers was the most important thing. If the Jiangnan Swordsman bought everything, others would have nothing to buy. Wouldn't that give others a chance? Sure enough, it wasn't long before that Empire City Star Emperor and One Brick to Smash You also came knocking. He sold them about 4 million gold coins worth of military supplies each. That should be enough for them for a while. Lin Chen still had about 2 million gold coins worth of military supplies left. These were to maintain the marketing of the 3 shops, as well as for the great merchant dynasty's own use. After handling these trivial matters, Lin Chen decided to start leveling up. After working for so long, I almost forgot about this. He returned to the inn to find the stableman. Please help me hatch this pet egg. The stableman smiled broadly and respectfully replied, alright, sir, please pay a hatching fee of 1,000 gold coins. Lin Chen was speechless again. The official merchants were the real swindlers. Who could compete with them? Just the various handling fees made him dizzy. The prices were clearly marked. White and green were free of handling fees. Starting from blue at 100 gold coins, the higher up, the more handling fees were charged. Forget it, I didn't even get to ride such an expensive mount in my last life. This time, I can at least consider myself half a rich man. It's fine to be low-key in reality and high-profile in the game. Help me hatch it. Okay, hatching successful. Just as he handed it over, the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations, your mount, Claw Yellow Flying Lightning, ranks 2nd on the mount leaderboard. Would you like to display the ranking information? Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. How did it become 2nd? He casually clicked to display it. Opening the mount leaderboard, the second place was his claw yellow flying lightning. The first place was Big Watermelon, whose mount was actually three-headed wolf. Goodness, while others are in the martial world, he has already stepped into cultivation? A red-rated mount. Even if the server had been open for a year or two, it could probably stay on the mount leaderboard. The competition in the world is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. Lin Chen suddenly realized that he might be a bit proud now. Talents abound in the world. This is just Ningdu City. It seems I need to strive to catch up. I can't be complacent. The memory dividends from the last life had almost been used up. Next would be hard power. With that thought, he summoned Claw Yellow Flying Lightning. The sound of sizzling echoed. The bright voice of the Golden Claw Lightning resonated near the inn. Surrounding players turned to look at Lin Chen. Wow, what a handsome mount. Yeah, it's all golden, just like that golden retriever lion. That's the Golden Claw Lightning of the Merchant Emperor. Big shots are different from us commoners. I heard this mount is worth 3 million gold coins now. Ha, you guys are behind on the news. Did you see the number 1 on the leaderboard? Three-headed wolf. Someone offered 10 million gold coins, but Big Watermelon won't sell. Of course, Big Watermelon is a big shot himself. He doesn't lack money. Amidst the discussions, the Golden Claw Lightning rose up and transformed into a flash of yellow lightning, disappearing before them. There was also a running effect, quite visually appealing. Besides looking good, the Golden Claw Lightning itself moved quickly. Lin Chen could only feel the howling wind rushing past his ears. In just a moment, he had exited Ningdu City and was galloping northward. He had completed several hours of side quests in the city before. Along the way, he had also picked up quite a few leveling tasks. Among these tasks, required him to go to the large tomb in the north of the city. Exiting the city and heading north would take about 15 minutes on foot. He would soon see a few scattered skeleton monsters. Delving deeper for several hundred meters would lead him to the level 30 leveling sanctuary, the large tomb. To put it simply, the large tomb was filled with undead creatures, such as skeletons, zombies, and banshees. After level 30, the game would officially begin. Whether it was wild monsters or skills, everything would transition from the martial arts world to the immortal hero stage. The large tomb was the most important map in Ningdu City, with a dark sky, no sunlight, and a somewhat gloomy atmosphere. At this moment, many were fighting skeletons outside the tomb entrance. Lin Chen also had a task to defeat skeletons. 20 skeleton warriors, 20 skeleton archers, and 20 skeleton scouts, a total of 60 monsters, yielding 60,000 experience points. Adding the experience from the monsters themselves, it should be around 80,000 experience, which was quite good. Lin Chen found a less crowded spot, with respawn points on both sides. He sat down on the ground. Summoning a 1,000-year-old zombie, he let it continuously fight monsters while he returned to his old profession. Setting up a stall. Buying skeleton armor dropped by skeletons, selling elixirs and equipment, don't miss out. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Boss Sean, setting up a stall yourself? Damn, having a pet is great. It's so refreshing to let the pet fight monsters while I set up a stall. Yeah, what profession does he have? Others need to be level 40 to have a pet, but he has one at level 1. I've never seen him attack. Boss Shang also fights skeletons. Let's team up. I'll take you. Yeah, let's team up. During Lin Chen's stall setup, more people gathered around. They enthusiastically invited Lin Chen to join their team. Lin Chen wasn't pretentious and smiled as he joined one of the teams. Thanks, brothers, for helping me level up. With their help, the speed of killing monsters increased even more. Wow, big shot, you're too polite. Yeah, we were originally teaming up to level up, and you're killing fast too. Boss Shang, can you attack? There's talk online that your profession can't attack, is that true? Hidden professions in the game are indeed better than some ordinary professions. However, hidden professions also have their fatal flaws, such as not being able to learn skill books and many hidden defects. So many speculated that while the Merchant Emperor had such strong pets, he couldn't attack. It must be said, their guess was quite accurate. But now it was different. Having no sword and having a sword are two different things. Lin Chen smiled and changed the subject. Does your guild want to participate in the guild competition? Ah, that's the decision of the leaders. How would we, the followers, know? Yes, the bidding for the supremacy position starts at midnight. Is the Great Merchant Dynasty participating this time? The territory can yield profits and also enhance the gang's reputation. Lin Chen candidly replied, of course, why wouldn't we participate? When the bidding opens, we'll go show our support. Opening the bidding? Lin Chen merely smiled slightly. It can only be used once, and the officials are constantly following up. In his previous life, when Lin Chen played, it was already the officials who were opening the bidding, and he had nothing to do with it. The profits from the bidding wouldn't be very high, so this time he didn't want to participate. I've finished my tasks, I'm leaving first. Me too, I'm going to turn in my tasks. Goodbye, Boss Shang. The 6 of them were indeed quick at monster hunting. In less than 15 minutes, they had defeated 60 monsters. 4 people directly left the team, leaving just 1 person. Their name was, gender inclusive, no faction. Lin Chen also just noticed the other person's name and said with a strange look, haven't you finished your tasks? I took on a few tasks, and one of them is to go to the Great Tomb. Boss Shang isn't leaving, right? Shall we go together? It seemed like a kindred spirit, someone who liked to take on high-level tasks together. Newbies usually take one task at a time, completing it while leveling up. Experts look at strategies on forums. They take on tasks together and complete them when they reach the required level. Gender inclusive was a level 30 character, and from the class information in the team, they were a yin-yang gu master. This was considered a hidden profession among gu masters. This profession might be one of the rarest. It had no attack power and no survival skills, purely supportive. Girls wouldn't choose it, it was unappealing, couldn't show off, and was often looked down upon, making it the worst profession for leveling in PK. This made Lin Chen curious about this hidden profession. Let's go level up together. The monsters in the Great Tomb are high level. I'll find a few people to join us. Okay. Gender inclusive, Great Tomb tasks, anyone can join, level 30 plus, 2 is equal to 4. There were many people leveling up here now. There was no need to call a second time. A group of people joined the team. Those 4 were together, all from the same gang called the Invincible Gang. They were quite arrogant, even more so than killing and dancing. However, neither in this life nor the last had Lin Chen heard of them, so they probably weren't a major gang. As time passed, the creation tokens for gangs had become much cheaper, leading to many more gangs, a mix of good and bad, with all sorts of characters. The names of a few people all had the invincible prefix. Invincible hot pot, invincible barbecue, invincible grilled meat, invincible milk tea. It was clear they were a small team playing the game together. After joining the group, upon seeing Lin Chen, they excitedly said, wow, we ran into a big shot. Milk tea, hurry over, it's the merchant's son, the real deal. I didn't expect the merchant's son to be here, that's great. With a big shot around, we're all set for potions. Yeah, Boss Shang, since we're all companions, how about giving us some equipment? The 4 of them laughed and joked, directly asking for equipment and potions, while Lin Chen merely smiled slightly. They disregarded the team leader, gender inclusive, and surrounded Lin Chen, flattering him as they walked towards the Great Tomb. The entrance to the Great Tomb was very simple. It looked like a grave that had been dug up. The entrance was only as wide as 2 doors. It was filled with a chilling atmosphere, not a pleasant place at all. However, the Invincible 4-man team kept the atmosphere lively, so it didn't feel too bad. Once inside the tomb, it became even darker. If it weren't for the faint green light flickering on the walls, they wouldn't even be able to see the path. This place has quite an atmosphere. Yeah, what tasks are you all doing? I'm fighting skeleton warriors and skeleton swordsmen. My task is to defeat the Skeleton King. Lin Chen also shared his tasks in the team chat. He had 3 tasks to complete in the Great Tomb. Skeleton Warrior X50, Skeleton Swordsman X50, Skeleton Daoist X50, Quest Reward, 150,000 Experience. Skeleton King X1, Quest Reward, 100,000 Experience, Level 30 Purple Armor Wandering Female Ghost X10, Quest Reward, 100,000 Experience. Having completed these 3 quests, Lin Chen was likely to reach level 32. However, there were too many people in the Great Tomb, making it difficult to defeat so many monsters. So many people. Yeah, damn it, it's all people, how can we fight? The first 2 quests were on the first level of the Great Tomb, while the wandering female ghosts were on the second level. The first level of the Great Tomb was divided into independent tomb chambers, each spawning a dozen wild monsters. Each chamber could accommodate a team for leveling up. Now, almost every chamber had 2 teams waiting to spawn monsters. It seems there's no space left for us. Why not look for an empty chamber? What are you looking for? We have the merchant's son here. What's there to be afraid of? Just kill one group of people and it'll be fine. Yeah, just kill them. The Invincible 4-man group looked at Lin Chen with hope. Before Lin Chen could speak, a person from the mixed group said unhappily, they haven't offended us. Why do we need to kill them? If you want to kill, go kill yourselves. What are you butting in for? I'm just trying to finish our quest faster. Exactly, even the big shot merchant's son hasn't said anything. Lin Chen was very clear about the intentions of these 4 people. They just wanted to take advantage of him, enjoying free benefits while riding on his coattails to gain some fame. Such people were common in the game. Lin Feng wouldn't get angry with such individuals. Still smiling, he said, since there are too many people here, let's go to the second level and do the wandering female ghost quest first. Businessmen value harmony. Lin Shen was known for his good temper in the game. However, he also found the 4 people in front of him quite unpleasant. He sent a message to the mixed group. Forget it, it's just a temporary team-up. Once the quest is done, we'll go our separate ways. People like this aren't worth getting angry over. The mixed group sent back a helpless expression. Yeah, seeing Lin Shen say this, the invincible 4-man group didn't say anything more and headed towards the second level of the Great Tomb. The Great Tomb was divided into 9 levels, even higher than the Demon Suppression Tower, allowing players to level up here until level 40. However, the second level was mostly filled with monsters above level 32, strong and with a high respawn rate. There were noticeably fewer people here to fight monsters. Just as they descended into the cave, they spotted a few wandering female ghosts floating not far away, followed by 2 little slave ghosts. The wandering female ghosts were elite monsters, and for each one killed, the little slave ghosts beside them had to be killed as well, so killing 10 would complete the quest. Everyone, let's start fighting monsters. With fewer people here in Lin Shen, the big shot, around, killing monsters was naturally easy. The invincible 4-man group didn't cause any trouble. They fought monsters seriously, finding monsters, killing monsters, repeating the monotonous actions. During this time, they encountered other groups. They all greeted Lin Shen enthusiastically, even some from rival factions. After defeating 10 wandering female ghosts, it took a full hour. Watching the last ghost fall, Lin Shen let out a long sigh of relief. I'm done, have you all finished? I've completed it too. The pet of the merchant's son is amazing. It's like one person is worth 3 or 4 of us. Yeah, if it weren't for the big shot, we'd probably need another half hour. Lin Shen smiled and said, we're all in the same group, so let's not be polite. Let's go back to the first level. Alright, let's go. But just at that moment, a sudden deep roar echoed through the tomb. Huh, that sound seems like a boss's voice. Yes, the world bosses always refresh like this. Could it be the Skeleton King? It's very possible. The Skeleton King spawns on both the first and second floors, and we definitely can't reach the one on the first floor. I didn't expect our luck to be this good. Lin Shen also wore a joyful expression. Other tasks could be completed slowly, but this boss, the Skeleton King, was incredibly difficult due to the number of people competing for it. As a businessman, Lin Shen didn't want to steal someone else's boss. It would tarnish his reputation. But now that it had just refreshed, it was different. He quickly said, let's go find the boss. Let's split up. Although there were few players on the second floor of the Great Tomb, they all heard the boss's roar and were surely searching for it as well. It was a race to see who could find it first. Lin Shen had no doubts, nodded, and teamed up with the mixed gender group to search for the boss. Meanwhile, the invincible 4-man team headed in the opposite direction to look for the boss, agreeing to notify the other side as soon as they found it. As soon as the 4-man team left, the mixed gender group rolled their eyes and said, finally gone. Lin Shen smiled and said, they were indeed a bit annoying. Annoying? You should listen to the things they say. If I were you, I would have lost my patience long ago. Being with them is just uncomfortable. In business, you encounter all sorts of oddballs. There are far more difficult people than them. If I were an ordinary person, I would have backed out. But isn't this also a form of training? Since he had already become a full-time businessman, Lin Shen naturally had his own plans. Just like the CEO of a Fortune 500 company wouldn't argue with an ordinary person who insults him, that would be a lack of cultivation. In his eyes, the other party was just an ant, a mad dog. Sigh, this is also why I can't do business. Let's hurry up and defeat the boss and disband. Lin Shen nodded. The two followed the corner wall, searching deeper into the second floor. They checked one small tomb room after another. Earlier, while setting up his stall, Lin Shen had specifically looked at the strategy for the Great Tomb. It included descriptions of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King could randomly spawn on the first or second floor, and its location was always uncertain. This added considerable difficulty to the search. The number of people ahead was decreasing, while wild monsters were increasing. If they weren't careful, they could attract a wild monster. Merchant's son, there's no road ahead. I see. The path in front of them had been blocked by wild monsters. 2 other groups were clearing the monsters, probably thinking the boss was hidden among them. Should we try to sneak past? The mixed gender group asked Lin Shen. Lin Shen stood on his tiptoes, peering into the dimly lit tomb room. It was packed with wild monsters, a terrifying sight, but there was no sign of the boss. Lin Shen said in a low voice, I remember seeing on the forum that the Skeleton King is quite large, at least as big as 2 wandering female ghosts. It shouldn't be inside. Let's check somewhere else. Okay. Just as the two were about to take another route, Lin Shen suddenly noticed something. Those 4 seemed to have entered combat mode. They probably encountered a wild monster, right? Something's off. It's been 2 minutes, and they're losing health too quickly. The invincible four-man team was losing health rapidly and had been for several minutes. The mixed gender group still didn't care, saying, if they find the boss, they should tell us. Although he disliked the invincible four-man team, he didn't think they would leave them out. After all, they were a group. Lin Chen coldly shook his head. The world is vast. There are all kinds of birds. This is a lawless game world, and the boss is synonymous with money. On the surface, he was polite to the four-man team, but deep down, Lin Chen was even more wary of them than the mixed gender group. Shall we go take a look? Yeah. Lin Chen quickly opened the map to check their location. But just as he opened it, ding, player, Invincible Hotpot has left the team. Ding, player, Invincible Barbecue has left the team. Ding, player, Invincible Grill has left the team. Ding, player, Invincible Milk Tea has left the team. The four of them almost simultaneously exited the team. On the map, their locations disappeared. The male and female player was shocked. Damn, Merchant Son, you were right. Those four bastards, selling out their teammates? Lin Chen sneered. People do what they do. I expected it. Damn, if I had known, I wouldn't have invited them into the team. The male and female player felt a bit regretful. But Lin Chen shook his head and said, isn't this just perfect? They gave us a reason. What reason? A reason to kill them. Ha, we don't even know where they are now. Although Lin Chen had been trying to encourage the male and female player to relax, he had been on guard against the others all along. Just because we have a good attitude doesn't mean we're pushovers. Just now, at the moment they left the team, I saw their location. Let's go. Okay, let's go. The male and female players shouted excitedly. Even though the others had exited quickly, Lin Chen still saw their approximate location. They slowly approached that direction. With each level down in the Great Tomb, the map became significantly larger. The second level was about twice the size of the first. Lin Chen and the male and female player took a full 10 minutes to reach the spot where they had disappeared. They still hadn't seen anyone. Then they heard the sounds of fighting and angry shouts in the dark tomb. You bunch of bastards, dare to steal our invincible boss. Invincible? Laughable, I've never even heard of your little gang. Hand over the boss, or we'll wipe you out. Wipe us out. Just you? Let me show you what invincible really means. Lin Chen and the male and female player exchanged glances. It seems they have run into someone trying to steal the boss. Hee, normal. Turning a corner, they indeed saw in one of the tomb chambers, among a pile of wild monsters, a huge skeleton clad in general's armor. It was Lin Chen's task boss. Skeleton King, level 30, boss. In front of the boss, two groups were piking. One group was the Invincible Gang, who had brought in two more to replace Lin Chen and his companion, while the other group was the Killer's Dance Gang. The Invincible Gang sounds impressive, but their strength was nowhere near that of the Killer's Dance Gang, which was among the top 20 gangs in Ningdu City. Yes, they had lost again. When facing Lin Chen, the Killer's Dance Gang acted like little lambs, but to others, they were ruthless villains. They wanted to kill and steal the boss. The two groups were roughly equal in strength, but the Invincible Gang, facing the Skeleton King, simply couldn't compete with the Killer's Dance Gang. Just as the Invincible Hotpot was about to fall, Lin Chen, who had sharp eyes, spotted them at the entrance of the tomb chamber. His eyes lit up, and he quickly shouted, Merchant Son, help me. The Invincible Gang members were overjoyed. Ha, Killer's Dance, you're dead. Merchant Son is here. Merchant Son is one of us. The Killer's Dance group also saw Lin Chen, and their movements came to a halt. The male and female player were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Wow, you guys really have no shame. Just moments ago, they had kicked him out, and now when they encountered trouble, they had the audacity to claim they were on the same side. Lin Chen was right. With a big forest, there are all kinds of birds. Who are you calling shameless? I'd been unhappy with you for a long time. Merchant Son, we at least teamed up once. Hurry and help. Yeah, what are you waiting for? We had two companions come. That's why we left the team. At worst, we'll split the loot later. Under the anxious gazes of several people, Lin Chen smiled slightly. Ancient zombie, come out. Originally, to avoid attracting monsters, I specifically collected the ancient zombie. At this moment, seeing Lin Chen summon the coffin, the members of the Invincible Gang were overjoyed. That's right, we're all brothers. However, the ones who kill and dance had serious expressions. Shang Tianzi, have you forgotten? Last time, we helped you. Lin Chen remained silent as the ancient zombie jumped into the tomb, its cold eyes seemingly unfocused, slowly approaching. Seeing Lin Chen make a move, the Invincible group became even more arrogant. Ha, killing and dancing? I suggest you go dance ballet. You dogs, dare to oppose our Invincible Gang? We'll kill you. Killing and dancing will eventually be surpassed by our Invincible Gang. They made Lin Chen seem like one of their gang members. The killers and dancers felt a sense of crisis. But at that moment, the ancient zombie suddenly jumped past them, clawing at the invincible milk tea. Invincible Milk Tea was a second-tier healer, a support character. With low defense and no preparation, it was clawed by the ancient zombie, losing 2,000 health, leaving only half. The ancient zombie suddenly turned its attack towards them, leaving everyone stunned. Hey, Shang Tianzi, what are you doing? You hit the wrong person, Shang Tianzi. Quickly pull your beast away. The gentle expression on Lin Chen's face disappeared, finally revealing a charming smile. The corners of his mouth curled up. I'm killing you, what do you think you are? Barking at me, you poor thing. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? You stabbed me in the back first and still want to take advantage? Seeking death. The men and women who usually enjoyed his pleasant demeanor never expected Lin Chen to explode like this. He gave a thumbs up. Awesome, no need to be polite with these losers. Lin Chen looked at them with disdain. I never hit white names. You've broken my rules, losers messing with me. Not cursing is our cultivation, cursing is because the other party is too much of a loser. Unable to defeat the boss and with Lin Chen suddenly turning against them, the invincible gang couldn't hold on. In just a few moments, Invincible Milk Tea was gone. Without the healer, the other four could only await death. Invincible Hot Pot and Invincible Barbecue cursed angrily. Shang Tianzi, you have some guts. You dog, lowly merchant, IF asterisk your mother. F asterisk ing Shang Tianzi. Unable to defeat them, they began to curse, and their insults were extremely unpleasant. Lin Chen's expression gradually darkened. They really took it for granted. He said in a deep voice, you will pay for the words you boasted today. Their curses included family and parents. Did they really think everyone was as shameless as they were? Lin Chen shouted angrily, Ancient Zombie, go berserk, and activated the berserk skill. This skill was the ancient zombie's divine level. Attack speed, movement speed, and attack power all skyrocketed. In just 10 seconds, he killed all 6 members of the invincible group on the spot. After killing them, the ancient zombie naturally took over the Skeleton King's aggro and began attacking the boss. The 6 members of the invincible group were dumbfounded. They had heard of Lin Chen's abnormality but never expected to experience it firsthand, and it was even more abnormal. Seeing the ancient zombie so fierce, the killers and dancers exchanged glances, swallowed hard, and awkwardly smiled. Since this boss belongs to Shang Tianzi, we'll give you face and won't fight for it. We'll leave now, goodbye. In just 10 seconds, Lin Chen had turned red with killing. It was too brutal. The 6 members of the invincible group were still lying on the ground, unable to resurrect. They cursed at Lin Chen, Shang Tianzi, we gave you face, and you dare to kill us. Right, just wait for your reputation to be ruined. Little beast, if you have the guts, wait for us here, we will definitely kill you. We will expose your actions online. The 6 of them cursed in a variety of ways. Some wanted to have Lin Chen killed, while others aimed to slander him on the forum. Before Lin Chen could speak, the duo, who were dismissive of everyone, said, just you few little weaklings. Heh, I've recorded the whole thing. Want to spread rumors? Dream on. What a bunch of trash. Do you have no shame? Lin Chen smiled. Oh, you want to kill me? I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Great Tomb. Let's not miss each other. With that, he ignored them and stepped over their bodies, treading on their faces. This humiliation made the invincible 6 curse loudly, and they eventually resurrected while grumbling. With these small fries out of the way, Lin Chen could finally focus on fighting the boss. He pulled the Skeleton King into a corner. With the help of the duo, they slowly took down the boss. Fortunately, the duo was a goo master. His goo worms could reduce the boss's status and defense while boosting the zombie's attack, making him a solid support class. With his help, the zombie was able to defeat monsters quickly. They should be able to finish within 20 minutes. During this time, others came looking for the boss. When they saw a red name and only 2 people, they were initially quite happy. But upon seeing the name Merchant's Son, they all stopped. They awkwardly greeted and then left. Having a reputation has its benefits. At least those from the big gangs didn't dare to offend the Merchant's Son. After 20 minutes, the Skeleton King let out a mournful cry, and its body collapsed to the ground. Mission completed, you can now submit the task. The second task was finally done. Oh, loot drop. The duo's eyes lit up. Lin Chen nodded, 1 purple equipment, 1 yellow equipment, quite normal. Heh, we casual players usually can't take down bosses. Elite monsters have a chance to drop purple equipment, while small bosses are guaranteed to drop purple equipment and have a chance to drop yellow equipment. The Skeleton King was decent, dropping a golden pair of pants. Skeleton pants, grade, yellow, level, 30, defense plus 500, dodge chance plus 10%, defense plus 10%. The attributes were simple, but one could say it was quite good. Lin Chen's equipment was impressive. He had killed the outer disciple of the Luaha sect and looted 2 pieces of golden legend gear. He sold the Luaha spear and the accessory, the Luaha map, which provided 1000 defense. However, it was better than the yellow pants he was wearing. Lin Chen said, "Let's split it. I'll give you half the money for these pants, and the purple one, the Gu fan, is your weapon. I'll gift it to you." The duo quickly shook their head. "No, you defeated the boss. I can accept the weapon, but I can't take the yellow equipment. I've already completed the task." Look at that. This is the comparison. After comparing, Lin Chen really liked the duo. He laughed and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. If I say it's yours, it's yours." Saying this, he forcefully traded it to the duo. "Thank you." The duo accepted it somewhat reluctantly, scratching their head in embarrassment. "Then I'll take it. Let's go do a task on the first floor together." "No, I need to wait for someone at the entrance." "Ha!" Lin Chen turned back and smiled. "I have an appointment with the invincible people." With that, he walked towards the entrance of the great tomb without looking back. The duo was momentarily stunned but still followed without hesitation. At this moment on the forum, there were already posts cursing Lin Chen. "Merchant's son is bullying others. What a piece of trash. People from the same group actually stole our boss, damn merchant boss," with pictures as proof. "The invincible gang is not afraid of power. Challenging the merchant's son, please support me." Now, as long as a post mentioned the merchant's son, the view count would soar. These posts were all made by members of the Invincible Gang. There were many comments below. "What the hell is the Invincible Gang? I've never even heard of them. Daring to kill the merchant's son? What's wrong with killing him? No way, the Great wouldn't bother with them, would he? I just saw it, is setting up a stall right outside the big tomb. He's really red-named now." "Red-named? No way, this is big news. Isn't the not supposed to get red names? Let's go take a look." The onlookers were quite rational. It was just a game after all, and they were mostly there for the spectacle. But what truly piqued their interest was the fact that had agreed to a duel. This had never happened before. Outside the big tomb, Lin Chen was sitting outside the big tomb, setting up his stall. His red name and golden signboard were quite eye-catching. Next to him sat a man and a woman, chatting with him. A crowd had already gathered around them, pointing and whispering. "I can't believe he's really waiting here. How long has it been? Half an hour? Still hasn't shown up? Could the Invincible Guild not even scrape together the fare to get here? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. I think it's very possible. They're coming, look over there." Someone pointed towards the jungle. Sure enough, a large group of people was approaching. The Invincible Guild was actually a school, formed by several dormitory groups. They had 16 members, calling themselves the Invincible 16 Kings. In the early days, they didn't have the money to buy the guild creation token. Later on, they did create it, and they had developed quite well. Now they had about 100 members, but only 40 were online and had come over. 40 people, almost all of them had arrived. They walked over. Most of them had bought their helmets on installment plans, and half of them couldn't even afford mounts. I didn't expect the Invincible Guild to have so many people. Yeah, some guilds only have a dozen members. No wonder they have the guts to challenge. I wonder who's stronger. Someone analyzed it on the forum, is powerful enough to take on a group of players of the same level, but he wouldn't be able to handle two groups. Let's see how they fight. Amidst the discussions and the expectant gazes of the onlookers, the Invincible Guild finally reached the entrance of the big tomb. The leader, Invincible Hotpot, had an arrogant look in his eyes. "Oh, has some guts, waiting for us all alone." Alone? Does he really think he's invincible? Just because he has money? Exactly, just because he has money doesn't mean he can bully people. If we kill, our Invincible Guild will be famous. The members of the Invincible Guild were talking big while spreading out, surrounding Lin Chen in the middle. With 40 people, 7 groups, taking down Lin Chen was no problem at all. Lin Chen slowly stood up, packing away his stall. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Still talking tough? With so many of us, do you really think you're some kind of expert?" The more onlookers there were, the more famous the Invincible Guild became. Invincible Hotpot was full of pride. Before Lin Chen could speak, the man and woman next to him disdainfully said, "If you're not an expert, how can you kill a whole group of us?" "You." Invincible Hotpot was left speechless, shooting himself in the foot. "To the victor go the spoils. Today you must die no matter what." That's right, you being red-named is a fact, and you getting killed today is also a fact. Today, I'll let everyone know that our Invincible Guild is truly invincible, starting with killing. Brothers, go, kill him. Seeing that he had boasted enough, Invincible Hotpot pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, "Brothers, go, kill him." Kill. What kind of people form what kind of guild? The members of the Invincible Guild roared with excitement at the thought of killing. Lin Chen, however, remained calm and composed. Flame symbol, death curse, swift wind stab. Just as they were about to unleash their skills, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "I dare anyone to move him." The onlookers and the members of the invincible gang all turned to look behind them. Everyone couldn't help but have their pupils constrict. Suddenly, many people appeared around them, surrounding them from all directions. There were so many that it made one's scalp tingle. And right in front, a grand procession of people from the great merchant dynasty was approaching. The two leading figures were none other than the Heavenly King and the Underworld King. Which bastard wants to kill our boss? Damned thing, what invincibility! Let me see what you're made of. I heard someone wants to kill our boss. Seeing around 200 people from the great merchant dynasty, the members of the invincible gang couldn't help but swallow hard. But that wasn't all. What truly shocked everyone was still behind. The Jiangnan Hall is here. Who dares to kill the merchant's son is making an enemy of my Jiangnan Hall. My emperor's city declares today, whoever touches the merchant's son, I will kill. What dog dares to touch the merchant's son? I'll smash him with a brick. In the other three directions were actually the three strongest guilds of Ningdu City. The total number was nearly 1,000 people, surrounding the area tightly. The onlookers widened their eyes. Damn, this is too awesome, right? Is this the merchant's son's influence? The entire Ningdu City is backing him? They don't even need them. Just the people from the great merchant dynasty can crush the invincible gang. This was no longer a matter of gang strength. What truly shocked them was that the three major gangs of Ningdu City had all come together for the merchant's son. The members of the invincible guild were left dumbfounded, standing frozen in place, not daring to move. The people around were even more excited. Wow, this is incredible. It's the first time I've seen so many people. All of them are above level 30. The last time I saw two gangs fighting, there weren't this many. Is the merchant's son really that impressive? Several major gangs are backing him. What's the point of fighting? Even if the other gangs don't come, the great merchant dynasty's own people can wipe out the invincible gang. Lin Chen slowly walked in front of the invincible hot pot, under everyone's gaze. In front of everyone, he slapped him hard. With a crisp smack, a -1 damage number floated above the invincible hot pot's head. The damage was minor, but the humiliation was extreme. The members of the invincible gang fell silent, seeing their boss being hit, not daring to move. Lin Chen slightly raised his head and arrogantly said, "When you come out to mix, you look at strength, look at power, look at background. You are inferior to me in every way. What gives you the right to fight me? What gives you the right?" Each word pierced the heart, yet left no room for rebuttal. With every sentence Lin Chen spoke, he slapped the invincible hot pot's face. This was just a game. He didn't even dare to retort, allowing Lin Chen to humiliate him. This only made the onlookers look down on him even more. Damn, this kind of person is so spineless. He's just a coward who bullies the weak. I despise this kind of person the most. He only knows how to rely on power to oppress others. Look, not a single person from the invincible gang is helping him. They all look like scared dogs. Of course, if they dare to make a move, they'll all drop levels. Originally thinking of using the merchant's son to make a name for himself, now it had turned into a stinking ditch. With so many people commenting, the invincible gang felt utterly humiliated. A few gang members even quit the gang on the spot. Others followed suit. With a clatter, even friends in real life logged off, and soon everyone was offline. Only the invincible hot pot remained in a combat state due to Lin Chen slapping him 3 times, unable to log out of the game. Lin Chen clapped his hands and sneered, "Killing you would dirty my hands. Kid, don't let me see you again." The invincible hot pot lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, not daring to speak. Everyone knew his anger, but no one empathized with him. Instead, they found him ridiculous. Once the combat state ended, he had no face left to stay, and hurriedly logged off. All right, a moment of arrogance has resulted in a lifetime of scars. People like this should be taught a lesson. If I were the Emperor of Shang, I would kill him until he retreats. The Emperor of Shang is still magnanimous. I watched that video called Gender Inclusive. The people from the Invincible Gang are truly inhuman. On the forum, the posts made by the Invincible Gang were quickly deleted by them. If they remained, it would be a way for players to mock them. Their faces were slapped hard. From now on, the Invincible Gang probably cannot continue to exist. Dissolution is inevitable, otherwise, the Invincible Gang would never be able to hold their heads high. Of course, after disbanding the gang, a few members of the Invincible family could use items to change their names. The world does not wish for anyone to be unable to stay in retreat. However, name-changing items are not cheap, costing at least 2,000 yuan. As the situation seemed to be resolved, the arrogance on Lin Chen's face disappeared. He scanned the surroundings and smiled, saying, "Have you all watched the show enough?" The onlookers awkwardly smiled and dispersed. Lin Chen walked towards the leaders of the 3 major gangs. He clasped his fists and said, "What brings you 3 here? I must thank you for standing up for me. We're all brothers, there's no need for such formalities." Jiangnan swordsman laughed heartily. The Star Emperor also smiled, saying, we just happened to be passing by. We're heading to the Great Tomb to level up. Yes, tomorrow is the gang competition, another all-nighter. But even if we didn't come, no one could touch you. The Great Shang dynasty had brought over 200 people themselves. However, the leaders of the 3 major gangs were very glad they came. They didn't spend a penny and suffered no losses, leaving Lin Shen indebted to them. Still, I must thank you 3. Then Boss Shang, you should offer us more discounts in the future. Right, no need to say more thanks. We still need to go level up in the Great Tomb. We just saw the forum post and came by to lend a hand. Unknowingly, the major gangs in Ningdu City had become Lin Shen's big clients, also becoming his invisible support. In this martial world, there are both petty thieves and righteous individuals, some quietly leveling up and others obsessed with PK. It is precisely this that makes this martial world more charming. After they left, King Tianwang and the others from the Great Shang dynasty gathered around. Boss, are you alright? Boss, we came late and made you suffer. Suffer is not the right word. Thank you, brothers, for making the trip for nothing. What kind of polite talk is that, boss? Exactly, from now on, if we see anyone from the Invincible Gang, we'll take care of them. Although our Great Shang dynasty is not in conflict with the world, it doesn't mean that just anyone can ride on our heads. Lin Shen smiled as he watched his brothers filled with righteous indignation. This is cohesion, right? Although he never intended to turn the Great Shang dynasty into a fighting gang, a good competitive environment, combined with everyone almost making money, invisibly increased cohesion. The Invincible Gang, a bunch of rats, made Lin Shen realize this point. Feeling happy, he called out to the crowd, we can't let the brothers make a trip for nothing. For those thinking of leveling up in the Great Tomb today, I'll cover all the elixir expenses. Long live the boss. Just in time to form a leveling group. Boss, I have a big appetite. You want to eat and take, ha, ha ha. The people of the Great Shang dynasty marched into the Great Tomb in a grand manner. Lin Shen patted the shoulder of the person known as gender inclusive, filled with gratitude. Brother, thank you. Hey, I didn't do much. You're being polite. If you have any trouble in the future, come find me. I will repay this favor. No matter how big or small, gender inclusive at least did what he could. Lin Shen was still very grateful to him. Suddenly, 4 major gangs surged into the Great Tomb. Over 1,000 people. The first and second levels of the Great Tomb became exceptionally crowded. A few skilled players even went to the 3rd level to level up. Staying with his brothers was a joy. Lin Shen spent another 2 hours on the 1st level before completing all the tasks. It was almost midnight now. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lin Shen used a return scroll to teleport back to the city. He turned in all the tasks and successfully reached level 32. The top player, Big Watermelon, had already reached level 36, far ahead of everyone else. Just earlier, Lin Shen had seen him outside the Great Tomb. He was a serious-looking middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the system's voice arrived as expected. The second guild competition, territory pricing, is now starting. Guild leaders should go to the voting NPC to participate in the betting. Other players can go to the official forum to bet on their favorite guilds. After the official betting opened, Lin Shen's profits were almost negligible. The weekly income from the territory was also sent to his mailbox at the same time. The territory occupied by the Great Merchant Dynasty in the west of the city had the fewest people and NPCs. The income was only 70,000 gold coins. The profits from the guild competition had dropped to a level that no longer interested Lin Shen. He would wait until level 50 was unlocked for city competitions, then he could give it a try. After finishing everything, Lin Shen habitually checked the auction house. He looked at the prices of items and equipment, then logged off and made himself a bowl of noodles. He saw that his younger brother and mother were still playing the game. He couldn't help but curse himself for being an idiot. All 3 of them were playing games. Although under the influence of the helmets, they consumed very little energy. As if they were sleeping, they still needed to replenish their body's nutrition. Especially his mother, who was in recovery and needed nutritional support even more. Looks like I really need to find a nanny. Just as he was slurping his noodles, Lin Wen also logged out of the game and rushed over. Damn, I'm starving. Not too stupid, at least you know to come eat when you're hungry. Bro, do you think I'm the kind of idiot who would drool even after being cured? I'm a model student from Ningdu City. Today was Saturday, and school was out. Lin Shen casually asked, are you going back to school tomorrow? Although living in the city made life much more convenient, it was actually farther from Lin Wen's school. Taking the bus took about 40 minutes. Lin Wen shook his head. No, I won't go back. I don't have class on Monday morning, so I'll leave on Monday afternoon. The two chatted for a while. Lin Shen suddenly asked, have you noticed anything unusual while playing the game these past few days? No, why? What profession did you choose? Taoist, of course, Taoist. In the later stages, moving mountains and filling seas, spells following my words, who wouldn't want that? Indeed. The Taoist and swordsman were the two most chosen professions. If the abilities in the game were brought into the real world, the swordsman's traits might not be very obvious, all the skills were tied to the sword, and ordinary people wouldn't wield swords in reality. The Taoist's traits, however, were very apparent. Just like that little shrimp, he had only been playing for a short time and could already conjure fire in his hands. Both of them held their phones and didn't say much more. Linwon was engrossed in the game, looking at the official game forum. He occasionally said, "Bro, you're level 30, right? Which guild are you in? Which 4 guilds do you think will win this guild competition?" Lin Chen responded with half-hearted replies. His mind was also on his phone. He was looking at an agency platform, wanting to find a nanny, preferably one who could cook well. Soon, he saw a personal ad on the platform. 22 years old, female, can cook well, can occasionally do housework, love it or leave it. What an arrogant post. Lin Chen initially had no interest in this woman. He was looking for a nanny, not an ancestor. But when he clicked in, he suddenly saw the ID of the person who posted the information and was clearly taken aback. Bala bala. Could it be a coincidence? This person's name is surprisingly the same as the ID of the person who wanted to add Xioxiame back then. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Who cares if it's a coincidence? In any case, he absolutely wouldn't want someone like that. Just as the two brothers were doing their own things, suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed. Both of them looked up at the same time. The door to the room opened. 2 girls stood at the entrance, looking bewildered, and they locked eyes with the 2 in the living room. Liu, what are you doing here? Hey, wait, Liu, how do you have a key to my house? Linwen, you're here. How come there are people? Lin Chen forgot to mention to Linwen that this was Liu's house. He really just forgot. Seeing Linwen there, Liu's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to close the door. With her was a girl with twin ponytails, looking lively and pretty, a lollipop in her mouth, her face full of confusion. This girl had just rushed from Kyoto to Ningxing. Balabala. Liu, looking quite embarrassed, said, "I'm sorry, I thought brother Lingfeng hadn't moved in yet, so my friend wanted to stay for a few days." Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Linwen. They didn't say anything. Clearly, it wasn't very convenient for them. Their mother was still there. Liu wasn't foolish either, continuing, "It's nothing, the house next door is also mine. It's just a bit messy, you can clean it up and stay there." Balabala, however, casually said, "I hate doing housework. I'll just sleep in the living room, I won't disturb you, and I can cook for you, but I'm too lazy to do chores at home." Goodness, just like the information posted on the platform. Lin Chen noticed her gaze flicker to the helmet Linwen had just brought out. He also noticed she had 2 suitcases. One was a suitcase, presumably for clothes, and the other was a square box. If he remembered correctly, that was the box for the Tianxia helmet. It seemed she was also a player. But, we 2 big men. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Saying that, she plopped down right next to Linwen. She really was too familiar, not treating them like men at all. But seeing Balabala sitting next to Linwen, Liu went crazy. She quickly said, "No way, you should stay next door. You know I'm the worst at cleaning up, I'm staying here." Who would have thought Balabala would lazily lie down on the sofa, her feet directly resting on Linwen's? Linwen quickly stood up to dodge. Liu shouted, "Are you trying to die? What are you doing? You scared me. No way, you can't stay here. Stingy ghost drinks cold water and turns into a devil. Are you trying to die? I'll scratch you to death." The 2 girls actually started fighting on their own sofa. Well, 2 girls fighting should look good. It was quite a sight. They really didn't treat them as outsiders, pulling hair, grabbing chests, scratching waists. Linwen stood aside with his eyes wide open. Lin Chen, however, had a serious expression. Enough. The 2 girls instantly quieted down, looking at Lin Chen with uncertainty. "If you 2 want to fight or make a scene, go outside. There are still people resting in my house." "No, I'm sorry, Brother Lin. TCH, why are you being so fierce? If you want to stay here, that's fine, but I have demands, you can't make noise." "Okay, then I'll stay here too." Lin Chen, with a stern face, walked towards his room, saying as he walked, "You come to entertain your classmate, don't disturb mother." Yes, boss. If I had known, I would have found a place to stay myself. At that time, I just thought it would be troublesome to find a place, wasting time, and accepted Liu's offer in a daze. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Now it's settled, Liu and Balabala have actually moved in, and fortunately, the house is big enough for them to stay for a few days. I don't know what Linwen said to them, but they have indeed quieted down a lot. Lin Chen shook his head. It's the hardest to bear a woman's kindness. Lin 1, you have to endure this. As he spoke, he adjusted the decibel level on his helmet. The helmet has a function that alerts you if the decibel level exceeds a certain point. After finishing everything, he was just about to log into the game. But at that moment, he heard a faint sound of footsteps. Ever since Lin Chen gained power in the game, his abilities in all aspects have improved significantly, including his hearing. From the sound of the footsteps, he could tell it was a woman. Moreover, it wasn't Liu's walking style. He stopped and looked towards the door. Sure enough, the door suddenly swung open. Bala Bala stood at the entrance. Lin Chen frowned and said unhappily, "What are you doing? You're playing the game too." Bala Bala, however, avoided the question. Lin Chen, not knowing she was Bala Bala, replied impatiently, "This has nothing to do with you. I let you stay, so please follow the rules and remember to knock when entering someone else's room. What kind of person are you? So ungrateful." Bala Bala also had a bad temper, but before she could say anything more, the door slammed shut. He could still hear the sound of it being locked from the inside. "TCH, what a show-off!" Bala Bala cursed as she walked away. Lin Chen felt quite helpless. In such a situation, he couldn't even enjoy the game. It was late at night, and besides leveling up, there wasn't much else to do in the game. He decided to wait until they settled down before playing. Although the door was closed, he was so focused that he could even hear two breathing sounds in the living room, which was quite eerie. Lin Wen should have returned to his own room. Liu didn't follow him in. Lin Chen laughed and cursed at him for being useless. Then he heard the sound of two people spreading out blankets in the living room. "I'm logging into the game. I'm logging into the game too." Both of them were players, and Lin Chen could vaguely hear the sound of their helmets starting up. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Finally, it settled. Just as he was about to take out his helmet to put it on, he heard a faint sound again, the sound of someone removing a helmet. The sound of the helmet being gently placed on the table followed. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What now? Liu was still that girl with twin ponytails. She was very cautious, as if afraid of disturbing others. But Lin Chen still heard the faint sound of a window being opened. Very softly. Is she feeling hot? Lin Chen wondered. It was almost autumn, and the weather was just right. Being on such a high floor, wouldn't it be cold to open the window at night? Could it be she's smoking? If she was smoking, he would have to intervene. Although he smoked too, it wasn't allowed in this house. With his doubts in mind, Lin Chen cautiously peeked out. His balcony had a clear view of the living room window. He saw a head poking out from the window. It's her. Although he could only see half of her head due to the angle, those twin ponytails were too conspicuous. What is she doing? Lin Chen wondered. Poking her head out wasn't for smoking. What was it? Did her brain get hot and she wanted to jump down? Just as he was about to mock himself for such an unrealistic thought, he saw a scene that made his pupils contract. Bala Bala really jumped down from the window. What the? Lin Chen almost shouted, quickly rushing to the balcony to look down. Bala Bala had a great figure, and her body fell gracefully from the high building in the dark. Even more exaggerated was that at the moment of falling, her body began to float. A transparent ghostly figure appeared behind her. Wandering female ghost. Lin Chen was stunned. He had just killed a dozen wandering female ghosts. There was no way he could mistake it. The figure that appeared behind Bala Bala was indeed a wandering female ghost. The wandering female ghost granted her the ability to float. She flew towards the distance and soon vanished from sight. Lin Chen stared blankly as she left. Damn, something incredible has moved in at home. She actually mastered the abilities from the game, and she used them so skillfully, even better than he did. Lin Chen had no idea what she went out to do. He didn't log into the game afterward, pulling the curtains and waiting. After about an hour, he finally heard some noise and saw Bala Bala flying back. She cautiously flew in through the window. It seemed like nothing had happened. Lin Chen listened intently until she put on her helmet, and then there was no more sound. What the hell? Did she just fly out to cool off and come back? Damn, is she a hidden class? She can fly like that. So graceful, so elegant. To be honest, Lin Chen envied her ability quite a bit. She could actually fly. His heart itched with impatience. How did she completely master the abilities in the game? Up until now, he could only summon a hand from a 10,000-year-old zombie. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important question was how she awakened her abilities. Lin Chen was certain that he had gained his abilities after forcibly removing the helmet and getting knocked out by the explosion. But that ability was just too crude. If it didn't work, it could be dangerous for Lin Wen and his mother. Perhaps she had a way? If she really did, then his mother could directly gain the power from the game and no longer suffer from the weakness after surgery. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He still hadn't figured out how to ask her. Forget it, anyway, she'll be staying for a few days, I'll talk to her tomorrow. Lin Chen took a deep breath, put on the helmet, and entered the game. It was also late at night in the game. Countless players were still leveling up. Those hurrying past him might be busy working in reality during the day, but the joy brought by the game was alluring. Lin Chen took on a few level 32 quests. After leveling for a few hours, he reached level 33, and it was almost morning. He could already hear the sounds of pots and pans. Bala Bala was really cooking, and the aroma wafted into the room, making Lin Chen's appetite surge. Several players, including his mother, surprisingly took off their helmets and walked out of the room. Ah, this game is so fun, I actually forgot to cook. Hey, whose daughter is this? Bala Bala was behaving like a little cat in front of Lin Chen's mother. This made Lin Chen's mother quite fond of Bala Bala. After taking a bite of breakfast, she praised, if I had a daughter-in-law like this, that would be great. This made Liu quite jealous. At noon, she personally cooked, and to be honest, it was really delicious. In the evening, the two collaborated. Over the course of a day, with 3 meals, they successfully won over the Lin family. Liu and Bala Bala really settled in comfortably. The relationships among the few of them also eased quite a bit. Lin Chen also learned the other person's name, Ling Ling. Until late at night, when everyone logged into the game, Lin Chen quietly sat on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. Tonight was the second guild competition. He didn't log into the game. He was waiting. After about an hour, he finally heard some noise. Beep beep beep. It was very faint. If Lin Chen hadn't been concentrating, he really wouldn't have heard it. What is this? The prompt sound for a phone link in the game. Did she answer a call? Then she took off her helmet and placed it on the table. Lin Chen turned his head and could vaguely see the window being opened. The girl with twin tails flew out of the window again. Here she comes again? I want to see what you went to do. Lin Chen saw her fly out 100 meters. Gritting his teeth, he actually jumped directly off the balcony. The sound of whistling wind filled his ears. Lin Chen felt his heart racing faster and faster. It was his first time doing something so thrilling. As he watched the ground getting closer, Lin Chen took a deep breath, and everything around him seemed to slow down. Come out, 10,000-year zombie. Just as he was about to hit the ground, a black hole suddenly appeared behind him. A grotesque hand of the 10,000-year zombie reached out and grabbed Lin Chen's clothes. Throw me away. Although only a hand appeared, it was incredibly strong. With just a slight flick, Lin Chen's body, which was about to land, was thrown back into the air. Yes, he used this simple method. Continuously summoning the 10,000-year zombie from mid-air, he used its hand to fling himself, thus achieving flight. Damn, it's too fast, slow down a bit. Lin Chen kept adjusting his breathing rhythm. This way of flying, though comical, was a test of his abilities. If he failed to summon it, he would be in a predicament. Flying like this, his speed was still above Ling Ling's. He slowed down a bit. Where am I flying to? Lin Chen wondered, following closely behind Ling Ling. It seems like we didn't fly in this direction yesterday. Something's off, isn't this direction Lin Wen's school? The further he flew, the more wrong it felt. Ling Ling's speed also slowed down, and they indeed landed inside Lin Wen's school. This woman really has issues. Lin Chen was afraid of raising her alertness. Like a cheetah in the night, he stealthily followed her onto the ground. With his current physical condition, he could easily go unnoticed. Moreover, looking at Ling Ling, aside from her ability to fly, her other skills were only slightly better than an ordinary person. Compared to Lin Chen, she was still lacking a lot. Once inside the campus, she summoned a wandering female ghost. Following her, they arrived at the playground track. It was quite late, and there weren't many people on the track. However, he saw a middle-aged man with gray hair and a short beard sitting in the middle of the playground, smoking. Ling Ling plopped down next to the middle-aged man, leaning in with curiosity. Uncle, why did you call me here? Lin Chen was shocked at that moment. So this woman summoned the wandering female ghost and ran so far to meet a lover? Or was it an old lover? Damn, wasting my feelings. Lin Chen had no interest in such matters. He shook his head helplessly, just as he was about to leave quietly. But at that moment, suddenly, footsteps echoed on the rubber track. The sound was very light, and if it weren't for Lin Chen's extraordinary hearing, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Lin Chen stopped and curiously looked towards the playground. He saw a boy walking over. He looked about the same age as Lin Wen. Hey, this person looks familiar? Is he Lin Wen's roommate? In the darkness, with Lin Chen's vision, he immediately recognized the man in front of him. Lin Wen had once brought his roommate to have a meal with him. Among them was this man. The man's name seemed to be Zhu Weichao, a very humorous person who was always joking around, carefree, which made Lin Chen quite envious at the time. Zhu Weichao was now smiling. He teasingly said, "You too, what did you call me here for?" "Oh, Zhu Weichao, let us see your abilities. Here, the middle-aged man, with a cigarette in his mouth, replied, what else? I at least want to see if you are really an empowerer. Empowerer, this was the first time Lin Shen had heard this term. Okay, no problem. Come out, my darling. Then Lin Shen was shocked to see a summoning array appear in front of Zhu Weichao, as if a hunter was summoning a pet. In the game World of Hunters, hunters used bows and arrows as weapons and could tame wild monsters for their use. Ranged physical attacks, with pets to take the hits. A top-tier solo player in the early game. The moment Zhu Weichao's summoning array appeared, Lin Chen became tense. But gradually, he sensed that something was off. A long, beautiful leg extended from the teleportation array. That leg, pure white, flawless, long, and enchanting, was perfect to the extreme. Following it was an ancient beauty dressed provocatively, appearing alluringly before the three. Those who saw her were stunned. Lin Shen, from a distance, widened his eyes. Wow, the 100 Flowers Pavilion is escaping with the courtesan. This wild monster. Ranged attack, low attack power, throwing soft flying daggers, and still a fragile one. Apart from being big and beautiful, it was useless. But now, appearing in reality, it triggered a passive skill. Lin Chen and the middle-aged man with white hair were both dumbfounded. Wow. I've never seen someone so beautiful. How can she be this beautiful? Bro, you understand games? I realize I've been playing for nothing. At this moment, any real-world abilities or combat power no longer mattered. The middle-aged man with white hair couldn't help but exclaim, I shall call you the strongest. Bro, can I borrow her? Zhu Weichao was quite pleased. Absolutely not. Ah, what a pity. Hee hee, bro, does she listen to you? Yes, very obedient. Tisk tsk, am I too late to change my profession? The two lewd men began to exchange glances. Enough! Ling Ling shouted angrily, pulling the ear of the middle-aged man with white hair. Chen Shan, don't forget what we came here for. Chen Shan awkwardly said, aren't I just testing his abilities? Ahem, this Zhu Weichao, you are accepted. Congratulations on becoming one of us. Being able to summon pets from the game already proved everything. However, Zhu Weichao said unhappily, wait, we haven't discussed the terms. The terms are simple, public service, annual salary of 300,000. I have that ability, do I need your 300,000? Not much, then how much do you want? At least better benefits, 1 million annual salary, a house in the city center, and a car. In fact, his demands were not high. But unfortunately, Chen Shan and their organization had strict conditions to restrain empowerers, those who gained abilities from the game. As more and more people gained abilities, the financial pressure also increased, making it impossible to give one person that much money. Chen Shan shook his head, not possible, but I can help with some other matters, like ensuring you graduate smoothly, and you can find a job you like. However, you must also complete the tasks assigned by the organization. Zhu Weichao frowned, so there's nothing to discuss. I warn you, this isn't a matter of whether you agree or not. What, do you want to force me? With my amazing abilities, I could sell for a good price. Why would I need your few useless ones? Zhu Weichao slowly took out a bow and arrow from behind, which turned out to be a small, foldable compound bow. Ever since he realized he could use abilities from the game, he had started to swell with pride. Such a person was the most troublesome for Chen Shan and Ling Ling. If there was nothing to discuss, then there was nothing to discuss. Zhu Weichao aimed the compound bow at Chen Shan. You'd better not force me. Each prepared for battle. The atmosphere on the runway cooled to freezing point. Chen Shan, however, showed no fear, coldly laughing. In that case, we can only take you back. From their conversation, Lin Chen roughly understood that Chen Shan and Ling Ling came from the same organization. This organization might be entirely composed of empowerers, and joining could even lead to public service with decent treatment. However, you had to work for the organization, and if you didn't join, you would face their attacks and be taken back. It was clear they were not good people. You two ordinary people think you can take me back? Are you looking to die? Zhu Weichao's face was cold. On the first day he gained superpowers, he fantasized about becoming a hero like those in movies. On the second day, he became infatuated with the beauty he could summon. On the third day, he stopped eating beef. The taut bowstring was aimed at Chen Shan. Chen Shan wanted to advise, young man, don't narrow your path, think carefully about what you're doing now. But Ling Ling, with a face full of impatience, said, what's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let me handle it. Immediately, Lin Chen saw her pull out a compound bow from who knows where. It was also a small, foldable compound bow. In an instant, she drew the bowstring. The movement was exceptionally skilled, and with a whoosh, the arrow sliced through the night sky. In Zhu Weichao's shocked gaze, it pierced through his wrist. The blood that flowed out stained his face red. It hurts so much. Zhu Weichao was filled with terror and disbelief. He never expected that this little girl with twin tails was also a hunter. Her skill surpassed his, and she incapacitated him right away. The pain from his pierced wrist continuously stimulated his brain. Zhu Weichao rolled on the ground, clutching his wrist. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I agree to join, 300,000 a year, just 300,000. Goodness, he surrendered too quickly. Just a moment ago, he was still refusing beef. Chen Shan shook his head helplessly. Bala Bala, you're too impulsive. Ling Ling put away the compound bow and disdainfully said, people like him should be taught a little lesson. Upon hearing Chen Shan's address, Lin Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes. Bala Bala. So Ling Ling was Bala Bala. They must be using gaming methods to bring these people together. But whether this organization is good or bad, whether they will treat them as research subjects or as thugs, Lin Chen had no way of knowing. The best approach was still not to let them discover anything. Just as Lin Chen was pondering, Chen Shan suddenly waved into the darkness, and another person stepped out. Upon seeing the person's face, Lin Chen's eyes widened. It was the nurse Lin Wan who had disappeared from the hospital. I'm counting on you, Lin Wan. It's fine, I came to prevent this kind of thing from happening. Lin Wan half knelt on the ground, taking Zhu Weichao's wrist. Her hands emitted a green glow. The wound on his pierced wrist began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. It seems Lin Wan has also been recruited by Chen Shan's organization. While treating him, she tied his hands with rope. It was uncertain what kind of outcome awaited Zhu Weichao. Lin Chen lay in a flower bed not far away, witnessing everything. Perhaps Zhu Weichao's screams had attracted others' attention. Suddenly, a beam of light shone on Lin Chen's back. It was a flashlight, and before he could react, he heard someone shout, "Hey, who's lying there? Who are you?" It was the school security. This shout was not trivial. Several people on the playground turned their gazes toward Lin Chen's direction. Their eyes met. Lin Chen was startled. Without thinking, he covered his head with his clothes and turned to run. Oh no, he saw what just happened. Catch him. This organization clearly wasn't good people. They captured people at the drop of a hat. Without a word, Chen Shan and Ling Ling rushed out. The security guard behind Lin Chen was still in pursuit. Kid, stop. Which class are you from? You little bastard, running so fast. But the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his neck, and he blacked out. The two chased Lin Chen out of the campus, gradually realizing something was off. How can he run so fast? He's also an empowered one. Then we definitely can't let him get away. Damn it, we can't catch up. Even with all their strength, they couldn't keep up. I'll go up to the sky, you block him from below. The two split up to chase Lin Chen. Ling Ling flew into the sky, finally catching up to Lin Chen's running speed. She kept in contact with Chen Shan, both of their faces unusually serious. His speed is astonishing, surpassing many of us. There are strong and weak empowerers. Perhaps he has received more power. Tonight was not in vain. We caught a big one. We must not let him escape. Lin Chen was also quite troubled. He feared that the other party possessed his vision and could see through his identity. He also dared not casually use the ancient zombie, worried that the other party might find out. Covering his head with his clothes, in the winding streets, he could not escape Ling Ling's pursuit at all. Damn it, I got myself into trouble just to watch the excitement. Let's see where you run. Bang! Ling Ling's body landed heavily in front of Lin Chen. Finally, in an alley, she used her flying ability to block Lin Chen. Chen Shan appeared at the right moment behind him, cutting off Lin Chen's escape route. Supporting himself on his knees, he gasped, "Damn, you can run, you almost killed me." In contrast, Lin Chen showed no signs of fatigue. The gap between them was evident. Are you an assassin? Fast-moving? Little brother, no matter what you are, don't rush to run. We are not bad people. Lin Chen ignored them, not even wanting to respond. Ling Ling had seen him and spent a day and night with him. Ha! Lin Chen suddenly straightened up, taking a deep breath. He slowly crouched down. Seeing his movement, Ling Ling cautiously took out her compound bow. Chen Shan drew a sword from his belt, looking like a swordsman. He said, "Little brother, don't be nervous. We are really good people. Here's my work ID. Who are you trying to fool? Weapons are out, and you're still good people." Lin Chen slowly bent down, assuming a running posture. "Ling Ling, be careful, he's coming for you." Chen Shan quickly moved closer to Ling Ling. "Come on." Ling Ling, however, was unfazed. The moment Lin Chen moved, her bow shot out, but the next moment, she was dumbfounded. There was a loud bang. The bluestone slab under Lin Chen's feet instantly exploded. The sound of the air blast rang out, and the powerful arrow from the compound bow was actually blown away just as it was about to reach Lin Chen. Lin Chen's body turned into a blur. In Ling Ling's dazed gaze, he rushed past her. Her twin ponytails were lifted by the gust of wind. Chen Shan was stunned, Ling Ling was stunned, and Lin Chen was gone. The entire street felt as if it had been swept by the wind. The rustling leaves finally settled down. He ran away? After a long time, Ling Ling finally reacted. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Why so fast? Oh my god, is he even human? Chen Shan couldn't convince himself either. Empowerers have strengths and weaknesses, but he had seen the strongest, and they weren't much stronger than himself. The speed at which Lin Chen had just escaped exceeded his understanding. The shock on Chen Shan's face gradually receded, his expression growing more serious. Empowerers have only recently appeared. We know too little about them, but his emergence has overturned our estimates of empowerers. What do you mean? He might be the most dangerous empowerer. What should we do? Check the surveillance. Get someone to review the footage and see where he went. We absolutely must find him at the first opportunity. With Lin Chen's speed just now, if he had attacked the two of them, he might not even need to attack. Just colliding with them at that speed would definitely turn them into mush. Such a person cannot be allowed to roam free. Lin Chen was still unaware that simply running at full speed had made the two of them so anxious. He just didn't want the other party to know his identity. Not even a little. After confirming he hadn't spoken or exposed anything, and ensuring Ling Ling hadn't caught up, Lin Chen suddenly bent down and leaped high. Come out, ancient zombie! At the moment he was about to land, a hand of the ancient zombie appeared in the void, grabbing Lin Chen and flinging him far away. Yes, it's this method again. Flying incredibly fast. Just a bit awkward. Before long, I returned to my room, making sure to leave no traces. Lin Chen quietly slipped back into his room. He took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and put on his helmet to enter the game, as if nothing had happened. In an alley far from the school, Ling Ling crouched down and picked up a piece of fabric. This scrap, only the size of a thumb, had just been snagged by her sword. What's wrong? At that moment, Chen Shan walked over. Ling Ling quickly stuffed the fabric into her pocket and shook her head, saying, nothing, just collecting arrows. How did it go? I've retrieved the surveillance footage along the way. I'll study it when I get back. Alright, I'll head back too. Okay. Ling Ling didn't tell Chen Shan about the small piece of fabric. She summoned the wandering female ghost and floated away. That piece of fabric felt very familiar. She wasn't sure if it belonged to someone she knew, but she was certain she had seen it before. For some reason, she just didn't want Chen Shan to know. Before long, she floated back to her apartment, carefully entering through the window. She tiptoed. In the living room, Li Yu was still playing a game. Her clothes were intact, showing no signs of damage. Ling Ling glanced at Lin Chen and Lin Wen's rooms, remaining silent. Could I have seen it wrong? Maybe, we're all a bit paranoid. Ling Ling let out a bitter laugh, just as she was about to put on her helmet to enter the game. But at that moment, her phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Chen Shan, sending a video. In the video, a figure shot up into the sky and disappeared. He might also be able to fly, he's gone, and all the videos can't find him. What a pity. We need time to check more surveillance. This person has been classified by headquarters as the most dangerous, highest level wanted. We must clarify his identity at all costs. Most dangerous, highest level. Ling Ling didn't know what this level meant. She had only joined the organization a few days ago. Chen Shan explained, the highest level can only be dealt with by capturing or killing. Their power has exceeded our imagination, and more experts are being sent over from home. Be careful these days. It's possible to investigate that person's identity, report in time. That person is very dangerous, very dangerous. Ling Ling took a deep breath, her expression serious as she put down her phone. She realized this matter had escalated. Not only were empowered individuals coming to help, but countless real weapons were also being deployed. Under the vast machinery of the organization, that person was very dangerous. What does that mean? Did he see me hiding evidence? Ling Ling pondered the meaning of Chen Shan's last sentence. She sat dazed on the sofa for half an hour. Damn it, what does it have to do with me? What am I thinking? Cursing, she put on her helmet and entered the game. In the game, Lin Chen was also thinking about what had just happened. Everything was chaotic, completely different from the last life. The friend list kept beeping incessantly. Boss, where are you? Boss, hurry over. Gang competition. These were all previous messages. Lin Chen looked astonished. Gang competition? I didn't place a bet. Ah, boss, don't you know the rules? What rules? The gang that owns the territory, as the defending side, bets on the top 2 plus US. It's all about competing for territory. Ha, Lin Chen truly didn't know. It hadn't been like this in the last life. This meant that even if they, the great merchant dynasty, didn't place a bet, they still qualified to participate in the competition. Lin Chen quickly checked the time. No time left. Sure enough, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to the gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, for winning the territory competition, gaining possession of the Western Territory for 7 days. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. We won? Well, I guess so. What do you mean? Are you that impressive? This is quite an unexpected delight. The opponents are just too weak. They aren't even worth our time. Yeah, several strong gangs have gone to fight over other territories, and our area in the west of the city is practically deserted. Someone snatched it up for just 10,000 gold. These gangs have certainly done their calculations. The officials had long revealed the weekly earnings of each major gang. The NPCs involved in the bidding could check this information. The costs for potions and equipment repairs for attacking the west of the city were much higher than the weekly earnings. So what's the point of fighting? This led to only a few gangs showing up wanting to experience the gang wars, and they ended up acquiring the territory of the Great Merchant Dynasty at a low price. The outcome was predictable. Although the Great Merchant Dynasty consisted mostly of commoners and life profession players, those 100 streamers and boosters were not to be underestimated. They managed to stall for time and successfully defended their territory. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. You all did really well. The entire weekly earnings from the territory will be distributed among everyone. Wow, the boss is generous. That's great. A little windfall for us. We can have a nice meal tomorrow. In fact, the people of the Great Merchant Dynasty were easy to manage. Aside from a few core members under contract, the rest just needed to be paid. They joined the Great Merchant Dynasty solely for the money. Lin Chen wouldn't think it was due to his personal charm. The Great Merchant Dynasty was just a massive group bound together by interests. While everyone was cheering and excited, Lin Chen fell into deep thought again. Problems had arisen in reality, and now issues were surfacing in the game as well. He never expected even the subtle rules of gang wars would change. It seemed that as time passed, the future was becoming increasingly uncertain. For the first time, Lin Chen felt lost. He didn't know what to do next. He was completely in the dark about the future. Forget it, no matter how the game and reality change, the most important thing is my own strength. By desperately improving his strength in the game, at least he could protect himself and his family in the future. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen announced in the gang, to reward you all, I've decided to level up with you tonight. We'll grind all night. Ha, the boss is getting enthusiastic. Of course, how can you play this game well without enthusiasm? To be honest, if it weren't for making money, places like Jiangnan Hall and the City of the Emperor would all be our subordinates. They were getting a bit too inflated. Lin Chen helplessly said, we need to earn money, level up, and organize teams. All hall masters, gather everyone who wants to grind all night into a team. Got it. Boss, include me. The Great Tomb? I have several quests there. It has to be the Great Tomb. We should book the whole place. The Great Merchant Dynasty's team quickly formed. Due to the cohesion from the gang wars that night, around 200 people ended up wanting to grind all night. A large crowd marched toward the Great Tomb under the strange gazes of players in Ningdu City. The remaining 100 were mostly stall owners. They were the lowest level group in the Great Merchant Dynasty. Not long after Lin Chen led the team away, the main gate of the inn suddenly swung open. A hunter with twin ponytails emerged, accompanied by a wandering female ghost. As she exited the inn, she shouted, I sat here for hours, and I finally made it to Ningdu City. If Lin Chen were here, he would surely be shocked. The name above this ponytailed hunter was none other than Balabala. According to the game's setting, Balabala's character was in Kyoto City. Kyoto City was quite far from the capital. Moreover, under the same setting, the inn could only take you to the nearest city before you pass through. Balabala had spent several hours transporting her character from Kyoto City to Ningdu City. What a bizarre situation. There are hardly any players in the entire game. Ningdu City looks quite lively, with so many people playing here. No wonder the probability of finding an empowerer is so high. Balabala wandered around Ningdu City like a curious baby. Of course, she didn't forget her purpose for coming. She casually grabbed a passerby. Hey, beautiful, do you know where the headquarters of the Great Merchant Dynasty is? The other person was a nurse, looking at Balabala with a strange expression, sizing her up. You don't even know where the Great Merchant Dynasty's headquarters is? You're not a local? Is the Great Merchant Dynasty very famous? Balabala asked curiously. Although she frequented various forums, it was all to find empowerers, and she didn't have time to browse forums, so she naturally didn't know the status of the Great Merchant Dynasty in Ningdu City. You really are an outsider. The nurse slowly looked up to the side. Balabala instinctively followed her gaze to a nearby shop. In the late night, the shop was packed with people, and the sign read Great Merchant Dynasty in big letters. Balabala didn't expect the Great Merchant Dynasty to be so famous. In terms of gang strength, it was considered a second tier. However, in Ningdu City, everyone knew about it. The shop belonged to the Great Merchant Dynasty, and in the safe zone, half of the stalls were theirs. The other half pretended to be part of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Balabala felt like she had entered a commercial empire. She was initially worried that the so-called merchant's son had deleted her friend, making it difficult to find him and the little shrimp even after coming here. Unexpectedly, her worries were unnecessary. The Great Merchant Dynasty won the gang competition again today, and the main force has gone to the Great Tomb to level up. Without her even asking, she got Lin Chen's whereabouts. She also inquired about the direction to the Great Tomb. Balabala summoned her mount and ran towards the Great Tomb. The Great Merchant Dynasty always did things in a high-profile manner. Lin Chen led the way with his claw yellow flying lightning. A vast crowd slowly made their way to the Great Tomb. Players along the way naturally discussed among themselves. Hee, that old stall owner has really made it big, starting to act all high and mighty. The merchant's son used to be just an old stall owner. Look at how jealous you are, he's a big shot now, do you dare to block his way? Jealous? Let me tell you, many big companies are already laying out their plans, and once they come in, stalls, businesses, and arms will all be formalized. This shabby troop of the Great Merchant Dynasty will eventually be finished. Indeed, in recent days, various bosses had already been making preparations, because at level 30, shops would finally be opened. To some extent, these players had heard some news leaking out. Just then, a terrifying sound suddenly erupted. The sky was covered by the light of spells. Level 3 disposable spells. Summon Thunder, Fireball, Skyblade Technique, all were ranged attack spells. They all bombarded Lin Chen. Lin Chen, leading the team ahead, hadn't reacted yet when various spells hit him. Ding, you have been attacked by player, Jeja. Ding, you have been attacked by player, Big Head Sun. Ding, a series of system sounds. Lin Chen was stunned. The only thought in his mind was that he had been ambushed. Just like in ancient times, as the leader of a gang, he had been ambushed. Perhaps this was the price of being high profile. Fortunately, Lin Chen's defense was high. He had obtained 2 pieces of golden legend from the outer sect's top disciple of the Luoha sect. The Luoha spear had been sold. The Luoha map was with Lin Chen. Luckily, the opponent's disposable spell scrolls were thrown haphazardly. This allowed him to withstand the attack, with just a little bit of health left. He quickly took out a potion. He gulped it down. His health was restored. The spells had not stopped. They were still being thrown at him, but the little bit of health from the potion gave others time to react. Damn it, someone is ambushing. Quick, heal the boss. The people in the gang rushed to heal Lin Chen. Spells and attacks exploded around him. Green lights flickered on Lin Chen's body. His health dropped to 0 and then filled back up. Not enough attack power? Immediately, a barrage of arrows and spells rained down. These were the players' attacks. They wanted to take Lin Chen down for good. Lin Chen could only sigh, let it be destruction. What are you waiting for? Hurry and find someone. They ambushed us, kill them. From all directions, there were ambushers, and at a glance, they were all players without a guild. Many onlookers were also present. They hadn't expected this scene to unfold. With a spectacle to watch, they became excited. Wow, someone wants to kill the merchant prince. Of course, a madman must be taken down. He's too arrogant. I've never seen the merchant prince die. This is going to be a good show. Look at those involved. Their levels don't seem high. They're all using disposable scrolls. The players of the Great Merchant Dynasty were in an uproar, with healers rushing in all directions. Dare to kill our boss? Seeking death. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Do they really think our Great Merchant Dynasty is easy to bully? Get them. They were all streamers, still broadcasting live, initially excited to level up with their boss. But now, someone was trying to kill their king? Who would be willing to accept that? The players of the Great Merchant Dynasty rushed everywhere. There were simply too many players attacking Lin Chen, over 100. Before long, the people from the Great Merchant Dynasty had scattered. No one remained by his side. He appeared utterly alone. The ground around him was littered with arrows, charred from spells. His mount, the yellow lightning, had been knocked out and returned to the mount slot. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, damn, which bastard wants to kill me? What kind of bad luck was this? Why had things been going so poorly lately? Boss, we found them. They didn't say anything. We killed them. A few brothers had already located the attackers, but the outcome was just as Lin Chen had expected. This wasn't reality. It was just death. Who would betray their leader? Lin Chen couldn't figure out who it was. The people from the Great Merchant Dynasty were still hunting down the attacking players, but at that moment, suddenly, 20 people charged out from the crowd. These 20 were all level 30, third transformation players. Level 30 players were considered the elite of the major gangs. They all rode their mounts and charged towards Lin Chen. Merchant Prince, you dog, die. Merchant Prince, I'll slaughter you. Everyone was stunned. What the hell, a diversion? This is too premeditated. This time, the Merchant Prince is in trouble. 20 experts targeting the Merchant Prince. This is going to be interesting. Everyone quickly started recording. Lin Chen was also shocked. Playing tactics? Just to kill me? He couldn't understand who, which bastard wanted him dead? What benefit would it bring to kill him? At most, he would just lose a level. Was it necessary to expend so many disposable spell scrolls? He couldn't comprehend, even less so. The Heavenly Palace, the white-clad sword sect? Lin Chen no longer had time to think, because those 20 had already entered the attack range. They came from all directions. Summoning his mount to escape was impossible now. Lin Chen hurriedly sent a message to the gang. Come back, more people are coming. What? More people? Boss, hold on, we're coming. What Lin Chen needed to do now was to withstand the attacks before the people from the great merchant dynasty arrived. Come forth, eternal zombie. Before the eyes of the crowd, the fearsome eternal zombie stepped out of the coffin. Kill them. Before he could make the first move, the opponents directly used disposable spell scrolls that landed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly used a potion to hold on. Just now, the tactic of drawing the tiger away from the mountain would at least take 3 minutes for the people of the Shang dynasty to return. I think the Shang Emperor is doomed this time. Don't forget, the Shang Emperor hasn't made a move yet. We don't even know if we'll get to see him in action this time. Lin Chen felt helpless. At this moment, what difference did it make whether he acted or not? The other side clearly overestimated his strength. They were all level 3 players, and the attributes of their classes had undergone significant changes. Each class had a substantial upgrade. Lin Chen might be able to take on a group of people alone, but 20 people? That was 3 groups plus 2 more. If he wasn't killed instantly, it would already be a testament to his high defense. Heh, I'm just a businessman. Killing me? What's the use? If he couldn't escape, he might as well stop trying. Lin Chen shouted to the surroundings. He was certain that the mastermind behind the attempt on his life was among this group. Quick, precise, and ruthless, with an unclear purpose. They had gone to such great lengths just to kill a mere stall owner? How much hatred must they harbor? The first person that came to Lin Chen's mind was Shangwan Tiange, but he wasn't in the crowd. Could I be wrong? The people rushing at him didn't give him time to think. The first wave of attacks had already begun. The assailants shouted simultaneously, "Quick, use your strongest skills. The enemy's reinforcements are about to arrive." Alright, let's take him down in one go. Skills lit up all around. The first wave of attacks was imminent. Lin Chen hurriedly hid behind the eternal zombie, using it to block targeted skills. This wasn't a bug but rather a mechanism in the world. One could use terrain and other units to block attacks. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't just hiding randomly. He hid on the side where there were more melee classes, trying to avoid ranged single-target attacks. Bang bang bang! Yet several charms and explosive curses detonated on him, instantly taking away half of his health. Damn, so tough, so hard to kill. Melee, go in and chop. This group was well-trained, comparable to the elite of a major guild. Lin Chen had no chance to escape. He could only swallow a healing pill and began to maneuver around the eternal zombie. Xin Wang walked around the pillar. Shang Emperor, don't struggle. Today is your day to die. You're doomed. Just accept your death. While Lin Chen was eating medicine and running in circles, he shouted, "Bullshit. You few crooked melons and cracked dates think you can kill me? You're too tender. Still talking tough? Today, I'll make you die in front of all the players. Stop the nonsense. Attack." The melee classes charged at Lin Chen with their swords, spears, and halberds. Fortunately, the eternal zombie absorbed some of the ranged attacks, but it only held out for a few seconds. His health was already running low. The cooldown on the healing pills and the amount of health they provided couldn't keep up. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and cursed. 2 minutes? Bullshit, no one else could last even 2 seconds. He was doomed. There was nothing he could do. At most, he could hold on for another 10 seconds before he would be finished. This group was also fierce, not afraid of being killed, braving the attacks from the eternal zombie and frantically assaulting Lin Chen. His health slowly dwindled, a bitter smile on his face. The cooldown on the medicine was over, and he had nothing left. Even if he equipped a healer's weapon, he couldn't sustain his health. Forget it, no more resistance. With only 1,000 health points left, he couldn't withstand the next wave of attacks. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are, I'll kill you. Lin Chen cursed under his breath, no longer running, waiting for death to arrive. The Shang Emperor has given up. Kill him. The Shang Emperor's life is mine. Just as the assassins excitedly swung their blades down, in the next moment, a flash of light passed. The smiles on the assassins' faces froze instantly. The Lin Chen they were sure they could kill suddenly vanished. Yes, he just disappeared from under their blades. In his place was a wandering female ghost. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The assassins shouted in disbelief. Where did he go? How could he just disappear? This is impossible. The return scroll requires you to be out of combat. Is there a bug? The onlookers all activated their recording functions. They had intended to capture the moment when the Merchant Emperor was killed, but they never expected that at such a critical moment, the merchant emperor had vanished.
This is insane, really insane, and it's a female ghost.
Look, that female ghost seems to be a pet. A player's Balabala pet? Who is Balabala? How did he do it? Does this pet have the ability to transform into a player? Both the assassins and the onlookers were utterly confused, not understanding what had happened. Even Lin Chen, the person involved, felt the same way. He had thought he was doomed. But then, with a flash of light, he found himself in a small grove nearby. He stared in astonishment at the girl with twin ponytails, Balabala, in front of him.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "It's you."
"Hello, Merchant Emperor, we finally meet," Balabala said, crossing her arms and smiling lightly.
"I just didn't expect to meet in this way. You have quite a few enemies, Merchant Emperor. Did you save me?"
"Yes, so how are you going to thank me?" Balabala hadn't expected to be so lucky, encountering Lin Chen being chased the moment she appeared, and now she could use this favor to coerce him into giving her the contact information of the little shrimp in reality. The data management in this world was very strict. Unless a player revealed it themselves, no matter how much power they had, they wouldn't know the player's real identity. What a hassle! Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Being saved by her was worse than dying.
Dying would only cost him a level and a bit of face. Lingling's big eyes rolled around. "I like the little shrimp, but he abandoned me. Just tell me his real address, and I definitely won't expose that you told me."
What the hell?
Lin Chen didn't expect Lingling to be so shameless, finding such an excuse.
"Well, first of all, I still need to thank you." He was about to say something to brush it off when suddenly a loud shout rang out.
"The Merchant Emperor is here.
Hurry, we don't have much time. The people from the Great Merchant Dynasty are about to arrive."
"It's Balabala and the Merchant Emperor. Kill them." Balabala's skill range was clearly limited.
Although this place was hidden, it was still discovered by the onlookers, and with a loud shout, the assassins charged towards the two. 23rd transformation professionals rushed forward, each looking fierce and menacing.
"What the hell did you do to offend them?
Run, run!" Although Balabala was also a hidden profession, his PK skills were not high, and seeing such a situation made him panic.
He quickly wanted to take Lin Chen away,
but Lin Chen suddenly smiled and said, "No need."
"What do you mean?
You saved my life just now. This time, it's my turn to save you."
"Ha!"
Just as Balabala was puzzled, the sound of hooves echoed behind Lin Chen, like a legion charging forward, accompanied by angry shouts. "Which bastard dares to kill our boss? Damn, despicable son, he can still use diversion tactics. This is called drawing the tiger away from its mountain." Finally, after such a long delay, the followers of the Great Merchant Dynasty returned. They surged in from all directions.
The assassins' faces changed dramatically. Not good.
The tides had turned. Their mere 20 people were now surrounded by 200 from the Great Merchant Dynasty.
"Boss, are you okay?" "Thank goodness the boss is fine, otherwise, we would have killed them."
"Even if the boss is fine, we must kill them. How dare they touch our king from the Great Merchant Dynasty, seeking death?"
Without any further ado, the people from the Great Merchant Dynasty directly began a massacre.
A mere 20 people weren't enough for them to kill. They couldn't even last a minute before being slaughtered.
Still, the same saying applies. This is a game, and they can't say the mastermind behind it all. They just kill and that's that.
Seeing the people of the Great Shang Dynasty so fierce, those watching couldn't help but swallow hard. The Great Shang Dynasty is indeed ruthless.
Yeah, who said they were just a small guild?
I estimate that in the entire Ningdu city, the Great Shang Dynasty ranks fourth. This was the first time the players in Ningdu city had a direct and visceral sense of the strength of the Great Shang Dynasty. The crisis was resolved.
Lin Chen smiled and said to Balabala, "All right, we're even now.
You saved me once, I saved you once, and we owe each other nothing."
Balabala's eyes widened in disbelief.
"No, that's not how debts are calculated.
In my book, that's how it is." Lin Chen's shamelessness left Lingling speechless. She was so angry she stomped her feet, holding back for a long time before gritting her teeth and saying, "Are you a swindler? Is this how you do business?"
"Ah, you're not wrong. I am a swindler."
He shamelessly admitted it.
Balabala had no way to refute that. Lin Chen didn't want to get too close to her. If she figured something out, it wouldn't be worth the trouble. Ahem, since we're even, then we owe each other nothing. The road is wide, and we part ways here.
Let's go, everyone.
He summoned his mount, the claw yellow flying electric, and led the people of the Great Shang Dynasty onward toward the Great Tomb. Balabala was so furious her teeth were grinding, her chest heaving. "You remember this, I won't give up so easily." Her quirky little eyes spun around. An idea struck her. Since the Great Shang Dynasty was leveling up collectively, perhaps the little shrimp was among these 200 people. She glanced at Lin Chen, who was leading the way. Suddenly, she hugged a female player from the Great Shang Dynasty beside her.
Enthusiastically, she said, "You finally made it. If it weren't for me, your boss would be dead." "Who are you?" I'm a friend of your boss in real life. She clearly wanted to blend in with the great Shang dynasty. Taking advantage of the night to level up, she aimed to find the little shrimp or gather information about the little shrimp's real-life location from others. But she still underestimated Lin Chen. Although he was leading the way, he sent a message to the guild. Beware of online scams, enhance your security awareness. That balabala behind us, don't pay her any mind, she's most likely a scammer. With that message, Balabala's plan was instantly shattered. Even among the girls, they looked at her with strange expressions. At such a young age, why be a scammer? Exactly. If you want a scam, go after the rich. We in the Great Shang Dynasty are all just small-time vendors. And you say you know our boss in real life? Do you even know who our boss is? Oh, you know our boss is rich, so you come up here with your face out? You're dreaming, our boss is a golden bachelor. Right, you have no idea how many girls want to crawl into our boss's bed, and you think you can? You're too green. Balabala's face turned red from their words. Shameless, bastard, jerk. She had never encountered such a shameless person before. After cursing herself out, she gritted her teeth and followed along. Playing the game wasn't her goal. Discovering the little shrimp's true identity was her most important task. Moreover, now she had an enemy, the Merchant Emperor. This ambush quickly fermented on the forum. While they marveled at the power of the Great Shang Dynasty, they were also curious about who was behind the ambush. No one admitted to it. However, that night, a flood of posts emerged to smear Lin Chen. The Merchant Emperor scammed money in real life and was chased into the game. The Merchant Emperor scammed several guild leaders' money, bringing about his own demise. The Great Shang Dynasty's credit has collapsed. The Merchant Emperor is in debt beyond measure. There are various opinions, but without exception, they all aim to tarnish the reputation of the Great Shang Dynasty. Killing Lin Chen indeed holds little significance. However, giving them the opportunity to defame the Great Shang Dynasty is the true meaning behind the entire assassination. Lin Chen had no choice but to avoid getting involved. He knew all of this was a grand scheme, impossible to explain, and anyone with clear eyes could see that much of it was unfounded. Yet, what this world lacks the least is keyboard warriors, spreading rumors. This has significantly impacted Lin Chen's reputation. If Lin Chen were to step forward and explain, it would only play into the hands of his adversaries. Lin Chen, along with the people of the Great Shang Dynasty, acted as if nothing had happened, practicing in the Great Tomb for an entire night. He completely cleared the second level, and with the task's boost, Lin Chen's level reached 34. He had also been keeping an eye on the developments in the forums. Aside from the posts accusing the Great Shang Dynasty of betrayal, various major guilds and merchant associations were also joining the world of Tianxia. Our Heavenly Palace finds such behavior disgraceful and will provide a better shopping experience for players in the future. The famous enterprise in Ningdu City, Zhongxing Mall, has settled in Ningdu City, Hongdu City, and Sidu City. The Great Ning Dynasty will purchase shops and settle in Tianxia. At level 30, one could buy shops. Recently, various companies, families, and groups that had begun to lay the groundwork announced their entry into Tianxia. It was supposed to be a lively day, but at that moment, the excitement suddenly came to a halt. Lin Chen stood on the second level of the Great Tomb, a slight smile on his lips. He softly said, "Want to enter Tianxia? You need my consent." Players were puzzled. Why had the major groups that were about to open suddenly gone silent before noon? Why did they delete all the posts? Yeah, they were just there, and now they're gone? They had no idea that the major groups, families, and companies were now dumbfounded. They wanted to take this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Moreover, they had chosen to step on Lin Chen to rise. But what truly left them stunned was when they went to the Lord's mansion to purchase shops. The Lord politely said, "I'm sorry, all shops in Ningdu City, Sidu City, Hongdu City, are private property of the Merchant Emperor. If you want to purchase, you can contact the official merchant managing the shops, Merchant Emperor." The shops belonged to Lin Chen, and he was also the one managing them. The factions, groups, and companies that initially wanted to step on Lin Chen all wilted. They hurriedly deleted their posts. They even specially created an Ningdu City Merchant Association group chat to deal with this giant crocodile, Lin Chen. What the hell? How do you play this game? Who told us to step on the Merchant Emperor? Now, everything has to go through his consent. We just cursed him. What do we do now? What do you think we should do? How would I know what to do? Our merchant association is like a joke. Who knew that bastard would manage to become an official merchant? Lin Chen was now an officially recognized official merchant. How could they resist? Even if he weren't an official merchant, all the shops were still in his hands. Aside from pleasing Lin Chen, it seemed they had no other way out. How about this, young Master Shangguan, you represent us to talk. You've been in the game longer. Shangguan Tianga remained silent. If he went, the matter would surely fall through. Ahem, I think we should send someone else to talk. Isn't that kid from the Li family on good terms with the merchant emperor? Yeah, his name is Ning Tianzi. I heard he apprenticed under the merchant emperor. Each big boss found it hard to swallow their pride and ask a player for help. They all pushed for Ning Tianzi to make the request. Lin Chen received quite a few friend requests, along with messages from his disciple Ning Tianzi. Master, can you sell me a few shops? Merchant boss, I want to ask you to buy a shop. Merchant son, how do we sell the shops? Lin Chen smiled as he looked at the dozen private messages. Regardless of whether they were disciples or bosses, he pulled everyone into a group chat. You all want to buy shops, right? Suddenly, no one spoke. This group consisted of well-known bosses in reality, almost all of whom knew each other. Either they wanted to save face or had just insulted Lin Chen. Out of a sense of face, no one dared to speak first. It was Ning Tianzi who straightforwardly said, Master, I want 10 shops. What? 10? Isn't that too much? Merchant son, we only want 1. Once someone spoke up, the others felt free to express themselves. The bad habits of merchants had carried over into the game. Lin Chen didn't mind, it was just a show, and it didn't hinder his ability to make money. He said to Ning Tianzi, each person is limited to 1 shop. That's fair, but I have one more condition. What condition? Regardless of whether they have business disagreements with me or are my disciples, anyone buying my shop must post on the forum. What should we post? You all know about the slander against me on the forum, right? Go help me scold them, say good things about me, and post with your real identities. After posting, bring me a screenshot of the post from one day to buy the shop. What? Isn't that request too excessive? 1 day? The problem is our group has already agreed to settle in the world today. Yeah, just posting is enough. Why does it have to be for a whole day? You don't have to buy it. It won't delay your settlement. Lin Chen had a cold smile on his face. The expressions of the crowd were not good. They had entered the game a long time ago. Why were they only announcing their settlement today? Wasn't it because they had reached level 30 and could buy shops? Who would have thought this would happen? Faced with Lin Chen's firmness, they had no way out. After all, he was the monopolist. Moreover, he controlled the laws in the game. He was both a businessman and an official. Among those who had insulted Lin Chen were a few of their own. Now, to post a clarification and have it up for a whole day, wasn't that slapping themselves in the face? No problem, I'll post. The first to agree was still Ning Tianzi. He didn't insult Lin Chen and accepted it calmly. He then posted a message. The Daming Dynasty declares that the actions of the Great Merchant Dynasty are reasonable and well-founded. The insults are simply absurd. The Daming Dynasty will always stand with the Great Merchant Dynasty, on the side of truth. Below the post, he listed the reasons for insulting the Great Merchant Dynasty, refuting each one. It couldn't be said he wasn't serious. After posting, it didn't take long for someone to comment. Who doesn't know your relationship with Merchant Son? Reasonable and well-founded? Pfft. Exactly, all crows are black. You and Merchant Son are cut from the same cloth. Disperse, disperse, whitewashing post. These replies were beyond control. Ning Tianzi sent another message in the group chat. Master, I've posted. Is this okay? I can't control what they say. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. Good, Xiaoning, come to me to choose a shop after 1 day. Got it, Master. All bosses, all big shots. Ning Tianzi has set an example. You can handle it as you see fit. Phew, I'm going to post now. It's agreed, no more conditions. I won't care if they insult. Of course. Lin Chen smiled again. Everyone, and your friends who haven't shown up, tell them that my conditions apply to them as well. Those who haven't joined the group can also bring me the screenshot of their posts. Good. After Ning Tianzi posted, a flurry of posts appeared on the forum. Without exception, they were all whitewashing the Great Merchant Dynasty. If it were just 1 or 2, that would be one thing. As more and more people began posting, the opinions started to tilt. Wow, so many factions are helping him speak out? No, have you noticed? They're all companies that just said they wanted to settle in the world. I noticed that too. There are still posts slandering the Great Merchant Dynasty that haven't been deleted. Oh, I noticed as well. It seems the ones slandering and whitewashing are the same group. Players aren't all fools, they quickly caught on. To sum it up in one sentence, business war. A war without gunpowder. It seems the Great Merchant Dynasty has won completely. In the end, even Shangwan Tianga posted to clarify for Lin Chen. In that 1 day, players didn't level up much, they just flooded the forum. Lin Chen didn't pay much attention. He knew that in just 1 day, public opinion would turn around. He leveled up all day, reaching level 35. Balabala witnessed the entire process. She realized she might have underestimated the Merchant Son. The businessmen of Ningdu City were actually being played around by Lin Chen. She then recorded some information. Merchant Son, male occupation, unknown, the leader of the Great Merchant Dynasty, based on a day's observation, very wealthy,
managing the entire great merchant dynasty engaged in commercial activities for profit. Clue: at the beginning of the game, he was just a stall owner. His family condition should be average, making a fortune by buying low and selling high.
Request: find out the true identity of the merchant's son. Balabala edited all the information and sent it all to Chen Shan. Soon, Chen Shan replied, "What? Did you find out that this merchant's son is an enabler?" Balabala also wanted to say yes, but she didn't lie.
"No, the little shrimp is his subordinate. You can find the little shrimp through him."
"Okay, I'll check. Someone this famous should be easy to investigate."
Chen Shan logged out of the game and quickly compiled all the information. Lin Chen was so famous that there was no need for much investigation. Many posts on the forum were his.
They could be compiled into a biography. "Wow, he's quite a celebrity in Ningdu City. This will be easy to check," Chen Shan muttered.
After compiling all the information, he reached a conclusion. Previously poor, suddenly rich, such people are always easier to investigate than ordinary ones.
"Give me some time. I should be able to find out. Hurry up, it's quite urgent."
He closed the information bar. Balabala logged off, cooked, and made a whole table of dishes. She probably never imagined that the Lin Chen, who was sitting at the table laughing and eating with her, was the merchant's son she was looking for. After dinner, they went downstairs for a walk and had some fruit. Lin Chen and Lin Wen were pushing Lin Mother's wheelchair around the community. Under the night sky, many people were also out walking and playing.
"Mom, you've been too focused on playing games these past few days. That's not good." "Yeah, it's good to get out and move around."
Lin Mother rolled her eyes.
"I want to walk, but you pushing me counts as walking? Besides, after these 2 days, I don't feel tired. I actually feel great."
Saying this, she stood up directly from the wheelchair and bounced a couple of times on the spot. Just a few days ago, she was weak, and now she could jump a meter high. It startled Lin Chen and Lin Wen.
"Oh my gosh, calm down. Mom, dear mom."
Lin Chen quickly supported Lin Mother's hand, but he felt the strength coming from her hand. Her grip was indeed much stronger than before. He was overjoyed. It seemed to be really effective. Who knows, maybe one day Lin Mother could truly gain abilities from the game.
But then he thought of something and quickly whispered, "Be low-key, don't be too high profile."
There was a ticking time bomb living in the house. Lin Chen had tried several times to hint that she should leave,
but each time, Lin Mother refused, saying Ling Ling was a good girl and cooked delicious food.
After thinking for a long time, it seems that Ling Ling staying at home isn't a bad idea.
The most dangerous place is actually the safest.
Since there's nothing wrong with it, I can let my mother play the game with peace of mind. Lin Chen also put on his helmet and logged back into the game. His intense leveling over the past 2 days had brought his level to a first-rate standard. Dak Sigwa was only level 39, while Lin Chen was about to reach level 37. Now, everyone in Ningdu City was desperately leveling up.
This was because the official announcement had been released. At level 40, the Great City Battle would be opened.
This meant that cities that were originally unrelated, such as Ningdu City, Sudu City, and Hongdu City, would be interconnected.
Gang rivalries would also turn into city conflicts and sect disputes. This would be another turning point.
At that time, the arms business would continue to expand. Various businesses would only grow larger. The businessmen in each city would be filtered through the waves. If it were before, Lin Chen would have focused his energy on business. Ever since he learned that the strength of his game character could also affect his real-world power, he changed his strategy. While making money, he also needed to enhance his own strength.
He practiced in the dark, endless tomb until the second day. The system's voice rang out on time.
Congratulations to player, Dak Sigwa, level reached 40, awarded the treasure, Glory of the Pioneer. Unlocking treasure functions, unlocking treasure leaderboard, unlocking city teleport station functions. Players who reach level 40 will enjoy these functions.
Dak Sigwa was far ahead.
At this time, Lin Chen was only level 38. If he reached level 40, he estimated that with a full day today and an all-nighter, he should be able to reach it by tomorrow.
However, by the second day, that group of businessmen actively sought him out again. "Master, the time has come."
"Merchant's son, it has been 24 hours, here is my screenshot."
"It's about time, I'm almost there, here is my screenshot, can I sell the shop now?"
Major guilds and companies entering the world had not opened for business, but instead, they had given Lin Chen a wave of advertising. They completely cleared Lin Chen's name. Lin Chen said with satisfaction, "Of course, I'm waiting for you at the shop in Ningdu City." He then told the people in the guild who were leveling up, "I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." He then tore the return scroll, transforming into light that enveloped his entire body. As the light dissipated, he appeared in the central square of Ningdu City. On both sides of the square were bustling shops. These streets were filled with closed shops. Before the shops were purchased, they remained closed. Regular players simply couldn't afford to buy shops, because each shop had a minimum official price starting at 500,000 gold coins. The ones in good locations were around 1 million. These shops sold game items and could also be customized for business. For example, selling snacks, costumes, etc. to advertise for real-world companies. Each year, they also had to pay rent, and the transaction fees for buying and selling were still double that of setting up a stall. Who would buy them? For those ambitious companies wanting to make money in the game, these were indispensable items. But no one expected that Lin Chen would acquire all 200 shops in Ningdu City for 150 million. So ruthless, too ruthless, the merchant boss is truly admirable. Yeah, this 150 million, buying virtual products, is still non-refundable. If we don't buy, you'll be stuck with them. The merchant boss really understands the situation of the world. Several bosses couldn't help but exclaim. For them, who were in the real industry, this risk was not worth it. Lin Chen stood beside his shop with a smile, greeting the newly arrived bosses with a friendly face. You gentlemen are too kind, I won't say much more. Today, each of you can buy one shop. I want that shop. I want the third one. I want the one directly facing the auction house. One by one, the bosses specified their favorite shops as if selecting products. Lin Chen quickly raised his hands. Everyone, it's hard for me to manage this. You all want good positions, but who should I give it to? How about this, aside from shop No. 1, which is my Deshang Dynasty store, for the other shops, the highest bidder wins. How does that sound? Sounds good. I'm fine with that. It was already quite lively here, and with Lin Chen's impromptu auction, many people gathered to watch. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Chen remained calm and smiled gently. Personally, I think shop No. 2 is the best, directly facing the auctioneer, so the price won't be cheap. Therefore, I have decided to set the transfer price for shop No. 2 at 20 million gold coins. How much? Are you crazy? Merchant Emperor, you're going too far. Shop No. 2 has an official price of 1 million gold coins. Selling it for 20 million gold coins? Merchant Emperor, have you lost your mind over money? 20 million, and you dare to sell it? Facing the furious questions from several bosses, Lin Chen still wore a smile. Everyone, market behavior, demand determines price. You all do business, you must know this, right? Of course, they knew, but this was just too much profit, wasn't it? These companies weren't short on money. A couple of 100,000 wasn't a big deal for them. It was like ordinary people buying drinks at a convenience store. If a 5 yuan drink was sold to you for 100 yuan, your expression would be just like those bosses. If you can't afford it, you don't have to buy. Lin Chen still smiled, looking as smug as ever. Many people's perceptions hadn't shifted yet. They thought it was just virtual, that things weren't worth that much, especially since Lin Chen's cost price was so low. They were clearly the ones being taken advantage of. I want it. Ning Tianzi, you must be crazy. Are you going to be the one getting taken advantage of? Ning Tianzi smiled and said, my master is right, market behavior. If I think it's worth it, then I can buy it. What do you uncles and aunts think? The reasoning was that simple. That's right, then I won't be polite. I bid 21 million. Even a billiard room owner could offer that much money. Lin Chen mockingly looked at the group. You self-proclaimed companies and groups can't even compete with a billiard room? Although he was trying to provoke them, they had no way to respond. Let him provoke. They remained silent. I bid 22 million gold coins. I bid 25 million gold coins. A few businessmen exchanged glances, trying to collude. They were probably chatting privately. Lin Chen didn't care. In the face of profit, private collusion seemed so ridiculous. 25 million wasn't a large sum for them, yet they still wanted to negotiate a lower price. As expected, Ning Tianzi smiled and said, uncles and aunts, I'm new here and don't have much money, so just give it to me. I bid 30 million. Don't fight with me. Ridiculous, no one's money comes from the wind. This is just shop money. Do you think business doesn't require money? Are you trying to inflate the price? Exactly, 30 million gold coins is just for a small shop. You should know if it's worth it. Those who couldn't afford it were even making sarcastic comments from the side. Ning Tianzi's expression gradually turned cold as he said in a deep voice, I politely call you uncles and aunts, and you really think you can take advantage of me? This amount of money is just my living expenses for a week. If you're unhappy, go bankrupt and compete with me. You, young man, you're too arrogant. Living expenses of 30 million gold coins for a week? These businessmen clearly didn't believe it. But some of them recognized Ning Tianzi. They quickly stopped the mockers. Do you know who he is? You dare to mess with the young master of the Chen family.
You don't want to mix in this business anymore. Young Master Chen, don't pay attention to these two useless ones.
In reality, they were submissive, but online they were bold.
What young Master Chen? Dog shit, just a few million. What are you pretending for? I'll add 2 million gold coins.
Ning Tianzi glanced at him. 35 million.
I think you all have gone mad. This is just a shop. Some groups indeed have money,
but they also need money in reality to maintain the operation of the group. Last time Lin Chen made so much, they were indeed envious and wanted to enter the game to see if there was a profit. Some companies entered with a few million, thinking a few million should be enough to play a game, but ended up not being able to buy even a shop. Even those wealthy groups, trying to test the waters with a few tens of millions, wouldn't dare to spend like this. They all started from scratch. Recruiting personnel, purchasing materials, advertising, all require money.
A small shop, although in a good location, there's no need to waste so much money. Thinking of this, they stopped bidding. Just as Ning Tianzi was about to secure Shop No. 2, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. Shop No.
2 is facing the auctioneer and adjacent to the great merchant dynasty's shop. I say 35 million gold coins is too little. I bid 38 million gold coins.
Upon hearing this, everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice. The bidder was none other than the Heavenly Emperor, Shangwan Tianga. Under everyone's gaze, Shangwan Tianga smiled slightly at Lin Chen. Boss Shang, this is a screenshot of my post. I can participate in the auction, right? You won't make things difficult for me because of our personal grievances, will you?
Lin Chen also responded with a smile. Of course, we are all businessmen. I treat everyone equally. The highest bidder wins.
Ning Tianzi was also helpless. Tiandi, what are you competing with me for? Aren't you just letting my master take advantage for no reason? You can choose not to compete.
That's not possible. I bid 40 million.
50 million.
Without giving everyone time to be surprised, Shangwan Tianga directly raised the price to 50 million.
He then said solemnly to everyone, this shop no. 2, I must have it. No one can pull me back.
If it were before, Lin Chen would definitely be very excited, but now he was much calmer, smiling as he said, good disciple, push him.
Master, do you really think I'm a fool? I can't push anymore. Then that's too bad.
Lin Chen looked around and said loudly, since no one bids higher, this shop no.
2 now belongs to the Heavenly Emperor. 50 million gold coins is equivalent to 5 million cash.
Just to buy a shop, not even knowing if it would be profitable. They have money, not a disease, and no one is willing to compete. Ultimately, it stayed at 50 million. Lin Chen didn't make it difficult, directly completing the transaction with one hand for money and the other for the goods.
The shop transaction was completed at the NPC nearby. Next, of course, was the similarly located Shop No. 3. However, the starting bid for Shop No. 3 was only 15 million gold coins.
As soon as Lin Chen opened his mouth, Ning Tianzi directly raised the price to 30 million. This made the surrounding bosses unable to help but curse again.
This guy is definitely a plant. Yeah, which good person bids like this? This is not giving us a way to live.
Surprisingly, no one followed the bid, just when everyone thought the shop would belong to Ning Tianzi.
Suddenly, someone shouted, I bid 35 million. The bidder was the leader of the white-clad sword sect, Bai Jinxian. The people around instantly began to discuss. Isn't the white-clad sword sect from the Heavenly Palace? Yeah, just bid for Shop No. 2, and now they're bidding for Shop No. 1. Who doesn't know that the only ones active in Ningdu City early on were the Heavenly Palace and the Great Merchant Dynasty? The Heavenly Palace still has some reputation. At least people know that the white-clad sword sect belongs to Shangwan Tianga. Shangwan Tianga didn't hide it and directly said, the white-clad sword sect also posted, they also have the qualification to bid, right, Boss Shang?
Lin Chen nodded. Of course, it's reasonable to take advantage of the rules.
If you have the money, buying everything is fine. I'm not as extravagant as the business owners. Some of the newly joined bosses looked at Shangwan Tianga in surprise.
85 million gold coins, just for 2 shops.
In the entire Ningdu city, there shouldn't be many people this generous. They speculated about Shangwan Tianga's true identity. However, everyone was clear about Shangwan Tianga's purpose. If Shop No. 2 and Shop No. 3 were connected, their value would double, and they could snatch some business from the Great Merchant Dynasty. Lin Chen didn't care, but did someone else? Ning Tianzi, I bid 40 million. Shangwan Tianga narrowed his eyes. Ning Tianzi, are you really going to oppose me? TCH, I wouldn't dare to oppose you. If you connect the 2 shops, how will we do business in the future? We have to leave some room for others, right?
I'll say this, my highest bid is also 50 million gold coins.
If you bid now, I'll give up.
Lin Chen exclaimed, good disciple.
He thought Shangwan Tianga would continue bidding up to 50 million for the 2 connected shops. Unexpectedly, He stared at Ning Tianzi for a few moments, shook his head, and said, "Fine, I'll give you face. It doesn't matter, one at the street corner, one at the end of the street, the effect is about the same." This statement made Lin Chen doubt Ning Tianzi's identity. The Shangwan family was the strongest family in Ningdu City, without a doubt. Shangwan Tiange was the arrogant second-generation heir. How could he give someone else face over a mere 50 million gold coins? Those bosses were there to make money. The rich second generation should be a bit impulsive, right? Lin Chen was sure Ning Tianzi was not simple, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Who cares who his mother is? Making money is the way to go. Even so, Shop No. 3 was bought by Ning Tianzi. In the following hours, Shop No. 4, Shop No. 5, and all the shops on that street were priced above 10 million. All were bought. Meanwhile, the other streets radiating from the central square had much cheaper shop prices. Starting bid was 5 million gold coins, and they sold for around 6 million. This exhilarating auction ended with Lin Chen beaming and the onlookers shocked and amazed. The auction lasted a full day. Surrounding them were layers of people, with several hundred gathered. Immediately, the forum buzzed with discussions. If previously it was hard to calculate how much the merchant emperor earned, this time it was easy to figure out. Starting from Shop No. 2, a total of 199 shops were auctioned off. Including the transfer fees, the merchant emperor made a fortune, at least 3 billion gold coins. How much? 3 billion? Looking at that long string of zeros, everyone went crazy. Some people still didn't believe it, and right there, someone listed the price and cost of a shop. Adding it up, it really did sell for 3 billion. He really made a killing. I'm dying of envy. We're all playing the same game. Why is there such a huge gap between people? He's already so rich, can't he give me a few tens of millions of gold coins? Damn it, I won't buy anything from the great merchant dynasty anymore. Ha, whose stuff are you going to buy that isn't a profit? I feel like we're just their cattle and horses in this game. I feel the same way. I grind hard in the game, earning just 1,000 or 2 gold coins a day, and it all goes to buying potions. Regarding how much the merchant emperor earned, this post was quickly pinned. However, the posts from a group of business owners below about the official opening of their shops were completely ignored. The Great Ning Dynasty and the Heavenly Palace Guilds, who bought shops No. 2 and No. 3 at high prices, were slightly more popular. The other shops were directly drowned in countless posts. After a busy day, the auction was finally over. The crowd was about to disperse. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Bosses, if you need fireworks when you open your shops, come to me. I've stocked up on some beautiful fireworks, and they're not expensive, just 10,000 gold each." Damn you, Joe Boppy. For the first time, the surrounding bosses felt the unpleasantness of being exploited. They cursed and scattered. Who would pay attention to Lin Chen? They were all busy with their own shop matters. Lin Chen didn't mind, smiling as they left. Safe travels, everyone. Keep in touch. Impolite? Cursing at himself? If it meant making money, he wouldn't care if they cursed every day. In reality, those high and mighty billionaires, weren't they all cursed by others? The more others cursed, the more money he made. Looking at the 3 billion gold in his package, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. Ah, indeed, money breeds money. It's really too easy to make money. 3 billion. In his past life and the life before that, he never imagined he could earn so much one day. However, the shop was already the last money-making point he could think of. From now on, with so many shops competing, it would really depend on each one's strength. Moreover, Lin Chen's funds were insufficient. The shops in Handu City and Sudu City had long been bought out by others. From now on, it would be a real competition with others. Fortunately, those conglomerates and big companies in reality didn't understand the game and hadn't invested too much money. This gave Lin Chen an opportunity. By the time they realized the business opportunities were greater than they imagined, Lin Chen would have already dominated the market. The memories from my past life have allowed me to accumulate 3 billion gold as initial capital. That should be enough for me to stir things up. Now my starting point is higher than theirs. There's no reason to be afraid of them. Lin Chen was very confident in himself. He then said in the guild channel, "Everyone, we need to level up to 40 quickly, especially the brothers from the treasure hall." "Yes, boss." And the brothers from the Chenjin hall, when setting up stalls, buy various level 4 materials, level 4 crafting books, and elixir recipes. I'll buy them at a 50% markup, and most importantly, for the magical artifact crafting books, I'll buy them at double the price. Understood, boss. Lin Chen wouldn't be wishy-washy. The strategy was for the future. After level 40, he could craft the vast majority of level 4 items, which would be the opportunity for the great merchant dynasty to establish its dominance. After finishing everything, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. He tiredly patted his head, just about to log out of the game. At that moment, Jian Bufan suddenly sent a message. "I can't beat the boss, help me."
Oh, such a proud and serious person actually took the initiative to ask for his help.
Lin Chen smiled and replied, invite me. Player, Jin Bufan invites you to join the party. Do you accept? Accept. When Lin Chen joined the party and saw Jin Bufan's level, he was stunned. How much? Level 40, damn, when did you get there? He quickly checked the level leaderboard. Goodness, when did the Great Merchant Dynasty become so impressive? He didn't even know. 4 of the top 10 were from them. Level leaderboard. First place, Big Watermelon, Affiliated Gang, 1 Brick to Kill You, Level 40, Sect, Luaha Sect, Registered Disciple. Second place, Unparalleled Sword, Affiliated Gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, Level 40. Third place, Sword God of Misfortune, Affiliated Gang, Jiangnan Hall, Level 40. Fourth place, Jiangnan Swordsman, Affiliated Gang, Jiangnan Hall, Level 40. Fifth place, Gentleman's Open Heart, Affiliated Gang, Gentleman's Alliance, Level 40. Sixth place, Qingyun, Affiliated Gang, Qingyun Sword Sect, Level 40. Eighth place, Heavenly King, Affiliated Gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, Level 40. Ninth place, Underworld King, Affiliated Gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, Level 40. 10th place, Thunder Loli, Affiliated Gang, Great Merchant Dynasty, Level 40. Lin Chen was not surprised by Heavenly King, Underworld King, and Thunder Loli. The 3 of them were originally the ace streamers of the Great Merchant Dynasty. It was normal for streamers with some strength to be entertaining. However, he did not expect Unparalleled Sword to rise to second place. Is history about to repeat itself? Lin Chen felt great. He had signed Unparalleled Sword because he valued his future, thinking he had no talent for streaming, but now he had come in second. What's wrong, boss? Can't come over? No, I'm coming over now. In the team, Underworld King, Heavenly King, and Thunder Loli were all present, simply because Lin Chen had asked them to help Unparalleled Sword. They boarded the clawed yellow flying electric vehicle heading towards the Great Tomb. Lin Chen was puzzled. With their lineup, they were already quite formidable. What boss could they not defeat? What boss? The boss of the Great Tomb? No, it's my class change task boss. Oh, he almost forgot that Unparalleled Sword had a hidden class, just like himself, so having a boss was quite normal. Soon they arrived at the location of the Great Tomb. The team information magnified their position, which was in an abandoned temple next to the Great Tomb. Perhaps to create a terrifying atmosphere, the dim plains had not only the Great Tomb but also a mass grave, ancient temples, and so on. Their task was in the ancient temple not far away. Although the ancient temple was large, there were very few monsters, so there were not many people leveling up. Following the map's guidance, Lin Chen entered the ancient temple's area, where a few ghost-like entities were swirling around in the dark environment. A few people were nearby fighting monsters, which looked quite terrifying. In the main hall of the ancient temple stood a towering statue, leaning forward and overlooking the entire temple, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Lin Chen did not stop and continued walking inside. Boss, are you here yet? We can barely hold on. Damn, the attack is too high. Coming right up. After passing through a long corridor, they finally reached a side hall. The side hall was surrounded by various Buddha statues, each with a different form. Columns supported the entire temple. At the deepest part of the side hall, Unparalleled Sword, Heavenly King, Underworld King, and Thunder Loli were struggling against a boss. The boss looked indescribably strange. It appeared to be a zombie, dressed in a tattered yellow robe, so worn that it was barely recognizable as a Kasaya. Formless Zombie, Boss, Level 40. The Formless Zombie's health had already dropped by about a third. The health of the 4 was even worse. The highest, Thunder Loli, maintained only 50% health because she was a healer, constantly raising her weapon, glowing green as she healed the other 3. But even so, they had to keep pulling, or they could easily die. Lin Chen looked at the 4 in distress and couldn't help but laugh. Is this for show? Can't you find a martial artist to tank? Hearing his laughter, the 4 were overjoyed. Boss, you finally came. How were we supposed to know that Unparalleled Sword's class change task would be this brutal? Yeah, we can't beat it at all. It's even stronger than the boss in the Big Tomb. How can it not be abnormal? Lin Chen recalled the boss he had fought, equally abnormal. And that was just a level 30 boss. Who knows how terrifying it would be after reaching level 40. Come out, 10,000-year zombie. At the command, the coffin hit the ground. The moment the 10,000-year zombie appeared, it charged straight at the Wuxiang zombie. The Wuxiang zombie, which had been chasing the 4, froze for a moment upon seeing its kind, but immediately, the 2 zombies began to fight. Like 2 shrews arguing, their stiff claws scratched at each other's bodies. Health deduction messages popped up above their heads. It must be said that the Wuxiang zombies' attacks were indeed astonishing. A seemingly ordinary basic attack dealt 2,000 points of damage to the 10,000-year zombie. That terrifyingly heavy claw, if it scratched a player, would definitely leave bruises. The Thunder Fairy immediately shifted her healing target. The other three finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, it's a good thing you came, or we might really have died. Its attack is just too high. Every hit is real damage. But boss, your zombie is getting more and more abnormal, high attack, high defense, thick health. How are we supposed to survive? They also boasted to the viewers in the live stream. Brothers, the boss of the Great Merchant Dynasty is here. This is his zombie. Scary, right? Zombie civil war. Let's get some attention. Thank you for all the gifts, family. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's hurry up and fight the boss. Got it. I'm about to go all out. Old zombie, take my sword. Jian Bufan is a hidden class swordsman, Tian Wang is a swordsman, and Ming Wang is a knife master. They are all damage-dealing classes. With the 10,000-year zombie as a meat shield and the poison effect limiting health recovery, they no longer had any worries and began to crazily slash at the Wuxiang zombie. After all, it was just a class change task boss. There is a limit to how strong it can be. With the efforts of the five, the health slowly decreased. They thought this battle would end here. But at that moment, a sudden noisy voice rang out. They are right in there. It seems they are fighting a boss. Hurry up. We can't let them run away this time. We need to kill the people, and we also need to kill the boss. Hearing the voices, Lin Chen frowned. People are coming. Damn, are there really people trying to steal the task boss? The five quickly looked towards the entrance of the side hall. Sure enough, they saw more than 20 people rushing in. It's them. Lin Chen was shocked. The ones rushing in were none other than the group that had ambushed him 2 days ago. Leading them was a player called Dark Knight Killer. Lin Chen had a deep impression of him. He should be the leader among these 20 or so people. When Lin Chen saw them, they also saw Lin Chen and the other four. Dark Knight Killer's eyes lit up, and he laughed. So you really are here. This time I want to see where you can run. Ha, let's see who else will come to help you. You little brat. You were lucky last time to escape, this time you're dead for sure. The 20 or so people excitedly surrounded Lin Chen and the others. This is a big trouble. Boss, what should we do? They really are persistent. Which bastard is it? Lin Chen didn't expect they would be so relentless, chasing him all the way here. With a boss in front and pursuers behind, Lin Chen said in a deep voice, I'll buy some time, you guys attack. He approached Dark Knight Killer and asked in confusion, Friend, we don't know each other, right? We have no grudges or enmities, do we? Dark Knight Killer glanced at the boss, which still had half its health. Not in a hurry, he smiled and said, Boss Sean wants to buy time? Hee, as you wish, I've already arranged for people outside. If there's any movement in the Great Merchant Dynasty, I'll know immediately. You still haven't answered my question. What grudge or hatred drives you to relentlessly want to kill me? I'm just a small fry. What honor do I have to offend a renowned businessman? It's not me who wants you dead. I'm just taking money to help others. The Dark Knight Assassin said it very casually. Lin Chen anticipated this and continued to ask, Who? Is it the Heavenly Emperor? Hee, you don't need to know that. We have professional ethics. Quite professional indeed. Fine, I don't need to know who it is. Whatever the price, I'll pay double. This was an old trick. Lin Chen just wanted to buy time, but he didn't expect the Dark Knight Assassin to take him seriously. Wait a moment, let me ask. Then he fell silent, perhaps inquiring if his superiors could agree to Lin Chen's terms. After a moment, his expression turned sour, and Lin Chen knew it was no good. Sure enough, the Dark Knight Assassin cursed, Shang Tianzi, you're a businessman too. Don't you know that a businessman's reputation is the most important? You're questioning my profession. Profession? Killing in a game is called a profession? Why not? I'm curious, how much is it worth to kill me once? Lin Chen suddenly looked puzzled, sitting down and pointing at the others. Isn't it just losing a level? It doesn't affect me much as a businessman. And you guys, how much can you collect? His posture suggested he wanted to have a heart-to-heart with others. The Dark Knight Assassin glanced at the boss, which still had 45% health left, and the fight was slow. He wasn't in a hurry either and sat down. Our boss said this is about making a name for ourselves. If we kill you, Shang Tianzi, we'll have enough fame, and it will be easier to take on other jobs in the future. This was somewhat like those game studios that take orders to help level up, complete quests, kill bosses, and kill players. In the last life, such studios were as numerous as cattle. Killing you once, we can earn 100,000 gold coins. It's not a lot of money. 100,000 for one kill? That's just 10,000 bucks, about 500 each? Hee, I didn't expect I was worth that much. Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. The Dark Knight Assassin was quite tight-lipped. No matter how he asked, he wouldn't reveal who the employer was or who the boss behind the studio was. The health of the Wuxiang zombie behind them gradually dropped to 20%. The Dark Knight Assassin stood up and patted his backside. Alright, that's enough. Shang Tianzi, don't think I'm really a fool. The time for delay is almost over. It's time to send you on your way. Boss, We can't kill him. Are they going to attack? What should we do? If they team up with the boss against us, we can't hold on.
Lin Chen coughed lightly. Dark Knight Assassin brother, to be honest, this boss is my brother's quest boss. It's of no use to you, and we have no grudges.
How about we finish off the boss first? Since he couldn't delay any longer, he decided to use sincerity as his last resort. There are rules even among thieves. Perhaps the other party would understand and agree?
But the Dark Knight Assassin suddenly grinned and said, that's reasonable, but I'm not willing.
Who knows if this cunning businessman is trying to trick us?
Brothers, attack. There was no more room for delay. With a single command, including the Dark Knight Assassin, a total of 24 people launched their attacks simultaneously.
Lin Chen cursed inwardly, brute. What's wrong with being a brute? I earn money with my skills. As he retreated, Lin Chen said in a deep voice, earning money off me with your skills? Dark Knight Assassin, listen to me.
If you cause my brother to fail his quest today, I'll make sure you can't survive in this world anymore.
Everyone instantly stopped. Are you threatening me? Effective. Lin Chen's face darkened. You don't think I can do it, do you? The money I earn in a day can take you down, sending you back to the novice village. Of course, this money can also find you in reality. This move was something others had used on me before. Today, Lin Chen decided to give it a try, and to his surprise, it worked quite well. The 24 people really hesitated for a moment, exchanging glances. Seeing it was effective, Lin Chen continued with a cold smile. You all need to think this through. Is $500 worth what you're doing?
Yes, my strength in the game is just average. But I have money, plenty of money to make you disappear in the game and in reality. If it had been 2 days ago, they would have had no worries. But today, they had seen that post. In just one day, Lin Chen had earned 3 billion gold coins.
3 billion gold coins, a number that ordinary people could only dream of in a lifetime. Just a small amount could make them disappear in reality. Hesitation, fear, and struggle took root in the hearts of the 24. What should we do? Should we still kill him?
What he said isn't without reason.
I don't believe he can really kill us all. We don't even need to kill everyone, just a little bit of money, and he could easily take a finger from us, right? So, are we killing him or not? The eyes of the 23 turned simultaneously to the Knight Assassin.
The Knight Assassin was also scared. He fell silent, inquiring with his superiors. Lin Chen nervously watched them and glanced behind. The Wuxiang zombie still had 10% health left. 5 minutes, no, just 4 more minutes would be enough. Before long, a message came from the Knight Assassin's superior. Are you ****ing stupid? Information in the world is absolutely confidential. If you don't say anything, no amount of money can uncover it. He's just trying to fool you. Ha, really? What the F*** is real? Are you stupid? If such a big group leaked information, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. Why aren't you taking him down? Yes. The Knight Assassin suddenly looked up, blaring fiercely at Lin Chen. Merchant's son, you're indeed cunning, still trying to scare us? Brothers, information in the world can't be uncovered with money. Kill him. Damn it, trying to fool us? Kill. The 24 charged forward in anger. The boss only had 1/10 of its health left. Lin Chen, alone and without the eternal zombie, couldn't possibly block them. He turned and ran. The wind is tight, pull the call. No way, boss. There's only this one boss. If we can't beat it, it's gone. Jian Bufan looked distressed, just like last time. It's a one-time deal. Why didn't you say so earlier? Isn't that just the nature of my profession? So what do we do now? There's no time to think of a solution. The 24 had already rushed in front of them. No matter how strong Lin Chen and the others were, they couldn't withstand the attacks of 24 players and a boss. There's no way, even if we fail, we can't just sit here run. Lin Chen's shoes increased his movement speed significantly, and he zipped past them in a flash. He ran incredibly fast. Wait, boss, why are you running so fast? What else? How can I be your boss otherwise? Fortunately, this side hall was large enough. Taking advantage of the fact that they hadn't surrounded him yet, he made a circle and still had a chance to escape. Don't let the merchant's son get away. You melee fighters surround him. You ranged fighters, attack that healer. If the healer dies, they're finished. The Knight Assassin still had some command ability. Thunderbolt Lowly, as the second strongest streamer after the King and the Underworld King, had impressive strength. But then she turned and ran. Boss, wait for me. Let's go together. Run? You think you can escape? If you do, I'll write your name backward. The Knight Assassin looked at him with disdain. While Lin Chen was stalling for time, he was also observing the structure of the side hall. The side hall was large, but there was only one exit, the long corridor they had come in through. There was no other way out. However, Lin Chen's movement speed was indeed much faster than theirs. The Shadow Killer quickly ordered,
use group attacks, don't let him get off his mount. As soon as he finished speaking, the Taoist, Gu Master, and Hunter among the 24 almost simultaneously unleashed their skills. Explosive talismans and Gu formations erupted around Lin Chen. Fortunately, his defense was high, each attack only deducted nearly 500 health points, and with medicine, he could withstand it. But the Thunder Fairy following him wasn't so lucky. The group attacks hitting her could deal around 1,000 points of damage. Her health was only 6,000 points to begin with. She barely managed to hold on by continuously healing herself. The Shadow Killers slowly surrounded them. Their escape route was shrinking. Tianwang, Mingwang, and Jian Bufan had no choice but to give up attacking the boss. The enemy's melee classes had already reached them. Boss, we can't escape. What do we do? TCH, we have no choice but to fight. You three come over here, let's back against the Buddha statue, don't let them surround us. Right now, this is the only way. Under the watchful eyes of all the viewers in the live stream, the five retreated to the deepest part of the side hall, at the foot of the Buddha statue. This was the only position where, as long as they blocked the frontal attacks, they still had a chance to survive until reinforcements from the Great Shang dynasty arrived. The 24 opponents weren't the biggest trouble. The biggest trouble was the Wuxiang zombie. It was holding back Lin Chen's strongest, the 10,000-year zombie. The 24 formed a fan shape around them, and the Shadow Killer laughed maniacally. Haha, you're dead for sure, even the Buddha can't save you. Brothers, kill them. Finally, we can kill the Shang Emperor. Kill. The swordsman's sword skills, the swordsman's blade techniques, the warrior's fierce attacks, the Taoist's spells, and the Gu Master's Gu insects. All attacks came crashing down on the five. Fortunately, they acted quickly, backing against the Buddha statue, only taking a portion of the melee attacks. After just one wave of attacks, aside from Lin Chen who had half a health bar left, the others were all in critical condition. Without hesitation, he used a disposable healing potion to restore his health. The Shadow Killer disdainfully said, "A dying struggle, the potion's cooldown isn't up. Let's see what you do, keep attacking." The Thunder Fairy couldn't heal anyone else, she was the most fragile. As the enemy's weapons glowed, the five could only exchange helpless glances. It seems this time we're really done for. Lin Chen didn't care, but his four streamers relied on their skills and levels to make a living. Moreover, Jian Bufan couldn't take the transfer quest again after failing. If they killed him, it would truly create a great enmity. Lin Chen said solemnly, "You, Shadow Killer, and your so-called studio organization behind you, the Great Shang dynasty won't let this go. Just wait, the Shang Emperor, swear I will make you pay the price." This was the first time Lin Chen was so angry. Even when he was hunted down before, or surrounded by the White Robe Sword sect, nothing had made him this furious. The Shadow Killer hesitated for a moment but immediately shouted, "Enough talk, kill them." With a single command, the second wave of attacks fell instantly. Blades struck, talismans exploded, and the health of the five rapidly decreased again. "Don't stop, keep attacking." They were given no chance to breathe. Just as it seemed the five were about to be finished off, suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness hit them. A loud rumble echoed. The ground actually collapsed. The Buddha statue behind them fell underground along with them. The attacks from the 24 had blasted a hole in the deepest part of the side hall. Amidst the swirling dust, the Buddha statue disappeared, and Lin Chen and the five, along with the Wuxiang zombie, vanished into the hole. What's going on? Whoa, no way? Is this a trap? How did I not know my attacks were that strong? I even blasted through the ground? The Shadow Killer was dumbfounded. They thought the other party was doomed, but unexpectedly, they found a way out and created a hole in the ground. Now, what a situation this was, having offended someone to death without actually killing them. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and chase. The 24 people jumped down the hole without any hesitation. But what they didn't expect was that this hole was much larger than they had imagined. As they fell, they felt a sensation of weightlessness, and looking down, they saw a massive cavern that was over 100 meters deep. It was like an underground world. Shouts of shock and fear echoed continuously, as they fell to the ground like dumplings, thudding down one after another. Fortunately, all 24 were elite fighters. Although they lost half a tube of blood, none of them died. Damn it, it's like bungee jumping. You scared me to death. My heart hurts. The cave floor was littered with skeletons, which was quite eerie. The 24 people began to survey their surroundings. Where the hell are we? Boss, the map shows we're in an underground dungeon. I don't care if it's an underground dungeon. I'm asking where Shang Tianzi went. I didn't see him. Find him for me. Yes, boss. Aside from the skeletons scattered all over the ground, the cave was filled with uneven stones. The presence of these stones limited their visibility. The 24 had a good understanding among themselves, splitting into groups of 6 to search for the whereabouts of Lin Chen and his 5 companions. Damn it, where did they run off to? Why can't we find them?
Damn it, in such a short time, it's impossible for them to have run far. They shouldn't have left combat mode yet.
After a round of searching, they didn't see a single shadow. Were the night assassins really that untrustworthy?
Clearly, when Lin Chen fell, they had followed right after. In just a few seconds, it was as if Lin Chen and his 5 companions had vanished into thin air. The 24 stepped on the bones beneath them, making crunching sounds as they anxiously searched. But at that moment, the night assassin suddenly felt a tightness at his feet. He looked down to see a skeletal hand gripping his ankle. Moreover, on the upper half of the skeleton's body, a health bar slowly appeared. Above the health bar was the skeleton's name. Dungeon Remnant Bone Level 40. In such a dim cave, this sudden turn of events was startling. TMD, you scared me to death. The night assassin cursed loudly and raised his spear to smash it down on the skeleton.
Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The spear was deflected away.
It had only dealt 500 points of damage to the Dungeon Remnant Bone. The Dungeon Remnant Bone had over 40,000 health. It was like just scratching it.
How is that possible? So tough. Come help me. Boss, I'm coming.
Before the others could gather, the sound of crunching bones echoed continuously.
Those skeletal remains suddenly revived all at once.
The ones with broken legs attacked with their hands, while those without bodies used their heads to bite. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of white bones, as if the dead had come back to life, silently screaming. Even knowing it was a game, the 24 couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle in fear.
Not good, boss. We've fallen into a pile of monsters. Did you need to say that? Run out first. We can't get out. I'm stuck. Quick, heal me.
Oh my, such high damage.
I'm dead. Panic-stricken voices rose and fell. Surrounded by skeletons, they couldn't escape, directly blocked by these dungeon remnant bones in the cave.
In no time, half of the 24 were dead, which meant 2 groups. The night assassin was luckier. The skeletons left him a path to escape.
The remaining 2 groups fled in different directions. They had no idea where the cave led. Soon, the 2 groups became separated.
Meanwhile, in the same cave at the same location, Lin Chen and the others encountered the same problem. They were surrounded by skeletons.
But the difference is,
the huge Buddha statue that fell with them stands behind them, as if guarding them in the dark, preventing them from being surrounded by skeletons. The dungeon, I didn't expect there to be a hidden map here.
The streamer has come up with something again. Wow, what a terrifying map. I have a phobia of clusters. Bodhisattva bless, the streamer isn't dead yet. The live stream of the 4 heavenly kings exploded.
Tens of thousands saw the night killer trying to kill Lin Chen and his group of 5. They also saw them fall into the hidden map.
Popularity soared continuously.
This could be considered a blessing in disguise.
Boss, what should we do? We can't get out. Will they chase us down?
Don't worry, even if they chase us, they can't kill us among so many wild monsters.
Lin Chen looked up at the top of the cave, his face full of astonishment. Wait, where's the entrance?
There was no hole at the top where they had just fallen from, as if it had never existed. But the Buddha statue was there, and the Wuxiang zombie is there too.
Everything here exudes an indescribable eeriness. Is the designer a bit psychologically twisted?
Phew, twisted is just right. It saved us.
Forget about them, let's kill the boss first. This is an opportunity given by the Buddha.
With the protection of the statue, being surrounded by a few skeletons is better than being attacked by 20 players at once. The 4 formed a circle, protecting the Thunder Fairy behind them.
With her healing, they withstood the attacks of the dungeon's remnants. The ancient zombie faced off against the Wuxiang zombie. Fortunately, the Wuxiang zombie also lost health when it fell. Its health was only 3% left. Soon, it died with a mournful cry.
The long sword in Jian Bufan's hand suddenly shone with light, enveloping the Wuxiang zombie.
In the astonished gazes of Lin Chen and the others,
the body of the Wuxiang zombie transformed into flowing light, slowly entering the sword's body.
Jian Bufan's sword was actually absorbing the Wuxiang zombie. What's going on? Jian Bufan, is this your class change or the sword's class change? Jian Bufan, what exactly is your profession? Jian Bufan said solemnly, my profession is sword servant.
This was the first time they heard Jian Bufan talk about his profession. Even Lin Chen perked up his ears. He only knew that Jian Bufan was the strongest free player in his previous life, but he didn't know what his specific profession was.
The audience in Jian Bufan's livestream was also very curious. The streamer has a hidden profession?
I just found out. I always thought he was an ordinary swordsman.
The skills don't seem to be any different.
Streamer, quickly tell us, what is your profession?
Jian Bufan didn't have the tricks of those old streamers.
Plus, with Lin Chen and the others asking, he told them everything. The most important thing about being a sword servant is this sword in my hand. You all cultivate your bodies,
I cultivate this sword. Every class change is actually an evolution of the sword. It is a magic sword, its attributes and skills are all my attributes and skills. So, my class changes are all for it. Wow, what a cool feeling. Tisk TSK, a sword nurturer from the martial world? From the martial world to cultivation? Seems pretty impressive, but not necessarily. Some hidden professions are worse than ordinary ones. Jin Bufan said helplessly, but I have a drawback. I can't have a mount, I can't use magical treasures. The sword is my everything. Not being able to use a mount is fine, but not being able to use magical treasures. Yeah, everyone says that magical treasures are the most important equipment. Have you successfully changed your class now? Yes, successfully. Show us the sword's attributes? This is what everyone was curious about. Such a peculiar profession, unable to have a mount, unable to use magical treasures. Only a sword, the sword is everything, and many people rushed into the live stream. Everyone wanted to see the attributes of the extraordinary sword. Jin Bufan sent it directly to the team. Lin Chen quickly clicked to open it. Demon Sword Level 4040H Transcendence Non-Tradable Non-Droppable Indestructible Description. Once you possess this sword, you cannot change weapons, cannot use mounts, and cannot equip artifacts. The attributes below made Lin Chan's eyes widen. Holy crap, terrifying. Demon Sword exclusive weapon for sword servants attack power plus 2000 attack power plus 40% lifesteal plus 40% attack speed plus 40% defense plus 40% experience plus 40% movement speed plus 40%. A series of elongated attributes left all four of them dumbfounded. In unison, they exclaimed, freakish. What sword is this? This is a cannon, a Gatling Barrett. Lin Chen also gasped. It's too freakish. It was too abnormal. In his previous life, all the hidden classes he had seen for so long were not as good as this freak. The base attack power was already outrageous. Among all melee weapons, swords had attack power just above fist weapons, similar to daggers. An attack power of 2000 wasn't that high. Even the level 30 Luaha gun had 2500 attack, and guns had the highest attack power besides swords. The Luaha gun was also a golden weapon, leading to the conclusion that this demon sword was equivalent to a level 40 yellow or red weapon. The most terrifying part was the attributes that followed. A 40% boost to all attributes was decent, and judging by its appearance, it seemed like it could add a lot of attributes with each transcendence. Doesn't that mean that after reaching level 100, it can add 100% attributes? Theoretically, yes. Wow. The four of them gasped in unison. Isn't that too freakish? Now I can understand why there's no need to worry about mounts and equipment. A 100% lifesteal is freakish, right? A 100% attack speed is freakish, right? The most freakish part is the 100% movement speed and 100% experience. Even mounts aren't that fast, and it works in combat. Running away and killing, invincible. Freakish. The four of them sighed again. No wonder you level up so fast. With this sword, you should be able to surpass Big Watermelon soon, right? Tisk TSK, our great merchant dynasty finally has its own #1 powerhouse. Don't forget your friends when you get rich, brother Jin. This might be the first time Jin Bufan heard such praise. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I think it's just average. This is still just average? Oh, and I forgot to mention one thing. What thing? I still can't join a sect. The cost was a bit steep. Lin Chen suddenly realized why he was called the first free player. He hadn't joined a sect in the later stages, so that was it. This cost is indeed a bit high. However, correspondingly, those who team up with me, of course, only the members of the small group, can enjoy half of my experience boost, which is 20%. Bro, you are my long-lost brother. Bro, from now on, you are my brother from another mother. In an instant, it turned into a brotherhood scene. Everyone wanted to team up with Jin Bufan. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Are you all stupid? Look around you. Looking around, all they saw were pale skeletons. If we kill all these monsters, won't we be able to look down on everyone? That makes sense. The experience boost only works for killing monsters. Wasn't this the perfect time to clear monsters? What a pity, no Taoists. No need to regret. Let's get to it. They had never seen such a dense gathering of wild monsters. To escape, they could only kill monsters. Sure enough, after they killed one monster, they gained 3000 experience. With a group of 5, having such high experience was already quite freakish. With high experience and many monsters, they didn't care what this place was. Leveling up was all that mattered. Next came the tedious monster killing phase. These skeletons had high attack and low defense, making them easy to kill. Lin Chen and the others didn't dare to leave the statue of Buddha. They could only safely fight monsters while leaning against it. As one skeleton after another fell, the encirclement grew smaller. After a solid 2 hours of fighting, they finally cleared all the skeletons. The light of leveling up flashed. Lin Chen reached level 39. However, the other 4 remained at level 40. The experience from killing monsters was ultimately not as high as that from completing quests. Otherwise, with Jin Buffan's 40% experience boost, he would have been invincible. Finally done with the grind. Can we go back to town now? What's the point of going back? The quest is complete, the pursuers are gone. Aren't we going back? We finally reached a hidden map. Aren't we going to take a look? Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Let's listen to the boss. The 4 of them looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen simply said, a map this big should have a boss, right? The viewers in the live stream were also curious about this map. A map we've never seen before. It can't just appear for no reason. Streamer, explore the hidden map. I'll send you rockets. Thanks to the big boss for the rockets. Nothing is more useful than rockets, even the big spender said so. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a hidden map. Perhaps you had to destroy the statue to enter. Although it was just a game, no one in his last life was foolish enough to attack the statue. Lin Chen glanced around, filled with curiosity about this map. The cave was enormous. There were 200-meter-high passages in front and back, both leading to unknown destinations. Let's go in that direction. He wasn't just picking randomly. According to his understanding of the map in his mind, that direction seemed to lead to the location of a large tomb. Since he wasn't familiar with the area, he decided to walk casually. The 5 of them cautiously crossed the sea of skeletons. They moved slowly, constantly surveying their surroundings. Entering the passage from the large cave, it seemed like a massive mine. Thunder Loli, with her sharp eyes, suddenly spotted something on the wall and quickly shouted, "Boss, look over there." The 4 of them followed her pointing direction. It seemed like something glass-like was embedded in the wall, covered in dirt, revealing only a nail-sized area that emitted a faint blue glow. This girl really had a keen eye. It should be or, it's everywhere on the map, Hades said nonchalantly. But Lin Chen noticed something unusual. Other ores were very conspicuous, protruding from the ground and easy to collect. However, this ore was quite hidden. If it weren't for Thunder Loli, they wouldn't have found it. They approached the ore with curiosity and used their hands to brush away the dirt covering it. Wow, it's so beautiful. Most of the ore was hidden inside the mountain, but they could still see the beautiful blue halo, resembling a gem. As the ore was exposed, its name appeared before them. Unmined Spirit Stone. Spirit Stone? What kind of ore is that? I've never heard of it. Is this also a type of ore? Just as they were curious, they didn't notice Lin Chen's pupils constricting, his face filled with excitement. Spirit Stone. I didn't expect there to be a Spirit Stone mine here. Boss, there's more here. Hey, there's one here too. As more and more dirt was cleared away, the entire wall was densely embedded with blue spirit stones, like stars shining in the night sky. Lin Chen's breathing quickened. The entire passage is filled with spirit stones? As far as the eye could see, there were at least hundreds of spirit stones. We're going to get rich, we're going to get rich. Even the merchant emperor exclaimed that they were going to get rich. The 4 of them were even more curious. Boss, what exactly is the use of this spirit stone? Is it for making equipment? Lin Chen glanced at the live broadcast logo above their heads. He didn't say it out loud but sent a voice message in the team chat channel. This is a good thing. Do you guys have high-level mining shovels? The mining shovel is a necessary consumable for the mining profession. In the world, besides crafting professions like forging, smelting, and alchemy, there are also auxiliary professions like hunting, fishing, logging, mining, and herb gathering. However, these all consume a lot of time and energy. Ordinary players would choose one to level up while making some money, but players like Tian Wang and Ming Wang, who specialize in leveling, wouldn't waste time learning them. So the 4 shook their heads. We didn't bring that. It takes up too much space in our bags. Yeah, boss, we haven't even learned the mining skill. Lin Chen's smile gradually turned sinister. Then I won't be polite. All of this is mine now. You guys have no objections, right? I'm very democratic. I'll give you a little hardship fee. Boss, you're too polite. We really don't have it, so what's yours is yours. How much is the hardship fee? Well, since I'm in a good mood, I'll give each of you 100,000 gold as a hardship fee. How much? Boss is mighty. Lin Chen was genuinely in a good mood. He directly traded them 400,000 gold. 24 people, and they hadn't succeeded in chasing them down yet. Only 100,000 gold. Lin Chen's first move was 400,000. What the hell? Is this still the merchant I know? Do shady merchants have a day of enlightenment? The 4 of them were a bit incredulous about what had just happened. What exactly is this thing? Boss, did you learn mining? Lin Chen shook his head. The spirit stone is the only ore that can be collected without the mining skill. It only requires a high-level mining shovel. Oh, then we really didn't bring it. Boss is too polite. then we'll accept it.
Fortunately, Lin Chen didn't forget that he was a stall owner. Moreover, he needed very few pills for leveling and fighting monsters, so his bag was filled with all sorts of things, including several hundred stacked high-level mining shovels. You all go ahead and look for monsters while live streaming. I'll catch up shortly. Although the few were very curious about the use of the Spirit Stone, Lin Chen didn't want the people in the live broadcast room to know, so he started to hurry them along. The four of them, with 400,000 in hand, continued to move forward with smiles. With a swish, once they were far away, Lin Chen took out a high-level mining shovel, muttering about getting rich, and began to collect spirit stones. When these spirit stones were collected into his bag, their attributes, names, and uses appeared before his eyes. Spirit Stone, Purity 3, Description, Raw material for crafting magical treasures, extremely rare. That's right, spirit stones are the raw materials for crafting magical treasures. They are rare and hard to come by in the entire world. The importance of magical treasures surpasses that of mounts and equipment. In the previous life, someone had made a guide for the world, ranking the importance of all functions. The top was magical treasures, followed by sex, techniques, mounts, and equipment at the bottom. Don't be fooled by the fact that Daxigwa was the first to reach level 40, he was only rewarded with a purple magical treasure. But that magical treasure might be something other players wouldn't get even at level 60. Magical treasures can only be obtained from bosses or through crafting, and crafting requires spirit stones. Even the worst spirit stone in the previous life sold for 100,000 gold, and that was in the mid-game. Now, at the beginning of the game, wouldn't the price double? The higher the purity of the spirit stone, the higher the success rate of crafting magical treasures, and the better the attributes. How could this not excite Lin Chen? I'm rich, I'm rich. Shouting about getting rich while mining is such a happy thing. Now, spirit stones are a blank market. With these spirit stones, Lin Chen can once again form a monopoly. Magical artifacts are the true weapons that can crush everything. Ha, it's like someone sent a pillow when I was sleepy. Am I really this lucky? Lin Chen could hardly believe it, regardless of leveling up or whether it was a hidden map. After digging for a full 3 hours, he was oblivious to the world outside. In those 3 hours, he dug up a total of 1,000 spirit stones, leaving the entire passage pockmarked. He didn't let even a single low-purity spirit stone slip by. Fortunately, after changing jobs, his inventory gradually expanded, otherwise, these 1,000 spirit stones wouldn't have fit. Different purities of spirit stones cannot stack, taking up a lot of inventory space. He went back and forth in this passage several times before confirming that there were no more spirit stones. 1,000 stones, TSK. If they're worth 200,000 gold each, that's 200 million gold, huh? I'm rich. This was still the base price. The strategic significance was even more extraordinary. While happily calculating, he contacted the 4 members of the Heavenly Kings. Boss, we're just ahead. Boss, have you finished mining? When Lin Chen walked out of the passage and reappeared in the cave, he was shocked to find it was exactly the same huge cavern, with the same group of skeletons. They had already been mostly killed by the 4 Heavenly Kings. Because Lin Chen was too far away, he didn't receive any experience. Jin Bufan had already leveled up to 41. Unfortunately, Dashigua had reached level 41 a step ahead. He was still in second place on the leaderboard. Boss, what's going on? It's the same cave, even the monsters haven't changed. When I just came in, I thought I had gone the wrong way. Lin Chen fell into deep thought, looking towards another passage. Could it be a maze? All the caves are identical? Does that mean that passage also has spirit stones? Wouldn't that be getting rich? Let's go take a look. He immediately ran towards the other passage, but unfortunately, he didn't find any spirit stone mines there. Lin Chen said somewhat disappointedly, it seems not every location has spirit stones. The Heavenly King looked puzzled. Boss, you could wait for those spirit stones to respawn in the previous passage. Lin Feng shook his head, not explaining much. Spirit stone mines do not respawn, which is why they are so precious. Let's go. We'll check the next cave from here. There should be a boss or something, right? Even if there's no boss, the density of monsters should be enough for us to level up again. The 5 of them speculated about what lay beneath the cave. At least it's a hidden map. It can't all be like this maze of caves, right? Before they reached the next cave, suddenly, angry shouts rang out. Damn, run, I can't hold on anymore. Damn it, why are you running? Heal me. Humans, how dare you intrude into my cultivation place, you all shall die. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen and the others exchanged glances. Hey, there are actually people here. I heard it, and the last sentence should be from the boss. Boss, it's a boss. Suddenly, a healer rushed past them. Following closely, 5 other players ran over in succession. When they saw Lin Chen, their eyes widened, and they hurriedly shouted, Merchant Emperor, the Merchant Emperor is here. What does it matter about the Merchant Emperor now? We can't beat them. Run. Then they ran past Lin Chen without any intention of stopping.
Are they the ones hunting us? This left Lin Chen and the others completely bewildered. It's them, they came down too? They're really fighting hard for 100,000 gold. That's not right. Why are they on a different map from us?
Just as the confusion set in, a rumbling sound came from behind.
Countless skeletons were charging towards them in a frenzy.
Some of these skeletons wielded broken swords, while others carried rusty axes, resembling a horde of zombies. Leading them was a skeleton riding a bone horse, towering over 3 meters tall, standing out like a crane among chickens. The name above its head displayed, Dungeon Berserker Skeleton, Boss, Level 40. Wow, it really is a boss. They couldn't handle it and ran away.
With so many wild monsters and a boss, it was indeed tough to fight. Quick, Eternal Zombie, attack it. Lin Chen commanded without hesitation, instructing the Eternal Zombie to engage.
He added, stop chatting, don't attract the small monsters, let them chase after those guys.
Ha, I love stealing bosses. Yes, boss.
All the aggro from the small monsters was directed at those 6 people. They were just helping to draw away the small monsters, and at the same time, they couldn't turn back to interfere with the boss fight, which was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Eternal Zombie's attack was extremely high. With 1 claw strike, it dealt a critical hit of 10,000 damage. It successfully transferred the aggro of the Dungeon Berserker skeleton to itself and inflicted a poison status on it.
Countless skeletons surged through them like a river.
Until all the skeletons disappeared, only the Dungeon Berserker skeleton and the Eternal Zombie were left fighting each other. I didn't expect they took down 1/10 of the boss's health.
This boss doesn't seem that impressive. Who cares? Let's just kill it. As long as it's a boss, there's no reason to let it go.
In this world, such bosses have a chance to drop good items.
Even the small bosses in the wild are targets for hunting.
Output your damage, don't hold back. Be wary of the other side coming over.
Boss, not good, the skeletons are coming back. Thunderbolt lowly shouted anxiously.
Lin Chen quickly looked over, seeing a few scattered skeletons running back from the passage. When wild monsters exceed a certain range, they will return. This is a natural phenomenon. This meant that the 6 people had already run out of the wild monsters' range.
Boss, what should we do? Lin Chen gritted his teeth. You just keep asking what to do. With so many big streamers, don't you have any ideas? Boss, aren't you helpless too? Do you think I, the king of deception, am helpless?
Lin Chen truly felt helpless. The wild monsters were coming back, and he believed those 6 would also turn back.
It was always a hassle. Let's pull the boss inside. Ha, are you sure?
All these skeletons are heading into the cave. If we pull it in, we'll get blocked.
Of course, I'm trying to come up with a plan, and you're complaining. Pull. All right.
Though they were puzzled, they still listened to Lin Chen. The 4 of them began to pull the Dungeon Berserker skeleton into the cave. Behind them was a large group of skeletons. Just as Lin Chen had predicted, right behind the skeletons were the 6 people chasing after him.
They're fighting the boss. Damn it, they don't care about their faces. We worked so hard to fight the boss, and they just come to steal it? Brothers, let's kill them. Lin Chen scoffed. Yours? Can you even handle it? If you're brave, come chase me. Haha, are we afraid of you? The skeletons have all been drawn away by you. What are we scared of?
The 6 had a smug look, thinking they could finally take Lin Chen down. But gradually, they realized something was off.
Lin Chen and his 5 companions were continuously pulling the boss while running, attacking as they went. They completely ignored the numerous skeletons following behind.
TCH, he's trying to shake off the aggro of the skeletons.
What's the use? As long as we're here, they can't kill the boss. Stay close, don't attract the aggro of the small monsters.
Lin Chen's plan remained unchanged.
But these people were not foolish.
They followed closely, giving no opportunity. Their primary target was the Thunder Girl. From a distance, skills continuously fell upon her, adding considerable trouble for Lin Chen. He couldn't stop. He could only keep circling the cave.
Besides Lin Chen, the 4 members of Jian Bufan were live streaming, witnessing everything before their eyes. Damn, these 6 people are really annoying. Streamer, hold on, I'll help you. I'm coming too.
Friends, our streamer can only be killed by us, not this bunch of losers.
Exactly, I'm right here at the temple. Group me. Goodness, it was unclear whether they were here for the hidden map or to kill the boss. Not long after, they indeed heard shouts of killing. I found them here, brothers. Come quickly, kill those 6 bastards.
I'll help the streamer clear the small monsters. Suddenly, over 100 people surged into the cave. Seeing this crowd, the 6 chasing Lin Chen were dumbfounded.
What's going on? Where did so many people come from?
Damn, though there were many skeletons, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of newcomers, and soon they were cleared out.
Over 100 people surrounded the 6-man group, arrogantly saying, "You 6 bastards want to kill Shang Tianzi? Joke, Just a bunch of level 30 losers, thinking they're so tough, daring to block our streamer? What are you? Tisk TSK, come on, be arrogant, weren't you just very cocky? The 6 were trapped in the middle, receiving slap after slap to their heads and faces, leaving them dazed. Brother Tian Wang, leave them to me. Shang Tianzi, you guys fight the boss, we'll take care of these 6. Ah, the kid dares to fight back, brothers, kill them. The 6 were no match for 100 people. Just as they wanted to fight back, they were taken down in an instant. Lin Chen also stared blankly at this scene. I can't believe it, boss, I didn't expect there to be benefits to being a streamer. Ha, are we the external staff of the Great Shang Dynasty? They came just in time. Not necessarily. Lin Chen was rather pessimistic. Although these 100 fans had resolved their current predicament, they had no intention of stealing their boss. However, they had become a nuisance. This was a hidden map after all. Up to now, they hadn't fully explored it, and the Mad War skeleton before them was clearly a small boss. There might be spirit stone mines, good herbs. These were all valuable things. Boss? What do you mean not necessarily? Lin Chen shook his head. It's nothing, forget it, since they're here, let's be polite, they are our benefactors. Don't worry, boss. The 100 people did just that. They saw Lin Chen and the 6 fighting the boss and were itching to join, scattering around to search for the boss. They crushed everything in their path. Lin Chen watched them leave, gritting his teeth helplessly. Hurry up, speed up, if we go any slower, there'll be nothing left. The few stopped carrying and unleashed their skills frantically. It was just a small boss, and after 5 minutes, it was down to half health. The cave Mad War skeleton roared. Its skeletal horse collapsed with a crash, and then it fell apart. On the ground, a few pitiful coins and some black bones dropped, dead. No way? Just this little bit? Damn, not even a piece of equipment? Boss, what's that black thing? People around were watching. These fans stopped here just to see what would drop. Lin Chen, quick-eyed and quick-handed, stored the black bones in his bag. He began to complain, damn it, after working hard to kill a boss, nothing at all, huh? That's pretty normal, don't be mad, Boss Shang. Let's go, shall we explore the hidden map together? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. There were 2 passages in the cave, one was the way they came, and the other was the way they were going. This group of people had all watched their livestream and had already explored the map ahead. Lin Chen and his 4 companions had no choice but to follow behind the main group, heading deeper into the hidden map. Originally, the 5 of them were supposed to monopolize the hidden map. Now, with over 100 people, it was likely that more would come as time passed. As long as those around had watched the livestream, they would probably all come over. With so many people exploring the hidden map, they should have quickly found the boss. But as they went through the next few caves, they all looked exactly the same. They were all filled with cave skeletons, but there was no boss. Lin Chen and his companions were confused and quickly began discussing in their team chat. This is the 5th one, and they all look the same. Boss, could it be that this is just a leveling area? Yeah, they all look identical. I noticed earlier that even the stones on the ground are the same. Even Lin Chen's heart wavered. It really could be a leveling area. He had never seen this in his previous life. Let's just level up then. If we go through 3 more caves and they're all the same, we'll head back. The hundreds of viewers had turned into 300 or 400. Being with them, although they couldn't get any loot, it was safe and fast. They couldn't even get a single monster. The skeletons at the entrance of the cave were all wiped out in an instant. 1, 2, 3, still exactly the same. When Lin Chen and his companions reached the 3rd cave, which was the 10th cave they had entered, it was still the same cave. Phew, boss, it seems there's nothing here. No way, why are there no monsters in this cave? This looks like the place we just came down from. Boss, look at that Buddha statue. It was indeed a Buddha statue, the one that had protected them and had fallen down with them. Had the wild monsters not respawned? Or were they not going to respawn? After all, this was where they had come down. So we've gone through it all. According to this, there are a total of 9 caves, and these 9 caves are connected by passages, forming a closed loop. After all that effort, it really is a leveling map. Not only were Lin Chen and his 4 discussing this, the other few hundred players were also talking. I'm speechless, this hidden map doesn't need to be hidden at all. Forget it, let's go, the monsters aren't respawning, let's just leave. Okay, but, how do we get out? Everyone was dumbfounded, they couldn't get out. The cave they had fallen from was long gone. Even if that cave were still there, they couldn't fly up to a distance of over 100 meters from the ground. Can't get out. Can't get out. These 4 words spread throughout the cave. Goodness, they could come in but couldn't get out. No way, which bastard made this map? How do we get out? Do we have to kill our way out? The monsters are gone, how do we die? Should I kill you? With the monsters all wiped out, these players couldn't even die if they wanted to.
they could only be killed by other players. But being killed by other players would cause them to lose a level, and they hadn't even gained half a level from the experience they had just earned.
Damn, I'm going to lose a level for coming down here? Damn it, what a huge loss. Streamer, what do we do? They realized they couldn't get out after coming in.
Lin Chen watched as hundreds of people were cursing and instead felt a glimmer of excitement.
Boss, what do we do? Ha, when there's a problem, that's when merchants make money.
Then he slowly walked over to the Buddha statue. Lin Chen raised his hand, everyone. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Everyone, I'm fortunate to have quite a few return scrolls in my bag, right? Return scrolls.
Damn, those things are expensive.
The Great Merchant Dynasty's shop sells them for 1200 gold each, 1200 gold coins.
Indeed a bit expensive. Might as well drop a level.
Lin Chen smiled sincerely. Of course, you are fans of the Heavenly King, which makes you esteemed guests of my Great Merchant Dynasty.
You just helped me, so I've decided to reduce it by 200 gold coins. How much? Damn, I thought it was a gift. 1000 gold coins each, that's about right. TCH, brother, just kill me. You want me to kill you?
500 gold coins, I'll be red named soon, and I won't get paid for that.
Well, this is good. Once outside, it became a selling point.
For those wanting to leave, whether killed or using a teleport scroll, it wasn't cheap. Lin Chen grinned and began setting up his stall. Return City Scroll 1000 gold coins. Remember, love what you do, and even when you get rich, don't forget to set up a stall. This is the foundation of our Great Merchant Dynasty. He not only wanted to make money, but he also wanted to draw everyone away, because he had discovered a secret. Forget it, just buy it. The Return City Scroll is still a better deal. Charging for killing you for free? Get lost, I might as well take care of the business of the Merchant Emperor. There were over 300 players at this hidden map. Fortunately, Lin Chen had enough Return City Scrolls in stock. Selling them at 1000 gold coins each, he sold over 200. This group was trying to steal a chicken but ended up losing rice. As the Return City Scrolls were torn and used, the light of returning home increased until everyone disappeared. Lin Chen waited a while longer, and sure enough, a few more people came in. He wasn't in a hurry, he waited for them to explore a bit before they cursed and bought the Return City Scroll to leave. Not long after, the entire underground became quiet. Only Lin Chen and his 5 companions remained.
Boss, everyone has left, should we go too?
No rush, first turn off your live streams.
Ha, oh.
Although the 4 were puzzled, they complied. After they all turned off their live streams, Lin Chen didn't make a move, as if waiting for something.
Boss, are we going or not?
Boss, did you discover something? Lin Chen smiled and said, let's wait a bit longer. After waiting for about 5 minutes with no one coming down, he finally spoke. Phew, it's suffocating, they shouldn't be coming down anymore.
Of course, 1000 gold coins each. Want to come down and play? They definitely won't come down.
Lin Chen was preparing for such a situation. If they didn't come down, he could do his own thing.
What exactly did the boss discover? I'm dying of anxiety.
Yeah, it's itching in my heart. Hurry up and tell us. Under the eager gazes of the 4, Lin Chen slowly spoke.
Don't you think this map is very unreasonable? What do you mean? There are too many monsters, it's ridiculous.
A cave spawns hundreds of skeletons.
If you say it's a leveling map, it doesn't respawn. We've been here for hours, right?
The monsters in the first cave haven't respawned.
That's the first problem. The second problem is, all the monsters are dead, and we can't get out. This is a big problem. If it doesn't respawn monsters and you can't commit suicide, if players don't bring Return City Scrolls, their accounts are wasted.
The world won't allow such a situation to exist. So I conclude that this map is a puzzle map.
Puzzle map? What does that mean? It means this thing.
Lin Chen took out a black bone from his bag.
It was the only item dropped by the Mad Cave Berserker skeleton.
The bone was inscribed with, Holy Bone corrupted by dark power. It didn't mention any effects or anything.
Is this what just dropped? It's neither equipment nor material. What use is it?
Lin Chen's lips curled up. In the entire map, with 9 caves, only 1 cave has a boss, and it only drops 1 black bone, so this black bone must have its purpose. He slowly raised his head to look at the golden Buddha statue behind him. The 4 from Sword Unparalleled unconsciously followed his gaze. The Buddha statue was seated, hands pressed together at the chest, where there was a black hole. The size was surprisingly the same as the bone in Lin Chen's hand. Wait, does this prop need to be inserted? Boss, you notice this? Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We should show some reverence to the Buddha. Lin Chen glanced at the Thunder Girl and smiled. Look closely. Do you notice anything different about this Buddha?
No. Aren't all Buddha statues like this?
Lin Chen shook his head. I've never seen a Buddha statue like this one. A main Buddha in the main hall. yet it's something I've never encountered before. The world wouldn't make such a small mistake.
Boss, you understand this too?
Ordinary people might know a few famous Buddha statues, but they wouldn't be able to articulate the differences. Lin Chen, however, was different. In his previous life, when his mother was ill, he had prayed to the gods and had some understanding of Buddhism. The Buddha statue before him was unlike any he had ever known. The key detail was that on his wrist, the sleeve was carved with a skull. Although this feature was quite subtle, Lin Chen still caught it.
The terrain has been damaged, and logically, the building shouldn't be affected.
The fact that this Buddha statue fell with us is already suspicious.
If I'm not mistaken, the bone is used like this. Without further ado, Lin Chen thrust the black bone into the Buddha's chest hole. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Just as expected, the bone smoothly pierced into the hollow chest.
At the moment it sank in, the Buddha statue began to tremble violently.
The 5 of them quickly stepped back.
Congratulations on completing the hidden task, the sealed 10,000-year zombie king. Task description: the 10,000-year zombie king wreaked havoc on the world and was sealed within the Buddha statue by a high monk. After thousands of years of change, the power of the 10,000-year zombie king seeped out, creating a demonic lair beneath the temple, and he successfully created a clone, the formless zombie.
Task completed. The 10,000-year zombie king is freed.
The hidden task turned out to be releasing the 10,000-year zombie king.
The formless zombie is a clone of the 10,000-year zombie king? No wonder there are formless zombies in the temple.
Boss,
what does this task mean?
Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the Buddha statue, excitedly saying, of course, it's a special boss. This is a big treasure. In the world, bosses are divided into many types, including respawning bosses, NPC bosses, and special bosses.
The 10,000-year zombie king before them was clearly a special boss. Special bosses often appear in different ways and cannot respawn.
They are guaranteed to drop some equipment and functions.
Guaranteed drop? Good equipment?
Besides guaranteed drops, their drop rates are also the highest.
No wonder the boss asked us to stop the live stream.
If the people in the stream saw this, they would definitely come back to kill us.
Exactly, but we can't let our guard down.
We need to kill the boss as soon as possible.
Boss, it's coming out.
Under the eager gazes of the 5, the gold paint of the Buddha statue finally began to crack and fall away. They could vaguely see something black writhing inside the statue.
A foul odor emanated from within. More and more fragments of the Buddha statue fell away.
Lin Chen and the others retreated to a safe distance and said in a deep voice, "No need to hold back."
Got it, boss. Don't worry, boss. The group tightly gripped their weapons.
In their tense gaze, finally, the 10,000-year zombie king, sealed within, appeared before them.
Crack! Ha! I'm finally out! I'm finally out!
As the Buddha statue completely collapsed, the 10,000-year zombie king laughed maniacally. He was completely different from the Buddha statue just moments ago. Standing about 3 meters tall, he was dressed in tattered, decaying clothes. Just a single nail was longer than the sword in Jian Bufan's hand. Perhaps due to the seal, its figure was somewhat frail, yet it exuded a terrifying aura that made one shudder. After a maniacal laugh, the 10,000-year zombie king leaned down, his emerald eyes fixed on Lin Chen and the 5 others.
He grinned, revealing sharp fangs. So you are the ones who released me?
Good, good, good. As a reward, let you be my first meal after breaking free from the seal.
Ding! Accepting hidden mission, eradicate future threats.
Mission details: since you have released the 10,000-year zombie king, kill him to completely eliminate future threats. Mission rewards: 400,000 experience, choice of 1 level 40 red weapon.
Mission failure, level drop.
At the moment of accepting the mission, Lin Chen shouted, 10,000-year zombie, your brother is here, attack him. The 10,000-year zombie appeared like a younger brother before the 10,000-year zombie king, but under Lin Chen's command, he fearlessly charged at the 10,000-year zombie king.
You dare to attack your king? Seeking death.
The 10,000-year zombie king roared, swiping a claw in retaliation.
Bang!
Lin Chen's 10,000-year zombie suffered a damage drop of 10,000 health.
It left everyone stunned. What the hell? What damage? Does that mean he can one-shot us? Tisk TSK, if that claw comes down, won't we be black and blue? Don't let him touch you. Lin Chen's 10,000-year zombie had high defense, which they knew. Its health was also around 40,000, a terrifying presence.
They had only about 10,000 health, and the healer had even less.
Quick, heal the 10,000-year zombie. You 3 attack. Stay alert for his area attack.
Yes, boss. The Thunder Fairy glowed with green light. All healing skills were thrown at the 10,000-year zombie, barely allowing it to hold on. Jian Bufan, the Underworld King, and the Heavenly King had considerable attack power as well. Especially Jian Bufan, whose attack power surpassed that of the 10,000-year zombie after his 4th promotion, with attack speed and skill damage crushing the 10,000-year zombie. Having them deal damage was equivalent to having 4 10,000-year zombies attacking simultaneously. Watching the damage information above the zombie king's head soar, Lin Chen was not optimistic at all. Such high defense, such high health.
The health bar above the 10,000-year zombie king was absurdly long.
Moreover, a single attack from the 10,000-year zombie could only deal about 3,000 damage to him.
At this rate, it would take at least half an hour to defeat this boss. 10,000-year zombie, use your berserk skill. The sooner it was used, the sooner it would cool down. In a frenzied state, the 10,000-year zombie's attack power and speed would surge. Lin Chen then looked gravely at the Thunder Fairy. How much blue potion do you have left? Indeed, the most crucial thing at this moment was the consumption of potions. The 10,000-year zombie was losing health too quickly, which significantly increased the healing amount from the Thunder Fairy, and correspondingly, the consumption of blue potions was also high. The Thunder Fairy had nearly a whole bag of blue potions, but she had already used up more than half while fighting skeletons earlier. She realized this and her expression suddenly turned grim. Boss, I think my potions can only last about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's not enough at all. Take all these potions, how long can you hold out?
Lin Chen took out all the blue potions from his bag.
At most, it can support 15 minutes. Boss, don't you have any left?
Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He wasn't a magic cat. If it were other potions, he might have plenty, but he just didn't have many blue potions.
Surviving is the most critical.
You all stop attacking for now and give all the potions to the fairy. Jian Bufan and the others slowly retreated, trading all the blue potions in their bags to the Thunder Fairy.
Although their attack power was slightly lower without blue potions, they could still conserve their skills. How long can you hold on now? About 20 minutes, I guess. The three of them don't have much medicine. The blue medicine is mostly consumed by the healer, the poison master, and the Taoist. The others use red medicine more.
Lin Chen furrowed his brows tightly. No way, there are still 10 minutes left.
Boss, how about letting the ancient zombie take the hits?
That way, the blood consumption will be slower, suggested the Thunder Girl.
Lin Chen pondered for a moment. We need to be quicker. We don't know when other players will come. 30 minutes is already a long time.
They have to guard against other players. If just one player sees them fighting the boss, they might lose their chance.
No, think of a way. I'll join you in healing.
As he spoke, under the Thunder Girl's strange gaze, Lin Chen slowly took out a gourd.
Boss, why can you equip a gourd?
Then she saw green light emanating from the gourd. At that moment, she was completely dumbfounded.
A perfectly lovely girl suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap, boss, are you a healer? Just consider me a healer."
Lin Chen grinned and said, "But only the 5 of us know about it."
No wonder the boss hasn't made a move. Turns out he's a healer. A male healer, huh? No, boss, your healing is so small.
The Thunder Girl raised her hand and healed 5,000 health, plus continuous healing, instant healing, and passive healing skills stacked together, allowing her to heal the ancient zombie about 10,000 health each time, just enough to balance the damage. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's healing was barely under 1,000 health.
That's just 1/10 of hers. Based on scale, 1/10 is about right. Actually, it should be 1/3. Are you trying to get us killed?
The Thunder Girl scolded, her face flushed with anger. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Stop the nonsense, focus on output, girl. You can slow down a bit, extend the healing frequency, and save some medicine.
Oh, with Lin Chen's addition, they could probably extend a few more minutes. As for how many minutes, that really depended on luck. Time ticked away.
The ancient zombie king's health was slowly depleting until about 15 minutes in.
Its health reached 50%, just as expected.
The ancient zombie king suddenly roared, "Damn mortals, you dare to attack me while I'm weak. You will not die a good death." To Lin Chen and the others' astonishment, its body suddenly shriveled. Ding, the ancient zombie king has just broken the seal and entered a weakened state, all attributes minus 30%. The good fortune came too suddenly. What the hell, I thought it would go berserk.
Me too, I thought it was really angry, but it just got a bit mad.
We can finish it in 10 minutes. We can hold on, output, increase the output. Just when they thought they could finish off this boss soon.
Damn it, those bastards finally left.
Suddenly, several players' voices echoed in the cave.
There's a problem. Why are they killing us?
I heard they are all fans of the great merchant dynasty.
Forget about them for now. How do we get out? Damn it, we can't get out.
6 people swaggered into the cave. Leading them was the night assassin. There were 12 of them. 6 were killed by the fans of the Heavenly King, and they had survived by hiding in a corner. Once everything quieted down, they slowly came out. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but they couldn't get out. Suddenly, they heard the sounds of battle. They stared blankly, just in time to meet Lin Chen's gaze.
Merchant's son, they're fighting the boss.
Hey,
I think I've said that before. Ha, this boss seems even fiercer than the original. Lin Chen cursed angrily, can't we just focus on defeating the boss? Hee, merchant's son, I am your eternal nemesis, remember my name.
The Dark Knight assassin was quite pleased with himself, as if Lin Chen had already died at his hands.
600,000, I'll offer 600,000, plus a teleportation scroll for each of you, how about that?
Lin Chen didn't waste words and directly revealed his trump card.
Wasn't it all for money? Here you go. How much? 600,000, that's 10,000 for each of you. There are only 6 of you, so you can each get 100,000 gold coins. That's not small change. Damn, boss, he seems to have a point. Yeah, 100,000 each.
At that moment, the Dark Knight assassin was indeed tempted.
However, he suddenly reacted and cursed, you idiots, are you going to fall for it a second time? Have you forgotten he's a swindler? How could a swindler keep his promises? Isn't it all about defeating the boss? You want to stall for time, right?
This boss still has half its health left. Let's see how long you can stall.
The higher the price offered, the more you value this boss. Have you forgotten we are a principled studio?
The Dark Knight assassin looked at Lin Chen with a half-smile, thinking he had him cornered, but unexpectedly said, such a good deal, you need to pay more.
Lin Chen, so principled. Of course, principles are a must. Then how much do you want? 10 million. Come on, kill me, finish me off. Lin Chen stretched out his neck, openly asking for death. Cough, why bother? Merchant's son, let's be honest. We're all businessmen here, reasonable and legal. There are just 6 of us. If I kill you, a hush money is normal, right? Exactly, the price is unreasonable. Then how much do you want?
Lin Chen seemed to be pondering but was actually checking the health of the Eternal Zombie King.
Still 30% left. Even in a weakened state, it would take about 5 to 8 more minutes to defeat it.
How about this, 150,000 gold coins each, that's my limit. The other 5 in his team, aside from the Dark Knight assassin, were already showing excitement. Boss, 150,000 gold coins, that's 15,000 each.
Enough. Yeah, that's equivalent to my salary for 5 months. Boss, I'm just 15,000 short of paying off my helmet loan. Accept it, that's 15,000 after all.
The Dark Knight assassin was indeed hesitant, he was very dedicated, but the offer was quite substantial.
However, he was afraid Lin Chen might back out. Frowning, he kept staring at Lin Chen.
From his expression, it was clear what he was thinking. Lin Chen continued, you all know, I value money over my life. My life isn't worth much, but this boss is valuable. Whether the boss is worth 900,000 is still uncertain.
If you don't accept, just kill me. Fine, but you have to pay first. Are you kidding? What if I pay and you kill me? What if you back out? Is the reputation of my great merchant dynasty built on lies?
When others do business with me, they pay millions up front, let alone this mere 900,000 gold coins. Boss, he makes a good point. Not long ago, the Heavenly Emperor placed a bet of several million gold coins with him, and he paid up front.
So are we just going to wait for him to finish off the boss? The Dark Knight assassin gritted his teeth. Okay, we'll wait for you to finish the boss. Lin Chen let out a long breath. He felt secretly pleased. It was all settled.
There's nothing that can't be resolved with money. If it doesn't work, just add a bit more.
Quick, I'll hold them off. Boss, are you really giving 900,000 gold coins? That's 90,000 bucks. Are you stupid? Of course not. They are the ones trying to kill us. Why give them anything?
Lin Chen lightly coughed and said to the Dark Knight assassin and the others, quick, help me defeat the boss.
Do we still have to help fight the boss? Otherwise, don't you want to get your money quickly? Fine.
The Dark Knight assassins worked hard to kill monsters in order to receive their payments sooner.
Lin Chen almost laughed out loud.
He watched as the health of the Eternal Zombie King slowly decreased,
until a mournful cry echoed. Damn mortals, I will return. Boom!
With a loud crash, its massive body collapsed to the ground.
A pile of items scattered across the floor.
Lin Chen's body glowed with the light of leveling up, and the experience from the boss brought him directly to level 40. The Dark Knight assassin stared wide-eyed at the loot strewn about. Damn, so much equipment. Red equipment, wow, golden legend.
Damn it, hurry and grab it.
Golden legendary equipment was worth millions of gold coins, even tens of millions. There were only 2 pieces of red equipment, and 1 piece of golden equipment dropped. But when they went to snatch it, the system suddenly announced,
this item does not belong to you, please wait a moment.
Most of the boss's health had been taken down by Lin Chen and the others, and there was a 1-minute item protection time. Lin Chen was faster than them, swiftly gathering almost all the items into his bag.
F***CK. What? You still want to grab stuff? Damn it, I won't pay you. No, we didn't get anything.
Not getting anything doesn't matter, it shows you had that intention. The Dark Knight assassins wanted to explain but suddenly realized,
gritting their teeth and glaring at Lin Chen. Alright, you want to go back on your word. How can it be like this? You're the merchant emperor. Don't you care about your reputation? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. First, you wanted to kill me. Second, you wanted to steal equipment. Based on these 2 points, why should I pay you? Damn it, we had a deal. Oh right, third, I'm a shady merchant. You, brothers, we've been tricked. Kill him, the Dark Knight assassins angrily ordered. It wasn't that he lacked intelligence, it was just that the money Lin Chen promised was too much. Now that he had gone back on his word, they could only kill him for the 100,000 gold coins. Facing the attacks of 6 people, Lin Chen welcomed them with a smile. Without the boss to hold me back, what do you think you are? I'm a shady merchant, that's true, but I'm also a master. He was waiting for their blades to come at him. Lin Chen had already turned white-named, and the moment the Dark Knight assassins attacked him, all 6 of their names turned gray simultaneously. At this moment, counterattacking would pose no problem. Their attacks landed on him, feeling like mere tickles. 6 attacks, and they only reduced his health by less than 2,000. Eternal Zombie, your big brother has been bullied for so long, now you can take it out on them. The Eternal Zombie seemed to understand Lin Chen's words. It roared and charged at them. Boss, I'm here to help. Ha, the boss is right. Without the boss, what are you? The boss dropped golden equipment, and the 4 from Jian Bufan were also excited. Although Lin Chen was a shady merchant to outsiders, he treated them well. They launched their attacks almost simultaneously. The Dark Knight assassins could easily kill Lin Chen with 24 people, but if it was 5 against 6, it would be a one-sided slaughter. They couldn't withstand a few attacks and all fell to the ground with empty health bars. Merchant Emperor, shameless, scum, die a horrible death. You dog, it's only right to pay back debts. Damn it, beast. They didn't want to resurrect, lying on the ground and cursing Lin Chen. Lin Chen's lips curled up, not planning to resurrect. Huh? I have plenty of ways to deal with you trolls. Saying that, he lifted his foot and stomped towards their faces. Shameless bastard. Stomp, go ahead. I won't let you off today. They were quite resilient. Lin Chen was a bit impressed, just as he was about to unleash another big move. But at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. The ground above began to collapse, with massive rocks falling down. Ding, the 10,000-year zombie king has died, the power supporting the demon lair dissipates, and the demon lair is about to disappear. All players are automatically teleported out of the demon lair. As the system's voice fell, Lin Chen and his 5 companions, along with the 6 bodies of the night assassins, simultaneously vanished. Along with them, the entire map of the demon lair also disappeared. The rumbling sounds continued to echo. At that moment, the side hall of the ancient temple also collapsed. Having completed the hidden map task, the hidden map vanished as well. When Lin Chen and the others opened their eyes again, they had returned to the safe zone of Ningdu City. We're back. Boss, let me see that equipment from just now. Yeah, there were 2 red items and 1 gold item, right? The hidden boss drops really good equipment. Lin Chen laughed and scolded. Look at how anxious you all are. Don't worry, the equipment will be evenly split among the 5 of us. Hee, how can we accept that? If you feel embarrassed, just give me your share. Nonsense, let's first see how much it's worth. The 4 of them looked at Lin Chen with hopeful expressions. To be honest, Lin Chen was also a bit curious. He hadn't had the chance to take a close look earlier, so he sent the attributes of the 2 red items to the chat box. Both red items were level 40 equipment. Level 40 red gear is worth a lot now. Right, at least over 1 million gold coins, and some with good attributes are even close to 10 million. Ultimately, it still depends on the attributes. Color can only give a rough idea. The best yellow gear is more expensive than the worst red gear. For example, some yellow gear adds several attributes to defense. That makes it very suitable for tanks. For a tank, some red gear that adds mana is useless, so it still comes down to the attributes. The 2 items were a pair of shoes and a wrist guard. Both were heavy armor types, suitable for classes like warriors and brawlers that are more tanky. Lin Chen, being in this line of work, could tell the value of the 2 items at a glance. Let's say these 2 items are worth 5 million. Boss, it's not that expensive. At most, it's about 4 million. Yeah, wrist guards and shoes usually aren't worth much. We're not completely clueless, after all, we're from the Great Merchant Dynasty, so we've picked up some knowledge. Among all equipment parts, weapons are the most valuable, followed by clothing. Lin Chen casually said, look at how capable you all are, do I not know? 5 million is easy to split, each person gets 1 million gold coins, and if you don't want it, that's fine. We want it. Boss, you're my brother from now on. You're just taking and asking for more. Because Lin Chen didn't plan to sell these 2 items, he wanted to wear them himself. Ever since he realized that his real-world strength was linked to his game strength, he was always thinking about how to improve his power. Lin Chen smiled and said, just consider it a company benefit. Boss is generous. What about that golden equipment? Let's take a look. Yeah, the golden legend. Unfortunately, the golden equipment was not a weapon. It was a belt. In terms of parts, belts aren't worth much. But when Lin Chen sent the attributes inside, Jin Bufan and the others were dumbfounded. Wushang belt, level 40, quality, gold, attributes, defense plus 800, defense plus 400, defense plus 400, defense plus 400, equipment skill, Wuxian, defense plus 100%, duration 10 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour, wow, such high defense. It even has a defense skill. The defense of this belt is higher than many level 40 clothes. No wonder it's called a golden legend. Boss, how much do you think these items are worth? Lin Chen shook his head. Top-tier equipment like this needs to be tested in the market. For example, at an auction, if two big shots compete, then it becomes valuable. But if there's no competition, its attributes are actually average, and the defense isn't that great. They all knew this. Defense is suitable for tanks, and generally, the wealthy don't play tanks. This leads to tank gear being cheap, while classes like swordsmen, priests, and knife fighters are in high demand, making their suitable equipment a bit more expensive. However, even if it's average, at least it's worth 20 million gold as a base. What? Is that for real? That's definitely enough for a house. We're going to get rich. But Lin Chen suddenly fell silent, pondering for a moment before saying, I want to equip this belt and those two red pieces myself, but in terms of price. Before he could finish, Tian Wang waved his hand and said, Boss, if you think it's worth it, just give it to us. Yeah, we don't mind. This money is practically free. Without you, we wouldn't have accomplished anything. Boss, we're all brothers here, you should definitely give us the brother price. How about 10 million? There was no way to negotiate against oneself. Looking at their eager faces while pretending to be indifferent, Lin Chen smiled. There is indeed a concept of internal pricing. We can't compare with the outside. How about this? According to future rules, the market price is 80%. Of course, this deal doesn't count. I'll calculate the total price for you. Ha! Lin Chen was in a good mood today and didn't waste words. He gave them 5 million gold each, totaling 20 million plus 5 million. After handing over the money, Lin Chen eagerly put on the equipment. I'm logging off first. You guys play. After putting on the gear, his attributes increased significantly, and he couldn't wait to go out and try it. The experience from the Eternal Zombie King was substantial, allowing Lin Chen to barely reach level 40. He donned 2 red pieces of equipment and 1 golden piece. His defense skyrocketed, increasing by about half. Such a significant boost in attributes should reflect in reality, right? He logged off and removed his helmet. He was still in bed. The sky outside was already bright. Ling Ling had prepared a table full of dishes and was about to call him to get up. Oh, you logged off just in time. Did you smell the aroma? Seeing Ling Ling, Lin Chen's expression tightened. He almost forgot that there was such a big presence at home. He quickly changed the subject. All right, where are my brother and Li Yu? They both went to school. I'll go call auntie. At the dining table, Lin's mother praised Ling Ling again, openly stating that the food was really delicious. She looked at Lin Chen intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Chen felt speechless. He knew exactly what his mother was thinking. She just wanted him to pursue Ling Ling, didn't she? Little did she know, the seemingly sunny girl with twin ponytails was actually a living llama. Scary. However, Lin Chen didn't say much. It was best to keep the conversation at the dining table about life. Otherwise, if they started talking about games, Ling Ling might catch on to something, and that would be the end. Of course, the best scenario would be for Ling Ling to leave. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, Ling Ling, you see, Li Yu has a house nearby, and she's gone too. It's not good for us, a man and a woman, to live together, right? When will you move out? Isn't there still auntie? Yeah, but am I not a person? Besides, can you cook? How can auntie keep up with our nutrition every day? Exactly, can you cook? What do you mean Ling Ling is such a good girl, she cares for me and stays here, cooking for us every day, and you want to chase her away, you scoundrel. No. Mom, where did you learn this? Ling Ling covered her mouth and laughed. It's fine, I don't mind. When the time comes, I'll sleep in your brother's room and change his sheets. Right, Lin Wen is not allowed to come back when there's nothing going on. Lin Chen was speechless. He felt like he was in a 1vs2 situation. He couldn't win, not at all. When did those two become so close? If you set aside Ling Ling's identity, she really is a good free babysitter, and she's nice too. But damn it, being nice can also be deadly. Lin Chen didn't want to be captured and sliced up, or join their inexplicable organization. After dinner, Lin's mother went to rest. Lin Chen and Ling Ling washed the dishes. He whispered, Ling Ling, you notice too, my mom wants to set us up. I'm pretty and cute, loved by everyone, it's normal. so this is how we're chatting, huh? Lin Chen gritted his teeth. But I don't like you. That's for the best. I'm allergic to women, but I'm not a woman. I like guys. I like guys too. So stubborn, huh? Lin Chen tossed the basin aside. Damn it. I'm going out for a walk. I'll wash. His plan to drive her away ended in disappointment. Lin Chen really couldn't figure out what could keep her here. Was it really just pity for their mother and son not having food to eat? Forget it, he decided to ignore her. Since she was here, he would try to keep his distance. After going downstairs, he casually took a bus to a remote park. It was a weekday afternoon, the sun was blazing, and there weren't many people in the park. Moreover, this park had a small hill. The hill was undeveloped and rarely visited, making it a perfect place for Lin Chen to experiment. Pretending to be a hiker, he swayed his way to the top of the hill. After looking around in the dense jungle and confirming there was no one around, Lin Chen found a piece of wood about the thickness of a thigh to test his strength. I've leveled up a few times, my attack power has increased, but I wonder how my strength is? Instead of hitting it with his fists, he grabbed it with both hands. His palms could just wrap around it. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with his fingers. With a crisp crack, he crushed the tree with his bare hands. The lush trees collapsed with a loud crash. I crushed it? Lin Chen was astonished. He hadn't even used much strength. Is it really this much of an increase? Last time in the hospital, he had broken a piece of wood the thickness of his wrist with a punch. This time, his strength had improved significantly, allowing him to crush a tree the thickness of a thigh with his bare hands. He casually picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and easily crushed it as well. Feeling that terrifying power within his body, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Damn, I'm so awesome. What boy hasn't fantasized about having superhuman abilities? Now he actually had them, and it was power gained from playing a game. However, this time Lin Chen had come out to test his defense. But how to test defense? There were trees all around. Lin Chen smiled wryly. Should I just bang my head against a tree? Come on, I'm not an idiot. The next moment, his forehead slammed heavily against the trunk. Still not using much force, he knocked the tree down, completely unable to measure his defense. Lin Chen cursed himself for being a fool. Testing defense, I could just take a small knife at home and scratch myself. Why bother coming all the way out here? He was really driven mad by Lingling. Forget it, since I'm here, I might as well practice a bit more. Lin Chen decided to practice summoning the ancient zombie again. This thing also required proficiency. To summon the ancient zombie's arm, he had practiced for 2 days. The ancient zombie was his trump card, far stronger than his own body. Ancient zombie, come out. With a thought in his mind, a black vortex appeared behind him. An old peachwood coffin slowly floated out from the vortex. Lin Chen closed his eyes, focusing on the summoning. He could feel the coffin board slowly flying out of the black vortex, already exceeding 20 centimeters. The last time he could only summon the edge of the coffin, and it would shrink back when it was less than 5 centimeters. The farthest the coffin had been from the black vortex was in the office of the hospital director. At that time, in a fit of anger, Lin Chen had summoned half of the coffin. Come out a bit more. Why don't you come out? Don't you want to descend into this world, only using one hand each time? Come out. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. He was almost at his limit. He could only use a bit of provocation, not knowing if a 10,000-year-old zombie would fall for this trick. The result was predictable. As Lin Chen's body trembled more and more, the coffin slowly began to return to the black hole. Damn it! Huff! Sweat dripped from Lin Chen's forehead like yellow beans. He really couldn't hold back anymore. With a release of energy, the coffin went back. Damn! 18 centimeters, is this the limit? Sitting on the ground, gasping for breath, Lin Chen cursed. A coffin is estimated to be about 2 meters long. The 10,000-year-old zombie is tall and should be a bit taller. 5 meters? Probably. Now, he was still less than 1/10 of the way to summoning the entire coffin. When can you come out by yourself? He sighed softly. The 10,000-year-old zombie's palm reached out from the side, dragging his head down to rest on the ground. Summoning the palm was easy for Lin Chen now. He angrily slapped the zombie's palm twice. This thing was harder than steel, completely ignoring Lin Chen's attacks. Because of this, Lin Chen wanted to summon it even more. At least there's progress. Eventually, I will be able to summon it. He was really looking forward to it, but there was no rush. Lin Chen patted his clothes and was about to head down the mountain. But just then, a sudden scream came from the side. What are you going to do? Ah! The voice was that of a woman. Panic mixed with fear. Then came a man's furious voice, followed by a scream. No way? In broad daylight, so rampant. Lin Chen curiously ran toward the source of the sound. This small hill wasn't big. Soon, he saw 3 figures in the dense forest. 2 men and 1 woman. The man and woman were likely a couple. The small park's undeveloped hill was also beautifully secluded.
Many men and women who didn't want to spend money came here to meet. This man and woman were clearly a couple. But at this moment, the man had already fainted. Another man appeared, the one committing the crime. When Lin Chen saw this man, his pupils contracted. What's going on? Why is he wearing a helmet? This man was actually wearing a gaming helmet from the world. He was stepping closer to the woman. From his stance, it seemed he was about to do something thrilling. Wait, can you still see with the helmet on? Hey! Lin Chen shouted at the man. The helmeted man suddenly stopped, turning to look at Lin Chen. The helmet from the world was pitch black once worn, completely opaque. But this helmet seemed burnt, revealing half of the helmeted man's face. What kind of eyes were those? Crimson eyes that resembled a beast devoid of any emotion. They exuded madness, unconsciousness. After glancing at Lin Chen, the helmeted man charged at the girl like a mad dog. Ah! The girl screamed and was knocked unconscious. The helmeted man's behavior became even more beastly. He actually started tearing the girl's clothes. Damn, has he gone mad? Although Lin Chen was shocked that the man's helmet was burnt, he couldn't just stand by and watch in this situation. Fine, even if he had to watch, he would get closer. Beast, let go of that girl, let me. Ugh! With a push of his foot, Lin Chen's body shot out like the wind. In an instant, he rushed to the side of the helmeted man. The couple had indeed fainted, the woman offering no resistance at all. Hey, are you out of your mind? What era is this? Lin Chen reached out to pull the helmeted man. Little did he know that the moment he touched the helmeted man, the latter swung a fist back at Lin Chen. The veins on that fist bulged, emitting a red glow. Lin Chen reacted quickly, turning his head to dodge the punch. The red energy from the punch detached from the fist, transforming into a visible stream of light that sank into the ground. Bang! A loud noise erupted. The ground was actually blasted out, creating a hole the size of a head. Lin Chen's eyes widened. A martial artist, Tianhong Fist? This special effect was all too familiar to him. The skills understood by martial artists after their second transformation had a bit of a distant strike feel to them. So, you're also an empowered one? Lin Chen stared wide-eyed at the helmeted man. Looking at his gaming helmet, it seemed to be leaking electricity, or even exploded. Roar! The sound from the helmeted man was beast-like. His eyes were blood-red, as if they were dripping blood. Are you stupid? What are you doing at such a young age? If you don't eat beef, just hold on for a few days. The helmeted man paid no heed to Lin Chen's words. Roar! Another furious roar. The helmeted man charged at Lin Chen like a madman, and he was using his head. Damn, are you an idiot? Lin Chen was incredibly fast, dodging the attack with a swift sidestep. The helmeted man's head slammed into a nearby tree. His head wasn't as hard as Lin Chen's. Although the tree broke and the helmet cracked, he was also knocked back to the ground. The gaming helmet couldn't withstand such treatment, cracking open and falling to the ground. Lin Chen finally saw the man's true face. He was still a young man, around 20 years old. His hair was a messy, greasy tangle, indicating he hadn't washed it in days. His eyes were extremely bloodshot, and exaggeratedly, his mouth was unconsciously agape, continuously emitting low growls. Like a beast, he lay on the ground, drooling and glaring fiercely at Lin Chen. What state is this? Has he gone mad? Lin Chen noticed that his condition was very off, as if he had gone insane. Could he have been electrocuted into madness? Just as he was pondering this, the helmeted man charged at him like a hungry wolf. Another fierce punch came whistling in. Bang! Lin Chen extended his palm, firmly catching the attack. It wasn't very strong. It seemed to be a low level. Back and forth, just 2 level 20 skills. Buddy, wake up. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. The helmeted man was sent flying by Lin Chen's slap. With just 30% of his strength, an ordinary person might have been killed, but the helmeted man seemed unaffected. Another punch came at him. Are you still addicted? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Lin Chen was about to counterattack, but for some reason, he suddenly stopped. He took the helmeted man's punch directly on his shoulder. Bang! Crack! It broke. The helmeted man's attack was incredibly fierce. That punch, still accompanied by the martial artist's skill, was powerful beyond imagination. His fist, naturally, broke. Lin Chen's eyes widened. Wow, I'm so tough. Defense? Wasn't this a test? The helmeted man's wrist twisted in a strange manner. Yet, there was no expression of pain on his face. Instead, he shook it off and immediately resumed attacking Lin Chen. The defense had been tested. At least a level 20 martial artist couldn't break through his defense. However, this time, Lin Chen still did not fight back. Bang! This punch, with level 20 power, sent Lin Chen flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. He fainted. At the same time, loud shouts rang out. Stop! Bastard, it's really him!
quickly catch him. Two figures suddenly appeared in the jungle. These two people are none other than Chen Shan and Ling Ling. That's right. Lin Chen was so engrossed just now that he only heard their voices when they got closer. It might be too late to run. He might as well play dead and get knocked out. Damn it, we're done for. Weren't we just washing dishes at home? How did we end up here? Chen Shan and Ling Ling didn't even know how they ended up together every day. But they didn't live together either. The two of them clearly hadn't noticed Lin Chen, who was knocked out and lying in the grass with his head tilted. Ling Ling looked seriously at the man in the helmet. What's going on? He seems really off. This is a lost soul. What do you mean? Let's take him down first. Both of them were level 30, close to level 40. Taking down a level 20 fighter was a piece of cake. They didn't know where they got a thick hemp rope, but after knocking out the man in the helmet, they tied him up securely. Phew, let's see if anyone got hurt? Huh, weren't there originally 3 people? Did you see it wrong? I clearly remember there was one more. When we arrived, he was knocked away. Where did he go? Forget it, let's see how those two are doing. The two of them checked. Both of them are fine, just unconscious. That's good. We don't have to explain anything to them. By the way, Chen Shan, what do you mean by lost soul? The news just came from headquarters. Among the empowered, there are a few who lose their sanity, completely losing it, or rather, losing their soul, hence the name lost soul. Ah, isn't that like a beast? Yes, just like him, only the most primitive desires are triggered. But there hasn't been enough research time. He is a precious research subject. Let's see if we can restore him. Chen Shan's expression was unusually serious. If he can't be restored, then it will be troublesome. With such a vast gaming community, you don't know how many people will end up like him. Not to mention them, even Lin Chen, who was hiding on the slope, was shocked. He didn't leave but hid nearby to eavesdrop. He didn't expect to hear such serious matters. Is the probability of this high? We don't know yet, and lost souls don't have obvious characteristics. We don't know how they appear, so we can't demand that the world shut down the game. Chen Shan was also helpless. The best solution to this matter would be to shut down the world. But the interests and benefits involved were not something to be taken lightly. Now, there were 2 factions above. One thought it was good, and the other thought it should be closed. Of course, the faction advocating for continuity had an overwhelming victory. No one could move the world. So which faction do we belong to? Us? Let's say we're neutral. No matter what we need to do is strengthen the organization's power to deal with all the dangers we might encounter next. After all, these matters are for us to handle. And we can't slack off. We have to play the game hard. Yesterday, the organization sent news that the power in the game is linked to the power in reality. Their words also confirmed Lin Chen's thoughts. Lin Chen didn't move, lying in the grass on the slope, listening to them talk. They had no intention of paying attention to the unconscious couple. They carried the man in the helmet down the mountain, talking as they walked. By the way, how's the investigation on Shang Tianzi going? Fortunately, Lin Chen had good hearing. He tilted his ear to listen and could hear clearly. Chen Shan said with a smile, speaking of which, this Shang Tianzi is really a legend. He's now in Ningdu City, an old cow. Who asked you to say he's impressive? I want to know his real identity. We haven't figured it out yet. His identity is very secretive, and there's been no behavior that would leak his identity. Hearing this, they had already gone far, and Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He cursed inwardly. How could Ling Ling be checking up on him, that bastard? He had to find a way to drive her out. At 2 p.m., Lin Chen leisurely took the bus back home. Ling Ling still hadn't returned. With her efficiency, did she really think she could play the game well? However, Lin Chen remained vigilant. After getting home, he specifically changed his clothes, took a shower, and once everything was ready, she still hadn't come back, so he couldn't be bothered to care too much. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Lin Chen would absolutely not let her catch any clues. He would fully embody the image of someone who, due to his mother's medical treatment, sold off family assets, was stingy, and to save on rent, took advantage of his friend Liu, being broke and a loser. He certainly couldn't be associated with the leader of the great merchant dynasty, Shang Tianzi. I can't even think of it myself. Lin Chen proudly put on his helmet. Ding, iris verification in progress, verification passed. Player, Shang Tianzi welcomes you back to the world. The system prompt from the helmet sounded. Lin Chen returned to the safe zone of Ningdu City. The bustling Ningdu City was much livelier than when it first opened. The shops that had been sold off were already in business, with people coming and going, trading constantly. Lin Chen knew that the cake of the world was very large. No matter how strong the great merchant dynasty was, it couldn't completely monopolize all businesses. Many players preferred to walk from shop to compare prices. However, as long as the great merchant dynasty could monopolize those big gangs, that was enough. Every day, Lin Chen logged in to do a few things.
He checked the stock of the shops, made purchases, stored the acquired materials in the warehouse, and welcomed the life professions in the gang to manufacture various weapons. Then he would take the pills, talismans, and equipment to sell in the shops. Sometimes he also had to compare with the actual prices in the auction house, and after a series of operations, half an hour had already passed. After finishing, he privately messaged Gue, "What level is your life skill?" Life skills are generally double the level. For example, at level 20, one can learn up to level 4 life skills. At level 30, one can learn level 5 to 6 life skills. At level 40, one can learn level 7 to 8 life skills. Gue leveled up relatively quickly and had already reached level 40. In the entire treasure hall, his level was the highest. Gue, it's already level 7. Wow, that's high? Lin Chen was slightly surprised. It hadn't been long since he reached level 40. Most people had just leveled up today. It wasn't just about leveling up to learn, but one had to wait until proficiency was full to learn the next level. Gue, the boss signed me up. I can't slack off. Mainly making money is really satisfying. Just a single return city ticket had already made him a fortune. He was already the most profitable life profession in the entire great merchant dynasty. What 2 life professions did you learn? Talisman making, inscription carving, both at level 7? The inscription carving is only level 6. That thing is a bit useless. It won't be useless soon. Do you want to make money? Of course I want to. What advice does the boss have? If you want to make money, hurry up and get the inscription carving to level 7. Okay. Excited voices from Gue came through the private chat. Lin Chen then contacted I Love Pig Intestines. He said the same thing. I love pig intestines and I love eating pig trotters were hidden professions. Blacksmith and alchemist. They were the greatest assets of the gang. I Love Pig Intestines, as a blacksmith, had skills plus 2 levels compared to regular blacksmiths. This meant that even though he was only level 36, his equipment forging level was already at level 8. Come to the gang's base, I have a batch of equipment for you to make. Summoning the clawed yellow flying electric, he sped towards the gang's base. I Love Pig Intestines was already waiting at the base. Boss, why are you in such a hurry to find me for equipment? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Follow me. He then led I Love Pig Intestines to an NPC. Xian Tian Mage? What do you want with him? Ignoring people. Their small town was originally a level 3 town, with many NPCs, and generally, those without prefixes were quest NPCs. This Xian Tian Mage had a very arrogant name, and many people in the guild had spoken to him, but he never paid attention to anyone. Lin Chen smiled as he took out a spirit stone from his pack. Talk to him. I Love Pig Intestines scratched his head, looking puzzled as he spoke to the Xian Tian Mage. He didn't know what was said, but suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at Lin Chen. Boss, magic weapon. From confusion to shock, then to a burst of joy. Boss, magic weapons are so expensive now. Of course, I just checked the auction house, and there's not a single one for sale. Yes, even the worst magic weapon costs 500,000 gold. Do we have enough materials? Can we make it? Yes, definitely. Level 7 can forge, I'm level 8, and the other materials aren't too precious. We should have everything. Read me the forging options of the Xian Tian Mage. Spirit stones of 1 to 9 purity can only be forged randomly. Level 7 forging skill is enough. For level 10 and above, we can customize some magic weapons. But for magic weapons above 20 purity, we need to go to the sect NPC. Boss, this piece you have is 2 purity. We can make it right here. TSK, this small piece costs 500,000 gold. It's amazing. If we could get a dozen more, no, just a few more, we'd be rich. That's great. You take care of this. Then he opened the trade window. He traded all 480 spirit stones of 1 to 9 purity to I Love Pig Intestines. Boss, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Where did you get so many? Don't mind me. 480 magic weapons. When can you finish them? 2. A day, and a night, without eating or drinking or sleeping. I'll get them done for you. Then I'll trouble you with this. Once this batch of magic weapons is sold, I'll give you 5% of the net profit. Boss, please don't disturb me. I Love Pig Intestines indicated he didn't want to talk to Lin Chen anymore, starting to manage the guild warehouse, his own warehouse, and the Xian Tian Mage was running around, getting busy. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Then he sent a message to Gue, before tomorrow, get to level 7 inscription carving. Got it, boss. Once the magic weapons were refined, they were just ordinary equipment, Only after inscribing runes would they have special attributes and magic weapon skills. After finishing everything, Lin Chen felt at ease and headed to the Lord's mansion, planning to undertake his level 40 job change quest. At level 50, the sect wars and city wars would begin. This was the most critical phase in the entire world. If the guild battles in the city were just small skirmishes, the sect wars and city wars were what truly established a guild's strength. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry. Those big guilds were much more anxious than he was. Several guild leaders had already inquired about the magic weapons several times, and he had brushed them off with confidentiality. This was the highlight of the second auction. Lin Chen hadn't yet figured out how to cut, how to serve all the guilds well. Lost in thought, he had already arrived at the Lord's mansion. As an official merchant, his job change quest was issued by the Lord's mansion of Ningdu City. At least he held a public office. Entering the Lord's mansion was quite easy. The guard at the entrance even greeted Lin Chen. That old man was still a dull NPC, standing in the main hall of the Lord's mansion waiting for players to tease him. Lin Chen walked straight up to Lord Ning. "Lord, I heard you were looking for me." "Merchant's son, you came at the right time. I'm troubled by this matter. May I ask if you would like to accept the job change quest, 4th job change?" "Sure." After the river transport was restored, Ningdu City, Hongdu City, and Sidu City resumed trade, but yesterday, the ships heading to Sidu City mysteriously disappeared. I asked Merchant's son to go find the official ship. It carries supplies from the Lord's mansion. If you can find it, I will surely reward you. Mission objective, find the official ship. Mission reward, level 4 transfer. Unexpectedly, the mission serves as a bridge. In the third city, aside from the several thousand gold coins in transaction fees every week, he gains nothing. Now he has to go to that river. Lin Chen couldn't even talk to the city lord. He accepted the mission and turned to leave, rushing towards Lian Lake. I wonder if this transfer mission will be very difficult. Lin Chen thought about asking the people in his guild for help, but if it's like last time and turns out to be a solo dungeon, then having help would be useless. I'll see when I get there. On the way to Lian Lake, there were players leveling up everywhere. They cast envious glances at Lin Chen's mount. Every day flaunting in public, it's killing me with envy. It would be great if I could get a drop. Drop? You're thinking too much. Hundreds of people tried to kill him yesterday and failed. Did you watch the live stream? More than 20 people chased him to the boss area and still couldn't kill him. There will always be brainless fans to help him. It's normal to be envious of the rich. Lin Chen's speed was fast enough that these rumors couldn't catch up with him. Most players were now at level 35, and the top-tier experts were basically all level 40. The number of players near Lian Lake surged, making it one of the 2 major leveling spots alongside the Great Tomb. Wild monsters would be wiped out as soon as they spawned. Many from the Great Merchant Dynasty were also leveling up here. Lin Chen went straight to the dock by the lake. Since Lian pledged allegiance to him, boats to the Lake Heart Village had been opened. There was no need to take the underwater tunnel anymore. A boat would come every 5 minutes, accommodating a dozen people. A few people were already waiting at the dock. Lin Chen dismounted and walked slowly to the dock. "Oh, isn't that the merchant's son? Hello, Boss Shang. Boss Shang, you're personally here to level up too." The sarcastic remarks from behind were a perfect reflection of this group's demeanor, smiling on the surface. Lin Chen smiled and nodded at everyone. Hello. Oomph, really thinks he's something. Look at his airs, who says he isn't? Suddenly, a player stepped out from the crowd, sizing up Lin Chen from head to toe, smirking provocatively. "Merchant's son, the boat just left. It'll be 5 minutes until the next one comes. How about we have a fight? Let's see if the merchant's son is as strong as the legends say." "I'm a lunatic Azure Abyss." This was his name and guild. The other party was the leader of Azure Abyss. Lin Chen seemed to have seen him before. It was a second-rate small guild from Ningdu City. The power structure in Ningdu City had basically taken shape. There were 3 top-tier guilds recognized as the strongest: Jiangnan Hall, Empire City, and One Brick to Smash You. These 3 guilds towered above all others. Below them were several first-rate guilds. The Great Merchant Dynasty was recognized as a first-rate guild, established in Ningdu City through a few guild wars. But everyone knew that the Great Merchant Dynasty was just about doing business. Many guilds looked down on them, and newer guilds wanted to make a name for themselves by taking down the Great Merchant Dynasty. Who wouldn't want to challenge their fame? The leader of Azure Abyss, I'm a lunatic, was one of them. There were many people at the dock waiting to go to Lake Heart Village for missions, and being watched by so many was a great opportunity to make a name for himself. "What's wrong, merchant's son? Scared?" Lin Chen glanced at him. "This isn't a safe zone. Kill me." "Ha, kill me, and I'll fight back." I'm a lunatic looked around. There were several people from the Great Merchant Dynasty leveling up nearby. PK and sparring were 2 different things.
he would turn gray if he killed him. If the people from the great merchant dynasty came over and chopped him to pieces, who would he complain to? Seeing I'm a lunatic hesitate, the mocking voices around them rang out again. Hey, now you're scared? Yeah, PK him, what's there to be afraid of? Aren't you a lunatic? Can't do it now, making lunatics lose face. Isn't it about making a name for yourself? PK, if you back down now, you'll be humiliated. Under the mocking provocation of those around him, the guy known as I'm a lunatic gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll PK you. Even if I get surrounded and killed by the merchant's dynasty, it's worth it. Lin Chen smirked. You're thinking too highly of yourself. What are you even? What are you babbling about? I've already humiliated you like this, so why don't you PK me? The ship will be here soon. This time, it was Lin Chen who pressed him. I'm a lunatic suddenly laughed. You're asking for death. As he spoke, his body instantly split into 3 afterimages, all attacking Lin Chen simultaneously. 3 lives obliteration, a level 4 assassin skill. I heard it can one-shot people. This lunatic is quite strong. How could someone become a leader without strength? Assassins are the strongest in outdoor PK. The merchant emperor is in trouble. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, I'm a lunatic's daggers finally revealed themselves. The 3 afterimages simultaneously lunged forward. The assassin's high burst damage is no joke. 3 daggers plunged into Lin Chen's chest. Ding, you have been attacked by player. I'm a lunatic. Critical hit -499, -245, -250. 3 damage notifications floated above Lin Chen's head. Everyone, including I'm a lunatic, was dumbfounded. Impossible. How is it only 1000 health? What defense is that? Look at his health bar. At this stage, even the most fragile healer at level 40 has around 6000 health. As for the tank, let's not even mention it, they start at over 10,000. Lin Chen took this hit without moving, and his health bar barely dropped by a tenth. His health was an astonishing 17,000. Can you hit a little harder? I can still take it. Lin Chen wore a faint smile. I'm a lunatic felt a tremendous humiliation. What are you so arrogant about? It must be a bug, damn it, I'll kill you. Double-edged stab, annihilation, guaranteed critical hit. I'm a lunatic's daggers sparked as his skills continuously hit Lin Chen, but what left him in despair was that each attack only took away a few hundred health. This defense, the merchant emperor is invincible. Turns out he's a tank. His class has always been a secret. Why isn't he fighting back? Soon, don't forget he has the #1 pet. I'm a lunatic finished his entire skill set, yet he only managed to deal 4000 damage to Lin Chen. Didn't they say assassins could one-shot people? One-shot what? A paper-thin skin? Lin Chen's health was still quite healthy, having only lost a quarter. This meant that if Lin Chen didn't fight back and let I'm a lunatic attack, it would take 4 full sets of skills to kill him. This exaggerated scene made everyone widen their eyes in disbelief. Come out, eternal zombie. Bang! With a muffled sound, gold coins fell. The coffin hit the ground, and the eternal zombie appeared before everyone. Lin Chen's eternal zombie ranked first on the pet leaderboard. Everyone in Ningdu City knew it. However, very few had actually seen it. Those who truly saw the eternal zombie couldn't help but marvel. So cool. You call this cool? Damn, it's terrifying. It's at least over 2 meters tall. What good is appearance? You have to look at the attack power. The eternal zombie's emotionless gaze fixed on I'm a lunatic. Before he could react, a claw swiped at him. -4097. I'm a lunatic's health was directly halved. His total health was just over 8000, which was considered top tier among ordinary players. Yet, he couldn't even withstand the second hit. His health was completely drained, and he fell to the ground, dead. At the same time, the ship arrived. Lin Chen picked up the weapon dropped by I'm a lunatic and said with a smile, "You had bad luck. You dropped a weapon with a gray name. I'll reluctantly accept it. With mountains high and roads long, we shall meet again in the rivers and lakes." Lin Chen ignored the corpse beside him and turned to walk towards the boat. After he left, the onlookers were still lingering on the scene. The merchant's son is still impressive. Yeah, although the Great Merchant Dynasty is a business faction, it's still one of the top-tier gangs, second only to the 3 major factions. If their leader were too weak, that wouldn't make sense. Let's go, get on the boat. Although this battle lasted only a few minutes, most of the time was spent with Lousy being a lunatic attacking, but it was quite a sight. At least they could witness the true strength of the merchant's son firsthand. Once on the boat, those who had originally provoked him stood far away, not daring to look at Lin Chen. Others approached to strike up a conversation, hoping to build a connection with him.
For these people, whether they had insulted him or not, Lin Chen greeted them all with a smile. Some even turned on their recording functions to capture the moment of being on the same boat as Lin Chen. As the location of the Lake Heart village drew closer, Lin Chen clasped his hands and said, "Thank you all for your kindness. The Great Merchant Dynasty will hold its second auction in 2 days. Tickets will go on sale tomorrow, so friends who wish to attend remember to buy your tickets." So soon for the second one? Did the Great Merchant Dynasty get something good again? Yeah, Merchant's son, give us a hint. We'll help you promote it. Ha, that's a secret. It will be announced tomorrow. Lin Chen kept everyone in suspense. The news of the Great Merchant Dynasty's second auction would soon spread throughout Ningdu City. Meanwhile, the boat finally docked. At the dock of Lake Heart Village, a crowd was already waiting. The boat had not yet stabilized, and the players on board could not disembark. They looked at the dense crowd on the dock, all with puzzled expressions. Huh, why are there so many NPCs out? I don't know. Is there a hidden quest? No way. Why is my quest NPC here too? Are they here to welcome me? Looks like you have quite the status. Although curious, they merely joked among themselves. NPCs in this world had a high degree of freedom, which was part of the fun. Once the boat was securely docked, everyone slowly disembarked. When Lin Chen stepped off the boat, a loud sound erupted. All the NPCs uniformly bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted, "Great leader!" That thunderous voice echoed throughout Lake Heart Village. All the players were dumbfounded. Gee, great leader? Who are they calling? Everyone followed the NPC's gaze, all converging on Lin Chen. Merchant's son? Him again? What kind of great leader is he? How is this possible? This map just opened. How did he become the great leader? The head of the NPCs? Just as they were discussing, Li Yang frowned and said, "Get these idle people out of the way. They're blocking our great leader's path." Yes. Without a word, Li Yang and the water bandits moved forward to drive away the onlooking players. Move along. What's there to see? Get lost. You're blocking our great leader. We'll take you down. Hey, wait. What's wrong with me standing here? The rebellious type was quite peculiar. They could argue with you, even with NPCs, firmly holding on to their own beliefs. Of course, what awaited them was not a good outcome. Li Yang smirked coldly. Do you really think our water bandits have a good temper? Someone, take these troublemakers down. Yes. An astonishing scene unfolded at the dock. Several NPCs actually began to slaughter players, something that had never happened before. What's going on? Damn, I just rebutted once. Why kill me? No, I didn't say anything. You guys are killing me by mistake. After a few days of not seeing each other, Li Yang's water bandit level had reached level 50, and their numbers were overwhelming. How could this group of players possibly resist? The sounds of screams and curses echoed throughout the dock. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Isn't this too high profile? Before long, all the players standing beside him were wiped out. This news quickly spread to the forums because it was just too bizarre. Can you believe it? I went to turn in a quest and got killed by my quest NPC. Same here. I was accepting a quest. I was helping your mom deliver a letter, and he actually chopped me with a big knife? Not human. They even said that Shang Tianzi is their big boss. Shang Tianzi? Wasn't it said a while ago that he was some kind of official businessman? How did he become the big boss of the water bandits? My god, he is a player, and now he's playing both sides? His methods are extraordinary. Looks like we all underestimated Shang Tianzi's identity. The discussion about the name Shang Tianzi had always been the hottest on the forums. As soon as the post was made, a large number of people started commenting below. Not to mention that they underestimated Shang Tianzi's identity. Even Lin Chen underestimated him. I didn't expect him to be such a big boss. Pretty impressive. Of course, you are our big boss. If anyone disrespects you, I'll kill them. Li Yang had a face full of flattery. Lin Chen not only did not reject such behavior, but actually found it quite cool. I thought it was just a few thousand gold coins a week. Turns out there's a show to put on. Pretty good. Next time you come to pick me up on the other side of the river, remember to use the best boat, with drums and gongs. We are in the business, with a big reputation, always having topics to discuss, whether good or bad, as long as it's hot. Yes, 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 big boss, just give your orders. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he cupped his hands towards the players who had been driven away. Everyone, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to receive such treatment, causing trouble for you all. Please forgive me. When it comes to showing off, after killing people, one must say sorry. A businessman values harmony. Shang Tianzi is too polite. Boss Shang is too courteous. It's all the NPC's fault. We don't mind. At this moment, who would dare to speak ill of Lin Chen? The NPCs nearby could kill without blinking. Lin Chen was quite pleased, nodding with a smile, like a high-ranking leader on an inspection tour.
Some people couldn't stand it but could only smile on the surface, while inwardly they were cursing. Having made a grand show, Lin Chen, under Li Yang's lead, arrived at the water bandit's stronghold. He was respectfully escorted to the position of the big boss. Lin Chen sat on the tiger skin throne and said straightforwardly, "Li Yang, you know why I came here today, right?" Replying to the big boss, "I know, this matter was reported to the city lord by me." Very good, have you found the ship?" Big boss, I couldn't find it, that's why I came to the city lord." Li Yang looked awkwardly at Lin Chen. It seemed to say, if I had found it, would I still need to come to you for a quest? Lin Chen waved his hand. "Speak, take me to the place where the official ship disappeared." Yes, with the big boss taking action, it will be easier. I'll prepare the ship right away. We can board in 20 minutes. Why do I feel like I've fallen into a trap? What kind of thing takes 20 minutes to prepare? Li Yang respectfully said, "Big boss, you worry too much, you can take this time to stroll around our residence." Ding, task updated. Task content. There are no clues about the missing official ship. You decide to take a boat to the place where the official ship disappeared, waiting for 20 minutes for the ship to be ready. Countdown, 1959. The task update appeared with a countdown. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Since the system acknowledged it, it meant the reverse was correct, and he shouldn't be falling into a trap. Alright then, at least call me Big Boss, I'll go take a stroll. Be careful where you step. You mind your own business. Lin Chen was wandering around the Lake Heart village. What he didn't know was that the second boat had just arrived at the dock. There were many people on this second boat. A large group poured out, all members of the Azure Abyss gang. The notorious I Am a Madman was among them. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Brothers, that merchant's son dared to make me lose face in front of so many people. We must get back at him. This place is not a safe zone. Spread out, find the merchant's son, and kill him." "Yes, boss." Watching his underlings disperse, I Am a Madman had a fierce look on his face. "Merchant's son, you're dead. If one person can't kill you, a group surely can." After surrendering to the government, Lake Heart Village had changed its flavor. The village was large, filled with various NPCs. It resembled a small town but was not a safe zone. All sorts of people mingled, making it an unlawful place. Players could attack NPCs at will, and vice versa. There were many players here because of quests. New maps meant new opportunities. There were also many new rules, such as the NPCs outside could be killed if you had the ability, but the NPCs inside shops could not be killed, and items in shops had to be bought with money. If you broke something in a shop, the system would consider it as if you had bought it and would forcibly deduct your money. Lin Chen curiously surveyed the surrounding shops and noticed one called Madman's Shop. What a delicate name. What do they sell? He entered the shop out of curiosity. The shop was small, looking quite shabby and even a bit dirty. The entire shop was filled with a variety of items. In the middle of the shop, there was a hunchbacked old man with disheveled hair, seemingly grinding some kind of powder. When he saw Lin Chen enter, he merely lifted his head, glanced at Lin Chen through his messy hair, and then ignored him. What an impolite NPC. The name above his head read, Madman's Shop Owner. Lin Chen, of course, wouldn't argue with an NPC and continued to curiously examine the goods. Name change scroll, one-time item, function, change name, go incognito price, 50,000 gold water melting potion elixir function, causes poisoning after consumption, losing 1 health point per second, lasting for 1 day price, 100,000 gold water bandit underwear material function, needed to craft certain items price, 19,999. What the heck? Lin Chen's eyes widened. Underwear for 20,000? Customer, please don't shout in my shop. I like it quiet. The Madman's Shop owner said blandly. This shouldn't be called Madman's Shop. It's a black market, right? That's about the same meaning. You shamelessly admitted it. Customer, you can look, but if you break anything, you'll have to pay. Lin Chen shook his head in speechless disbelief. The items here were strange. Some were utterly useless yet outrageously expensive. Some were indeed useful, but they were also ridiculously priced. Such a shop shouldn't exist, yet it was brazenly here, so there must be something hidden. While looking at the items, Lin Chen asked, "Boss, is business good?" "No business. If there's talent, there's a ghost. Either you don't open, or you eat for a year when you do. Is there anything I can help with?" "No." At least this NPC had no quests. Lin Chen didn't waste time chatting with the owner and continued to look at these bizarre items. As a merchant, he was most interested in such things. Afraid he wouldn't remember, he took screenshots of each one. Who knows, maybe one of these items would be useful later. Heart of a water rat 10000 gold. Nose snot of a mutated fish monster 10000 gold. These should all be quest items. 10,000 gold each. They really were expensive, lined up in a long row, all placed in the shop's compartments. A fist-sized grid is a prop. If this dense grid is knocked over, it would be disastrous. Buying it is useless,
but not buying it is not an option either. Lin Chen couldn't help but become cautious. The items are indeed expensive, some costing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Which grocery store would dare to sell something so pricey? Just as he was taking screenshots of each product, someone suddenly appeared at the door and saw Lin Chen. Above him was a member of the Azure Abyss gang. He quickly shouted in the gang channel, "Boss, I found the person, he's here with me. Madman's shop, hurry, come quickly." Lin Chen was engrossed in looking at the products inside. Suddenly, he heard a commotion at the door. Curiously, he turned around. He didn't know when, but the area outside Madman's shop was packed with people. All were from Azure Abyss, and at the forefront was the one known as I Am a Madman. Besides them, others nearby also gathered with curious expressions. Lin Chen was surprised. "Oh, so it's you, brother Madman. Are you here to buy something too?" I Am a Madman gritted his teeth and glared at Lin Chen. "Merchant son, you made me lose face in front of so many people. Today I'm going to take you down. So you're here for revenge. Everyone disperse. Disperse my ass, I'm here for the merchant's son." Azure Abyss actually dares to cause trouble for the merchant's son? Don't you want to keep playing? You don't know, just at the dock, the leaders of two gangs had a fight, and that's where the grudge started. Oh, who won? Both are gang leaders, it must have been a fierce fight, right? That madman got taken out in an instant. Put, no wonder he holds a grudge. The onlookers around were chattering. After all, it's the merchant's son, a celebrity. Stopping to watch the excitement isn't bad. Surrounded by dozens of people in the shop, Lin Chen was not anxious at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Brother Madman, it's the way of the world, grievances are normal, don't take it to heart." Then seeking revenge is also very normal. The way of the world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships. Human relationships my ass, I see it as an accident. Bang! I Am a Madman slammed his fist onto the shelf, smashing the goods on top to pieces. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Is he an idiot? Doesn't he know he has to pay for these things? The shop owner quickly said, "Here." Awesome, you're going to kill me. Lin Chen shouted alone, directly drowning out the NPC's voice. "Merchant son, do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Brothers, charge. He wants to withstand our attacks in this small shop. Tank, go up and hold him off, everyone else attack with full force." "Yes, boss." Lin Chen quickly retreated to a corner without goods, summoning the eternal zombie to block in front of him. Madman's shop was small, and the only place he and the eternal zombie could hide had no goods. Everywhere else was filled with items. Lin Chen provocatively said, Hey, if you don't kill me, I look down on you. Get him, take him down." In front of so many people, I Am a Madman was already getting excited. As long as I kill you, Azure Abyss will be famous. Go, hit me with your skills. While he was excited, he kept hitting the surrounding goods, then stepped forward to cast a few skills before retreating. But gradually, he sensed something was off. Damn, the merchant's son is so tanky? His pet is just too tanky. Every time, only 5 to 6 people from Azure Abyss can attack, and they can't kill the eternal zombie at all. Not necessarily, over time, we can kill him. It's precisely because the merchant's son is hard to kill that taking him down will make a name for ourselves. I Am a Madman thought the same, watching as the eternal zombie's health was about to hit 0. His face was filled with excitement. Good. Die, you're about to die. But just at that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding, your gold is insufficient. Please recharge immediately. Ding, you are in debt. Please recharge immediately. Ding, based on your credit, your debt has reached the maximum limit. Please repay on time. What the hell? The boss was completely dumbfounded. After all, he was the leader of a gang, with tens of thousands of gold coins in his package, over 100,000 in the warehouse, and with the gang's funds, there should be at least 500,000 gold coins. Now, opening the package and checking the gang's funds, all the money was gone. Package gold minus 198,478. This number left him speechless. Where's my money? Where's my money? My money is gone too. What the hell? How am I in debt for 50,000 gold coins? Me too, I'm in debt for 40,000. The people from the Azure Abyss all stopped their actions. They were all in debt to the system. Dumbfounded, confused, furious, various complex emotions. This was all money, some of which they had saved from the start of the game, now they were in debt. Lin Chen, however, smiled and said, "Everyone, why aren't you fighting anymore? Can't you keep going? Young people these days are weak. What did you do? Where's our money?" The boss glared at Lin Chen in anger. "Did you do this? Where's our money? Give us our money back." The onlookers outside had no idea what was happening inside and craned their necks, puzzled. Why aren't they fighting anymore?
I heard them shouting about money. Could there be an economic dispute? Ha ha ha, a feud in the martial world turned into an economic dispute.
I heard all the money in their packages is gone.
What? How is it related to the merchant emperor if their money is gone? What the hell? Did the merchant emperor make all their money disappear? How is that possible? The merchant emperor is a GM? He made their money disappear?
The story grew more and more exaggerated. Some said the merchant emperor had connections and could control the game. Others claimed he was a GM or cheating. In any case, it was all related to money.
The merchant emperor could control money.
They spread rumors, embellishing the tale, but the boss felt a deep sense of despair.
How? How much?
Boss, counting yours, we owe a total of
3.9 million gold coins.
The boss was already wealthy, and he had broken few items, only owing 190,000 gold coins. But he never expected his subordinates would owe so much.
What about killing the merchant emperor to make a name for themselves? They couldn't care less about that now. In this world, trust is linked to banks. We can't avoid repayment.
Boss, what do? We owe so much money for the gang, you can't just ignore me.
In this world, contracts were binding, and the biggest selling point was the economic system linked to reality.
So, it was impossible to avoid repaying debts in the game. They directly pointed their fingers at the boss. Yeah, boss, tens of thousands of gold coins. I haven't even finished paying for my helmet.
How could we suddenly be out of money? Why?
They were genuinely anxious. A healer had damaged something, and soon a system announcement popped up.
Ha! I bought the water bandits' underwear? I didn't.
No, boss, it seems our money was used to buy something.
At this moment, they finally discovered the clue. If we bought something, then where is what we bought?
Lin Chen suddenly appeared among them, grinning as he said, well, it's under your feet.
Don't move, that piece that looks like poop, 5,000 gold coins.
And that one, 10,000 gold coins.
Oh right,
the one you just smashed, 20,000 gold coins. With each item Lin Chen mentioned, their hearts sank a little more.
The scene of them arrogantly smashing goods earlier flashed in their minds.
A song of despair played for themselves.
The madman said blankly, impossible, why is there such a definite setting? Why didn't the system remind me? I reminded you, the shop owner said innocently. Hey, madman brother, are you still going to kill me?
You,
boss, can you pay me back first?
Yeah, boss,
I can't afford this money.
Now, Lin Chen didn't need to take action. The madman had already been surrounded by his own followers.
I also owe 190,000.
I've lost a total of 700,000. No, boss, your loss is your business. Our loss is to help you.
That's the point,
boss, you have to help us pay.
The chaos on site left the onlookers outside confused. How did it turn into a fight against their own boss?
I heard that the merchant emperor bribed them.
Has it already spread to this version?
Which version did you hear?
No matter which version, the merchant emperor is really impressive. Get out of the way, everyone, move aside.
Just as they were causing a ruckus, a sudden loud noise erupted.
Lin Chen's mission time was up. The Liang water bandits rushed over, pushing the onlookers aside.
Big boss. They then bowed and shouted at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen smiled and said, all done, let's go.
Yes. Amidst the strange gazes of everyone, Lin Chen left the madman's shop, but this exaggerated scene was already beyond the madman's concern. He owed 4 million gold coins, and counting the previous debts, it was about 3 million.
A total of 7 million gold coins.
Although the madman came from a relatively well-off family, losing 7 million gold coins for no reason was like a knife to his heart. The key was that if he didn't repay his followers, he wouldn't have lost so much. At most, he would have lost the principal, plus the 290,000 gold coins he owed, which was just a small amount.
Lose a few million to save the gang, or lose 290,000 gold coins and disband the gang? The madman unhesitatingly chose the second option.
You bought the things yourselves, you pay for them. Starting today, the gang is disbanded.
He logged off directly. What the hell, he logged off? Damn it, the madman is a bastard. You scoundrel, give us our money back. The madman's shop was filled with angry curses. The Azure Abyss, the second or third-rate small gang, disbanded overnight. Every member of the gang owed a large sum of money. Tragic. Lin Chen could control gold coins.
This rumor had spread more and more absurdly.
Because the second auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty was only 2 days away.
There were many topics discussing him. At that moment, another post was forcibly pushed up, topping the forum.
Ningdu Chamber of Commerce established. In 2 days, the first auction of the Ningdu Chamber of Commerce will be held in Ningdu City. No ticket required.
Poster, Heavenly Emperor. No matter how tragic the Azure Abyss and the madman were, it had nothing to do with Lin Chen.
Who told them to fight their own?
They deserved it. Such people were never lacking and would continue to exist in the future.
Lin Chen didn't care at all.
Accompanied by Li Yang, he finally boarded a large ship. heading to the place where the official ship had an accident. He had to wait another 10 minutes on the ship. Bored, Lin Chen browsed the forum and saw the message posted by the Heavenly Emperor.
What kind of trouble is Shangwan Tianga up to now? He glanced at the content of the post and couldn't help but laugh.
Ningdu Chamber of Commerce established, paying tribute to the Great Merchant Dynasty, holding an auction tickets starting at 2,000. But the first auction is free of charge. Participating gangs, Heavenly Palace, Great Ning Dynasty, Luoluo Chamber of Commerce, Little White Food. Good heavens, 20 gangs are hosting together.
What's the point of paying tribute? Isn't it just to snatch the business of the Great Merchant Dynasty? And they even brought along their cheap apprentice. Shangwan Tianga has clearly changed his strategy.
Previously, he was always at odds with Lin Chen, engaging in price wars, but now he realizes that they are losing their shirts in these battles. Below the post, there's a description of the items for this auction. This auction will feature a legendary golden weapon, and of course, to prepare for this auction, we have specially prepared yellow pet eggs and magical artifacts.
Those interested are welcome to come. Well, they seem well prepared. Yellow pet eggs and magical artifacts.
These two items are probably what the experts want the most at this stage.
There are only 5 people on the pet leaderboard.
A magical artifact leaderboard has also been created, with only 3 people on it. This shows how precious these two items are.
The gang chat bar has already erupted. What's with the Ningdu Chamber of Commerce? They're clearly targeting us. Yeah, they're holding it at the same time as us.
A discerning person can see it at a glance, but they're coming in strong this time. An auction with 1 or 2 standout items can attract a large number of experts. We, the Great Merchant Dynasty, have been preparing for almost 2 weeks, acquiring so many good items.
With them causing such a ruckus, will we even be able to sell anything? Boss, should we also make it free? Lin Chen smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of? We have stores for low-end products in the sinking market, and so many brothers setting up stalls. The auction is our high-end market. If we're playing high-end, we'll play even higher. Ha, what do you mean by higher end?
This time, our ticket price for the auction starts at 5,000 gold coins.
What? Hey, boss. Isn't this a bit too high-end?
Last time it was 2,000 gold coins, and there was an element of curiosity involved. The second time, not everyone will spend that much money.
Yeah, boss, I think it's too much too. 5,000 gold coins is equivalent to $500.
But Lin Chen has his own plans.
Small matters don't require a meeting, but big matters do.
He naturally has his own considerations. If the Great Merchant Dynasty listened to all the brothers, what use would he be as the leader? I'll post something. You can help me bump it up. Then, Lin Chen posted. The second auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty, ticket price announced, I am the Merchant Emperor, and I admire the courage of my colleagues in the Ningdu Chamber of Commerce. To support the Ningdu Chamber of Commerce, I have decided to raise the ticket price for the auction. Auction ticket price, starting at 5,000 gold coins, total, 2,000 tickets, first come, first served. When this post came out, the members of the Great Merchant Dynasty were all confused.
They didn't expect the Merchant Emperor was serious. They couldn't persuade him otherwise. Even more perplexed were the other players in Ningdu City.
The post quickly garnered 99 plus comments.
Is the Merchant Emperor crazy? 5,000 gold coins? A $500 ticket? Crazy, definitely crazy. Whoever buys it is a big fool.
The Merchant Emperor really must be going mad for money. 5,000 gold coins, 2,000 tickets. That's 10 million gold coins. This world has gone insane.
10 million gold coins is equivalent to $1 million in reality. Just from ticket sales? Insane. The Ningdu Chamber of Commerce, the so-called Ningdu Chamber of Commerce, is a coalition of 20 gang companies. Under Shangwan Tianga's mediation, they joined forces to deal with the Great Merchant Dynasty.
They entered the game just a few days later, a few weeks, and they are already far behind. It's not easy to make money under the Great Merchant Dynasty. They can only unite. They have recruited a large number of production professions, far surpassing the Great Merchant Dynasty in quantity. But the quality hasn't caught up, and no one can compete in sales.
The most important thing is reputation. Right, and that membership system. The Heavenly Emperor's method is great.
We can use the auction to raise our profile, and then implement a membership system to grab some business. The answers were already written. They just had to copy them.
Shangwan Tianga smiled and said, the Great Merchant Dynasty is the only one. How can they compare to us with our current sales?
This time, let's see how the Great Merchant Dynasty responds. They can only watch helplessly as we eat away at their market. There's no solution, no way out.
Ning Tianzi, your master isn't that impressive. Heh, isn't it just that he entered the game a bit earlier than us? It's normal for him to be defeated by us. Just as they were fantasizing about defeating Lin Chen with just one auction, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, look at the forum, the merchant emperor has posted again. Is he cursing us for being shameless? He must be furious right now." Shangguan Tianga smiled as he opened the forum. But the moment he saw the content of the post, he was dumbfounded. How much? 5,000 gold coins? Has he gone mad with money? He shared the same thoughts as everyone else. Rich people are just rich, not crazy. An auction ticket for 5,000 gold coins? Isn't this treating customers like pigs? He actually says he wants to support us? He must be truly insane. Self-destruction. Has he surrendered so quickly? There's no sense of achievement at all. Yet Ning Tianzi shook his head with a serious expression. There must be some trickery involved. You underestimate my master too much. What a joke. Which one of us here isn't someone who's been in business for half a lifetime? The business you do is different from the business in the world. No one could figure out what Ling Feng was really up to. The Ningdu Merchant Alliance had mounts, pet eggs, and magical treasures, clearly aiming to take away the great merchant dynasty's business. But Lin Chen went against the grain, and this maneuver directly raised the heat of both auctions. Everyone was discussing whether Lin Chen had gone mad. However, there were still 2 days until the auction officially began. Lin Chen also did not come forward to explain. Let the bullets fly for a while. He left this phrase in the gang and then focused on his own job change task. 10 minutes quickly passed. Lin Chen's boat arrived at the river section where the official ship had an accident. Looking at the rushing river that spanned over 1,000 meters, it forked into 2 rivers, forming a huge island in the middle. Aside from that, it was empty. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. The river splits into 2, like the earth drawing 2 strokes. Only when the time comes does one regret not having enough knowledge, so he could only speak to the river in 2 strokes. Good poem, good poem. Li Yang respectfully said beside him, the big boss has great literary talent, hee hee. This is the river section where the official ship disappeared. The water flow here is rapid, but it branches off to both sides, splitting into 2 rivers. Lin Chen frowned slightly. This broken task really requires me to investigate? Obviously not. Li Yang continued, however, I have already investigated. The official ship should have been washed to Pear State, a small island formed by the confluence of the 2 rivers in Pear State. Please, my lord, go check the island. The water flow here is rapid. We need to stabilize the ship. The task belongs to Lin Chen, and these NPCs would only provide clues but not help him. This was also within Lin Chen's expectations. After the large ship docked, Lin Chen could disembark freely. Li Yang's AI function also disappeared. The only option to speak with him again was to leave by boat. Lin Chen stepped onto the beach of Pear State. The system's voice sounded. Ding! Task updated. According to Li Yang's information, the official ship is very likely to have been washed here. Please investigate patiently and do not overlook any details. Lin Chen glanced at the beach. The water flow was rapid, and the beach was solidly washed. He noticed quite a few wooden planks on the shore. Investigation would reveal that these were all wooden planks from the ship. There aren't really any other clues, so it doesn't count as a lead. It seems it won't be that simple. Lin Chen helplessly looked towards the depths of Lizi Island. In the middle of Lizi Island, there was a vast jungle, and deep within the jungle, there were even high mountains. Clearly, it wouldn't be easy to find any clues. This place was rarely visited by people, and every tree was dozens of meters tall, quite spectacular. Based on his understanding of the game, Lin Chen felt that the clues were most likely on that high mountain. Come out, Zhua Huang Fei Den. Lin Chen directly summoned Zhua Huang Fei Den to run towards the depths of the jungle on Lizi Island. At first glance, the forest seemed calm, with no wild monsters in sight. But as soon as he charged into the woods, a number of fist-sized, completely black toads suddenly leaped down from the giant trees. The name above their heads read, Venomous Tree Frog, Level 45. They had been hiding on the trunks and hadn't noticed his presence, but his sudden entrance attracted the attention of a dozen giant venomous tree frogs, which immediately attacked. They sprayed black liquid from their mouths, and the moment it hit Lin Chen, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Attacked by venomous tree frog, poisoned, duration 40 seconds. The attack from the venomous tree frogs was quite high. With a simultaneous attack from a dozen of them, Lin Chen lost half of his health in an instant and was knocked off his mount. Damn! Do they have to be this vicious? Lin Chen quickly consumed an antidote and a health potion. Come out, 10,000-year zombie, use Frenzied Corpse Claw. This was the only area attack skill of the 10,000-year zombie. Under his attack, it instantly drew the aggro of all the venomous tree frogs. Phew, they really are tough. Perhaps it was due to level suppression. These venomous tree frogs had strong attacks and defenses. It took the 10,000-year zombie half a minute to defeat just one.
After about 10 minutes of effort, he finally killed all the dozen or so venomous tree frogs he had attracted. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. While collecting the loot, he frowned and said, "It seems I can't just charge in recklessly, otherwise, it would be embarrassing to be surrounded and killed by monsters, right? But if I kill them one by one, it would take too long. I need to start selling tickets by midnight, right?" The 10,000-year zombie followed him without moving. "You, who can appear in reality, can't you at least mumble a word?" Lin Chen slapped his forehead. "How did I forget? You go up and draw the monsters, and I'll just recall you afterward. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. Roll, little zombie." Under his control, the 10,000-year zombie clumsily jumped in the direction he pointed. With each jump, black venomous tree frogs would leap down from the trees to attack the 10,000-year zombie. With its zombie body and skin, it had high recovery and high defense. It could withstand quite a bit of damage. Lin Chen followed closely behind the 10,000-year zombie. In no time, the number of venomous tree frogs reached an astonishing 50. They were densely packed, hopping around, making one feel nauseous. Fortunately, the 10,000-year zombie was taking the hits, otherwise, Lin Chen would have been dead long ago. Seeing that it was almost enough, they finally reached a clearing. Lin Chen directly recalled the 10,000-year zombie. Losing their target, the venomous tree frogs turned and jumped back to their territory. They leaped onto the trees, blending into the dark jungle as if they had never appeared. There were only 2 tree frogs left beside Lin Chen. This indicated that this method was effective. After summoning the 10,000-year zombie and dispatching the 2 tree frogs, he took a moment to rest and then advanced using the same method. While moving forward, he observed his surroundings, hoping to find any clues. It took a total of 4 attempts before he finally reached the foot of the high mountain on Lazy Island. Finally made it in. Damn it, if there are no clues here, it would all be for nothing. Lin Chen had come here out of necessity. This high mountain was the most prominent place on the entire Lazy Island. Even if there were no clues, standing on the highest peak should allow him to spot the official ship. After all, it was such a large object. Glancing at the time, it was now 7 p.m., and there were still 5 hours until midnight. I need to hurry. Lin Chen had just lifted his foot to take a step forward when a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A shadow came rushing at him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen dove to the side. Boom! Something heavy crashed down where he had just been standing. Lin Chen quickly looked over, his eyes widening in shock. So big? What appeared before him was an enormous toad. Indeed, this toad stood over 3 meters tall. It lay there like a small mountain, its thick body covered in red skin that radiated deadly poison. The most peculiar thing was that it had a single vertical eye on its forehead. At that moment, the 3 strange eyes were fixed intently on Lin Chen. 3-eyed poison toad level 45 BOSS boss? Why does it have to show up now of all times? Croak! The 3-eyed poison toad had no intention of attacking Lin Chen. It simply stared at him, blocking the only path up the mountain. It seemed to say, if you dare to ascend, I will kill you. Lin Chen, instead of being frightened, felt a surge of excitement. Looks like my target really is up the mountain, the 10,000-year zombie. Let's take down this red toad. Having boss fights as part of his class change quest was something Lin Chen had grown accustomed to. The system wouldn't place a boss here for no reason. Defeating it would surely yield benefits. The 10,000-year zombie let out a roar and charged at the red toad. Its fierce teeth, sharp claws, and terrifying defense were not something a mere toad could match. Just as its claws were about to grab the red toad, the next moment, the red toad suddenly leaped high into the air. With a loud thud, it slammed down on the 10,000-year zombie, pinning it to the ground, unable to move. Lin Chen's eyes widened? What's going on? Is this considered a one-hit kill? The 10,000-year zombie was at the same level as Lin Chen, both being level 40. Logically, it should have been able to withstand a level 45 boss without issue. But what was happening now? It was the first time Lin Chen had seen the 10,000-year zombie in such a sorry state. The usually mindless 10,000-year zombie seemed to realize it had been humiliated. It roared in anger. But the red toad's belly was soft and heavy, pressing down on it so that it could only struggle. After a hard-fought effort, it finally managed to wriggle out from under the toad's belly and charged angrily at the red toad again. Good, that's my 10,000-year zombie. It would be too embarrassing if you couldn't handle a toad. Lin Chen felt quite pleased, but the next moment, his smile froze again. Put! The red toad's tongue wrapped around the 10,000-year zombie. With a slurp, it swallowed it whole. Lin Chen, how embarrassing. Fortunately, perhaps the 10,000-year zombie was not tasty. It was spat out again, covered in sticky saliva. The red toad disdainfully glanced at the 10,000-year zombie and even humanely spat out some saliva. The 10,000-year zombie felt its undead dignity had been insulted. Roar! Forget it. Lin Chen quickly stopped it. You can't beat it, come back. This boss was too special. When it was attacked, it didn't retaliate. it only used some control skills to restrain the 10,000-year zombie. Although the zombie was in a sorry state, it hadn't lost any health. It also didn't attack back. It simply squatted on the path up the mountain, preventing anyone from passing. Lin Chen tried a few more times. Every time he attempted to go around, the red toad's eyes followed him. Whenever there was a chance to ascend, it would leap into action. What's going on? I can't fight it, and it won't let me pass? What is this toad doing? Lin Chen felt utterly helpless. Do I have to run up there with speed? After considering many possibilities, this seemed the most feasible. If he ran straight up, the red toad would chase him from behind. All he had to do was avoid being caught and reach the mountaintop. With that thought, Lin Chen directly recalled the 10,000-year zombie. Let's give it a try. He approached the red toad, looked at the path leading to the mountaintop, slowly bent down, and took a deep breath. Run! He then sprinted out like an arrow released from a bow. Now, he was fully equipped with top-tier gear and his movement speed was impressive. Sure enough, before he could feel pleased, there was a sudden splat. Something sticky attached to his back. His body felt lighter. Damn. Then, he was bitten by a toad. Ding! You have been blocked by the red toad. It is clearly impossible to reach the mountaintop. You can only check nearby for clues. The system's voice rang out. The mission status updated. Lin Chen didn't expect that being swallowed by a toad would trigger a mission. However, this mission still lacked specific details, but it reassured him somewhat. At least I'm heading in the right direction. Ugh! The red toad tilted its head and spat Lin Chen out. Now he was soaked, like a 1,000-year-old zombie. Lin Chen cursed as he stood up. What else can you do besides covering me in saliva? Saying this, he summoned the 1,000-year-old zombie again, deciding to walk around the mountain to take a look. He fought off the poisonous tree frogs that ambushed him while moving away from the mountain's entrance. After searching for about 10 minutes, Lin Chen finally discovered a clue at the foot of the mountain. In a sunken clearing near a cliff, there was actually a thatched cottage. The yard of the cottage was filled with toads. An NPC was standing there. The name above his head read, Frog Keeper Li Xiang. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. There was an NPC in such a shabby place. Without a second thought, he walked over. He approached Li Xiang and initiated a conversation. Sigh, my little red one ran away. I never expected it to eat so much and grow so big. As soon as he opened his mouth, Li Xiang looked distressed and poured out his troubles. Lin Chen sensed an opportunity and eagerly sat down to chat with him. Li Xiang's entire dialogue was filled with shaking his head and sighing. The red toad blocking the way up the mountain was indeed his pet, named Little Red. However, it had grown larger than expected, now as big as a small mountain. After growing up, Little Red became like a log, squatting at the foot of the mountain every day. It did nothing but prevent anyone from ascending. The foot of the mountain was filled with poisonous tree frogs, while the mountain above was the toad's territory. Li Xiang needed to catch tadpoles on the mountain to cultivate new toads, but Little Red wouldn't let him go up. That was his source of frustration. After so many years of raising it, he ended up with a red-eyed wolf. However, there is a way to make it move. Here it comes. The main point. Lin Chen quickly asked, what way? The red toad is an ancient rare species, fearless of heaven and earth, but it loves to eat a type of small snake called the cold snake, which lives year-round in the ice abyss. What the heck? The ice abyss is not far from here. I have its favorite food, the lingling frog. You can use the lingling frog to fish it up, and then use the cold snake to lure Little Red away, and we can all go up the mountain. What the heck? Lin Chen's expression was strange. Which quirky planner came up with this plot? He came to find the missing official ship, and now he was being told that the official ship was on the mountain. How did such a large merchant ship get washed up the mountain? The most bizarre part was that there was an ancient rare toad guarding it, preventing anyone from going up. Ding! Obtained item, fishing rod, lingling frog, mission updated. Mission content, according to Li Xiang's guidance, catch the cold snake and lure away the boss, three-eyed poison toad. Fishing rod in the left hand, lingling frog in the right. This was asking him to go fishing. The ice abyss was indeed not far away. Less than 10 meters from the yard, it looked like a well. The surrounding weeds had already frozen due to the cold air from the ice abyss. Can't the planner have a bit of geographical knowledge? Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Although it was absurd, this was just a game, so there was no need to nitpick. Approaching the ice abyss activated the fishing interaction feature. Can you fish without learning the fishing skill? Lin Chen swung the fishing hook in his hand. Quack quack. The poor Ling Ling Ha traced a graceful arc, its sound slowly fading away as it fell into the ice abyss. The sound of Ling Ling Ha moved from near to far. After a brief pause, the fishing rod suddenly twitched. A force came that Lin Chen could not contend with. Damn! Leaving behind those two words, Lin Chen was directly pulled into the ice abyss by this force.
How shameless. Who wrote this plot? Lin Chen's scream echoed in the ice abyss. He had fallen in.
Amidst a dizzying sensation, Lin Chen found himself in complete darkness.
When he opened his eyes again, he was in a cave filled with ice and snow. The map changed to Ice Abyss. He had actually been dragged into the well by the cold snake he was trying to catch.
The fishing rod in his hand was still shaking, the fishing line taut leading into the deep icy passage.
What a hassle! Lin Chen shook his head and walked along the direction of the fishing line into the icy passage.
The surrounding air was chilling. Eerie roars echoed from within the icy passage.
It sounded like some giant creature was thrashing about. Lin Chen sensed that a fierce battle might be imminent and suddenly stopped. Ancient zombie, come out!
At his summons, the coffin of the ancient zombie fell to the ground with a bang.
Sure enough, his intuition was spot on.
The moment the ancient zombie appeared, the ground around them trembled.
Boom!
Amidst the loud noises, a massive creature rushed out from the icy passage.
It's out! Ancient zombie, block it! Lin Chen yanked the fishing rod back hard. The taut fishing line pulled out a white giant python.
The moment he saw its body, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver.
What the hell? You call this a small snake?
The small snake in Li Xian's words was over a meter wide and dozens of meters long, as massive as a dragon-like python. It could swallow Lin Chen whole in one bite.
Does the planner have no shame? The three-eyed poisonous toad likes to eat this thing? Isn't that a bit much?
Cold Snake, Boss, level 40, the name above its head confirmed that it was indeed the quest target Lin Chen was looking for.
So big? How can I fit it in my bag and bring it to Xiaohong?
He couldn't care less about what was reasonable or not. Gritting his teeth, ancient zombie, kill it. The ancient zombie didn't care about the size of its opponent and roared as it charged forward. Perhaps having been eaten by Xiaohong once, the zombie was now very aggressive, landing critical hits every time. Its sharp claws scratched against the cold snake, producing a clanging metallic sound. Above its head floated -1,000 for fixed damage. Under the attack, the cold snake revealed its health bar. Its health wasn't much, only 100,000.
Can it be beaten? Then this will be easy.
Lin Chen held tightly onto the fishing line to prevent it from escaping. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The cold snake, attacked by the ancient zombie, not only did not retaliate but instead charged straight at Lin Chen.
Hey, not aggroing? Is it really going to play like this? Watching the approaching cold snake, Lin Chen's pupils constricted.
The creature's body was simply too large. Before he could escape, the massive body of the cold snake coiled around him. Ding! You have been attacked by the cold snake and are now in a tangled state, unable to move or teleport. There was no need for the system to remind him. The cold snake wrapped Lin Chen up and turned to flee deeper into the icy passage.
The ancient zombie chased after it. The cold snake showed no intention of letting him go.
It dragged Lin Chen deeper into the passage.
Let me go, where are you taking me?
Lin Chen felt helpless, having to let the cold snake drag him away from his original spot. The surroundings grew increasingly cold. Even while playing a game, Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. Ding! Entered a state of cold, defense -20%, movement speed -40%, attack speed -40%. Lin Chen cursed, this is bad.
His attributes were linked to the ancient zombie. With his attributes lowered, the ancient zombie's attributes would inevitably decrease as well. Sure enough, the ancient zombie following the cold snake was slowing down.
Just before it was about to disappear, Lin Chen helplessly said, "Come back, ancient zombie."
He could only recall the ancient zombie. But the problem was, where was the cold snake taking him?
It kept changing directions in the deep ice passage. This passage felt like a descent into the abyss of the underworld. He could only let it drag him forward. He didn't know how long it had been. The cold snake brought Lin Chen to an ice cave of the same size as before and suddenly stopped. The cave was entirely white, with ice spikes visible everywhere inside. In the center of the cave, there was actually an NPC sitting beside a corpse.
What's going on? Is there a turn of events? Lin Chen stared at the NPC in shock. The name above the NPC's head read, Unnamed Corpse.
Perhaps it was due to the cold, but the corpse didn't seem to have rotted. It sat there motionless. The cold snake brought Lin Chen in front of the corpse and carefully set him down. Then it leaned closer, flicking its tongue.
Lin Chen, puzzled, said, "Did you bring me here on purpose?" The cold snake surprisingly nodded human-like. "What do you want me to do?" The cold snake leaned closer to the unnamed corpse and licked its face with its tongue.
It seemed to express deep emotion, as if it were grieving. Although Lin Chen was a bit dazed, he started to piece things together. Could it be that I've encountered a fortuitous encounter? In martial arts novels, such encounters are often the premise for the protagonist's breakthrough.
Isn't the setting here quite similar?
Approaching the unnamed corpse, there was an interaction button, Examine Unnamed Corpse.
Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose the interaction button and began to search the unnamed corpse. He actually found a sheepskin scroll on it. Confused, he opened the scroll. Destined one, when you see this, I am already dead. I am the snake breeder of Pear State, and my name is Su Xian. Lin Chen? His expression was quite grim. With a helpless sigh, he continued reading. I raised an ancient miraculous snake, the cold snake. This snake is gentle by nature and likes cold places. The fact that you can come here means it hasn't eaten you. In the cold abyss, food is scarce, and it must be starving. Destined one, I hope you can take it out. It will become your greatest support. Lin Chen stared at the cold snake in shock. According to this plot, was he supposed to become its pet? Or rather, its mount? Wow. This transfer task was incredibly worthwhile. Lin Chen excitedly looked at the next lines. However, one line made him frown again. It will listen to your commands, but remember, be careful of a person named Li Xiang, who is a frog breeder. Caution, be careful of Li Xiang, be careful of Li Xiang, be careful of Li Xiang. The repeated warnings about Li Xiang left Lin Chen bewildered. Wait, if Li Xiang can trigger a quest, what should I be careful of? Should I be careful that he feeds you to Xiaohong? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, the cold snake leaned over and licked his face with its tongue. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations on taming the pet, cold snake. How did it get tamed? Lin Chen was dumbfounded. What's going on? The cold snake twisted its body beside him, respectfully coiling around him. He quickly opened the pet panel. The pet panel clearly displayed the information of the cold snake. In the world, there were mounts and pets. His profession was special, having a fighter, which counted as a type of pet and was also in the pet panel. Mounts and pets shared the same pet panel. Every profession can obtain a mount and a pet. There is a special profession called hunter, who can summon one more than others, but the hunter's pet is a skill and does not count in the pet slot. Lin Chen did not expect that his pet slot had expanded. Eternal zombie, henchman, battle pet. Claw yellow flying lightning, mount. Cold snake, temporary mount, battle pet. Seeing the attributes of the cold snake, Lin Chen's eyes widened. A mount and a battle pet could actually appear together? This was the top-tier mount. In his previous life, mounts and battle pets appearing together were worth over 10 million gold coins. Because mount battle pets could appear alongside ordinary battle pets, they were crucial combat power in the later stages. Unfortunately, the cold snake was only temporary. This meant that the cold snake would disappear after completing the task. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. What a waste of my excitement. He reached out to touch the cold snake's huge head. He really hoped it was permanent. That would be perfect. Ride. The cold snake twisted its body and swam deeper into the ice channel without Lin Chen's control. Although its speed was as fast as claw yellow flying lightning, this imposing body was much more impressive than a big watermelon mount. What a pity for such a good snake. System, you should make it permanent. If Su Xian dares to play, so do I. The eternal zombie bounced behind, following the cold snake. Gradually, the ice in the frost channel lessened, and light appeared ahead, along with the sound of water. When the cold snake swam out of the channel, Lin Chen found himself in a cave that opened up to the riverbank. The exit of the ice abyss was surprisingly not far from the riverbank. Strangely, there was already an NPC waiting at the exit. This NPC was none other than Li Xiang. Upon seeing the cold snake, Li Xiang's face lit up with surprise. You really brought out the cold snake? Good, very good. Come with me to find Xiaohong. As long as we get rid of Xiaohong, we can all go up the mountain. He was very happy. Lin Chen, however, was on guard. He initially thought NPCs couldn't have any bad intentions. Now it seemed that the world had arranged a complicated job transfer task for him. Su Xian's 3 warnings about Li Xiang made Lin Chen wary. 2 options appeared in the dialogue box. Refuse Li Xiang's suggestion and find a way on your own. Agree to Li Xiang's suggestion and lure away Xiaohong. Which option to choose? Below was a line of small text. Please choose carefully. The path you choose today will lead to 2 completely different routes in the future. The system had a prompt, indicating that both options were viable. However, the 2 would lead to 2 different paths. The job transfer for officials and merchants, 2 paths? No hints given. Under Li Xiang's expectant gaze, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. In other words, it could be 2 completely different professions. Or perhaps, the rewards are different. It shouldn't be without clues. The purpose of coming here is to find the official ship and go up the mountain. With 2 choices appearing, it seems there are 2 different outcomes. To put it simply, it's a choice between a toad and a snake. Which side to choose? Lin Chen speculated that the system wouldn't give him a temporary mount for no reason. Generally speaking, if the world lets you experience something, it truly intends to give it to you. Lin Chen suddenly looked up at Li Xiang. Cold snake, toad. Does that mean whichever I choose will give me that mount? The thought made him even more excited. However, seeing Li Xiang's equally excited face, Lin Chen suddenly felt uncertain.
it could also be a choice between good and evil. Good and evil. Of course, I choose evil. Lin Chen revealed a twisted smile. An evil mount, evil attire, it was a bargain no matter how he thought about it. Alright, I'll go with you to lure away Xiaohong. Ding, selection successful. You chose to believe Li Xiang and decided to lure Xiaohong away. Task content, ride the cold snake to the mountain path and use the cold snake to attract Xiaohong. The task has finally been updated. Li Xiang clapped his hands in delight. Good, good, good. Let's go quickly. Under his lead, Lin Chen returned to the foot of the mountain. Xiaohong was still squatting in the same spot, dozing off. But the moment Lin Chen approached, the cold snake suddenly went wild, throwing him off. The commotion caught Xiaohong's attention. Xiaohong slowly opened its eyes. This time, it didn't hesitate and pounced towards the cold snake. The toad and the cold snake engaged in a fierce battle. Li Xiang excitedly said, "We did it! We did it! Let's go, up the mountain." It went even smoother than expected. Lin Chen frowned. Is that it? Aren't I getting anything? Did I choose wrong? The system task updated again. Ding, task content updated. The three-eyed poisonous toad has left. Take this opportunity to go up the mountain and check the official ship information. There was no time to think. Lin Chen hurriedly followed Li Xiang, sprinting up the mountain path. The cold snake had already left his mount. The clawed yellow lightning appeared out of nowhere, taking him straight up. By the time they reached halfway up the mountain, Li Xiang was nowhere to be seen. He probably went to look for his so-called tadpoles. After all, it was just a small hill. Before long, Lin Chen reached the summit. When he saw the entire dilapidated giant official ship placed at the top, Lin Chen's eyes widened, and he cursed loudly, "Planner, are you trying to ruin the world? A ship this big, you brought it to the mountaintop." He had thought there might be clues at the summit, but he didn't expect it to be an entire ship. The ship was in a state of utter disrepair, as if it had been swept up by some powerful force. Arrived at the summit, please investigate the ship and find out the true culprit behind the attack on the official ship. The task finally reached a critical update point. Another investigation. Lin Chen disliked such brain-burning tasks. They were too time-consuming. But now he had no choice, he was already halfway through. Only 1 hour left until midnight. Let's hurry. Lin Chen began to investigate the bottom of the ship. He obtained clues. The bottom of the ship has many holes, each opening is dark as ink, as if it had been attacked. Investigating the hull, he got clues. The hull is damaged everywhere, as if it had been ravaged by wind and waves. Investigating the deck, he found clues. Everyone is dead, and there is a lot of slime on the hull, which hasn't dried for a long time. Be careful, the slime may be toxic. Investigating the canvas, he got clues. The canvas has been frozen and is torn, the traces are very obvious. Investigating inside the ship, he found clues. Everything inside the ship is gone, someone may have been here. A total of 7 clues were obtained. Lin Chen looked at the clue prompts, which were quite clear. 3 clues seemed to have been left by the toad monster, including the holes in the slime. 3 clues appeared to have been made by the cold snake, with ice blocks and freezing traces. And there was one most important clue, the body inside the ship, which had frozen to death and was also poisoned. It seemed to have been caused by both the toad and the cold snake. Damn it, I hate this ambiguous gameplay. Ding, all clues have been investigated. Please choose your enemy. Choice 1, kill the cold snake. Choice 2, kill Xiaohong. In the end, he couldn't outrun these 2 monsters. So, whoever the murderer is, I get to decide? But now Lin Chen had a doubt. What was the difference between the choice on the beach and this choice? What would happen after each selection? The annoying system didn't provide any hints. However, it was certain that it might be related to the job change. You better clarify, damn it. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Whoever the murderer is, it doesn't matter. I'll just kill the first one I encounter. Thinking of this, Lin Chen no longer hesitated and said sternly, "Ancient zombie, let's go." He turned and walked down the mountain. Although he said this, he was still pondering who the real murderer was. Was it the three-eyed poison toad or the cold snake? Perhaps there were many clues on this island, but Lin Chen no longer had the time to investigate. The last clue on the ship also failed to clearly point to either side. As he descended the mountain, he continued to think. Just then, a sound of a hoe struck his ears. Lin Chen saw a figure in the dense forest. It was the frog keeper, Li Xiang. He was holding a hoe, seemingly busy with something. This person was the most suspicious. However, Lin Chen couldn't get past where he was. There was an air wall blocking his way. Lin Chen's current task was to kill Little Red or the White Snake. Time was tight, and he had no time to worry about anything else. Soon, he reached the foot of the mountain, where the snake and the poison toad were fiercely battling. After completing a series of tasks, both wild monsters' names turned red, indicating that both could be killed. It was estimated that the three-eyed poison toad wouldn't be able to use its invincible control skills like before.
Lin Chen watched the battle with the ancient zombie by his side for a long time.
The snake and the poison toad were of the same level, with similar attack and defense power.
One was ice attribute, the other was poison attribute. There was no elemental advantage between them.
This led to a chaotic battle, uprooting trees around them, yet each time only deducting a drop of health.
Lin Chen elbowed the ancient zombie. "Little one, who do you want to kill?" The ancient zombie said nothing, but his emotionless eyes were fixed on the three-eyed poison toad.
It was clear that being swallowed by the three-eyed poison toad was a humiliation for him.
"You want to kill the toad too?"
"I want to kill it as well, but we should go against the grain. Since we said we would be the bad guys, let's kill the snake."
For the first time, the ancient zombie looked at Lin Chen.
"Don't be so speechless, just act."
The ancient zombie jumped into the battlefield.
Its size was like that of a child compared to the two wild monsters. Little Red could swallow him, and the cold snake could coil around him.
This made the ancient zombie very unhappy, and it poked with its nails vigorously. Each poke could deal 5,000 points of damage to the white snake.
It was indeed prepared for the task. This boss was very simple.
With Little Red tanking the damage from Little White, it was an easy task. The aggro of Little White was on Little Red, and its health was rapidly declining.
Very simple.
"I want to see what happens when I kill you." As Lin Chen anticipated, Little White's health slowly dropped to 10%. Finally, there was a reaction. The cold snake cast a resentful glance at Lin Chen, then turned to flee.
"Ah, you're feeling resentful now?
I never promised Su Xian to raise you, don't let it escape."
Unfortunately, the white snake's name turned white again.
The ancient zombie's attacks were ineffective. It ran up the mountain.
"Keep up." The ancient zombie followed closely behind the three-eyed poison toad. In Lin Chen's strange gaze, the direction the cold snake fled was actually towards Li Xiang.
What's going on? Why isn't it running towards the ice abyss? Logically, when an animal is injured, it should run back to its nest, so why was it heading towards its enemy? Could it be that it wanted to kill Li Xiang before dying?
Lin Chen thought this, and indeed saw the cold snake enter a small path. The original air wall on that path disappeared.
The cold snake faced no obstacles as it approached Li Xiang. In Lin Chen's imagination, the scene of the cold snake swallowing Li Xiang did not occur. Instead, it hid behind Li Xiang like a wronged little cat.
Li Xiang patted the snake's head and comforted, don't be afraid, it's coming soon."
What was going on?
Lin Chen seemed to have some clues, but he was still not entirely sure.
Quack quack.
The massive body of the three-eyed poison toad fell down, pouncing towards the cold snake. At the same time, Li Xiang also lunged forward.
"How could that be? Didn't you raise it?"
Lin Chen was astonished, but now was the plot stage, and he couldn't intervene. He could only watch helplessly as the three-eyed poisonous toad lunged forward.
But at that moment, a loud bang echoed.
The three-eyed poisonous toad that landed on the ground actually sank into the mud.
A trap? Hunter! Lin Chen looked at Li Xiang in shock.
What Li Xiang had dug just now was actually a trap. His profession was a hunter. This made perfect sense. Only a hunter could raise wild monsters. What a foolish planner. This made sense at this moment.
After falling into the trap, the three-eyed poisonous toad was unable to move.
Li Xiang laughed heartily. It worked. It finally worked.
Lin Chen frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you? What do you want?"
"Thank you, young hero, for your help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to catch the strongest poisonous toad."
"Catch? Your original goal was to catch the toad?
What else could it be?
We have no conflicting interests. I go up the mountain, you catch the toad, why deceive me?"
Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Well, I don't know who you are or what you're here for. What if you're here for the three-eyed poisonous toad?"
"You're talking nonsense."
Lin Chen suddenly sneered. "You're the one who intercepted the official ship, right?"
"Oh, how did you know?"
The NPC was just an NPC. Once questioned, he admitted it and looked at Lin Chen curiously.
"If I'm not mistaken, this snake is what you raised, right?
And those frogs and toads you raised are to feed the cold snake. From the very beginning, you were the master of the cold snake. I didn't expect you to know quite a bit."
Su Xian's corpse, Xiao Hong's attitude towards you, when you left, the cold snake had no reaction to you, all of it points to the truth.
But that doesn't prove I intercepted the official ship.
You still haven't said how you knew.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "The planner of this plot is a fool. I'm not. You're the only one on the entire island. If it's not you, who else could it be?
What Xiao Hong, Xiao Bai, it's all a distraction, right? You stole the official ship, and the final boss is you, isn't it?"
Lin Chen teased Li Xiang. "You're very clever, that's right, I did steal the merchant ship."
"Ah, you shamelessly admitted it. Ha, what's there to hide?
I'm fearless now, I'm invincible."
Quack quack.
Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Hong, who had fallen into the trap, suddenly jumped out, with a few words above its head.
"Li Xiang's pet. he actually captured Shou Hong. With the cold snake, he now had 2 pets. Li Xiang looked sharply at Lin Chen. Since you know everything, you can die now. Ding, mission updated. Mission content. Because the clues ultimately reveal that the culprit behind the disappearance of the merchant ship is Li Xiang, defeat him to complete the mission. Mission reward, 4th transfer. Finally, the mission reached its final stage.
Lin Chen and Li Xiang stood 15 meters apart, staring at each other.
I'm quite curious. Why did you intercept the official ship? Let's see how you explain it away.
After spending several hours on this plot, it would be ridiculous to end up knowing nothing. Li Xiang did not hide it, a mad smile appearing on his face. That ship was carrying all kinds of pet supplies, pet food, pet medicine, and pet growth elixirs, all of which I needed the most. Heaven is helping me. At that time, the river was turbulent, and with the help of the cold snake, I successfully obtained the items on the ship. The only unexpected issue was the 3-eyed poisonous toad. It was attracted by the items on the ship and attacked the vessel, causing me quite a bit of trouble. However, there's always a way out. I found a method on the ship to tame the 3-eyed poisonous toad.
Reasonable. Everything was quite reasonable.
His words almost connected all the plot points, and some minor flaws didn't matter. However, there was one major flaw that could not be concealed.
Lin Chen asked in confusion again, how did the ship get up the mountain? Was the wind and waves too strong?
Don't joke. That mountain is right in the middle of Pear State. So high, what wind could blow it up? Oomph, you talk too much nonsense. Go ask King Yin. Little did he know, Li Xiang didn't explain further and directly launched an attack on Lin Chen. The cold snake and the 3-eyed poison toad almost simultaneously attacked Lin Chen. Here it comes, eternal zombie, kill that snake first. Lin Chen took out his bow and arrows from his pack, aiming at the 3-eyed poison toad. I'll take on the toad.
The cold snake had only 10% health left after being hit.
Returning to Li Xiang's side, he was fed some medicine, restoring his health to 20%. Of course, one should pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. The eternal zombie charged at the cold snake, while Lin Chen's arrows continuously hit the 3-eyed poison toad, dealing a negligible 1,000 points of damage.
The attack wasn't the key.
The key was that the 3-eyed poison toad's aggro was drawn over. It hopped and jumped towards Lin Chen.
Lin Chen didn't engage it, turning and running instead.
The 3-eyed poison toad was strong, but it had obvious weaknesses: slow movement speed and slow attack speed. Lin Chen was confident he could evade it until the eternal zombie finished off the cold snake.
Think you can run? Heaven's net.
Li Xiang, also a level 40 hunter, naturally took action. Suddenly, a net fell from the sky, enveloping Lin Chen. Ding, attacked by Heaven's net, movement speed minus 40%, attack speed minus 40%, duration, 5 seconds. This was a control skill and dealt no damage, but the toad was closing in. It leaped high and came crashing down on Lin Chen.
Damn!
The words had barely left his mouth when, with a squelch, Lin Chen was pinned under the toad.
Minus 4,958. A terrifying number popped up.
Lin Chen was stunned, only 3 hits at most. Struggling to crawl out from under its belly, he quickly stuffed 2 pills into his mouth, finally restoring his health. Before the 3-eyed poison toad could attack again, Li Xiang had already approached him with a hunting knife. Die, take all your secrets to the grave.
The knife struck Lin Chen's forehead. Critical hit minus 3,085. This attack was already terrifying. As a fellow level 4, even an assassin would only deal a few hundred damage to him.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth. This is too much, hitting people but not their faces, that's excessive. But the odds were against him, so he continued to run. He would eat the pills again once they cooled down, just to buy time.
Eternal zombie, can you do it or not? Your master is about to die.
He glanced over at the eternal zombie.
Something was off.
The cold snake was actually wrapped in a layer of frost armor. Every time the eternal zombie attacked, it was met with a backlash from ice magic.
Its attack speed and movement speed were both slowed. Damn it, another control skill?
What shocked Lin Chen even more was that under the ice armor, the cold snake's health was slowly recovering. From the original 20%, it climbed back to 50%.
How could it be that the more they fought, the more health it gained?
You can't kill the cold snake. It's invincible on this island. It was just to draw you in.
Eternal zombie, kill Li Xiang first. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it too much. Can't kill the cold snake? Then kill the master. The way to hunt a hunter is to kill the body.
He thought this boss was different, but now it seemed he could only use the old method.
You're not wrong. If you kill me you can win. But can you kill me? Cold snake, bind him.
Lin Chen could control, and so could Li Xiang. At his command, before the eternal zombie could react, the cold snake's massive body coiled around the eternal zombie. Ding, minion, eternal zombie is affected by the binding skill, unable to move.
Damn.
Even more terrifying was that as the cold snake coiled tighter, the eternal zombie's body gradually began to freeze. How could they fight? They couldn't fight at all. Despair. Li Xiang's skill had cooled down, and another heaven's net fell. This time, Lin Chen faced simultaneous attacks from Li Xiang and the three-eyed poison toad. Lin Chen's hard-earned health was once again reduced by 50%.
Come back, ancient zombie. Run, can't beat it, not fighting anymore. He directly recalled the ancient zombie and turned to flee. You've lost your composure. As a hunter, how can you be without a pet? Without the zombie, you can't stop my snake. Li Xiang sneered. The speed of the cold snake was much faster than that of the three-eyed poisonous toad. Even Lin Chen might not be able to outrun it. Before Lin Chen could escape, the snake, as thick as a bucket, coiled around him, rendering him immobile. Li Xiang was filled with pride. After all, you're just a rookie fresh out of the woods. You should be satisfied to die at my hands. What kind of death do you want? To be cut down by my knife, or poisoned by the toad? Lin Chen replied helplessly, Bro, villains die from talking too much. Hurry up and make your move. Oh, you're really stubborn, daring to insult me. When did I insult you? Just kill me already. Alright, I've thought of a brilliant method. The cold snake will eat you, and I want you to die painfully in its belly. You'll hear the sound of your bones being crushed, unable to move, only able to scream, and slowly your body will dissolve. Eat him. The cold snake was not polite and opened its mouth wide to swallow Lin Chen. The snake's mouth was large, just the right size for Lin Chen. In one bite, it swallowed him whole. The snake's mouth wriggled, trying to consume Lin Chen entirely. Li Xiang stood by, excitedly watching the scene. No one can stop me. Being swallowed by a snake, perhaps this was the most terrifying way to die? There was no sound in his ears, only the sound of his own heartbeat and the sound of crushed bones, which was chilling to hear. Even though this was a game, it was a fear that one could never forget in a lifetime. But at that moment, the snake's head suddenly changed. Hiss! The cold snake's massive body thrashed on the ground, clearly in pain. Li Xiang's smile froze. Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Puff! Immediately after, Lin Chen's body was spat out. Although he was covered in the snake's saliva, his health had not decreased. Lin Chen stood up and ran off. Finished and ran. So thrilling. Bastard, what did you do? I told you, villains die from talking too much. Come out, ancient zombie. Lin Chen summoned the ancient zombie again. Without saying a word, it directly attacked the three-eyed poisonous toad. Just as Lin Chen had anticipated, Li Xiang went to check on the cold snake's condition. But the cold snake seemed to be poisoned, its health continuously dropping, its body writhing in agony. It had no time to pay attention to Lin Chen. This gave Lin Chen an opportunity. Kill the toad before he reacts. What did you do? Li Xiang grew increasingly anxious. The cold snake was his first pet, more important than the three-eyed poisonous toad. But now, the cold snake's health had dropped back to below 10% and was still falling. No matter what method he used, he couldn't stop the cold snake's health from depleting until it died, with no struggle left. Li Xiang's eyes widened. No, what did you do? Lin Chen smiled and said, Be careful, Li Xiang. Do you think Su Xian only left this one line? What? Xiong Huang Dan. Li Xiang's pupils contracted. Xiong Huang Dan. Since the cold snake was dead, Lin Chen no longer hid it. At that time, he had received the plot from Su Xian, along with a Xiong Huang Dan, which was used to kill the cold snake. Lin Chen had been puzzled back then. Su Xian entrusted the snake to him, yet still wanted him to kill it. Later, as the plot unfolded, he understood. It was just that the Xiong Huang Dan had to be eaten by the cold snake voluntarily, otherwise, it would have no effect. That led to the earlier scene. You were just pretending? How is that possible? You're just a rookie fresh out of the world. Rookie my ass, I'm a player. I want to kill you. Just because of you? Can't kill anymore. The cold snake is already dead, leaving only the three-eyed poisonous toad and Li Xiang. This makes it much easier to fight. Lin Chen held on to Li Xiang's hatred, the ancient zombie challenging the three-eyed poisonous toad. As long as he spent some time, he could kill it. But the three-eyed poisonous toad was too tough, taking over half an hour to defeat. Finally, this colossal creature fell like a mountain. With a loud crash, it shattered Li Xiang's last hope. No! Three-eyed poisonous toad. It also allowed Lin Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Now there's only you left. You can rest easy and die. He thought it would take some effort to kill Li Xiang, but unexpectedly, he was only sad for 2 seconds. Just as Lin Chen was about to attack, thud, Li Xiang knelt down. Lin Chen stared blankly at Li Xiang. What are you doing? I give up. Spare me. Please spare me. I am willing to serve under you. I have strong beast taming skills. Lin Chen initially thought he was trying to deceive him. Little did he know, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, task completed. Congratulations on defeating Li Xiang and completing the task. Do you agree to Li Xiang's surrender? Task reward, 4th transfer. Task reward, Li Xiang. Lin Chen was truly dumbfounded. Forget the fourth transfer. What was the task reward of Li Xiang? Agree. Ding, Li Xiang's surrender successful. Congratulations to the great merchant dynasty for gaining one extraordinary person. Ding, an extraordinary person has been added to the extraordinary hall. Extraordinary person, Li Xiang, level 3, description, a traitorous disciple of the beast taming sect, the most talented disciple of the sect, who betrayed his master out of greed, possessing unique beast taming abilities. Learnable skills, beast taming technique. Beast taming technique, white, active skill after learning, can summon pet, cold snake. Note, pets summoned by the beast taming technique can coexist with other pets. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour beast taming technique, red, active skill after learning, can summon pet, three-eyed poisonous toad. Note, pets summoned by the beast taming technique can coexist with other pets. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour. Note, this skill cannot be upgraded. This system voice echoed in the ears of all players in the Great Merchant Dynasty. Lin Chen looked at the words level 3 extraordinary person and widened his eyes. Damn, level 3. There were hardly any factions with level 3 extraordinary persons in his previous life. Each level 3 extraordinary person could provide skills that influenced the battle situation. Boss is awesome, we have new stuff. Ha, with 2 extraordinary skills, our Great Merchant Dynasty's strength has greatly increased. This skill is too overpowered, right? Pets can actually coexist. I'm a hunter, which means I can summon 2. Tisk TSK, unbeatable. I feel like we are invincible. Dominating the entire Ningdu city is just around the corner. This skill was evidently overpowered even without needing to learn it. Lin Chen grinned foolishly, not a loss, not a loss. Gaining a level 3 extraordinary person and successfully transferring jobs, he was going to get rich. Boss, are you not back yet? It's almost 12 o'clock. Yeah, boss, hurry up. Are the tickets selling? Almost forgot. I'll be there soon. After the excitement, Lin Chen remembered the most important thing. It was almost 12 o'clock. The job transfer task still needed to be submitted at the Lord's mansion. Without hesitation, he tore up a return scroll. His body vanished from the high mountains of Lizi Prefecture. He just forgot. Li Yang was still waiting for him below with the big ship. With his departure, he had no idea how long Li Yang would have to wait. A flash of light, and Lin Chen appeared in Ningdu City. While walking towards the Lord's mansion, he posted on the forum. The tickets for the second auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty will be sold promptly after 12 o'clock. Players in need should go to the Great Merchant Dynasty's shop or street stall to purchase tickets. Note, tickets are sold out once they are gone. The Great Merchant Dynasty will not hold any tickets, and once purchased, these tickets cannot be traded or gifted. The moment this post was released, the forum erupted. No way, he really dares to sell them. 5,000 gold coins for a 500 yuan ticket. What is the Great Merchant Dynasty thinking? Instantly, a group of people began mocking in the comments. Of course, there were more who analyzed the situation. This is monopoly. You all know that, right? They don't treat players like humans at all. In the past, the Great Merchant Dynasty was the only one in charge. They could sell as many as they wanted, but now with the Ningdu Merchant Alliance holding an auction at the same time, who would spend money to buy theirs? That's true, only a fool would buy it. Let me see how many fools there are. Among these people, some were water armies sent by the Ningdu Merchant Alliance. They were labeled, "Whoever buys tickets for the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction is a fool." Lin Chen watched these posts and comments along the way. Instead, he smiled and posted another message, 2,000 tickets, 2,000 remaining. Wow, does the Merchant Emperor want to report sales in real time? This is slapping his own face. He can create public opinion. At least others will discuss the sales figure. Exactly, in this era, having discussions means there will always be a few rich fools willing to pay. Let me mark this. I want to count how many fools there are. The online public opinion was almost one-sided. Lin Chen didn't care. There were still 5 minutes until 12 o'clock. That was more than enough time for him to complete his task. He sat down and found Huang Feidian, arriving at the Lord's mansion. He directly submitted the task, and the Lord was overjoyed. Thank you, Merchant Emperor. Thanks to you, I have something to report to the higher-ups. The higher-ups have already spoken. They will appoint you as the Imperial Agent, bestow you the position of Enforcer, for your protection. As soon as Lord Ning finished speaking, the system's voice echoed simultaneously. Congratulations on your successful job change. You have changed to the Imperial Agent, with a significant increase in attributes, and the Enforcer quality has improved. Player, Merchant Emperor level, 40 profession, Imperial Agent health, 18089 mana, 1890 attack, 2879 defense, 2939 movement speed, 87 enforcer, 10,000 year zombie golden quality health, 40878 attack, 10847 defense, 8749 movement speed, 87. Seeing these attributes, Lin Chen couldn't help but swallow. His only shortcoming was his attack power. The attack power of the 10,000-year zombie actually exceeded 10,000, and its defense was terrifying. With these attributes, being the number one in the entire server wouldn't be an exaggeration. Learn skill, Enforcer Self-Destruct. Enforcer Self-Destruct. Self-destruct the Enforcer, dealing 1000% of attack power as damage to the enemy. Note, after self-destructing, there will be a 10-minute period during which you cannot summon. Terrifying indeed. Lin Chen stared blankly. It seemed like he had taken off. He realized that the merchant profession was truly comprehensive and incredibly overpowered. No wonder so many people discussed this profession during the mid-game in his previous life. There was even more outrageous news. The enforcer position actually had an additional one, meaning he could recruit enforcers. Lin Chen quickly asked, Lord Ning, where do I recruit these enforcers? Lord Ning smiled, Brother Merchant Emperor, you need to go find them yourself. Note, pets obtained will become enforcers. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. It turned out the first enforcer was a gifted pet. After that, he would have to find them himself. Good pets could not be bought even with money. But it's still good. At least I have a bunch of enforcer skills more than others. Lin Chen didn't dwell on it too much. It was only the 4th round, and there would definitely be great surprises in the future. With a significant increase in strength, he smiled and cupped his hands towards City Lord Ning, saying, Thank you, City Lord Ning. After leaving the City Lord's mansion, it was exactly midnight. Amidst the countless players' mockery and curious anticipation, the tickets for the second auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty were officially released. Each vendor had a limit of 50 tickets, and the Great Merchant Dynasty's shop had 1,250 tickets available for sale at the scheduled time. Lin Chen closely monitored the shop's data. In the guild chat, everyone was reporting simultaneously. Boss, I sold one here. I sold one here too. I sold 2 here. Xianjin Hall's first group sold a total of 18 tickets. The second group sold a total of 17 tickets. The third group sold 20 tickets. The Hallmaster and Vice Hallmaster of Xianjin Hall divided the 150 vendors into 3 groups for easier statistics. Each group had 50 people, making it convenient to tally. Including those who were offline, each group should have about 45 people online. This meant that, on average, 2 to 3 people were needed to sell 1 ticket. The number of tickets sold this time was indeed very low. Selling 1 or 2 tickets here and there was considered good. It was a stark contrast to the last time when they were snatched up. This inevitably led to discussions among the guild members. Boss, your sales aren't good after the purchase limit was set. Yeah, there are no scalpers buying, and the price is too high. Boss, should we change the price? The brothers of Qianjin Hall were worried. They had brought a lot of good items to the auction. If no one participated, wouldn't that mean a total loss? Lin Chen knew it was hard to sell, and without a second thought, he rejected their proposal. Although $500 is a bit expensive, this is also our standard for filtering customers. This time, the tickets might not sell out, but those who can afford the tickets can definitely afford our items. If the tickets were as cheap as last time, the people we brought in might not even be willing to buy. Boss, what exactly is it? Yeah, the stuff from Ningdu Merchant Alliance isn't bad either. Lin Chen still didn't say anything, just smilingly replied, This time, I have to thank the Ningdu Merchant Alliance for helping us filter customers. His words left all the guild members puzzled. I believe in the boss. Me too, the boss has led us to wealth so many times. The boss actually makes sense. Those who can afford the tickets are likely to pay high prices. Although some understood, most were still confused. What exactly was it? Not to mention them, even the people from the Ningdu Merchant Alliance were equally puzzled. At such an important moment, they had gathered in the tavern in the city. It's been an hour. He has only sold about 80 tickets? At this rate, he might sell 200 tickets by tomorrow. After 1 a.m., many people were logging off. This is hilarious. You know, a lot of those 80 tickets were bought by their own streamers. Of course, even if no one goes, the hype is high. It's normal for streamers to ride the wave of traffic. It's settled, the Merchant Emperor is done for. I'm logging off to sleep. Let's go drink. One by one, this group of bosses left with smiles. In no time, only Ning Tianzi and the Heavenly Emperor were left in the private room. Do you really think he wants to sell tickets to make a quick buck and run away? The Heavenly Emperor suddenly asked Ning Tianzi. Ning Tianzi's lips curled slightly. You're not logging off because you also find it suspicious. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Could he be trying to do hunger marketing? That doesn't seem right. How can an auction do hunger marketing? If there are no people, how can he sell? Unless. The two pondered for a moment, suddenly as if they had thought of something.
They looked up at each other simultaneously.
We overlooked the most important point: auction items. Yes, you and I are on the same wavelength. His auction items haven't been revealed yet. The catch is in the auction items.
Everyone was drawn in by Lin Chen's high ticket prices. They all forgot, or rather overlooked, one point:
the auction items.
The most important aspect of the auction has yet to be mentioned.
Hunger marketing ultimately hinges on the product. If the product is good enough, then it really is possible. What products? Secret manuals? We have those. Mounts? We have those. Top-tier equipment? Magical artifacts? We have them all. The Ningu Merchant Alliance has gone to great lengths for this first auction. They have gathered all the good items they could find. I can't think of anything. If they were to announce it, it should be today, right? Who knows? We can only wait and see.
What Ning Tianzi and the Heavenly Emperor could think of, others could certainly think of as well. The Great Merchant Dynasty is currently on a roll, surpassing all other commercial factions.
They wouldn't destroy their own reputation by issuing such expensive tickets.
Aside from those streamers, the big shots of the factions were also curious and bought tickets one after another. By the next day, 300 tickets had been sold. This was about what the Heavenly Emperor had predicted. However, 300 tickets were nearly the limit. Even by the next evening, only 300 tickets had been sold. Under Lin Chen's post on the forum, real-time updates were being reported.
Total tickets, 2,000, sold, 348. Wow, there really are over 300 fools. 350 tickets means 1.75 million gold coins. Is it really that easy to make money?
Heh, forget it. I feel like selling for 2,000 gold coins would be more profitable. There aren't enough fools left.
The person above is right. With no more fools, the Great Merchant Dynasty can't sell.
The joke had become a foregone conclusion, with countless knowledgeable individuals mocking them. Yet Lin Chen remained unfazed. Until the private messages from I Love Pig Intestines and Ghost came in, it was already evening.
The Water Army continued to flood their posts. The Ningu Merchant Alliance's advertisements came in waves.
Even the city tower was displaying their ads. Banners were everywhere, showcasing various high-end products. Players were spreading the word. Meanwhile, the Great Merchant Dynasty was like a still pond, showing no reaction at all. Of course, there were those in the know who were keeping an eye on things.
But what awaited them was not Lin Chen's announcement.
He had logged off to sleep.
Yes, logged off to sleep.
When he logged back in the next day, his private messages were overflowing.
Jiangnan Swordsman, bro, what exactly are you selling? What secret weapon do you have? I'm dying of anxiety.
Starry Emperor, boss, we in the Emperor's city bought 20 tickets. You should at least tell us what you have.
Brick, boss, I support you, but you need to tell me what it is, so I can prepare my money.
These were Lin Chen's 3 major patrons.
The 3 guilds had probably bought over 50 tickets combined.
Lin Chen glanced at the sales. Only a little over 400 tickets had been sold.
Those who would buy had already bought on the first day. The rest probably wouldn't buy.
Lin Chen ignored his 3 major patrons and said in the guild, "Everyone's here."
Boss, how can you still be so relaxed?
Yeah, I couldn't sleep all night worrying. It's already noon, and you just logged on. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I just woke up. My family made shredded potatoes today, spicy and sour, which I really like."
Everyone in the guild was speechless. There were only 8 hours left until the auction began. From 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. That was the scheduled time for the auction.
It was now noon, leaving just a short 8 hours until it started.
No matter how they sold, they probably wouldn't sell many more tickets.
Don't worry, I was prepared long ago.
What preparation? Can we talk about it? Yeah, we're all dying of anxiety.
Lin Chen ignored them and opened the forum, starting a new post. He simply posted a picture.
The title of the post was The Second Auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty.
As soon as the post was published, a crowd gathered to watch.
Wow, the Great Merchant Dynasty finally posted an advertisement. Isn't it a bit late to post an ad now?
Whoa, did you see what the ad says? When everyone saw the content of the image, they were all dumbfounded. It clearly stated the words "special session for magical artifacts," just those 4 words, nothing else.
Does the Great Merchant Dynasty think we're fools? Do they really think this is impressive?
I thought the Great Merchant Dynasty was holding something big, but it turns out to be a pile of nothing.
The highlight of an auction is usually its featured items.
However, with only the words "magical artifacts," countless people were left speechless.
I heard the Ningu Merchant Alliance has 2 magical artifacts. Is the Great Merchant Dynasty running out of tricks? Treating magical artifacts as treasures? Could this magical artifact be really powerful? Everyone was speculating.
But they were not Lin Chen's target customers, and he had no need to explain to them. Meanwhile, he replied to the messages from his 3 main clients.
The content was simple.
Prepare more money. You might regret it if you don't. As soon as this message arrived, the hearts of the three main clients settled. Lin Chen did not intend to reveal his auction items, aside from the magical artifacts, but the message he sent spread among the three strongest factions.
The boss is charging money. Is it for tonight's auction? Boss, did the Great Merchant Dynasty mention any magical artifacts? Are the magical artifacts really that impressive? Shoo, the boss is still charging money. Just charging money took over an hour.
This information quickly spread among the three factions.
Did you know?
To participate in the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction, the leaders of the three factions charged money for an hour.
Is that true? Charging money for an hour? How much did they charge?
Hee, I charge money based on how much, but the boss charges based on how long.
What are they preparing for? Their curiosity grew. What attributes do the magical artifacts have? What kind of magical artifact could be so impressive?
Of course, curiosity leads to ticket purchases.
Time passed slowly. The ticket sales gradually warmed up. By evening, they had sold 1,000 tickets. As everyone anticipated, at 8 p.m., the time arrived.
The Ningdu Merchant Alliance's auction and the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction began simultaneously.
Today was the weekend, with many players present, and it was also a grand occasion in Ningdu City. The Ningdu Merchant Alliance and the Great Merchant Dynasty were both holding auctions.
Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders looked for the details. The success of the Ningdu Merchant Alliance today signifies their successful entry into the world, breaking the monopoly of the Great Merchant Dynasty.
The plain and unadorned business battle is finally about to begin. With competition, we players can benefit. As they awaited, it finally reached 8 p.m. The Ningdu Merchant Alliance's auction was at the Manhwa restaurant, while the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction was held at the Baisheng building.
It was unclear if it was intentional, but the two restaurants were right next to each other. At this moment, both restaurants were packed with people. There were even more people outside the Wanhua restaurant. The Ningdu Merchant Alliance didn't require tickets, so everyone wanted to get in.
There were also quite a few people at the Great Merchant Dynasty's entrance. With 1,000 tickets, 1,000 people had indeed shown up. TSK, those must be the rich guys, right?
Sho, are you trying to get yourself killed? The ones online calling them rich fools are just trolls. Who dares to say that in real life?
Have you seen who they are?
They were all the leaders, hall masters, and executives of various factions, as well as major streamers.
It must be said that the customer quality of the Great Merchant Dynasty was indeed absurdly high.
I can watch the live auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty on the Ningdu Commerce Alliance
and earn $500. Well, out of these 1,000 tickets, I estimate about 800 are for streamers, right? But you don't have the qualifications to auction, do you? It's starting. Time's up, and the two restaurants almost simultaneously opened their doors. People on both sides slowly entered the auction house like a funnel.
Now, opening the forum's livestream, it's all streamers broadcasting the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction. There's no way around it. The ticket is worth $500, and this livestream has to earn it back. Even those who came to the Wanhua restaurant to watch the excitement opened the forum to watch the livestream.
Brothers, today is the live event of our Great Merchant Dynasty's second auction.
The Heavenly King's livestream still has the most viewers. He is now one of the top 3 streamers in the entire world.
Note, the entire world, not just Ningdu City.
People like the Underworld King, Sword Unparalleled, and Thunder Lowly are all outside the top 10. Nothing else. The Heavenly King has the best skills, is the most flamboyant, talks the most wildly, and provides the best perspectives, so naturally, he has the most viewers.
In the Heavenly King's live stream, the center of the screen is the auction stage, still adorned in the style of the Great Merchant Dynasty. Our boss said, according to the original decorations, it gives a sense of belonging. There are a lot of people this time, probably around 1,000.
The camera swept over the audience seated below, all of them big shots.
You can't say 1,000 people is quite a lot. Just rich fools, sitting wherever. The merchant's son has come out. The live camera focused on the stage.
Besides him, there are about 300 major streamers in this auction house, with only around 700 real wealthy individuals.
Lin Chen still wore his simple outfit, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. When he appeared, the entire auction house couldn't help but ask, "Merchant boss, what exactly is in that gourd?" "Yeah, we've been waiting for 2 days." Lin Chen scanned the 1,000 people below. Although the number of attendees this time wasn't as many as last time, most were familiar faces. Those with spending power in Ningdu City, the true wealthy, were almost all here. He smiled and said, "Of course, the auction is about to start, and if I keep hiding it, that would be ungrateful. Our grand finale, just as I said, is a treasure. You all care about the quality of my treasure, but I have to disappoint you. The quality of my treasures is quite average, all level 40, blue ones." This statement was directed at everyone in the auction house.
as well as the 300 viewers in the live stream. Ha, the rich guy's expression is very rich.
The feeling of $500 going down the drain. What's the difference with the Ningdu Commerce Alliance?
The Great Merchant Dynasty is great, only scamming the rich. Just as they mocked and the crowd below was buzzing with discussion, Lin Chen spoke again. But there are quite a few.
480 of them. How many? With a clatter, everyone in the restaurant stood up. Impossible. That was their first reaction.
The treasure ranking had come out, but now, in the entire Ningdu city, there were no more than 10 people with treasures.
To be precise, there were 9.
Only 9 people had treasures, and adding those in the merchant's hands, it would be just over a dozen.
Lin Chen said he had 480? These 480 treasures would change the landscape of the 3 major factions. Now, there are many people over level 40. The live stream instantly exploded. Hey, are you lying?
The worst treasures are worth over 500,000 gold coins.
No wonder. Those who can afford it are all in that auction house.
I wonder who will get them. If all 400 members of the faction equip treasures, they will be invincible. Now they had no interest in watching the Ningdu Merchant Alliance's auction. They were just sitting there to watch the live stream. Of course, the 480 won't be sold all at once. Tonight is prepared just for you.
Next, the auction will be handed over to our host, Miss Thunder Lowly.
Surely this group of guild leaders could hardly wait. Lin Chen's body slowly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had transformed into Thunder Lowly. The beautiful and adorable Thunder Lowly was hosting the auction for the second time, holding a microphone and tilting her head with a smile. I know everyone is very concerned about this auction, so I won't say much.
Our first auction item is 100 pieces of magical artifacts.
What the heck?
The first item is 100 magical artifacts. That's terrifying. Who can afford 100 pieces?
Yeah, that place is really a rich guy's special.
Ordinary people really can't afford it.
I suddenly understand the 5,000 gold coin ticket price of the Great Merchant Dynasty. The people in the live stream were all amazed. The funniest part was that they were sitting in the Ningdu Merchant Alliance's auction house, watching the live stream of the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction. 100 pieces of magical artifacts are just average, blue 40 level artifacts, with only 2 attributes. The starting price is 500,000 gold coins each. For 100 pieces, the total starting price, 50 million gold coins. Each bid must be no less than 100,000 gold coins. A sound of gasping could be heard on site. The live stream was even more stunned.
What the hell, starting off that big?
The starting price is 50 million. This price has already refreshed the starting price. 500,000 gold coins each is already very cheap. Now a 40 level blue artifact should be at least 700,000. Things are valuable because they are rare. In fact, even if sold at 700,000 each, someone would buy them. But Lin Chen insisted on starting at 500,000. As soon as Thunder Lowly finished speaking, someone placed a bid. Jiangnan Hall, bid 51 million. Jiangnan Hall is already very impressive, the best equipped guild, no doubt about it.
What do you need such good artifacts for?
Just give us the Great Emperor City.
Great Emperor City bids 52 million. A brick bids 53 million.
The 3 major guilds jumped in directly. 100 pieces of magical artifacts were simply too powerful, capable of changing the game.
Lin Chen held the lifeline.
The 3 major guilds. Jiangnan Hall had the most experts. To put it simply, it was the best equipped and richest guild.
A brick could crush you, and aside from Big Watermelon, a brick's commander was the best, no doubt about it. Great Emperor City was somewhere in between.
The balance of the Jianghu and Ningdu City had already been established, but these magical artifacts were destined to break that balance. Not to mention the 3 major guilds, even the other top 10 and 20 guilds below them. Guilds that entered the scene later, as long as they got these magical artifacts, might be able to replace the 3 major guilds. So the competition for the first 100 magical artifacts was intense.
The Sun and Moon Divine Sect bids 60 million. I bid 60. 5 million. 62 million.
In no time, it had reached 62 million.
Meanwhile,
whether it was fate or coincidence, the first auction item of the Ningdu Merchant Alliance
was also a magical artifact. It was also a blue magical artifact. 1. Starting price 700,000 gold coins. It couldn't be called a coincidence.
After all, magical artifacts are good things, but the starting price was too different.
Those who originally stood with the Ningdu Merchant Alliance began to complain. 700,000 gold coins? What is he thinking? Does he really think we are fools?
If sold separately, just go to the auction and wait half a day. You could get it for 690,000.
They didn't know that the Ningdu Merchant Alliance sourced their goods this way.
They didn't have a complete industrial chain, so they could only buy at high prices, and the starting price was just the price they bought it for. As a result, no one was interested. They were just occupying a spot to watch the live stream of the Great Merchant Dynasty. This made the people from the Ningdu Merchant Alliance look very displeased. They weren't buying, yet they were taking up space. At this moment, the auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty had few attendees, but it was exceptionally lively. Wow, it's already 70 million. Is this for real? Wholesale is even more than retail? Rich guy really is foolish with money. What do you know? This isn't just about average price. 100 magical artifacts. This is already strategic military equipment. Those who understand, understand. What they didn't expect was that 70 million was just the beginning. Not long after, it was actually pushed up to 75 million. Everyone, this isn't a solution. The merchant boss said there are 480 magical artifacts, and this is only 100. If my great emperor city gets these 100, we won't compete with you anymore. How about that? The starry emperor cupped his hands to the people around him. 75 million was still not the bottom line for the crowd. Merchants pursue profit, but this group of combat guild members wanted the combat power to dominate the world. Giving face in such matters didn't work. Sure enough, someone stepped forward. I mean the same thing. Give me these 100, and I'll leave the auction house immediately. Who is he? Never seen him before. Who are you? Anyone who could afford 100 magical artifacts was a big shot, yet this person was surprisingly unrecognized. Through the live stream, other players also saw. The name Tianli Nanrong is really peculiar. Dark Hall, I've never heard of this guild. I know. He is from the top guild in Sudu City. People from Sudu City? How did they come? Didn't they say you need to be level 50 to access the map? They can run over. This is getting exciting. Soon, the identity of Tianli Nanrong reached the ears of these big shots. Their expressions changed simultaneously. People from Sudu City, how did they get the news? No matter how they got the news, they were already participating in the bidding. Tianli Nanrong pushed the price to 76 million. In just a few seconds, it was raised to 77 million by another player called the Carefree King. Another one I don't know. Carefree King, Carefree Palace, top guild in Hongdu City. Not just Sudu City, but Hongdu City has come too? This is troublesome. The top guilds of Ningdu City all changed their expressions drastically. 480 magical artifacts, if divided into 100, 100, 100, 100, and 80, could completely satisfy 5 top guilds. By then, everyone would have them, as if no one had them at all. But now it was different. People from Sudu City and Hongdu City had arrived. A fierce dragon crossing the river. This was no longer an internal struggle of Ningdu City. It was preparation for after level 50. Merchant's son. Too despicable. He completely disregards the honor and disgrace of Ningdu City. 480 magical artifacts could elevate Ningdu City's strength to the next level. He actually invited people from Sudu City and Hongdu City. Business people, just pursuing profit. Of course, it was all for profit. Since Lin Chen entered the game, his dream was to become an arms dealer. He had now succeeded. He could influence the strength of the guilds in 3 cities. Lin Chen smiled in the background. Whoever pays more, takes it away. This is an auction. No feelings, just money. No matter what they said, the auction continued. The 100 blue magical artifacts were actually raised to 80 million. This is Ningdu City's territory. I, Jiangnan Hall, offer 80 million. No matter who it is, whatever price, Jiangnan Hall will take it. The voice of the Jiangnan swordsman was not loud, yet it made all players in Ningdu City feel a chill. Good. This is the big shot of Ningdu City. Boss Jiangnan is amazing. Exactly, this is Ningdu City's territory. Ningdu City calls the shots. 80 million, equivalent to a price of 100,000 gold coins, more than a magic treasure. The Jiangnan swordsman is still impressive. Others seem to know his abilities, and no one dares to compete with him. Even so, the live stream was stunned into silence. So amazing. 666. Even though the Thunder Girl is hosting the auction for the second time, she can't help but take a deep breath to suppress her excitement. She said with a trembling voice, 80 million for the 3rd time. Congratulations to the Jiangnan swordsman for winning 100 blue magic treasures. The second auction item, a level 40 special elixir, 100,000 coins. How much? What the hell? Is this an auction? This is an arms trade fair. The Great Merchant Dynasty is truly unfathomable. They actually have so many, and they usually sell them at stalls. Too many. When something is in such excess, it can sway the balance of power in the world. In Sudu City, a few fierce figures from Hongdu City looked very serious. The level 50 city battle has already begun with this auction. Brothers, I think this auction by the Great Merchant Dynasty might affect the outcome of the level 50 city battle. Tisk TSK, the spending of the rich is beyond our imagination. How much is this? It's already in the hundreds of millions. Don't forget, there are still 380 magic treasures. Based on calculations, they should sell in batches of 100. Everyone in the live stream turned their attention to the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction. Even though the Ningdu Merchant Alliance's auction was packed, very few people were focused on them, as they were live streaming the Great Merchant Dynasty's auction.
Everyone was speculating that Lin Chen would auction off 100 at a time.
If they missed the first batch, there would still be opportunities later.
But what everyone thought of was when the auction reached halfway.
The Thunder Girl suddenly said, "Since this is a Magic Treasure special session, of course, we can't miss the Magic Treasure auction. Next is the second round of Magic Treasure auctions. As our leader mentioned earlier, there are a total of 480 Magic Treasures. The first round has already auctioned off 100, and next, we have arranged for 180, while the remaining 200 will be in the final round." The Thunder Girl directly revealed the upcoming arrangements. This made everyone curse Lin Chen as a bastard.
Including the Jiangnan swordsmen, they all gritted their teeth. Scoundrel. So cunning, he's afraid the world won't be chaotic.
Hey, as someone who sells arms, of course, he hopes for chaos in the world, he can profit from it. The scene was filled with leaders from various factions, and they instantly guessed Lin Chen's intentions. If he divided it into 5 auctions, 5 factions could obtain magic treasures. But by dividing it into 100, 180, and 200, only 3 factions would get them, and these 3 factions have different strengths.
It was meant to make all the bosses compete. Merchants seek profit, it's understandable. He wants chaos? Then let it be as he wishes. I, Jiangnan Hall, bid 92 million. Jiangnan Hall just won 100, do they want more? Isn't that too greedy? Heh, if you're not convinced, keep up with your money.
Lin Chen's small adjustment in arrangements turned these factions against each other. The prices kept soaring.
Soon it reached 800,000 each, the same price as the previous 100.
But there was no sign of stopping. Before long, it reached 850,000 each. It wasn't until it hit 900,000 that it began to slow down.
Insane, 900,000 each, that's too crazy. Tisk TSK, did you see the expression on the brick's face? He's hurting too. The brick ultimately isn't as wealthy as the Jiangnan swordsman.
Another increase, oh my, 950,000 each.
100, 1 million each. Starting from a bid of 90 million, it's now 180 million.
Not to mention the live stream, even the big shots in the auction house looked very serious.
I bid 200 million.
At that moment, the carefree king remained calm and directly raised the bid by 20 million gold coins.
Only 200 million, and that's just for my sports car. If you can't afford it, you can back out. Arrogant, too arrogant.
This stirred the indignation of all players in Ningdu City.
Damn, the people from Hongdu City are so arrogant here? Is there no one in Ningdu City? How ridiculous, the Jiangnan swordsman will take him out in a second.
Looking at the situation, the Jiangnan swordsman isn't stepping up.
What the hell, no way, how embarrassing.
The fact was indeed as such, everyone gave up, and ultimately, these 180 magical artifacts belonged to the carefree king. After winning the bid, the carefree king directly paid the money and left without a word.
Only he came from Hongdu City.
He believed that when he returned this time, he would shock everyone.
He left, and the auction continued. Ordinary items were no longer enough to astonish people.
Common mounts and equipment were plentiful in the Great Merchant Dynasty. After all, they had many stalls, and even more people came to auction with them.
It wasn't a dull moment, it was quite exciting. This also delayed the auction until midnight.
The number of viewers in the live stream increased rather than decreased, as everyone anticipated the final 200 magical artifacts.
100 were taken by the Jiangnan swordsman. 180 were taken by the carefree king. The last 200, many factions were determined to obtain.
The Brick, the Star Emperor, and Jiangnan Hall had not bid on anything. They were all waiting for the final round. Except for the carefree king leaving midway, everyone was waiting. Under everyone's gaze, the Thunder Lowly suddenly said, "Next is the last auction item, which will be hosted by our guild leader, Merchant Sun."
Ha, changing the auctioneer midway? No, I just don't want to see his smug face. Just thinking about how much money he makes my liver hurt.
No matter what they said, the Thunder Lowly just smiled and slowly exited the stage. After her figure disappeared, Lin Chen's figure reappeared. He still wore the unique smile of a shrewd businessman. I won't waste words, 200 magical artifacts can change the game, as you all know.
However, I will add one more condition. What will you add?
Whoever bids for these 200 magical artifacts will gain priority to purchase the next batch of 100 magical artifacts, and the next batch of 100 magical artifacts will start at purple.
What?
Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief.
Hey, are you just pulling a fast one?
Right now, in all of Ningdu City, only Big Watermelon has purple artifacts.
The great merchant dynasty has already grasped such terrifying power? It was simply too unbelievable, making people hesitant to believe.
Lin Chen smiled, regardless of whether they believed it or not.
You dare not believe? If you don't believe, someone else will.
The second auction of the Great Merchant Dynasty, the Magical Artifact Special Session, the last item, 200 blue magical artifacts, plus the priority purchase right for 100 purple magical artifacts, starting price, 120 million.
Upon hearing 120 million, the live stream exploded. Merchant's son, too shameless. Why did he come out? Is this priority purchase right for 100 purple magical artifacts going to be auctioned off too? 20 million gold. For the purchase right? Crazy. Too insane.
The concept of a priority purchase right was casually proposed for the first time. Lin Chen had truly understood the game of business. The essence of business is the human heart. If you don't believe, there are plenty who do. The moment the base price was announced, the Jiangnan swordsman directly said in a deep voice, I, Jiangnan Hall, bid 200 million. Everyone, whether in front of the screen or present at the scene, gasped in shock. What the hell? Are you crazy?
I've never heard of an auction starting with a bid that doubles right away. This has already exceeded the market price by a lot.
It seemed that Jiangnan Hall was determined to obtain these 200 magical artifacts.
200 million is equivalent to 20 million in cash.
Without considering the right of first refusal, that's about 1 million gold coins for a magic treasure, and the market price is only 700,000.
Coming in at 200 million.
It made everyone else's faces look grim.
The chat in the Brick Gang was even more chaotic. Boss, we'll follow suit.
Yeah, the brothers in the gang will share the burden. I can still afford 1 million gold coins for a magic treasure. As long as we get this batch of magic treasures, we will undoubtedly be the #1 gang in Ningdu City. Big gangs like the 3 major gangs in Ningdu City are strong because their leaders are wealthy, and everyone in the gang is rich. Spending 100 to 200,000 in the game is quite normal. If this money is shared among the gang members, it actually isn't that much. Brick gritted his teeth and joined in. Alright, I'll bid 210 million.
215 million. 220 million. 250 million. 260 million.
Crazy, they're all crazy.
The price was driven up to 260 million by the Empire of the Great.
The Jiangnan swordsman's expression grew increasingly serious.
He didn't expect that 200 million wouldn't make these people back down. He couldn't help but sneer. Didn't you say you don't believe in the right of first refusal? Why bother competing with me?
Jiangnan Hall has already bid for 100. Let us have these 200.
How about this?
The Star Emperor suddenly spoke, looking at Brick. 260 million, I, the Empire of the Great, and Brick will bid against you. Each gang puts in 130 million, and we'll split it, which means each person gets 100 magic treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, others began to whisper.
No one wants to raise the bid anymore.
I can see it, this method is indeed fair. They've privately negotiated, and each of the 3 gangs will get 100 magic treasures.
It's indeed a good plan. We can't let the merchant emperor profit for nothing.
But the problem is, Lin Chen had long anticipated their anticipation, plus a right of first refusal.
How would this be divided? Human nature was fully displayed at this moment.
Brick seemed to agree but added, I'm willing to offer 140 million, you only need 120 million, and the extra 20 million can be considered the right of first refusal. Then I, the Empire of the Great, can also bid. Lin Chen smiled as he watched them argue. After a long debate with no resolution, he wasn't in a hurry to count down, until the Star Emperor suddenly asked, Boss Shang, what is the priority level of this right of first refusal? If it's an auction, why bother with a right of first refusal? Lin Chen replied slowly and gently, rest assured, everyone, the next batch of 100 purple magic treasures will not be auctioned but will be clearly priced at 1.5 million each, and only those with the right of first refusal can purchase them. A casually spoken sentence instantly shattered the brief alliance between the Empire of the Great and Brick.
1.5 million each for purple magic treasures?
This was not just a right of first refusal, it was clearly a pre-sale,
and the extra 20 million was the deposit. The Jiangnan swordsman stood up abruptly. 300 million.
Everyone knows I, the Jiangnan swordsman, am not a tyrant, but today I will be tyrannical once.
In Ningdu City, who is richer than me? Who dares to compete with me? I'm determined to have this.
His voice echoed throughout the auction house. The expressions of the others turned grim. There were too many things to consider.
No one else made a bid. This price was simply too high. 200 treasures, 300 million, which means 1.5 5 million gold coins for a blue magic treasure. More than double the market price. Even the people in Brick's gang couldn't accept this. The Star Emperor also felt this price was unbearable. Amidst the helpless sighs of the crowd, in the tense expression of the Jiangnan swordsman, the final bid was set at 300 million gold coins. This marked the highest auction price in history, a record that would remain unbroken for a long time. Lin Chen, suppressing his excitement, bowed to the Jiangnan swordsman and slowly spoke, "Thank you, Jiangnan Hall, for your support of my great merchant dynasty. I announce that Jiangnan Hall has won the final auction item, and with over 500 million spent in my great merchant dynasty, it becomes the top VIP, the first top VIP. In gratitude for Jiangnan Hall's support, the great merchant dynasty wishes to establish a strategic partnership with Jiangnan Hall. Please wait a moment after the auction, my brother Jiangnan swordsman, to discuss the details of our strategic cooperation." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone sighed in unison. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Lin Chen was no fool. The richest in Ningdu City was indeed Jiangnan Hall. In his previous life, even with all their wealth, Jiangnan Hall couldn't defeat a single brick thrown at them. But this time was different. He, Lin Chen, held the power of the universe. He, Lin Chen, could create gods. With his support, Jiangnan Hall was invincible. The Jiangnan swordsman also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the money spent was worth it. The second auction ended amidst everyone's astonishment. However, the viewers in the live stream were still unable to calm their shock. Crazy, Jiangnan Group spent 500 million just in this auction. That's 50 million in cash, just to buy magical treasures? And they are level 40 blue magical treasures? The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible. Although they couldn't understand, many realized that the landscape of Ningdu City was about to change. In the past, the three kingdoms fought for supremacy, with a single brick able to crush you as Wei. From now on, Jiangnan Hall will be Wei. There's a good show to watch. Jiangnan Hall has stabilized as the #1 faction in Ningdu City. The city battles after level 50 will be worth watching. The auction concluded, and the 100 Flowers building was empty. Lin Chen, the Jiangnan swordsman, the Star Emperor, and the Brick were talking in a private room. "Brothers, let's eat some dishes. Scrambled eggs with chives, chive pockets, fried chives." A table full of chives was laid out before them. The Jiangnan swordsman turned green with envy and couldn't help but exclaim, "The one who used to set up a stall has now become a big shot capable of influencing the landscape of Ningdu City. I feel ashamed." The Star Emperor also couldn't help but sigh, "Indeed. Of course, I wouldn't dare to claim that. Brother Jiangnan, you're being too modest. We're just merchants relying on your brilliance," the Jiangnan swordsman said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. If he had thought this way before, the great merchant dynasty was merely there to earn their money. But today's auction made him truly realize the importance of arms and the power of monopoly. If the great merchant dynasty didn't sell these items but instead built its own empire, it would undoubtedly become the most powerful guild without question. Brother Shang, let's get straight to the point. What kind of strategic cooperation are we talking about? The Brick and the Star Emperor looked at Lin Chen with confusion. "Yes, we are not your top VIPs in the great merchant dynasty. What does it mean to keep us here?" The implication in their words was quite sour, like a little girl's grievance. Lin Chen laughed heartily. "Big brother, that's just for show. You two are my benefactors. Don't give us that. Just say it directly." "Exactly. You, the merchant boss, must be dealing with millions every minute, right?" "Ha, that's an exaggeration." Lin Chen chuckled, "But we are all from Ningdu City, and the level 50 city battle is about to start." "Of course, I stand with you." The three looked at Lin Chen as if to say, "Do you think we believe you? Just tell us specifically what you want to do and how it benefits us. We will do this and that, and I want to make all three of you the strongest guild in the world." That night, the four of them conspired in the treasure chest of the Baihua Tower, laughing and whispering for quite a while. No one knew what they discussed. In any case, after they came out, the three major guilds seemed to have reached a tacit understanding. Whether it was territory wars or hunting bosses in the wild, they coordinated perfectly. It seemed they had already made arrangements. However, the city of Ningdu became increasingly unstable. The three factions began to bully the smaller guilds. Whenever a boss was defeated or leveling grounds were contested, their presence was felt. This significantly increased the consumption of potions in the entire city of Ningdu. Of course, that was a matter for later. The impact of this auction was far from over. After Lin Chen finished his conversation with the three big shots, he happily logged off to sleep. Meanwhile, the Ningdu Merchant Alliance was shrouded in gloom. "What did you say? How much did we lose?" Bosses, we lost a total of 100 million gold coins." 100 million? Then you told us we would only lose 10 million, or even make a profit? Bosses, we based our estimates on the results from the last great merchant dynasty auction. Then tell me, Why did we lose 100 million? And the attention was so minimal? The most important aspect of the Ningdu Merchant Alliance's first auction was to establish their reputation. However, they never expected that after preparing for so long, buying so many props, and spending so much money, despite all the publicity, they would have already won in reality, yet it all fell flat in the game. The person in charge looked grim, habitually wiping the sweat from his forehead. There were hardly any real participants in the auction. Many of our items went unsold. They seemed to just come to enjoy the air conditioning. Enjoy the air conditioning? What do you mean? They were at our auction house, munching on seeds, watching the live stream, not participating in the auction. Shangguan Tianga and several bosses were left speechless. 5,000 people, we booked the entire venue for 5,000, and they were all just watching the live stream? Yes, boss, not many came in to bid. Most were just here for the spectacle. This was the downside of not selling tickets. The rent for the restaurant depended on how many people they could accommodate, and they specifically opened it for 5,000. Who would have thought that after making it free, all that came in were those without money? Not participating in the auction is one thing, but the key is that our items were all bought directly from the auction house, with no price advantage. Even those who wanted to buy didn't. The people of the Ningdu Merchant Alliance had no idea how to play the game. They thought that with a large crowd, there would be bids. Little did they know that the players in the game weren't fools. The boss continued speaking. There must be a problem. So many free people. Could it be that Shang Tianzi brought them in to deliberately mess with us? Yes, it must be that way. Who would just sit in an auction for no reason? Ning Tianzi shook his head and left the restaurant directly. This group of people was rigid and complacent. This place would still be reality. Not long after, the Heavenly Emperor chased after him and came to Ning Tianzi's side. He asked Ning Tianzi, I remember you only invested 1 million gold coins, right? Yeah, just testing the waters. These people aren't worth scheming against. Shangguan Tianga sighed, I know, but we still have to rely on them together in the future. I know, this 1 million is considered a membership fee. The essence of the matter is that our industrial chain is incomplete. Ning Tianzi glanced at Shangguan Tianga, the corners of his mouth lifting. That's not necessarily true. We, excluding you, entered the market much earlier than us, right? Shangguan Tianga laughed heartily. Yes, just a little earlier. The Heavenly Palace had been recruiting lifestyle players. Now, it was probably even more than the Great Merchant Dynasty. Ning Tianzi commented, after some time, your elixirs and equipment sales volume will be comparable to that of the Great Merchant Dynasty, right? However, there is one problem. You have too few vendors of your own. Not everything has to be a copy of the Great Merchant Dynasty. We have shops, why must we be exactly the same? Ning Tianzi shook his head, not necessarily. Just wait and see. What exactly is the barrier of the Great Merchant Dynasty? A complete industrial chain? Shops? Already famous auctions? Streamers? Shangguan Tianga learned his lesson. He thought all of these were, but Ning Tianzi did not. He believed that the barrier of the Great Merchant Dynasty is the merchant's son. This is a game, unfair, a fairness that money cannot buy. The merchant's son has no transaction fees. With just this point, he can recruit vendors to make money, while others cannot. He can acquire at very low prices, while others cannot. After the auction ended, many people were still reminiscing. The excitement continued for an entire day of discussion. After equipping the magical artifacts, the strength of the Jiangnan Hall members greatly increased. A large number of Jiangnan Hall members appeared on the equipment rankings. The next day, in the gang competition, Jiangnan Hall indeed dominated Ningdu City. One guild occupied 2 territories. The city of the Great Emperor and a brick to smash you each occupied 1 territory. The Great Merchant Dynasty naturally withdrew. In the following days, Jiangnan Hall took advantage of the magical artifacts to penetrate to the lowest level of the Great Tomb, killing the big boss. Various bosses that were previously unbeatable, and even higher-level bosses, were all wiped out by Jiangnan Hall. On the equipment rankings, 70% of the top 100 were from Jiangnan Hall. It could be considered a full utilization of resources. Jiangnan Hall was suddenly in the limelight. The snowball began to roll at this moment. In the second auction, Lin Chen earned 1 billion gold coins, a net profit of 800 million gold coins. That's right, the profit was absurdly high because he spent very little on the most important magical artifacts. With this 800 million gold coins, Lin Chen's savings had reached a staggering 1 billion gold coins. 1 billion gold coins equate to 410 million in cash. With so much cash, Lin Chen dared to seek strategic cooperation with the 3 major gangs. With so much money, Lin Chen remained low-key. His life had not changed much. He had very few clothes, and his phone still had a cracked screen. Besides eating and chatting with his mother, he was online managing the shop, listing goods, and making acquisitions. These days, help me find pets. If there are good pets, I'll buy. Boss, don't you already have a pet? Your 100,000-year-old zombie is amazing, firmly in first place. Boss is acquiring. It should be for selling, right? Lin Chen did not explain. I want the best, the strongest. Got it, boss. Boss, if you say that, you might as well exchange for the mountain guardian beast of the Luoha sect. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Right, how did I forget? Contribution points to the sect are very important and quite expensive. Besides being able to learn skills with contribution points, one can also exchange for sect equipment and sect pets. These are all better than ordinary equipment. Blood-stained clothes, broken swords. Lin Chen sold a lot, and still had a little left. If it were in his previous life, he would think about selling all of these to earn a lifetime of unending wealth. But now it was different. Lin Chen decided that all the money he earned would be used to enhance his own strength. The strength in the game is the strength in reality. Being invincible in reality, who fears being broke? He not only wanted to enhance his own strength but also that of his mother and brother. It would be best to become the strongest in the entire game. That would be exhilarating. Phew, I'm going to the sect. Lin Chen summoned his clawed yellow flying electric, took out all the blood-stained clothes and broken swords from the warehouse, and headed straight for the Luoha sect. There were quite a few players at the Luoha sect. When they saw Lin Chen, they all cast curious glances. The merchant's son, I heard he made a fortune at the auction 3 days ago. Yes, someone calculated that the entire auction sold for 1 billion gold coins. Who knows his real name? What? Do you want to kidnap him? No, I think he is my long-lost brother from another father and mother. Shameless. Looking at the chat box, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile in disbelief. What shocked the players even more was that the disciples of the Luoha sect, who had been watching coldly, would respectfully bow when they saw Lin Chen. I've met Elder Shang. I've met Elder Shang. What the hell? He is an elder? No way, he's that impressive? Why doesn't he show his identity? Maybe he's low-key. No, wait, how much contribution value does an elder need? He must be really impressive. Everyone underestimated Shang Tianzi. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Chen calmly entered the depths of the sect. The Luoha sect has many halls, some for exchanging equipment and elixirs, and others for learning skills. Lin Chen's destination, the Divine Beast Hall, is located at the very deepest part of the Luoha sect. There were hardly any players at the entrance of the Divine Beast Hall. For the current players, this place was of little use. Even in the mid-game, very few could afford to exchange for the sect's divine beasts. Although the sect's divine beasts were strong, they were too expensive. Later on, alternative divine beasts dropped by bosses cost only a quarter of the sect's divine beasts. So, by the later stages, hardly anyone used them. Lin Chen was also here to try his luck to see if there were any suitable divine beasts available. There were disciples guarding the entrance of the Divine Beast Hall. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they respectfully bowed. I've met Elder Shang. Can I go in? Of course, in the outer sect of Luoha, there is no place Elder Shang cannot go. Lin Chen nodded. All the current sect members were from the outer sect. Then I will go in. The guarding disciples did not stop him. Lin Chen entered the Divine Beast Hall. Although it was called the Divine Beast Hall, it was actually just a door. Inside was the back mountain of the Luoha sect, with mountains, water, and forests, nurturing many rare and exotic beasts. Up close, there were monkeys, lions, leopards, and wolves, these ordinary monsters. In the distance, one could even see a gigantic body moving slowly like a mountain. With each step taken, the earth seemed to tremble. Wow, how come I didn't know this place was so impressive? There was an NPC nearby named the Elder of Divine Beasts of Luoha sect. He could be interacted with. Elder Shang, I wonder what you need from me? I want to exchange for a pet. Of course, this is the contribution value for exchanging pets. I have already listed the pets you can exchange for at your level. Blue pet, sky-soaring monkey, hunter, 1000 contribution value. Blue pet, swift leopard, assassin, 1000 contribution value. Purple pet, wind-chasing eagle, assassin, 2000 contribution value. Purple pet, mountain-breaking bear, fistmaster, 2000 contribution value. Purple pet, decayed tree monster, Taoist, 2000 contribution value. Yellow pet, cold pool dragon, warrior, 5000 contribution value. Still, due to his low level, only 6 pets could be exchanged. Damn, that's really expensive. Ha, Elder is joking. I didn't hear that. Not even allowed to complain. 1000 contribution value. Doing sect tasks for a day only yields about 10 points of contribution value, and 30 pieces of equipment can be exchanged for 1 point of contribution value. This means it would take at least 3 months to exchange for the lowest level pet. If this isn't expensive,
What is? Contribution value is divided into maximum contribution value and current contribution value. As the name suggests, maximum contribution value cannot be spent and can enhance sex status. Current contribution value can be exchanged, and the two do not conflict, which is also why contribution value is so expensive. Although Lin Chen was appointed as a named elder, he was only granted 1,000 points of contribution value. 1,000 contribution value. Damn, when calculated, this yellow pet is indeed several times more expensive than outside. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. There were indeed yellow cold pool dragons, but they were too expensive and lacked cost-effectiveness. Elder Shang, not interested? Too inferior, nothing compared to mine. Can't afford it, but can still brag. The beast elder suddenly smiled ambiguously. Elder Shang manages our Luaha sex business affairs, well informed. I won't hide it. I actually have a good item in my hands. Ding, hidden quest triggered. Quest content, the beast elder seems to have something good. You can try to find him. Lin Chen looked at the beast elder in astonishment. He didn't expect this to be triggered. He quickly asked, what good item does the beast elder have? Look, the beast elder sneakily took out an egg from his bosom. It was an egg the size of a head. A pet egg? That's right, a pet egg, and it's one I've never seen before. Lin Chen sized up the beast elder. Elder, are you selling it to me? No, as an elder, I don't lack money. What I love most is studying divine beasts. This pet egg was obtained during my travels when I was young, but I never hatched it. A dead egg? Based on my years of experience, this egg isn't bad, it can still hatch, but I'm busy with official duties and have no time. I'll give it to Elder Shang, hoping you can help me hatch it. How about it? Ding, quest updated. Would you like to help the beast elder? Such a good deal. What a busy official. I agree. Elder Shang shouldn't think this is simple. Hatching this egg is not easy. If you succeed, the pet inside belongs to you, as long as you tell me what it is. Of course. After agreeing to the quest, Lin Chen took the egg, obtained a mysterious egg. The system simultaneously displayed a prompt. Quest updated, hatch the mysterious egg. Quest content, obtain information from the beast elder. Must complete hatching conditions. Kill beast-shaped wild monsters 0/1000. Human-shaped wild monsters 0/1000. Boss 0 out of 10. Area boss 0 of 1. Absorb their essence to awaken the creature inside the mysterious egg. Note, the egg is only effective if placed in the backpack. This quest is indeed long. Fortunately, it's a hidden quest, with no competition and no time limit. It can also be completed while normally hunting monsters. Lin Chen was also curious about what could hatch from this egg. After bidding farewell to the beast elder, he left excitedly. Back in Ningdu City, he accepted all the monster hunting quests. He embarked on a journey of hunting monsters while hatching the egg. There were too many people leveling up in the large tombs. Lin Chen did not choose that direction for his quests. Instead, he dove into the largest jungle outside Ningdu City, the White Mist Jungle. The White Mist Jungle had both human-shaped and beast-shaped monsters, making it very suitable for hatching the egg. Most of the quests he accepted were also in this area. Upon arriving at the White Mist Jungle, Lin Chen began organizing his tasks. Among them, there were 2 quests to kill 50 iron-eating beasts in the bamboo forest area of the White Mist Jungle, level 40 monsters, with thick health and high defense. Aside from this quest, there weren't many people hunting at ordinary times. Following the quest's guidance, Lin Chen quickly found the bamboo forest area. Cute pandas were lazily playing and sleeping in the bamboo forest. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the game, who would dare to kill them? However, it was clear that the survival instinct in the world was still very high. These so-called iron-eating beasts were indeed different from pandas. They were larger, more ferocious, and their entire heads were black. Only a few groups were leveling up in the bamboo forest area. Lin Chen casually found a corner, where 4 or 5 iron-eating beasts were spawning, and directly summoned a 10,000-year zombie, starting the boring monster grinding, returning to the essence of the game. I have to say, the iron-eating beasts are really fierce. Even if it's a 10,000-year-old zombie, it would take at least half a minute to kill one. In this case, even at the fastest pace, it would take 25 minutes to kill 50 iron-eating beasts. But Lin Chen was not someone who could sit idle. He looked at the groups of players leveling up and suddenly had an idea. The great merchant dynasty made money from every business. However, he wanted to start a business that didn't make money. Setting up his own stall was no big deal, but this game could use a little less randomness. For example, in other games, there are mysterious merchants who travel across the continent selling cheap yet precious items. Lin Chen wanted to be that kind of merchant. With that thought, he snapped his fingers, and the long-unused golden sign unfolded. He began to set up his stall right there. It read, Merchant's Son's Mobile Stall, Benefits Giveaway.
Everything inside, whether it was equipment or elixirs, was sold at a 90% discount. Of course, it was limited. For instance, he would only put out 10 return city tickets each time. There was a limit on purchases, with each person allowed to buy only one item. Making money wasn't the goal, it was just for fun. In the bamboo forest, there were at least a few groups leveling up. Upon seeing the huge golden sign, they couldn't help but feel curious. Merchant's son's stall, let's go take a look. The items Lin Chen usually sold were very affordable. They were cheaper than those sold by auctioneers. Only the items at the auction house were meant to fleece the rich. So, many people were still willing to buy from the great merchant dynasty. These people flocked to Lin Chen's stall. The merchant boss is here to set up a stall himself. How nostalgic, I've seen the merchant boss's stall before. The things set up by the merchant boss, we can't afford them. As they joked, they opened the stall. When they saw the prices, they were dumbfounded. What? Rejuvenation roll for 200 gold? Did you mark it wrong? Damn, a level 40 yellow equipment only sells for 1000 gold. These prices were unbelievable. For a moment, no one dared to make a purchase, until one person tried it out. Instantly, their eyes lit up. I can buy it. I got it too. Damn, it's gone? You guys are so fast. I got it. No way, you really bought it? You guys aren't shills, are you? Shills? Are you crazy? How could that be? The merchant's son is such a big boss. Why would he come to this remote place to put on a show for you? The crowd looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Merchant boss, what's going on? Did you make a mistake? Did you mark the price wrong? Not to mention anything else, just the rejuvenation roll being priced 10 times lower made people suspect that a zero was missing. Lin Chen smiled and said, in the future, my golden sign and mobile stall will appear in the wild from time to time, and each time there will be discounts, at least cheaper than market prices. What? The merchant boss is doing it on purpose? Oh my, does that mean I bought it right? Brothers who like it, please help me promote it. Sure thing. Sigh, I didn't get it, missed out on a fortune. The merchant boss is really a good person, no doubt about his vision. Some people sighed repeatedly, while others were overjoyed. The merchant boss is also here to do a quest. Let us help you. Yes, we'll help you. A few players who had bought items felt a bit embarrassed. They all offered to help Lin Chen fight monsters. Naturally, Lin Chen welcomed them. After they formed a group, the speed of monster hunting doubled. In just 10 minutes, they had taken down all 50 iron-eating beasts. Merchant boss, how long will this event last? Is it true that everyone from the great merchant dynasty has stalls like this? Lin Chen smiled and said, I personally want to do this long-term, and I hope everyone can help promote it. I still have a quest to turn in, so I'll be leaving now. Alright, merchant boss. And so, Lin Chen set up a stall wherever he went. Of course, most of the discounts are at 50%, which still leaves Lin Chen with a profit, while for them, it feels like a gift from the heavens. In no time, Lin Chen's mobile stall spread throughout Ningdu City, with many searching for him in the wild. This guy is really hard to figure out. What is he doing? Who knows? Isn't he just giving us a chance to kill him? This time, he won't escape. I've got the sealing talisman. Sealing talisman? What good is that? This is something the boss got for us. As long as we use it on the target, we can seal their pet for 10 minutes. Wow, isn't that a killer move against the merchant prince? Unfortunately, only boss can drop it. We can't make it ourselves. We've already tracked him down. He's still in the misty jungle. Let's go. Kill the merchant prince. Lin Chen had no idea that someone wanted his life. He was still in the misty jungle, having taken on many tasks, gradually killing monsters according to their distance. He hadn't turned in any tasks yet, but he had already leveled up to 44. If he completed all these tasks, he could reach level 45. His level was already among the top 1000 in Ningdu City. But the big watermelon was faster, already at level 48. Boss Sean, are the tasks done? Yeah, we've already killed about 100 of them, right? In the small marsh of the misty jungle, a large number of rats, lizards, and even crocodiles spawn. A group of people was helping Lin Chen fight monsters. The giant rats are done. We still need to kill 36 more of those poisonous lizards. Alright, brothers, let's kill the poisonous lizards. Lin Chen's mobile stall wasn't without its benefits. At least every time he reached a new place, he sold a little bit of goods. He only lost a few hundred or 1,000 gold coins. Those who bought from him would voluntarily help him fight monsters. This greatly increased his monster killing speed. However, in just half a day's time, he had already killed over 700 beast-shaped wild monsters and more than 100 humanoid wild monsters. He had taken down 2 boss monsters. He believed that with another day's time, he should be able to finish. The most troublesome would be the big boss. Their numbers were already scarce, and it wasn't guaranteed he could get them. There's no rush, let's take it one step at a time. But just as Lin Chen was enjoying himself,
a sudden commotion erupted. "Get out of the way, all of you! The Dark Knight studio is killing people. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of here." A group of people rudely barged into the leveling spot. The leader was none other than the Dark Knight assassin. When Lin Shen saw him, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh, "Here we go again." Truly persistent. This time, the Dark Knight assassin brought quite a few people, around 60 in total, which was about 10 groups, surrounding him from all directions. Other players saw this and quickly dispersed, not wanting to get involved. "Dark Knight assassin, I say, for 100,000 gold coins, how much have you invested in this?" "You're back again." Lin Shen remained calm, sitting firmly on the ground, his stall still set up, looking at the Dark Knight assassin with a mocking expression. The Dark Knight assassin smiled and said, "Merchant Prince, you've raised the price. This time it's 1 million gold coins." 1 million gold coins? Damn, just for one kill? What good is killing the Merchant Prince? I really can't understand. Yeah, the Merchant Prince is just a merchant. Although he's powerful, even if we kill him down to level 1, it wouldn't matter much. Right, what is the mastermind really thinking? Surrounding players were discussing among themselves. There had been 3 visits to the thatched cottage, and now there were 3 attempts to kill the merchant. The Dark Knight assassin had become somewhat famous. Many people here knew his name. Lin Shen was also curious. "I really can't understand. Who is trying to kill me? Is it someone from the Ningdu Merchant Alliance?" "Hee, you don't need to think about it. There are plenty of people who want your life, especially since you've offended too many." The Dark Knight assassin didn't want to waste time. Mistakes happened every time. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The people around quickly gathered. "Wait, we are old acquaintances, let's chat." "Humph, the Merchant Emperor is very cunning. You want to buy time? I won't let you have your way." "Oh, has the CPU been upgraded? Damn it, you dare to tease me? Kill him." The Dark Knight assassin cursed loudly. Just as they were about to make a move, shouts of killing erupted around them. "Damn it, this bunch of bastards is coming to kill our boss again? Brothers, let's take them down. How dare you surround the boss of the Great Shang Dynasty? You're bold, kill." The newcomers were indeed from the Great Shang Dynasty. The Dark Knight assassins came in droves, and Lin Shen could not possibly be unaware of it. Along the way, several were customers who had bought things from Lin Shen. Although they didn't want to get involved, it was fine to privately message Lin Shen. So Lin Shen had long been aware and had made arrangements. The Dark Knight assassin squinted slightly. "You really are buying time, you know? Then why aren't you making a move?" Lin Shen said curiously. "Ha, I'm here to kill you, of course, I have full confidence. The others will hold off the Great Shang Dynasty's people. You 2 groups will join me to kill the Merchant Emperor." The Dark Knight assassin was not in a hurry. Under his command, 90 assassins turned to deal with the Great Shang Dynasty's people. Lin Shen was even more curious. 90 people? My Great Shang Dynasty has over 100 people. Can you hold them off? And only using 2 groups, it doesn't mean you can kill me. One group trying to kill the Merchant Emperor was a fool's dream. The chance of being counter-killed was very high. 2 groups, originally Lin Shen couldn't handle them. But now he had upgraded his equipment and successfully advanced to the 4th tier. His strength had greatly increased. 2 groups might not even be his match. The Dark Knight assassin sneered. "I know, kill." The 2 groups almost simultaneously unleashed their skills at Lin Shen. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly, not turning back until hitting the south wall. 10,000-year zombie, kill them. Roar! The 10,000-year zombie jumped out, pouncing towards the Dark Knight assassin. But at that moment, the Dark Knight zombie suddenly took out a talisman. The talisman burst into golden light. Lin Shen, who was initially curious, suddenly realized something, his expression changing drastically. "Sealing talisman. Ha, as expected of the Merchant Emperor, you even know this." The talisman burned out completely. Lin Shen's system voice rang out. "Ding, affected by the sealing talisman, unable to summon pets, mounts, helpers, and all summoned creatures, duration 10 minutes. The 10,000-year zombie instantly vanished. "Ha, Merchant Emperor, without the zombie, what do you have left? Brothers, kill him, kill." Lin Shen never expected the other side would have a sealing talisman. Just as they said, without the zombie, Lin Shen's strength should be the weakest in all of Ningdu City. No, the weakest in the entire game at the same level. Aside from strong defense, he really had nothing left. In the next moment, countless talismans and spells, blades and sword energies rushed towards Lin Shen. In the blink of an eye, they took away half of his health. Lin Shen hurriedly stuffed 2 pills into his mouth. No longer calm like before, he turned and ran. But even with intention, it was not so easy to escape now. The Dark Knight assassin, along with the 2 groups, had already surrounded him. "Ha, Merchant Emperor, you can't escape now. Go die." Under the attack of 12 people, even though Lin Shen's defense was astonishing and his health higher than that of an average tank, he couldn't hold on. The pills were still on cooldown, and his health was already down to half.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, do you really think I have nothing but zombies?"
The onlookers around perked up at his words.
Is the Merchant Emperor finally going to make a move?
So, I wonder what the true strength of the Merchant Emperor is. Just a merchant. I estimate he has nothing left but pets.
No, he is the Merchant Emperor after all.
This has become the greatest mystery of Ningdu City.
What exactly is the profession of the Shang Son of Heaven? After losing his pet, how strong is he in battle? Now, we are finally about to find out. Look, he's casting a spell. Hey, look at his technique. It seems like a Taoist's method. So the Shang Son of Heaven is a Taoist?
Lin Chen clasped his hands together, and suddenly a golden light burst forth. That was the special effect of releasing a spell. In the eager gaze of everyone, Lin Chen's spell finally took shape. He suddenly slammed his hands onto the ground.
Bang! A dull sound echoed, and a large amount of smoke erupted from the ground, obscuring everyone's view.
The Dark Knight Assassin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. Be careful. In the expectant gaze of everyone, Lin Chen's figure slowly appeared before them. What came into view was a gigantic toad, as large as a small mountain.
What is that? Is that a Yali duo? A toad? A red toad? This image could easily be associated with a character from an anime. It just lacked the essence since its hair wasn't yellow. Ribbit.
The moment the toad appeared, it was as if the background music started playing.
Everyone was stunned. The Dark Knight Assassin stood frozen in place. No, didn't I use a sealing scroll? Why can he still summon a pet?
Lin Chen stood atop the toad, full of spirit. Brothers, check this out.
Yes, the sealing scroll was meant to seal pets, including henchmen, but it didn't seal skills, so summoning pets was completely fine.
At Lin Chen's command, nearly everyone from the Great Shang Dynasty released their pets simultaneously, creating a spectacular scene.
The sound of bang 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 echoed continuously. Countless red toads and white snakes appeared in the jungle. Not only were they huge, but their attacks and control were also terrifying.
The moment they landed, a group of people was controlled. The toad that Lin Chen sat on flicked its tongue and directly swallowed the bewildered Dark Knight Assassin. Watching the chaotic scene of the assassin organization, everyone was dumbfounded.
When did the Great Shang Dynasty become this powerful? Wait, group pets? This should be a skill, right? Gang skill? Isn't that something you only get at level 50?
Who would have thought this wasn't a gang skill, but rather from the Oddity Pavilion? The suddenly appearing pets caught the Dark Knight Assassins off guard.
Before long, they broke through the encirclement.
When the Dark Knight Assassin was spat out again, he was covered in sticky saliva.
He looked around in confusion, mumbling, "Damn, was I controlled for that long?"
After coming out, the world had changed. His people had either run away or died, and all around him were members of the Great Shang Dynasty, watching him like a monkey.
Boss, this guy really is persistent. Yeah, he's been killed 3 times and is still following us?
Actually, he's quite pitiful. The Dark Knight Assassin sat on the ground, feeling weak, helpless, lonely, and cold.
He mumbled, "Impossible, why? Shang Son of Heaven, why are you so hard to kill? This bastard still wants to kill our leader. Leader, let me kill him." Lin Chen squatted down and patted the Dark Knight Assassin's shoulder. "Brother, we can be considered to have met without fighting, right?
Now there's no one left. Just tell me who sent you to kill me, and I'll give you 500,000 gold coins.
Wasn't it 1 million? You little brat, you're bargaining now. How shameless. I'm offering you 500,000 for not killing you, isn't that good?"
Facing the fierce and ruthless members of the Great Shang Dynasty, the Dark Knight Assassin took a deep breath to calm his excited emotions and slowly said, "Shang Son of Heaven, you are questioning my profession.
I've said it before, you can't buy me.
I may not be a big shot as a Dark Knight Assassin, but in this world, I know what loyalty, righteousness, and trust mean.
I will never betray my boss. 1 million. Deal. In this world, trust, loyalty, fate, and harmony matter."
If it were before, Lin Chen wouldn't have cared if someone wanted to kill him. But now it's different. He has money, and his own strength is even more important.
What is the purpose of the person trying to kill him? What do they want?
He had previously suspected it was the Ningdu Merchant Alliance, but upon reflection, that group had no benefit in killing him.
1 million gold coins to buy an enemy hiding in the shadows? Worth it. Merchant Emperor, after today, we will meet his enemies.
The Dark Knight Assassin cupped his fists in salute. "You can kill me."
"Are you sure?" "Of course. My character is very loyal. If you don't kill me, how can I explain to my brothers?" "What a scoundrel." Too kind, too kind. Don't forget our agreement, Boss Shang. Rest assured." After killing him, the king said in a deep voice, "Boss, who exactly is that mountain and sea monk? Why do they want to kill us?"
Lin Chen shook his head. "This person isn't on the leaderboard. They shouldn't be from Ningdu City."
Then who could it be? Indeed, the Dark Knight assassin's backer was the mountain and sea monk.
Previously, the 100,000 gold coins to kill Lin Chen was indeed to vent anger from Shangguan Tianga. However, this time's 1 million was a new order, and the one placing the order was the mountain and sea monk.
Could the Dark Knight assassin be talking nonsense? What nonsense?
As I just said, the deposit is only 100,000 gold coins.
If he wants the remaining 900,000, he needs to find out who the mountain and sea monk is.
Lin Chen nodded and said to a few trusted subordinates beside him, just treat this matter as if it never happened. Continue leveling up and farming.
Yes, boss. Alright, everyone disperse. Once everyone left, Lin Chen still couldn't understand. Why does the mountain and sea monk want to kill him? What good would it do to kill him once? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, someone suddenly approached, clapping their hands. What an impressive merchant emperor. You survived this. Lin Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes upon seeing the newcomer. It was none other than Balabala, also known as Lingling.
It wasn't surprising that she had been pestering him, but what truly shocked Lin Chen was the person beside her, a monk player.
ID, Mountain and Sea Monk.
Indeed, the enemy he had just learned about was the Mountain and Sea Monk.
He never expected them to come to him. Lingling and the Mountain and Sea Monk were in cahoots.
Both were players from the outer city, so his identity was self-evident. The lazy middle-aged man who had been with Lingling.
Shan Shan. What good would it do to kill him?
This had always been a question Lin Chen pondered.
Even if he knew, he would still be confused. However, upon seeing Lingling, Lin Chen had a clue. Have they finally started to suspect me? Damn, this is too troublesome. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Chen didn't show it and said impatiently, "Don't bother me. I'm in a bad mood right now."
Wait, the one speaking was the Mountain and Sea Monk. There are many hidden professions in the world, and among them, the monk is a relatively common hidden profession. He could be considered an advanced version of a fist master,
quite rare in Ningdu City.
Lin Chen pretended not to know and looked up and down at the Mountain and Sea Monk.
Unhappily, he said, "What are you? Just because you told me to wait, I should wait?" The smile on the Mountain and Sea Monk's face froze.
Hey, young man, don't speak so harshly. The world is so big, isn't it better to have more friends?
Who is your friend? What era is this, where every Tom, Dick, and Harry wants to be my friend? Get lost.
Lin Chen rudely cursed and directly mounted his claw yellow flying electric, leaving without looking back. Lingling watched his back, gritting her teeth. This guy is really impossible to deal with, so infuriating.
Chen Shan's lips curled slightly. He's anxious. What do you mean? Last time you said you saved him, but he treated you coldly? Yeah, then that's it.
Just now, we saw in the shadows that the Dark Knight assassin was left behind.
It's possible that the Emperor knows about my hiring him. Ha, the Dark Knight assassin is that unreliable? That's 1,000,000 gold coins.
I didn't expect him to be reliable, but he helped me gather information, and I haven't paid that million yet.
Chen Shan squinted his eyes. He's overly hostile towards us, which is a point of suspicion. Don't forget, according to my investigation, he's a polite person. This can only mean he's guilty and wants to hide something. Hiding something from the person in his gang? If it were just that, it would be an overreaction. I suspect he might know our real identities. He could very well be right beside us. Chen Shan's eyes sparkled with insight. Lingling suddenly understood. Oh, if you put it that way, it does make sense. TSK, Chen Shan, you truly are our genius. You're flattering me.
Chen Shan scratched his bald head. He was a genius, a gaming genius, with an absurdly high IQ. He awakened his abilities shortly after entering the game. Being entrusted with the important task of recruiting empowerers, he was smarter than anyone imagined. He could read people's hearts and observe their expressions, far surpassing Lin Chen. Lin Chen only wanted to keep his distance from the two, fearing that too much contact would reveal clues, which worked on Lingling but was a flaw against Chen Shan.
Moreover, he guessed it in just one encounter.
Chen Shan lazily stroked his chin and said, "I've been investigating him for over a week with no leads. Didn't expect to make such a discovery. You keep pestering him. I'll log off first."
Okay, we must find out who he is. Lingling excitedly chased after him. Chen Shan, however, logged off.
Find someone to investigate the identities of the Lin brothers. Also arrange for someone to monitor Lin when at school. Rent an apartment to keep an eye on Lin Chen. Their identities are very suspicious. Chen Shan's decisiveness was terrifying. He arranged everything immediately after logging off. Since the scope had been narrowed down, it would be easier to investigate. He operated in the shadows,
with almost no one knowing. The people around Lingling were the most suspicious. She had only been here for a few days, and her range of activities was very small, making Lin Chen the prime suspect. The contrast was too great. Lin Chen would never expect such a strong reaction from the other side. However, Chen Shan was clever, but Lingling was an idiot. Lin Chen had just shaken off Lingling not long ago. Before he could settle down, Lingling knocked on his door. "Hey, Lin Chen, it's time for dinner." At that moment, Lin Chen was in the game, and when he heard the prompt in his headset that someone was knocking, he was startled. "What's going on? Dinner at 8 p.m.? Didn't we just eat?" Lin Chen was on high alert, and she impatiently showed up at his door. How could he not be suspicious? It was all Chen Shan's fault for telling Lingling this news. Upon hearing it, she thought it was likely someone close to her, and with her fiery temper, she couldn't hold back. She assumed everyone was as foolish as she was and directly tried to test him. Lin Chen took off his headset, his gaze fixed on the bedroom door, his mind racing. Could it be that something was exposed? Taking a deep breath, he pretended to know nothing. When he opened the door, he saw Lingling's impatient expression. "Why did it take you so long to open the door? What were you doing?" Lin Chen frowned, displeased, and said, "Miss, we're not that familiar. Opening the door for you is already giving you face. Why do you care what I'm doing?" I kindly invited you to dinner." "Sister, what dinner?" "A late-night snack." "Sorry, I don't have the habit of eating late-night snacks." "Why are you so resistant?" "What am I resisting? We're not familiar. Once you start eating, you'll get familiar." "What nonsense." Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet when Lingling pulled him outside. This woman was really too annoying. Moreover, Lingling was surprisingly strong, pulling Lin Chen without any restraint. If Lin Chen resisted now and let her know his strength, it would be a big problem. "Why are you pulling me?" I'm going, let go of me." Seeing Lin Chen's awkward appearance, Lingling finally let go, looking at him with disdain. "You're a big man, how can you be so weak? And you, as a woman, why are you so barbaric?" Pretending to be weak, he could only be dragged along by this woman. But what he didn't expect was that Ling rented a car and drove Lin Chen to Lin Wen's school. This left Lin Chen completely bewildered. While in the car, he was rapidly thinking about whether he should just take out Ling. He didn't even know the background of the other party's organization. What if Ling was a bait? Hey, what is this woman doing? Not to mention Lin Chen, at this moment, Chen Shan was almost going crazy. Hearing his subordinate's report, he immediately went mad and slapped himself. "Why did I tell her? Sir, what should we do now? Miss Ling has already ruined the plan." "Ruined? Not really, just startled the snake." Chen Shan suddenly thought of something, his anxious expression disappearing, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Startling the snake might not be a bad thing. "Come with me, secretly protect Miss Ling, and be wary of the snake biting." "Yes, leader." They all headed towards Ningxing Academy. The distance from the apartment in the city center to the school was a bit far. While driving, Ling asked, "Lin Chen, it's been so long, and I still don't know your in-game name. What is it?" Lin Chen's heart sank. He could now be 100% sure that this woman was suspicious of him. The problem definitely lay with Chen Shan. Chen Shan was indeed not simple. Just after one meeting, he was already suspicious of him. However, they should still not be certain that Shang Tianzi was him. Even less certain that Shang Tianzi was an empowerer. He didn't know if this was Ling's idea or Chen Shan's. The more he spoke, the faster he might expose himself. Lin Chen simply chose to remain silent, pretending to be asleep. "Who? Are you kidding? Asleep?" Ling gritted her teeth but didn't wake Lin Chen, as they were about to arrive at Ningxing Academy. Ningxing Academy was very large. The dormitory building alone was divided into two areas, one for the academy and one for the external living area. Lin Wen's major was assigned to the dormitory building of the academy. Ling didn't ask any questions and directly drove to the academy's dormitory building, which made Lin Chen even more worried. This indicated that the other party had already investigated him and Lin Wen and was very clear about the location. "You're awake, Lin Wen should be playing games right now. I'll go call him." "Sister, are you serious? The boys' dormitory." "True, then you go call him. It's late at night, are you crazy?" Lin Chen cursed as he walked towards the dormitory building. At this time, the boys' dormitory was the liveliest. A few guys who had just finished playing basketball were bare-chested, joking and laughing as they headed to the bathroom. Lin Chen had been to Lin Wen's dormitory a few times, and his roommates recognized him. He entered Lin Wen's dormitory without any obstacles. Right now, the game world was also very popular in college. In Lin Wen's dormitory, two people had helmets on. The other two had just returned from basketball and greeted Lin Chen with smiles before going about their own business. Lin Chen closed the door, looking at his brother on the bed, his expression slightly serious. He didn't know how to deal with this. Even his younger brother didn't know he was the merchant's son. Should he tell him the truth to get his cooperation? But what if it slipped out? If he didn't tell him, what if he asked about his game ID? That would be even more suspicious. Lin Chen was still hesitating when his hand unconsciously touched Lin Wen's helmet. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged through him. Lin Chen instinctively wanted to pull his hand back, but to his shock, he couldn't. It felt as if some force within him was continuously draining away. His hand gradually seemed to merge into the helmet, as if he could grasp Lin Wen's head. It was such a strange sensation, but Lin Chen was afraid something would go wrong with Lin Wen, so he kept resisting, trying to pull his hand out. However, this force was countering his own strength, causing him great pain. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt like an eternity to Lin Chen. When he finally stabilized again, he returned to the moment he had touched the helmet. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he gasped for breath. He hadn't moved, yet he was already soaked. What just happened? At that moment, Lin Wen suddenly took off the helmet, looking at Lin Chen in shock. Wow, bro, you're the merchant's son. Lin Chen stared blankly at him for a moment, not caring whether Lin Wen knew his identity. What had just happened was too bizarre. He had entered the game world without a helmet and met Lin Wen there. However, his memories of that moment were a bit hazy. Lin Chen didn't know exactly what had happened. He quickly pressed down on the excited Lin Wen and said in a low voice, I don't know what happened, but remember, my identity is a secret. Ha? Why? Lin Chen briefly described to Lin Wen how much money he had made as the merchant's son, but he had also offended many people. Many were secretly trying to take his life, so this identity absolutely could not be exposed, not even to their mother. Making the situation sound serious, Lin Wen understood the gravity of it. Okay, got it, bro, I won't say a word. The two brothers sat in the shop, both adjusting their breathing. Lin Chen was puzzled by what had just happened. Lin Wen murmured softly, I thought so. You told me you made so much money right after entering the game. I once doubted it, but later thought it was impossible. The merchant's son is a big tycoon, huh? I didn't expect it to be you. Shut up. Oh, what just happened? Perhaps sensing Lin Chen's seriousness, Lin Wen stopped joking and frowned in thought. I was just about to hit level 30, learn the Gu Master's formations, and was having a great time when you suddenly appeared in front of me. Wait! Lin Chen suddenly shouted. Then he realized there were others around and quickly shut up. Lin Chen, why are you so loud? You scared me. Lin Chen looked at Lin Wen's palm, his breath quickening. If he hadn't seen wrong, there had been a purple glow emanating from Lin Wen's hand. The lights in the dorm were on, so it wasn't obvious. He was animatedly talking, not paying attention. Instead, it was Lin Chen who noticed. He pressed down on Lin Wen's palm and said nervously, Did I touch your head? Yeah, boss, what's up with you today? I was just about to say, in the game, the merchant's son suddenly appeared in front of me, with the merchant's son's ID above his head, but it was you. You directly touched my head, and I couldn't dodge. Did you feel anything unusual? Well, I did feel something. It felt like something entered my body. Lin Wen's expression suddenly turned strange. Damn, why does it feel disgusting as I talk about it? It is pretty disgusting. Lin Chen took a deep breath, his mind in chaos, not caring about the inappropriateness of the words. He had his memories from earlier and rushed to Lin Wen's dorm. Seeing Lin Wen wearing a helmet and playing a game, this was the first time Lin Chen had seen someone wearing a helmet to play games in this life. While he was thinking about how to inform Lin Wen about Ling Ling, he inexplicably touched the helmet. At that moment, the helmet seemed to be made of water and was penetrated by his hand. Then Lin Wen gained the abilities from the game? Or did he already have them? Lin Chen asked in a daze. When did you get the abilities from the game? What abilities from the game? Lin Wen looked completely confused. You really don't know? I don't know. What are you talking about? What to say? Lin Chen didn't know either. Wasn't that just making things worse? So, it meant that by touching the game helmet, he could help the other person awaken their powers in the game? This was the first time Lin Chen realized he had this ability. He was very clear in his heart how terrifying it was to have this ability. If all the gamers were likened to vampires, then he was the progenitor of vampires, able to grant powers to gamers. Whether it was good or bad, it was hard to tell. Just as his mind was in chaos, suddenly his phone rang. Hello, Lin Chen, what are you doing? It's been so long. Oh, nothing, just got delayed a bit. I'll be right down. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at Lin Wen seriously. You have the abilities from the game now, but remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, do not use them. Don't ask why, just don't use them.
Ha! Linwen still looked confused at his palm. Lin Chen felt helpless. At this moment, Linwen probably hadn't fully grasped it. According to past experiences, it was very difficult to control right after gaining it. Forget it, don't go down, just enjoy your game. What? What? Just pretend I wasn't here. Lin Chen didn't dare to bring Linwen in front of Ling Ling now. Cursing under his breath, he stood up directly. Just play your game. Little brat, why are you still cursing? Watching Lin Chen leave, Linwen was puzzled. Shan Tianzi is impressive. Seems a bit impressive. He mumbled and lay back on the bed, still wearing an excited smile. Lin Chen hurried downstairs, still wearing a helpless expression. Why are you the only one down here? He's in a dungeon, still needs more than 2 hours. Can't wait, let's go. I'll go call him. This girl was really bold. The boys' dormitory was like a free-for-all, completely disregarding the teasing glances, whistling, and flirting. She couldn't be allowed to go up. Lin Chen was just about to stop her, but at that moment, suddenly there was a loud bang. An explosion occurred on the 4th floor of the dormitory. In an instant, the entire dormitory was thrown into chaos. Run! There's been an explosion. What's happening? Who cares what's happening? Just run. Lin Chen and Ling Ling were downstairs, just in time to see the explosion. Then everything went black. Something heavy crashed down beside them. It was a window. Ling Ling widened her eyes and looked at Lin Chen. You planted the bomb. Are you crazy? Ling Ling was right beside him. Lin Chen almost couldn't help but rush up to save Linwen. But at that moment, someone shouted from upstairs, "Look, someone's jumping down." Oh my god, so impulsive? In the terrified gazes of the crowd, 3 figures leaped from the window and crashed heavily to the ground. But the next moment, they were dumbfounded. The 3 people had clearly jumped down from the dormitory that had exploded. However, from the 4th floor, they should have either died or been severely injured. But the 3 of them landed steadily on the ground. The 3 of them even posed together in a rather flamboyant manner. Wow, that's amazing. Dude, a bit handsome, isn't that right? Those 3 are still wearing the game helmets. I know them. Luyu, Guanfei, and Zhang Bei from Class 3 of Fashion Design. What are they doing? Did the dorm explode and blow them out? Only today's college students have such stable emotions. Even after such a big event, they can still joke around. Those familiar with the 3 walked towards them. Stop posing. Did you lose your minds? You're so tense, yet you're still thinking about the helmets. Impressive. By the way, how did you manage that? Maybe. Everyone has a different constitution. Ling Ling's pupils contracted, lost souls. Don't come near. Lin Chen was also in shock. If he wasn't mistaken, these 3 looked exactly like the person he encountered at the top of the park last time. The helmets had slight damage, awakening their abilities in the game, but they had lost their minds. Sure enough, the moment other students approached, the 3 who were originally posing lunged at them like evil spirits released from their cages. Roar, I want to eat something. Chen Jia, I want Chen Jia. Money, give me money. The 3 chanted different phrases, yet they were equally insane. Ling Ling pulled Lin Chen back, her face serious. One is an assassin, one is a warrior, and what about the other? A swordsman, that's the sword step of a swordsman. Lin Chen quickly reminded, pretending to be very scared. How could they have abilities from the game? Have they mutated? Let's run. Ling Ling looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Weren't you acting tough? Why are you suddenly so timid? No, are you crazy? This is terrifying. Why wouldn't we run? So embarrassing. I have to say, Lin Chen was indeed very embarrassing right now. His body shrank behind Ling Ling, his face full of terror, like an injured rabbit slowly peeking out. Better to be embarrassed than hurt. Wait here. Ling Ling pushed Lin Chen aside, her hand reaching into the void. The void twisted, and the huge body of the wandering female ghost slowly appeared before everyone. This time, it was chaotic, completely chaotic. An explosion, 3 lost souls, and a female ghost appeared simultaneously. The surrounding students fled in a frenzy. But who were they? College students. The age of loving to watch the excitement the most. Once they reached a safe place, they immediately pulled out their phones. Even those in the dormitory above took out their phones to aim at the 3 and the ghost. Some even started live streaming. Brothers. Damn, 3 people from my school got obsessed with the game and transformed. And a female ghost, if I'm not mistaken, it's a wandering female ghost. A hunter is single-handedly fighting a swordsman, a warrior, and an assassin without losing ground. Amazing. What the hell? Can they teleport? Hidden profession. If a normal person saw this scene, they would have been dumbfounded, even doubting if they were dreaming. But who were these college students? Since childhood, they had either read novels or played games, and seeing this scene only made them more excited. I knew there were time travelers in this world.
No way, this is game reality. Really? The abilities from the game have come to reality? Why don't I have any? Maybe everyone has a different constitution. Elementary school students talk science with you, middle school students analyze theories with you, college students? Ba, the female ghost can fly.
Lin Chen was completely unprepared for this situation. He knew that starting today, the world was going to change drastically. Not just a change in the weather, perhaps the whole world was about to change. Once he got back, he had to withdraw all his money first.
It couldn't be stopped. Public opinion couldn't be contained.
In just this short time, who knows how many people already knew what was happening here?
Every group, every live stream, how many people were sharing it? It would soon spread like a virus. However, Ling Ling's organization reacted quickly.
It had only been 10 minutes. Chen Shan arrived with a large number of police surrounding the scene.
With their involvement, the 3 lost souls were quickly subdued. But so what?
Just as Lin Chen had anticipated, the events here had already spread to the entire world through live broadcasts and videos. However, Lin Chen still underestimated the capabilities of Chen Shan and their organization. This was only halfway through the spread. Suddenly, countless officials came out with statements.
The investigation results of the film shooting incident at Ningxing Academy have been released.
The film company, in pursuit of authenticity, failed to notify the student extras, which should be condemned. The film company has been fined 1 million to compensate the school's losses and cover the costs for all students who passively participated in the film and television production. The statement declares that it is all the film company's fault, and anyone spreading false information will be held accountable.
Well then, it was too fast. The fine arrived that very night and was directly distributed to all the students. This gentleman, Lin Chen, although you are not a classmate, you participated as well. Here is 1,000 yuan compensation from the game company. Please accept it.
Lin Chen suddenly realized, so it was for filming.
No wonder.
Yeah, I was wondering how such a cliché plot could happen, but that moment when the wire came down was really cool. I had already predicted this. 1,000 yuan, easy money.
How did I perform? Was it exaggerated? When the final cut comes out, I might have a talent for acting. People around him chimed in. Settled. Chen Shan's mind works really fast.
It was resolved so quickly.
When Ling Ling came in front of Lin Chen, he said excitedly, "That was so thrilling. Is filming that exciting? Hee hee, I made 1,000 yuan for nothing."
Ling Ling,
turns out you're a star too. How much money do you have? Seeing his greedy expression, Ling Ling confirmed. He was not Shang Tianzi. How could Shang Tianzi be so spineless?
It's rare to see someone so happy over 1,000 yuan.
Haven't you seen money before? Hee hee, getting so much money for free, of course, I'm happy. Hee hee, 1,000 yuan, enough for me to treat you to a meal. Ling Ling tentatively asked, does your family not have money? Don't you know? My mom just had surgery, otherwise, why would I be living with Li Yuer? That makes sense.
Lin Chen was still happily holding the 1,000 yuan, striking it rich. His greedy look completely dispelled Ling Ling's doubts about him.
Shang Tianzi, how could he be like this? Aren't you going to see Lin Wen? See what? Filming? He probably isn't worried at all. Let's go, it's on me.
Saying it was on him, Lin Chen took Ling Ling directly to a barbecue stall outside the school. He ordered 100 yuan worth of barbecue and even asked the vendor to throw in 2 extra skewers. When it came time to pay, he argued with the vendor over a 5 yuan drink, turning red in the face. Ling Ling couldn't help but scold herself for being foolish. How could she suspect Lin Chen was Shang Tianzi? Wasn't that ridiculous? After a lively night, they finally returned to the apartment. Delighted, Lin Chen entered his room, still mumbling to himself.
1,000 yuan.
The moment he closed the door, the smile on Lin Chen's face disappeared, turning unusually serious. He looked at his hands.
Do I really have such power?
Lin Chen couldn't believe that he could awaken the abilities of players around the world.
Eagerly, he logged into the game. He directly added Lin Wen as a friend.
Ding, player, Wen Long, has added you as a friend.
Do you accept? What a lame name. Lin Chen clicked to agree with disdain. He immediately sent a message. How are you? Is there anything uncomfortable with your body? What could be uncomfortable?
I'm strong and healthy. I could punch a loli to death.
Listen to me. What I'm about to say might be hard for you to understand, but you must believe it. Ha!
You have already mastered the abilities in the game, which means you can use the skills in the game.
You are called an empowerer. Hey, don't interrupt. Let me finish. In the next few days, your body will gradually become stronger. Don't worry, this is normal. Occasionally, you might accidentally trigger a game skill, and you must be careful not to let anyone see it. Remember, you absolutely cannot let anyone see it. There's an organization that is capturing empowerers. Did you hear that? No one can know, not even your girlfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. Li Yuer definitely can't know. Ling Ling is part of that organization. Her? Seriously? So you're not? Don't worry about me, just pretend you know nothing. Do you understand? Oh, this was the first time Lin Chen spoke so seriously. Lin Wen wasn't foolish either. He immediately thought of what had just happened at school. Is that real? Not a movie? They even gave me 1,000. How could it be a movie? Are you stupid? They are players who lose their sanity during the awakening process, called lost souls. It's very dangerous, and I estimate there will be more and more of them. You need to be careful and hide yourself. Lin Chen didn't know if the lost souls could recover after being captured or if they would be killed. In any case, hiding himself was the most important thing. Lin Wen said seriously, "Got it, bro. You be careful too, and I need to keep my game ID a secret." Okay. After closing the private chat, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He took off the game helmet and opened the door. Ling Ling was not there and he had no idea where she went. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached his mother's room. For the convenience of others taking care of her, his mother's room was never locked, so he gently twisted the knob and opened the door. His mother was lying on the bed, playing a game, without any surprise. Lin Chen stood by the bed, looking at her with a serious expression. Should I give it a try? Although the surgery was successful, his mother's condition was certainly not comparable to that of a normal person. Daily medication, weekly checkups, a frail body, otherwise, she wouldn't be so addicted to games. This kind of life would have to last a lifetime. Originally, Lin Chen wanted her to awaken her game abilities, which was why he let her play. But now there was a problem. The probability of awakening was very low. With so many players in the world, those who awakened did so by chance, a rare occurrence. Moreover, there was a chance of becoming a lost soul. What was the difference from dying? Now, I just need to place my hand on it to awaken? But what if I become a lost soul? The uncertainty and fear of loss made Lin Chen hesitate for a long time. He stood there for about an hour. In the end, he turned and left. Forget it. I'll wait a bit longer. At least I need to see if my ability is 100% feasible. In the end, Lin Chen didn't dare to take action. He hurried back to his room, put on the helmet, and logged into the game. Re-entering the game, he was still in the misty jungle. The people from the merchant dynasty had long since dispersed. Lin Chen checked the task list. 12 tasks had been completed. The task of hatching the mysterious egg, 1,000 humanoid monsters, and 1,000 beast-shaped monsters were also completed. He had defeated 8 bosses, with 2 left. He hadn't fought the regional boss. Forget it, let's turn in the tasks first. If it were before, Lin Chen would definitely have ridden a mount to run back. But now he was increasingly focused on time and improving his strength. He directly tore the return scroll and disappeared from the spot. He had completed more tasks than he had imagined. After turning in all the tasks, Lin Chen's level had reached 46. Ding! You have reached level 46 and entered the ranking list at 98th place. Would you like to display your name? He made the list. This was Lin Chen's first time entering the ranking list. Display. Shang Tianzi was already quite famous. He didn't mind this little detail. Curiously, he opened the ranking list. First place, Big Watermelon, Guild, 1 brick to kill you, level 49, Sect, Luoha Sect, Outer Disciple. Second place, Unparalleled Sword, Guild, Great Merchant Dynasty, level 49, Sect, Luoha Sect, Registered Disciple. Third place, Sword God of Misfortune, Guild, Jiangnan Hall, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Outer Disciple. Fourth place, Jiangnan Swordsman, Guild, Jiangnan Hall, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Outer Disciple. Fifth place, Emperor of Stars, Guild, City of Emperors, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Outer Disciple. Sixth place, Brick, Guild, 1 brick to kill you, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Outer Disciple. Eighth place, Heavenly King, Guild, Great Merchant Dynasty, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Registered Disciple. Ninth place, Underworld King, Guild, Great Merchant Dynasty, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Registered Disciple. 10th place, Thunder Lowly, Guild, Great Merchant Dynasty, level 47, Sect, Luoha Sect, Registered Disciple. He kept scrolling down, and by the time he reached the 30th place, they were all level 47. Around the 100th place, they were all level 46. It was clear from the ranking list. Unparalleled Sword was truly impressive. He and the fixed team with Heavenly King, Underworld King, and Thunder Lowly leveled up quickly. Moreover, half of the top 100 were from Jiangnan Hall. Hundreds of magical treasures weren't bought for nothing. Looks like I'll be hitting level 50 tomorrow.
The game was progressing a bit fast. Lin Chen began to recall the events of his previous life at level 50. That was the city battle. The teleportation array between cities was opened. That's right, the teleportation array. And it could only be used between main cities. Lin Chen clearly remembered that city battles occurred once a week. That was when true chaos reigned across the world. Weapons were so expensive it was staggering. In his previous life, there was a guild that nearly unified half the world. It dominated the world like a colossal beast for 2 years. At that time, Jiangnan Hall was just a small guild struggling to survive under its shadow. Later, he heard that the guild leader had an affair with the vice leader's woman. Ahem. Anyway, it fell apart from within and eventually split into 3 guilds. It faded into obscurity. After that, no such strong guild ever appeared again. Since it's about to start, I won't wait any longer. Lin Chen didn't rush to do tasks to level up. Instead, he spoke in the guild. Everyone, raise the prices by 5% and start collecting materials. Ha, raise it that much? Yes, boss. Listen to the boss. When has the boss ever let us down? Lin Chen didn't explain and walked towards the auctioneer. The auctioneer was the most bustling NPC, bar none. Almost all players would check the auctioneer before browsing stalls, and only then would they choose a shop. Of course, excluding the wealthy players. Regular players were too lazy to set up stalls and just threw everything into the auctioneer. Lin Chen opened the auctioneer's interface. He clicked into the materials page. There weren't many items on the materials page. Compared to equipment, the prices of materials were more transparent. It was better to just set up a stall, no need to put them in the auctioneer. However, with so many people, there were still many selling. Lin Chen didn't waste time and directly started purchasing. Black bear skins, willow wood, fine iron ore, these ordinary level 4 materials, he bought as soon as he saw them, even if the prices were a bit high. Hey, why are there no materials left? No, I just opened it and it was blank. What's going on? Is there a bug? Players trying to snag a deal in the auction house were stunned to see page after page of blank materials. Merchant's son? He's buying? It was at this moment that someone noticed Lin Chen. The one who can buy up all the auctioneer's materials is none other than Merchant Emperor. Soon, people began to speculate. What? It's gone again? Even the level 5 materials are gone. Damn, is Merchant Emperor on a shopping spree? Are the materials going to skyrocket in price? Boss Merchant, can you give us a hint? Why are you buying so many materials? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Business secret. No need to think about it. He's about to hit level 50 and is going to start a city war. But, once the city war starts, won't the number of players increase? With trade across the world, all auctioneers connected, shouldn't it be cheaper then? Who knows, maybe Merchant Emperor guessed wrong. Many players actually understood a lot, but most of them had concerns, afraid of this and that, lacking the drive to act. Lin Chen had no such worries. He directly spent 100 million gold coins to buy up all the materials from the auctioneer. Then he went to browse the stalls. The shops of the great merchant dynasty were all about buying materials and selling finished products. Only other shops, other guilds, and the stalls of freelancers had materials for sale. The prices were similar, fluctuating within 10%, and Lin Chen bought them all. He spent a full 2 hours at the stalls and shops, nearly emptying the entire Ningdu city. Adding the 100 million gold coins spent at the auctioneer, he had spent a total of 250 million gold coins. If the auctioneer's purchases were merely speculation by others, the shops and stalls had system prompts confirming Lin Chen's actions. This caused a stir throughout Ningdu city. Incredible! It's all been bought out. Oh my god, Merchant Emperor is amazing. He bought up all the materials, and now the prices have risen by 20%. How much material does he have? Can he even use it? Money really can do anything. Damn, whatever Merchant Emperor buys goes up in price. I didn't stock up, but the shocking events were not over yet. After buying up all the materials, Lin Chen began to acquire finished products. Equipment above level 10, elixirs above level 40. As long as it was within 10% of the market price, he bought it. Again, it was the trio of auctioneer, stalls, and shops. This time he spent quite a bit, a full 750 million gold coins, totaling 1 billion gold coins. He truly managed to clear out Ningdu city all by himself. He's gone mad. He must be insane. He really has too much money to spend. What a lunatic. What is he thinking? What's the use of buying these things? I'm going crazy. Can someone tell me? I just sold for 10,000 gold coins. Ha, with your little bit, who cares? How much can it appreciate? Exactly, it won't lose much anyway. We can just watch the show. The Ningdu Chamber of Commerce isn't worried at all. They weren't wrong. The impact on freelancers and regular players was minimal. The real impact was on those companies, like the largest Ningdu Merchant Alliance. They were even more confused. Shangguan Tiange was indeed a business talent,
but he was still bogged down by conventional thinking and hadn't figured out the game yet. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What is he up to now? Yeah, we finally got on track, and he's causing trouble again. I can see it now. He wants to buy up all the raw materials, preventing our crafting professions from leveling up and stopping us from selling anything. How vicious. But we made money selling him raw materials. I don't understand, I really don't." Shangguan Tianga's expression was serious. "I've studied Merchant Emperor for a long time. He always surprises me, but he always ends up making a fortune. So what do we do? What can we do? All the raw materials in the city have been bought by him." Though they said this, several bosses had their own agendas and sent messages to their guild members. "Don't sell the raw materials. Don't sell the stock. Wait until when to sell. How would I know? Just leave it be." They all said Lin Chen had gone mad, yet their actions were quite honest. Besides the usual sales, they surely had stock. The more they invested, the more stock they had. Ning Tianzi and Shangguan Tianga, two young men, had high hopes for the game, perhaps the ones with the most raw materials and equipment besides Lin Chen. They simply couldn't understand what use these low-level equipment and alchemical materials could possibly have. "It's really hard to guess. Ning Tianzi, aren't you his disciple? Why not ask him now?" Ning Tianzi glanced at Shangguan Tianga, sneered, and said nothing, but it felt like he had said everything. Shangguan Tianga forced a smile. "Well, your cheap disciple is working with others against him. How could he tell you such important things?" However, Ning Tianzi turned around and sought out Lin Chen. He sent a message, "Master, I heard you bought all the raw materials, low-level equipment, and elixirs in Ningdu City?" In no time, Lin Chen replied, "Yes, Master. You want to know what it's for, right? You know me well, just give me a hint, Master. To contribute to the sect." Seeing Lin Chen's reply, Ning Tianzi felt utterly helpless. "Master, I know our Ningdu Merchant Alliance has offended your interests, but this is all business. Even if you keep it from me, who doesn't know? Just speak frankly. Is it just because of this? You." Ning Tianzi had something unsaid. This purpose was well known. "Would you really spend 1 billion gold coins to collect it? Isn't that madness?" Little did he know, Lin Chen's next reply was, "Because I'm mad." "All right, perfectly predicted." Then Lin Chen's teasing voice rang out again, "If you're curious, just sell me all the level 40 and below elixirs, raw materials, and equipment, and I'll tell you." Ning Tianzi didn't want to make a fool of himself. He could only smile bitterly. "Don't worry, Master, I will soon withdraw from the Ningdu Merchant Alliance." Doesn't matter. Lin Chen had no time to deal with Ning Tianzi now. He spent half an hour reaching Sudu City. Using the same method, he cleared out all low-level elixirs and equipment in Sudu City. Then he spent another half hour going to Hangzhou City, doing the same thing. Anyone who knew would surely think he was crazy. 3 billion. He spent a full 3 billion gold coins, buying out all the materials, equipment, and elixirs from 3 cities. He was busy all night. The entire market was left with only some scattered raw materials and freshly produced equipment. Everything else was on Lin Chen. Just as everyone was speculating what Lin Chen was up to, suddenly the system's voice rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to player Daxigwa, level reached 50. World announcement, players reaching level 50 will automatically unlock all city teleportation points. Players above level 50 can teleport to other cities from the city center. Announcement, due to a player reaching level 50, City Battle Mode has been successfully activated. City Battle Mode, every Sunday night from 6 p.m. to midnight. Note, the tax revenue of conquered cities will be shared among the attacking guilds. Participation in city battles, the top 5 guilds in overall contribution value ranking. The guild ranked first in contribution value will receive 40% of the tax revenue, while the other 4 major guilds will each receive 15% of the tax revenue. This announcement echoed in the ears of all players in the world. Not just Ningdu City, but all cities. Everyone was stunned, buzzing with discussions. World announcement? The prices on all maps will be unified. Wait, not all guilds can participate in the city battle. It's based on total contribution value? My goodness, the merchant's son is getting rich. Hasn't he already made a fortune? Don't you know? He has a large batch of items that increase contribution value, something called bloodstained clothes, broken swords, and so on. Right, he single-handedly bought out Ningdu City, acquiring low-level elixirs and equipment. That's all contribution value. People finally realized something. Just because of this announcement, low-level equipment and ammunition, which used to be dirt cheap, would at least be worth a decent price now, easily doubling. Isn't the business acumen of the Merchant Emperor terrifying? Why does he seem to know everything? Yeah, it's like he knows it all. This time he's going to make a killing. Everyone began to envy Lin Chen. Streets and alleys, rivers and lakes, cities were all discussing his exploits. Someone on the forum immediately speculated that the Merchant Emperor could earn 1 billion gold coins this time.
and that was just the profit from Ningdu City.
Ling Ling, who was still leveling up, couldn't help but click her tongue upon hearing the discussion. Is that true, 1 billion?
She counted on her fingers, becoming more shocked with each number. She was even more certain that Lin Chen, who was pleased with just 1,000 cash, had nothing to do with the merchant emperor. Not long after, the prices of low-level weapons, elixirs, and materials had already risen to double their original price. The people of Ningdu City didn't know that Lin Chen had 3 billion worth of goods on hand. In just one day, he could sell them all and net 3 billion gold coins.
What a terrifying number. Not to mention ordinary players, even the big bosses of the Ningdu Merchant Alliance were envious. I knew it, there must be something fishy. Yeah, this time he made a huge profit again.
Money makes money. He probably stands to earn a few 100 million cash this time. They were still used to saying cash, not gold coins. A few 100 million cash. Even among these people, many of their net worths didn't reach that much, let alone in cash.
Shangwan Tianda and Ning Tianzi were relieved they hadn't sold everything. What's happening outside now? Hee, do we even need to ask? Those powerful gangs must be scrambling to buy. Are those people really concerned about money?
As long as the contribution value goes up, it's equivalent to controlling the fate of Ningdu City. It's worth any amount.
Just as they had anticipated.
Even if all these items had increased in price, there were still many buyers.
Especially those top-ranking gangs, all wanting to gain decision-making power in Ningdu City.
The top 5 in total contribution value could participate in city battles and share in the city's tax revenue, allowing city gangs to finally rise to prominence. But all the goods were in Lin Chen's hands. There was too little available outside.
They were all waiting for Lin Chen to make a move.
On the second day, when everyone thought Lin Chen would start selling, they were shocked to find that neither his shop nor the stalls of the great merchant dynasty were selling these items at all. The leaders of several major gangs, like the Jiangnan swordsman, wanted to find Lin Chen, but he was reading their messages without replying.
They couldn't find him at all. What's going on? Shouldn't he have started selling by now? No way. Can it still go up? Where else can it go up? If no one is trading, isn't it better to maintain the status quo without spending money?
Just as everyone was puzzled, Lin Chen had arrived at the Luoha sect. As soon as he set foot in the Luoha sect, many people noticed his presence.
Oh, why is the merchant emperor here at the sect? Shouldn't he be in a hurry to sell? What is he doing at the sect? Who knows? How could we possibly understand the thoughts of these rich people? Someone said sourly.
But soon they would know Lin Chen's purpose for coming here.
Lin Chen approached the NPC for donating contribution value. Merchant Emperor, what are you doing here? Boss Shang. At that moment, those at the donation NPC were all wealthy individuals and experts. Even the swordsman of Jiangnan looked at Lin Chen with strange expressions. Brother Shang, are you delivering goods to our door?
Lin Chen smiled and nodded but said nothing.
He walked up to the NPC in front of everyone.
With a series of loud slaps, he began donating items. From equipment as low as level 10 or even level 1, to gear as high as level 40, and potions, he donated everything in one go.
Donating 1 or 2 items was normal.
But gradually, everyone's expressions began to change.
Damn, how many has he donated now?
Don't worry about how many. It's already been 10 minutes.
It's been 20 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. Time kept passing. More and more people gathered around.
The sound of swallowing could be heard from the crowd.
Shang Tianzi wants to become the number 1 in Ningdu City. Damn, everyone was numb.
It was terrifying. It was unimaginable that each item he donated was worth money. No one knew how long it had been. The audience was exhausted, shifting in waves. During Lin Chen's donation process, the system's voice kept announcing.
System announcement. Player Shang Tianzi's contribution value has reached the standard. Promoted to Outer Sect Elder. System announcement. Player Shang Tianzi's contribution value has reached the standard. Promoted to Deacon Elder. System announcement. Player Shang Tianzi's contribution value has reached the standard. Promoted to Consul Elder. System announcement. Player Shang Tianzi. Promoted to Grand Elder of the Outer Sect. Promoted to Inner Sect Elder. Promoted to Law Enforcement Elder. Promoted to Grand Elder of the Inner Sect. Promoted to Vice Sect Master.
Insane, they were all insane.
How long has it been?
Directly becoming the Vice Sect Master of the Luoha sect. Whether it was the experts from various factions or other ordinary players, they all stared blankly at Lin Chen.
The world is too crazy. He actually bought his way to become Vice Sect Master. To reach Vice Sect Master, I remember it requires 100 million contribution points. I must not have slept well. My body feels a bit uncomfortable. I'm logging off. Selling accounts. The so-called rich players faded into the background in front of Lin Chen. The Jiangnan swordsman widened his eyes. What exactly does he want to do? It seems the first place is already hopeless. Even the big watermelon shook his head helplessly. The people from various factions could only hope for the next 4 spots. Just Shang Tianzi alone could surpass the contribution points of everyone in the entire faction. No, it should be said that Lin Chen's contribution points were higher than the total of the next 4 faction members combined. How could they compete with that? Just when others felt their hearts could not take it anymore, Lin Chen finally stopped. He glanced at the contribution points leaderboard, with the Great Shang dynasty far ahead. With over 100 million points, he crushed the second place with 1 million contribution points. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Of the 3 billion worth of materials he acquired, he donated a full 1.5 billion, spending all the bloodstained clothes and broken swords he had saved. The total value of the donations was estimated to exceed 2.5 billion. What a huge sum of money that was. Lin Chen had been doing business for so long, and his total assets were only around 5 billion. He donated half just for the title of the first faction. Shang Tianzi is truly unpredictable. Congratulations, Boss Shang. What's there to congratulate? He's gone mad. Lin Chen took a deep breath, turned to everyone, and clasped his fists, saying, "Everyone, I apologize. Today, I am entering the fray. The Great Shang dynasty will hunt the world. Please take care of me in the future." The Great Shang dynasty, hunting the world. These 8 words left everyone speechless. Is this something a merchant should say? No, isn't the Great Shang dynasty a commercial faction? Things are getting more interesting. Shang Tianzi entering the fray is good news for us in Ningdu City. Just as everyone was discussing, an NPC quickly approached. He came to Lin Chen's side and respectfully said, "Vice Sect Master Shang, the Sect Master requests your presence." Lin Chen nodded, as if he had anticipated this, and followed the NPC towards the inner gate. Only inner disciples were allowed to enter there. The NPC is looking for him? What could it be about? Who knows? Just as they were puzzled, the system provided them with an answer. Ding! System announcement. Congratulations to player Shang Tianzi, the first in the world to become a Vice Sect Master. Reward, exclusive artifact for the Vice Sect Master. Ding! Reward received, exclusive weapon for the Vice Sect Master. Ding! Reward received, level +1. The Sect Master of the Luoha sect, Master Luoha, was already an immortal being. The one Lin Chen saw in the main hall was also his avatar. Master Luoha was an old man with an ethereal presence. Although his hair and beard were white, his skin was as tender as a young girl's. With a kind smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations, Shang Tianzi, on becoming the Vice Sect Master of our Luoha sect. After becoming the Vice Sect Master, you will not be able to change sects. As the first Vice Sect Master in the world, these rewards are well deserved." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen received 3 gifts, the exclusive artifact, level increase, and exclusive weapon. Lin Chen knew about the exclusive artifact. In his previous life, Vice Sect Masters could receive exclusive artifacts, but he hadn't expected the level increase and exclusive weapon. However, during his last playthrough, it had been a long time, and there was no mention of this. A flash of light passed, and Lin Chen's level reached 47. He had already climbed to the 50th place on the level leaderboard. The level was secondary. Lin Chen quickly opened his inventory to check the 2 exclusive pieces of equipment he had received. The artifact was a seal, and the exclusive weapon was a crescent-shaped weapon. Luoha Seal exclusive artifact for the Vice Sect Master of Luoha Sect. Grade, Red Special Level, Level 6 Attributes. All attributes plus 30% equip skill. 1 sword Luoha, 1 sword Luoha. The sword falls like a meteor into the galaxy, causing enemies to perish in brilliance at the moment the sword energy is unleashed. Effect, deals 300% attack damage within a 20-meter range ahead. Cooldown, 10 minutes upgradable bound. Cannot be traded. Lin Chen stared wide-eyed at the artifact. He had heard of the absurdity of exclusive artifacts, but he hadn't expected it to be so overpowered. Although it had only 1 attribute, 30% to all attributes was increasingly useful in the later stages. What was even more terrifying was that it could be upgraded, although Lin Chen didn't know how to upgrade it. At least this artifact could be used permanently, and he wouldn't need to replace it later. It was worth 3 billion. I finally have an active attack skill. Lin Chen couldn't wait to equip the artifact. The moment he put it on, the system's voice rang out. Ding, your artifact, Luoha Seal, has successfully ranked first on the artifact leaderboard. Would you like to hide its attributes? Hide. Without hesitation, Lin Chen chose to hide the attributes. He didn't hide the name, as he couldn't let others know his trump card. Attribute hiding successful, name displayed successfully. Announcement, congratulations to player Shang Tianzi for ranking first on the artifact leaderboard with the artifact, Luoha Seal. The system announcement rang out simultaneously.
Lin Chen then looked at the other piece of equipment. Crescent Moon Luoha Universal for all classes Golden Special Level, Level 6 Attack Power plus 4000 Attack Power plus 20% Attack Speed plus 20% Skill, Crescent slash, unleashes 2 attacks with full force, guaranteed to hit.
Cooldown, 10 minutes upgradable bound, cannot be traded good. An overpowered weapon.
The absurdity of this weapon was only slightly inferior to the Sword of Uncommon. However, the Sword of Uncommon was the only hidden class.
Equip. Lin Chen couldn't wait to put on the weapon. Ding, your weapon, Crescent Moon Luoha, has successfully ranked first on the equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide its attributes? Hide. The same operation as before, hiding the attributes but not the name.
Attribute hiding successful, name display successful.
Announcement. Congratulations to player Shang Tianzi for ranking first on the magical artifact leaderboard with the weapon, Crescent Moon Luoha. 3 billion, exchanged for 2 pieces of equipment ranked first.
If it were before, Lin Chen would have thought he was crazy.
But wearing these 2 pieces of equipment, Lin Chen undoubtedly became the number 1 in Ningdu City.
The moment the system chimed, the entire Ningdu City went wild.
No way? The reward for the top sect is that good? Shang Tianzi entered the fray, and his move is top tier. He is truly the number 1 in Ningdu City. Shang Tianzi is making a fortune. Will the second place have even better rewards? Who knows? Who can become the deputy sect master now?
They were all curious, and under such circumstances, the prices of basic materials and low-level equipment pills skyrocketed. Equipment that originally cost 100 gold coins now required 250 gold coins to buy.
And there was a price but no market.
Everyone was preparing for the city battle a week later.
But they couldn't buy anything. The stock from the Heavenly Palace and the Great Ning Dynasty sold out the moment it was released.
It was at this time that Lin Chen finally released the remaining materials and low-level equipment in his hands. They sold like hotcakes. The shops of the Great Shang Dynasty, mobile stalls, were all low-level equipment.
Lin Chen also didn't put all his eggs in one basket. With about 1.5 billion materials left, 500 million in Ningdu City, 500 million in Handu City, and 500 million in Sudu City.
This way, they sold faster.
In just one afternoon, everything was sold out.
As a result, he sold a total of
3.5 billion gold coins.
Lin Chen was delighted, not a loss, and I even made a small profit of 500 million gold coins. Such a crazy donation. In the end, his package had 5 billion gold coins, and now there were 5
billion. How could he not be happy?
This business was too profitable.
I should take some out.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen withdrew 3 billion gold coins from the 5
billion, which was 300 million in cash.
If it were his previous life, the economic system of the world was even more stable than reality, so there was nothing to worry about. But the biggest difference between this life and the last was that reality had problems.
Eggs couldn't be put in one basket. 300 million was enough for his family to live in great wealth for a lifetime.
Looking at the extra 300 million in his bank account, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief.
I'm not proud. That was a lie. Attributes skyrocketed, gold coins skyrocketed.
Lin Chen was full of ambition. What he needed to do in the next week was to level up. Before the city battle, he aimed to reach level 50.
Boss, are you going crazy just to participate in the city battle? What are you afraid of? We are now the number 1 gang in Ningdu City.
It seems not impossible, but I'm only level 35.
Can I be someone from the top gang? Boss is awesome, we have face now.
Lin Chen smiled and said, "It's fine, I don't have any special requirements for the brothers of Qianjintang. You guys have more time to set up stalls, no level requirements.
However, for Zhenbeitang and Jiandong, it's best to level up. Only with a higher level can we create better things.
What the boss said is right.
Let's level up then. Already leveling. And there's one more thing."
After much thought, Lin Chen decided to subtly reveal some information to them.
He said seriously, actually, you don't need to earn that much money. Appropriately upgrading your equipment will benefit you, even if you are a stall owner.
You will thank me in the future.
Ha, boss, what do you mean? The boss is going to play riddles again.
But the boss is always right.
I still choose to listen to the boss. Listening to the boss means food to eat. They can think like this. That's good. If they can do it, that would be even better. Boss, invite me to the leveling group. Ding, player, Jin Bufan invites you to join the team. Do you agree? To level up, Lin Chen still needed to find Jin Bufan. He directly agreed to join the team.
Their fixed team still consisted of the same few people.
The captain, Jin Bufan, automatically carried an experience buff.
Tianwan, Ming Wang, skilled in technology, and Thunder Loli, who was hot-tempered and generous, had plenty of healing.
However, this time they added another person, Gue Gue. the leading actress of the treasure hall, Gue Gue. Unexpectedly, Gue Gue was also level 47, and her rank was even ahead of Lin Chen. Boss, are you planning to stir things up? I really like it. Yeah, with our strength, it would be a pity not to cause some trouble. I feel like we can challenge the Empire City. Unexpectedly, all 5 of them were warlike. Hearing that Lin Chen was going to bring the great merchant dynasty into the fray, they were all excited. Forget it, we are still a bit lacking. After all, the brothers from the Chenjin Hall have 150 people. The current strength distribution of the great merchant dynasty was too uneven. The stall owners had 150 people, which was a strength gap, with an average level of only 35 at a third-rate gang level. Next were 150 life profession players who, in order to level up and learn life skills, had an average level of 40 at a second-rate gang level, similar to killing and dancing. The strongest, however, were the fewest in number, the Battle Hall streamers. Their average level reached 45, already at a first-rate top gang level. Plus, with Lin Chen, the newly emerged god, the overall strength of the great merchant dynasty was still weaker than the 3 major gangs. Let's level up, we still have a week. That makes sense. Low levels mean high potential for improvement. You guys are still very optimistic. Where are you? Cloud Edge Cliff. Cloud Edge Cliff? I remember there's a regional boss there, right? Yes, still there, no one is fighting it. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The mysterious egg just needed one regional boss. I'm on my way. Watching them chat while accepting quests in the city. After reaching level 47, there were quite a few more linear quests, and following the strategies on the forum, he accepted over a dozen quests from Cloud Edge Cliff. He then headed towards the station. Cloud Edge Cliff, a leveling map far from Ningdu City. It was composed of countless towering peaks among the lofty mountains. This map was not very popular. It was too far, and leveling and completing tasks were very difficult. The terrain was steep, and monster distribution was too sparse. However, there was one gang that was fond of this place, Qingyun Sect, one of the top 10 gangs, strong but still below the 3 major gangs. Their gang base was right beneath Cloud Edge Cliff. Later, it was renamed Qingyun Town. When Lin Chen walked out of the Qingyun Town station, he attracted the attention of surrounding players. It's the merchant's son. Merchant boss, are you here to level up? It shouldn't be called merchant boss anymore. It should be called merchant sect master. Vice, that's still impressive. Sure, our boss is not on good terms with him. That said, there was some enmity between Qingyun sect and Lin Chen. Back in the Great Tomb, they had fought once. It was just that he was killed later. The leader of Qingyun sect was Qingyun, who was at least among the top 20 experts in Ningdu City. He was currently in Qingyun Town, and upon hearing that Lin Chen had arrived, he led his people to confront him. These were all experts from Qingyun sect, each looking fierce and intimidating. Merchant's son, what are you doing here? Lin Chen felt helpless. No matter where he ran, someone was blocking him. He had too many enemies. Lin Chen exhaled. Qingyun, are you looking for trouble? Who would have thought that the fierce and intimidating Qingyun would suddenly clasp his fists and say, the Qingyun sect welcomes the arrival of the merchant emperor. Lin Chen was ready for a fight, but the other party suddenly became so polite. Qingyun, with a serious expression, said, I am here to apologize. No, the way you apologize is quite frightening. Please forgive us, merchant emperor. Our leader always has this expression, it never changes. What is this? We, the Qingyun sect, have previously offended the merchant emperor. This group of people is the one that surrounded and attacked you in the Great Tomb. I specifically brought them here to apologize. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This group of people really was the ones who had ambushed his team in the Great Tomb. What he didn't expect was that Qingyun would be so bold as to have them apologize in front of everyone. Although this was Qingyun Town, there were still many people around. The Qingyun sect was at least one of the top 10 factions in the entire Ningdu city, and their leader was apologizing in front of so many people? Qingyun is really a small-minded person. Yeah, so what if there's a grudge? Just fight it out, but the person turns around and apologizes. How embarrassing. What do you know? Qingyun has always been like this. You know him well? Of course, don't you know? Qingyun is righteous, serious, but he has nothing to say. Is it embarrassing? It is indeed a bit embarrassing in front of so many people. But that group of people showed no signs of discontent. They clasped their fists and said, Merchant Emperor, we are sorry. Lin Chen felt a bit at a loss. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. If you do something wrong, you must apologize. Our Qingyun sect is originally a PvE faction. They were wrong to kill people outside. Wrong things should be apologized for. Lin Chen looked at Qingyun with a strange expression. He spoke so earnestly, just like in a game, which made him think that he must be a rather rigid person outside of the game as well. Embarrassed, he said, "It's fine, with so many people here, it's a bit awkward." "Well, I've long forgotten about it. It's normal for people in the martial world to fight and kill." "Thank you, Merchant Emperor." "Thank you, Merchant Emperor." With the loud cheers, Lin Chen was startled again. "Don't be so surprised, it's fine, I'm going to level up now." Xingyun clasped his fists again. "Now that the apologies are done, we ask the Merchant Emperor to apologize to us." "What nonsense is this?" "Ha, our leader is stubborn, Merchant Emperor, just apologize to us." "No, why should I?" Lin Chen was completely confused. Xingyun, however, spoke with righteous indignation, saying, "They are apologizing because they attacked you, you should apologize because you killed them. So, it's reasonable for both sides to apologize." "What the? This logic is perfect." Xingyun remained unfazed. "Apologize, Merchant Emperor." The people around were all smirking, clearly knowing that Xingyun was a stubborn person. Lin Chen thought Xingyun had gone mad and gritted his teeth, saying, "That's not reasonable. If they kill me, can I not retaliate? One thing at a time, one apology at a time." "That's nonsense. If you don't apologize, it's not impossible." "Oh, what do you want? Are you going to kill me?" No, not apologizing doesn't mean killing. If you don't want to apologize, you need to help me with something." Lin Chen suddenly sensed a different tone. The people around were saying that Xingyun was a stubborn person, which led Lin Chen to assume that Xingyun was indeed stubborn. But listening to this, it seemed like a trap. Xingyun had been pulling him in this direction all along. No one who could be a faction leader was simple. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want me to help with?" "There is a regional boss at the Cloud Edge Cliff, very strong, but no one has ever fought it. I want to invite you to help me defeat that boss." "Is that it?" Xingyun's serious demeanor made Lin Chen think he was going to extort him for 100 or 80,000. But the result was an invitation to fight a boss together? "Yes, that's the condition." "Who gets the loot?" Lin Chen was sure it wouldn't be that simple. "The loot will be split evenly between us." Such a good deal really existed. Lin Chen was inherently a refined egoist. After doing business, he felt even more that profit was paramount. The other party wasn't asking him to apologize, they were clearly offering him a fortune. "Are you sure it's half for each?" Xingyun seemed to see his doubt and continued, "That boss is very powerful, and due to the terrain, no one has been able to kill it. Perhaps you're the only one in the entire game who can withstand it. If that's the case, I understand." He really wasn't lying, and Lin Chen already had a quest to defeat a regional boss. He readily agreed, "No problem, we'll split the loot at market price." Xingyun nodded, "Then I'll get ready and gather people." "Okay, I'll wait for you at the Cloud Cliff." After the two made their agreement, Lin Chen left Xingyun town and headed towards the Cloud Cliff. The terrain of the Cloud Cliff was indeed steep, with towering peaks forming a vast mountain range, aptly described as a masterpiece of nature. Most of the wild monsters were flying creatures, requiring ranged attacks to bring them down, while the number of other monsters on the peaks was quite limited. Therefore, this place was generally not frequented for leveling up. The 5 members of the Sword Unparalleled team were also there to complete a quest. Lin Chen walked for about 10 minutes, crossing 2 or 3 peaks before finding the 5 at a cliff. They were fighting a wild monster called the long-armed gibbon. The only wild monster that could survive in such a steep place was this long-armed gibbon. It had a small body but strong arms. With fists tightly clenched, each attack brought a whooshing sound. It had high attack and low defense, which should have made it good for leveling, but unfortunately, there were too few of them. From the top of a peak to the cliff, there were only 5 spawn points for 5 of them. The area was sparsely populated, with very few players around. When Lin Chen arrived, they spotted him and quickly came over to greet him. "Boss, why did you take so long to get here?" "Yeah, it's been an hour already." Lin Chen didn't hide anything and informed the 5 about what had just happened in Qingyun town. Tian Wang's expression was strange. "Fight that boss? That's the hardest boss to defeat in Ningdu City." Lin Chen curiously asked, "You know, is it really that hard to beat? Does it have high attack power?" "It's not that it has high attack power, but the terrain is really difficult to fight in, you can't pull it. I remember there was a post on the forum about it, let me find it for you. It even has strategies for defeating it." Soon, Ming Lang found a post on the forum and shared it with Lin Chen. The post was titled, "About the hardest boss in Ningdu City, Cliff Dragon Python." This was the first time Lin Chen had heard the name of this boss. Clicking in, there were screenshots of the Cliff Dragon Python. The enormous dragon python coiled around the towering cliff peaks. Below was a pile of descriptive text. Cliff Dragon Python, level 50 regional boss, recognized as the hardest boss among all regional bosses in Ningdu City. It's not because it has strong attack or defense, but because of the special terrain of the Cloud Cliff. The peak where the Cliff Dragon Python resides has a top that can only accommodate 2 people standing. Yes, you heard it right, just 2 people standing,
so there is no space to pull. Moreover, this boss has a mechanism where its head attacks are very high, and its body attacks are even higher, both being area attacks. However, if you can draw aggro to the head, its body will not attack. If the aggro is not drawn to the head, the dragon python's body will launch fierce attacks, which a typical level 40 player cannot withstand more than 2 hits. Therefore, to defeat this dragon horse, a very strong tank is needed to withstand its attacks at the top of the cliff, along with a powerful healer. The two of them will stand together at the cliff's edge, responsible for drawing aggro. Others will be at the bottom of the cliff, attacking the dragon python's body. However, so far, no tank has been able to withstand it alone, nor has any healer been able to endure the attacks while healing both. To put it simply, this boss is easy to fight, it's just that no one can take the hits. Some predict that only after reaching level 50 and successfully completing the 5th class change will it be possible to withstand it. Lin Shen suddenly realized that these peaks stood like bamboo shoots, most of them very narrow at the top. It is indeed difficult for 2 people to stand up there. Probably only he and the entire Ningdu city can withstand it. Generally speaking, the items dropped by area bosses are quite good, especially for first kills. Xingyun's sect is still calculating well. They want us to help them fight the boss. Lin Shen smiled nonchalantly. It's hard to say who is helping whom. It's just mutual benefit. Since the boss doesn't mind, we don't either. Hee, it's just right to kill the cliff dragon python and see what this area boss will drop. We have live streaming material now. It seems that in their eyes, as long as Lin Shen takes action, the cliff dragon python is already taken down. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Shen had almost completed his task. The people from Qingyun's sect finally gathered and rushed over. To kill the cliff dragon python, Qingyun's sect had gathered a total of 200 people, all skilled members. They probably have tasks or something like that too. After meeting up with them, they headed deeper into the cloud cliff. There was no conversation along the way. This boss was so difficult that hardly anyone dared to challenge it. They smoothly arrived at the area where the boss was located. Xingyun still had a face without any expression. Boss Shang, ahead is the habitat of the cliff dragon python. Lin Shen looked in the direction Xingyun pointed. He could see, amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a peak soaring into the sky, straight like a utility pole. It was longer and narrower than the surrounding peaks. At the base of this highest peak coiled an enormous white python. It was Lin Shen's first time seeing the cliff dragon python. He couldn't help but gasp, so big. Yeah, it's quite spectacular, right? I was also shocked the first time I saw it. It was more than just spectacular. The body of the cliff dragon python was taller than a house, and what was terrifying was that it was incredibly long. It coiled around the peak, reaching a height of 100 meters, with its head resting on the peak, sleeping. Such a creature could no longer be considered an ordinary animal. A level 50 area boss. It feels like it has already entered the realm of cultivation, right? Does Boss Shang know how to deal with the dragon python? Yes, I understand. Then let's get started. I'll arrange for a healer to go up with you. Lin Shen shook his head. I saw the screenshot. Only 2 people can stand up there. The healer might not be able to withstand it. Otherwise, I'll go up myself. Are you sure? It wasn't that Lin Shen was sure, but rather helpless. The distance to the 10,000-year zombie was limited. At such a height, he could only go up with the 10,000-year zombie. Lin Shen glanced at Qingyun. Do you have a healer who can withstand it? Stop with the polite talk. If you had a healer who could withstand it, you wouldn't need me. Hee. Your smile is more like a grimace. It's quite funny. Lin Shen shook his head helplessly and began to climb the peak. The members of Qingyun's sect were all waiting below. The higher he went, the more shocking the sight of the snake's body became. When Lin Shen stood at the peak, he looked at the snake's head, which was just within reach, and saw that each of its sharp teeth was larger than his own body. Phew, that's really terrifying. It was unclear whether the sleeping cliff dragon python heard Lin Shen's voice or caught a whiff of his scent. The massive creature slowly opened its eyes. Those cold, emotionless pupils reflected Lin Shen's figure, just a meter away. The feeling of being stared at by such a giant made Lin Shen uneasy, sending chills from his feet to the top of his head. Come out, 10,000-year zombie. Even though he knew it was fake, he still felt a bit scared, so Lin Shen hurriedly summoned the 10,000-year zombie. When the coffin appeared, Lin Shen realized how cramped the peak was. He almost got pushed off by the coffin. Rustle. As he shifted his feet, he nearly fell. It really is small, no wonder it's hard to handle. From the foot of the mountain, Lin Shen and the 10,000-year zombie could only see their vague silhouettes in the clouds. The members of the Qingyun sect were also buzzing with discussion. Boss, can Shang Tianzi really hold up? Who else in Ningdu City can withstand it besides him? Yes, his defense is famously high, but the problem is, he's alone, without a healer. Then there's nothing we can do. If he can't hold up,
We'll have to wait until everyone is at level 5. Stop talking nonsense, get ready, everyone replenish your status. Okay. Under their tense watch, Lin Chen also received a message. Boss, they are ready. Good, zombie. Whether you can handle the area boss depends on you. Grab it. The 10,000-year zombie roared but didn't jump up. It simply reached out and grabbed the dragon python's head. There was simply no place to stand. Put. The 10,000-year zombie's sharp claws dug into the dragon python's white scales, leaving behind green scratch marks. The zombie's claws instantly injected venom, causing the cliff dragon python to become poisoned. This skill was key for the 10,000-year zombie to hold onto the boss. It has begun. Shang Tianzi attacked. Wait, listen to the command, attack only after the aggro is established. Xingyun didn't rush to order an attack. Whether Lin Chen could withstand it was still a question. They couldn't see him. His gaze was fixed on Lin Chen's health bar within the team. Provoked, the cliff dragon python threw its head back and let out a thunderous roar, then, it charged forward with its head. Despite having such long teeth, it chose to ram with its head. The key was that Lin Chen had nowhere to hide. He could only grit his teeth and say, "It's coming." He closed his eyes and braced himself for the impact, not knowing if it was a setting issue. Bang! A deafening crash echoed. Lin Chen's head felt like it was smashed. 10,000-year zombie, minus 1,548. Lin Chen, minus 3,009. It was brutal. With that kind of attack power, if the healer got hit, they would probably die. Lin Chen quickly started taking potions. I've got aggro, let's fight. He hurriedly messaged the team. Fortunately, the dragon python's attack speed wasn't very fast. As the second attack came down, Lin Chen held the healer's gourd and began to heal himself. With increased attack power, the healing was sufficient, and he could barely hold on. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. But unexpectedly, the members of Qingyun's sect showed no intention of attacking. The 5 from the Heavenly King and Underworld King quickly shouted, "Why aren't we attacking yet?" Qingyun glanced at them and calmly said, "No rush. Let's see if Shang Tianzi can really hold up." What do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted to attack? We want to attack, but didn't you see the boss's health? The boss's health was indeed terrifying. With 2 billion health, it was worthy of the title of area boss. So what if it has health? 2 billion? With our 200 people, we can take it down in about an hour, right? Yes, almost, but if your leader can't hold on, then we're all dead. Besides, the merchant's son isn't a meat shield. Give him some time, and he can draw more aggro, making it hard to shake off the hate. The Heavenly King and the others finally understood his meaning. The rationalist was right. What Qingyun said made sense. If Lin Chen couldn't hold on for a minute, then what was the point of fighting? Losing Lin Chen alone would be enough. But why did it sound so unpleasant? Qingyun's gaze was fixed on Lin Chen's health bar, as if he were silently chanting something. He took a one-time health potion, and he's also taken a continuous health potion. With a 20-second cooldown, he's regained some health. Does he have other means to heal? Oh, the healing is back. At this time, his health potion cooldown should be up. If that's the case, it means he can hold on. This boss can be killed. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyun finally reached a conclusion. He shouted, "Brothers, the merchant's son is holding on. Let's go." Oh my, as expected of the merchant's son. Yeah, he can hold on by himself? Brothers, let's kill. The people of Qingyun's sect finally made their move. They unleashed a barrage of attacks on the cliffside dragon python coiled at the foot of the mountain. The sound of strikes echoed, and damage notifications floated above the dragon python's head. Lin Chen's first regional boss, the final task of the mysterious egg, had finally begun. The cliffside dragon python's attacks were quite simple. It just kept ramming its head. Perhaps it was designed for this kind of fighting style. It would only perform a special attack once a minute. The special attack involved opening its mouth and spraying a large amount of venom at Lin Chen and the 10,000-year zombie. Lin Chen had nowhere to dodge and could only let the venom wash over his head. Damn it, is this a bath for me? With that stinking venom pouring down, Lin Chen had no time to clean up. He kept taking potions, healing himself, and then healing the 10,000-year zombie. Looking at the cliffside dragon python's health, it had been about 10 minutes, right? Yet, they hadn't even taken down 1/10 of its health. Why is it so slow? Boss, this snake's defense is just too high. The people from Qingyun's sect are hitting for hundreds. Who can withstand that? No, you guys are experts hitting for thousands, which is reasonable. For us little Karami, hitting for hundreds is more reasonable. Wow, so bad yet so arrogant. I have no words. Alright, stop arguing. It's just a temporary team-up. Bear with it, and it'll pass. Indeed. The hardest part about this boss was Lin Chen's position. As long as he could hold on, it would be easier to fight. Fortunately, Lin Chen had plenty of potions in his inventory, otherwise, it would be tough to say. It would probably take 2 hours to defeat it, starting from 3 hours. But the problem was, the longer the delay, the greater the chance of unexpected events. There were few people here, but it wasn't empty. Such a commotion naturally attracted a lot of attention. 3 hours was too long, enough time for many to react. The people from Qingyun's sect are attacking the cliffside dragon python again. Ha, they really are persistent. Who says they aren't? This is the umpteenth time. That's a regional boss. There's only this one boss in the entire Yunwu mountain area, so it must drop good equipment. Who doesn't know that good equipment drops? If you can't beat it, what can you do? Even the 3 major factions haven't touched it. You might not know, but this time they called the merchant's son for help. They should be able to take it down. The merchant's son? He might really be able to hold on. This news quickly spread throughout Ningdu City. Many people's first reaction upon hearing it was to rush for the boss. Lin Chen watched the boss's health decrease slowly, feeling worried. He said to the team, "Be careful, someone might steal the boss." But Qingyun calmly replied, "This boss isn't something anyone can steal, it can't be taken. From a rational perspective, this is indeed the case, no one can steal this boss. However, he ultimately does not understand human nature well enough. Sometimes, it's not just about stealing the boss. If they can't defeat it, then no one should be able to, otherwise, someone will get jealous." Sure enough, after an hour and a half of fighting, the health of the cliff dragon python had already dropped to 50%. A change occurred. Qingyun's sect is really lively. Tisk tsk, when did the great merchant dynasty and Qingyun's sect become in cahoots? Brothers, let's show them some strength. Suddenly, a large group of people charged in. Among them were 3 factions, the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the Spirit Energy Academy, and the Invincible Orcs. These 3 factions are all ranked in the top 20 in Ningdu City and usually have a bad relationship with the Qingyun sect. They had long heard that the Qingyun sect was fighting. It just took them a little time to gather people. Each faction brought nearly 100 people, totaling around 300, even more than the Qingyun sect. The key point was that all the Qingyun sect members were engaged in fighting the boss and couldn't defend at all. Qingyun's face turned ugly. How could this happen? Logically, they shouldn't want to offend the great merchant dynasty. Stop thinking logically. It's been an hour and a half, find a way to resolve this. Lin Chen's expression was also grim. It seemed Qingyun had anticipated this, but the facts proved that the great merchant dynasty's face wasn't very useful. The boss still has a lot of health. Let's discuss something. Qingyun, what do you want to discuss? We won't disturb you, just give us each faction 1 million gold coins, and we'll turn around and leave. 1 million gold coins? Are you out of your mind? We've already calculated for you. A regional boss can drop items worth up to 5 million gold coins. Qingyun sect, Great Merchant Dynasty, each 1 million, and the 3 of us each get 1 million, which is very reasonable. Haha, right? Don't you always talk about logic? You still don't understand such a simple principle? The leaders of the 3 factions wore mocking expressions. Reasonable my ass. At this moment, even the most rational Qingyun couldn't help but curse. The highest record for a regional boss was about 5 million in drops. But not everyone drops that much. Some regional boss might drop around 50,000 gold coins. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? What's the point of fighting the boss then? So that means there's nothing to discuss. Qingyun's face darkened. Is this your attitude towards negotiations? The advantage is mine now. We can negotiate however we want. If you don't want to negotiate, then let's not. The people from the 3 factions directly flipped the table. Brothers, kill the Qingyun sect. They clearly knew that the Qingyun sect wouldn't agree to their demands, so they deliberately made it so harsh. Now they directly began to attack the Qingyun sect members. Qingyun was also decisive, shouting in the team, "Everyone stop attacking the boss, kill the people from the 3 factions. Those in the guild online, hurry over." He would call for reinforcements, and the people from the 3 factions would also call for reinforcements. The outdoor group PK began. Experts continuously joined the battle. Fortunately, the Qingyun sect members didn't drag the boss with them. They turned around and fought the 3 factions. The boss remained firmly in Lin Chen's hands. The battle, involving nearly 600 people, was incredibly fierce. Lin Chen, however, kept cursing. Damn it, what a bunch of lunatics. Now he was the only one left holding the boss, while the 4 main streamers from the Great Merchant Dynasty were outputting damage alongside Gue Gue. The regional boss primarily focused on high health and defense, making it difficult to take down. Although their group was strong, it was estimated that they could fight for 2 days and still not kill it. Moreover, regional bosses have a characteristic. In order to prevent players from exploiting bugs and slowly whittling down the boss's health, each regional boss has a time value. Once the time is up, the boss will enter a berserk state, instantly killing everyone nearby. What should we do, boss? Should we keep fighting? Why not? we've been at it for so long.
Lin Chen stood at the peak of the mountain, clearly seeing below where it looked like hundreds of ants were fighting each other. With the Qingyun sect in such a state, it was clear they wouldn't be able to defeat the boss. Lin Chen shouted directly in the guild chat, "Brothers in the guild, hurry over to the cloud cliff to fight the boss. Hurry up, we can't hold out much longer. Boss, we're on our way. We're setting off now, give us 15 minutes. That's too long, move faster." Indeed, while Lin Chen had plenty of potions, they were still limited.
He couldn't just keep consuming them indefinitely.
At that moment, the boss still had 50% health left. Giving up would be too regrettable. The 4 major guilds at the foot of the mountain were fighting fiercely. Players were constantly dying, while new players joined in, and those who had died rushed back to rejoin the battle. However, they all had an unspoken understanding. The 3 major guilds only attacked members of the Qingyun sect, not daring to touch the 5 from the Great Merchant Dynasty.
Why is it so hard to defeat a boss?
Just as Lin Chen felt helpless, a nonchalant voice suddenly came from beside him.
I didn't expect Ningdu City to be so lively.
Well, where there are people, there are conflicts.
Lin Chen instinctively replied, but then suddenly realized something was off.
He was currently at a height of 100 meters, at the top of a towering peak, standing alone.
Where did that voice come from?
He quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound.
His pupils constricted.
Not far from him, there was a massive sword, over 10 meters long, floating in the air.
Sitting cross-legged on the sword was a man in a gray robe.
The man lazily rested his hands on his knees, propping up his chin, curiously staring at Lin Chen. Above his head was a name, Crazy Thomas, Vast Star Sea, Hongdu City. The first was his name, the middle was his guild, and the small text indicated which city he was from. Lin Chen showed a look of astonishment when he saw him.
"It's you." Crazy Thomas looked even more surprised. "Oh, you know me?" "I do." Bang! Lin Chen was hit repeatedly while chatting with Crazy Thomas.
The undisputed number 1 in Hongdu City, first in both the level and equipment rankings.
It's a pity your guild is a bit lacking.
Although Lin Chen was being hit, he recounted Crazy Thomas's information as if it were common knowledge.
Crazy Thomas smiled. "You're flattering me. I didn't expect to be so famous."
Now, more and more players were reaching level 50.
All cities were interconnected.
Once a player reached level 50, they could directly use the teleportation array to go to other cities. There were already many top players' profiles on the forums. As the number 1 in Hongdu City, Crazy Thomas naturally had his own profile. After the initial surprise, he assumed Lin Chen had seen a post about him. Lin Chen wasn't surprised that he had come. What truly surprised him was Crazy Thomas's flying sword. In this world, flying swords were considered flying vehicles, not mounts. Each profession had its own flying vehicle, which could be obtained by completing tasks in the inner sect upon reaching level 60. The contribution points required for inner sect disciples were quite high, comparable to those of an elder in the inner sect.
Level 60, inner sect disciple.
No matter how he looked at it, Crazy Thomas seemed insufficient.
Could it be a hidden profession?
Lin Chen muttered to himself, but he didn't have time to worry about Crazy Thomas. The cliff dragon python in front of him was enough to keep him busy. Crazy Thomas looked at Lin Chen and sighed. "You truly are the number 1 in Ningdu City. This boss is so fierce, and you can actually hold your ground."
Lin Chen smiled and said, "No, you are the number 1 in Hongdu City. I'm not."
But the next moment, his smile froze. He slowly turned to look at Crazy Thomas.
In a deep voice, he said, "I'm not the number 1 in Ningdu City. Are you here to find me?" "That's right. I came specifically to find you." "What's the matter?" "To invite you to join our organization." "Your gang?" "Sorry, I have my own gang, and I'm the boss. It's not weaker than yours."
Even without considering its commercial value, the current Great Merchant Dynasty is a pretty strong gang, at least with high cohesion.
There's no reason to join the Vast Star Sea.
Although Crazy Thomas is undoubtedly the number 1 in Hongdu City, his Vast Star Sea probably wouldn't even make it into the top 5 in Hongdu City.
Saying it's not weaker than his is already quite emotionally intelligent and flattering.
Crazy Thomas, however, shook his head with a smile. No, it's not my gang, but an organization, a spontaneous organization, an organization in the game of the world, and also in reality.
It was quite convoluted.
Lin Chen understood, though. The so-called organization he mentioned should be something like the Ningdu Merchant Alliance, a verbal organization among players.
He couldn't help but feel interested and curiously asked, "What organization?" "The number 1 alliance in the world." "That's quite a bold claim." "Ha, you think so too, right?" "When they came to invite me at first, I thought the same. But after joining, I didn't think that way anymore." "It's very fitting."
"Why?"
"Because everyone inside is recognized as the number 1 in their respective cities. An alliance made up of the number 1s from 108 cities across the country."
Lin Chen stared at Crazy Thomas. Saying it like that, this alliance indeed sounds impressive.
No wonder it's called the number one alliance in the world. But Lin Chen couldn't help but be curious again. Since they are all number ones, what does this alliance do? Who is the enemy? What are the benefits? No enemies, that's the benefit. Indeed, having no enemies is a benefit in itself.
Crazy Thomas was full of confidence. Join us, and we'll help each other, whether in the game or in reality. That's our number one alliance in the world.
In reality? Sorry, I'm very busy. I really don't have time to join any organization. You've mistaken me.
He thought Lin Chen would gladly accept. After all, such an alliance sounds impressive at first glance, and once made public, it would earn respect from the world. There's no reason not to join.
But he didn't expect Lin Chen to refuse outright. The smile on his face froze, and he curiously asked, "Why?" Lin Chen grinned and said, "I'm very busy making money."
The organization does sound good, but in this world, there's no such thing as free benefits. They are all communities of interest, coming together because of mutual benefits. The great merchant dynasty is just like that. Lin Chen doesn't believe the number one alliance in the world has no interests at all. When they say alliance at the time of joining, it could become very troublesome later when interests become entangled.
We thought at the meeting that Big Watermelon could be the number one in Ningdu City, until you became the deputy master of the sect. We thought you were someone important, but now it seems you have a short-sighted view.
Crazy Thomas's expression slightly turned cold. That might really disappoint you. I don't want to be any number one. I'm just a rich guy.
Are you sure you don't want to join us?
Sure. Then I have no choice. I forgot to tell you our number one alliance in the world's rule.
What rule? If your strength threatens Big Watermelon, then you must be killed.
As he spoke, Crazy Thomas slowly rose from his flying sword, his gaze sharp as he stared at Lin Chen. If you don't want to join, then we can only invite Big Watermelon to join, and he is not the absolute number one in the world. You are an obstacle, so you must be killed until you can no longer threaten Big Watermelon's position as number one.
Crazy Thomas looked down at Lin Chen, his voice carrying a warning tone. I actually appreciate you, but don't force me to kill you. Speaking of which, now would be a good time to do it.
Lin Chen was single-handedly taking on a regional boss, which was indeed impressive. But Crazy Thomas was also a formidable expert.
All right, I'll join.
You. Crazy Thomas was momentarily at a loss, staring at Lin Chen in shock.
Don't look at me like that. You're about to kill me, and I can't join? No, you're the top expert. Don't you have any principles? It's just a matter of being killed. What are principles worth? Do you want me to join or not?
Crazy Thomas's face turned red as he struggled to find a rebuttal. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was unbothered, thinking that if there were no benefits to joining, then it was fine. After all, it wasn't mandatory, and he could always back out later.
At the very least, he couldn't die now. So, are we part of the same organization now? You won't help me? What do you mean, Help me fight the boss. We can't be in the same organization and not help with a boss fight.
Crazy Thomas found himself unable to come up with a reason to argue. I haven't even told you.
Let's fight first and talk later. Stop dawdling. Get moving. It was shameless, but what could he do if he couldn't find a reason to refute?
Crazy Thomas found himself caught up in it. Standing on his flying sword, he began to deal damage to the serpent-headed creature. I have to say, his class was quite impressive. He was experiencing the ability to fly on a sword as a swordsman at such an early stage.
Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, "What's your class?" "Sword Master." Crazy Thomas didn't hide it. His hidden class didn't serve any purpose in secrecy.
Anyone from Hongdu City knew that sword flying was too obvious. Except for some special dungeons and scenarios, I can fly on my sword almost anywhere, making me nearly invincible.
He wore a proud expression.
Lin Chen understood that in the early stages, he was almost invincible, especially since his attacks were ranged.
But the damage output is a bit low.
The sword energy struck the cliff dragon python, dealing only half the damage of a 10,000-year zombie. Crazy Thomas didn't mind. Sacrificing some attack power to increase attack range and the ability to fly on a sword is not a bad trade-off. Lin Chen didn't think this class was that impressive. It was useful before level 60, but after that, some experts could gain the ability to fly on a sword within their sects.
It lost its advantage.
They chatted casually while the battle below raged on. The public chat channel was constantly scrolling.
Damn it, Xingyun sect. I've tolerated you for too long.
Don't think you're tough just because you have a level 2 base. My equipment score is higher than yours.
More people? With our 3 factions, what do you have to say? Want to fight the boss? Did you ask us first? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can't you speak? If you can't, get lost.
More and more people joined the battle, and the onlookers grew in number. Damn, it's really intense. Grab the loot, brothers.
I just risked my life to grab a piece of golden equipment.
It feels great to loot. Damn, even picking up a potion can net $300.
those looting were overjoyed. Even the experts from the big factions couldn't help but join in. They weren't afraid of getting hit, every little bit counted. The three major factions were relatively restrained and didn't attack them, allowing the onlookers to profit immensely. What a waste of money! Lin Chen felt a twinge of envy. If it weren't for the fact that the cliff dragon python was already half defeated, he would have ordered the people from the great merchant dynasty to loot as well. But just as he thought that, suddenly, a ranged attack began to rain down on him. After one round, he and the 10,000-year zombie were nearly taken out. Lin Chen directly cursed in the public channel, "Who the hell dares to hit me?" He stood at the peak of a 100-meter-high mountain. To reach him, even ranged attackers would have to get halfway up the mountain. Thinking of this, Lin Chen stuffed a pill into his mouth while looking towards the middle of the mountain. White-clad sword sect, you bunch of bastards are looking for death. In the middle of the mountain path, which was only wide enough for one person to pass, stood more than a dozen players, all from the white-clad sword sect. If it weren't for their advantageous position, they could probably take Lin Chen down in an instant. Shang Tianzi, today is your day. Ha, revenge is here, revenge is here. Kill Shang Tianzi first. The people from the white-clad sword sect had been made fools of by the entire city during the Luoha sect incident. They had always wanted to kill Lin Chen. There hadn't been many opportunities before, but now was the best chance. Damn it, white-clad sword sect, are you looking for death? Dare to touch our boss, we will never let you go. Tian Wang and the others shouted urgently. But on the way up the mountain, there were also a dozen people from the white-clad sword sect blocking their path. The white-clad sword immortal disdainfully said, "You still expect your gang members to come to your rescue? Don't think about it. Although you have many people, I've already sent 200 to block them. They definitely won't make it here in a short time." Hearing his words, Lin Chen's face turned ugly. No matter how he calculated, he hadn't expected someone to dare to retaliate against the great Shang dynasty at this time. "Boss, not good. We are being ambushed by the white-clad sword sect. Yeah, they sent 200 people. Their strength is not weak. We might not be able to win." The gang chat channel also confirmed the news, proving that the white-clad sword immortal's words were true. The overall strength of the great Shang dynasty was still too weak. To gather 200 people in such a short time, many vendors had stored their equipment and rushed over, but they still couldn't break through the blockade. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. This is too much. The health of the cliff dragon python was at 50%. It would be a pity not to fight it. What to do? What to do? He suddenly looked at Crazy Thomas. "Hey, locomotive. I'm called Crazy Thomas. Whatever, I'm not part of the #1 alliance in the world now? Help me." Crazy Thomas frowned slightly. "Killing these dozen people is no problem. But how can I help against a gang of 200? Is this it? Is this the #1 alliance in the world? What's the use of joining?" Lin Chen began to mock. Crazy Thomas gritted his teeth. "Wait a minute. Ding, player, Crazy Thomas invites you to join the group chat. #1 alliance, do you agree?" "Agree." Ding, successfully joined the #1 alliance. "Welcome, Shang Tianzi. Looks like the locomotive has successfully received you. The #1 alliance gains another general. Welcome, welcome." Ding, player, Wind and Cloud Hero, distributes a lucky red envelope, 8,888 gold coins. Lin Chen casually grabbed a red envelope, getting 847 gold coins. "Ha, thank you, I'll be counting on you for guidance in the future. You're too polite, we're all brothers from now on." The alliance agreement is in the group announcement. Brother Shang can take a look. The atmosphere was quite good. "Wait, I came here to recruit people." "What do you mean?" "Shang Tianzi, I and Crazy Locomotive are being attacked. What do you say?" "Hey, it's not that they are attacking you, they aren't attacking me. That's not the point. What I want is your attitude." He had made up his mind. If the other side didn't help, he would directly leave the group, taking the 800 gold coin red envelope for free. The chat group of the #1 alliance had always been harmonious. Who would have thought that a troublemaker would come in? The people of the #1 alliance were all undisputed top players in their respective cities. With such a presence, plus a fairly decent gang, no one dared to provoke them in any city. But how did Lin Chen run into trouble as soon as he joined? He really was a troublemaker. The Wind and Cloud Hero said, "When we established the first alliance of the world, we stated that we would share honor and disgrace. Since someone dares to provoke us, let them see the strength of our first alliance." What the Wind and Cloud Hero said makes sense. It's not impossible. I'm already at the teleportation master, and I'll be arriving in Ningdu City soon. Let's go, I want to see the excitement too. Lin Chen didn't expect this group to be quite loyal. There were a total of 80 people in the group. Over 60 of them were coming, all top experts above level 50. This was beyond Lin Chen's expectations. Without wasting words, Lin Chen sent the method and coordinates to reach the Cloud Edge Cliff into the chat group. Once the world was connected, communication became very simple. Just teleport from their main city to Ningdu City. Then, depart from the Ningdu City post station to Qingyun Town, and finally ride to the Cloud Edge Cliff. It should take about 10 minutes to arrive. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. 10 minutes, I might not be able to hold on. Train engine. Don't call me train engine. Leave those 10 or so people to me. Crazy Thomas stepped on the flying sword beneath him. The flying sword fell like a shooting star, heading towards the middle of the mountain. Such a large flying sword was naturally noticed by the people of the white-clad sword sect. Boss, that person is coming down. Damn, stepping on a flying sword, so cool. What's the use of showing off? He seems to be one of Shang Tianzi's people. Who cares what he's stepping on, just kill him when he lands. Kill me? Just with you bunch of little karamais. Crazy Thomas scoffed. He was a hidden class, and a very powerful one at that in the early stages. Although his attack power was slightly lower compared to swordsmen of the same level, that was only under the condition of the same level and equipment. Crazy Thomas's gear was top-notch, the best in Hongdu City. He pointed in mid-air, and a sword aura shot out, slicing through the air towards a Taoist priest. The Taoist was equivalent to a mage class in other games. With high attack and low defense, the opponent was just a level 40 warrior. How could a level 50 hidden class's attack be withstood? With a piercing sound, it seemed to strike the Taoist's vital artery. Critical hit minus 18,129. This terrifying output made the people of the white-clad sword sect widen their eyes. What the hell? The white-clad sword immortal exclaimed, one shot? How is that possible? How can he be this strong? It's fake, all fake. Crazy Thomas's output surpassed the understanding of the white-clad sword sect. In the entire Ningdu city, probably only Big Watermelon had such an impressive attack. Shang Tianzi is strong, right? His zombies also need 2 to 3 hits to kill someone. This guy stepping on a flying sword can one-shot someone? Just as Crazy Thomas was about to attack again, the white-clad sword immortal hurriedly shouted, Wait, I'll pay. Crazy Thomas stood on the flying sword, looking disdainfully at the white-clad sword immortal. You despicable person taking advantage of others' misfortune, you aren't qualified to know. Ignoring his words, he struck simply and unadornedly towards a hunter. The common flaw of ranged classes is low defense. Unsurprisingly, another player was once again one-shot by Crazy Thomas. The white-clad sword immortal gritted his teeth. Damn it, give up the attack, kill this bastard. High attack means low defense, and the same applied to Crazy Thomas. With just over 10 of them attacking simultaneously, the white-clad sword immortal clearly underestimated the capabilities of hidden classes. Crazy Thomas stood on the flying sword, looking quite reserved, with his right hand behind him, raising his left hand. Sword aura shield. In an instant, countless sword auras surrounded him, and the attacks of the 10 or so people were all blocked by these protective sword auras. How is this possible? The attack can't break the defense? What kind of defense skill is this, so perverse? While they were in shock, Crazy Thomas simply pointed casually. Another player was eliminated in an instant. In just a moment, the white-clad sword immortal, along with a dozen ranged classes, had lost half of their numbers. In their anger and disbelief, they could only helplessly give the order. We can't win, retreat quickly. Retreat, hurry up. They couldn't believe it. Nearly 3 groups of skilled ranged players were being slaughtered by an unknown player, fleeing in a miserable panic. Damn it, where did this expert come from? What the hell? Why is Merchant's son so lucky? Damn it, it's not that we can't kill Merchant's son. As long as the time is up, he still won't be able to defeat his boss. Right, the boss is right. We go back and block the people from the great Merchant dynasty. Merchant's son won't be able to defeat the boss either. If he can't defeat the boss, our goal will be accomplished. The white-clad sword immortal quickly led his people to regroup with the main force. Without Lin Chen, the great Merchant dynasty was actually not much different from the white-clad sword sect. Not to mention crushing them or anything. At least they could stop them from reaching the cloud cliff. Oh no, it's starting to fight over here too. With all that commotion over there, Qingyun's sect is about to collapse, and now this side is joining in? That's great. We can change places to pick up equipment. It's the people from the white-clad sword sect and the great Merchant dynasty. Oh no, the people from the great Merchant dynasty are all rich. Why are they fighting? Hurry to pick up stuff. Qingyun's sect was just a gang. Although it was stronger than the other 3 gangs, it was ultimately outnumbered. Gradually, they couldn't hold on, and more were dying.
so they stopped coming. The battle between the Great Merchant Dynasty and the White-Clad Sword Sect was even more captivating. Those watching and picking up equipment all ran over to see the excitement. The foot of the mountain was still crowded with people. Lin Chen, however, was growing increasingly anxious because the countdown for the Cliff Dragon Python's rampage had begun. The Cliff Dragon Python will enter rampage mode in 2 hours. Countless people gathered at the Cloud Cliff. After watching the Qingyun sect battle the three major gangs, thinking there was nothing more to see, now it was the Great Merchant Dynasty against the White-Clad Sword Sect. Many people surrounded, some wanting to pick up equipment amidst the chaos. Others simply started live streaming to explain the battle situation. The strength of Qingyun sect is too different from the three major gangs. The battle was resolved quickly, but the Great Merchant Dynasty and the White-Clad Sword Sect are worth watching. Wait a minute, isn't Merchant's son supposed to be very strong? Don't you know? Merchant's son is tanking the boss, looking like a fool. Tanking a regional boss all by himself, it's hilarious. Can you tank? Not to mention that. Anyway, the Great Merchant Dynasty is in big trouble this time. Everyone liked to buy things from the Great Merchant Dynasty because it was cheap, but everyone hoped to see Merchant's son suffer. It wasn't cash, so it was impossible to make everyone happy. They wanted to see the rich man have bad luck. The crowd continued to grow. Even Shangwan Tianga came to watch, coldly smiling in the crowd as he said, "Isn't Merchant's son the one who loves to bet the most? Let's bet. I'll open the market." Is there even a need to open the market? The White-Clad Sword Sect is still a bit weaker than the Great Merchant Dynasty. Don't be fooled by the back and forth now. When Merchant's son comes back, he will definitely turn the tables. Shangwan Tianga smiled and said, "What if the content of the market is different?" "What do you mean?" "I'll open the market and bet on whether Merchant's son can defeat this boss." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. If you were to say whether the Great Merchant Dynasty could win, there was still some suspense, but to say whether Merchant's son could kill the boss, that was a no-brainer. There was a 98% chance he couldn't. So how do you open the market? Shangwan Tianga clasped his fists to those around him. "I believe everyone knows who I am. I will guarantee the opening of the market. The gamble is whether the Merchant Emperor can defeat the boss. If he can, it's 1-to-1, if not, it's also 1-to-1. Oh, this odds seems quite good. 1-to-1? Aren't we going to lose everything? This business is bound to profit." The eyes of these people sparkled. 1-to-1, just place your bets. But some were cautious. They knew that during the First Guild War, the White Robe Sword Sect and the Heavenly Palace were in cahoots. Shangwan Tianga thought the same way. The White Robe Sword Sect was his ally, and he wanted to see how much money could be made. If it wasn't profitable, he could set Lin Chen up. If it was very profitable, he could let the White Robe Sword Immortals people leave, thus helping Lin Chen. Later, he could distance himself from the White Robe Sword Immortal using the betting odds, achieving 3 goals at once, but he still underestimated the player's intelligence. Some didn't know about his relationship with the White Robe Sword Sect, but they weren't fools. The Heavenly Emperor is at least a big shot. He should know some insider information. Yeah, both sides have 1-to-1 odds. That raises suspicion. I see a trick to scam us. Let's bet on the winning side. Yes, let's bet on the winning side. Shangwan Tianga quickly applied for the official betting tickets. Only this could be traded with peace of mind. While the Great Merchant Dynasty and the White Robe Sword Sect were in fierce battle, he happily sold tickets. Although the amount each person bet wasn't large, the crowd was significant. Hundreds of people were watching the excitement, and the number of attendees was trending towards 1,000. Shangwan Tianga was also cautious. Lin Chen was running a points membership card, so he created discount coupons. As long as they placed a bet, based on the amount wagered, they could receive discount coupons for purchases at the Heavenly Palace store. The more they bet, the greater the discount. Otherwise, he wouldn't even care about the small amount of money won from betting. Don't miss out. Click to trade directly. Shangwan Tianga's business was thriving. In just a few minutes, he sold over 10 million gold coins. Over 10 million? Damn! Where did all these rich folks come from? Seeing the betting results, he was even more delighted. So many people are betting on winning? All were at 1-to-1. About 7 million bet on winning, while only over 3 million bet on losing. With the price difference, he could make a profit. This meant that as long as Shangwan Tianga didn't let Lin Chen kill the boss, he could earn over 4 million gold coins for free and sell a bunch of discount coupons. Achieving 3 goals at once, how could he not be happy? Good. I can skip the pretense. Merchant Emperor, oh Merchant Emperor, today is your day. This is so damn satisfying. Money was trivial, happiness was what mattered. Shangwan Tianga directly messaged the White Robe Sword Immortal. If the Merchant Emperor fails to defeat the boss, a reward of 1 million gold coins. There's a bonus? The White Robe Sword Immortal was overjoyed, shouting to the crowd, "Brothers, let's take down the Great Merchant Dynasty. Let them see the strength of our White Robe Sword Sect." Ha!
Great Merchant Dynasty, let's see who comes to save you this time.
From now on, anyone from the White Robe Sword sect should keep their heads down.
Shangguan Tianga wasn't a fool. He had done his homework before launching this ambush.
The three strongest guilds in Ningdu City had good relations with the Merchant Emperor. The Jiangnan swordsman from Jiangnan Hall had business today and was abroad for a board meeting. The city of the Great Emperor was fighting another regional boss, which was much harder to defeat. At this rate, it would take at least 2 hours to finish. With a single brick, I'll crush you. Everyone will clear a dungeon. In short, the three guilds won't come to support.
2 hours, Merchant Emperor, let's see how you hold up. Shangguan Tianga was indeed talented, accounting for all variables.
As the number of deaths in the Great Merchant Dynasty increased, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction.
Merchant Emperor, oh Merchant Emperor, this time, you've finally fallen into my hands, right? The results continued as he had anticipated.
To kill the 50% health cliff dragon python would take at least over an hour.
And now, the time was drawing ever closer to that hour.
At this moment, even if the people from the Great Merchant Dynasty drove away the white-clad sword sect, it could only be defeated without any interference.
Shangguan Tianga was already confident of victory.
He was even thinking about how to reward his subordinates when suddenly a cacophony of voices erupted.
What the hell? What kind of mount is that? Damn, what a cool weapon. A sword and a knife? 2 weapons can be equipped at the same time?
Who are these people? They feel so powerful.
A group of players in bizarre outfits suddenly appeared at the edge of the battlefield.
Among these players, some were clad in swords and knives, some wore general's armor, and others were dressed as llamas.
In any case,
they represented various professions that were usually hard to come by.
Looking at the names above their heads, none were repeated.
They all came from different cities and different factions.
Hey, they are players from other cities. Are they here to join the fun too? Our Ningdu city is livelier. No. What's wrong? Did you forget? You need to be at least level 50 to use the teleportation array.
Are you saying all these dozens of people are level 50 players?
Oh my god, that's incredible. Once the players from Ningdu City realized this, they were even more shocked.
Currently, only Daxigway in Ningdu City was level 50.
The second-ranked, Jin Bufan, was still fighting a boss.
Yet, over 70 level 50 players had appeared, completely overturning the perceptions of the other players.
It could only be described as unfathomable. This is terrifying. There are 70 Daxigwa here. I thought it was impressive, but hearing you say that makes it seem quite funny. What are they doing here? Shangguan Tianga was also staring at them in a daze. Wait, who exactly are these people?
However, this group exuded a strong sense of pressure.
As they approached, the players from Ningdu City instinctively parted ways.
The leader, a player named Feng Yun Xiaka, spoke amidst the curious gazes of the crowd. The first alliance of the world has come for our ally, the Great Merchant Dynasty. The Merchant's son is a member of our first alliance of the world. Anyone who dares to offend the Merchant's son is an enemy of our first alliance.
The first alliance of the world? What is that? Yeah, I've never even heard of it. I've been on the forums for so long, and I really haven't heard of it.
Just as they were curious, Feng Yun Xiaka continued, our first alliance of the world has always been Loki, but today we should appear before the world.
Brothers, kill. Shangguan Tianga widened his eyes. What's going on? They just started fighting without a word? Wait, did they say they are from the Great Merchant Dynasty? Seems like they said they are allies?
Oh my, it feels like they are raising private armies like in ancient times. As they charged in, everyone was both surprised and curious.
But when they began to kill within the crowd, curiosity and surprise turned directly into shock. A knife, a sword, a spell, all were instant kills. Even the tanks fell in just 2 to 3 hits. So strong, terrifying, truly terrifying, strong, terrifying. These 3 words could only describe it.
What elite soldiers of the white-clad sword sect and the Great Merchant Dynasty were in front of these 70 people was like vegetables, being chopped up.
They're dead. Wait, all dead?
In just a few minutes, because of the addition of these 70 people, over 200 members of the white-clad sword sect were all dead.
Shangguan Tianga said in a daze, all dead? How could they all be dead? At the same time, the private chat of the white-clad sword immortal rang, boss, should I still deliver?
Now he even used the word deliver, which showed just how desperate the white-clad sword immortal was.
70 people killing our 200 like slaughtering dogs? If we go again, many in the guild will lose levels, and they will be unhappy. Where do these people come from? Shangguan Tianga also wanted to know. The onlookers around were equally shocked. So strong. They won. The Great Merchant Dynasty won. The #1 alliance in the world, such a strong and domineering name. The Heavenly Emperor is indeed a big shot. he predicted this, looks like we bet right. The Heavenly Emperor is impressive.
Everyone marveled at Shangguan Tianga's connections, which were so predictable.
What could Shangguan Tianga say? Right now, all he could do was force a smile. Too weak. What white-clad sword sect? Nonsense. The great merchant dynasty is still a bit lacking. Don't tarnish our allies' reputation. Today is the first battle of our #1 alliance in the world. We must fight. The Wind and Cloud hero stepped forward and said in a deep voice, from now on, the merchant's son will be one of us in the #1 alliance in the world. Anyone who opposes him is opposing our #1 alliance. Weigh your own worth. This was to support Lin Chen while also bringing the #1 alliance in the world into the public eye. Let's go help the merchant's son kill the boss.
While everyone was still in shock, the experts from the #1 alliance in the world and the great merchant dynasty left, only then realizing,
it seems they went to help the merchant's son fight the boss. Let's go take a look. There were only 40 minutes left until the cliff dragon python went berserk. Lin Chen had already given up.
Gritting his teeth, he said, forget it, we can't fight anymore. Damn it, white-clad sword sect, our grudge is set. But just as he was about to give up, Crazy Thomas suddenly said, they're here.
Here? Lin Chen looked down the cliff in shock.
He saw the people from the #1 alliance in the world and the great merchant dynasty had all arrived.
About 300 people in total. Boss, we're here. Boss, you've worked hard fighting the boss. Brothers, hurry up. This is great. We can still fight the boss.
The people from the #1 alliance in the world and the great merchant dynasty unleashed a barrage of attacks on the cliff dragon python. The 200 people from the Qingyun sect had fought for an hour and a half, only managing to take down 50% of its health. The people from the great merchant dynasty were about the same as the Qingyun sect. However, those 70 experts from the #1 alliance in the world had truly insane output.
70 people actually had higher output than 200.
This was Lin Chen's first time experiencing the terror of the #1 alliance in the world.
TSK, all #1, really impressive. The cliff dragon python's health was dropping rapidly.
A dignified regional boss, with 50% health, was actually taken down in just half an hour. A pile of loot fell at Lin Chen's feet.
Ding, mission completed.
Mysterious egg, congratulations, you have successfully killed the regional boss.
You have gathered all the monster's resentment and now meet the conditions for birth. Go back and find the divine beast elder. The mission was finally completed.
Plus, he got a ton of loot.
Phew, finally done. Completed, it's over. I won. I bet 100,000 gold coins, and I won. Awesome, I just saw that these experts' attack power is incredible. Just one of them is probably stronger than a big watermelon. #1 alliance in the world. I remember this name. Shangguan Tianga was not only shocked but also angry. Damn it, how does everyone know him? Everyone was amazed by the strength of the #1 alliance in the world.
Lin Chen was also shocked. Coming down from the peak, he looked at the crowd around him.
He clasped his hands and said, thank you all. We just met, and you came to help me fight the boss. Don't mention it. We are all from the #1 alliance in the world. We stand by each other, brotherhood. Things here are almost done. We need to head back. From now on, if there's anything, just speak up. Then we'll take our leave.
The members of the world's #1 alliance summoned their mounts, which were all among the top-ranked steeds in the city.
Lin Chen nodded and thanked them again. Everyone, do come often and visit my great merchant dynasty.
It seemed that joining this alliance was quite good. He watched as each person tore up their return scrolls and bid farewell to Lin Chen.
The onlookers around couldn't help but marvel. Wow, he really knows the merchant emperor. I still don't understand who these people are. Go check the forum. There must be some clues. Right, all cities are connected, and we can check the forum now.
Now, when accessing the forum, one could directly switch cities to change forums. Many bloggers specialized in transferring information from other city forums. They indeed found information about the world's #1 alliance. The world's #1 alliance, an arrogant name, but if you understand them, you wouldn't think it's arrogant. To join the world's #1 alliance, there's only one condition: you must be the undisputed #1 in your city, the absolute #1. You read that right, the world's #1 alliance has a limit of only 108 members, and these 108 are all absolute #1s.
What terrifying power that is.
But for now, it's just rumors. There will definitely be major moves in the future. Upon seeing this post, everyone truly understood the terror of the world's #1 alliance.
No need to wait for the future, they are already making moves. In just a few minutes, someone posted, World's #1 alliance debut, Indu City Cloud Edge Cliff, 70 people turn the tide. They even attached a video of the world's #1 alliance making their peak entrance, taking down the white-clad sword sect. Many people left comments below. Oh my, it's the Storm Swordmaster, the number 1 on our city's level and equipment rankings. Crazy Thomas, he's the number 1 on our Hangdu city's level and equipment rankings. The Merchant Emperor has joined them too? Didn't they say he was just a merchant? You don't know this? The Merchant Emperor is now the first vice sect master of our Hangdu city, no, the entire world, and the number 1 on the pet rankings. The world's number 1 vice sect master. This must be the reason why Big Watermelon couldn't join the world's number 1 alliance. Everyone browsed the forum and basically understood the terror of the world's number 1 alliance. The Merchant Emperor actually joined such a terrifying organization. Everyone, while you're all here, let me say a few words. Lin Chen suddenly addressed everyone. I rarely fight bosses, and today I finally got to fight one, but that snake nearly crushed me. I won't say much about the grievances between the 3 major factions and the Qingyun sect, but the white-clad sword sect has obstructed my great merchant dynasty, and I will remember this debt. I am a businessman. To put it bluntly, I'm just a stall owner, and I should get along with everyone. However, today I will go against the teachings of my ancestors. I, the Merchant Emperor, representing the great merchant dynasty, have decided to declare war on the white-clad sword sect. After returning to the city, I will apply to the system for a permanent enemy status. No peace until the white-clad sword sect is destroyed. How ruthless! To destroy the opposing faction? Faction NPCs indeed have this function. 2 completely hostile factions can apply to the system for a hostile relationship without the other party's consent. Once applied, if they encounter each other on the road, the opposing factions' names will be read, and killing them won't result in a red name. Moreover, killing also results in a loss of levels. If they really apply, it means no peace until one side is wiped out. In the early game, no faction would do such a thing. Those who truly want to level up wouldn't join such factions. The 2 factions in Hangdu City that were fighting fiercely had never applied for a hostile relationship. Who would have thought the first to apply would be someone from the great merchant dynasty? Lin Chen looked at the shocked crowd and smiled. This time, I trouble everyone. Let's disperse. Great merchant dynasty, back to the city. Yes, boss. As soon as the words fell, everyone from the Great Shang dynasty used the return scroll to head back to the city. The scene was just as shocking as when 70 masters each rode off on their mounts. This was meant to tell everyone that the Great Shang dynasty could fight any battle. Once everyone from the Great Shang dynasty had left, the onlookers were still buzzing with excitement. Wow, this is really thrilling. It's truly a fight to the death now. There's more excitement to watch. The Great Shang dynasty is at its peak. The White Robe Sword sect is doomed. I wonder how they will retaliate against the White Robe Sword sect. Not to mention them. Even the people from the White Robe Sword sect were feeling anxious. No, boss, I just died 3 times and lost 3 levels, and you only give me 1,000 gold for potions? Yeah, boss, from now on the Great Shang dynasty is our permanent enemy. What should we do? Can we still level up properly? Boss, why did you provoke him? You were having fun fighting just now, weren't you? Player, Yushing has left the guild. Player, Bone King has left the guild. Player, Madmanly has left the guild. Several masters left the guild in succession. Now everyone was pushing to break through level 50, and with such a sudden turn of events, how could those masters continue to level up? Their choice to leave the guild was quite reasonable. The White Robe Sword Immortal's face turned ashen, and he quickly informed Shangguan Tiange about the situation of the White Robe Sword sect. Boss, what should we do? We tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. We lost both the lady and the soldiers. With your mouth full of rhymes, are you preparing for the entrance exam? You don't know your White Robe Sword sect is so trash? I manage you, and you end up like this? Do you deserve such a high salary? The White Robe Sword Immortal was dumbfounded, gritting his teeth for a long time before saying, Boss, my back is not good. If your back is not good, why not go see a doctor? He wanted to say he couldn't carry such a heavy burden, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, Shangguan Tiange had given him too much, otherwise, who would endure this humiliation? Every time they wanted to deal with the Shang Tianzi, it was him who lost face, and every time the blame fell on him. Think about how to handle it yourself. Shangguan Tiange irritably closed the dialogue box. Useless. Who told you to mess with my master? Ning Tianzi laughed from the side. When have you ever won? Although the words were not wrong, Shangguan Tiange was just not convinced. Where did this number 1 alliance in the world come from? My master is not some small character. He is the number 1 person in Ningdu City. Shangguan Tiange never understood. Since he was such a big shot, why didn't he know him? He knew almost everyone with a bit of status in Ningdu City. Even those he didn't know, with a little investigation, he could generally find out. Such a person must be very wealthy in reality. Could he really take a few $100 million to get a deputy sect master identity? Even he, if he did that, would be kicked out of the house by his grandfather the next day. Yet, despite all this, he couldn't find out the true identity of the Shang Tianzi. Shangguan Tianga looked at Ning Tianzi. You have to help me with this matter. Ning Tianzi quickly raised his hand. No, don't look for me, he is my master, and I can't find out either. Shangguan Tianga was very clear about Ning Tianzi's identity.
If the Shang family was the number one family in Ningdu City, then Ning Tianzi's family was the richest in Ningdu City.
Brother Shangguan, the game is the game. There's no need to involve reality. What can you do if you find his real identity? Don't do anything foolish. Ning Tianzi was not a fool. He knew that Shangguan Tianga was investigating the Shang Tianzi's real identity just to deal with him. That would be illegal. Shangguan Tianga gritted his teeth and said, You must know something. I don't know, and even if I did, I can't tell you. Your current state is not right. Brother, I know your dad's ex-wife has a daughter. If you tell me the true identity of the Shang Tianzi, I can help you deal with that daughter. How about it?
Ning Tianzi quickly said, No, don't drag me into this. That's my dad's daughter. Just because she's my ex-wife's daughter doesn't mean she's not my sister. It's only right that she gets her share of the inheritance.
Shangguan Tianga was momentarily speechless.
Ning Tianzi didn't seem like a very foolish person. After all, that was half of the wealth of the richest man in Ningdu City.
Ridiculous. Unable to hold back a cold laugh, he said, You really surprise me. I've heard that woman has run into trouble several times. Wasn't it you who did it? What? How would I know? Ning Tianzi's eyes widened. However, seeing that Shangguan Tianga didn't look like he was lying, there was no need to lie about such things. A little investigation would reveal the truth.
After a moment of thought, his expression changed. He didn't want to touch his sister, but someone else did, his mother. Without wasting more time with Shangguan Tianga, Ning Tianzi directly logged off. Wait, why are you running? Shangguan Tianga gritted his teeth, feeling helpless. Shang Tianzi must know you. I have to drag him out this time. He secretly thought, and soon a plan formed in his mind. Ningdu City. Lin Chen had just finished giving instructions in the gang. He had put all the equipment dropped by the Cliff Dragon Python up for sale in the shop. Ah, what a pity. No equipment suitable for me. But it's fine, the mission is complete. After everything was set, Lin Chen summoned his pet, Zhua Huangfeidian, and was about to head to the Luoha sect to complete the mysterious egg task. But at that moment, the Heavenly Emperor blocked his path. Lin Chen squinted his eyes.
Heavenly Emperor? Looking for me? That's right. Can you give Shang Tianzi some face and have a talk?
Heh, if you're here to plead for the White Robe Sword sect, I think you should forget it.
I've already applied to the NPC. I'm not here for that. Do you know your disciple has already revealed your identity to me? Shangguan Tianga smiled, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, trying to read his micro-expressions.
Lin Chen was shocked.
What do you mean he knows my real identity?
That Ning Tianzi, that cheap disciple, always acting mysterious, gifted me Zhua Huangfeidian at the start, and even formed an alliance with my opponent to openly deal with me.
Everything seemed strange. How could he know my true identity? Impossible. It doesn't make sense.
Besides Lin Wen, no one else knows who I am.
Could it be that Lin Wen leaked it? That shouldn't be possible. Ah, this bastard is tricking me. Lin Chen's confusion was evident on his face. Seeing this, Shangguan Tianga became even more certain. He's not confused or unaware, he's shocked and uneasy. Looks like I guessed right. Heh, Shang Tianzi, can we talk now? Talk about what? How do we talk? Shall we change places? Change places? Can't we just chat privately? This is a game.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes.
Fine, private chat is okay.
I booked a table at Guangda Building today and invited Li Stowning to have a drink with you to resolve our grievances.
I don't even know you. You're crazy. Get lost. You. Yes, I'm talking about you. If you have the guts, kill me.
Without saying another word, Lin Chen directly controlled Zhua Huangfeidian to leave.
Real identity? What the hell?
Lin Chen had seen him in real life before.
If Shangguan Tianga really knew it was him, would he still talk like this? Realizing everything, he understood that Shangguan Tianga was trying to trick him. Not feeling satisfied, he cursed again. Don't let me see you again, idiot. Then, he deleted him and blocked him. Shangguan Tianga was filled with rage but couldn't retaliate.
He trembled with anger.
Shang Tianzi, Luoha sect. Lin Chen, filled with anticipation, finally returned to the Beast Elder.
The Elder of the Divine Beast looked at Lin Chen in surprise.
Well, Elder, can you hurry up and help me hatch it? I can't hatch it. What? You can't hatch the task you gave me? Are you kidding?
Lin Chen widened his eyes. After all the effort he put into completing so many tasks just to meet the prerequisite for hatching, and now you say you can't hatch it? The Elder of the Divine Beast smiled and said, Vice Sect Master, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking.
What do you mean? Lin Chen had a bad feeling. If you have something to say, it means there's more to do. Sure enough, the Elder of the Divine Beast sighed. This egg was obtained too mysteriously. Even I don't have the ability to hatch it, but I know someone who can.
Who? In the purple bamboo forest, Senior Chumu, he is someone from the Beast Master sect, one of the top 3 beast masters in the world. The vice sect master can go find him to help hatch the mysterious egg. Ding! Task updated. Task content: follow the guidance of the elder of the divine beast to the purple bamboo forest to find the reclusive Chumu and ask him to help hatch the mysterious egg. Task reward? Lin Chen helplessly slapped his forehead. Here we go again. Are you guys not tired of this? Can't you just give it to me directly? Hee, vice sect master, don't force me. I really can't hatch it. Got it. Got it. Lin Chen had just declared war on the white-clothed sword sect. The people of the great merchant dynasty were waiting to kill the people of the white-clothed sword sect with him, and now another series of tasks came up. Purple bamboo forest? Why have I never heard of this place? Hee, that's a place where immortals reside. The vice sect master's level might not be able to go. So you're saying I can't complete it now? Not that it's completely impossible. Can you just say it all at once? Find the sect master. The sect master's spells can let you appear anywhere in the world instantly. Ding! Task updated. Task content: heed the advice of the elder of the divine beast and find the sect master to go to the purple bamboo forest. That's it, right? Hee, that's it. Lin Chen turned around and left. This elder of the divine beast spoke in circles, really annoying, and he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Ha, vice sect master, if you hatch it, remember to bring it back for me to see what it is, okay? I might be able to help you. Remember to come back. The elder of the divine beast specifically emphasized this point. Although Lin Chen was quite annoyed with this elder, he still kept it in mind. He arrived in front of the sect master's hall. The sect master always met him through holographic projection. Vice sect master Shang, we meet again. Sect master, please take me to the purple bamboo forest. I already know your intention, but you are not level 50, you can't withstand my teleportation power. Ding! Task updated. Please come back to find the sect master after reaching level 50. Damn, I'm done. Lin Chen cursed loudly and turned to leave. This broken task, going around in circles, still wouldn't let him go. The second henchman just doesn't want me to have it, huh? What kind of thing is so mysterious? Lin Chen, although curious, felt helpless. Now he could only find a way to level up to 50 first. Boss, where are you? We've already declared war on the white-clothed sword sect. What should we do? Should we team up to clear out their leveling people? I just saw them go to the green bamboo forest. Of course, I have a task in the green bamboo forest. Let's form a group to go there. Green bamboo forest? The chat in the gang reminded Lin Chen. Now that he was at war with the white-clothed sword sect, it wouldn't be good to be half-hearted, and this green bamboo forest seemed to be. What level map is it? A level 45 map. Okay, I'll take a task and come over. After defeating the cliff dragon python, Lin Chen's level rose to 48, ranking 18th in Ningdu City, a rather auspicious position. After searching in Ningdu City for more than 10 minutes, I accepted a few quests in the green bamboo forest. I'm ready, form a team with me. The boss is here, team him up. Ding, player, Shinwan-san invites you to join the team, do you agree? Agree. Congratulations, you have joined Shinwan-san's team. The green bamboo forest is a level 45 map, and Jian Bufan is almost level 50, so they couldn't possibly come here to level up. There are simply too many people in the level 45 map, so I formed a temporary team. I recognized all 5 people in the team. Shinwan-san, 10 years little Aotua, 1,000-hand audience, intermittent neuropath, and a lover of beautiful women. All 5 of them are level 45 players. Level 45 is already considered the backbone of various factions. However, Shinwan-san is a vendor, which means he is from the Qianjintang faction, the weakest in the entire Great Merchant Dynasty, and they spend most of their time vending. Level 45 is still quite impressive. As Lin Chen hurried towards the green bamboo forest, he said in the team chat, "How's the situation over at the green bamboo forest?" Fortunately, there are quite a few brothers from the battle hall here, so the other side can't stir up much trouble. The king said, if we're going to kill, we should target their high-level players. Once the high-level ones retreat, the white-clad sword sect won't have anyone formidable left. We can do quests while killing. It's quite enjoyable. It really is enjoyable. Hee. I don't even want to go back to vending. Vending can't be neglected. After all, we're here to make money. Don't worry, boss. I'm now the strongest vendor in the area. Don't be so optimistic. Be careful of the white-clad sword sect's counterattack. Lin Chen knew very well that the white-clad sword sect was not a small faction. Being in the top 20 in Ningdu City showed they had some strength. They wouldn't allow the Great Merchant Dynasty's people to kill at will. Don't worry, boss, there's a safe zone at the entrance of the green bamboo forest, and our people are vending there. As soon as the white-clad sword sect shows up, we'll get the news. Besides, what if they kill us? I'm just a vendor. Losing a few levels doesn't matter.
The green bamboo forest isn't very far from Ningdu City.
It only takes about 10 minutes on the Zhuahuang Dian to get there.
There is indeed a safe zone at the entrance of the green bamboo forest, which is a tea house. However, there are no NPCs for transportation, only some NPCs selling potions and quests. As a mainstream leveling map for level 45, there are quite a few people vending at the entrance's safe zone. At the resurrection point, members of the white-clad sword sect were cursing as they respawned. Then, right in front of Lin Chen, they left their faction. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly, Shangwan Tianga, oh Shangwan Tianga, this is just the beginning. Boss, are you there? I've found a group. The white-clad sword sect is fighting a mini-boss. Oh my, at this time, they still dare to fight a boss? Are they looking for death? They haven't noticed me yet. You guys hurry over, kill them and steal the boss. Killing and stealing bosses was something Lin Chen had never thought of doing in his life. It sounded thrilling. He used to be friendly with others, but now he finally had a legitimate reason to steal someone's boss. How could he miss it? He quickly said, I'm coming, hold steady, don't panic, wait until I arrive. To avoid attracting others' attention, Lin Chen got off the Zhuahuan Dian and ran toward Shenwansan on foot. The green bamboo forest is a vast expanse of bamboo, a green ocean.
Inside, it is incredibly spacious, filled with bamboo shoots and inhabited by a group of iron-eating beasts.
Of course, the most common wild monsters are the bamboo forest robbers and bamboo forest bandits.
Lin Chen also had a quest for the bamboo forest robbers, but right now, killing was the priority. He ran all the way and soon arrived at a waterfall in the green bamboo forest.
I must say, the scenery in this green bamboo forest is quite beautiful.
The splashes from the waterfall came at him like a fine drizzle.
Shenwansan was sneaking behind a nearby rock.
Meanwhile, a group from the White Robe Sword sect was indeed fighting a monster under the waterfall. The boss was a crocodile, larger than a truck. Bamboo forest crocodile, level 45 boss, crocodile? Seriously, they've brought a crocodile into the bamboo forest, is that reasonable? Ha, boss, who cares if it's reasonable or not? They've already taken down 40% of its health. I've observed for a while, this little boss has high defense, thick health, and low attack. It's easy to deal with. Just thinking about killing and robbing the boss made Lin Chen feel sneaky.
He quietly approached Shenwansan. Shenwansan was a hunter, quick to level up and low on resources, the best choice for stall owners and life profession players. Boss, how do we make our move? I've never robbed a boss before, I'm a bit nervous.
Lin Chen rolled his eyes. As if I rob bosses every day, this is my first time too.
What's the procedure? Do we kill it before it hits 50% health? This boss is tough to fight. Haven't you seen a pig run after eating pork?
We wait until they've done most of the work, then we go in and take them out. The boss will be ours.
Boss, you really are a bastard. Get lost.
Lin Chen and Shenwansan waited nearby, and soon the other 4 members of the team arrived. They all hid behind the boulder, watching the health of the bamboo forest crocodile slowly decrease.
20% left. Boss, it's time to strike.
Not yet. At the current rate, they'll need at least another 10 minutes to take down that 20%.
What do you mean, boss? We wait until it's at 5% before we strike. Damn, that's cruel. Killing them at 5% will probably give me insomnia.
The people from the White Robe Sword sect were also very alert while fighting this boss. How could they not know that the Great Shang Dynasty was out to kill them? Quick, increase the damage output, or the Great Shang Dynasty will see us.
Hey, what's the deal? We have to be on guard even against a small boss. There's no choice, we've really offended the Great Shang Dynasty this time. Stop talking, just keep attacking. Lin Chen and the 6 of them had conspired for so long, eagerly waiting for the health to drop to 5%. With a leap, they jumped onto the rock.
Lin Chen pointed at the crocodile and shouted, "Boys, take out the people from the White Robe Sword sect." With only 5% health left, they were about to kill it, and the group from the White Robe Sword sect was also eager to see what would happen.
But upon hearing Lin Chen's words, they exploded in anger. Oh no, it's the Great Shang Dynasty's people. Damn it, is this never ending? You 3 go block them for a bit, we 3 will keep attacking the boss. With 5% health left, they should be able to kill it in 3 to 4 minutes.
But when they saw that the leader was Lin Chen, despair showed on their faces.
It's Shang Tianzi. It's too late, we're all done for.
The 2 factions were now in a hostile relationship, to the death. Killing them wouldn't turn red, and they could drop equipment. There was no reason not to kill them. The 10,000-year zombie charged forward, heading straight for the nearest martial artist. The martial artist was supposed to be a meat shield, responsible for tanking the bamboo forest crocodile, and since this boss didn't have high attack, it wouldn't be a problem without a meat shield for a short time. But even if they could withstand the bamboo forest crocodile, they couldn't block the claws of the 10,000-year zombie.
Put. The claws sliced through the martial artist's body. Minus 4,987. Exaggerated health points popped up from the martial artist. Heavens, what kind of attack power is that? One hit took a third of my health? Hurry, heal me. I'm being chased. No time. I can't hold on. 3 minutes? Don't even mention 3 minutes. They couldn't last a minute.
As soon as Lin Chen made a move, all 6 members of the White Robe Sword sect were killed. Under the entire waterfall, only the bamboo forest crocodile remained.
They successfully took over the aggro of the bamboo forest crocodile.
Great Shang dynasty, you won't have a good death.
I'll get my revenge on you.
You guys are disgusting.
Brothers, we're rival gangs. Have you all lost your minds? Ha ha, still reluctant to return to the city?
The 6 members of the white-clad sword sect were filled with unwillingness, lying on the ground, not wanting to return to the city. They had been fighting this boss for almost an hour. With only 4% health left, it was on the verge of dying. Even if they rushed back now, it would be too late. They could only watch helplessly as the boss's health dropped to 1%. The boss was about to fall, and the 6 members of the white-clad sword sect had no choice but to feel helpless and furious.
Forget it, let's go. If it's gone, it's gone.
Just as they were about to return to the city, someone suddenly shouted, No, look,
the boss is running away.
At the moment the boss had 1% health left, it surprisingly swung its massive body and ran towards the bottom of the waterfall. No matter how Lin Chen and the others attacked, that last 1% of health just wouldn't drop. Ineffective.
What's going on? Why can't we kill it? Is it trying to escape? No, wait, boss, look. It's actually diving into the waterfall. Huh? Is it dead?
The 6 members of the Great Merchant Dynasty exchanged glances. No one expected that the boss's enormous body would get stuck halfway as it tried to dive in.
It's dead. Its corpse blocked the water falling from the waterfall.
They could vaguely see a huge cave behind the waterfall.
Oh my god, is this a hidden map?
The waterfall's current was very swift. Normally, players trying to get close would be swept away. Now, the massive corpse of the bamboo forest crocodile was half stuck under the waterfall, helping to block the water's impact.
It just happened to open a door for Lin Chen and the others. It really could be a hidden map. Let's go, hurry up, let's check it out.
Lin Chen had no idea there was a hidden map here. He guessed it was too long ago, and by the late game, no one discussed it anymore. Now, this was great. The members of the white-clad sword sect couldn't sleep at all. They watched as Lin Chen and the others walked towards the waterfall, gritting their teeth in frustration.
What kind of bullshit luck is this? How can they trigger a hidden map? Hurry and revive.
We can't let the Great Merchant Dynasty people take it like this. Quickly notify the gang.
The 6 of them hurriedly sent screenshots to the gang chat channel.
They rushed to revive at the entrance of the bamboo forest. Not caring about attracting the Great Merchant Dynasty members, they all mounted their steeds and anxiously rushed towards the bamboo forest waterfall. In just a few minutes, they heard the sound of the waterfall crashing, but when they looked up, the water pool was empty, and the waterfall fell without any obstruction. They were left wanting to cry but had no tears.
It's gone?
It must have respawned.
The boss's corpse also had a respawn time, about 2 minutes before it disappeared. No, it can't be. Let's check inside the waterfall. I'll go.
The leading fighter was filled with unwillingness. They had worked hard to defeat the boss and even found a hidden map. How could they give up now? He charged at the waterfall with his body. Knowing full well there was a cave inside that could be entered, the waterfall crashing down formed an insurmountable barrier.
Even the fighter was instantly swept away. I don't believe it. Attack the waterfall. The result was predictable. If it were that easy to get in, what would be the point of fighting the boss?
The 6 of them were soaked to the skin, only able to glare at the waterfall in frustration.
Looks like we have to wait for this boss to respawn. How often does this boss respawn? Every 4 hours. It's over, 4 hours? By the time it respawns, everything will be gone. I'm not willing to accept this. The Great Merchant Dynasty is too hateful. Merchant Emperor, may you die a horrible death. They could only curse outside. When will the brothers from the gang arrive? They arrived, what's the use?
The other side has the merchant's son.
What about the merchant's son?
Damn it, there's no such thing as the #1 alliance in the world. They're nothing to me, and I will never share the same sky with him. We'll guard outside and must kill our way back. Lin Chen naturally didn't know that the people from the White Robe Sword sect were still waiting for him to come out. He was currently inside a cave with 6 members of his gang.
The map showed the cave's name, Nameless Cave.
The first wild monster blocking their way was a boss. Dark magic spider level 50. Its massive body blocked the path of the cave with its claws and fangs.
What kind of map is this? How can there be a boss right at the entrance?
Lin Chen and the others exchanged glances.
Who cares? Let's kill it first. 10,000 year zombie, go. Bamboo Forest Bandit, go. Bamboo Forest Brute, go.
There were also 2 hunters in the team, making a total of 3 pets including Lin Chen's, but unfortunately, there was no healer. They hadn't wanted a healer anyway, as they were just there for PK. However, with Lin Chen around, there was no concern in that regard. A 10,000-year zombie could handle a small boss without any problem. But the issue was that this boss was exactly like the bamboo forest crocodile, even more disgusting. It would lose half its health, then suddenly run away, its 8 legs propelling it quickly through the cave. The 6 of them couldn't catch up at all.
What's going on? It just ran away? What's the situation here? Boss, should we chase?
Boss, something's not right. The communication is cut off.
Suddenly, one player said.
Lin Chen opened the chat channel. Aside from the current channel and team channel, the private chat channel and the guild chat channel, any channel that could connect with the outside world, were all unusable. This made Lin Chen furrow his brows. I don't know what's going on. And the return scroll is useless.
So mysterious? The many restrictions upon entering the cave only piqued Lin Chen's curiosity about it. Which good person's cave doesn't allow the use of teleportation arrays? Let's go, I want to see what's in this cave. The cave wasn't large, it was rather narrow. It could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. 3 people felt a bit cramped. The sound of waterfalls crashing echoed behind them. Up ahead, they could vaguely hear the sound of water droplets hitting the ground, creating an eerie and tranquil atmosphere. There were no other branching paths, so there was no need to discern directions. The group chased after the spider's tracks, rushing deeper into the cave. Just then, the second wild monster appeared before them. It was a worm larger than a python. Also a level 45 boss. The spider didn't get caught, and now there was a worm. Who cares what it is? Let's kill it first. It's against the natural order not to kill a boss. The group began attacking the worm. But after a few minutes, when the worm's health dropped to 50%, it suddenly ran away again. This time, it was even more straightforward, directly burrowing underground to escape. Lin Chen and the others couldn't catch up, watching as the worm left a hole in the ground. Shen Wansan's face looked grim. Boss, why do I feel like these bosses are toying with me? Where have you seen a boss that runs away? And we encountered 2 at once?
It should be normal. There are timid players among the players, and it's reasonable for some bosses to run away.
Reasonable my ass. I think it's the setting of this cave.
Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, helplessly saying, let's not worry about that for now, let's continue. This cave behind the waterfall was longer than Lin Chen had imagined.
During the journey, they encountered more than a dozen bosses.
Each one was different in form. There were snakes, bears, and mice. But they all had one common characteristic. When their health dropped to 50%, they would run away.
Lin Chen had no way to deal with them.
Each boss had its own escape method, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until an hour later that a light suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave.
Hey, boss, it's light. Could it be the exit? I thought it was some good map, and we wasted so much time? Is this really the exit?
Are the planners of this world really just bored and overindulged?
Yeah, what were all the bosses along the way for?
Boss,
could it be that each boss has its own unique way to be defeated? We just haven't discovered it?
Yeah,
are the dozen or so bosses just the rewards for this map? Should we go back and take another look? Go back? We didn't find anything on the way here, and you want to go back over it again? We'll listen to the boss.
As a few of them argued about whether to go back or go out, unable to reach a conclusion, they all looked at Lin Chen, waiting for his decision.
Since we're already here, let's go out and see. It's just a step away.
Lin Chen chose to exit the cave.
The boss is right. Let's go out and take a look.
Under the curious gazes of Lin Chen and the others, they turned a corner and, sure enough, found the exit of the cave.
Outside the exit was still a waterfall.
However, this waterfall was not as fierce as the one in the Qingzhou forest. It resembled more of a water curtain cave. There was no need for anything. They could walk straight out.
Let's go, see what's outside.
Just as they stepped out from behind the waterfall, the system's voice rang out.
Ding, congratulations on entering the hidden map, Purple Bamboo Forest.
What appeared before them was still a vast bamboo forest, but unlike the Qingzhou forest, this purple bamboo forest had purple leaves and purple bamboo. It's so beautifully purple. Indeed, it looks much more upscale than the Qingzhou forest.
Wait, we just went from one bamboo forest to another? What's going on? I don't see any wild monsters.
Shen Wansan and the others were discussing among themselves.
Lin Chen was already so shocked he couldn't speak. Is this a coincidence?
Ha, boss, what coincidence are you talking about? This was too coincidental. Originally, he wanted to find Luo Hishangren to go to the purple bamboo forest, claiming it was a hidden map, but Luo Hishangren said he needed to be level 50 to help him teleport there. Now, by chance, they had run from the Qingzhou forest to the purple bamboo forest.
Boss, what's wrong?
Boss,
why are you in a daze? Under the confusion of the five, Lin Chen came to his senses and quickly opened the quest channel to check. Sure enough, the quest had quietly updated. Hatch the mysterious egg. Quest content, by chance, arrive at the purple bamboo forest, find the reclusive Chumu, and inquire about the mysterious egg. Isn't this just my luck? Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim. His luck was too incredible. The mysterious egg that was supposed to require level 50 to hatch could now possibly be done at level 48. Boss, what are you mumbling about? That's a bit shameless. Yeah, it's normal for the boss to be a bit shameless. Lin Chen didn't mind their insubordination and smiled, saying, you guys are really cute. Wait, why do I feel like the boss is looking at us differently? Boss, if you keep this up, I might have to call someone. Brothers aren't appealing at all, sisters are much better. Joking aside, don't make fun of my preferences. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and jokingly scolded, what are you thinking? I sent for this map. We 6 will split into 3 groups, 2 people per group. Ha! Why split into groups? To find an NPC named Shumu. The boss is clairvoyant again? Shumu? I just checked the forum. No one has ever seen this map. How does the boss know there's a Chumu here? Following the boss means we can get rich. Who cares how he knows? We just need to follow his instructions. Let's go, search in 3 directions. Behind them was the waterfall, the cave they had come from, so there was no need to search there. The 6 of them split into 3 groups and slowly made their way towards the purple bamboo forest. Lin Chen and Shen Wansan were in one group, heading straight ahead. The sound of the wind rustled gently through the purple bamboo forest. The entire forest swayed like a purple ocean. I have to say, this purple bamboo forest is really beautiful. If the world charged an entrance fee, that would be amazing. I told you, the world wouldn't make money without our great merchant dynasty. You guys really can talk nonsense. By the way, has the boss found the NPC? What NPC? I haven't seen a single hair. They walked for a full 5 minutes without discovering anything. However, they did realize one thing. It seems like we're lost. I just noticed, this map has no coordinates, and the mini-map doesn't show anything. Where are you? I already said there are no coordinates. How would I know where we are? All around them was the purple bamboo forest, beautiful yet like a maze, with no reference points. The 3 groups quickly got separated. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Damn it, this was a bad move. What's the point of splitting up if we can't find our teammates? Even if he found Chumu, he wouldn't be able to locate his teammates. Now, trying to regroup was impossible. Just wander around, maybe we'll run into each other. This only made things more chaotic. Since they didn't know where to go, they wandered aimlessly, hoping to bump into their own people. Just then, one of the groups shouted in the team chat, damn, boss, I ran into a boss. The spider boss is here with me. We also encountered a boss, the one from earlier, it's an earthworm. They actually encountered the same boss they had fought earlier. This was precisely to prevent such situations from happening. Lin Chen had divided them into 3 groups. He and Shen Wansan were one group, 2 hunters in another, and a fist fighter with a Taoist in the last group. This way, they could handle situations as they arose. The bosses encountered in the cave didn't have very high attack power. As long as they could withstand it, they could kill them. Let's kill the boss first. As soon as he finished speaking, a boss appeared in front of Lin Chen and Shen Wansan. It was the bear monster from the cave earlier. Lin Chen and Shen Wansan exchanged glances. The bosses from earlier are all in this purple bamboo forest? What's going on? Is this map just for killing these bosses? Forget about that, let's kill it first. Lin Chen and Shen Wansan began to attack the bear monster. The 10,000-year zombie was born to kill bosses, and it didn't take long to defeat the bear monster, even faster than the other 2 groups. This time, the bear monster didn't escape. With a mournful cry, it crashed to the ground. Shen Wansan's eyes widened. Wait, boss, it didn't drop anything. No, there is something. Lin Chen, with sharp eyes, saw a copper piece crushed under the bear's body. Beast taming copper piece, fragment 5. Aside from the name, there was no other description of this copper piece. Shen Wansan asked in confusion, boss, what is this thing? Lin Chen shook his head. I don't know, I've never seen it before. Boss, after killing the spider, damn it, it dropped a beast taming copper piece. Me too, mine dropped fragment 16. I got fragment 8. What's the use? Damn it, we killed the boss and got nothing. Yeah, I feel like we've been played by the game. Lin Chen, however, fell into deep thought. He knew this was where Chumu was hiding, and Chumu was a master of the beast taming sect, one of the top 3 in the world. Beast taming fragments? It should be related to Chumu. It should be a complete set of copper pieces. Just now, we defeated a total of 16 bosses in the cave, and they all ran away, which means all 16 bosses are in the purple bamboo forest. Oh, it seems like the boss is right. The boss is the boss. I wonder why I can't be the boss. You're just flattering. It's making me want to vomit. Alright, stop the nonsense, let's keep searching. I feel that as long as we kill all 16 bosses, it will be effective. The three groups continued to search aimlessly in the purple bamboo forest. Besides the vast purple surroundings and the occasional bosses they encountered, they hadn't come across anything else. The beast fragments kept increasing. After spending more than an hour, they had defeated 15 bosses. Are the 15 copper pieces complete? Not yet. There should be a total of 16 pieces. We're missing 4 fragments. There should still be 1 cat monster missing from the bosses in the cave. Keep looking. The entire purple bamboo forest was so large, with 16 bosses, it should have been easy to encounter one. But now, with only 1 left, they couldn't find it no matter how hard they searched. After a long time, the 3 groups finally gathered together. Boss, here. They willingly handed all the beast fragments to Lin Chen. Boss, what should we do now? Should we keep searching? After all this effort, there must be something good, right? Then let's continue searching? The 5 of them looked at Lin Chen tentatively. But this purple bamboo forest is vast. Sigh, it seems these bosses are all triggered. They only appear when you enter their range. It's hard to find that cat. Of course we should keep looking. Do you have any other options besides searching? Yes, there were no other options. They couldn't find their way back and couldn't use the return city ticket. They couldn't get out. They could only leave after completing the task. The few of them helplessly looked around. The purple bamboo forest was endless, with no reference points. They didn't even know where they had missed that cat. If they really started searching, it would take a lot of time. But just then, Shinwan-san suddenly saw something and stammered, pointing behind the group, fur. What fur? Are you stupid? The others followed his pointing direction and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. At some point, the cat had silently appeared behind the 6 of them. No way, it came out by itself? Isn't it better that it came out? It saves us the trouble of finding it. Quick, kill it. Just as Lin Chen was about to act, the cat monster suddenly turned and ran. Here it comes again? It's running away? This time we can't let it escape. Hurry, chase it. It's our last hope of getting out. The 6 of them quickly chased after the cat monster. Where is it trying to run to? Boss, it seems like it's leading us. I don't know, right now, do we have any other choice besides following it? Lin Chen and the others had no choice but to follow the cat monster from a distance. However, gradually, they noticed something was off. The places the cat monster ran through were different from the purple bamboo forest they had seen before. There was actually a mountain path. It really seems to be luring us. Please don't say luring. Thank you. The behavior of the cat boss was already suspicious, and with the appearance of a new mountain path, it further confirmed the thoughts of Lin Chen and the others. But just then, a purple flying sword suddenly shot through the air. With a crisp sound, the purple sword pierced through the cat boss's head, nailing it to the ground. Purple blood flowed down the mountain path, pooling at Lin Chen's feet. The sudden turn of events left Lin Chen and the others stunned. What's going on? Is it dead? Just as everyone was puzzled, the scene before them changed. Suddenly, a figure floated down slowly, the tip of their toes resting on the sword's hilt. The person before them made an entrance so graceful, dressed in a purple robe, looking like a sword immortal. With a single strike, they killed a boss, and the name above their head read, Purple Bamboo Forest Third Disciple, Alang. Not the boss, it seems he stole our boss. He seems to be looking at us. Damn, this guy steals our boss and still looks so cool, really annoying. Is he an NPC? Could there be a quest? Alang crossed his arms, looking down at the 6 with disdain. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Who are you? Dare to enter my purple bamboo forest? We came to. Bold rascals, you killed 16 of my purple bamboo forest's pets. Hey, it was only 15, that one was killed by you. Hand over the beast-taming copper plate. No, since you don't want to hand it over, I'll have to kill you and take it from your corpses. Lin Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can this NPC let someone finish their sentence? Every time he spoke halfway, he was interrupted. It was clear he wanted to kill Lin Chen and his group, and all that talking was just to set the stage for the plot. Sure enough, as his words fell, Alang's name turned red, entering combat mode. Stop talking and kill him. 10,000-year zombie, go, block him. Under Lin Chen's command, the 10,000-year zombie extended its sharp claws towards Alang. Ding ding, 2 crisp sounds. Alang deflected the claws with a sword, looking at the 10,000-year zombie in surprise. Oh, where did you get such a pet? This NPC had quite a high IQ, but since the fight had already started, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to respond. He kept issuing commands. The 10,000-year zombie has stabilized, everyone attack, don't pull aggro. Aim for his back, hit his weak points for easier critical hits. Don't worry about anything else, leave it to me. Fighting the boss with Lin Chen was enjoyable.
there was no need to worry about whether they could withstand the hits, even without a healer.
Bang bang bang, attacks kept landing on Alang.
However, Lin Chen's expression grew serious. Such high attack, such high defense.
Yeah, no wonder he's a level 60 boss.
The 6 of them hitting him barely reduced his health by a little over 1,000. Alang's attack speed was very slow, quite reserved. With one hand behind his back, each attack was a single finger thrust, and the sword flying beside him would strike whenever he pointed. Each hit on the 10,000-year zombie dealt 5,000 damage. Lin Chen said solemnly, "Don't worry about his output, I've got this." Fighting a small boss was manageable.
But against this boss, relying solely on the zombie's health regeneration couldn't hold out for long. Before long, the boss's health had only dropped by 10%.
Meanwhile, the 10,000-year zombie's health was reduced by half.
The minions are going berserk. The minions are going berserk.
Lin Chen kept using skills, but there was still little effect.
Boss, should we kite?
If we keep tanking like this, it seems your zombie won't hold out first.
Alright, then let's kite.
Lin Chen initially thought of taking action himself, but since his teammates suggested it, he went along with it. He controlled the 10,000-year zombie to run. Although this reduced the speed of defeating the boss, at least it could hold out. The opponent was a semi-range attacker, using chi to control the sword, and even if they were 20 meters away, he could still hit. Lin Chen simply let the 10,000-year zombie run out of a 50-meter range. The essence of kiting was to control the attack range, letting the boss continuously chase the 10,000-year zombie while the others kept attacking. But what happened next nearly wiped out the 6 of them. Just when the 10,000-year zombie ran about 50 meters away, it indeed left Alung's attack range.
However, Alung did not chase after the 10,000-year zombie out of hatred.
Instead, he turned around and launched an attack on Shenwan-san. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword, dealing half of Shenwan-san's health with just that one strike. This caught the 6 of them completely off guard. "Boss, this is bad. He seems to ignore the aggro."
"Damn it, the aggro is clearly on the boss's zombie. Why is he attacking me?"
It was too late to say anything now. Alung's second sword strike was about to come. Fortunately, Shenwan-san was also a hunter. In a near-instant death situation, he continuously consumed pills, blocked the second sword strike, and with just a sliver of health left, he successfully used a skill to escape Alung's attack range.
Lin Chen dared not pull the boss anymore.
He brought the 10,000-year zombie back and took the brunt of Alung's attack.
Shenwan-san kept taking medicine, letting out a long breath.
"That scared me to death. I thought I was going to die.
What do we do now?"
"Boss, the boss doesn't take aggro. It seems we can't fight him."
"Should we run?"
"Where to run?
This is a hidden map, there are no NPCs, and we might never get back in."
"Then what do you suggest?" The 5 of them began to argue in frustration.
Who wouldn't be annoyed in such a situation?
They originally just wanted to go to the Qingzhou forest to kill a few people from the White Robe Sword sect and level up by fighting some wild monsters. In the end, they did kill 6 people, and they did fight the boss, but nothing dropped.
After spending several hours, they ended up with nothing?
They were all business people. The most frustrating thing was wasting time. That time could have been spent setting up a stall to earn a decent amount.
The argument was quite normal.
Only Lin Chen was deep in thought.
"Boss, what do you think we should do?"
"We'll follow your lead."
"Of course, if we don't listen to the boss, do you want to rebel?"
"Alright, stop talking. Let's hear what the boss has to say." Lin Chen squinted slightly. "There's no other way. I have to take action."
"What? What do you mean? Boss, haven't you been fighting all along?" But Shenwan-san suddenly brightened up. "Boss, do you mean you're going to attack too?" With Shenwan-san's reminder, the other 4 also realized something.
They exchanged excited glances and said, "The boss is going to take action.
Finally, we can see the boss in action."
"Don't worry, boss. We won't say anything. You don't have to kill us to silence us."
"Yeah, I swear, only the 6 of us know about this." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "Could you still kill people to silence them in the game?"
The entire Ningdu city knew that Lin Chen was a hidden class, but what class it was and what kind of attack methods he had were all unknown. Lin Chen had used this gimmick to gain attention for so long. Now that he was almost at level 50, the hype about what profession Shang Tianzi was had died down, and there was no need to hide anymore.
Moreover, he had the Luoha moon wheel as his weapon. Even if people found out, it didn't matter. "Watch closely." Shenwan-san and the others looked at Lin Chen with anticipation.
The next moment, he summoned his weapon, the Luoha moon wheel. The moon wheel, about 1.5 meters in diameter, circled around Lin Chen like a crescent moon.
"Wow, what a cool weapon."
"Boss,
is this the weapon from the leaderboard? The Luoha moon wheel? What attributes does it have?" "Shoo, don't disturb the boss." The Luoha moon wheel was the most suitable weapon for Lin Chen.
Because it was universal for all classes, once equipped, it could be combined with Lin Chan's sex skills to use the basic skills of all classes for attacks. Under the expectant gazes of the five, Lin Chan's body glowed with a green light that fell upon the 10,000-year zombie, plus 5,000 health. When that green number popped up, they were all stunned. Wow, so our boss is a healer. Is it possible that everyone in the world guessed wrong? This is outrageous, a healer is that strong? As expected of the boss, the healing is substantial. A regular heal can actually restore this much health. Lin Chan's healing shocked the 5 members of the team. Some had thought Lin Chan was a hidden class similar to a hunter, wielding a short sword or something. Others speculated he might be a Taoist, and given his tankiness, some analyzed him as a brawler. But no one guessed he was a healer. This was worth it, totally worth it. Knowing the boss's class makes this trip worthwhile. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal damage. Alright, although Lin Chen could only use the basic skills of other classes, healing the 10,000-year zombie was more than enough. He stabilized the fight against the boss again. The 10,000-year zombie's health slowly began to recover. Seeing that they could hold on, Lin Chen didn't hold back anymore and swung the crescent blade at Alung's forehead. Minus 2,847. What? Heavy blade technique? Isn't that a skill of the swordsman? Boss, you were a swordsman all along? No, it should be said he's a healing swordsman. This is too much. Why is the attack power so high? We barely hit 2,000 damage, and the boss hits harder than us? The 5 members of the team were shocked again. With such ample healing, his attack was still so high. Boss, you're invincible. I can already imagine how the world will react when they learn the boss's true strength. Shoo, if anyone says anything, they'll be kicked out of the guild. I was just joking. What kind of joke is that? Focus on killing the monsters. The 6 of them began to output their full strength, with Lin Chen occasionally healing the 10,000-year zombie, followed by fierce attacks. There were no more surprises, and they directly brought Alung's health down to 10%. After being pushed back, Alung cursed angrily, "Despicable scoundrel, you dare to plot against me. You NPC, your words are as empty as your farts. When did we plot against you? Stop wasting time with him, kill him." Alung seemed furious, but in reality, he was just momentarily angry. "I will return." After saying that, he flew away with a whoosh, leaving the 6 standing there dumbfounded. Damn, he ran away again. What the hell? Is this for real? Are we not allowed to kill the boss? Does this boss even die when we hit it? Even Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. He had never been this angry before. Even the 16 bosses in the cave were easy to deal with, and if they ran away, so be it. They would flee after losing 50% health. But this boss, after more than half an hour of fighting, ran away after losing only 10% health. "Planner, IU Planner," he shouted angrily at the sky. Just then, Shinwan-san suddenly pointed at the ground and shouted, "Boss, look, it's a copper piece." When Alung fled, he dropped a copper piece. It was the last piece they needed. "Looks like it's a quest, boss, just to have us gather these copper pieces. Could the reward be in the copper pieces? Boss, give it." Lin Chen took a deep breath and received the 4th piece, just enough to gather all 16 pieces. The 5 members of the team gathered around, curiously looking at the 16 copper pieces. "Boss, what is this thing for?" "Yeah, we spent so much time on this. It better be something good, ideally a divine artifact or something." "A divine artifact? Then we would be rich." Lin Chen also didn't know what these copper pieces were for, but the moment they were gathered, the system's voice rang out. "Successfully gathered the fragments. Would you like to restore them?" "Restore." After making the choice, the 16 copper pieces in his hand slowly began to float. Under the astonished gazes of the 6, the 16 copper pieces gradually coalesced together. Finally, it formed an ancient bronze token. Inscribed on it were the words, "Beast Master Token." Aside from that, there was nothing else, no hints about its use, nor any item description. "Is that it? What's the use of this? Why are you looking at me? Do I look like someone who knows?" "Boss, look over there. What is that?" Just as the Beast Master Token was restored, a tornado suddenly formed out of thin air, rushing towards the 6 of them. The speed was too fast. Before the 6 could react, they were instantly engulfed. Lin Chen wanted to run, but he couldn't escape the tornado, and even his 10,000-year-old zombie was blown into the sky. What the hell is going on? Is it going to send us out? No need to be so polite. I feel like throwing up. Ugh, don't spin anymore. The 6 tried to break free, but under the tornado's grip, they had no power to resist. In an instant, their bodies were swept away. Nothing was left behind, not even the corpse of the dead cat boss. It was as if they had never existed. Just as they were about to be expelled by the tornado, it finally dissipated. Their feet finally touched the ground. Damn, that was disgusting. I almost threw up. Oh my, where have we ended up now? The 6 had clearly exited the purple bamboo forest and found themselves in a delicate courtyard. "Boss,
look over there. There's a boss. No wait, it's a zombie, just like your pet. Damn, I have a scarier one here, a Chilan? Wow, it seems like something is hiding over there on the mountain, peeking at us. Outside the courtyard, there were pets everywhere, including 10,000-year-old zombies. There were zombies covered in red fur. There were even more terrifying zombies that Lin Chen had never seen before. Further away in the purple bamboo forest, divine beasts like Chilans were strolling about. This wasn't even the most exaggerated part. Just by looking up, one could vaguely see the body of a dragon coiled among the clouds. Behind the distant peaks, something enormous was hiding, its massive body unable to be concealed by the giant mountains. It peeked out with half its head, watching them. Such a scene was magnificent, even terrifying, making it hard to breathe. It seems we've arrived at an extraordinary place. Not just them, even Lin Chen was dumbfounded. He had never seen so many powerful pets in his previous life. The small courtyard surrounded by these pets looked so tranquil. In the center of the courtyard sat an old man at a stone table, with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a purple robe, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The two characters above the old man's head read, Shu Mu. Lin Chen's eyes widened, one of the top 3 beast masters in the world. I found him. After so much, he finally found him. The tornado just now must have been his doing. Shu Mu's indifferent gaze swept over Lin Chen and the others as he said, Little ones, you're quite impressive to have defeated my disciple. Oh, so that boss just now was his disciple. Crap. We're not going to have to fight him next, are we? He seems really formidable. No matter how formidable, can he compare to our boss? As long as our boss makes a slight move, it's already his limit. Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Don't drag me into your bragging. The man was one of the top 3 in the world, the most terrifying existence, without exception. With Lin Chen's memories from his previous life, he had played the game for so long and understood its background well. The first 50 levels were the Jianghu, and the latter 50 levels were for cultivating immortality. The Jianghu levels were just to help players adapt to this world. To truly step into the world, one had to reach level 50. That was the current common understanding in the world. The plot would gradually unfold from there. In the world of major sects, hidden masters, the top 3 in the world are something that all players talk about with great interest. Initially, these top 3 were exclusive to NPCs. However, as players grew stronger, they could challenge and defeat these top 3, taking their place. The so-called top 3 are categorized by profession. Swordsmen are the sword champions, knife fighters are the knife champions, and so on, with hunters being the beast masters. In simple terms, the top 3 are the 3 strongest individuals in that profession across the world, essentially an upgraded version of the leaderboard. It holds even greater honor and power than the leaderboard, making it one of the most important rankings to compete for in the later stages of the game. The most basic requirement for the top 3 is level 100, which means that the Chumu in front of them is a level 100 big shot. Lin Chen briefly explained this in the team. The members of the team widened their eyes. Oh no, we can't beat him. Fortunately, our boss is knowledgeable, otherwise, I was just thinking of going up to him and giving him a nose poke. Is this really a matter of knowledge? Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Did you not see his name is White? Have you all been blown silly by a tornado? But from what he said, it seems like he wants to take revenge for his disciple. We didn't kill his disciple. What revenge? Indeed, Lang ran away when he was at 10% health. But he did fight. What can we do? He's a hidden master. He shouldn't hold it against us. That's not certain. What if he suddenly changes like Lang did earlier, and his name turns red? We'd be doomed. The 6 of them were chatting casually in the channel in front of Chumu. In their confusion, Chumu finally spoke slowly. You all did well to defeat the traitor. I appreciate you. Traitor? You mean that Lang just now was a traitor? Yes, not only did he betray me, but he also stole my Beast Master token. Chumu then recounted a storyline. The whole situation was actually quite simple. Lang stole the Beast Master token. Chumu originally didn't care much. At his level, what did he lack? However, the 16 pets he raised in his yard secretly went out to help him retrieve the token. They indeed succeeded. To evade Lang's pursuit, they split the token into 16 pieces, with each of the 16 pets bringing one back. Unfortunately, Lang stealthily returned to the bamboo forest and ambushed these pets, leading to this storyline quest. Once Chumu finished speaking, the token in Lin Chen's hand floated up and returned to him. You 6 little ones helped me out. Although I don't really need it, I won't let you do it for nothing. Here are 6 secret manuals for you. As his words fell, the system's voice almost simultaneously rang out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest, Bamboo Forest Ripple. Obtained item, Beast Master Technique.
Learning level, level 50 quality, colorful Beast Master Technique, universal manual, learning it increases 1 pet slot.
Cannot be traded, cannot be dropped.
Seeing this book, Lin Chen and the others almost simultaneously widened their eyes.
Colorful?
6 books, with 6 people each receiving one, all of them were colorful.
Colorful, oh my, how much is this worth? It's not just about quality, this function is too outrageous.
With this book, it means all professions can have pets.
Unimaginable, the value is beyond imagination.
Too bad it's not tradable, sigh, otherwise, at least a villa would be in hand. Not just one villa, Lin Chen knew very well the value of this secret technique. Those wealthy players wouldn't hesitate to trade several villas for it.
Isn't this great?
Falling pies from the sky, after learning it, your strength will at least double.
The boss is right, it's a good thing after all.
Knowing that game skills could be brought into reality, Lin Chen was no longer so obsessed with wealth. At this moment, his excitement surpassed that of the other 5. The moment he obtained the Beast Mastery Scroll, he clicked to use it directly. Now, his pet slot had an extra space, turning into a henchman slot.
This meant he could now summon 3 henchmen.
He had truly caught this immense fortune. No wonder it's one of the top 3 in the Beast Mastery world. The generosity is impressive.
With a good pet, we'll be experts in the future.
Yeah, I've decided to level up properly. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. They would be grateful for obtaining this book today.
Chumu was pleased with the excitement of the 6 and said lightly,
"All right, this matter is settled, you may leave now." With a wave of his long sleeves, a whirlwind suddenly rose from the ground, ready to send the 6 away. Lin Chen hurriedly shouted, "Senior, I have something to trouble you with."
"Oh?"
Chumu's hand stopped, and the whirlwind ceased. Fortunately, Lin Chen hadn't forgotten the purpose of coming here. Otherwise, he would have to wait until level 50 to return.
He quickly took out the mysterious egg from his bag. "Senior, can you help me with something?" When Chumu saw the egg appear, his eyes lit up. "Where did you get this egg?"
Lin Chen didn't expect Chumu to react so strongly and said in surprise, "It was given to me by the elder of the divine beast of the Luoha sect."
"Oh, is it that little guy? Let me see it."
Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly handed over the mysterious egg. The other party was a level 100 big shot. If he really wanted to do something, Lin Chen couldn't stop him. Chumu took the mysterious egg and examined it carefully, admiring it as he looked. Good stuff, good stuff. Lin Chen was full of excitement. If even such a big shot said it was good stuff, then it truly was.
Could it be a dragon? A phoenix? I'm going to get rich. I can indeed help you hatch it.
Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. "Then I'll trouble you, senior."
"It's not a trouble, just that it requires money." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. "Money? A hidden big shot like you? What? Just because I'm hidden, I don't need money? I raise so many pets, do I not need dog food? Dog food? Do dragons eat dog food? A common way of saying it. I'm afraid you wouldn't understand. Besides, I only charge the cost price." "Cost price? Huh? Then how much?" "Not much, 1 million. How much?" Lin Chen was speechless. This wasn't much, just hatching an egg, and it costs 1 million gold coins? Hey, young people are so impatient. If you don't want to, this is the money, hurry up.
After the earlier bargaining, Chumu was no longer seen as a big shot in Lin Chen's eyes. He directly traded the gold coins to him.
After receiving the money, Chumu was very satisfied.
He slowly lifted the mysterious egg with one hand. He didn't know what technique he used, but a gentle light enveloped the entire egg. Under the light, the egg actually began to move.
Crack! It split. Looks like it was successful. "Boss, your egg has hatched." "Boss, aren't you happy?"
Indeed, logically speaking, the egg was about to hatch, and Lin Chen should be happy. However, his expression was not good.
Gritting his teeth, he said, "What about the cost? What happened to the agreed cost?" Just like that, with a wave of his hand, it was done, and he charged 1 million gold coins? Chumu rolled his eyes in a very human-like manner. "Do I use my technique for free? Don't I need to eat supplements?" "You make a good point. You're really black-hearted, even more than I am. Kid, take care of your egg."
Having been extorted for 1 million gold coins, Lin Chen had no way to get it back. He could only hold the mysterious egg, cradling it in his hands and shaking it gently.
"Boss, what exactly is this egg?"
"With a hatching fee of 1 million gold coins, it must be something impressive.
Maybe it's a dragon, or perhaps a phoenix. 1 million, that's 1 million.
How many days of selling would it take to earn that?" Shinwan-san and a few others leaned in, curious about what could hatch from an egg that cost 1 million to incubate. The words 1 million kept poking at Lin Chen's heart, reigniting his frugality. Just then, there was another crackling sound. A large crack appeared at the top of the eggshell. Lin Chen's attention was finally captured. He widened his eyes, curiously watching the mysterious egg. The eggshell slowly began to lift.
"It's coming out, it's coming out.
A small head poked out, adorably pushing against the eggshell, appearing before Lin Chen and the others. The 6 pairs of expectant eyes instantly froze. What emerged from the eggshell was a moth. That's right, what hatched from the egg was a moth, just like the one that comes out of a cocoon. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained your second helper, turning head moth.
It's not a dragon. What is this? It's a bug. Boss, you really got the short end of the stick. The others looked at Lin Chen with sympathetic expressions.
Lin Chen gritted his teeth, looking at Shumu, Sr.
Didn't you say there was something good inside? It is indeed something good, but I don't have it here. You mean not having it here means it's something good?
Hee hee, young people still focus too much on appearances. This moth is not an ordinary moth. It will bring you surprises in the future.
Oh, does it have some amazing bloodline skills? I can't tell you that.
The joy of beast taming lies in helping it grow slowly.
You can leave now.
Shumu didn't give Lin Chen a chance to argue, waving his hand, and a whirlwind suddenly arose, sweeping Lin Chen and the others away, making them vanish from sight. Once Lin Chen and the others had disappeared, Shumu looked up at the clouds and the distant mountains, chuckling softly. It's just a cub. What are you all afraid of?
Come out. Those terrifying giant beasts slowly poked their heads out. They were actually all afraid of the moth inside the eggshell.
When the whirlwind dissipated, Lin Chen and the others found themselves back under the waterfall in the bamboo forest.
What the hell? Did he just kick us out like that? No warning at all. Damn, I almost got sick again. Boss, take it easy. Lin Chen quickly opened his pet interface.
The first slot was occupied by a 10,000-year zombie, level 48, matching Lin Chen's level. The third slot was empty, to be filled by learning the beast taming technique. The second slot held the newly acquired pet, turning head moth. Turning head moth, level 1, description, a moth that looks completely unremarkable, an insect-type pet. Health, 100, mana, 1000, attack, 10, defense, 10. Seeing the description, Lin Chen's expression darkened even more, though the attributes were decent.
Level 1 actually has 1000 mana. It seems to be a mage-type pet. Wait, why is there no grade?
Lin Chen searched for a long time but couldn't find the grade of the turning head moth.
He didn't even know what color it was. The Elder of Divine Beasts should know something.
The Elder of Divine Beasts had once said that if a pet was really hatched, it must be shown to him. Although the task was completed, Lin Chen still remembered this.
You all play for now, I'm going to the sect.
Okay, boss. We'll stay here and level up by taking down the white-clothed sword sect.
Yeah, let's take them down.
After saying that, Lin Chen tore apart the return scroll in his hand. A flash of light, and his body vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the Luoha sect. He is now the vice sect master of the Luoha sect.
By designating the Luoha sect as a resurrection point and a return point, he no longer needs to run around.
Once again, he stands before the Elder of the Divine Beasts. The Elder looks at Lin Chen with an expectant expression. Vice sect master Shang looks radiant. It seems there's good news.
Did that egg hatch? How can you tell I'm radiant?
Lin Chen's face is full of frustration. The Elder, however, is impatient, like a child waiting for candy. Quick, let me see what it is. It's a turning head moth. As soon as the words leave his mouth, the turning head moth flies out of the void and lands on Lin Chen's shoulder. It looks quite cute, with snow-white wings that continuously emit a snowflake effect. Lin Chen helplessly says, Elder, you really know how to play tricks. This pet isn't that impressive. The Elder suddenly widens his eyes. No, this shouldn't be.
What shouldn't be?
Many demon beasts are afraid of this egg, so logically, it should contain a being of high bloodline. The facts speak for themselves. It looks weak. Wait, no, I haven't seen this demon beast before.
You are so easily startled. Let me check.
The Elder, still startled, pulls out a thick book from who knows where.
He starts flipping through it in front of Lin Chen. No.
In the insect category, there's no such thing as a turning head moth. What a silly name.
Just check it without insulting.
The Elder continues to flip through the thick book, and about a minute later, Lin Chen is about to leave. Suddenly, the Elder shouts, Found it! The turning head moth can evolve into the terrifying turning sky moth.
Terrifying existence?
Upon hearing these 4 words, Lin Chen instantly becomes interested and leans over to look at the book. The Elder, full of excitement, points with trembling fingers at a demon beast, complete with an illustration. Turning head moth description. The turning head moth does not evolve until level 50. It looks quite silly and usually has little combat power. However, once it evolves into the turning sky moth at level 50, it becomes a terrifying existence, with endless spells granting it immense attack power. Turning sky moth description. A legendary demon beast, with wings that span over 10 meters when fully spread. The left wing can poison all things, while the right wing can use spatial spells, incredibly powerful, even dragons and phoenixes must avoid its edge.
Lin Chen stares at the description, his eyes wide. Is it really that strong? Yes, this book was obtained by my master. The records must be accurate. Congratulations, Vice Sect Master Shang, you've acquired an extraordinary pet. Lin Chen finally breathes a sigh of relief. Ha, I must thank the elder for this gift.
You're welcome, just help me speak a few good words in the future.
Of course. Lin Chen's anxious feelings vanish. 1 million gold coins, worth it. Isn't it just reaching level 50? That's easy.
Just do some quests and fight some monsters, and he'll get there. After all, leveling up a pet is simpler than leveling up a character.
He believes he can reach it in just 2 or 3 days.
In high spirits, Lin Chen bids farewell to the elder and leaves the sect to go to the Qingju forest to kill monsters and level up. Just after he leaves, the elder is about to put away the book, but the pages flip again.
Devouring sky moth?
Devouring sky moth description. The turning head moth has a gentle nature, and so does the turning sky moth. However, if it kills more than 10 times during its leveling process, the turning head moth may evolve into the devouring sky moth, and the more it kills, the stronger it becomes. It is an incredibly evil and terrifying existence. Upon reading this, he is startled. Oh no. Well, never mind. Vice Sect Master Shang is a businessman and treats others kindly. He shouldn't kill.
Ha, the idiots of the White Robe Sword sect. Your daddy has arrived.
Lin Chen strode back into the bamboo grove with an air of indifference. A flipping moth perched on his left shoulder, while a 10,000-year zombie followed on his right. He was in high spirits. With a few pet slots, he could summon several pets. This was a feature of the world. All professions had only one pet slot, except for hunters who had 2, but he now had 3, and his attack power was frighteningly high. He could already foresee how monstrous he would become in the future.
Feeling elated, who wouldn't be at this moment?
Just as he arrived at the bamboo grove, he saw a group of people from the White Robe Sword sect clashing with those from the Great Shang dynasty. Both sides were evenly matched, and they had been fighting for a long time without a clear victor.
Go, let them see the might of my moth.
10,000-year zombie, leave a bit of blood for the flipping moth to strike. Let it taste some flesh.
With Lin Chen's command, the 10,000-year zombie charged towards the opponents.
He specifically targeted those with gray names, so he wouldn't need to worry about turning red. With the addition of the 10,000-year zombie, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Every time an opponent was left with a sliver of health, the flipping moth would swoop in to claim the kill from the 10,000-year zombie.
The early stages are really weak.
It must be because of the lack of skills. Lin Chen didn't mind, treating it as a form of training. For the next few hours, he killed and leveled up in the bamboo grove. After he had killed enough that the people from the White Robe Sword sect no longer dared to step into the bamboo grove, he continued to train for a while longer. It wasn't until the next morning that he returned to the city to turn in his quests. Ding, congratulations, your level has increased to level 49. Ding, congratulations, your pet 10,000-year zombie has leveled up to level 49. Ding, congratulations, your pet flipping moth has leveled up to level 32. After turning in the quests, the flipping moth's level jumped straight to 32. As for the 10,000-year zombie, if there were no level restrictions, it could even reach level 60. Phew, I should be able to hit level 50 tomorrow. It's dawn, I should head back and take care of the shop. Lin Chen was a busy man. Improving his strength and running a business were both top priorities. Just as he was preparing to return to the city, a knock sounded at the door.
Bang bang bang. The knocking resonated through the helmet's sensors, reaching Lin Chen's ears. Ha, it's noon. I should be able to eat now.
Having Lin at home had its advantages. Lin Chen's life had become much more regular. At least he wouldn't forget to eat because he was too engrossed in gaming.
Moreover, there was also an elderly mother at home. Exit game. Ding, successfully exited the game. Don't rush me, I'm coming.
Lin Chen was in a good mood, slowly removing his helmet.
Just then, an urgent voice called out. Bro, you need to come out quickly. Lin Wen, what are you doing here? He opened the door to find Lin Wen looking anxious.
I almost forgot, today is Saturday. What's the rush? Lin Wen's face was filled with worry, and it didn't seem like a joke. Lin Chen's expression grew serious. Bro, mom seems to be unwell, we should take her to the hospital.
What?
With a whoosh, Lin Chen dashed out. He saw his mother in the living room, looking weak, beads of sweat like beans dripping from her pale face, her teeth clenched tightly on her bloodless lips. She was clutching her abdomen in pain.
Mom, what are you standing there for?
Call for help, take her to the hospital. Lin Chen's face was filled with anxiety as he picked up his mother and rushed her to the hospital. After a whole day of busy activity, Lin Chen looked at his mother lying on the hospital bed, hooked up to an 4D deeply asleep. Her complexion was extremely pale. Recalling the doctor's words earlier, your mother seems to be having a severe rejection reaction. If this continues, even the doctor hesitated to finish, and Lin Chen knew it was likely to be serious.
Lin Chen felt a deep sense of unwillingness.
In his previous life, he had no money and no ability. In this life, with money and capability, he was willing to bet everything. At that time, 500,000 was like a mountain, and he wagered all he had. He thought he had won the gamble, but fate played another trick on him.
Unwilling to accept it, Lin Wen sat beside him, cradling his head, whispering repeatedly, "How could this happen? Wasn't everything fine? Why is this happening? Wasn't it good? Why? Did we ultimately fail?"
He kept repeating these few phrases. He was clearly more at a loss than Lin Chen.
Lin Chen's gaze gradually became resolute. Failure?
If I dared to bet the first time, I dare to bet the second time.
Take care of Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going?
In this family, Lin Chen was the backbone, and Lin Wen was at a loss. His only hope was his brother. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, "I'm going home to get the gaming helmet."
"No, brother. What time is it to go home for a gaming helmet?"
Ignoring Lin Wen, Lin Chen pushed the door open and left the hospital room.
His expression was gloomy all the way. The nurse at the nurse's station watched Lin Chen leave in frustration and couldn't help but sigh.
Misfortune always targets the unfortunate.
Who says otherwise?
Just when we thought it was all good, these two kids look like the sky has fallen. Lin Chen had been delivering packages and takeout, tirelessly caring for their mother. They had seen it all.
They thought everything was fine, but then this happened. Just then, the head nurse shouted, "Chat, chat, chat, all you do is chat. Don't you have anything to do? Are there not enough such things happening in our hospital?"
Even though their voices were far from Lin Chen, he could still hear them as he entered the elevator.
"The sky has fallen? I can take it."
His gaze was terrifyingly fierce. The city center was a bit far from the hospital. It took about an hour for Lin Chen to return with the gaming helmet.
This kid really loves playing games. Even with his mom like this, he's still playing? Don't mention it, he was playing all along. After all, he's just a kid. But you can't say, their girlfriends are quite pretty.
Girlfriend? Lin Chen pushed the door open in confusion, his brows furrowing.
The hospital room was packed with people.
Besides Lin Wen, Liu, Ling Ling, and Chen Shan were all there.
"Why are you all here? Lin Chen, why didn't you say so earlier? Good thing we were nearby. At a time like this, why are you still going back to get a gaming helmet?"
Lin Chen's displeased gaze swept over each of them, including Lin Wen.
"What do you have to say to open your eyes? Get out. Hey, we're here to see your mom."
"Exactly, we're all friends. If there's any difficulty, just speak up." Liu was very generous, thinking that Lin Chen's family was in a tough spot, and if they could help, they would, for Lin Wen's sake. Ling Ling nodded seriously. "That's right, Auntie has been very good to me. I want to help too. He knows the best doctor."
Chen Shan adjusted his glasses. "Yes, Ling Ling is right, I will help."
Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. After all, they meant well, and this was a hospital. It was just getting dark, and there were many people, so it wasn't appropriate to act out of line.
He sighed. "Thank you. You're welcome. We'll call right now."
Everyone was trying to find a way. To be honest, Lin Chen felt a bit touched.
But many things wouldn't change just because of feelings.
Lin Mother's condition suddenly began to deteriorate. Various machines started beeping erratically. Doctors rushed in for emergency treatment, but one by one, they shook their heads inside.
"It's not looking good. How could this happen? Impossible. Why so fast? Get out." Lin Chen couldn't believe it and started frantically pushing people away. "Get out, all of you, get out."
"Young man, this is a hospital. We are here to save your mother."
"Get the hell out of here. Everyone, get out."
Lin Chen went mad, driving everyone out of the room, including Lin Wen.
After everyone was gone, he locked the door and single-handedly threw the sofa against it. With a loud bang, it crashed into the door.
Outside the hospital room, everyone was startled, exchanging glances. Several doctors looked particularly indignant.
"These young people are too much. Call security. Break down the door."
Inside the room, Lin Chen didn't care about anything else. He knew his mother was teetering on the edge of life and death. Taking a deep breath, he placed the helmet on his mother's head.
"Mom, we're going into the game."
He activated the external facial recognition feature. As a frequent user, he didn't need iris verification and could enter the game directly.
But once inside, the helmet kept flashing red. "Beep beep beep, abnormal body condition detected. Player has fallen into a coma, automatically exiting the game. Can't get in?"
Lin Chen's eyes widened. "No, it can't be. Keep trying."
No matter how many times he tried, it was useless. If only she could wake up now. Wake up!
Suddenly, Lin Chen had a thought and looked at his hands.
"Let's give it a try."
He slowly placed his hands on his mother's body. Immediately, a green light illuminated his hands. It was the basic skill of a healer. The light spread across Lin Mu's body, and only then did she weakly open her eyes. It works, it really works, Mom. Lin Chen was now grateful, truly grateful that he hadn't sold everything but instead spent so much money to become the deputy leader of the sect. Although it cost him 3 billion gold coins, it allowed him to obtain the Luoha Moonwheel, which at a critical moment, helped Lin Mu awaken. Mom, don't ask anything, just get into the game. Lin Chen was certain that the healer's basic skill couldn't save his mother. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only wake her up. To truly give her the body of an ordinary person, he had to awaken his game abilities. Lin Mu was too weak to speak, her eyes a bit tired, but she could still start the game. The knocking at the door continued, and he could even hear the security trying to break it down. Lin Chen ignored it. He saw his mother enter the game, and once the helmet began to operate, he had no way back, no time to hesitate, and gently placed his hand on the helmet. Lin Chen was nervous. He didn't know if his accidental trigger was real or if he truly had such abilities, until he saw his hand enter the helmet as if touching the surface of water. Just like the last time he touched Linwan, he felt the world spin around him, as if entering another space. He saw his mother's game character, Late Intent. The name was a bit old-fashioned, but it was a little girl's character. Yes, who doesn't miss their childhood? Only level 20. In just a few days, she probably hadn't played much, right? She must have been enjoying the happiness of an ordinary person. She must have been admiring the scenery, seeing sights she had never dared to imagine before. Lin Chen looked down at his mother like a deity, a faint smile on his lips. When he adapted again, he was back in reality. His hand had already left the game helmet. He nervously looked at his mother and softly called out, "Mom, what's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, what could be wrong? Did you eat? I'm getting out of the game now." Lin Mu, puzzled, took off the helmet. Her complexion was rosy, her face filled with confusion, and her eyes bright and beautiful as she looked at Lin Chen. "What's going on? How did I end up here?" "No, Lin Chen, why did you bring me to the hospital when you were fine? Seriously." Lin Mu rolled her eyes and got out of bed. Her agile figure looked just like a normal person. Lin Chen stared blankly at his mother. "Mom, you're better? Foolish child, haven't I been fine for a long time? Do I look like I have any issues? Really fine?" Seeing the tears in Lin Chen's eyes, Lin's mother wasn't joking anymore and quickly said, "What's wrong? I'm really fine, and I feel great. Look, I can jump and bounce." As she spoke, she was eager to demonstrate in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't paying attention for a moment, and Lin's mother jumped up right where she was. At that moment, the door to the hospital room burst open. Everyone rushed in, and they happened to see Lin's mother, who had been critically ill, looking as if nothing was wrong. No, she looked like Superman flying up. With a thud, Lin's head hit the ceiling directly. She was stuck up there. What did I just see? Auntie seems to have hung herself up there, and she's still swaying. Wasn't she critically ill? Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin's mother was also stunned. She never expected that just a light jump would send her head into the ceiling. The newcomers couldn't believe their eyes and rubbed them collectively. The person who had just been critically ill had just jumped and broken through the ceiling with her head. Lin Chen was filled with mixed emotions. He was delighted that his mother seemed to have recovered, and he had bet right on her recovery. But the recovery was a bit too much. Her head was in the ceiling. The problem was, so many people had seen it, and it couldn't be explained. Lin Chen opened his mouth, unsure of how to speak. Several doctors, however, went crazy. A medical miracle, a medical miracle. "Oh my God, quickly get her down so we can check her. Is she really fine? My faith is collapsing." "Listen to me, don't collapse just yet. The most important thing now is to get her down for an examination." Crack! Lin's mother fell down by herself. She looked at everyone with a bewildered expression. "What happened? Auntie, you just took off." Take off failure. Lin Chen and Lin's mother entered a mode of mutual ignorance. Lin's mother truly didn't know what had happened, and Lin Chen was pretending not to know. Asking? He just didn't know. It was like this when they came in, playing the role of someone who was shameless and unafraid of trouble. The hospital had no choice. They pulled Lin's mother for examination after examination, and everything was normal, even more normal than an average person. After exclaiming about the medical miracle, they could only let them leave. But this matter was far from over. It had just begun. In the hospital room, there were not just the hospital doctors. Ling Ling, Liu, Chen Shan, none of them were easy to deal with. Lin Chen had hidden it for so long, but he could finally hide no more. Sure enough, after returning home, Chen Shan and Ling Ling came knocking. They pulled Lin Chen aside and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Does your mom have abilities from the game? You don't have to pretend you don't know, you definitely do. And you probably know more than we do."
Seeing Lin Chen remain silent, Chen Shan's tone softened considerably. You don't need to be nervous. We're not bad people. You're Ling Ling's friend, and you're my friend too, right? I'm just really curious about what happened in the hospital room. The situation was very complicated. Lin Chen's identity in the game had not been exposed. All Chen Shan and the others knew was that Lin's mother had abilities, and the reason was that Lin Chen had brought a game helmet inside. If they didn't suspect something, it would be strange. Lin Chen still didn't speak. He didn't know how to explain. Such things couldn't be clarified. Alright, then we can only ask Auntie. You dare. Lin Chen, don't get excited. We mean no harm. Ling Ling tried to intervene, but Chen Shan was clearly using provocation, smirking. That's not certain. We want to know what we want, and if something comes up, who knows what will happen. Looking at that smug expression, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, cold enough to be terrifying. Suddenly, he pulled out a gun from his pocket. Yes, a pitch-black handgun was pressed against Chen Shan's forehead as he said, You dare. I'll kill you. How do you have a gun? Ling Ling's eyes widened. Chen Shan, however, was unfazed, showing no fear at all, and instead smiled as he said, Lin Chen, you don't need to react so strongly. Your mother has the ability to gain powers. You aren't even surprised, right? It's all within your expectations, isn't it? How did you manage that? You've been an empowered one for a long time, haven't you? Oh, I forgot. The so-called empowered ones bring abilities from the world of games into reality. And you deliberately hid it, knowing that Ling Ling is one too, right? You know our identities? Lin Chen didn't expect that even with a gun to his head, Chen Shan could analyze the situation so calmly, and every guess was correct. Chen Shan was indeed terrifying. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, he laughed and said, Looks like I was right. Lin Chen, don't be nervous. Let me introduce myself. To outsiders, we are the Abnormal Human Research Center. In fact, our true identity is the Tianxia Group. Ahem, although it's a bit tacky, I opposed this name at first, but it's clear that we belong to a national organization, living off public funds. Haha, Chen Shan seemed to be talking to himself. So rest assured, we are the good guys. This was the first time Lin Chen heard him directly introduce their organization. Before this, Lin Chen only knew they were from an organization that was capturing people. But it wasn't like that. Including the people they caught at school last time, they had all been released, just needing to report for control. To put it simply, their Tianxia group was created to deal with empowered individuals. It was meant to manage empowered ones and capture those who commit crimes. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was speechless. He had always thought that Ling Ling and Chen Shan were from some evil organization. After all, that's how it was portrayed in comics. This evil organization would capture empowered individuals, forcing them to serve or conducting experiments on them. That's why Lin Chen had always rejected them. Now it seemed that it wasn't like that. Now that you know our identity, the Tianxia group invites you to join us. Lin Chen shook his head directly. Sorry, I'm not interested. Chen Shan had anticipated Lin Chen's response. He smiled and said, Lin Chen, you don't need to be wary of us. If you just want to hide your identity and live well, we won't trouble you. We can even pretend you aren't one. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment. But I'm very curious. How did you do it? Your mother was clearly in a life-threatening situation, yet you could instantly turn her into an empowered one? Chen Shan's expression finally turned serious. Lin Chen, this is very important. Please tell me. If I don't say, are you going to take action against me? Brother, it seems you still harbor hostility towards us. Chen Shan shook his head helplessly. You might have some misunderstandings. You may not know that besides empowered ones, there are also soul-lost individuals. Your ability is very dangerous. Lin Chen knew his ability was terrifying. Although he turned his mother into an empowered one, he had no confidence before. Chen Shan and Ling Ling looked at Lin Chen, waiting for his answer. Sorry, I'm not interested in you, and I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Chen turned to leave, not giving them a chance to press further. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned around and said, I warn you, don't disturb my family, or else I will kill. With that, he left. Chen Shan and Ling Ling exchanged glances, helplessly saying, rejection is normal. So what do we do now? Register him. You continue to follow him. If he really doesn't do anything out of line, then let it go. Of course, it would be best to find out about his ability. That's very important. He has a terrible temper. Ling Ling pouted. I can see it now. If you can ask for it, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. He. Recently, I need to go back. You take care of things here in Ningdu City. Why are you going back? There's some so-called world's #1 alliance that has popped up recently. They seem to be making some moves, so I need to go back for a meeting. You're leaving me all alone? I'll have Lin Wan help you. With that, Chen Shan left. Ling Ling continued to stay in the Lin family's house. After seeing Lin Chen, Ling Ling gritted her teeth and said, You really hide it well. What's your name in the game? Hey, Miss Ling Ling, letting you stay over is out of respect for Liu. If you barge into my room again, I won't be polite. TCH, stingy. Ling Ling huffed and walked away. But even after she left, Lin Chen didn't log into the game that night. He was worried about his mother and kept observing, also keeping an eye on Ling Ling, afraid they would say one thing and do another. He lay in bed, half asleep and half awake, throughout the night. His mind was sorting through matters in the game and in reality. This period had truly been a mess. He might as well take a good rest for the night. In the following 2 days, they returned to their normal lives. However, Ling Ling kept trying to find out Lin Chen's ID in the game. Of course, Lin Chen wouldn't let her know. If she did, it would be a disaster. For 2 days, Lin Chen stayed in the Qingju forest, killing players, monsters, and completing quests. His level finally rose to 99%, and he was about to reach level 50. Because of his mother's incident a couple of days ago, his ranking had dropped to 1000th place. The competition in the world was indeed fierce. Once you complete this quest, you'll hit level 50. Lin Chen excitedly looked at the flipping moth on his shoulder. He was about to be sick of the monsters in Qingju Forest. He had killed hundreds of people from the white-clad sword sect, most of whom were heads collected by the flipping moth. After this battle, the white-clad sword sect was basically shattered. Originally considered a top-tier second-rate gang, now there were fewer than 200 members left. With level 50 just around the corner, it was time for Lin Chen to leave Qingju Forest. The boss is level 52? It's been so satisfying killing these days. I've heard the boss's pet is about to level up again. Let's see what's going on. That moth? It doesn't look like it has any use. Yeah, it looks dumb like a fool. Don't call it a flipping moth anymore, let's call it a silly moth. A crowd gathered in the safe zone of Qingju Forest. Players from both the Great Merchant Dynasty and other gangs looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, come witness the birth of my flipping moth. Let me show you something." After saying that, he directly submitted the quest to the NPC. Ding, quest completed, reward, 120,000 experience, congratulations, your level has risen to level 50. A glow of light flashed as Lin Chen leveled up, but the system's voice didn't stop there. Congratulations on reaching level 50, automatically accepting the 5th transfer quest. Congratulations, your flipping moth's level has risen to level 50. The flipping moth has reached the evolution level. Would you like to start the evolution? Yes. Ding, the flipping moth is starting to evolve. Lin Chen was also curious. The elder's illustration of the divine beast was in black and white, with only a hint of outline. He didn't know what the flipping moth would truly look like after evolving. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the flipping moth's body began to emit a white light. Its body, which was originally the size of a basin, started to grow larger. First, it grew to the size of a person, and it continued to expand. It eventually reached over 3 meters tall before slowly stopping. Its wings spread out, even extending over 10 meters. So big? How many meters did the illustration say? The flipping moth was even larger than Lin Chen had imagined. Is it not over yet? Not only had the flipping moth not finished evolving, but the white light on its body also began to dim and turn red. A terrifying aura slowly spread out. It seems something's not right. The head-turning moth was originally a symbol of purity. Its attacks would carry the effect of falling snowflakes. Even its evolution radiated a holy light. But somehow, this light slowly turned purple, gradually dimming, and even became a dark red. What's going on? Is there a problem? Just as Lin Chen was puzzled, sharp barbs suddenly grew on the wings of the head-turning moth. The pitch-black barbs dripped with purple slime. It was clear that this was not a good sign. Moreover, its body was slowly shrinking, stopping at about 2 meters. Did the evolution go wrong? As Lin Chen stared in shock, a sinister figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was still a moth, but it was covered in sharp fangs, its entire body a purplish red, and its wings resembled those of a bat, with a barb on each segment. To call it a moth was an understatement. It was more like a moth with bat wings. Its 6 legs on the abdomen were like sharp swords. Ding, congratulations, your head-turning moth has evolved into sky-devouring moth. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's voice. Sky-devouring moth? Isn't it supposed to be the head-turning moth? Roar, the sky-devouring moth let out a fierce roar. It was beast-like, but definitely not the sound of a mere moth. Wow, so cool. It really is cool. Voices of envy and admiration arose around. Although it was different from what he had expected, Lin Chen also thought it was very cool, as if it was born for evil. Standing over 2 meters tall, it exuded a strong sense of oppression, even making the 10,000-year zombie unconsciously take a step back. The system's voice arrived as expected. Ding, congratulations, your pet, sky-devouring moth, has successfully reached the top of the pet leaderboard. Would you like to hide its name? Don't hide it.
With so many people watching, there was no point in hiding it. Lin Chen had no intention of doing so from the start. The 10,000-year zombie had already dropped to second place. Lin Chen quickly opened the pet interface to check the information on the sky-devouring moth. Sky-devouring moth, golden, description, evolved from the head-turning moth, a legendary existence embodying evil and terror, feeds on dragons and phoenixes, inherently cunning. Health, 16,854, mana, 555,687, attack power, 7856, defense power, 3580, skill, Sky Devour. With its mouthparts that devour everything, claws, and biting, it tears apart opponents, dealing fatal damage, causing a critical strike with 300% attack power. Cooldown, 30 minutes, cost, 1000, skill, Fear Envelop. By flapping its wings, it spreads deadly poison, causing players within a 50-meter radius to continuously lose health. As long as there is enough mana, it can act as a normal attack, dealing 100% attack power damage. Cooldown, none, cost, 10 points per second. Passive skill, Ride. Description: the sky-devouring moth possesses powerful flying abilities, allowing it to carry players and act as a mount. Note: cannot use any attack abilities while acting as a mount. Looking at the terrifying attributes of the sky-devouring moth, Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He quickly opened the comparison with the 10,000-year zombie. Aside from its health reaching 22,980 points, the 10,000-year zombie could not match the sky-devouring moth in any other attribute. Its attack power was only half, the defense was similar, and the mana was even more lopsided. The 10,000-year zombie was a tank-type pet, while the sky-devouring moth was an attack-type pet. No wonder, despite both being golden quality, the sky-devouring moth ranked first. The two skills were even easier to understand. Sky Devour was a single-target attack skill, extremely powerful. Fear Envelop was like an aura replacing a normal attack, reminding Lin Chen of an old piece of equipment, the Burning Robe. If the 10,000-year zombie and the sky-devouring moth teamed up against a group of monsters, Lin Chen could hardly imagine how terrifying that would be. More importantly, the mount ability. This meant that the sky-devouring moth could serve as both a mount and a pet, truly invincible. Awesome! After a long time, Lin Chen finally managed to squeeze out the sentence, "Let's give it a try." He was eager to test the strength of the devouring moth. Tearing apart the Return City scroll, a radiant light enveloped him, and Lin Chen, along with the devouring moth and the 100,000-year-old zombie, vanished from the spot. All that remained were the envious faces of the other players. How infuriating! Why are all the good things in his hands? Hee, it's always been like this. Who told him to be a tycoon? Which game doesn't have a few tycoons? Yeah, I heard some streamers analyze that he spent 3 billion gold just for the position of Deputy Sec Master. That's 300 million in cash, a number ordinary people can't even imagine in a lifetime. Sigh, we are just NPCs being farmed by the tycoon like machines. Speaking of which, 3 billion gold is more than enough for Shang Tianzi to create an invincible guild, yet he spent it all on himself. How a tycoon spends his money is up to him. Why are you so sour? A guild can recruit a maximum of 400 people. With 3 billion gold, that would be 5 million gold for each person. 5 million gold, to put it bluntly, is indeed enough to create a top-tier account. Everyone couldn't understand but envied Lin Chen's wealth. The light flashed, and Lin Chen had already appeared in the safe zone of Ningdu City. In recent days, there were fewer people setting up stalls in the safe zone. The turmoil between the Great Merchant Dynasty and the White-Clad Sword Sect was nearing its end, and it was believed that things would soon return to their previous state. As Lin Chen pondered over the business he was about to engage in, he walked towards the Lord's mansion. There are still 500 spirit stones left, all high quality. Once Gue and Brother Dachan level up their skills, I should be able to make another profit. The arms business has entered a stable phase, but there are too many competitors and the profits are too low. However, these had nothing to do with Lin Chen. His business model was different from others. While others made money through shops, stalls, and sales profits, Lin Chen, with the merchant profession in hand, primarily earned from the stall brothers' service fees. Yes, the service fee is about the same as their profits, meaning Lin Chen could earn half of what the stall brothers made. Lin Chen no longer asked them for any fees. Other guilds would also be charged service fees, but that was collected by the system, and they couldn't avoid it. Thus, Lin Chen's advantage was irreplaceable. The service fee provided a long-term, stable income, and there was nothing that needed improvement for now. On the streamer side, there were 100 of them, and they had also entered a stable phase. The four major streamers, Tianwang, Mingwang, Jin Bufan, and Thunder Loli, could bring Lin Chen a profit of 50,000 a day. A day, in cash, not gold,
which shows how terrifying their money-earning ability is. For streamers like these, the official split is 55 to 45, and even after splitting with Lin Chen, they could still earn 50,000 a day, and it was increasing every day. Choosing this path was indeed the right decision. Although other streamers weren't as terrifying, with the Great Merchant Dynasties brand, they could still earn a few $100s a day. The 96 streamers could bring in around 30,000 in profit daily. Adding the 4 major pillars, just the streamers alone could bring Lin Chen 80,000 a day. This is Lin Chen's current earning capacity. A fixed daily income of at least over 100,000, not in gold, but in cash. If I sell all 500 spirit stones, I should be able to make another several billion gold, adding up to a capital of 10 billion. Should I take some risks? Lin Chen was calculating future matters in his mind as he arrived at the Lord's mansion. The business landscape in his mind was vast, and it couldn't be accomplished in a day or two. He decided to set it aside for now. Successfully reached the 5th transfer, I can go to other cities and lay down a foundation. After the 5th transfer, he could equip magical treasures and teleport. The deputy sect master position Lin Chen bought for 3 billion also came with the Luoha seal magical treasure, which would further enhance his strength. My lord, what do you need from me? Putting aside everything in my mind, I approached Lord Ning, ready to accept a task. Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, I saw Lord Ning pacing back and forth, clearly anxious. Lord Shang, you finally made it. Lord Ning rushed over to greet me. At this moment, my profession was an imperial comprador, which, in the eyes of NPCs, was a legitimate official. Moreover, it was a position with plenty of benefits. I looked at Lord Ning in confusion. What task is it this time? How could I dare to give you a task? It's just that the situation is serious, and we need you to take action. Let's go. I'm ready. Here's the situation. Ding, accepted the level 5 quest. Complete cleanup of shipping. Quest description: Lord Li Yang has been waiting for your arrival in Pear State for a whole month, but his stronghold was attacked, and he himself was kidnapped. Quest content: Lord Li Yang is one of our own in the Empire. Rescue him and eliminate those who attacked him. Head to Pear State to search for clues about his disappearance. Lord Ning's face was grim, and the more anxious he was, the more awkward I felt. I just remembered that Pear State was still waiting for Li Yang. It had been half a month already. Ahem, I'll go rescue him right away. I dashed out of the Lord's mansion. This time, I didn't summon my mount, the claw yellow flying electric. Instead, I shouted into the void, appear, devouring sky moth. As soon as I finished speaking, the space above twisted. The devouring sky moth seemed to transcend time and space as it flew out. Its massive body cast a shadow over the entire sky. The unusual sight drew the attention of all the players around. What the hell is that monster? Is a monster attacking the city? Hey, is that Lord Shang? He's riding that monster. It's actually his mount. Wow, that's so cool. I've seen the Wolf of the Great Watermelon, but it's not even 1/10,000th as cool as this. I climbed onto the back of the devouring sky moth. Whoosh! The devouring sky moth flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind. It shot straight up into the clouds like a bamboo shoot sprouting from the ground, elegantly taking me away. A group of players watched me leave with envy, their teeth gritting in frustration. Quick, look at the mount rankings. This mount isn't on the list. Impossible, such a cool mount isn't ranked? Look at the pet rankings. It's actually a pet, not a mount. Hearing the prompts, everyone opened the pet rankings. When they saw the devouring sky moth at the top, everyone was dumbfounded. Oh my god, so this is a pet that also has mount capabilities? That's terrifying. Money really is omnipotent. Whoa, where did he get such a good thing? Money, the all-powerful money. Although I had left, the legend of Lord Shang spread throughout the world. The devouring sky moth was truly terrifying. In my previous life, I never had the chance to buy a flying mount. I didn't expect to have one so quickly in this life. It was definitely among the best in the world. Sitting on the devouring sky moth, the sound of rushing wind filled my ears as I watched the ground shrink beneath me. No wonder they say the people of our country have an obsession with cultivation. The primary obsession is not immortality, but rather flying. The feeling of flying was just right. The clouds around me floated like cotton. The earth lay beneath me, and the world was within my grasp. This kind of grandeur could not be replaced by anything. The world is mine. I'm also a master who can trample everyone underfoot. I couldn't help but shout out in excitement. It was exhilarating. The flying speed of the devouring sky moth wasn't very fast. In fact, it was about the same as the running speed of the claw yellow flying electric. But flying had no obstacles, making the speed appear even faster. Before long, I arrived at the Liyan Lake area, overlooking the rushing rivers on the ground. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What beautiful mountains and rivers! Looking at them from the ground and from the sky is completely two different experiences. Let's go, We should be able to find Lizi Prefecture by following the river. He patted the body of the sky-eating moth, and it understood, flying towards Lizi Prefecture. Lin Chen comfortably lay down, watching the clouds slowly drift overhead. He couldn't help but sigh, so nice. Just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly opened them wide and sat up with a start. Then in reality, can I summon it too? Thinking of this, he felt even more excited than before. As time passed, his strength grew stronger, and he discovered something. After becoming powerful, summoning a 10,000-year-old zombie became increasingly easier. Now he could almost summon an entire coffin, but the coffin just wouldn't land. Even if he summoned a 10,000-year-old zombie, he could only rely on its arms to throw him if he wanted to fly. This way of flying was just too low. If I could summon the sky-eating moth into reality, that would be amazing. Lin Chen's chest heaved, struggling to imagine that scene. He couldn't wait to try it out. But then he thought, if he couldn't even summon a 10,000-year-old zombie, it was highly unlikely he could summon the sky-eating moth. Don't rush, first complete the job change task. After the 5th job change, when my strength is greater, then I'll try again, the chances of success will be higher. Lin Chen kept reminding and calming himself, but he couldn't stop the excitement, until the sky-eating moth flew him to Lizi Prefecture. In the sky, he could clearly see the ship that Li Yang had brought him over on, docked on the beach of Lizi Prefecture. Perhaps for the sake of the task's effect, the ship was severely damaged, flames still burning on it, and there was no one around. Let's go take a look. With a thought, Lin Chen directed the sky-eating moth to dive towards the beach. As it was about to land, just 1 meter from the ground, it spread its wings with a bang. A cloud of dust was kicked up, and the sky-eating moth landed safely. Cool, wait for me over there. Lin Chen jumped off the sky-eating moth and walked towards the ship to start the 5th job change task. The 5th job change was a turning point for everyone, and for him as well. Lin Chen looked at the ship engulfed in flames. Are you stupid? I've already left, and you're still waiting here. At that time, he had completed the task and directly used a return scroll to go back to the city, but Li Yang had been waiting here all along. Dongting water bandits? Didn't we already know who the culprit was? Why do they still want me to come investigate? Lin Chen wondered, as the task had already stated who the culprit was. Wasn't this redundant? Avoiding the burning flames, he entered the damaged hull, and what met his eyes was a ground full of corpses. Some of these people he recognized. Back when he was in Liang village, they had called him Lord Shang, giving him a grand show, and now they lay here as cold, lifeless bodies. What a pity, they were my subordinates after all. There were dozens of people here, but most of them had similar deaths, their shoulders mangled, and the most obvious feature was a circular wound in the center of their brows, likely a fatal injury. The traces of battle in the cabin were evident. Lin Chen crouched down and could interact with the corpse next to him. The nearby corpse belonged to a brother named Shaoli, who used to flatter him the most comfortably, but now his face was filled with terror. Huh, what's this? As he approached Shaoli, an interaction prompt appeared. He was holding a piece of tattered cloth. Looking at the shape of the cloth and Shaoli's fingernails embedded in his flesh, it must have been torn from the culprit. Dying with eyes wide open probably meant this. Lin Chen gently helped him close his eyes. Triggering the interaction, he picked up the tattered cloth from his hand. The information about the cloth appeared in Lin Chen's system. Tattered cloth. There is a 6-pointed star symbol on it, resembling the emblem of a certain organization, but this is not the symbol of the Dongting water bandits. This is the information from the rag, which may be an important clue. After flipping it over and over twice, Lin Chen found nothing else. He put it in his bag and continued to explore the damaged ship. After checking all the bodies, he examined nearly every corpse. He didn't miss any traces on the cabin deck either. Finally, he found a few clues. First, besides the Dongting water bandits, there may be other organizations involved in the murders. Second, the method of attack resembles a unique hidden weapon from Sudu City, the ghost bullet. Third, there are footprints left by the murderer on the gangway, which can be inferred to be from Suzy shoes, a type of footwear only worn by people from Sudu City. Fourth, in the cabin of Liang, there was a tiny strand of golden silk, which is incredibly strong and may have been left behind as a weapon by the murderer. Fifth, there are no footprints on the beach, indicating that the enemy came from the water or the sky. After checking for more than 10 minutes, these were the only clues, and 2 of them pointed to Sudu City. It seemed he had uncovered all the clues. The system task updated automatically. Ding, the clues in the cabin have been checked. Please proceed to the next task based on the clues. That was it. Just these few lines of prompts. This meant that where to go and what to do depended entirely on Lin Chen's interpretation of the clues. Whether he could complete the task would depend on his own abilities. With a helpless sigh, he said, "Can't I just kill some monsters and get my job changed directly? Why does it always have to be so mysterious?" Other exploration tasks were manageable. But for job change tasks to be like this, did they not want him to complete them? Lin Chen helplessly walked out of the cabin. He sat back on the sky-swallowing moth and said, "Let's go, back to Ningdu City." Whoosh, the sky-swallowing moth flapped its wings, creating ripples in the air, and it shot up into the sky, disappearing over the sandy beach of Lizi Prefecture. Since all the clues pointed to Suda City, he decided to investigate there first. There were 3 ways to get to Suda City. The first was to fly directly, which undoubtedly took the longest time. The second was to take a relay station and travel by road, which was also time-consuming. Lin Chen had used this method before. The last method was to go to Ningdu City and use the teleportation array to get there. Lin Chen was now level 50, although he hadn't changed jobs, he could still use it. Look, there's a plane in the sky. That's a flying machine, it's the merchant's son. This bastard just left not long ago and is back again. He must be doing it on purpose. If I had his mount, I could fly in the sky all day, upside down, sideways, taking my sister and my elder sister with me. So envious, so envious. It was that feeling of being the center of attention. Lin Chen naturally enjoyed it. After landing, he didn't dismiss the sky-swallowing moth, letting it kneel behind him. Such treatment was not something other mounts received. Let the people around him be envious. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he went directly to the newly appeared NPC in the square, the teleportation master. All the teleportation masters wore red robes, coming from a sect called Tianyi Dao. This Tianyi Dao was very mysterious. Although it didn't have a specific location, their influence was everywhere in the game. If one really delved deeper, many industries and NPCs were affiliated with them. They were probably the official authority of the world. Lin Chen conversed with the teleportation master and opened the teleportation addresses. The dialogue box was filled with various cities, and all the main cities could be teleported to. The cost depended on the distance. Ningdu City was very close to Sudu City, and the price wasn't high, just 1,000 gold coins. Teleport to Sudu City. Okay, please prepare for teleportation. Once the formation is complete, you will be teleported. You can exit the formation to interrupt the teleportation, but the teleportation fee will not be refunded. The teleportation master's voice was gentle, bringing a sense of calm. A formation appeared beneath Lin Chen's feet, the teleportation formation, until the formation was fully formed, enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, his body vanished from the spot. Along with him, the devouring moth disappeared as well. Su City. Like Ning City, it is also a bustling coastal city. The number of players here is almost the same as in Ning City. The vendors in the square are similar to those in Ning City, but no gang holds a monopoly like the Great Merchant Dynasty. It can be considered a place of flourishing diversity. Lin Chen's shop number 2 is located here, and even without managing it, business is quite good. At this moment, the square is filled with people. There are many vendors beside the teleporter, and many players as well. Occasionally, the teleporter lights up, and players from other cities come over. After reaching level 50, this is a common occurrence, and most people don't pay much attention. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and a terrifyingly large figure emerged next to the teleporter. The pitch-black figure was very conspicuous, instantly attracting everyone's attention. What the heck? That scared me. Wait, what is that? A pet? What a cool pet. The more terrifying, the cooler. This is the unified aesthetic of modern gamers. Whose pet is that? It can't be the Dark Lord's, right? The Dark Lord is none other than the recognized top expert in Sioux City. His gang, the Dark Hall, is also the strongest gang in Sioux City. Naturally, others assumed it was the Dark Lord's pet. But just then, Lin Chen's figure slowly appeared before everyone. The name of the devouring moth finally revealed itself. Devouring Moth Merchant Sun Great Merchant Dynasty Ning City. Who? The owner of the Great Merchant Dynasty shop? That most mysterious owner? Has appeared. It turns out Lin Chen is not an unknown figure in Sioux City. On the contrary, with the rise of the world, the prices of the shop soared, and the identity of the owner of shop number 1 became a topic of great interest. A few players who specifically checked found out he was from Ning City, but most players still didn't know, only aware that the shop was called Great Merchant Dynasty. Now they know. The owner of the Great Merchant Dynasty, so it turns out the Great Merchant Dynasty is also a guild. The things from the Great Merchant Dynasty are the cheapest, and it's the best business shop. I heard someone offered 50 million gold coins to buy. Merchant's Son, I vaguely heard that name. I have to say, his mount looks amazing. If the world ranking wasn't closed, I feel like this pet would definitely make the list. Everyone surrounded Lin Chen in awe. The devouring moth's rate of return was truly impressive. Just then, a player suddenly stepped out from the crowd. He shouted at Lin Chen, "Hello, owner of Merchant's Son, nice to meet you." Lin Chen hadn't reacted yet when someone greeted him, looking at the person in confusion. Salty soy milk noodle soup. Who is this? I don't know him.
Now that I'm somewhat of a celebrity, with so many people watching, Lin Chen just smiled slightly, not intending to respond.
Salty Soy Milk didn't mind and spoke again. I want to buy your pet, name a price. What? Salty Soy Milk wants to buy this moth?
Of course, this moth looks like a good thing. Salty Soy Milk is the richest young master in Sioux City. He can buy whatever he wants. Unfortunately, in the game, he has always been overshadowed by the Dark Lord. There's no helping it. The rich second-generation vibe is too strong, arrogant, and proud. Few people like his personality. Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Chen felt quite speechless. What kind of person wants to buy something upon meeting? So rude. He shook his head. Sorry, I'm not selling. Please step aside. Salty Soy Milk didn't intend to let Lin Chen go so easily and blocked his way again, lazily sizing Lin Chen up.
I know you're the owner of the great merchant dynasty, a businessman.
How about this? I'll give you a chance. Sell me both the shop and the pet, and you can name your price.
TSK, as expected of the son of the richest man. Lin Chen crossed his arms and smiled. Are you sure? Hee, you can ask around. Who in Sioux capital doesn't know me? Xian Dozhong's face was full of pride.
He had enjoyed the best of everything since he was young. He loved playing games, and no matter what game it was, be it a computer game or a mobile game, he was always the top boss.
Indeed, he was the strongest in the entire region, unmatched by anyone.
After conquering the world, he was even more amazed and fell in love with it. He spent a lot of money in the game, at least more than the Jiangnan swordsman. Yet, even so, he still couldn't become number one. Not even the top player in Sioux capital.
He was teased by the players of Sioux capital as the eternal second.
He knew that the top-tier equipment, mounts, pets, and skill books in this game couldn't be bought even with money.
Even his guild was eternally second. How could he be content?
Now, seeing Lin Chen's pet, he naturally wanted to buy it. How about this? I'll take the pet in the shop for 200 million gold coins.
How much? What? 200 million gold coins? That's terrifying.
I've never seen so much money in my life.
I'm rich. 200 million gold coins is enough cash to live lavishly for a lifetime. Damn, how great would it be if this pet were mine? This is the power of Xian Dozhong.
With a single offer of 200 million, the onlookers gasped in shock. Lin Chen, however, smiled and said, too little.
Too little? How much do you want? Xian Dozhong couldn't help but frown. 20 billion. How much? How much? Xian Dozhong and the onlookers shouted in unison. Are you crazy? You want 20 billion gold coins for a pet and a shop?
Don't get me wrong, Lin Chen quickly explained, cash.
Xian Dozhong was momentarily stunned. Even as the son of the richest man, he was confused by this number. Ha, what a lion's share. Clearly just messing with Xian Dozhong. This guy is interesting.
I said it, in this world, having money doesn't mean you can buy everything. Mocking voices arose around them.
Xian Dozhong's expression gradually darkened. Do you know what you're saying? Kid, have you read too many novels? Do you think money isn't money?
Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. If you can't afford it, then forget it, I'm leaving. 20 billion cash, even if the other party could afford it, he wouldn't sell. It was no longer a matter of money. If he could summon the devouring moth in reality, it would be a priceless treasure.
Lin Chen pushed past the grim-faced Xian Dozhong and left directly. Kid, you're doing this on purpose, just to shop in a pet, and you want 20 billion? Xian Dozhong's gritted teeth could be heard from behind.
Lin Chen didn't turn back and calmly said, the shop can be sold to you for 1 million gold coins, but the pet, 20 billion cash. Crazy, you're really crazy. On what basis?
On what basis? Because it's the strongest pet in the world. The strongest in the world?
Everyone around was stunned. They couldn't understand where Lin Chen's confidence came from.
Although he's quite handsome, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Hee, too arrogant. The world is so big, there must be someone stronger than him.
Lin Chen ignored their mockery and softly said, devouring moth, mount mode. As he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped high into the air. Wu the devouring moth let out a roar, its wings flapping, stirring up a whirlwind around, carrying Lin Chen soaring into the sky.
This maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. No, it's not just a pet? It's a mount?
No, mounts can't follow, only pets can follow.
A pet that can be used as a mount? Wow, does that mean it can evolve too? No wonder it was said to be the strongest in the world.
But still, it couldn't be worth 20 billion cash.
Lin Chen rode the devouring moth, stylishly gliding over the skies of Sioux capital,
leaving behind the gritted teeth and salty soy milk.
You're playing me. Damn it, why are all the good things not in my hands?
You dog, just wait, I'll make you spit it out. Lin Chen did not leave but instead circled around Sudu City, searching for the hidden weapon shops.
The clues indicated that the weapon used to kill the Liang water bandits was a ghost bullet, which was only sold in Sudu City.
However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the so-called shop. Could it be that it's not in the city? Lin Chen frowned slightly, that would make it difficult to find. Just then, his friend notification chimed. Ding, player, Dark Lord has added you as a friend. Do you accept? It's him. Lin Chen remembered the Dark Lord. He was among those who had come to help him last time. As a member of the #1 alliance in the world, now that he was on his turf, he could be considered a half-acquaintance. Perhaps he would know something. With that thought, Lin Chen accepted the friend request. Ding, you have added Dark Lord as a friend. Just after adding him, the other party sent a message. Brother Merchant, welcome to Sudu City. No need to be polite, I didn't entertain you last time either. Ha, I didn't expect you to cause such a big stir right after you arrived. Ha, you don't know yet? Our forum here is buzzing about you. 20 billion cash has made your name resound in Sudu City. He sent a voice message, and the teasing tone was quite obvious. I really want to see what a pet worth 20 billion looks like. Come over, I need your help with something. Right away. They agreed to meet in a small alley in the north of the city. After all, both of them were now celebrities in Sudu City and didn't want to be surrounded by people wherever they went, so they chose a random alley where only an NPC was watching the excitement. When they met, the Dark Lord's eyes widened as he circled around the sky-eating moth. Wow, what a beautiful pet. I heard it can be a mount too, that's so cool. The Dark Lord was different from what Lin Chen had imagined. He was a short-haired boy, quite handsome, about the same age as Lin Wen. Not to mention dark, he radiated sunshine. A person like this could become the top in Sudu City, where experts gathered, either as a protagonist with extraordinary luck or as a young master born without worries. Perhaps he was both. Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter, this #1 alliance really is a great place, full of customers. Ha, what did you say? Nothing, by the way, do you know where something called a ghost bullet is sold? Lin Chen asked about the purpose of his visit. The Dark Lord frowned slightly, stroking his chin. Ghost bullet? That's a strange name. I haven't heard of it. That's impossible, right? Could it be that only NPCs know? Oh right, do you know where Su Zixi is sold? That thing? It should be on Jiangnan Street, that's where they sell fashion. The world was not just a place for playing games. Every city had its own unique fashion. Many female players preferred fashion over fighting, spending money on it comparable to male players buying equipment. Brother Merchant, are you interested? Shall we go take a look? Aren't you busy? Hey, being the #1 in the city is very busy. I'm busy leveling up and fighting bosses every day, but since you're here today, I can take a break. You're quite nice. Here, take this. What is it? A VIP card for the Great Merchant Dynasty. You can get discounts when you shop there, sometimes as low as 15% off. Wow, is this for real? The Dark Lord's eyes widened as he looked at the card in his hand. The Great Merchant Dynasty shops were well known in Sudu City, and their prices were cheaper than regular stores. Lin Chen had no transaction fees when selling items, giving him an inherent advantage. Even if he sold at the lowest price, he would still make a profit. Afraid of selling too much and not being able to keep up with the subsequent supply, he instead sold at a slightly higher price, creating some room for discounts. This didn't have much impact on ordinary players. A thing worth 100 could be bought for 110, but it was different for large guilds. With this thing, I can save a lot of money every time I sell supplies. Thank you, Brother Merchant. You helped me last time too. As they spoke, they arrived at Jiangnan Street. To avoid causing a stir, Lin Chen deliberately put away the devouring moth. The two strolled leisurely to Jiangnan Street, which turned out to be even more bustling than the city center. Countless beautifully dressed women were shopping, and some men were accompanying female players to buy outfits. TSK Tisk, it's really easy to make money from women. Yeah, there are plenty of ways to make money in the world. Upon arriving, Lin Chen and the Dark Lord switched to team chat mode. They intended to avoid any commotion. However, Lin Chen underestimated the charm of the Dark Lord. This pretty boy. It's the Dark Lord. Wow, he actually came here. So handsome, only someone as beautiful as me deserves him. A crowd of women quickly surrounded them. Although the Dark Lord and Xian Dojiang were constantly at odds, both were famous diamond bachelors in Sudu City. Xian Dojiang was the son of the richest man in Sudu City, with endless money to spend, but he was a notorious playboy, changing women every day and having a bad reputation. In contrast, the Dark Lord had a much better reputation. He had no girlfriend, neither in the game nor in reality. Thus, the Dark Lord was a coveted figure among female players. Just as he made his appearance on Jiangnan Street, a large group of beauties surged over. Brother Lord, let's be friends. Dark Lord, I want to join your guild. Please, good brother. Baby, are you here to buy outfits too? Goodness. Lin Chen was immediately pushed out of the crowd. He couldn't help but click his tongue. So fierce, so busty. When he was being squeezed, he had bumped into a few well-endowed women. This guy really had a lot of luck with women. Get lost.
Suddenly, the Dark Lord shouted from the crowd, startling everyone. You bunch of bastards, instead of leveling up every day, you just dress up and buy outfits, and you want to join my guild? Add me as a friend? I only make friends with the strong. Get lost, or I'll slaughter you and send you back to the newbie village. Hearing the Dark Lord's words, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. This guy. Something's off, a real ironclad man. The Dark Lord's disdainful gaze swept over everyone. If you surround me again next time, I'll kill you all. Get lost. Under his furious scolding, the girls left reluctantly. The Dark Lord was still not satisfied, snorting coldly, women, indulging in frivolities, what's with the outfits? Lin Chen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, awesome. Only someone with their level of strength would dare to threaten everyone like that. Unlike Lin Chen, who was a businessman and valued harmony. The Dark Lord suddenly grinned at Lin Chen. It is impressive, I think so too. Lin Chen didn't know what to say and could only respond with a smile. The Dark Lord might not be very old. Although he had scolded a group of women, after entering Jiangnan Street, he was surrounded a few more times. As usual, he drove these women away with his insults, and a few even cried. Lin Chen knew he shouldn't have come with him. He might as well let him be surrounded by women while he browsed the shops one by one. The big stores didn't have Suzy shoes, but the small shop at the corner was quite dim, with hardly any customers, selling only shoes. Lin Chen walked into the shop, and a lazy voice faintly came from the back. Take what you want. This voice should belong to the shop owner, deep and terrifying, fitting the shop's style, which was indeed a bit scary. No wonder not many people came here to buy shoes. Lin Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the shoes on the rack. Suzy shoes. Oh, an expert, huh? My Suzy shoes are one of a kind in the entire Sioux City. That's exactly what I was looking for. Lin Chen stared at the Suzy shoes, which were essentially cloth shoes. They were the most basic fashion. The kind players were too lazy to buy because they didn't look as good as the original equipment. But the Suzy shoes are sold out. If you want a suitable pair, you'll have to wait. Lin Chen glanced towards the dark depths of the shop. The shop owner was lying on a recliner, his face obscured. Lin Chen wasn't there to buy shoes. He asked straightforwardly, has anyone bought shoes here? 2 clues, shoes, ghost bullets. If I can't find the ghost bullets, I can only look for shoes. Oh, my shoes are durable, cheap, and the laborers love them. That's too broad. Can you narrow it down? Has anyone bought a lot? Lin Chen slowly walked into the darkness. He finally got a clear look at the shop owner's face. Although the shop was a bit shabby, the owner still had a commanding presence. Dressed in a brocade robe, with a braid wrapped in golden silk thread, he looked quite impressive. Lying on the recliner, he responded lazily, as if he wasn't really in the business. However, he answered whatever Lin Chen asked, very cooperative. If you want to talk about it, the people in the underground black market love to wear my Suzy shoes. Underground black market? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Is there such a thing in Sioux City? In our area, water bandits are rampant, and many stolen goods are sold in the underground black market. Ding, task updated, clue found. The major customers of Suzy shoes are in the underground black market. Go to the underground black market to continue searching for clues. It really updated. Lin Chen was overjoyed, not expecting it to be so easy. Excuse me, how do I get to the underground black market? They say it's an underground black market, but everyone knows about it. You can ask anyone outside, and they'll tell you. So casual? Lin Chen cupped his fists at the owner and said, thank you, boss. After saying that, he turned and left, not lingering in the shop. As long as the system updated the task, things would be easier. It meant he was on the right track. After leaving the shop, Lin Chen found the Dark Lord surrounded by women. Pulling him away, he soon learned where the underground black market was located. Under his guidance, they headed to the underground black market of Sioux City. The underground black market was not only popular with NPCs but also had many players. There were often some equipment and items that could be picked up, making it a feature of Sioux City. The Dark Lord was quite familiar with the place, not because he liked to pick up items, but because the eastern area of the underground black market was the territory of his gang, the Dark Hall. It was also the area with the highest tax revenue in Sioux City. They entered the underground through a cellar in a courtyard. A long, dark passage appeared before them. The Dark Lord looked at Lin Chen in confusion. Brother Shang, your task is quite peculiar, having to search for something in another city by yourself. What can I say? I still haven't changed my class, and running into a task like this is really unfortunate. It does take time, but it sounds quite interesting. Who are you looking for? I can have my brothers help you find them. Lin Chen shook his head in frustration. Forget it, I don't even know who to look for. Just wandering around. The task was updated, but it still didn't specify who the NPC was. The underground black market in Sioux City was even larger than Lin Chen had imagined. Upon entering the underground, the minimap displayed the entire underground black market. The scale of the underground black market was larger than some gangs' base towns. A massive hole had been dug out underground, with torches lighting up this subterranean world. It was over 100 meters high from the ground, with no sense of oppression, yet it exuded an eerie and dark atmosphere everywhere. Most of the buildings here are quite low, and in the middle, there is a 2-meter-wide road flanked by dark, low shops. At this moment, both NPCs and players are browsing these shops. Lin Chen looked at the size of the map and was speechless. It's so big, and there's no specific NPC to look for. It's really like searching for a needle in a haystack. But just as they entered the underground black market, a shadow suddenly darted out and crashed straight into Lin Chen. The shadow was not an NPC, it was a player. Moreover, it was a player without a gang. The player's name was Jelly Dog. Are you blind? Why are you blocking my way? Jelly Dog didn't even look at him and immediately started cursing. Lin Chen didn't mind. He was originally a sneaky person who liked to play dirty behind others' backs, so being cursed it would only make him smile and say he'd visit again next time. But the Dark Lord beside him had a bad temper. He glared and said, "You little brat, what did you say? Looking for death? Get lost." Jelly Dog cursed back without hesitation, not even bothering to see who was cursing him. He was being chased by a group of NPCs behind him. "Stop, you bastard, stop right there. Shut down the exit, don't let him escape. Kill him." These NPCs were furious, and it was unclear what Jelly Dog had done. After cursing the Dark Lord, Jelly Dog took off running. The Dark Lord had been strutting around Sioux City since level 10, even the soy milk vendors didn't dare to shout such things at him. He growled, "Looking for death? Where are the people from the Dark Hall?" With his command, several players in the black market indeed shouted back, "It's the boss, we're here. Boss, what's up? Boss, I'm here. That guy named Jelly Dog, kill him." "Yes, boss. Dare to mess with our boss? Take him down." Goodness, over a dozen people all chased after Jelly Dog, and with the NPCs included, there were about 30 people in total pursuing him. Lin Chen opened his mouth, about to speak, but the next moment, he noticed the shoes of this group of NPCs. If he wasn't mistaken, he had seen these shoes in the shoe store. They were indeed Susie's shoes. "Chase. Don't worry, Brother Shang. I will definitely kill him for you." "No, those NPCs might be the ones I'm looking for." "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and chase." Jelly Dog ran wildly, already disappearing from sight with the Dark Hall and the group of NPCs, turning into an alley. "If you get away, how can our daunting water bandits stand in Sioux City? Damn guy, daring to black eat black, you will pay the price." The NPCs shouted as they chased. This made Lin Chen even more certain that these NPCs were highly suspicious. But why were they chasing an unrelated player? Everything would have to wait until they caught Jelly Dog to clarify. Lin Chen followed behind, puzzled, and asked the Dark Lord, "Who exactly is this Jelly Dog?" "I don't know, I've never seen him. Do you know?" "No idea, boss, but he is level 50, not on the leaderboard, so he shouldn't be a player from our Sioux City." It was indeed evident. This place was crowded and dim, unfamiliar people couldn't escape far at all. In the chaos, he ran into a dead end. "I see where you're running. Surround this place, don't let him escape." The group of NPCs quickly surrounded the entire alley. Jelly Dog was like a turtle in a jar. "Kid, hand it over." Just as the NPCs were closing in on him, the people from the Dark Hall finally caught up. "Get out of the way, everyone move aside." The Dark Hall members were indeed arrogant, not giving face to the players or even to these NPCs. They roughly pushed aside the NPCs blocking their way. "What are you doing? Who are you? Are you this kid's accomplices? Who are we? Don't you know? Who are you NPCs?" These NPCs turned into mysterious figures in the underground black market, unable to reveal any information. Jelly Dog was surrounded and in despair when suddenly a group of players burst in, violently driving away the NPCs. Staring blankly at the scene, he exclaimed, "What the hell is going on? Just a moment ago, the NPCs wanted to kill him, but now they had no time for him," angrily saying, "We are the Dongting Water Bandits. What do you want? You looking for death?" The Dongting Water Bandits were a large organization, with wild monsters and NPCs, ranging from level 10 to 60 in the territory of Sioux City, surrounding players throughout their lives. Ordinary NPCs, even the Lord of Sioux City, treated them with courtesy. Unfortunately, players ignored them, and the people from the Dark Hall looked down on them even more. "Bullshit, what Dongting Water Bandits? In Sioux City, we from the Dark Hall have the final say." "Dark Hall? Never heard of it." "Third brother, stop talking to an NPC. We are the managers of the underground black market." The Dark Hall was a player gang, and it was normal for NPCs not to know about it,
but the identity of the underground black market managers was different. The moment those words were spoken, the NPC's expressions changed.
This was an officially recognized identity. My lord, sorry, we were blind. We'll leave right now.
Jelly Dog let out a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't caught by the NPCs, it was fine.
Players didn't matter.
But just as these daunting water bandits were about to leave, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Who said you could leave? Lin Chen and the Dark Lord arrived late. The Dark Lord was polite to Lin Chen but not to the others. He arrogantly sized up the NPCs. My brother didn't let you leave. Who dares to go?
What do you want? Brother Shang, what do you say? Lin Chen pushed through the crowd, standing in front of the NPCs, staring at their shoes.
Comparing them to the screenshots obtained from the shop, they were identical.
He murmured, Suzy shoes, Dongting water bandits.
Yes, what does this lord want to ask? These two terms together confirmed that the quest was related to them.
Lin Chen had no reservations and directly asked, Li Yang is in your hands, right? Li Yang? I don't know what this lord is talking about. Don't know?
Then let me help you remember. Not long ago, the ship docked at Lizi Prefecture was robbed by you, right? A few NPCs exchanged glances, filled with confusion, still shaking their heads. My lord, our Dongting water bandits have many branches. We don't know who robbed it.
You don't know? Then do you know about Ghost Bomb?
Upon hearing the words Ghost Bomb, the NPCs' expressions changed drastically.
But they quickly concealed it, pretending to know nothing, still shaking their heads. Don't know, don't know.
My lord, we have things to do, we will leave first. They really couldn't lie. Their performance was so obvious that there was no way to let them go.
Leave? You can't escape. If you don't clarify, you die.
Perhaps for players, dying was simple. They could just respawn. But for NPCs, it was different. NPCs in this world, like people living in it, would be gone after dying once.
This life was everything to them.
So some were afraid of death. But even when threatened with death, they showed no intention of yielding, instead gritting their teeth and shouting, Damn it, brothers, let's fight our way out.
Make a move. Several NPCs turned hostile almost simultaneously.
Even Lin Chen and the Dark Lord were caught off guard.
The NPCs' names instantly turned red. These NPCs are all level 50 beings.
Among players, they are considered high-end players. Suddenly, they erupted and actually killed one person, breaking through the encirclement. The Dark Lord finally reacted, furiously saying, Arrogant, kill them. Soon chaos ensued, and the players of the Dark Hall began to hunt these NPCs in the black market. After all, this was the territory of the Dark Hall, and besides the dozen players surrounding the alley, there were quite a few in the black market.
Don't worry, Brother Shang, in my territory, they can't escape. Ah ha ha.
At that moment, Jelly Dog suddenly said with a grin, Thank you, brothers, for coming to our rescue. These NPCs have become so arrogant that they dare to attack us players.
Thank you, I'll buy you drinks next time.
Saying this, he actually tried to sneak away. Before he could leave the alley, he was stopped by the players of the Dark Hall.
They looked at him with disdain. Kid, is it you who brought this trouble? It's a misunderstanding, big brother. The NPCs went crazy, and I couldn't do anything. Ha, put the NPCs aside. You just insulted our boss.
You've got guts, kid.
Don't you see our reputation?
You dare to provoke the people of the Dark Hall. I see you don't want to stay in Sioux City.
Even though Jelly Dog was an outsider, he knew about the Dark Hall when he arrived in Sioux City.
He quickly shook his head in terror. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was too anxious just now, thinking this boss was an NPC, so I blurted it out. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't know he was a big shot from the Dark Hall.
Please, gentlemen, have mercy and spare me.
His humble attitude pleased the people of the Dark Hall greatly.